At the onset of his freshman year, Lin Chen unexpectedly attained a golden opportunity, completing system-assigned tasks and receiving lavish rewards. His initial task involved arriving at the university by helicopter, captivating the entire campus. Congratulations, host, on completing the helicopter arrival task and astonishing the entire school. You have been rewarded with a luxurious villa at Waterside Edge residence. You escorted the campus belle back to school, earning a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Congratulations to the host. Donghai University. Today marks the day of welcoming new students, and the September sun blazes fiercely, creating an oppressive heat. Song Qingwan pulled out a pack of tissues, delicately wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Qingwan, do you remember? Just a few days ago on the confession wall, someone asked if they could arrive by helicopter. I suspect it was just a prank by some new student. Who would actually arrive by helicopter? Shen Mingqi couldn't resist the urge to gossip. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow slightly. Ah, someone already debunked that. It was a joke by a sophomore. Shen Mingqi looked puzzled. Huh, I didn't see that. Huh, you must not have been paying attention. At that moment, a shy figure approached. Song Qingwan, would you like some milk tea? A boy extended 2 cups of milk tea toward Song Qingwan, a bashful smile adorning his face. Song Qingwan paused slightly, shaking her glass water bottle. Sorry, but I brought my own water. Thank you. The boy's expression stiffened, disappointment creeping onto his face, and before he could react, he was jostled away by a group of people. Qingwan, would you like some snacks? I bought a huge bag. Song, his are all fried foods, which can make you gain weight and get acne. I bought fruits. Qingwan, I got you. Seeing several people before her, Song Qingwan felt a headache coming on. This scene ignited jealousy in Shen Mingqi, who envied her friend. From a moment she set foot in Magic City University, Song Qingwan had been hailed as the campus beauty. She even gained numerous fans online due to a side-profile photo that went viral. Within the university, Song Qingwan had attracted many suitors. Yet to this day, no one had heard of her being in a relationship, and although she was polite to her admirers, she maintained a demeanor that kept them at bay, never accepting favors from anyone. As she gazed at the iced milk tea before her, Shen Mingqi felt her throat nearly catch fire. With gritted teeth, she collected the assortment of snacks and drinks. I'm Qingwan's roommate, and she's too shy to accept these. They'll take them for her, thank you, Shen Mingqi said with a smile. All right, you all can disperse now. Qingwan has things to attend to. Song Qingwan was taken aback by Shen Mingqi's maneuver. The suitors exchanged glances, realizing that since Shen Mingqi accepted on behalf of Song Qingwan, it meant she had accepted them, and thus they began to leave. Mingqi, what are you doing? Song Qingwan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Shen Mingqi simply took out the milk tea, inserted a straw, and nonchalantly replied, What's the big deal? It's just some snacks. I have no romantic intentions with any of them. Why did you accept their offerings for me? Shen Mingqi pouted, I know you're picky, but it's just a bit of food. No need to make a fuss, right? I'm not picky, I just don't want a relationship. But by doing this, you're giving them false hope. Before Song Qingwan could finish, a chorus of gasps erupted. Wow, a Ferrari supercar. A Ferrari? Some people are born with it, while others will never own one in their lifetime. Total rich kid, driving a luxury car to report for school? Truly a big shot. A Ferrari roared onto the scene, halting at the school gate. Shen Mingqi instantly snapped back to reality, frantically pulling out her cushion from makeup and applying a rosy lip color. This was the contemporary go-to look for attracting attention. As the car doors swung open, a charismatic figure emerged, igniting excitement among the crowd. Dressed in a Brioni suit, Armani trousers, and Cassano shoes. This was undeniably a wealthy heir. Upon exiting, the rich young man immediately spotted Song Qingwan amidst the throng, as beauty always stood out. He smiled, adjusted his tie, and donned a gentlemanly demeanor, striding directly towards her. Shen Mingqi's expression fell. It was clear he was aiming for Song Qingwan. With the campus beauty present, she felt like merely a supporting leaf, with no chance of stealing the spotlight. She was self-aware enough to recognize this. Song Qingwan, may I ask you to assist me with the enrollment procedures? The rich young man's fervent gaze made Song Qingwan feel uncomfortable all over. She took a step back, creating some distance. Are you from the Chinese department? Song Qingwan inquired. No, I'm from the sports department. Song Qingwan sighed with relief, gesturing towards the opposite side. The sports department's welcome volunteers are over there. The wealthy heir chuckled softly. Song Qingwan, I specifically enrolled in this school for you. The onlookers immediately became intrigued. Wow, he actually enrolled in our school because of Song Qingwan? Being rich allows you to do whatever you want. Attending university is like a game. Can the tycoon lower his standard a little? Song Ching-wan politely smiled. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of pursuing a relationship during my 4 years at university. At that moment, someone in the crowd yelled, "There's someone arriving by helicopter." Oh, stop adding to the chaos. That's just a prank, right? Who would actually fly a helicopter to school? If someone really does arrive by helicopter, it'll eat this table. Song Ching-wan's expression soured slightly. Just then, the roar of engines crescendoed, approaching from afar. What does that sound? Look up. Is that a helicopter? A helicopter descended directly onto the campus, landing on a playground. The crowd erupted in excitement. No way. Someone really did come to our school. Hey, what happened to that guy who said, "Head, eat the table"? Seated in the helicopter's cockpit, Lin Chen felt a wave of disbelief. Congratulations, host, on completing the task for the first time. You have been rewarded with the villa at Waterside Edge residence. Note, the keys are in your pocket, and the property documents are in the first drawer of the study desk at the villa. Phew! Lin Chen exhaled, relieved that the task was finally complete. Just yesterday, the system had appeared, assigning him the task of arriving at school by helicopter. Fortunately, his parents were away on vacation. Otherwise, the sight of a helicopter parked at their home would surely have terrified them. Worried about attracting attention, Lin Chen had refrained from packing anything and simply flown out with the helicopter. Yet now, it seemed he was attracting even more attention. What was the system thinking? After gathering his thoughts, he disembarked from the helicopter and searched for the sign indicating the Chinese department, eventually locking onto a direction. As Lin Chen approached, Song Ching-wan found herself utterly bewildered. There truly is someone arriving at the school by helicopter, and this individual is from their department? The wealthy heir was taken aback. Someone arriving by helicopter is genuinely competing with him for Song Ching-wan's attention. Upon noticing the welcome volunteer badge hanging, Lin Chen turned to Song Ching-wan and inquired, "Senior, I am a new student from the Chinese department. May I check in here?" Chapter 2. The Rented Helicopter. One cannot deny that this senior is exceptionally beautiful. Clad in a white dress, her long black hair was intricately braided to one side, with her bangs artfully curled, embodying the essence of a forest-themed girl. Her doe-like large eyes radiated purity and innocence, instantly evoking an overwhelming desire to protect her. She undoubtedly epitomizes the school's goddess. Huh? Oh, yes, this is the place, Song Ching-wan replied, somewhat flustered. Realizing her momentary lapse in composure, she felt a touch of embarrassment. "May I ask what major you are in, Junior?" "I am studying Chinese language and literature." What a delightful coincidence. He is her direct junior. Song Ching-wan smiled and said, "I am also in Chinese language and literature. Allow me to assist you with the formalities." This junior, compared to the previous one, felt significantly more agreeable. His attire was simple, devoid of any arrogance. If it weren't for the helicopter, one would hardly suspect him to be a wealthy heir. "Thank you, senior," Lin Chen replied with polite confidence. Chen Yao was stunned. There truly is someone arriving by helicopter to check in? Not only had he been outmaneuvered, but he had also made a fool of himself in front of the goddess, Song Ching-wan. Under the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. "Hey buddy, I arrived first. Haven't you heard of the rule of first come, first served?" Chen Yao asked, suppressing his frustration. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Song Ching-wan stepped protectively in front of him, stating, "Junior from the physical education department, I already mentioned that your orientation is over there." She gestured toward the opposite direction. Seeing his goddess converse with another man ignited a simmering anger within Chen Yao. He felt as though vibrant grasslands were blooming atop his head. Although Song Ching-wan had yet to become his girlfriend, he had long regarded her as his personal possession. At that moment, Chen Yao's expression darkened to an almost palpable gloom. He scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, and a smirk of disdain appeared on his lips. "That helicopter. You didn't use all your savings to rent it, did you? Even if it's rented, it must cost several thousand per hour surely. That amounts to quite a sum." In his understanding, wealthy heirs either pursued exquisite quality and public attention, adorning themselves with designer labels, or conducted themselves discreetly, wearing private designs that were difficult for the average person to identify. However, Lin Chen, observing his slightly faded shirt, it was evident he possessed neither. Thus, Chen Yao naturally concluded that Lin Chen's helicopter was undoubtedly rented. His remarks prompted a wave of bewildered glances among the onlookers. Rented? It was only then that some began to scrutinize Lin Chen more closely. Initially, The allure of the helicopter led everyone to assume he was a genuine wealthy heir. However, Chun Yao's comments created a dissonance. Lin Chen chuckled softly. If you believe it to be so, then it is indeed. What? The crowd was thrown into disarray. Was the esteemed helicopter truly rented? Oh, so it's rented. I was puzzled. How could someone with a helicopter dress more simply than I do? I seriously suspect he rented the helicopter just for Song Qingwan. I hope the esteemed goddess does not fall for it. As the murmurs of the surrounding students reached his ears, Chun Yao realized his goal had been accomplished, prompting a satisfied smile. He raised his chin, smugly addressing Song Qingwan. So what do you think? Shouldn't you express your gratitude for me pulling you back from the wrong path? Song Qingwan furrowed her brows tightly and coldly retorted, This is a matter for him. It has nothing to do with you. I advise you to take care of your own affairs. This wealthy heir was becoming increasingly insufferable. In contrast, her junior, modestly dressed and with commendable conduct, was far superior to this ostentatious peacock. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit squeezed his way through the crowd, and upon spotting Lin Chen, he beamed with delight. Mr. Lin, I finally found you. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his smile almost childlike. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances. What was happening? Who was this man? Did he truly refer to this great impostor as Mr. Lin? Even Lin Chen was somewhat baffled. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man replied cheerfully, Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Zhou Hai, the manager of the private helipad in Nanhai City. You may call me Zhou. I am here to assist you in returning your private helicopter to the helipad. However, due to the start of the academic term, I encountered some traffic, which delayed my arrival. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, he slightly bent at the waist, displaying utmost respect. What? A private helipad as well? What's going on? Wasn't it just claimed to be rented? Could this person also be an actor he hired? This is outrageous. An entire performance. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Reminder, a private helipad and its manager are complimentary services included with the helicopter reward. At that moment, Lin Chen finally understood. This was fortuitous. He had been worrying about how to manage the helicopter, and unexpectedly, the system had thoughtfully arranged everything for him. Thank you very much. However, let us discuss this matter while standing, he said, as the man appeared to be at least 50 or 60 years old. The notion of having an elder bow to him made Lin Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. Lin, you have reviewed my credentials, correct? Zhou Hai inquired. Huh? What credentials? Lin Chen responded, utterly perplexed, as he had no knowledge of such materials. I am a retired captain with nearly 20 years of flying experience. Entrusting your helicopter to me will pose no issues whatsoever. Chapter 3. Apology Lin Chen. What the heck? Is this for real? A retired captain is serving as his management officer? Everyone, let me check this out. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. Zhou Hai. There were even photographs. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence for a few moments, with peculiar expressions adorning everyone's faces. Even Chun Yao's countenance fluctuating from pale to flushed. Any fool could discern that Lin Chen's earlier comment, if you think so, then it must be true, was a jibe directed at Chun Yao. Say whatever you want. I couldn't care less. How does that feel? Frustrating, right? It's one thing to have a helicopter, but a retired captain as a management officer? This is undoubtedly the mark of a life well lived. They say not to lose at the starting line. Yet some are born at the finish line, like the helicopter magnate. I'm feeling quite envious. This is utterly sour. What about those who were just moments ago claiming that the magnate rented helicopters to find actors? Why is everyone suddenly silent? Shoo, don't say anything. Just look at the expression on the face of that Ferrari heir upon hearing this. Chun Yao's expression darkened further. Song Qingwan stared blankly at Lin Chen, the sunlight illuminating his resolute profile, as if time had frozen at that moment. Why did she find this junior so incredibly handsome? Wealthy yet understated, mature yet reserved. He completely redefined her perception of wealthy heirs. Although Chun Yao's mood was grim, upon realizing the other's extraordinary identity, he opted to bow his head and apologize. I misjudged the situation earlier and caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize. He was not foolish. It was clear that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual, and he had no desire to offend him further. The anger that had clouded his judgment dissipated, leaving him to acknowledge his impulsiveness. As a wealthy heir, he possessed some level of awareness. However, this single apology sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Two affluent individuals clashed, and the helicopter magnate emerged victorious. See, I told you my judgment was correct. How could the helicopter magnate possibly be deceiving? Indeed, even a retired captain serves as his private helipad manager. In response to Chun Yao's capitulation, Lin Chen casually shrugged and smiled indifferently. No worries, it doesn't concern me. For reasons unknown, Chun Yao felt on the verge of bloodshed from frustration after hearing Lin Chen's words. He sensed that, in Lin Chen's eyes, he was utterly insignificant. After a brief farewell, Chun Yao fled the scene in disgrace. Lin Chen's manner of handling the situation once again astonished Song Qingwan. He was mature, composed, and magnanimous. In comparison to the earlier confrontation with Chun Yao, Lin Chen was indeed a paragon of virtue. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, this was precisely Song Qingwan's impression of him. After handing the helicopter's ignition key to Zhou Hai, Lin Chen accompanied Song Qingwan to report. As they walked along the campus path, flanked by blooming osmanthus trees, the sweet fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air in September. Suddenly, Song Qingwan paused and looked up at Lin Chen. Junior, thank you for earlier. After all, Lin Chen had effectively extricated her from a predicament. Lin Chen was taken aback but smiled in response. I didn't do much. You're being overly polite. It must be said, this senior seemed quite adorable. Through the lens of admiration, she appeared even more beautiful. Her skin was as fair as jade, flawless and delicate, presenting a sight devoid of any blemish. From Lin Chen's vantage point, he could behold an entirely different landscape. Chapter 4. The senior's blush. It was quite surprising to observe that despite her slender physique, the senior possessed all the desirable attributes. A veritable vision of angelic beauty and a devilishly alluring figure, truly befitting of a goddess. Song Qingwan must undoubtedly be the object of affection for many a naive young man. Lin Chen mused inwardly. Having been up since dawn and navigating the freshman registration process, he was ravenous. Senior, it's lunchtime. You've been immensely helpful. Would you care to join me for a meal? My treat. After all, this campus belle had been escorting him around in the sweltering sun. It was only fitting to offer her a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Song Qingwan responded with a demure smile, her elegant brows arching slightly. You're offering to treat me? Lin Chen affirmed, indeed. Very well, then. Song Qingwan accepted with alacrity. She generally eschewed solo outings with men, but she found his demeanor agreeable. It was evident that Lin Chen was unlike those persistent suitors. He simply wished to express his appreciation. Hence, she acquiesced. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts? It would facilitate future communication, Song Qingwan suggested, retrieving her phone. I'll send you the electronic campus map. It will prove invaluable as you navigate the campus, which is quite expansive. It's a bespoke creation, far more detailed than those found online. Lin Chen concurred. Very well, thank you, senior. Shall I scan your QR code? After adding Song Qingwan on WeChat, Lin Chen sent his name. Lin Chen. My name is Song Qingwan. A beautiful maiden, with graceful allure, Lin Chen remarked, finding it befitting of Senior Song's temperament. Though he had gleaned her name from the gossiping throng, he couldn't help but notice that she was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed a melodious name. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, somewhat impressed by Lin Chen. It was rumored that those who gravitated toward the Chinese language department were mathematically challenged and not particularly enamored with literature. However, this freshman, Lin Chen, had immediately discerned the allusion in her name, a rare feat moreover. He seemed more mature and reserved compared to the average scion of wealth. With a smile, she responded, thank you for the compliment. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly approached Song Qingwan. Senior, hold still. Startled by the proximity of his face, Song Qingwan was momentarily bewildered. What was he about to do? Lin Chen delicately plucked a fallen osmanthus blossom from her hair with 2 fingers. Senior, there was a flower in your hair. Oh, haha. Thank you, Song Qingwan stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What had she been imagining? How could she have misconstrued his intentions so egregiously? It was mortifying. Observing Song Qingwan's reddened ears, Lin Chen surreptitiously chuckled. This senior was exceptionally endearing. Perhaps her fanciful thoughts had engendered a sense of guilt, as her loquacity diminished thereafter. Having completed the various freshman registration formalities, it was well past lunchtime. The duo then proceeded to dine together. Jadeite Pavilion, a renowned Chinese restaurant in close proximity to Donghai University. Upon entering, Lin Chen was immediately captivated by the ambience. As a quintessentially Chinese restaurant, the interior was adorned with classical decor, and the air was suffused with a subtle, soothing sandalwood fragrance. Adjacent to the dining area was a petite stage, partitioned by beaded curtains, upon which several beauties clad in roof skirts were performing musical instruments. The Jadeite Pavilion was a prominent landmark in Donghai City. The pair casually selected seats facing the stage, affording them an unobstructed view of the performance. Immediately upon being seated, a damsel in a cheongsam presented them with a pot of tea, prompting Lin Chen to reflexively express his gratitude. Song Qingwan arched an eyebrow slightly, a subtle smile playing on her lips, but remained silent. He possessed a surprising degree of chivalry. At this juncture, Lin Chen extended the menu to Song Qingwan. "Senior, please select your dishes. I am unaware of any dietary restrictions you may have," Lin Chen said with a smile. Song Qingwan responded with a radiant smile. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate." After she had placed her order, Lin Chen casually selected a few dishes and summoned the comely waitress. Soon, a succession of delectable dishes, appealing to both the eye and the palate, arrived, their aromas alone sufficient to induce salivation. As if struck by a sudden thought, Song Qingwan turned to Lin Chen and said, "By the way, Lin Chen, freshmen are required to attend a class meeting tomorrow. Do not forget, it is of paramount importance." "Oh, of paramount importance?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why do you say that?" Chapter 5. Overindulgence. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan patiently elucidated. It is on this day that class leaders are elected in university, and they remain in their positions for the entirety of 4 years. Class leaders possess certain privileges that set them apart from ordinary students. She deliberately emphasized the word privileges before continuing. Additionally, the first impression made on the counselor is of great significance. Cultivating a good relationship with the counselor can greatly ease one's university experience. Lin Chen felt a slight surprise. He had not been privy to such intricacies as a newcomer. With a thoughtful smile, he replied, "Thank you, senior. However, I cherish my freedom, so I will pass on the role of class leader. I have no desire for privileges." Song Qingwan regarded Lin Chen with a hint of astonishment. In this day and age, the desire to become a class leader was rampant. Many in the student council believed that attaining such a minor leadership position granted them boundless authority. Truth be told, Song Qingwan harbored a disdain for such individuals. In contrast, Lin Chen exuded a serene aura, always appearing unfazed. She wondered how someone like him would react under pressure. Lin Chen noticed the intensity of her gaze, which made him somewhat uneasy. "Senior, is there something on my face?" "Huh. Oh." Song Qingwan quickly averted her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "No, nothing at all." To alleviate the awkwardness, she reached for a drink. It was only after finishing that she realized it was fruit wine, which had a considerable aftereffect. Her inexplicable actions left Lin Chen both amused and bewildered. Soon, 2 rosy hues appeared on Song Qingwan's cheeks. Lin Chen was surprised to see her tolerance for alcohol was so low. A few glasses of light fruit wine had rendered her in this state. Observing her flushed visage, he shook his head in resignation. "Senior, are you all right? Shall I escort you back?" Sure." As Song Qingwan attempted to rise, she stumbled slightly. Fortunately, Lin Chen was quick to support her, preventing her from falling. She straightened up, her cheeks warming further, feeling quite embarrassed. Thank you," she stammered, her voice barely audible. Regret washed over her for having indulged so excessively. She was grateful to be accompanied by Lin Chen, a gentleman. Had she been in the company of someone else, the outcome could have been uncertain. This thought deepened her appreciation for him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was not overly concerned with such reflections. He merely wished to help Song Qingwan back and then return to his own abode. "Senior, you seem unable to walk far like this. Allow me to assist you." Song Qingwan nodded, feeling quite bashful. "All right, I appreciate your help." "Not at all," Lin Chen replied, as he gently grasped her arm, guiding her outside. After settling the bill, he hailed a taxi and took Song Qingwan back to campus. Song Qingwan was renowned as the campus belle of Donghai University, pursued by countless admirers, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. As Lin Chen supported her through the campus, they drew numerous curious glances. "Isn't that the campus belle, Song Qingwan? Who is that beside her? Could he be her boyfriend? Hadn't the illustrious Song declared that she would not engage in romantic relationships during her studies? Alas, unbeknownst to me, my goddess has seemingly been claimed." Chapter 6. The elegant abode by the water's edge. Upon hearing these words, Song Qingwan felt a slight flush on her cheeks, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. Yet she remained silent. Lin Chen, having overheard the conversation, chose not to press for explanations, matching her reticence with his own. Eventually, they arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory, where couples lingered, reluctant to part ways. A few meters away, a couple embraced in a bubble of intimacy, oblivious to the world around them. Lin Chen silently commended their audacity. How splendid university life seemed. Song Qingwan, her cheeks aflame, dared not cast even a glance in their direction. "Since we've arrived at the dormitory, shall I take my leave?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as the sounds of affectionate smooches reached her ears, prompting her to yearn for escape. Lin Chen nodded in response. After exchanging farewells, she hurriedly retreated into the dormitory, while Lin Chen, following her departure, chose not to return to his own dormitory, but instead headed straight to the Yunshui residence at the water's edge. The Water's Edge community is truly the most opulent villa district in Donghai City. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, it boasts picturesque scenery, with property management that ranks among the finest in the entire city. Here, one is guaranteed an unparalleled living experience. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen was immediately stopped. The security guard, with a respectful demeanor, stated, "Good day, sir. External visitors must register." Before he could finish, the guard was taken aback. He quickly retrieved a photograph for comparison. You are Lin Chen, Mr. Lin?" Confused, Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. The guard's tone shifted instantly. "You have purchased the Yunshui residence outright, making you a distinguished guest of our Water's Edge community. I apologize for my oversight in not recognizing you sooner. Please do not hold it against me." He was astonished to discover that the esteemed Mr. Lin, who had acquired the coveted Yunshui residence, was so remarkably young. The news of the long-vacant Yunshui residence being purchased sent ripples of shock throughout the property management. The manager promptly issued instructions for the staff to remain vigilant and not to neglect this esteemed guest. Lin Chen waved dismissively. "It's quite all right. By the way, which direction is the Yunshui residence?" "To the north. The most luxurious villa at the end is our Yunshui residence." The guard replied with utmost respect. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "Mr. Lin, would you like me to escort you?" Lin Chen paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, thank you." The guard, taken aback by the honor, insisted, "No need for thanks, Mr. Lin. It is my duty." He then called upon a colleague to take over his post and became Lin Chen's guide. As they walked, the guard shared numerous insights about the Water's Edge community, enriching Lin Chen's understanding of the place. It must be said, the Water's Edge truly embodies the essence of nature, filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, exuding a poetic ambience. Before long, Lin Chen arrived at his Yunshui residence. With 3 sides facing the lake, it occupies the prime location within the villa district, naturally commanding the highest price. After expressing his gratitude to the guard, Lin Chen entered the villa. Meanwhile, across from the Yunshui residence, in a villa on the 2nd floor, Jiang Li stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, clad in relaxed loungewear, a glass of red wine in hand. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her back, casually gathered. Her gaze drifted through the window to the opposite villa, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, filled with curiosity. "Is someone residing in the Yunshui residence? I thought it was not for sale." Chapter 7. The visit from the beautiful neighbor. The location of Yunshui Pavilion is exceptional. Initially, she had set her sights on Yunshui Pavilion as well, but the property management informed her that it was not for sale, prompting her to settle for the building directly across. Could it be that Yunshui Pavilion was reserved specifically for this person? Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems her neighbor is quite extraordinary, and a visit is in order. After all, being neighbors inevitably leads to interactions. She drained her glass of wine, carelessly placing it on the table before turning to enter her room. On the 3rd floor, spanning nearly 700 square meters, Lin Chen surveyed his villa with immense satisfaction. The private courtyard, swimming pool, and gym, everything one could desire was at his disposal. It could be said that there was nothing unattainable in this realm. Indeed, the world of the affluent is remarkably different. The living room features a grand floor-to-ceiling window, offering an unobstructed view of the expansive river scenery. A sight truly delightful to behold. The furnishings within are of the utmost quality, all accounted for in the property price. Hence, the exorbitant cost of luxury homes is not without justification. Lin Chen reclined comfortably on the plush leather sofa, feeling utterly at ease. 1 word: bliss. 2 words: sheer comfort. At that moment, the doorbell rang, causing Lin Chen to frown slightly. Could it be the property management? With that thought, he rose to answer the door. As he opened it, a captivating figure appeared before him, clad in a black off-shoulder mini dress. With fiery red lips and alluring cat-eye makeup accentuating her enchanting peach blossom eyes, she was simply mesmerizing. Her chestnut brown waves cascaded loosely over her shoulders. Jiang Li too was momentarily taken aback. She had never expected her new neighbor to be so youthful. He appeared to be not even 20, most likely a university student. Although Yunshui Pavilion was not for sale, acquiring this villa must have cost a pretty penny. Could he be the scion of a prestigious family? Regaining her composure, Jiang Li offered a charming smile. "Hello, neighbor. I am Jiang Li, residing in the building across." She gestured towards her villa. "I am Lin Chen," he replied, quickly averting his gaze to greet her. "Time is quite limited, so I didn't prepare much. Just a small token of goodwill," she said, presenting a gift box with both hands. Lin Chen was slightly surprised to see 2 bottles of red wine, which appeared to be quite expensive. "I can't possibly accept this," he protested. Jiang Li, however, was quite generous, pressing the wine into his hands. There's no need for hesitation. It's merely a gesture of goodwill. Realizing he could not refuse, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted. Would you care to come in for a moment? He inquired. Jiang Li raised an elegant eyebrow. Then I shall graciously accept the invitation. Lin Chen subtly stepped aside to gesture her in. Jiang Li entered without hesitation, her movements fluid and graceful, her every smile and frown exuding charm. Lin Chen could not help but think of the expression, innate allure. After surveying her surroundings, Jiang Li remarked, the layout of Yinshui Pavilion is splendid. Truly deserving of my admiration, though I was unable to procure it. I never anticipated that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, could acquire such an exquisite property. You are indeed remarkable. Lin Chen smiled faintly, placing the wine on the table. Miss Jiang, you flatter me. Please, have a seat. Jiang Li's beautiful eyes shifted back to Lin Chen. If I may say, Mr. Lin, you appear to be just in your early 20s, am I right? As she spoke, she confidently settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs effortlessly. Lin Chen took a seat across from her. Miss Jiang's guess is quite accurate. I am indeed 20. Jiang Li grinned. You've been correctly guessed. Truly a young gentleman. Calling you Miss Jiang feels overly formal, considering we are neighbors. I am older than you. Calling me Sister Li would not be a loss for you, would it? Chapter 8. He was teased observing Jiang Li's playful gaze. Lin Chen felt somewhat bewildered. How could he shake off the feeling of being teased? Yet, her words held a certain validity. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen obediently addressed her as Sister Li. Jiang Li instantly erupted into laughter, a delightful sound that made Lin Chen even more perplexed. What was so amusing? Why was she laughing? Seeing Lin Chen's adorably dazed expression, Jiang Li found it even more entertaining, though she knew when to draw the line. Soon after, her phone rang. Jiang Li promptly answered, exchanged a few words of acknowledgement, and then hung up. Turning to Lin Chen with a hint of regret, she said, Brother, I must leave for an impromptu meeting at the company. Shall we meet again next time? All right. Lin Chen nodded, escorting Jiang Li to the door. After bidding her farewell, he went about his evening routine and lay down on his soft, comfortable mattress, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as Lin Chen awoke, he received several messages from Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan, I truly appreciate your help yesterday. Thank you for bringing me home. Song Qingwan sends a picture of herself lost in thought. Song Qingwan sends a picture of her secretly observing these charming emoticons elicited a soft chuckle from Lin Chen. After exchanging a few casual messages, he set his phone aside. That evening, Lin Chen made his way directly to the academic building. Song Qingwan had specifically reminded him the day before that there would be a class meeting, primarily aimed at electing class officers. Although Lin Chen held little interest in such matters, he felt it necessary to attend, as it was the first class meeting of the school year. Upon ascending the stairs, guided by the electronic map Song Qingwan had sent him, Lin Chen swiftly located his classroom. One could not help but notice the overwhelming presence of females in the Chinese department, as he scarcely encountered any males on his way there. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Chen realized he had arrived late, with nearly all the seats occupied. He casually chose an available spot. As he settled in, a faint scent of jasmine wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet fragrance of youthful femininity, quite pleasant indeed. At that very moment, the girl seated beside him seemed to stiffen, subtly shifting away. Lin Chen noticed her slight movement and greeted her. Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Chen. What is yours? She glanced at him, then hurriedly averted her gaze. Suemo. The girl was rather lovely, possessing a doll-like face and delicate features, with long eyelashes fluttering beneath her bangs. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it Jasmine, as in Mo? She nodded silently, her ears blushing a delicate pink. Lin Chen was taken aback, surprised to encounter such shyness in a girl these days. A rarity indeed. Many contemporary girls would eagerly reciprocate with even more risque tales if one were to share an inappropriate joke with them. Curiosity seemed to get the better of Suemo as she covertly stole a glance at Lin Chen. How did you guess? Lin Chen casually replied. It's the jasmine scent you carry. Suemo paused momentarily, taken aback. Just then, Lin Chen caught sight of her student ID card resting on the desk. Your student ID is right there. It has your name on it. Suemo hurriedly tucked her student ID away, about to say something when their temporary class supervisor entered the room. At Donghai University, there is a tradition of assigning a temporary class supervisor to each new student class for a month, typically filled by upperclassmen from the same department. The temporary supervisor for Lin Chen's class was a literary senior sporting black-framed glasses. After the supervisor delivered a speech, the meeting proceeded to the election of class officers. Students were invited to speak freely and vote for their peers. Currently, a girl was addressing the class as a candidate for the student council. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that most of his classmates were engrossed in their phones. At that moment, a sound drew his attention. He instinctively looked down and locked eyes with Su Mo, who was bending to pick up a pen. Chapter 9. Encountering the Extraordinary Eye. I picked up a pen. Su Mo whispered, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Leaning forward, her collar strained tightly against her frame. Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He glanced down at his feet, and, indeed, there lay a pen. Do you need my assistance? He inquired. At his words, Su Mo immediately shook her head and instinctively replied, no. The moment those two words escaped her lips, she regretted them. Looking at the pen nestled by Lin Chen's feet, she wrestled with her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she bent down, her hand reaching desperately for the pen, her head nearly brushing against Lin Chen's leg. In an unfortunate miscalculation, she bumped into him. Lin Chen merely felt a slight contact against his calf and gazed at Su Mo in puzzlement. At the same time, Su Mo jolted upright as if electrocuted. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I can't reach it. Could you help me, please? She stammered, feeling utterly mortified. She wished she had simply allowed him to retrieve it for her earlier. Lin Chen, bemused, recognized that the pen's position was indeed awkwardly placed. It was no wonder she struggled to retrieve it. Just moments ago, he had offered to help, but she had declined. Now she was asking for his aid again. Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. With that thought, he bent down and picked up the pen for her, holding it in both hands. Su Mo cast a grateful glance at Lin Chen and murmured, thank you. No problem, he replied. Su Mo had anticipated mockery, but to her surprise, Lin Chen said nothing further. The incident lingered in her mind, prompting her to steal glances at Lin Chen's profile, yearning for an opportunity to engage him in conversation, yet uncertain of what to say. Meanwhile, the scene had not escaped the notice of Zhou Kai in the back seat, whose expression darkened progressively. Although Donghai University boasted many beautiful women, Su Mo was undoubtedly among the finest, a standout in their class. Upon first encountering her, Zhou Kai had intended to win her over. However, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of competition during his bid for class monitor. He scrutinized Lin Chen, noting his unremarkable attire, which somewhat alleviated his concerns. Are you Lin Chen? Zhou Kai inquired. Lin Chen turned slightly, recognizing the unfriendly demeanor, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. We share a dormitory. My name is Zhou Kai. Why didn't you return to the dormitory last night? Zhou Kai pressed. His tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of accusation. Perhaps sensing his rudeness, Zhou Kai added, we elected a dorm leader yesterday, and since you chose not to return, don't blame us for not consulting you. Oh, it's fine. I'm residing off campus, Lin Chen replied dismissively, turning away, uninterested in further engagement. Such a person was not worth his time. Zhou Kai felt as if he had struck a wall of cotton, frustration swelling within him. Staying off campus requires approval from the instructor. As the dorm leader, your situation puts me in a difficult position, he continued. Lin Chen's patience waned. He recalled how Song Qingwan had mentioned that many students lived off campus, and that obtaining approval was merely a formality. The instructor would turn a blind eye to those who did not apply. Clearly, Zhou Kai was seeking to create trouble for him. He pondered when he had incurred the displeasure of such a person. Sensing the tension between the two, Zhou Kai's companion spoke up. Oh, it's nothing. Just apply for approval later. I've heard it's quite easy to get. Indeed, it's usually approved without issue. However, the single-minded Zhou Kai failed to notice the support from his peers and continued, if anything happens while you're off campus, I can't take responsibility for that. At that moment, Su Mo turned to glance at him. Zhou Kai's expression brightened. Su Mo, don't you agree? Su Mo furrowed her brow slightly, questioning what this had to do with her. I don't know, she replied curtly, then turned her attention back to her work, though her focus remained on Lin Chen. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, prompting Lin Chen to instinctively look up. Chapter 10. Campus Bell, Senior Sister. Join our club. The person who entered was none other than Song Qingwan, accompanied by several senior students. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up, utterly captivated. His gaze fixated upon Song Qingwan. The classroom erupted in excitement. Was this the renowned campus belle of Donghai University, Song Qingwan? She was undeniably more stunning in person than in photographs or videos. No wonder some had claimed she was not photogenic. Now it was evident. The pictures were lovely. Yet her beauty surpassed them all. Song Qingwan seemed to be crafted by the hands of Enhua, while the rest of us were mere clumps of clay. A heart-wrenching realization. Zhou Kai sighed, aware of his own limitations. He knew that a goddess like Song Qingwan would have no shortage of admirers. He was insignificant in comparison. Thus, he reluctantly shifted his focus towards Su Mo. At present, the club recruitment was underway, with Song Qingwan, the president of the National Studies Club, eloquently speaking on stage. The club aimed to promote the essence of traditional Chinese culture, moral values, profound philosophical thoughts, and enrich campus life, providing every student at Donghai University with a platform to understand, exchange, and inherit the culture of national studies. As for what she was saying, few in the classroom absorbed her words. Nearly everyone's attention was riveted upon her. After all, beauty is a sight to behold. Following her promotion of the National Studies Club, several members hurried down to note the names of freshmen interested in joining. Song Chi-won then descended with a form in hand. Zhou Kai, startled, immediately straightened his posture. As he beheld Song Chi-won smile at him while approaching, his heart raced with excitement. What if senior sister Song took a liking to him? Nevertheless, if faced with a choice between Song Chi-won and Su Mo, he would undoubtedly choose Song Chi-won. Just as he was lost in thought, Song Chi-won halted before Lin Chen. Junior, would you be interested in joining our National Studies Club? At this moment, many eyes turned toward Lin Chen, while Zhou Kai's expression froze in disbelief. Lin Chen looked up at Song Chi-won, who was smiling at him. With so many eager to join, I suppose I wouldn't be a loss. He replied with a grin. In truth, he had little desire to participate in any club, as he preferred a leisurely university life. Song Chi-won chuckled softly. It would be even better if you could join. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What are the benefits of joining the National Studies Club? Song Chi-won took a seat in the empty spot before him and explained, by joining the National Studies Club, you can earn credits, which are crucial for the final comprehensive assessment. We also host various activities, and awards come with certificates from the university, which can enhance your resume for future job prospects. That does make some sense, Lin Chen nodded. While he was not particularly interested in credits since Song Chi-won had spoken, he saw no harm in joining a club. With that, he picked up Song Chi-won's pen and filled in his information on the form. The crowd erupted in envy and jealousy. All had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Why was he so exceptional to warrant Song Chi-won personally inviting him to join the club? Meanwhile, Zhou Kai's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, clearly perceiving Lin Chen as his greatest rival. Contemplating, he seized the opportunity to speak with Song Chi-won. Senior sister Song, I would also like to join the National Studies Club. Chapter 11. Another senior, however, Song Chi-won merely cast a glance at him before turning her attention back to her club members. Xiao Qing, please bring a form over for this junior. With that remark, she resumed her conversation with Lin Chen. A plump senior, nearly 200 pounds, bounced over and handed a form to Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was seething with frustration. Nevertheless, he picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. I'm heading to the restroom, he announced, rising to leave. He needed some fresh air. Staying any longer might drive him to the brink of exasperation. The two boys beside him promptly made way for his exit. After exchanging a few words, Song Chi-won led her club members away, as they still had to recruit in the next classroom. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai returned to his seat after having smoked several cigarettes in the restroom. Zhang He, who was browsing the campus forum, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, someone actually flew a helicopter to report for school, and it's someone from our College of Arts. I wonder which big shot it is." Being freshers, they were blissfully unaware that the one arriving by helicopter was none other than Lin Chen. Sitting right in front of them, Zhou Kai sighed and remarked, I've heard about this. A helicopter must cost at least several million. Not to mention the fuel and flight permissions. This is a lifestyle reserved for the wealthy. I've heard this big shot has a private helipad in Donghai City, with even the helipad staff being retired pilots. Such a person is beyond our reach. Lin Chen, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation and couldn't help but smile wryly. He wondered what expression Zhou Kai would wear if he ever discovered that he was the very big shot arriving by helicopter. The thought alone was amusing. Before long, the second wave of club members arrived at the door. Shin Mingqi quickly took out her makeup mirror to check her appearance, applying a touch of lipstick to perfect her carefully crafted lip look. Satisfied with her reflection, she closed the mirror with a content smile. A girl beside her chuckled, Mingqi, you've been so attentive to those previous classes. Is there a junior you have your eye on? A smirk played on Shun Mingqi's lips as she cast her companion a proud glance. You don't understand? Opportunities always favor the prepared. She straightened her back, proudly showcasing her alluring figure, her chin slightly raised, embodying the demeanor of a confident queen. Her gaze swept across the new students in search of a particular figure. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, her eyes sparkled. The junior who flew in by helicopter. Today, she had deliberately chosen a form-fitting white shirt that accentuated her exquisite silhouette, paired with a stylish, irregular hem skirt and delicate high heels. Unlike Song Chi-won's slender frame, she belonged to the curvaceous type, the epitome of what most boys considered an ideal figure. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on her, a singular thought crossed his mind. Those buttons must be under immense strain. Without hesitation, Shun Mingqi strode towards Lin Chen. "Hello, Junior Lin Chen, do you remember me?" She greeted with a gentle smile. This scene filled the boys present with envy. First, it was the alluring Song Qi-wan, and now the captivating senior. They couldn't fathom what qualities they lacked compared to this fellow. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "And you are?" Chapter 12. The Rolls-Royce Phantom. He found this alluring senior somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Shun Mingqi's expression momentarily stiffened, but she soon regained her composure. "I am Shun Mingqi, Qingla's roommate. I was right beside her on orientation day," she patiently explained. Oh, he still could not remember. At that time, his attention seemed solely focused on Song Qingla, completely oblivious to Shun Mingqi's presence. "Hello, senior." Although he did not remember who she was, Lin Chen greeted her out of politeness. Shun Mingqi's face lit up with joy. "Have you remembered?" Lin Chen awkwardly nodded. At that moment, Shun Mingqi placed a form in front of Lin Chen, leaning on his desk as she offered a tempting invitation. "Junior, would you like to join our literary society?" She winked playfully at him. Lin Chen quickly shifted back slightly. He felt a bit dizzy and feared he might be malnourished. "Senior, I just joined a club. If I take on another, I worry I might become overwhelmed." Unperturbed by Lin Chen's rejection, Shun Mingqi casually took a seat in the spot previously occupied by Song Qingla. "What club did you join? Can it possibly compare to our literary society? We are the largest society in the College of Arts, and we have plenty of beautiful members." With a hand propping up her chin, she adopted an adorably bewildered expression. "The Classical Studies Society." Upon hearing this, Shun Mingqi's expression changed slightly, inwardly cursing Song Qingla for being a White Lotus green tea BTCH. While publicly proclaiming to avoid relationships throughout university, she was secretly pursuing her prey. Mulling it over, Shun Mingqi leaned closer, whispering so only they could hear. "Aren't you afraid of complications? How about this? You join our society in name only, without any obligations to participate. What do you say?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Is senior using her authority to create a backdoor for me?" Shun Mingqi leaned back, resting her chin on her hands. "If you wish to interpret it that way, I suppose it can be seen as such." At that moment, the system, which had been silent for days, made its appearance. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Join Shun Mingqi's Literary Society. Reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom." Wow, a Rolls-Royce. This task seemed far simpler than reporting in while piloting a helicopter. After all, merely joining a society could grant him a Rolls-Royce Phantom. What's not to like? Moreover, Shun Mingqi had mentioned it was just a nominal membership. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring a Rolls-Royce Phantom made him willing to juggle his responsibilities. What is a Rolls-Royce Phantom? It is the epitome of a man's romantic aspirations. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, Shun Mingqi inquired, "Junior, have you made your decision?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Chen smiled gently. "I've made my decision. I will join." Upon hearing this, Shun Mingqi's face brightened, and she promptly handed him a pen. Almost as soon as Lin Chen completed the form, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a reward. Note, the car is parked at the base of the College of Arts building, and the keys are in your pocket." Lin Chen reached into his pocket and indeed found a set of keys. Observing Lin Chen's slightly perplexed action, Shun Mingqi queried, "Junior, what's wrong?" Lin Chen smiled, "Nothing. Senior, you truly are my lucky star." Shun Mingqi momentarily froze. Had Lin Chen just flirted with her? Recovering quickly, her cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, "I didn't realize you were so skilled at charming girls." Chapter 13. A sense of superiority. Though she was uncertain how she had become Lin Chen's fortunate star, Lin Chen merely smiled without uttering a word. At that moment, Shun Mingqi's promotional event for her club concluded. Before departing, she added Lin Chen on WeChat. Shortly thereafter, several other club promotions arrived. But Lin Chen found himself unable to pay attention. He was eager to fully experience his Rolls-Royce Phantom. After enduring the class, students surged out, and Lin Chen, disliking the congestion, chose to wait until the crowd thinned before descending. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted a throng of people surrounding a car, which happened to be his own Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Wow, incredible. Is that the Rolls-Royce Phantom? My dream car. It's absolutely stunning. If I could just take this luxury vehicle for a spin, I would willingly sacrifice 3 years off my life. Everyone, please keep your distance. If I accidentally scratch it, that would mean losing hundreds of thousands." Zoukai stood nearby, gazing in admiration at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This was a true luxury vehicle. His roommate, Zhang He, inquired, "Kai, this car looks exceedingly expensive. How much does it cost?" After casting a glance at him, Zoukai replied, "The price of this car exceeds 6 million, and that's merely the base price. With optional features, it could easily add several 100,000 more. If it's the top configuration, the increase would be even more significant. Zhang He gasped in astonishment. That's terrifying. I've truly gained insight today. At that moment, Zhou Kai noticed Lin Chen standing nearby with his arms crossed, and he chuckled. So, do you fancy this car as well? Lin Chen glanced at him, but remained silent. Zhou Kai scoffed and stepped closer. Even if you like it. It has no relevance to our lives. Although I cannot afford a Rolls-Royce, I do own a BMW 5 Series. While it pales in comparison, it's still quite respectable. Lin Chen frowned slightly, regarding him as if he were a fool, who gave him the audacity to flaunt his superiority in front of him. Zhou Kai felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Chen's gaze and, feeling irked, retorted, "What's with that look? Are you looking down on me?" The rest of his sentence was swallowed back, for Lin Chen had already produced the car key and was striding toward the Rolls-Royce, opening the door and settling inside. Zhou Kai's mouth fell open in disbelief, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. What had he just witnessed? Lin Chen had entered the Rolls-Royce Phantom? This meant that the luxury vehicle belonged to him. Goodness, so this luxury car is owned by this young man? Wait, why does he seem familiar? Isn't he the one who arrived by helicopter? No wonder, he has a helicopter. It's no surprise he possesses a supercar. Oh, I wonder if this young man has a girlfriend. If not, would he mind having one? If he does, would he consider having another? I promise I'm well behaved. Not competitive at all. By the time Zhou Kai regained his composure, Lin Chen had already driven away in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Kai felt as if all strength had been drained from him, his complexion resembling someone who had just swallowed a fly. He had just caught a pivotal piece of information. Lin Chen was indeed the new student who arrived by helicopter. Now, he comprehended why the two senior girls had been so attentive to Lin Chen and realized where he had fallen short in comparison. The man had financial prowess. Zhou Kai's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, and ultimately, he fled in disgrace. Chapter 14. The movie ticket is truly white-seated in the luxurious Rolls-Royce. Lin Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. The naturally aspirated 60-degree V12 engine, paired with ZF's 6-speed automatic transmission, could accelerate from a standstill to 100 kilometers per hour in merely 5.9 seconds, with the top speed reaching 240 kilometers per hour. One word, exhilarating. Two words, exceedingly exhilarating. The surrounding vehicles kept their distance, for even a slight brush could lead to financial ruin. While waiting at a red light, Lin Chen rolled down the window, and an immediate whistle pierced the air. He instinctively turned his head to see a strikingly attractive influencer with large eyes and a sharp chin. She reminded him of the snake Spirit from a childhood cartoon. She shot him a flirtatious glance and said, "Handsome, shall we be friends?" Lin Chen averted his gaze and silently rolled up the window. As the light turned green, he pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the Rolls-Royce V12 engine erupted, propelling the Phantom away, leaving the influencer in astonished silence. Upon returning to the Water's Edge residence, it was already 10 at night. Just as he reached the entrance, a security guard stopped him. Upon recognizing Lin Chen, the guard promptly granted him passage and respectfully suggested, "Mr. Lin, may I take a photo of your vehicle for registration? This way, you won't need to check in each time you enter or exit. It will be much more convenient." Lin Chen nodded. That would be most helpful. After the photograph was taken, he drove directly to the Cloud Water Pavilion. As soon as he entered, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification, a friend request from Zhou Kai. Initially inclined to ignore it, Lin Chen reconsidered and accepted the request. Almost immediately, a flurry of messages arrived. Zhou Kai, Lin Chen, I apologize, I was blind today. Zhou Kai, we're classmates. Can you forgive me just this once? Zhou Kai, I promise I won't behave like this again. Lin Chen frowned and set his messages to Do Not Disturb. Just as he prepared to freshen up, another message arrived from Shin Mingqi. Shin Mingqi, Junior, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Shin Mingqi, so cute. JPG Shin Mingqi, adorable. JPG after contemplating, Lin Chen ultimately declined. Shin Mingqi, oh what a pity. I just happened to have 2 movie tickets. After dinner, we could watch a film together. She followed up with an image showcasing 2 tickets for a currently popular movie, accompanied by a pair of legs clad in fishnet stockings. Lin Chen, these movie tickets are quite striking. On the other end, Shin Mingqi smiled at his response, recognizing it as her secret weapon to win over men. Without hesitation, she quickly typed a message. Shin Mingqi, so, Junior, would you like to join me for the movie? Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. His silence made Shin Mingqi feel somewhat awkward, prompting her to add, I merely wish to find someone to accompany me. It feels rather lonely to watch a film alone. Lin Chen replied, perhaps not. I fear I might suffer from malnutrition. Instantly, Shin Mingqi felt a pang of disappointment. All right then. What a pity. Holding her phone, Shin Mingqi rested her chin on one hand, feeling a familiar sense of melancholy. For reasons unknown, She sensed Lin Chen's attitude was elusive. The more he behaved this way, the more her heart yearned for him. No, she must secure Lin Chen's affection. Nothing, not even fate itself, could deter her. Shen Mingqi resolutely resolved within herself. Chapter 15. Public apology. The following day marked the military training mobilization conference. Lin Chen, having overslept, sped out in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, thus avoiding tardiness. Upon arriving at the grand conference room, he discovered that it was nearly filled to capacity. At that moment, Shen Mingqi suddenly rose from the crowd and waved at him. Lin Chen, over here. I saved you a seat. Lin Chen scanned the room and found that the only vacant spot was beside Shen Mingqi. So he made his way over and took a seat. Thank you. Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Why are you being so polite with me today? She wore a fitted white knit shirt paired with shorts, perfectly showcasing her figure, attracting the attention of several male classmates. Lin Chen couldn't help but remark, Senior sister, your charm is truly remarkable. So many boys are captivated by you. Shen Mingqi playfully retorted, is that so? I notice your attention does not seem to be on me either. Lin Chen chose not to directly answer her, but instead inquired, Senior sister, isn't it uncomfortable? Slightly taken aback, Shen Mingqi immediately grasped his implication and wore a frown. It is. With our figure, it's a dilemma. Loose clothing makes one look plump, while fitted attire. She left her sentence unfinished, casting Lin Chen a knowing glance. With a sigh, she continued, I don't wish to appear overweight, so I have no choice but to dress this way. All right. Lin Chen replied briefly before redirecting his gaze to the instructor at the podium. Observing his profile, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Shen Mingqi's eyes. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of continuing the conversation, she sought to change the subject. Honestly, this mobilization conference is rather meaningless. It doesn't matter if you attend or not. It's merely to distribute the military training uniforms, which I can collect for you. Lin Chen promptly replied, since I am already here, I will not trouble you, senior sister. He found her enthusiasm somewhat disconcerting. They had only met 3 times. Yet she had already offered to treat him to meals and movies, as well as reserve a seat for him. Realizing the need to temper her eagerness, Shen Mingqi decided to remain silent, focusing intently on the instructor's speech. Meanwhile, in a nearby seat, Zhou Kai had fixated his attention on Lin Chen the moment he entered. Dark circles under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. After sending an apology message to Lin Chen the previous day, he had received no response, which left him restless throughout the night, his heart in turmoil. Coming from a modest background, his BMW 5 Series was still under loan. Offending someone like Lin Chen, a hidden powerhouse, could spell social disaster for him at Donghai University if not handled delicately. The thought terrified him, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. His university life had only just begun. He could not afford to face social extinction. Next to him, Zhang He inquired, Kai Ge, what's wrong? You look dreadful. Are you unwell? Zhou Kai did not respond, instead stealing a glance at Lin Chen. With a moment's contemplation during the break, he rose and approached Lin Chen directly. Upon reaching Lin Chen, Zhou Kai bowed deeply. Lin Chen, I sincerely apologize for my rashness and rudeness yesterday. Chapter 16. The military training begins. The sudden bow from Zhou Kai startled Lin Chen, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The classmates present turned to observe this unusual scene. Perhaps thinking Lin Chen had not comprehended, Zhou Kai repeated his gesture with an impeccably executed 90-degree bow. The classmates were utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why was the class leader, Zhou Kai, apologizing to him? Who could elucidate the situation for us? Returning to his senses, Lin Chen reassured, you're overthinking it. I didn't take it to heart. However, Zhou Kai, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. If you truly didn't care, then why not respond to my messages? Though he harbored these thoughts, he dared not express them outwardly. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Kai returned to his seat, exhaling a breath of relief. Lin Chen, still baffled, turned to see Shen Mingqi's inquisitive gaze and helplessly shrugged. He genuinely had not given it much thought, nor had he anticipated Zhou Kai would publicly apologize. Soon, the military training mobilization meeting concluded, and after receiving their training uniforms, the students gradually exited the large classroom. Shen Mingqi had to leave early due to other commitments. Lin Chen, holding his military training attire, prepared to depart. Downstairs, Song Qingwan gazed at the magnificent Rolls-Royce Phantom, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. This was her favorite car, without a doubt. Oh, the school actually has someone driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Why hadn't I noticed before? Could it be a freshman? Just as she pondered this, Lin Chen emerged. She was about to greet him when she saw Lin Chen step into the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom and drive away with an air of nonchalance. Startled, Song Qingwan dropped the documents she was holding. That Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to Lin Chen? Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, this little interlude had transpired. He returned directly to his residence, Yinshui Villa. Upon arriving, he received a message from Song Qingwan. Junior, you're starting military training tomorrow. Here are some friendly tips. Prepare at least one pair of softer, thicker insoles, and sunscreen is absolutely essential. If not, you'll have to pray that the instructor allows you to tan evenly. Reading the last sentence, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What does tanning evenly even mean? Being a straightforward man, Lin Chen naturally was unaware of the wonders of sunscreen. However, it was getting late now, and it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to purchase some. The next day, as it was the first day of military training, everyone rose early. The campus was nearly filled with students clad in camouflage. Unfortunately for their instructor, he drew a training ground devoid of shade. Though September marked the onset of autumn, the weather remained oppressively hot. The playground where Lin Chen and his peers were stationed felt like a vast steamer, with the students akin to dumplings steaming within. By the end of the first day, Lin Chen gazed at his arms, distinctly divided in color, feeling utterly exasperated. The military training spanned half a month. He now understood the implication of Song Qingwan's words. Without sunscreen, one could only hope the instructor would allow them to tan uniformly. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and found Song Qingwan's contact, tapping on it. Senior, may I ask which brand of sunscreen is effective? Upon receiving his message, Song Qingwan couldn't resist smiling. I bought quite a few small golden bottles of sunscreen during the last event, and I still have several unopened. I'll bring one for you tomorrow. That seems too generous, Lin Chen replied. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just a bottle of sunscreen. All right then. I'll treat you to a meal after military training. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Chen set his phone aside and headed for a shower. The following day, everyone lined up. The instructor, with a stern expression, announced, yesterday, our class leader saw a post on your school's online forum where a freshman complained about the lack of rigor in our military training, claiming it did not challenge him adequately. Therefore, we have decided to increase the difficulty. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of discontent arose from the crowd. This was not the voice of a freshman. It was clearly a prank by senior students, and only the instructor would take it seriously. Yet, it was the newcomers who would bear the brunt of this decision. Seeing the disgruntled expressions of the newcomers, the instructor became displeased. Look at you all. How can you be so frail, unable to withstand even a single punch from me? Increasing the training is also meant to strengthen your bodies. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a jolt, for he had just received a new task from the system. Chapter 17, A Contest with the Instructor, Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering the storyline task. Challenge the instructor. Reward, top-tier combat skills, lifetime validity. Lin Chen gazed at the instructor's robust physique, clenched his teeth, and raised his hand. Instructor, I must disagree with your assertion. Swish. All eyes turned to Lin Chen, met with expressions of surprise, confusion, and schadenfreude. The instructor frowned. Step forward. At his command, Lin Chen stepped out of the ranks, resolutely meeting the instructor's gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to falter in spirit. Do you have any objections? The instructor inquired. Lin Chen replied in a deliberate manner. Earlier, you mentioned that we are frail and could not withstand even a single punch from you. I contest that statement. Therefore, I wish to challenge you to a duel. The instructor was taken aback, and the other students gasped in astonishment. What had they just heard? Lin Chen intended to spar with the instructor? Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? Yet, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, for at the moment he uttered those words, the system announced, congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring top-tier combat skills. Would you like to activate them now? With a subtle thought, Lin Chen responded, activate. Boom. A torrent of combat knowledge surged into Lin Chen's mind, as though he were a seasoned fighter with years of experience. Simultaneously, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through his body, as if he were on the verge of an explosive release. Observing Lin Chen's slender arms and legs, the instructor chuckled. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? I fear I might knock you down with a single blow. Lin Chen stood his ground, loosening his joints. Why don't you try knocking me down first? The instructor, now amused, charged at Lin Chen. With a deft sidestep, Lin Chen executed a shoulder throw, sending the instructor crashing to the ground. The crowd was left in stunned silence. What had they just witnessed? Lin Chen had thrown the instructor to the ground. This was utterly astounding. The instructor lay on the ground, momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. Well done, young man. You've got some skills. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged at Lin Chen once more. However, this time, he approached with caution. Just as he closed in, Lin Chen executed a sweeping leg kick, sending the instructor tumbling once again. Cheers erupted from the surrounding students. Wow, Lin Chen is incredible. I'm in awe. How manly. Such a sense of security. Goodness, Lin Chen is phenomenal. The instructor rose to his feet, conceding defeat. You have my respect. I cannot best you. I admit defeat. Having uttered those words, Lin Chen intended to rejoin his formation, but the instructor called out to him. Wait a moment. Lin Chen turned back, puzzled. What is it? The instructor continued. I see potential in you. Would you like to serve as my teaching assistant? Assistant? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yes, as an assistant. You would help train the others, allowing you to avoid rigorous training yourself, enjoy some shade, and most importantly, earn additional credits. The instructor explained slowly. Lin Chen nodded. That sounds good. The other students were filled with envy and jealousy. Why? Among the 9 years of compulsory education, was Lin Chen the one training while they merely received training? They wished to lounge in the shade as well. The instructor surveyed the group. Are you envious? If you can defeat me, you too may enjoy such privileges. The crowd fell silent. Defeat the instructor? What a ludicrous proposition. From then on, Lin Chen's responsibilities became considerably lighter. He merely needed to lead the chants and oversee their training. How delightful. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed a familiar figure in the distance, waving at him. He informed the instructor and stepped away from the ranks to approach. Chapter 18. Su Mo fell. What's wrong, senior? Lin Chen inquired. Today, Song Qingwan donned a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair intricately braided to one side. With even her bangs artfully curled, she seemed to have hurried over, as her bangs were slightly damp and her cheeks bore a rosy hue. Song Qingwan retrieved a small bottle from her crossbody bag and handed it to Lin Chen. Here, you forgot this. Sunscreen. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had forgotten about it. He had been enjoying himself so much that he merely shouted slogans, hardly exposing himself to the sun. Although he might not have needed the sunscreen, the fact that Song Qingwan had brought it to him made it impossible for him to refuse. Gratefully accepting the sunscreen, Lin Chen remarked, Thank you, senior. Following this, Song Qingwan rummaged through her bag once more. Wait, I have something else for you, she exclaimed, pressing another small bottle into his hand. This is post-sun repair essence. It also has whitening properties. When you return, apply it to the tanned areas, and you should see some improvement. You are truly considerate, senior. Lin Chen praised sincerely as he admired the assortment of bottles in his hand. Song Qingwan beamed, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. I have plenty more. Then, she inquired, Lin Chen, why didn't I see you training with them just now? Lin Chen glanced back at the group and replied, I am now an assistant instructor, specifically training them. Huh. Song Qingwan appeared bewildered. Did I hear you correctly? You are training them? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. This left Song Qingwan utterly astonished. How is it that you can train them? Aren't you a freshman too? Shouldn't you be training alongside them? Her adorably confused expression elicited laughter from Lin Chen, igniting a playful spirit within him. I don't know. Perhaps the instructor finds me handsome, he teased. Song Qingwan paused, momentarily taken aback. You're quite the smooth talker, she retorted, shoving a cup of iced lemon pomelo tea into his hands. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving, she huffed, turning to walk away. Only to glance back. Don't forget to treat me to a meal after military training. Lin Chen waved goodbye with a smile. Upon returning, he discovered everyone resting in a circle, while a few girls from the class danced energetically in the center. Many boys watched intently, occasionally discussing which girl had a better figure or was more attractive. Lin Chen found an empty spot to sit and sipped his honey pomelo tea. Bro, you've really done it. I can't believe you've caught the attention of the campus beauty song, teased a boy named Zhang Cheng, looking at Lin Chen with a smirk. Taking a sip of his lemon pomelo tea, Lin Chen grinned. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Zhang Cheng, with a knowing look, replied, Oh, come on. Don't play coy, we all saw it. That milk tea in your hand is from Song. Isn't it? Just as Lin Chen opened his mouth to respond, the instructor began to speak, announcing a game that involved passing a handkerchief. Lin Chen found the activity rather dull, and after a few rounds, he began to yawn in fatigue. This time, the chosen participant was Su Mo. According to the game rules, she had to discreetly drop the handkerchief behind someone before the song ended. Her gaze quickly settled on Lin Chen, and an idea sparked in her mind. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation, thinking her actions were foolish, as her eyes betrayed her intentions. As expected, she tossed the handkerchief behind Lin Chen. Reacting swiftly, he stood up and pursued the object. Su Mo panicked, twisting her ankle and tumbling to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. Chapter 19. It is time to treat my senior to a meal. Lin Chen instinctively rushed forward to support her. Are you all right? He inquired. Su Mo shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her lips pale from the pain. I twisted my ankle, Su Mo murmured softly. Lin Chen promptly knelt down to examine her injury. Discovering a significant swelling around her ankle, he immediately reported to the instructor and took her to the infirmary. On the way, Suemo gazed up at Lin Chen's determined jawline, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to calm itself. After leaving the infirmary, Lin Chen escorted her to the base of the dormitory building. Can you manage to go up by yourself? He asked. Suemo nodded. I can. After a brief pause, she added, Thank you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. It's rather ironic. If I hadn't been chasing after you, you wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this, Suemo grew flustered, quickly retorting, It's not your fault. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why such a strong reaction? Coming to her senses, Suemo realized she had overreacted and hastily clarified, It's not your fault. I was just careless, oh dear. I should head back. With that, she limped away into the dormitory. Having finally reached the second floor, she leaned against the window to look down, only to find Lin Chen's figure had vanished. A wave of subtle disappointment washing over her. The 10 days of military training passed swiftly. Among the boys in the class, only Lin Chen remained unscathed by the sun, while the others had tanned several shades darker. While exercising on the treadmill in the Villa's gym, Lin Chen suddenly halted. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline task. Please treat Song Qingwan to a meal. Reward, 30 shares in Jiaqing Company. Seated on the bench, Lin Chen nearly forgot that he owed Song Qingwan a meal. After all, it was her sunscreen that spared him from becoming a mere piece of coal. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Qingwan. Lin Chen, Senior, when are you free? I still owe you a meal. Song Qingwan replied almost instantaneously. How about tomorrow at noon? Lin Chen, sounds good. I have no classes tomorrow. The next day, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked beneath the girls' dormitory. Passers-by were left in awe. What an incredible car. It looks incredibly expensive. Indeed, it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth nearly 10 million. Wow. Which wealthy young master is waiting for his girlfriend? Seated in the driver's seat, Lin Chen sent a voice message to Song Qingwan, inquiring when she would come down. Just as the message was sent, he spotted her descending the stairs. Today, Song Qingwan appeared to have dressed up deliberately. Donning an off-the-shoulder white dress, her hair styled into a bun, with 2 strands of wispy bangs framing her face, making it appear even smaller. As soon as she reached the bottom, Song Qingwan noticed the eye-catching Rolls-Royce Phantom and walked directly towards it. Onlookers were left astonished. What is going on? Is this car waiting for the campus beauty? I thought she wasn't dating anyone. Has she been swept off her feet by a rich heir driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Indeed, all her claims of being single seemed to be false. Lin Chen casually exited the vehicle to open the door for her. Song Qingwan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately complied and settled into the passenger seat. This was her favorite car, and she longed to experience its driving sensation. Noticing her occasional glances towards the driver's seat, Lin Chen inquired, Senior, would you like to take it for a spin? Song Qingwan's eyes lit up. Is that allowed? Lin Chen nodded, stepping out to switch places with her. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Song Qingwan was ecstatic as she pressed the accelerator. The roar of the V12 engine erupted, her face flushed with excitement. Lin Chen reclined lazily against the seat, teasingly remarked, I didn't expect my senior to be such an experienced driver. Chapter 20. The company crisis resolved, of course. Song Qingwan cast a haughty glance at him before turning her head, diligently driving and relishing the exhilarating experience of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. They arrived at a Western restaurant. The striking Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance drew the attention of all passers-by, each curious to glimpse the individual behind such a luxurious vehicle. As Song Qingwan, whose beauty was nearly flawless, emerged from the driver's seat, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Many men present contemplated approaching her, only to freeze in place upon seeing Lin Chen alight from the passenger seat. Their expressions became utterly indescribable. So she already has a pretty boy by her side. They gazed at Lin Chen with envy, wishing to take his place. After their meal, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You are rewarded with 30% shares of Jiaqing Company. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had heard of Jiaqing Company, one of the leading enterprises in Donghai City. This meant he was now a major shareholder in Jiaqing Company. A true winner in life, indeed. Song Qingwan, puzzled, glanced at Lin Chen and asked, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so happy? Lin Chen looked at her with gratitude. Senior, you are truly my lucky star. Song Qingwan. She naturally did not notice the significance of that phrase. In the office of the chairman of Jiaqing Company, Jiang Li sat in her office chair, massaging her slightly aching temples. Recently, Jiaqing Company had encountered issues with its financial chain, leaving her sleepless for several days and appearing somewhat haggard. She had initially found a company willing to invest, but their CEO was overly greedy. If she agreed to their terms, even if Jiaqing could weather the crisis, it would suffer severe repercussions. Moreover, they wanted not only shares in Jiaqing but also her. This was something Jiang Li could not tolerate. Chairman, Chairman. A frantic voice came from the doorway. It was her secretary, Zhang Yuanyuan. Jiang Li frowned slightly. What is it? Why the rush? Our company's financial chain issue has been resolved. What? Jiang Li stood up in shock. Please repeat that. Zhang Yuanyuan, clearly excited, replied, just now. A gentleman named Lin Chen injected 500 million in cash flow, resolving our company's financial crisis. Jiang Li's furrowed brows finally relaxed, her entire demeanor shifting from tense to relieved. Regaining her composure, she looked at Zhang Yuanyuan and asked, what did you say that gentleman's name was? Zhang Yuanyuan quickly responded, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Jiang Li was taken aback. Could it be her neighbor? The thought crossed her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Jiang Li chuckled helplessly. How could it be him? He was still so young. Even if he were wealthy, acquiring Yan Shuijian would require several billion, let alone 500 million in funds. It must be a case of a name coincidence. Zhang Yuanyuan inquired, Chairman, should I contact Mr. Lin to arrange the handover? Jiang Li nodded, her lips slightly parted. Yes. Please do. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just dropped Song Qingwan off at her school dormitory when he received a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? A polite, respectful voice greeted him. Yes, who is this? The voice on the other end continued. I am Sun Feifei from the legal department of Jiaqing Group. May I inquire if you have some time recently? Your relevant documentation is ready, and we would like to schedule a time for you to come to our company for the handover. If you are unable to come, we can also visit you. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The system had just bestowed him with the shares, and he hadn't expected such swift action from Jiaqing. Checking the time, for PM, he realized he had nothing pressing to attend to that afternoon and replied, I am available now. Please send me the location. Sun Feifei paused momentarily. All right. We will prepare immediately and look forward to your arrival. Simultaneously, the entire Jiaqing company was abuzz with excitement. Secretary Zhang had just issued an order that a distinguished guest was coming to the company, and there was curiosity about which client warranted such formality. This was unusual. Even during the reception of foreign clients, there had been no such grandeur. Recently, there had been rumors of the company facing financial difficulties. Could this esteemed guest be connected to resolving that crisis? In the chairman's office, Jiang Li hastily tidied her appearance, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's arrival. She couldn't help but begin to doubt whether the person who had resolved their financial chain issue was indeed Lin Chen. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the contact name displayed, a flicker of distaste crossed Jiang Li's beautiful eyes, yet she pressed the answer button. President Jiang, have you made your decision? 100 million in funds for 30% of the shares. If you are ready, please come to the hotel tonight. Chapter 21. Indeed. Lin Chen, before he could finish his words, Jiang Li abruptly interrupted him, saying, Mr. Zhang, that won't be necessary. With that, she hung up the phone decisively. 100 million for a 30% stake? What a farce. That Mr. Lin, on the other hand, had directly invested 500 million. On the other end of the line, Mr. Zhang stared incredulously at his phone, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Li had the audacity to hang up on him? Soon. He would ensure that Jiang Li would come begging for his assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the company's entrance. After the security personnel completed the registration, he stepped inside. Not long after, he heard a scolding voice. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you here for an interview? Lin Chen turned back in confusion to see a middle-aged man in a suit looking at him with an air of authority. When Lin Chen remained silent, the man continued. Hurry up and leave. We're not hiring today. He then directed his gaze toward the nearby security personnel. What are you doing? Don't you know we have esteemed guests arriving today? Why let such riffraff in? At this point, Lin Chen was thoroughly enraged. Just then, a woman's voice cut through. Manager Zhou, what's all the fuss about? Upon seeing her, Manager Zhou immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. Director Sun, these security personnel are clueless and allowed this person to enter. Lin Chen, however, focused his attention on the professionally dressed woman. Director Sun Feifei? Taken aback, Sun Feifei responded, You are Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Manager Zhou's face turned ashen in an instant. It seemed he recalled that the esteemed guest was indeed named Lin Chen. Sun Feifei was equally astonished. She had never imagined that this Mr. Lin would be so young and handsome. Just moments ago, Manager Zhou had nearly chased him away. A wave of panic washed over Sun Feifei. After all, they had yet to finalize their arrangements. If Lin Chen suddenly withdrew, it would spell disaster for the company. With that thought, she glared coldly at Manager Zhou. Do you realize the foolishness of your actions just now? I. Manager Zhou, drenched in cold sweat, could not articulate a coherent response. Sun Feifei's voice turned icy. This Mr. Lin is providing us with a 500 million investment, a savior for our company. Who do you think you are to show him disrespect? Go to finance and settle your wages. You1T be returning tomorrow. I trust the chairman will support my decision. With that, Sun Feifei turned to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for such a significant oversight on our part. Not a problem, Lin Chen replied. Sun Feifei then escorted Lin Chen to the chairman's office on the top floor, leaving manager Zhou standing there in a state of despair, filled with regret. However, no amount of regret could rectify the situation. In the chairman's office, as Lin Chen entered, he was greeted by a familiar figure seated in the office chair. Jiang Li. Lin Chen was taken aback. Jiang Li was the chairman of Jiaqing? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Li lifted her head, her expression one of shock. Lin Chen, is it really you? Sun Feifei, bewildered, looked between Lin Chen and Jiang Li. Chairman, Mr. Lin, do you know each other? Lin Chen smiled. Not just acquainted, we are neighbors. Jiang Li also smiled. When I learned that someone named Lin Chen had injected 500 million into our company, you were the first person I thought of, though I couldn't believe it. I never imagined it would truly be you. Lin Chen settled into the plush sofa, chuckling, what a twist of fate. Jiang Li took a seat across from him, while Zhang Yuanyuan promptly brewed 2 cups of tea, placing them before the pair. By the way, did you come to help because you knew my company was in trouble? Jiang Li asked with a beaming smile. Chapter 22. Truly a fox. Lin Chen cast a glance at her and said, do you believe me when I say it's not what you think? Jiang Li chuckled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. I don't believe you. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, realizing that if she chose not to believe him, there was nothing he could do. He was indeed unaware of the circumstances. The 30 shares were merely a reward from the system. However, if she insisted on her beliefs, he would let her be. Then she continued, Mr. Lin, you are young and accomplished, and I admire that. Jiang Li smiled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. For reasons she couldn't fathom, she enjoyed teasing Lin Chen. He cleared his throat awkwardly. You're overpraising me, Miss Jiang. Jiang Li smiled again, choosing not to pursue the previous topic. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, and leisurely remarked, I imported a large shipment of skincare products from abroad, but encountered some issues. The money is tied up, and the goods are stuck in the warehouse, leaving our company in a financial bind. In other words, your 500 million has nearly saved the entire Jiaqing. You are indeed a benefactor to us. Jiang Li placed the teacup on the table, looking earnestly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. After a moment, Jiang Li broke into a playful laugh. Now that I owe you such a significant favor, how should I express my gratitude? Perhaps I should offer myself? Lin Chen, who was sipping tea, nearly choked at the directness of her words. Is it really necessary to be so straightforward? Miss Jiang, I am still just a student. He replied helplessly. Jiang Li truly was a clever fox. He found himself outmatched. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. A student? From Donghai University? Lin Chen nodded. A freshman. What a coincidence. Donghai University is also my alma mater, though I graduated several years ago. Thus, you ought to address me as senior, Jiang Li said with a playful smile. Lin Chen was taken aback. Another senior? Before he could respond, Jiang Li continued, I am quite curious. You just purchased Shuiyun Water Pavilion outright, and now you are investing 500 million. Where do you acquire such wealth? As she spoke, she swept her bangs behind her ear, gazing intently at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen could only think of one thing. She truly was a fox. Her every gesture exuded allure. Realizing the impropriety of her words, Jiang Li quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was out of line just now. We are partners, and your financial matters are not for me to question. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, he understood that Jiang Li had assumed he was upset. It's fine, Lin Chen replied. Due to the earlier interruption, Jiang Li felt a bit flustered, and as she held her teacup, it trembled, spilling tea onto her collar. Jiang Li swiftly removed her blazer, awkwardly dabbing at the wet stain on her white shirt. Lin Chen reached for a tissue nearby and handed it to her. Here, wipe it off. The combination of her shirt and fitted skirt accentuated Jiang Li's graceful figure. What a stunning sight, Lin Chen thought inwardly. Thank you, Jiang Li said, wiping her shirt while feeling increasingly frustrated with herself. How could she have made such a blunder in front of Lin Chen? It was utterly mortifying. As she pondered this, her ears turned slightly red, and even her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Glancing at her disheveled clothing, Jiang Li sighed. I need to change. Lin Chen stood up. Shall I step out for a moment? Jiang Li shook her head. No need. Just wait here for me. My office has a partition. Chapter 23. The equity transfer ceremony. Subsequently, Jiang Li entered the compartment and closed the door behind her. Lin Chen, while sipping tea, began to admire Jiang Li's office. He noticed that she had a distinct taste. The entire office was adorned with a comfortable ambience, and several calligraphic artworks graced the walls. Soon, Jiang Li emerged, donning a crisp white shirt. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she said, "I apologize for the oversight." Lin Chen shook his head. "It's of no consequence. Shall we proceed to the conference room to commence the equity transfer ceremony?" Zhang Li replied, "Very well." As they stepped out, they encountered Secretary Zhang Yuan waiting by the door. "Chairwoman, everything is prepared in the conference room, awaiting you and Mr. Lin," she informed, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Zhang Li's shirt. Unaware of her subtle gesture, Zhang Li merely nodded. "Understood," she responded, leading Lin Chen towards the conference room. Zhang Yuan pondered. Did Zhang Zong not wear this shirt earlier? Moreover, they had been inside for an extended period, accompanied by peculiar sounds. Now, Zhang Zong emerges in a different outfit, her cheeks slightly flushed. Connecting these dots, Zhang Yuan gasped, covering her mouth. How thrilling! Unbeknownst to them, the two were oblivious to Zhang Yuan's thoughts. Upon entering the conference room, everyone rose to their feet, and Lin Chen and Zhang Li took their respective seats at the head of the table. The moment they laid eyes on Lin Chen, astonishment rippled through the crowd. This Mr. Lin, who has invested 500 million, appears remarkably youthful. How is it that at their age, they were likely still in school, while Mr. Lin has already become a major shareholder of a company? Please, everyone be seated, Zhang Li announced. Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at Zhang Li, surprised by her commanding presence, exuding an air of regal authority. However, he noted that when she was playful, she resembled a cunning fox. As Zhang Li turned her head, her gaze met Lin Chen's. "These are the senior executives of our company, Jiaqing," she stated. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Zhang Li continued addressing the audience. "I trust you are all aware that Jiaqing recently faced a crisis with a severed financial chain. Thanks to Mr. Lin's generous investment of 500 million, we have weathered this storm. Mr. Lin Chen is indeed our benefactor." As her words concluded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Lin Chen observed that during her speech, everyone listened intently, none distracted. It was apparent they held a profound respect for their esteemed president. Following this, Lin Chen stood and offered a few polite remarks before transitioning to the next segment, the equity transfer ceremony. Sun Feifei entered, carrying a tray laden with several documents and 2 signature pens. Zhang Li was the first to inscribe her name, her handwriting elegant yet powerful. Lin Chen's pen danced across the page with vigor, displaying an impressive flourish. Observing Lin Chen's signature on the large display screen, Zhang Li found herself regarding him with newfound admiration. Why did she feel that Lin Chen was becoming increasingly intriguing? Once the transfer ceremony concluded, Lin Chen departed amidst a throng of executives. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Li suddenly suggested, "Shall we dine together? You have assisted me immensely. It is my treat." "Very well," Lin Chen replied without hesitation. Donghai Mingzhu Grand Hotel. As they approached the entrance, a voice rang out, "Zhang Li?" Chapter 24. An investment of 500 million. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Li's body stiffened slightly. She turned around to coldly regard the newcomer. "Mr. Zhang," she acknowledged. Lin Chen glanced over as well, noting that the individual was a portly, balding middle-aged man with slanted, beady eyes that seemed to stick to Zhang Li. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he first appraised him from head to toe, then smirked disdainfully. "You've come to a meeting and brought along a pretty boy?" "Meeting?" Lin Chen was puzzled. Zhang Li's brow furrowed in concern. Previously, she had approached Mr. Zhang to seek funding for Jiaqing, only to have him press down on the price and make unwelcome advances towards her. Had she known this was the designated location, she would never have brought Lin Chen along. "I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Zhang. I'm here to treat you." "Treat? Mr. Zhang's gaze shifted to Lin Chen. "You can't be referring to this brat, can you?" Zhang Li's expression darkened. "This is my guest. I would appreciate it if Mr. Zhang could speak with a bit more respect." Mr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "You want me to treat this young punk with respect?" Lin Chen felt utterly bewildered. What was his connection to this? Why was he being dragged into this conversation? After a fit of laughter, Mr. Zhang continued. "It seems that Zhang Li no longer requires my investment." His words dripped with veiled threats. Zhang Li exchanged a glance with Lin Chen before stating, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but Jiaqing does not require your assistance." She emphasized the word kindness with deliberate weight. Mr. Zhang was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Zhang Li would utter such a thing. In his view, without a source of funding, Jiaqing would surely struggle. Had she, perhaps, already secured financial backing? With a cold chuckle, Zhang Li continued, "Mr. Lin here has already injected 500 million into Jiaqing. Therefore, we no longer need Mr. Zhang's help." With that, she turned to Lin Chen. "Shall we go inside?" Lin Chen nodded, casting a glance at the stunned Mr. Zhang before following Zhang Li into the private room. Mr. Zhang remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. Was this some kind of jest? An investment of 500 million? That young man couldn't be more than 20. Where could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Was he perhaps a scion of a wealthy family, and it was his elders who provided the funding? With this thought, Mr. Zhang hastily made a phone call. Please find out if Jiaqing has secured funding, and also investigate the background of the individual who provided the capital. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Lin Chen had settled into the private room. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Jiang Li offered a bittersweet smile. I must apologize for the spectacle back there. Who was that man? That was Zhang Dogwan, the general manager of the Yuanyang Group. Our company was isolated due to a financial crisis, so I sought his help. He was willing to invest, but his conditions were excessively harsh and rather inappropriate. Jiang Li hesitated to elaborate further. From this, Lin Chen could surmise the situation. It was clear that this old lecher, Zhang Dogwan, sought to leverage his position to coerce Jiang Li into submission. After a brief moment, Jiang Li composed herself and smiled. So, in return for your kindness, I owe you a great debt. Should you ever need assistance, dear Lin, feel free to ask, and I will do my utmost to help. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly wore a teasing expression. Oh, so, anything you can do, is that right? Chapter 25. The 100,000 yuan wine. Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback, her delicate brows arching slightly. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen chuckled softly. I haven't quite decided yet. Perhaps I'll ponder it later. Jiang Li smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After finishing their meal, the two, residing just across from one another, returned to the Shuayan Yaju together. Upon arriving home, they each retreated to their respective villas. After taking a shower, Lin Chen donned a loose bathrobe and settled down in the living room to watch a movie. His gaze unexpectedly fell upon the 2 bottles of red wine that Jiang Li had gifted him previously, and an idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved a wine glass, filled it, and snapped a photo, posting it on his social media with a caption that celebrated the joys of life. Within moments, several comments appeared. Li Xinjian, what a lavish choice. Seems like you're living well, enjoying 10,000 yuan wine. Zhou Qian, be careful. Excessive consumption of fake wine can harm your health. Smile Shin Mingqi. Enjoying life without including me. The first commenter was a high school friend, while the second was a middle school classmate. Renowned as the beauty of their class, who had apparently dropped out after middle school. Suddenly, Lin Chen jolted upright on the sofa. 10,000 yuan wine. He picked up his phone and searched online. Ch To Lumi Ries Merlot from the prestigious Shini Vineyard. Such a lengthy name. The international average price was 594 yuan. Just the act of giving it away was already worth 200,000 yuan. A truly extravagant gesture. At that moment, Jiang Li sent him a message. I just saw your post. This is my favorite wine. How does it taste? Is it delightful? Lin Chen replied, delicious. Jiang Li, as long as it's good. Shortly after, Shin Mingqi messaged him as well. You certainly know how to enjoy life, Junior. I've been trying my hand at cooking lately. What do you think of my attempts? She then sent several photos of her culinary creations from her dormitory. Lin Chen, aren't you worried about confiscation of unauthorized appliances? Shin Mingqi, they're afraid to take mine. Lin Chen, be careful, the weather is dry. Fire hazards are a concern. After sending that, Lin Chen set his phone aside. The next day, he rose early, driving out for breakfast. The morning crowd was bustling, and Lin Chen struggled to find a parking spot. Once seated, he ordered egg dumplings and crystal buns, only to be interrupted by a commotion nearby. Wow, there's a Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. Incredible. I wonder whose car it is. In Donghai City, luxury cars were a rarity, so spotting one here was astonishing. The young patrons at the adjacent table began discussing animatedly. One girl perked up her ears, while Lin Chen merely glanced at them before resuming his meal in silence. The girl surveyed the CF, her gaze finally resting on a distinguished gentleman. He appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in an obviously expensive suit, his shoes gleaming, and his hair slicked back into a small ponytail. He exuded the aura of a successful individual. The young men seemed to have noticed him too, whispering among themselves, it must be that gentleman. His suit looks incredibly expensive. Who would have thought someone who drives a luxury car would dine in a place like this? The girl, seemingly resolved, pulled out a compact to touch up her makeup. With a self-satisfied smile, she approached the gentleman. Excuse me, sir, may I share your table? The gentleman, momentarily surprised, nodded in agreement. She beamed, taking a seat across from him, tossing her hair and casting a few flirtatious glances. Your car is stunning. May I sit in the passenger seat? Lin Chen could hardly contain his amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. The girl shot him an irritated look, but quickly reverted to a smile for the gentleman. The man, still bewildered, nodded in response. Is my Nissan really that beautiful? After finishing his breakfast, Lin Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose to leave. As he stepped outside, the roar of a V-12 engine erupted, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom vanished without a trace. The patrons inside the CAF were left dumbfounded. Was that luxurious vehicle just the one belonging to the young man? Chapter 26. Shun Mingqi's heartfelt breakfast, particularly that girl. She glared at the older man with a fierce expression. Isn't that Rolls-Royce Phantom yours? The man, bewildered, nodded slightly. No, I drive a Nissan. Bang. The girl abruptly stood up, fuming. Why didn't you say so sooner? You've wasted my time. I'm not eating anymore. With that, she stormed off, regretting her choice to approach the wrong person. If only she had spoken to that charming young man from earlier. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived in his classroom. Shortly after he settled in, a girl beside him leaned over and whispered, Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen, puzzled, replied, thank me for what? If he recalled correctly, this girl was named Chu Qianqian. With a sweet smile, Chu Qianqian responded, I became class monitor because of you. Lin Chen was even more confused. Isn't the class monitor Zhou Kai? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Qianqian's eyes. Zhou Kai changed his major. Didn't you know? Everyone says he switched because of you. After he left, I became class monitor. Lin Chen was taken aback, thinking, Zhou Kai was scared away by his own choices? Well, I truly know nothing. Chu Qianqian seemed poised to say more, but when the foreign language teacher entered, she immediately fell silent. Several times during the lesson, she attempted to engage Lin Chen in conversation, but seeing him attentive, she refrained from interrupting. As the break approached, Lin Chen intended to rest his head on the desk for a moment when a familiar voice called out, Lin Chen, come out for a moment. He looked towards the door. Shun Mingqi? What could she want from him? Just then, Shun Mingqi waved her hand at him. Reluctantly, Lin Chen stood up and walked outside. Shun Mingqi handed him 2 exquisite bags, her voice soft and gentle. I guess you probably skipped breakfast, so I brought you some egg tarts and milk tea. The onlookers erupted in playful cheers. Wow, a heartfelt breakfast. I'm envious. I'm the lemon essence. Why can't I meet such a considerate senior? Listening to the chatter around her, Shun Mingqi's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Lin Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed while holding the bags, said, Senior, I already had breakfast. You might as well take it back and enjoy it yourself. Shun Mingqi's expression faltered for a moment, but soon she regained her composure. It's all right. You can have it as a snack. These egg tarts are homemade by me. Can you really bear to refuse? The teasing grew louder. With no other choice, Lin Chen accepted. Thank you, senior. Shun Mingqi's face brightened with joy as she squinted her eyes in a smile. No problem. I'll head back now. Returning to his seat, Lin Chen opened the bag, and a delightful aroma of the egg tarts wafted toward him. They smelled wonderful and were still warm. There were 6 in total, and having already eaten breakfast, he couldn't consume them all. Glancing at Chu Qianqian beside him, he offered one. Would you like one? Chu Qianqian shook her head. You eat it. I'm on a diet. Lin Chen surveyed her figure and shook his head. With your body, you're still dieting? If you lose more, you'll turn into a stick. Come on, eat well to have the energy to diet. With that, he placed an egg tart firmly in her hands. Reluctantly, Chu Qianqian began to eat, praising, it's really delicious. Meanwhile, not far away, Su Mo glanced at Lin Chen. Then at the egg tart in his hand, silently pulling out her phone to message her sister. Su Tao, can you make egg tarts? Chapter 27. The awakening of sisterly affections. Before long, Su Tao responded to the message. Su Tao, sure, what's up? Are you feeling peckish? Su Mo, no. I want to learn. After a moment of hesitation, Su Tao replied. Su Tao, sister, what is going on? Didn't you always detest stepping into the kitchen? Why the sudden desire to make egg tarts? By the way, I'm at your school gate, so hurry out once class is over. Let us chat outside. And make sure you pay attention in class. Su Mo pursed her lips and replied with a simple okay. Soon, the bell rang for class dismissal. Lin Chen descended the stairs, intending to grab a bite to eat. At the school gate, a girl clad in a Lolita dress caught his eye, prompting him to steal a few glances. When the Lolita girl turned around, Lin Chen was taken aback. Su Mo, what is she doing here? Shouldn't she be in class? Moreover, he distinctly remembered Su Mo not wearing a Lolita outfit. He had driven here. Could it be that Su Mo outran his car and changed outfits along the way? As Lin Chen snapped back to reality and looked again, he found the Lolita girl had vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but shake his head, concluding that he must have mistaken her for someone else. With that thought, he pressed the gas pedal and drove away from the school. Meanwhile, Su Mo had just arrived at the school gate, scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. Upon spotting her, the Lolita girl rushed over. Sister, I'm here. Seeing her, Su Mo exhaled in relief. The girl in the Lolita dress was none other than her twin sister, Su Tao. They bore an uncanny resemblance, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Su Tao approached and wrapped her arms around Su Mo's Sister, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? It's on me. Su Mo gave her a sidelong glance. Don't you have class this afternoon? Su Tao squinted and smiled playfully. I skipped class, just wanted to have a meal with you. How about that? Aren't you touched? Su Mo shook her head. Not touched. You really shouldn't skip class. Oh, come on, I know. Fearing her sister would lecture her. Su Tao hastily shifted the topic. By the way, why the sudden interest in learning to make egg tarts? Aren't you not fond of sweets? At this, Su Mo cast her gaze down, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Noticing this, Su Tao suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Could it be that sister's heart is fluttering? Learning to make egg tarts for a man? Upon hearing Su Tao's words, Su Mo's face flushed even deeper, nearly crimson. Why you don't say such things? Su Tao propped her chin on her hands, teasingly observing her. Oh dear, sister S angry. It seems I hit the nail on the head. We were born from the same womb. How could I not know what's on your mind? But you are quite clever, knowing that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Impressive. Su Tao gazed at Su Mo as if she had discovered a new continent, which only served to frustrate Su Mo further. After a while, Su Mo relented and disclosed everything that had transpired between her and Lin Chen. Upon hearing, Su Tao cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Arriving in a helicopter, dressed so plainly, making a stunning impression during military training, checking up on your injuries right away, and even escorting you to the infirmary. This is the stuff of sweet campus romance novels. As she spoke, she grasped Su Mo's hands, brimming with enthusiasm. This Lin Chen, is he like the male protagonists in novels, incredibly capable and exceptionally intelligent? Su Mo gently withdrew her hands, casting a subtle glare. You should really read fewer romance novels. Yet Su Tao remained lost in her own fantasies, positively buzzing with excitement. After their meal, Su Tao proposed a rather audacious idea, leaving Su Mo utterly dumbfounded. Let us switch identities. Su Tao continued to shake her sister's arm, pouting. Sister, remember how we used to do this all the time? I'll sit in your classroom and see what this Lin Chen is like, all right? Besides, now that you have someone you like, I must help you assess his character. Otherwise, with your naive personality, you might end up being deceived. Unable to resist Su Tao's coaxing, Su Mo reluctantly agreed. Later that afternoon, as class commenced, Su Tao donned Su Mo's attire and sat in the classroom, scanning the room for Lin Chen's figure. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Chapter 28. The peculiar Su Mo. As Lin Chen entered the classroom, he noticed Su Mo gazing at him intently, her eyes glimmering with excitement and curiosity. Contemplating this, Lin Chen promptly took a seat beside her. You arrived quite early? He inquired. Su Tao quickly nodded, offering an awkward smile. Just the usual early. Lin Chen furrowed his brow in suspicion. Something about Su Mo today felt distinctly off, as if she were an entirely different person. Typically, her demeanor would involve a subtle nod followed by indifference towards him. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed herself, Su Tao quickly adopted a more stoic expression, mimicking Su Mo's usual demeanor. Lin Chen nodded in approval. Now, that felt more like her. Then, recalling their encounter at the school gate during lunch, he curiously asked, I think I saw you at the school gate earlier today, dressed in a Lolita outfit? Su Tao froze momentarily, her gaze evasive as she replied. You must have mistaken me. I don't wear such conspicuous clothing, it's not my style. This was indeed a sentiment echoed by Su Mo. Lin Chen nodded. Yes. I also think I must have been mistaken. Unless you possess the ability to teleport, it would be impossible for me to have seen you there. Su Mo offered a faint smile, though internally, she felt a wave of panic. Lin Chen continued to scrutinize Su Mo, his intuition nagging at him that something was amiss. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Su Tao pouted in inquiry. Lin Chen shook his head. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Su Tao asked, Do you like eating egg tarts? Lin Chen was taken aback momentarily before responding. They're all right. Why do you ask so suddenly? Su Tao squinted and smiled. Oh, nothing in particular. Recalling their earlier conversation, Lin Chen chuckled. Are you perhaps thinking of making me some egg tarts? Su Tao paused, her expression shifting to one of playful pride. Not at all. Observing Su Mo's adorably naive demeanor, Lin Chen found it somewhat unfamiliar, yet undeniably charming. Just then, their teacher arrived, prompting the pair to cease their chatter. However, Su Tao's thoughts remained fixated on Lin Chen throughout the lesson. As fatigue set in, she could no longer resist the urge to rest her head on her desk. When the bell rang, Lin Chen looked at the girl who was peacefully asleep, and with a sigh, gently tapped the desk. Su Tao jolted awake, instantly sitting upright like a dutiful student. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Class is over. Finally realizing what had happened, Su Tao rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled, Oh? Class is over? She then stretched and yawned. Lin Chen laughed, teasing, You've got drool all over your face. Better wipe it off. Su Tao blinked in surprise, hastily wiping her face only to find nothing there. You tricked me. You big liar. She pouted indignantly. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll stop teasing. Shall we go grab a meal together? Crossing her arms defiantly, Su Tao replied, now that sounds more reasonable. Instantly regretting her words, she remembered she needed to change back into her own clothes. On second thought, I just recalled I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. She swiftly grabbed her bag and fled the scene. Lin Chen was left utterly bewildered, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. As he drove to the school gate, he once again spotted the girl in the Lolita outfit. Unable to resist, he stole a few glances, only to be left dumbfounded in the next moment. Wasn't that Suemo? Pulling his car alongside her, he rolled down the window. Suemo? He called out while taking in her extravagant Lolita attire, complete with rabbit ears and twin ponytails. At the sound of his voice, Suemo froze, mechanically turning her head. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Chen, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Lin Chen was completely taken aback. I was going to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Stammering, Suemo struggled to find her words. Just then, a cheerful voice broke through. Sister, I just saw him. Lin Chen turned towards the source of the voice, questioning his own reality. Another Suemo? Chapter 29. The two Suemo, or the girl who dashed towards Suemo, bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Sumo's features contorted in disbelief, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground and never resurface. Su Tao, breathless, reached Sumo's side and exclaimed, Sister, I must tell you, I was terrified. I almost gave myself away. Suemo, on the verge of tears, cast furtive glances at her sister, trying desperately to convey the gravity of the situation. Oblivious to the seriousness of it all, Su Tao furrowed her brow in confusion. Sister, what's wrong with your eyes? Did sand get in them? Should I blow on them for you? Shaking her head, Suemo felt tears welling up. It was at this moment that Su Tao finally noticed the luxurious car parked nearby. Oh my, a Rolls-Royce Phantom? But upon catching sight of the driver, her excitement instantly faltered. Lin Chen. Half an hour later, in a CAF, Lin Chen rested his chin in one hand, gazing at the two nearly identical girls seated across from him. The sisters resembled schoolchildren caught in mischief, heads bowed in silence, avoiding Lin Chen's gaze. Suemo, Su Tao. Are you twins? He inquired. Suemo nodded slightly, stealing a glance at Lin Chen, her head drooping even lower. Su Tao, however, defiantly raised her head and met Lin Chen's eyes. So what if we are? Switching identities isn't illegal. As she continued, her confidence waned, her voice diminishing to a whisper. Sister, I'm sorry. I've lost my courage. Lin Chen turned his attention to Su Tao, dressed casually, and asked, You were the one in the classroom earlier, right? Su Tao nodded yes. Suemo looked up at Lin Chen. Did you figure it out? Lin Chen shook his head, taking a sip of his coffee. At that moment, I didn't consider it. I just found it rather odd. I even suspected Suemo might have a split personality. Su Tao's face froze as she sipped her coffee, trying to ease the awkwardness. Suemo pressed on. Why? Lin Chen glanced at Su Tao. First, there's the matter of personality. The differences between you two are stark. Then, you never sleep in class, while she dozed off for nearly 2 periods and didn't wake up even when class ended. At this, Suemo shot a venomous glare at her sister, Su Tao. Su Tao clasped her hands in a gesture of surrender. Sister, I admit my fault. Lin Chen couldn't suppress his laughter. You two truly are a pair of characters. Su Tao grinned at Lin Chen, revealing her little teeth. You're the bad guy. It's all your fault. Seeing this, Suemo gently reprimanded Su Tao. With a pitiful glance at her sister, Su Tao lamented, Sister, you've forgotten your sister in the presence of a man. Before long, Su Tao found an excuse to leave, and the two sisters went to the restroom to change back to their original attire. In the CAF, only Lin Chen and Suemo remained, along with a few other patrons. Lin Chen looked at Suemo and suddenly recalled her in a Lolita outfit, smiling. You looked quite lovely in that Lolita dress. It was adorable. Suemo lifted her gaze to Lin Chen, stunned for a few seconds. Are you being serious? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded, adding, You look like a doll. Suemo's cheeks flushed, feeling parched. She took a sip of her coffee. I thought it was too eye-catching, she murmured shyly. Lin Chen chuckled. Being eye-catching is precisely the point. People gaze at you because you're beautiful. What's wrong with a girl dressing beautifully? Suemo stared at Lin Chen for a few moments, then smiled, revealing her charming dimples and sharp little teeth. Lin Chen found himself momentarily entranced, thinking she resembled a kitten, one he wished to pet. Without realizing, his hand moved to rest on her head. Suemo stiffened as if struck by lightning, her entire being in a fluster. I'm sorry, you're just too cute. I couldn't help myself, Lin Chen explained. Su Mo shook her head, her tongue twisted in confusion, unable to utter a coherent sentence, her heart racing. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Shortly after, Lin Chen escorted Su Mo back to the girls' dormitory. Upon entering her room, Su Mo climbed onto her bed, enveloping herself in the covers. Her roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed. After a prolonged moment, gasping for air, she finally emerged, peeking out from her cocoon. A while later, she picked up her phone and searched for Su Tao's contact. When you have the chance, could you lend me a few of your little dresses? Including the one you wore today, and that one called Angel Street. I'll give you all my pocket money. Chapter 30 Encounter with Jiang Li. Upon receiving the news, Su Tao was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. What on earth? I had been enthusiastically recommending this to you for ages, and you showed no interest. Now, suddenly, you wish to wear it? Did you not assert that you would never find such eye-catching items appealing, even if it meant death? Truly, everything succumbs to the law of unexpected allure. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to the villa. After freshening up, he was preparing to rest when an urgent phone call interrupted the tranquility. Glancing at his phone, he furrowed his brow slightly. His high school classmate, Li Xinjian? With that thought, Lin Chen pressed the answer button. Hello, brother. The voice on the other end belonged to Li Xinjian. Lin Ge, I apologize for disturbing you so late. A few of our high school classmates studying in Donghai are planning a reunion, and they asked me to inform you. Would you consider joining us to reminisce? Just as Lin Chen was about to decline, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Agree to attend the class reunion and receive a 30% stake in Donghai Gourmet Group. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Agreeing to attend the reunion would grant him a 30% stake in a gourmet enterprise? On the other end, Li Xinjian, assuming the signal was poor, inquired, Lin Ge, are you there? Can you hear me? Lin Chen chuckled. I can't hear you. Please send me the time and location. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the storyline task. And your reward is a 30% stake in Donghai Gourmet Group. Inwardly, Lin Chen marveled at his good fortune. Li Xinjian paused before continuing. However, I must mention that Sun Chung will also be there. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Sun Chung harbored resentment towards him because of his interest in Xiaohe. The girl's Sun Chung fancied. Their encounter would likely spark tension. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt no fear. Having agreed, there was no reason to withdraw. Li Xinjian queried once more. Lin Ge, are you still planning to attend? If you'd rather not, we can find another opportunity to gather privately. Lin Chen firmly rejected the suggestion. Why would I not go? Just because of that guy Sun Qing? Sensing Lin Chen's determination, Li Xinjian relented. All right, tomorrow evening at 7, at the Donghai Earl Hotel. Understood. Lin Chen ended the call, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, the upper management of Gourmet Group was in a frenzy, convening an emergency video conference. A gentleman named Lin Chen had just invested 300 million to acquire 30% of their shares. It was rumored that this Mr. Lin was merely 20 years old, a freshman at Donghai University. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, casting a warm glow upon Lin Chen's face. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 6 o'clock. After waking and freshening up, he ventured outdoors for a jog. Morning exercise, inhaling fresh air, was always beneficial for the body. Having barely begun his run, he was called out from behind. Turning around, he found Jiang Li, also jogging. Dressed in fitted athletic wear, her graceful figure was accentuated beautifully. What a coincidence. You're out for morning exercise too. Jiang Li approached, slightly breathless from her exertion. The physical activity had flushed her cheeks a delicate hue, and even the wisps of hair at her forehead glistened with a hint of perspiration. It is often said that most beauties rely heavily on makeup, with their true appearance hidden beneath layers. Yet Jiang Li was undeniably a natural beauty, looking stunning even without any cosmetics. Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, what a coincidence. As they jogged side by side, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow playfully. Do you have a habit of morning exercise? Not really. I merely woke up early today and felt inspired to run. Usually, I just lift weights at the gym, Lin Chen admitted candidly. Jiang Li chuckled, her eyes sweeping over Lin Chen, noting the subtle sheen of sweat on his white t-shirt that hinted at his well-defined abs and muscular biceps. Lifting weights? No wonder you're in such great shape. You exude masculinity. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Chen inquired, do I have an odor? As he sniffed himself. Jiang Li burst into laughter. I didn't mean that you smelled. I meant your physique is impressive. You're incredibly manly. Lin Chen scratched his head shyly. Oh, I see. Jiang Li laughed again. You're such an innocent and charming young man. You know, with someone like you, I could savor every bit without leaving a crumb. Chapter 31. The enigmatic Jiang Li. Terrifying. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. Am I pure and adorable? What kind of descriptors are those? Sisterly. Please do not jest with me. I am not one to be easily teased. Lin Chen lamented. Indeed, the fox is a cunning creature, intent on devouring him whole. But who truly ends up being devoured remains uncertain. After a few laps around, Zhang invited Lin Chen to her villa for breakfast. Unable to decline her warm hospitality, Lin Chen followed her inside. In the kitchen, Lin Chen seated himself at the dining table, observing Jiang Li bustling about. Sisterly, do you need any assistance? He inquired. Without turning, Jiang Li replied, perhaps not. You are a guest, and it is improper to burden guests with chores. After saying this, she turned back. A mischievous smile gracing her lips. Actually, I fear you might blow up my kitchen, haha. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was he truly that frightening? While his culinary skills might not be exquisite, they were certainly edible. Jiang Li continued, just kidding. Please sit tight, it will be ready shortly. More jesting. Yet, being with Jiang Li was anything but dull. Her beauty, captivating figure, and playful nature made for delightful company. This scene resembled that of a young couple, the girlfriend busy in the kitchen while the boyfriend awaited his meal with anticipation. If Jiang Li were to become his girlfriend, given her dominant personality, a vivid image flashed in Lin Chen's mind. Jiang Li playfully lifting his chin with her finger, her lips curling into a sly grin. Little one, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Startled by this thought, Lin Chen hastily took a large sip from his water glass. How frightening. At that moment, Jiang Li emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying 2 elegantly plated servings of steak pasta and 2 glasses of milk. Lin Chen could not help but glance at her, astonished by her culinary prowess. I had originally intended for us to share some wine, but considering you have classes to attend and I must head to the office, I opted for milk instead. Jiang Li explained as she settled down. She then turned to Lin Chen and asked, are you accustomed to drinking milk? If not, I can fetch you some juice. Lin Chen nodded. I'm fine with milk. No need to trouble yourself. Jiang Li gazed at him intently, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Do give it a taste. Let me know if it pleases your palate. Lin Chen twirled a small forkful of pasta and brought it to his lips, his eyes instantly lighting up. It was delectably soft, chewy, and bursting with flavor. He could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, incredible, delicious, thumbs up for you. Jiang Li's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she smiled, her enchanting gaze twinkling. I'm glad you like it. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button, continuing to savor his meal. Hello, who is this? A deep, respectful male voice responded from the other end. Mr. Lin. Hello. I am Chen Lin, the legal director of Gourmet Master. Hearing this, Jiang Li looked up at Lin Chen, her expression laced with confusion. What could the legal director of Gourmet Master want with Lin Chen? Could it be? Realization dawned upon her, and she was taken aback. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, Oh, Director Chen. Chen Lin continued, following your acquisition of 30% of Gourmet Master's shares last night, we convened an urgent high-level meeting. We intended to contact you last evening, but we feared we might disturb your rest, hence this call. When would you be available to handle the transfer formalities? With a clatter, Jiang Li's chopsticks fell from her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Lin Chen. Chapter 32. The Millennium Fox. Did Lin Chen acquire 30% of Meisher Mike's shares? What kind of creature is Lin Chen? He calmly glanced at Jiang Li and then said, Let's meet at noon. I should be free then. The voice on the other end quickly responded, Great. The entire team at Meisher Mike looks forward to your visit. After hanging up, Lin Chen continued to savor the delectable pasta. One must admit, Jiang Li's culinary skills are indeed impressive. The steak is cooked to perfection. Several times, Jiang Li hesitated to speak, but ultimately couldn't resist asking, Did you really acquire 30% of Meisher Mike's shares? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, it was a simple acquisition. Simple? Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly, and suddenly the pasta before her lost its appeal. Is it even possible to live with such a person? Are you some kind of prodigy? Jiang Li inquired. Lin Chen feigned innocence. Why do you say that? I'm just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? First, he spent a fortune to purchase the luxurious Yunshuijian in Shuanyaju. Then he injected 500 million in cash into her company, and now he has acquired 30% of Meisher Mike's shares. And he dares to call himself an ordinary person? Then, Lin Chen flashed a grin. It is not I who is extraordinary, it is you. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Somewhat perplexed, why? Lin Chen replied, You ought to be called a fox. That suits you better. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Since you say I'm a fox, will you take me in? After finishing the last bite of his pasta, Lin Chen let out a satisfied burp. You are a millennium-old fox. My cultivation is insufficient. Compared to you, I am still too inexperienced. Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed. In that case, I will wait for you to hone your skills. What do you say? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, awkwardly chuckling twice. Ali, you're joking again. Jiangli propped her chin on one hand and pouted slightly. It's because you're so charming that I enjoy teasing you. Lin Chen smiled, glancing at the time. It's getting late. I should head back. With that, he stood up. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Ali. I will treat you to a meal next time. Jiangli grinned. All right, I shall look forward to that meal. As Lin Chen reached the door, he suddenly turned back with a mischievous smile. From now on, I shall call you Ali, the fox. Jiangli was momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Chen had already exited. Ali, how amusing. Jiangli murmured, a slight smile gracing her lips. For the first time, she found the term fox spirit rather delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just parked his car and made his way to the bottom of the Meisher Mike building when a sharply dressed elite man approached him. His long hair was tied back in a small braid. Lin Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't he this the man mistaken for the owner of his Rolls-Royce Phantom at the breakfast shop the other day? Behind him trailed several other men, all dressed in suits. Mr. Lin, I am Chen Lin, the one who called you this morning. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you for waiting. Chen Lin appeared somewhat flustered, quickly replying, No, Mr. Lin, you're too kind. I never expected our company's new major shareholder to be so young and amiable. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Chen Lin into the building. Mr. Lin, would you like to rest in the VIP lounge or proceed directly to the handover ceremony? Chen Lin respectfully inquired. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Let us proceed directly to the handover. I have other matters to attend to later. I still need to go to the Earl Hotel for a high school reunion. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with these individuals. Spending time in the VIP room would inevitably lead to idle chit-chat, which he found tedious. Chen Lin promptly replied, Understood. The handover ceremony was swiftly concluded, and Lin Chen did not linger, but departed immediately. The chairman, general manager, and other senior executives escorted him to the door. Just as Lin Chen was about to drive away, he noticed a young woman live streaming beside his car. Look, everyone, this is my boyfriend's car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Isn't it impressive? If you all send me a few rockets, I'll show you the view from the passenger seat. Huh? What? My boyfriend went to buy me something, so he is not here right now. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless, crossing his arms as he watched her. The young woman soon noticed Lin Chen's presence. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she turned the rear camera towards him. Look, this creep has been staring at me. I'm so scared. Chapter 33. Could you please make way? Lin Chen. Is he a pervert? Goodness. I initially intended to wait until she departed before driving away. The comments in the live stream began to flood in. Be careful, streamer. There are perverts every year. But this year, they seem particularly numerous. Don't be afraid. Your boyfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom is supposed to be buying you gifts, right? Have him come back to protect you. It's truly challenging to be a streamer these days, especially encountering a pervert during an outdoor broadcast. Lin Chen silently gazed at her. You say I'm a pervert? The female streamer widened her eyes. If you're not a pervert, then why were you staring at me so lecherously just now? Lin Chen chuckled in exasperation. That's because you were obstructing my path while I was trying to drive. You're talking nonsense. Who was blocking? Suddenly, as if she had realized something, the words she was about to utter were swallowed back, leaving her staring at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen quietly produced his car keys, approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened the door, and took a seat inside. The female streamer was left speechless, and the comments in the live stream erupted. Streamer, didn't you say this car belonged to your boyfriend? How did it end up being this pervert ass? Is this pervert your boyfriend? If you don't need your eyes, you could donate them to those in need. It was evident that the streamer was flaunting someone else's car while slandering its owner as a pervert, only to face a humiliating setback. How unfortunate for this streamer, having her pretensions backfire onto the actual car owner. I timidly asked, does it hurt your pride, streamer? Lin Chen rolled down the car window and addressed the streamer. Could you please make way? The female streamer stood there in a daze, mechanically stepping aside to allow the Rolls-Royce to pass. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, roaring away and kicking up a cloud of dust, leaving the female streamer covered in dirt. She quickly muttered, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll end the stream now. With that, she hurriedly concluded the broadcast, utterly dismayed. How mortifying. At the Earl Hotel, in a VIP room, several men and women sat together, chatting and laughing. Li Xinjian glanced at his phone. It was already 7:30. Why hadn't Chenggu arrived yet? A man approached with a glass of red wine and sat opposite Li Xinjian. This was Sun Cheng. So, Lin Chen hasn't he shown up? Is he too afraid to come? He smirked condescendingly. Upon hearing this, Xia He, who was in the corner, couldn't he help but perk up her ears. Lin Chen, would he truly not come? Li Xinjian shot him an irritated glance. Just drink your wine and keep your mouth shut. If Chenggu said he would come, he definitely will. Sun Cheng, undeterred by Li Xinjian's retort, maintained his smiling demeanor. I heard Lin Chen has been acting pretentiously lately. Someone recognized the wine he posted on social media as fake. Quite the slap in the face. Li Xinjian fumed. How do you know it's fake? Besides, what business is it of yours? Do you live by the seaside, meddling in others' affairs? At that moment, Zhou Qian playfully sat beside Sun Cheng, affectionately draping her arm over his shoulder, looking at Li Xinjian. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed about drinking fake wine and being called out? Li Xinjian frowned, unwilling to waste more breath on the pair, and moved to sit on the other side, directly across from Xiaohe. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiaohe inquired, Li Xinjian, do you think Lin Chen will really come? She hadn't intended to attend this class reunion, but upon hearing that Lin Chen would be there, she felt compelled to join. Li Xinjian regarded Xiaohe thoughtfully and replied slowly, he should come. Perhaps he is just delayed by something on the road. Xiaohe nodded, her expression somewhat distant. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng, wrapping his arm around Zhou Qian's waist, kept glancing in Xiaohe's direction. He had always harbored feelings for Xiaohe. Had it not been for her unwavering affections for Lin Chen, he wouldn't have settled for being with Zhou Qian. Compared to Zhou Qian, Xiaohe was in a league of her own. This time, he aimed to demonstrate that he, Sun Cheng, was 100 times more remarkable than Lin Chen. Xiaohe would surely recognize his brilliance. As he pondered, Zhou Qian had already peeled a grape, offering it to his mouth. Sun Cheng opened to take a bite, casually pinching her cheek. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just arrived at the hotel entrance, only to find no parking available. He quickly found a temporary spot at the entrance. As he stepped out of the car, a security guard approached him. Sir, you cannot park here. Lin Chen paused briefly, then pulled out his wallet, retrieving a few bills and handing them to the guard. Could you make an exception? If any car leaves, please let me know, and I'll promptly move my vehicle. Chapter 34. Sir, please move your Rolls-Royce. The security guard cheerfully accepted a few banknotes, beaming as he promised to notify them when the vehicle was ready to depart. Lin Chen proceeded directly into the hotel, making his way to the private room mentioned by Li Xinjian. As he pushed the door open, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Xiaohe appeared overjoyed, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent, gazing at Lin Chen with deep affection. Li Xinjian approached him directly, playfully punching Lin Chen on the chest. Brother, you've finally arrived. Some people can hardly wait, he exclaimed, casting a pointed glance at Sun Cheng, who was lounging on the sofa. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Sun Cheng smirked disdainfully, while Zhou Qian nestled closely against him, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chen with an expression of disdain. Long time no see, Lin Chen, Sun Cheng remarked with a smile. Lin Chen returned the sentiment. Long time no see. Subsequently, Lin Chen engaged in conversation with a few close friends. Feeling ignored by Lin Chen, Sun Cheng experienced a twinge of resentment. After a moment's thought, he picked up a bottle of red wine and approached Lin Chen. Care for a drink? Lin Chen, seated on the sofa, regarded him with a slight smile. Sure. Sun Cheng poured a glass of red wine for Lin Chen and took a seat opposite him, with Zhou Qian following suit. Lin Chen, it seems you've been doing quite well lately, indulging in wines worth over 100,000. Mine is merely 1,000 or so a bottle. I hope you won't look down on it, Sun Cheng said deliberately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qian let out a forced laugh, retorting, what wine's worth over 100,000? That must be a fabrication. It's probably just something bought for a few dozen on some marketplace, right? Sun Cheng feigned admonishment. Qian, watch your words. Lin Chen, after all, is our friend. How can you disregard his dignity like that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian immediately snuggled into Sun Cheng's embrace. All right, darling, I won't say anything more. Please don't be angry, she said, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Chen. In the past, Lin Chen had written her love letters, but she, being the belle of the class, could never have been interested in someone like Lin Chen. A mere poor boy. Although Lin Chen was quite handsome, good looks alone do not put food on the table. In this day and age, wealth is of utmost importance, and Sun Cheng, his father owned a publicly listed company, driving a BMW, was her true prince. Lin Chen quietly observed the duo's performance. Their act was quite the spectacle, deserving of an Oscar. Just as Li Xinjian was about to speak up in Lin Chen's defense, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Well, you won't believe it. I just stepped out to buy a pack of cigarettes, and I saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside, exclaimed Xiao Han, who had just returned. At the mention of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, all eyes turned to him. Xiao Han continued, I'm serious, I'm not kidding. That model's base price exceeds 6 million, and this one is fully loaded. I reckon it would cost no less than 10 million. I can't even imagine what kind of tycoon could afford such a vehicle. Sun Cheng sighed, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is also my dream car. I wonder when I'll get to drive one. But I suppose my BMW will have to do for now. He then glanced at Lin Chen, smiling as he inquired, Lin Chen, What car do you drive? Zhou Qian interjected. Darling, you should be asking if he has bought a car yet. But judging by his appearance, it's highly likely he hasn't. At that moment, a hostess entered. May I ask, who is Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen raised his hand. That would be me. The hostess respectfully replied, Sir, a car is ready to leave. Please move your Rolls-Royce. There is already a parking space available for you inside. Chapter 35. The car is rented. The entire private room was enveloped in tranquility. Lin Chen calmly produced his car keys and handed them to the hostess, saying, Could you please move my car? Thank you. Certainly. The hostess accepted the keys with both hands and departed. Zhou Qian stared at Lin Chen in a daze. The double R emblem on the car keys had pierced her vision, leaving her mind blank. Sun Cheng's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, wishing to vanish into a crevice. The humiliation was excruciating. Li Xingjian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well done, Brother Chen. You've upgraded to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Impressive. Xiaohe unconsciously turned her gaze toward Lin Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. As far as she knew, Lin Chen came from an ordinary background and did not seem like someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Other classmates began to murmur. Who would have thought Lin Chen could afford a Rolls-Royce after entering university? Impressive. Has he suddenly become wealthy? Sun Cheng must feel utterly humiliated. Just moments ago, he was flaunting his BMW, and here is Lin Chen, quietly arriving in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The contrast is stark. Lin Chen smiled and glanced at Li Xingjian. It's merely a means of transportation. There's no need for such excitement. Li Xingjian was momentarily taken aback and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chen, I'll stand by you without hesitation. You refer to a Rolls-Royce Phantom as just a means of transport? That's quite the display of nonchalance. Comparing Lin Chen to Sun Cheng, who couldn't resist showing off his BMW, the disparity was evident. Feeling the unusual stares from his classmates, Sun Cheng was mortified. Today was supposed to be his moment of glory, yet he had become a mere backdrop to Lin Chen's presence, which was intolerable. As he glanced at Xiaohe, whose eyes were filled with tenderness, it only fueled his irritation. In his view, Lin Chen hardly seemed like someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce. Could it be? Suddenly, Sun Cheng chuckled, drawing everyone's attention. What's so amusing, Sun Cheng? Li Xingjian asked, irritated. Ignoring him, Sun Cheng fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I never imagined you would become so vain after entering university. To flaunt at a gathering. You even went so far as to rent a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as all eyes turned to Lin Chen. So Lin Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom is rented? Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Sun Cheng revealed a triumphant smile. As I suspected, the car is indeed rented. Lin Chen, if you don't have a car, just admit it. Not everyone here owns a vehicle. We're all old classmates. There's no need for such pretense. Sun Cheng chuckled. Zhou Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. I thought he was genuinely driving a Rolls-Royce. Turns out it's rented. She had always believed that Lin Chen, the impoverished boy, could never afford such a luxurious car. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. Sun Cheng chuckled lightly. So you're admitting it? Lin Chen replied with a smile. Say what you will. Engaging with such narrow-minded individuals was merely a waste of time. After all, why should he care about their opinions? Meanwhile, Xiaohe, sitting in the corner, looked at Lin Chen with a tinge of disappointment. She remembered him as someone who was not like this. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of the private room. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, cautiously peered inside. Upon spotting Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. Mr. Lin, I knew you would be here. Chapter 36. Lin Chen is the major shareholder of the Earl Hotel. The entire room was filled with astonished expressions. Mr. Lin? All eyes converged, almost instinctively, upon Lin Chen and the middle-aged gentleman beside him. Was this man referring to Lin Chen? Lin Chen, equally perplexed, inquired, And you are? The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. Mr. Lin, I am Tan Guang, the person in charge here. Oh. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you to me? Tan Guang promptly replied. Did you not acquire 30% of the Meisher Mike Food Group just yesterday? Our Earl Hotel is under the umbrella of that group. Today, an official notice was issued, and when I overheard the hostess mention your name, I suspected it was you. Upon coming to check, I was indeed correct. The crowd was taken aback, their faces a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Had they just heard that Lin Chen purchased 30% of the Meisher Mike Food Group? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled softly, at a loss for words. He had no intention of boasting. Just then, Tan Guang snapped his fingers, summoning a waitress who approached immediately. General Manager, the presidential suite has been prepared. Tan Guang nodded and turned to Lin Chen, respectfully stating, Mr. Lin, such a suite hardly befits your esteemed status. We have arranged the presidential suite for you. Would you care to move there with your friends? Lin Chen refrained from making a decision, instead looking to the others in the room. What do you all think? Before Li Xinjian and the others could gather their thoughts, Zhou Qian eagerly interjected, "Let us go." Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Zhou Qian awkwardly added, "It's a kind gesture. We shouldn't refuse." The expressions of the onlookers turned scornful. Who had just been the most vocal in deriding Lin Chen? Zhou Qian. It was baffling how she still had the audacity to speak. Indeed, one who discards shame is invincible. Tan Guang chimed in, "This lady speaks wisely, Mr. Lin. Please do not hesitate." Lin Chen nodded, "Very well. In that case, let us proceed to the presidential suite with Director Tan." At that moment, Sun Cheng quickly grasped Zhou Qian's sleeve, whispering, "Perhaps we should leave first. We shouldn't linger and embarrass ourselves further." Zhou Qian shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Why should we leave? If you want to go, then go." With that, she joined the crowd as they departed. Sun Cheng paused for a moment, then followed suit. Soon, they arrived at an opulent private room, a vast improvement over the previous one. Wow, I had no idea the Earl Hotel had a presidential suite. Truly luxurious. The lavishness was undeniable. Were it not for Lin Chen, they likely would never have had the opportunity to experience such grandeur. Hearing these remarks, Sun Cheng's expression darkened. The previous VIP room had been booked by him. Suddenly, Zhou Qian interjected, "I always knew Lin Chen was extraordinary. Who would have thought he became a major shareholder by the age of 20? And driving a Rolls-Royce too?" Her words prompted a peculiar shift in the expressions of those around them. Lin Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Sun Cheng shot Zhou Qian a warning glance. Yet, Zhou Qian, unfazed, retorted, "Sun Cheng, just look at Lin Chen and then look at yourself. That's the difference." Sun Cheng's face darkened instantly, and he demanded, "What do you mean by that, Zhou Qian?" Zhou Qian let out a cold laugh. "Sun Cheng, I'm telling you, I want to break up. Don't bother me again." The onlookers sat silently, observing the exchange. Sun Cheng was nearly apoplectic, pointing at Zhou Qian but unable to utter a word. Zhou Qian then stepped directly in front of Lin Chen, flashing a sweet smile. "Lin Chen, I'm single again." Lin Chen rubbed his nose and replied, "Oh, but what does that have to do with me?" Zhou Qian covered her mouth in laughter and playfully protested, "How can it not matter? This means you have another chance." Chapter 37. The Love Letter is a Prank. Lin Chen. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. "I have no idea what you're talking about." With that, he sought out Li Xinjian for rescue. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng exploded, "Zhou Qian, are you really going to put a green hat on me in front of everyone?" In response, Zhou Qian, visibly irritated, retorted, "What green hat? I already broke up with you, understand? Can you stop obstructing my pursuit of true love? It's impossible between us." Pursuit of true love? Sun Cheng's face turned a shade of green with anger. Zhou Qian then ignored him and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "To be honest, I have always liked you over the years. The hurtful things I said were only meant to motivate you to strive harder. Look, hasn't it worked?" This revelation left everyone dumbfounded. Zhou Qian's audacity shattered their perceptions. It was their first encounter with someone who could so elegantly articulate such shamelessness. Sun Cheng, feeling humiliated, fled the scene in disgrace. Lin Chen chuckled again. "You must be joking." Zhou Qian seized the moment. "Lin Chen, I like you, and you like me too. Why can't we be together?" Lin Chen was filled with confusion. "I like you? How is that possible? I'm not that bold." Zhou Qian, blushing slightly, replied, "Don't you remember? In high school, you even handed me a love letter." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe turned sharply to Lin Chen. A love letter? Could it be that Lin Chen had an inclination towards Zhou Qian? Lin Chen was even more bewildered. A love letter? I have no recollection of that. Zhou Qian playfully knocked on Lin Chen's chest. "Stop being coy. Why are you so reluctant to admit it?" Lin Chen was instantly covered in goosebumps and stepped back a few paces, creating distance from Zhou Qian. At that moment, Li Xinjian timidly raised his hand. "I have a say in this matter." Suddenly, he became the center of attention in the room. "Well, that love letter was a prank orchestrated by a few of us." Lin Chen had no idea. Lin Chen interjected, "Li Xinjian, I'll get you for this." Realization dawned on the crowd. So that was the case. No wonder. Xiaohe felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian appeared as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched on her face. "No, it can't be. It isn't like that." Her complexion turned ashen as she mumbled softly. Li Xinjian scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's been so many years that I had forgotten about it until Zhou Qian brought it up," implicitly suggesting that it was merely a prank, while Zhou Qian had held on to it all this time. Staggering slightly, Zhou Qian's face drained of color as she caught the strange gazes of her former classmates. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears and fled the room. Witnessing this, Xiaohe felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. With two bothersome individuals gone, the atmosphere in the room felt significantly more refreshing. Soon, an array of delicious dishes was served. The general manager, Tang Guang, also sent over several bottles of fine wine. Aside from the brief altercation involving Sun Cheng and Zhou Qian, the reunion was quite successful. After indulging in food and drink, Lin Chen prepared to settle the bill. But Tang Guang waved him off, stating that it was on the house. Who would dare let a major shareholder of the corporation pay? Even if he had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare. As classmates began to depart, Lin Chen called for a designated driver. While waiting, Xiaohe approached him. Long time no see, you've become even more accomplished. Lin Chen smiled. One must always strive to ascend. We can't ever regress, can we? Xiaohe forced a smile. Indeed, we all strive to rise. But while others are still climbing, you've reached the summit, enjoying the view. I fear I might not be worthy of you. This thought lingered in Xiaohe's heart, unspoken. In the past, when she pursued Lin Chen, he had always evaded her, leaving her to silently admire him from the shadows. Soon, her ride arrived. As she got into the car, she glanced back at Lin Chen with reluctance. I'll head back now. Let us gather again when we can. Lin Chen nodded. All right. After Xiaohe left, Lin Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly, a rapid ringtone broke the silence. It was the designated driver. Upon answering, Lin Chen noticed the driver was a young lady. When they met, Lin Chen was taken aback. Su Tao? Chapter 38. I can't afford to be sold. The girl dressed in a delicate light blue Lolita princess dress was none other than Su Tao. As for Suimo, it was far more believable for Lin Chen to think that the sun would rise in the west than to trust her daring to be a designated driver at such a late hour. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Su Tao was equally astounded. Lin Chen, is it you who called for a designated driver? Lin Chen glanced around, realizing he was the only one waiting, and replied, though I find it hard to believe that such a coincidence exists, it is indeed the truth. Gazing at the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Tao couldn't help but swallow hard. You want me to drive this Phantom? With arms crossed and a playful smile, Lin Chen retorted, what other choice do you have? Su Tao clasped her hands together, her expression one of despair. Please, spare me. What if I accidentally scratch it? You would be unable to compensate for my worth. Lin Chen shook his phone, teasingly stating, if you refuse, I'll leave you a poor review. Su Tao exclaimed, you're such a villain. With no other option, she cautiously settled into the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly added, I must declare, if I happen to graze it, I cannot bear the cost. She was merely acting as a designated driver. How could she be expected to handle such an expensive vehicle? Tears were welling in her eyes. Lin Chen appraised her and remarked, isn't it said that 9 out of 10 Lolas are wealthy, with the last one residing in a seaside villa? Can you truly not afford it? Upon hearing this, Su Tao displayed a pitiful expression. If I were a rich loli, would I be out here driving for others? As she grasped the steering wheel, her hands trembled slightly. Lin Chen, noticing her anxiety, suggested, how about I take over? To his surprise, Su Tao immediately declined. No, you've been drinking. You reek of alcohol. She then rummaged through her teddy bear bag and produced a small box of yogurt. Handing it to Lin Chen. Here, have this yogurt. It's good for your stomach after drinking. You big drinker. Lin Chen was taken aback. Well, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Su Tao shot him a proud glance before focusing intently on the road. As they drove, other vehicles maintained a considerable distance from them. Initially perplexed, Su Tao soon understood. With such an expensive car, if an ordinary person were to graze it, they might have to sell their house. It turned out that driving a luxury car wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shuanyaju. How about I drop you off here, and you can drive in yourself? Su Tao suggested. Lin Chen chuckled. Is your service as a designated driver so irresponsible? With a huff of indignation, Su Tao maneuvered the car inside. Just wait. I'll make your luxury car a wreck. Let's see if you dare to bully me again. She threatened, baring her small fangs. Lin Chen reclined comfortably in his seat, unfazed. You could certainly try. Su Tao cast him a surprised glance. Lin Chen continued nonchalantly, as long as you can afford it, or if you're prepared to work as my lifelong maid to pay me back. With a glare, Su Tao retorted, I knew you were a scoundrel with ill intentions. Upon reaching Yinshui Jian and witnessing the opulent villa, her mouth gaped in astonishment. Is this really your home? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What else would it be? Suddenly recalling a pressing issue, he inquired, how do you plan to get back? Su Tao froze for a moment, then checked her phone, realizing it was well past 10 o'clock. Oh no, the school's curfew has passed. If I return now, I'll face consequences. Despair washed over her. I guess I have to stay at a hotel, but they're too expensive. Had I known, I wouldn't have accepted your request. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't you check the time before accepting the job? He playfully ruffled her hair. Su Tao shot him an annoyed look. Don't mess with my bun. Lin Chen found her reaction amusing. Well, how about you stay here with me? Chapter 39. The villain, is this truly your home? Su Tao suddenly took several steps back, her face a mask of wariness as she regarded Lin Chen. You big bad guy. What are you up to? Lin Chen, exasperated, poked her forehead with his index finger. Honestly, I can't fathom what goes on in that head of yours day after day. My house has plenty of rooms. Aside from my master bedroom, you can sleep wherever you wish. He paused before adding, or perhaps, you might prefer a hotel. Su Tao scrutinized Lin Chen several times. Despite her incessant teasing of him as a big bad guy, he hardly seemed villainous. The thought of the exorbitant costs of a hotel room flashed through her mind, and her heart sank at the idea of spending money that could buy her a few lovely dresses. Well, all right then, she conceded meekly. Upon entering, Su Tao was utterly captivated by the opulent surroundings. Wow, isn't this the kind of mansion one only sees in dramas? This must be incredibly expensive. She turned to Lin Chen, her voice tentative. Big bad guy, may I explore a bit? Lin Chen chuckled, calling me a big bad guy? Such a lack of sincerity. Su Tao's expression shifted to one of indecision. Then, what should I call you? Tilting her head in contemplation, she found herself at a loss. Lin Chen settled leisurely onto the sofa, teasingly suggesting, how about you call me brother for once? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled internally before finally uttering, Lin Chen, brother. His laughter rang out, and he waved her off. Go on, go on. With that, Su Tao shot him an exasperated glare before skipping away, her twin ponytails bouncing merrily. What a tempting sight. Su Tao gazed around, her curiosity piqued by the novelty of her surroundings, though she refrained from touching anything. Who knew if she could afford to replace anything she might accidentally damage? After a considerable time exploring, she plopped down onto the sofa, her legs clad in white tights swinging back and forth. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had changed into comfortable attire and emerged from the kitchen with a glass in hand, pouring her a refreshing drink. With a bright smile, Su Tao accepted the glass, revealing her small fangs. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, knowing I was thirsty. Lin Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head in resignation without uttering a word. Su Tao surveyed the expansive villa and inquired, is it just you living in such a large place? For now, yes, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by for now? Su Tao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lin Chen chuckled softly, it means just that. Think about it. If I were to find a girlfriend in the future, wouldn't she stay here with me? At this, Su Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, does that mean you currently don't have a girlfriend? Lin Chen nodded. A rush of joy filled Su Tao's heart. If that were the case, then her sister perhaps had a significant chance. No, she must encourage her sister to make a move. Noticing her eyes darting around, Lin Chen teased, what's this? Are you hoping to become my girlfriend? Su Tao froze, taking a while to register the implication. Of course not. You big bad guy. Who would want to be your girlfriend? She huffed indignantly, taking a large gulp from the water glass on the table. Lin Chen blinked in surprise, his expression subtly amused. Why do you look at me like that? You're staring at me. Su Tao retorted defiantly. Lin Chen glanced at her and pointed at the glass in her hand, speaking softly. That water you just drank was from my glass. Su Tao looked at the faint lipstick mark on her glass and the one on the table, realizing that she had just consumed water that Lin Chen had sipped from. Did that count as an indirect kiss? The room fell into a brief silence. No. Su Tao slammed her glass down on the table, feigning composure. What does it matter? It's 2022. Though she outwardly acted unfazed, the flush creeping up her ears betrayed her. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I never said anything about it. Just as he was about to head upstairs to rest, Su Tao's voice, tinged with a hint of desperation, called out, Big bad guy, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, realizing he hadn't visited the supermarket in days, and his pantry was bare. How about I take you out for hot pot? There's a place nearby that stays open quite late. Upon hearing the words hot pot, Su Tao quickly protested, No, I don't need hot pot. It's a rule I set for myself to avoid gaining weight. Half an hour later, Lin Chen watched Su Tao relish the dual-flavored hot pot across from him, deep in thought. Weren't you the one who said you don't eat hot pot? And that you set your own rules? Chapter 40. Women, strange creatures. Su Tao's hand holding the chopsticks momentarily stiffened, and she offered an embarrassed smile. Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. We should assess the situation to determine whether to abide by them. Besides, aren't rules meant to be broken? And upon reflection, how can one muster the energy to diet without first being well fed? Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. He observed that Su Tao did not appear overweight. Yet she was preoccupied with thoughts of dieting. It seemed incomprehensible that women, irrespective of their size, were perpetually fixated on weight loss. Truly baffling. Before long, After Su Tao had satisfied her hunger, Lin Chen guided her toward the water's edge residence. Feeling a bit bashful, Su Tao remarked, "You naughty rascal, it's a give and take. I shall treat you to a meal in the future." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "I shall remember this meal." Su Tao responded with a haughty hum. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of the water's edge residence. The security guard, who had previously assisted Lin Chen, greeted them warmly upon recognizing him. "Mr. Lin." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and led Su Tao away. "That must be Mr. Lin's girlfriend. She is truly beautiful." A soft murmur arose from behind them. Su Tao stiffened and glanced at Lin Chen, who appeared oblivious to the comment, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Su Tao shook her head absent-mindedly. Upon returning to the Cloud Water Pavilion, Lin Chen casually declared, "I'm going to rest now. Feel free to choose any room here besides my master bedroom. Each has its own bathroom and disposable toiletries." With that, he ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor. The next day, Lin Chen, having forgotten that Su Tao was still there, descended wearing a loose bathrobe. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Tao heard a noise behind her and instinctively turned around. "WW. Lin Chen, why aren't you properly dressed?" Su Tao quickly covered her eyes and turned her back to Lin Chen. What had she just seen? Lin Chen was clad in a loose bathrobe, casually tied, revealing hints of his abdominal muscles. Oh no. She felt flustered. Lin Chen looked at himself in confusion, wondering what was wrong. Is there something inappropriate about this? It's already the year 2022. However, given Su Tao's dramatic reaction, he reluctantly returned to change into proper attire. Seated on the sofa, Su Tao's heart raced as she recalled the earlier scene. How terrifying. And yet, was there a hint of handsomeness in that? The thought startled her. No. She must not think like that. At that moment, Lin Chen emerged, now dressed. "Let us go. I'll take you for breakfast. Then I'll drop you at school." Su Tao looked up at Lin Chen with a melancholic gaze, uttering a soft "oh" before trailing behind him. After breakfast, Lin Chen drove her to the Donghai Music Academy, which was in close proximity to Donghai University. As they arrived, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the academy's entrance. Bystanders turned their heads, eager to discern the owner of the luxury vehicle. As the car door opened, Su Tao stepped out. Not far away, several of her roommates gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "Is that Su Tao? Is it really her? The emblem on that car is a Rolls-Royce. She didn't return last night. Has she landed a wealthy benefactor?" The shock was palpable. Who would have thought that Su Tao, the epitome of a steadfast woman, could also bloom unexpectedly? Chapter 41. Su Tao? No. It's Suemo. Su Tao had just bid farewell to Lin Chen and had barely taken a few steps when she was surrounded by several roommates. "Su Tao, was that person driving the luxury car your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Su Tao shook her head vigorously. "No, please don't say such things. He is not my boyfriend. We are merely friends." One of her roommates scoffed, looking at her with disdain. "You stayed out all night last night, and he brought you back this morning. You must have stayed at his place, right?" Feeling a bit guilty, Su Tao stammered, unsure of what to say. "Su Tao, just admit it." Her roommate pressed on. With tears of frustration welling in her eyes, Su Tao reluctantly nodded. "See, we've caught you. How could you try to hide this from us?" "Impressive, my Su Tao. Remember us, your dear friends, when you find fortune." Su Tao looked up, speechless, gazing at the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived in the classroom. While engrossed in his phone, he suddenly heard a commotion. Instinctively, he looked up and spotted a figure clad in an adorable Lolita outfit. Su Tao? No, that evasive gaze belonged to Suemo. "Suemo? Is the sun rising from the west today?" The surrounding students whispered among themselves, all praising Suemo's beauty. However, Suemo appeared flustered as she quickly approached Lin Chen's seat. Lin Chen, could you move in a bit?" Lin Chen complied, shifting to make space. Suemo took the spot he had just vacated. She glanced at her dress, and then at Lin Chen, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, wanting to say something. She ultimately pursed her lips and remained silent. Lin Chen noticed this subtle gesture and found it somewhat peculiar, but he sincerely complimented her. "You look particularly lovely today." Upon hearing this, Suemo's eyes brightened, and she cautiously inquired, "Really?" Lin Chen nodded, surveying their classmates. "Look, everyone's eyes are sharp. They're all praising your beauty." Suemo lowered her head and smiled shyly. "As long as you like it." "What?" Her voice was barely a whisper, and Lin Chen didn't catch it. Yet, Suemo flinched like a startled deer. I didn't say anything." Lin Chen eyed her suspiciously, but chose to remain silent. Throughout the class, Suemo hardly paid attention, her focus entirely on Lin Chen, while he remained blissfully unaware that he had ignited her affections. After class, as Lin Chen reached the bottom of the building, he accidentally bumped into a girl, causing her papers to scatter across the ground. Song Xuejia? Lin Chen exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Hearing his voice, Song Qingwan looked up at him. Oh, it's you. Lin Chen quickly knelt to help her gather the fallen documents. For some reason, Song Qingwan's complexion was poor, and she seemed lost in thought, so different from the person he had seen before. Are you all right? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then offered a bitter smile. I'm fine. Really? Are you sure? Lin Chen questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan sighed, as if she had made a significant decision, and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, could you accompany me for a walk? Of course, Lin Chen nodded. He sensed that something troubling was weighing on Song Qingwan. Regardless, she was the first person he had met at Donghai University, and she had always treated him well. Seeing her in this state concerned him. As they strolled along the campus path, the autumn breeze was cool, causing a flurry of fallen maple leaves to dance around them. Xuejia, if you want to say something, just be direct, Lin Chen encouraged, observing her hesitance. Song Qingwan sighed again, replying, perhaps it's better not to. It wouldn't change anything. Her family's company was in trouble, but what good would it do to burden Lin Chen with such worries? Chapter 42. The Hongdao Mall has a new owner. Song Qingwan was reluctant to speak, and Lin Chen found it inappropriate to press further. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for triggering the storyline task. Take the campus belle Song Qingwan out for a leisurely outing. Reward, Hongdao Mall in Donghai City. Lin Chen was taken aback. Hongdao Mall, located in the prime golden zone of Donghai City, boasted an astonishing daily turnover. He glanced at Song Qingwan and consoled her. Look at you. Your complexion is so pale. Let's not dwell on it for now. How about I take you out to relax? Song Qingwan hesitated momentarily before smiling. Sure, thank you. Lin Chen waved it off casually, no need for thanks. Despite having another class, he decided to skip it, taking Song Qingwan in his Rolls-Royce to the seaside. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the ocean stretched infinitely, merging seamlessly with the horizon. Song Qingwan, clad in a flowing white dress, her hair dancing in the breeze, exuded an ethereal charm. How do you feel now? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Song Qingwan nodded slightly, then spoke. My father's company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Chen remained silent as she continued. My father invested heavily in a batch of high-quality clothing from abroad, but the collaboration with Hongdao Mall fell through. He then sought partnerships with several other malls, but they all colluded with Hongdao now. Our family's company is in a dire situation. Upon hearing the name Hongdao Mall, Lin Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Are you referring to the Hongdao Mall in the prime location of Donghai City? What a coincidence. Is the system's reward of this mall meant for me to rescue Song Qingwan? At this, Song Qingwan nodded. Lin Chen affirmed, all right, I understand. Curious. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen and asked, what do you understand? Lin Chen smiled gently. It's nothing. Just trust me. Everything will be fine. Song Qingwan wished to inquire further, but ultimately refrained. What did Lin Chen mean by that? After leaving the seaside, Lin Chen took Song Qingwan for a meal before escorting her back to school. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already 7 in the evening. Just as he settled down to relax, his phone rang urgently. Checking the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Wu from Hongdao Mall's legal department. We have prepared the property transfer documents and related paperwork. When would you be available to come in for the formalities? Lin Chen was slightly astonished. Their efficiency was remarkable. Only a few hours had passed. Let me check. He pulled out his schedule and noted he had no classes the following day. Tomorrow works. All right. The next day, at Hongdao Mall, the atmosphere was festive, adorned with colorful decorations and the sounds of drums and gongs. A red carpet was laid out, and a banner proclaimed, Welcome the new owner. Passers-by were taken aback. New owner? Has the largest mall in Donghai changed hands? What? I just overheard them say Hongdao Mall has a new owner. Isn't Hongdao doing well? Why the sudden change? Indeed, could it be that the seemingly splendid Hongdao has hidden troubles? Amid the crowd, Shen Mengqi contemplated the banner. She had come shopping with 2 roommates, only to stumble upon the news of Hongdao's ownership change. What sort of person could possibly buy an entire mall? Simultaneously, many men lingered their gazes on Shen Mengqi. A beauty like her captured attention wherever she went. Her roommates, however, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction watching her become the focal point. Lu Lily leaned closer to Jia Jiahui and whispered, Have you heard? Mengqi has been pursuing a freshman, the one who reportedly arrived by helicopter. Look at her. She's dressing so flamboyantly every day. The one who arrived by helicopter? Didn't someone say that helicopter was rented? Why is Mengqi so keen? Jia Jiahui questioned, puzzled. Lu Lily shot a glance at Shen Mengqi and quietly replied, I don't know. Last time, she made egg tarts in the dorm and didn't share even one. I heard she gave them all to that freshman. Really? Is she that eager? That doesn't seem like her style. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped into view. Halting at the entrance of Hongda Mall, the two roommates immediately ceased their whispers, their eyes sparkling at the luxury vehicle. Shen Mingqi furrowed her brow. Isn't that Lin Chen's car? When Lin Chen stepped out of the vehicle, Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui were left in shock. Lin Chen? How could it be him? Chapter 43. Freshman Shen Mingqi maintained her composure, for she had just recognized Lin Chen's car. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Lili's expression shifted to disdain. He can even rent a helicopter, let alone a luxury car. Lin Chen is utterly hopeless. He will resort to any means to pursue women. How shameless. Yet, Jia Jiahui appeared somewhat perplexed. Is it really as you said? At that moment, Shen Mingqi approached with a sweet smile, exclaiming, Lin Chen, what a coincidence to see you here. Upon seeing Shen Mingqi, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. It is indeed a coincidence, senior. Are you here shopping? He inquired. Shen Mingqi replied with a smile, yes, are you? Before Lin Chen could respond, two middle-aged men in suits approached, uncertainly asking, excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chen nodded, I am. The men looked mildly astonished. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. I hesitated to come over and introduce myself. Lin Chen, slightly puzzled, asked, and you are? One of the balding men replied, I am Peng Dehai, the general manager of Hongda Mall. The other man, also dressed in an expensive suit, appeared to be a member of Hongda's management. We heard you were coming and prepared overnight to give you the highest honors. Peng Dehai said, bowing slightly in respect. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him, then turned to Shen Mingqi. Senior, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingqi snapped out of her surprise and smiled. No problem, you go ahead. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Peng Dehai into Hongda Mall. Bystanders were left in stunned silence. What? This young man is the new owner of Hongda? This is too astonishing. He seems to be in his 20s. When I was his age, I was still in school. Yet he has already become the owner of Hongda. Truly, some people are born to impress. Indeed, he must be from some wealthy family. Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi's hands, which were hanging at her sides, slowly clenched. Truly, the man she had chosen never failed to bring her immense surprise. After this encounter, Shen Mingqi resolutely decided that, no matter what, she must win over Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen had already entered the mall alongside Chen Yi and other Hongda executives. As Lin Chen's figure disappeared from sight, Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui finally regained their senses. I can't believe Lin Chen drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom and is the new owner of Hongda. This is incredible, Lu Lili exclaimed. Jia Jiahui, glancing at her, murmured, did you not just say that helicopters and supercars were all rented by him? Lu Lili, caught off guard, felt quite embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. Well, I was misled by rumors, wasn't I? However, suddenly, she changed her tone. From now on, I will be Lin Chen's #1 fan. Anyone who speaks ill of him will have to answer to me. Jia Jiahui twitched slightly at the corners of her mouth. Speechless, this change of heart was rather swift, was it not? At that moment, Shen Mingqi turned to them and said, let us go. Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui quickly followed her, and the three of them entered the mall together. Meanwhile, in the high-level office on the top floor of the mall, the true owner of Hongda, Zhao Yuhui, was conversing with his son, Zhao Yuanhang. Dad, I wonder what kind of person would make a one-time payment of 800 million to buy Hongda Mall, the young man pondered. The elder leisurely sipped his tea and replied with a smile, I am equally curious. The valuation of Hongda Mall is only around 700 million. Yet the other party offered 800 million without hesitation. I simply could not refuse. He should be arriving soon, and we will meet him then. At that moment, Peng Dehai led Lin Chen to the conference room door, knocked, and entered. Upon seeing the visitors, both Zhao Yuhui and Zhao Yuanhang were momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Peng Dehai promptly introduced, Chairman, this is Mr. Lin. Zhao Yuhui initially paused in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. I never expected Mr. Lin to be so young. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. You flatter me, Mr. Zhao, Lin Chen replied, shaking hands with him. Zhao Yuanhang also smiled. When I first heard my father mention Mr. Lin, I assumed he was of considerable age. I never imagined he would be around my age. Zhao Yuwei then introduced, this is my son, Zhao Yuanhang, a senior at Donghai University. Lin Chen smiled lightly, looking at Zhao Yuanhang. In that case, I must call you senior. Senior? Everyone in the guest reception room looked bewildered. Lin Chen clarified, I am also a student at Donghai University, currently in my freshman year. The room fell silent. A freshman? A freshman who spent 800 million to acquire an entire mall? Who could explain this extraordinary phenomenon? Zhao Yuanhang seemed to recall something. Suddenly chuckling, I just remembered a sensational event at Donghai University this year. A freshman arrived by helicopter for enrollment, and I believe that freshman's surname was Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. That would indeed be me. Chapter 44. A remarkable son-in-law. In this moment, countless gazes converged upon Lin Chen, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and scrutiny. A freshman, arriving in a helicopter and investing 800 million to acquire the entire Hongda shopping mall. What audacity! It was indeed a display of extraordinary wealth. While we were diligently attending classes, he had already established his own enterprise. Indeed, the younger generation is always surpassing the older. We, the seasoned individuals, cannot compare at all. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. Meanwhile, at Chinsi Foreign Trade Company, Limited, Song Jiaming perused the documents in his hands. Slightly taken aback, Hongda Shopping Mall has changed ownership? His secretary nodded affirmatively. Yes, we have just received the news. Wasn't Hongda Shopping Mall thriving? What prompted such a sudden sale? Song pondered. If it were me, I would never have made a move at this time. Yet, it was clear that Zhao Yuhui, the former owner, was no fool. The secretary remarked, it seems the offer from the buyer was simply too enticing for them to refuse. How high could the offer have been to compel Zhao Yuhui to part with Hongda? Song Jiaming mused, lost in thought. Previously, they had imported a batch of high-end clothing from abroad, which had encountered issues, leaving them stuck with the entire shipment. When he approached the owner of Hongda for collaboration, the terms were heavily skewed against them, leading to inevitable losses. If that shipment remained unsold, their company would face a significant financial crisis. Now that Hongda had a new owner, could this signify an opportunity for him? With that thought, Song Jiaming hastily rose and instructed his secretary, prepare the car. I must visit Hongda Shopping Mall and gauge the disposition of this new owner. After completing the handover procedures, Zhao Yuhui and his son departed in succession, leaving Lin Chen alone in the office, examining Hongda's financial statements. Shortly after, a knock on the door announced the arrival of Pang Dahai. Boss, Mr. Song Jiaming from Chinsi Foreign Trade is here, waiting in the VIP room. Would you like to meet him? Song. Is he the father of Song Qingwan? Lin Chen replied. Let us meet. He set aside the documents and stepped outside. Upon entering the VIP reception room, he spotted a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, whose features bore a resemblance to Song Qingwan. As footsteps approached, Song Jiaming instinctively stood up, momentarily puzzled by the youthfulness of the newcomer. He quickly composed himself and asked, Are you the new owner of Hongda Shopping Mall, Mr. Lin? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, that is I. He then took a seat opposite Song Jiaming. The latter's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and settled onto the sofa. Upon hearing that Hongda had a new owner, I rushed over to pay my respects, but I did not anticipate the new proprietor to be so youthful. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. I hope I do not cause you any embarrassment, Mr. Song. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Taken aback by Lin Chen's promptness in addressing the matter, Song Jiaming proceeded. As you may know, Hongda Shopping Mall specializes in premium goods. Its clientele primarily consists of women, yet it has yet to delve into high-end women's fashion. Our company, Chinsi, focuses precisely on that. If we were to establish a presence in Hongda, it would provide an entry point into the women's fashion market. A collaboration between Chinsi Foreign Trade and Hongda would undoubtedly result in a mutually beneficial scenario. After listening to Song Jiaming's proposal, Lin Chen felt a flicker of surprise. The man had clearly done his homework, demonstrating a profound understanding of the market and presenting an irresistible rationale. Lin Chen nodded. Your assessment is quite astute, Mr. Song. However. But what? Song Jiaming's heart raced at the word however, fearing that the new owner of Hongda might not be inclined toward collaboration. Lin Chen smiled, continuing. The definition of premium varies greatly among individuals, and Hongda Shopping Mall has its own standards. We will dispatch professionals to evaluate the merchandise. Taken aback, Song Jiaming realized that despite Lin Chen's youth, he possessed considerable business acumen, addressing even the nuances that had eluded him. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our products are unequivocally of the highest quality. Please feel free to send your team for inspection. Lin Chen nodded once more and added, additionally, I would like to include a clause in the contract stipulating that if Chinsi's goods fail to meet our standards, we shall terminate the partnership immediately. Song Jiaming regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, surprised by his decisiveness. Subsequently, Lin Chen instructed someone to print a new contract, and they finalized the collaboration. After another half-hour of discussion, Song Jiaming rose to take his leave. Mr. Lin, your youth and accomplishments are truly formidable. I look forward to your guidance in the future, he remarked, beaming with satisfaction from their successful negotiation. Lin Chen offered a mild smile. You flatter me, Mr. Song. It is you who should guide me. realizing that Lin Chen was merely in his 20s yet already wielded such significant influence. Song Jiaming couldn't help but think of his daughter, Song Qingwan, who was likely of a similar age. The prospect of such a capable young man potentially becoming his son-in-law was quite appealing. With that thought in mind, he turned to Lin Chen and inquired, "Might you be available for dinner this evening? We could take this opportunity to discuss our future collaboration in more detail. What do you think?" Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, initially inclined to decline, but just then, the system chimed in. Chapter 45, The Pagani Huayra. Only one in the world. Congratulations to the host for triggering the storyline task. Accept Song Jiaming's invitation. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra. Lin Chen was astonished. The Pagani Huayra? This car was custom-made for the Great Xia Empire. It would cost no less than tens of millions. To his surprise, the reward was such an extravagant vehicle. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Song Jiaming cautiously inquired, "Is Mr. Lin busy?" At that moment, Lin Chen snapped back to reality and replied, "I am free. What time tonight?" 7 o'clock in the evening at the Count Hotel, awaiting your esteemed presence. After exchanging farewells, Song Jiaming departed. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra. Note, the car is parked downstairs, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Chen eagerly checked his pants pocket, and to his delight, he retrieved the key to the Pagani Huayra. On the other side, as Song Jiaming arrived at the entrance of Hongda Shopping Mall, he promptly called his daughter, Song Qingwan. "Qingwan, I've resolved the company's matters." Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's face brightened. "I plan to treat this benefactor to dinner. You should join us tonight." On the other end of the line, Song Qingwan frowned slightly. "Dad, perhaps it's best not to. I don't enjoy such gatherings." However, Song Jiaming quickly countered, "Oh, don't be so hasty to refuse. You are of similar ages, and young people often have common interests. Perhaps you could even become friends. It would be beneficial for you to learn from him." "But, Dad," "That's settled then. 7 o'clock at the Count Hotel. Try to arrive a bit earlier." Before Song Qingwan could decline again, Song Jiaming ended the call. Listening to the busy tone, Song Qingwan sighed in resignation and decided to go along. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen descended the stairs, he did not see his Pagani Huayra but noticed a gathering of people ahead. Curiosity piqued, he approached the crowd, and indeed, at the center stood his very own Pagani Huayra. Its black and gold exterior radiated opulence. Upon recognizing the car, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "This can't be the Pagani Huayra, can it?" A less informed observer asked, "What is a Pagani Huayra?" "You don't know what a Pagani Huayra is?" This is one of the 3 dragons custom-made by Pagani based on the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon for the Great Xia Empire. This particular model is named after the Qingwan. Each vehicle is utterly unique, priced at over 30 million, and not easily obtainable even with wealth. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment and instinctively moved further away from the Pagani Huayra, a supercar of which there is only one in the world. If it were to be scratched, they couldn't compensate for it with all their possessions. How extravagant it is to spend tens of millions on a mere means of transportation. What kind of billionaire must own this? A means of transportation? Your understanding is rather superficial. This Qingwan is not merely a vehicle. It is the aspiration of countless men, a symbol of status, identity, and nobility. It was as if they spoke with authority, but little did they know where the owner was. They longed to meet this super-rich individual. At that moment, Lin Chen slowly squeezed through from behind. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way." The onlookers regarded Lin Chen with a mix of confusion and curiosity, but obligingly parted to allow him passage. "What is this young man doing? Be careful. They just mentioned this car costs several tens of millions. Yes, if you accidentally damage it, you would work a lifetime to repay it." But the conversation abruptly halted as Lin Chen produced a set of keys, unlocked the door of the Pagani Huayra, and settled into the driver's seat. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 46. This car belongs to him. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they gazed at Lin Chen. Seated in the driver's seat, Lin Chen caressed the steering wheel, overwhelmed with admiration. Truly, this was the only car of its kind in the world, and the tactile experience was nothing short of exhilarating. The roar of the engine erupted, and instinctively, the onlookers parted to create a path for Lin Chen. It wasn't until the silhouette of the Qingwan car vanished completely that they snapped back to reality, collectively inhaling sharply. The young man they had just witnessed was the owner of this hypercar? How utterly bewildering. Indeed, he appeared to be only around 20 years of age. Yet here he was, driving a car worth tens of millions. It seemed he was truly fortunate in life. Wait, he looks somewhat familiar. Isn't he the new owner of the Hongda shopping mall? One person murmured. A pang of envy struck another as they thought, "My son, at this age. is still asking for money from home, while this young man has already amassed such a significant enterprise and is driving a hypercar. Lin Chen cruised around in the supercar, and the surrounding vehicles dared not draw near, maintaining a respectful distance as they observed from afar. Wherever he went, the Chiwing became a striking spectacle, capturing the attention of all. Glancing at his watch, Lin Chen noted it was nearly 7 o'clock. Upon reaching an intersection, he made a turn and headed towards the Earl Hotel. In the luxurious private room of the hotel, Song Jiaming had arrived early, accompanied by Song Qingwan. He incessantly urged her, "Qingwan, when Mr. Lin arrives, make sure to engage him in conversation." Song Qingwan fidgeted, casting a glance at her father. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "Dad, I'm not accustomed to such occasions. I don't understand business. Perhaps I should leave." Typically, Song Jiaming did not bring her along for business dealings, but this time was an exception. Given his mention of a similar age, Song Qingwan could surmise his intentions. It was evident he wished to play matchmaker. As anticipated, Song Jiaming responded with mild irritation. "Why leave so early? I brought you here to broaden your horizons. You haven't even met him yet." After several of her suggestions were countered by her father, Song Qingwan reluctantly acquiesced. At worst, she could speak less during the encounter. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed in her mind. Lin Chen. I wonder what he is doing right now? She took out her phone, several times contemplating sending him a message. Yet she refrained. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Earl Hotel, Lin Chen made his way towards the private room mentioned by Song Jiaming. Just as he reached the entrance and was about to step inside, he heard a familiar voice. "Dad, I can stay, but please don't try to set me up. I already have someone I like. Those childish matchmaking games are not to be taken seriously." Song Qingwan. Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected her presence. She has someone she likes. Why hadn't she mentioned it before? However, from Song Jiaming's comments, it seemed he harbored a desire for Lin Chen to be his son-in-law. How open-minded this senior's father was, considering this was only their second meeting, and he was already contemplating such a prospect. Did he not fear for his daughter's well-being? Amused, Lin Chen shook his head gently and knocked on the door. Inside the room, the two occupants, alerted by the noise at the door, instinctively turned their gaze. Upon seeing him, Song Qingwan was so astonished that she jumped to her feet, inadvertently knocking over a nearby teacup. Lin Chen? Chapter 47. What a small world. Lin Chen greeted with a smile, senior sister Song. However, Song Qingwan seemed momentarily taken aback. "Lin Chen, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Could it be that Lin Chen is the partner my father mentioned? At that moment, Song Jiaming, equally shocked, realized, is this the Mr. Lin I spoke of? "Qingwan, do you know each other?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Not just acquainted. She's my senior sister and has lent me considerable assistance." Song Qingwan was utterly astonished. She had never imagined that the person who had aided her company was Lin Chen. Had her father not insisted she come, she might never have known. Reflecting on yesterday's events, she felt a fleeting sense of confusion. Was it possible that Lin Chen had orchestrated everything to help her? Song Jiaming, after a brief pause, burst into laughter. "What a small world. I never expected you two to be from the same school. What a delightful coincidence." With that, he stepped forward, draping an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder and guiding him to his seat. Just as they settled in, he suddenly recalled something. "I believe Qi-Wan is only a sophomore." "So you must be a freshman?" Song Qingwan nodded. "Yes, Lin Chen is a freshman. I even assisted him with his enrollment procedures." Song Jiaming could hardly believe that his business associate was actually his daughter's junior. He marveled at the remarkable talents of the younger generation. Observing Lin Chen, he felt a growing admiration, akin to a father-in-law's fondness for a son-in-law. He then turned to his daughter. "Qingwan, look at Lin Chen. You should learn from him, understood?" Song Qingwan shyly glanced at Lin Chen and nodded. "Indeed, there are many aspects in which I can learn from Junior Lin." This compliment made Lin Chen feel somewhat bashful. "Uncle Song and senior sister are too kind. I have much to learn from Uncle Song as well." Song Jiaming laughed heartily, feeling even more favorably toward Lin Chen. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. "Come in," Song Jiaming called, and the door swung open to reveal Tan Guang, the manager of the Earl Hotel. Upon seeing him, Song Jiaming quickly rose to greet. "Mr. Tan, what brings you here?" As a frequent patron of the Earl Hotel, he recognized Tan Guang well. Tan Guang returned the greeting and stated, "I'm here to find our Director Lin." "Director Lin?" Both Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan were taken aback. The only person present who could be referred to as Director Lin was Lin Chen himself. Their astonished gazes fell upon him. Tan Guang approached Lin Chen, bowing slightly as he addressed him respectfully. "Director Lin, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have arranged a private room for you." "Just came for a meal," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. I didn't want to trouble you. Not at all, Director Lin. You are a major shareholder of Meisher Mike. It is my duty to assist you. How could it be a bother? Tan Guang insisted. He then added, Director Lin, would you like me to arrange another room and order some new dishes? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looking at Song Jiaming. Uncle Song, senior sister. What do you think? Feeling a bit awkward, Song Jiaming realized he had inadvertently invited them to someone else's territory. It was a dilemma whether to switch or not. Song Qingwan, sensing her father's discomfort, interjected, perhaps we should just stick with this room. The dishes have already been served, and it would be quite a hassle to change, not to mention wasteful. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing their response, Tan Guang felt somewhat conflicted but accepted the situation. Then, shall I bring a few bottles of fine wine? That he could accommodate. Lin Chen understood that declining this offer would seem rather impolite. Once given approval, Tan Guang promptly signaled to a couple of waitstaff, who quickly brought over several bottles of wine and placed them on the table. Tan Guang bowed slightly. I want to interrupt your meal any further, Director Lin. Lin Chen nodded. Mr. Tan, please carry on with your duties. Once Tan Guang departed, the gazes of Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan again settled on Lin Chen. Who would have thought you are not only the owner of Hongdao Mall, but also a major shareholder of the Meisher Mike Food Group? Song Jiaming exclaimed, incredulous. Having navigated the business world for years, he had never encountered anyone like Lin Chen. What a splendid prospect it would be if Lin Chen could become his son-in-law. He glanced at Song Qingwan, confident in his daughter's looks and capabilities, yet he knew that fate would determine their path. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan was equally astonished. The gap between her and Lin Chen seemed to have widened significantly, as if he had ascended to heights she could hardly fathom. A sense of inexplicable powerlessness enveloped her. Yet simultaneously, she felt an immense pride in Lin Chen's exceptional qualities. Throughout the meal, Song Jiaming excused himself several times, intentionally creating opportunities for Song Qingwan and Lin Chen to converse privately. They both understood his intentions. As the meal drew to a close, Lin Chen initially wished to treat, but Song Jiaming insisted on paying, stating it was his invitation and improper to let Lin Chen cover the bill. Lin Chen conceded, unable to oppose him. At the entrance, Song Qingwan turned to her father. Dad, it's getting late. Could you give me a ride back to school? Song Jiaming hesitated for a moment before replying, Qingwan, I have an urgent matter to attend to at the company and can't take you. He exchanged several meaningful glances with his daughter. Confused, Song Qingwan puzzled over his intent, unable to decipher his signals. Finally, Song Jiaming cleared his throat and suggested, why not ask Lin Chen if he is available? Chapter 48. The dashing one-handed grip on the Pagani Huayra, the exuberance of youth and love. It is essential to provide ample opportunities for solitude. Lin Chen swiftly grasped Song Jiaming's intention and turned to Song Qingwan, suggesting, Senior, may I escort you home? My residence is conveniently close to the school. Song Jiaming's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded, haha, that would be much appreciated. Song Qingwan, having comprehended her father's implication, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks and graciously expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen. Thank you. It's nothing, Lin Chen replied modestly. Just as Song Jiaming was about to take his leave, he caught sight of a car in the distance, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he stood frozen for several moments. This is a Pagani Huayra. Confused, Song Qingwan inquired, what is a Huayra? With unwavering focus on the magnificent vehicle, Song Jiaming exclaimed, this masterpiece was crafted by Pagani, inspired by the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon, specifically designed for our nation. There are only 3 in existence, Baxia, Yaji, and this Huayra. Each of these cars is utterly unique, and none can be acquired for less than 30 million. Song Qingwan gasped in disbelief, realizing the significance of the car before her. Lin Chen, however, remained remarkably composed. Chuckling lightly, your father certainly possesses an impressive knowledge of automobiles. In response, Song Jiaming humbly remarked, I only have a slight understanding, and I never imagined I would encounter such a luxury vehicle in Donghai City. He had initially desired to linger a bit longer to glimpse the owner of the car, but after some contemplation, he decided against it, uncertain of when the owner might emerge. Thus, he took his leave. Turning to Lin Chen, Song Qingwan proposed, shall we return as well? Certainly, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He retrieved his car keys and approached the Pagani Huayra, with Song Qingwan trailing behind, increasingly sensing an oddity in the situation. Lin Chen, do you wish to take a closer look at the car? Lin Chen glanced back at her, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in silence, which only deepened Song Qingwan's intrigue. What could this reaction signify? It was soon revealed as Lin Chen opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. Song Qingwan stood rooted to the spot, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The owner of this extraordinary car was Lin Chen? Recalling her father's earlier words, she realized this vehicle was one of a kind. What stature must Lin Chen possess to drive such a car? Noticing her stillness, Lin Chen lowered the window and honked the horn, teasingly calling out, "Senior, why are you dawdling? Come on in." At the sound of his voice, Song Qingwan snapped back to reality, her heart racing with trepidation as she climbed into the passenger seat of the Huayra. "Lin Chen, this car, it's yours?" With a gentle smile, Lin Chen reassured her, "Indeed, it is mine. It's merely a car. There is no need for such astonishment." "Merely a car?" she echoed, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Chen reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, and the moment he pressed the accelerator, the engine roared to life, filling the air with a thunderous symphony. The luxurious Huayra transformed into a striking spectacle on the road, capturing the attention of passers-by. As Song Qingwan sat in the passenger seat, she found herself captivated by Lin Chen's profile as he drove, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. The sight of him effortlessly steering the Huayra was undeniably charming. Sensing her gaze, Lin Chen playfully remarked, "Senior, if you keep looking at me like that, I want to be able to concentrate on driving." Chapter 49. How about devoting oneself? At this moment, Song Qingwan finally regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm truly sorry, I just lost my train of thought." "Lost your train of thought? Were you distracted by my gaze?" Lin Chen added teasingly. At this, Song Qingwan's cheeks turned crimson all the way down to her collarbone. Is there anything more mortifying than being caught sneaking a glance? What should she do now? "I'm waiting online for advice." "Then, I won't look at you anymore." Unbeknownst to her, after uttering this line, she instinctively stole a few glances at Lin Chen's profile. Biting her lip, she expressed her gratitude. "Lin Chen, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how our family would cope." Just yesterday, after she mentioned her father's company, Lin Chen had immediately purchased the entire Hongdao Mall, rescuing her family from this crisis. To say it was mere coincidence would be hard for Song Qingwan to accept. She never imagined Lin Chen would go to such lengths for her. Simultaneously, she was astonished by Lin Chen's capabilities. Such feats were far beyond what a freshman could accomplish. Yet, Lin Chen had done it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "It's no trouble at all, a mere act of kindness." Song Qingwan pressed her lips together, falling silent. Yet, deep down, she understood the magnitude of his kindness. "How could I repay you?" Lin Chen regarded her thoughtfully and jested. "Well, they say that great kindness deserves great reciprocation, and the only way to repay such debt is through devotion. How about you, senior sister, dedicating yourself?" Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing the implication, her cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. "Why you really shouldn't joke like that? I might take it seriously." Lin Chen chuckled softly. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Song Qingwan forced a smile, her lovely eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment, regretting her previous remark. Then, Lin Chen casually inquired, "Can you cook?" Cook? I can. Why do you ask?" Song Qingwan was slightly bewildered. "Do you want me to make you a meal?" Lin Chen glanced at her and said, "Didn't you mention you were unsure how to repay me? Why not come to my place sometime and cook a few meals for me? Is it really that simple?" Song Qingwan could hardly believe it. "It's truly that simple." "Very well." Afterward, the two remained mostly silent during the ride. Upon entering the campus, their luxurious sports car caused quite a stir. Another sports car. And it's a Pagani. The Pagani Huayra. There is only one in the world. I want to see who is so impressive. This is the car of my dreams. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it on the news. I thought I'd never get a chance to see it in person. Yet someone at our school drives it. Is this the third sports car to appear at Donghai University? When Lin Chen parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory and stepped out, the crowd was left in awe. Isn't that the same freshman who arrived in a helicopter? I heard the Rolls-Royce Phantom that caused such a sensation before was also his. How long has it been since he switched to another luxury car? And one that's the only one in the world at that? You can't just buy such a car with money, can you? Who exactly is this freshman? Look, isn't that the campus beauty, Song Qingwan? Could they be together? Didn't you hear? There were rumors about them before. Chapter 50. A display of magnificence amidst the surrounding murmurs. Lin Chen remained indifferent, while Song Qingwan felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, everyone assumed that she shared a particular relationship with Lin Chen. Yet, a hint of secret delight flickered within her. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Please be careful on your way," she said. Lin Chen replied affirmatively, and Song Qingwan ascended to her dormitory. After watching her disappear into the building, Lin Chen drove away. Not long after returning to his villa, Lin Chen received a WeChat message from Song Qingwan. "You set the time, and I'll come over when I'm free, okay?" Contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen typed a response. "How about tomorrow? Are you available?" Song Qingwan replied instantly, "I have nothing planned for tomorrow." "What time? Send me the location, and I'll be there." Lin Chen responded, Let us say around 10 in the morning. I'll come to pick you up. After sending the message, Lin Chen tossed his phone aside and headed for a shower. The next day, Lin Chen slept in until 9 o'clock. After freshening up, he drove to the university to collect Song Qingwan. Together, they visited a small supermarket to purchase some ingredients before returning to Lin Chen's villa. Upon exiting the car, Song Qingwan gazed in astonishment at the magnificent Yunshui residence, the most luxurious mansion in Donghai City. She had previously heard that it had been sold, but never imagined the buyer would be Lin Chen. The surprises he presented were truly overwhelming. Lin Chen, however, appeared nonchalant. I just started university and wasn't comfortable in the dormitory, so I found a place to stay. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. You found a place. And that place happens to be the crown jewel of Donghai City? It was simply too astonishing. Curiosity bubbled within her. What kind of person was Lin Chen? First, he arrived by helicopter, causing a sensation throughout the campus. Then, he flaunted luxury cars like the Rolls-Royce Phantom and Pagani Huayra. He had even purchased the entire Hongda shopping mall, and now he owned the grandest mansion in the city. It seemed as though Lin Chen's wealth was inexhaustible. As Lin Chen prepared to enter the villa, he noticed Song Qingwan lost in thought and called out to her. She snapped back to reality and followed him inside. The interior of the villa was even more opulent than its exterior. After dining together, Lin Chen drove Song Qingwan back to the university and returned to his villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered Jiang Li. What a coincidence, little brother, she greeted with a cheerful smile. Lin Chen reciprocated with a grin. Indeed, sisterly. Jiang Li giggled and looked up at the sky. Look at those two clouds up there. Lin Chen obediently glanced upwards, but saw nothing remarkable. What about the clouds? Jiang Li teased. Do those two clouds not resemble the meal you owe me? With a playful raise of her eyebrow, she cast a teasing look at Lin Chen. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled that after having breakfast at Jiang Li's home, he had promised to treat her, but days had passed, and it had completely slipped his mind. Feeling somewhat remorseful, he replied, I'm sorry, I've been quite busy lately and forgot. How about we go out tonight? Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand, pondering for a few seconds before saying, the meal was a jest, but I do have something I need your assistance with. What is it? I'm attending a charity auction tonight and need a male companion, Jiang Li expressed, her tone tinged with concern. Are you free? I would like you to accompany me. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Chapter 51. Unromantic, congratulations, host, for triggering the plot task. Agree to Jiang Li's request. Reward, 3 charity cashback cards, unlimited amount. Unlimited cashback cards? So, the more I spend, the more I get back? Impressive. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Li. As your partner? Indeed. Jiang Li replied with a beaming smile. Lin Chen nodded. All right, when shall we begin? Meanwhile, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 3 charity cashback cards, unlimited amount. If you have some free time now, I could take you to do a makeover together? Another makeover? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bit troubled. After driving out his car, he noticed Jiang Li was astonished the moment she saw the Pagani Huayra. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she rushed over to touch it. Goodness, isn't this the newly released Pagani Huayra? How did you manage to get your hands on it? Jiang Li looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Guess. Jiang Li was bewildered and looked at Lin Chen skeptically. Honestly, are you the son of the richest man in Xia country? Or perhaps a scion of some hidden aristocratic family? Would you believe me if I said no? Lin Chen chuckled. This expression from Jiang Li was quite rare and exuded a certain charm. You truly are a prodigy. Are you trying to make it hard for others to live? Jiang Li sighed. With that, she settled into the passenger seat, marveling, I never imagined I would one day sit in the passenger seat of a Pagani Huayra. She glanced at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Who exactly are you, Lin Chen? Their destination was the studio of Jiang Li's personal stylist. Throughout the journey, Jiang Li provided directions until they finally arrived. At the base of the building, the Pagani Huayra still drew a remarkable amount of attention. Upon entering, a stunning white woman named Linda greeted them with a big hug for Jiang Li. Then, turning to Lin Chen, she teased in fluent Xia language. So, Jiang Li, is this your boyfriend? He looks a bit young. Hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled. He is not my boyfriend. She quickly added, at least, not yet. Linda wore an understanding smile. Oh, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Noticing this, Jiang Li tactfully changed the subject. All right, Linda, let's get started. To avoid ruining their makeup while changing outfits, Lin Chen and Jiang Li first changed clothes. Lin Chen wore a standard black suit with a burgundy bow tie. Not accustomed to formal attire, Lin Chen preferred comfortable casual wear. Jiang Li, on the other hand, donned a strapless starry gown that accentuated her perfect figure. The dark fabric was adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds, glimmering under the lights. making her extraordinarily captivating. With no makeup, she still possessed a unique allure. Truly a natural beauty. With an angelic face and a devilish figure. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, quickly averting his gaze. If he continued to look, he might just starve himself. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Chen. What? Is my figure so stunning that you're mesmerized? Lin Chen smiled at her. Is it not normal to be captivated? Aren't beautiful women a delight to behold? Jiang Li playfully retorted, such sweet talk. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly felt mischievous. But how would you know if you haven't tasted? Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Typically, she was the one teasing Lin Chen. Now the tables had turned, leaving her slightly disoriented. Oh, have you grown a lot in just a few days? Lin Chen chuckled, of course. Could it be that Jiang Li genuinely regarded him as an innocent little brother? How amusing. Lin Chen gazed at her thoughtfully and fell silent. Once their makeovers were complete, Jiang Li appeared radiant, her long wavy hair styled elegantly, adorned with pearl earrings, exuding a queenly demeanor. Conversely, Lin Chen inexplicably exuded a mature aura, yet he felt as though he had aged several years. Jiang Li looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. My little brother has turned into an older brother. Interesting. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, as long as you're pleased. With their looks finalized, it was already late. Linda escorted them downstairs. As Lin Chen was about to head to the car, he noticed two young women in strappy dresses posing next to his vehicle, filming a video. Just got my first car. After achieving financial independence, I've accomplished another small goal. When people ask me what economic independence feels like, for me, it's about buying what I love, seeing the sights I desire, and providing the life my family and I dream of. Upon seeing the Pagani Huayra, Linda was momentarily stopped in her tracks. Pagani? Jiang Li, your little boyfriend is quite impressive, she exclaimed. Jiang Li proudly glanced at Linda. Of course. Meanwhile, excuse me, ladies, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Lin Chen interjected, interrupting the two women filming their video. Huh. Linda couldn't help but laugh. She leaned closer to Jiang Li and said, your little boyfriend truly lacks romantic finesse. He can't even let such a beautiful lady finish her video. Jiang Li gave her a helpless look. He is still not my little boyfriend. Next to the Pagani, the two women, momentarily stunned, looked at Lin Chen. What did you just say? Is this car yours? Lin Chen took out his keys to unlock the door. Otherwise, whose would it be? Upon seeing this, the two women were instantly smitten, their eyes filled with hearts. Rich, young, and handsome. Just our type. Hey, could we add you on WeChat? They chimed in, leaning closer with flirtatious voices. Yes, handsome, let me scan your QR code. Let us be friends. As they spoke, they constantly threw flirtatious glances at Lin Chen. The overwhelming scent of perfume filled the air, and Lin Chen was beginning to lose patience. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. However, the two women were undeterred. How about you just tell us your WeChat ID? We'll add you. Linda watched with amusement. Your little boyfriend is being besieged. Aren't you going to help him? Aren't you afraid he might succumb to temptation? Jiang Li smiled at her. He is not that desperate, and it's getting late. I should leave now. With that, she flipped her hair and walked towards Lin Chen in her high heels. Darling, why didn't you wait for me to leave together? Jiang Li playfully pouted. Chapter 52. Discovery of new business opportunities. Two beautiful women gazed at Jiang Li in astonishment, appraising her from head to toe. She wore a haute couture gown, exquisite Gucci leather heels designed for the red carpet, and a Patek Philippe necklace, while the air around her was imbued with the scent of Chanel No. 5. The expressions of the two women swiftly darkened. A formidable rival. This was a true socialite. Yet, Jiang Li did not spare them a glance as she walked directly to Lin Chen, casually wrapping her arm around his. Lin Chen looked at her with mild surprise. The two women exchanged glances. Could it be that this woman was the boyfriend of this handsome man? Jiang Li shot him a playful wink, and Lin Chen finally realized. Moving to the other side to open the car door for her, Jiang Li sweetly smiled. Thank you. Darling, the alluring tone of her voice stirred something within Lin Chen. The roar of the engine erupted, prompting the two women to instinctively step aside as they watched the luxurious supercar speed away. Inside the car, Jiang Li received a message from Linda. Unable to contain her laughter, her mirth shaking her with delight. What is so funny? Lin Chen inquired, genuinely curious about what could elicit such joy from the aloof Jiang Li. With a teasing glint in her eye, Jiang Li replied, Did you know your WeChat ID is worth 10,000? This statement left Lin Chen perplexed. What did that mean? As she continued responding to Linda's message, she explained, Those two women just now each offered 5,000 to Linda just to obtain your WeChat ID. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems I might have stumbled upon a new business opportunity. Oh, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. I could create a WeChat account specifically to sell to women like them. That could yield quite a profit. I must be a genius, he declared. Jiang Li burst into laughter. You really are a little rascal. Lin Chen glanced at her nonchalantly. Oh, please, spare me the flattery. Then Jiangli asked. Those two women were quite attractive. Didn't you feel even the slightest temptation? At her words, Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he looked at Jiangli with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Do you really think my taste is so poor? Am I that desperate? Jiangli rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin Chen's profile. Well, not exactly. Now we're getting somewhere, he replied. Recalling how she had been pursued by the two socialites earlier, Lin Chen asked, By the way, what did you call me just now? I seem to have forgotten. Jiangli covered her mouth and giggled. You really are quite the little rascal, aren't you? I called you darling just to help you out. What's the matter? Do you want to hear it again? Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. That is not a bad idea. Surprised by his response, Jiangli felt her cheeks warm. Was she being led into a trap? Lin Chen studied her, wondering if it was just his imagination or if she was actually blushing. Truly a sight to behold. To ease the awkwardness, Jiangli coughed softly and fanned herself, casually remarking, It's a bit warm in here. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her prideful yet bashful demeanor. She shot him an annoyed glare. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen suddenly found amusement in the situation. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Is it a yes or a no? Jiangli paused, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she just managed to shift the topic? With a renewed curiosity, she scrutinized Lin Chen. Was this little lamb transforming into a big bad wolf? With a mix of pride and shyness, she glared at Lin Chen. Darling, is that sufficient? That will do, Lin Chen replied, focusing intently on the road. Before long, they arrived at the hotel, where the Chiron had already captured everyone's attention. As Lin Chen and Jiangli exited the car, they instantly became the center of attraction. A handsome man with a beautiful woman was a striking sight anywhere, especially with this particular gentleman arriving in a Pagani Huayra. The women present couldn't help but envy Jiangli, wishing they could take her place. After registering at the entrance, Jiangli led Lin Chen into the event hall. Once they settled into their seats, Jiangli began discussing various details related to the charity auction. Not far away, a woman in a navy blue spaghetti strap gown cast a curious glance in their direction. Jiangli, could the man beside her be her boyfriend? It was surprising to see her with someone so young. Previously, whenever Jiangli attended such events, she usually came alone. This time, however, she had brought a companion, leading Luo Weiwei to assume he was Jiangli's boyfriend. The man beside Luo Weiwei, her boyfriend Li Hao, also looked over. Upon seeing Jiangli in her starry gown, he was instantly captivated. Weiwei, is that your friend? He leaned in to ask. Luo Weiwei nodded. Should we go say hello? Li Hao suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Weiwei agreed. She tidied her appearance, donned her 10 centimeters heels, and approached Jiangli. A woman must never compromise on her elegance. Hello, President Jiang. Luo Weiwei greeted with a bright smile, while appraising Jiangli's attire. Such a lavish gown, what a grand statement. Jiangli looked up, her expression turning slightly frosty upon recognizing her. President Luo? What a coincidence to see you here. Luo Weiwei smiled, glancing at Lin Chen beside Jiangli. And this is my friend, Jiangli replied coolly. Luo Weiwei smiled and took a seat next to Jiangli. I see, your boyfriend? Jiangli frowned slightly, intending to clarify, but Lin Chen interjected. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Jiangli was taken aback by his introduction. Such a move could easily lead Luo Weiwei to misunderstand their relationship. However, since he didn't mind, there was little she could say. Luo Weiwei smiled at Lin Chen. Nice to meet you. I'm Luo Weiwei. She then turned to her partner, introducing him. This is my boyfriend, Li Hao. Li Hao extended his hand to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin. Lin Chen reciprocated with a brief handshake. Li Hao then inquired, May I ask where Mr. Lin is currently employed? I'm still a student. Lin Chen casually replied. Li Hao looked slightly surprised, but noted that Lin Chen seemed rather young. He then glanced at the aloof Jiangli, astonished that this beauty had a preference for someone so youthful. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei's expression shifted to one of disdain as she scrutinized Lin Chen. A student? So he must be supported by Jiangli? Jiangli felt a twinge of embarrassment but chose to remain silent. Was this young man pretending to be more than he was? Just then, Li Hao, engrossed in his phone, exclaimed, drawing the attention of the group. My apologies. I was a bit rude just now. What happened? Luo Weiwei inquired. Li Hao swiftly presented his phone to her. I saw a message in the group stating that a Pagani Huayra is parked at the entrance, and the owner seems to be attending the auction. As he spoke, he glanced around at the assembled crowd. I wonder which magnate it belongs to. This car, I have only seen at auto shows, the sole limited edition in the world. I never imagined I would encounter it here. Chapter 53. All for charity. What they failed to notice was the subtle exchange of glances between Lin Chen and Jiangli. Soon after, Li Hao presented his phone to Lin Chen, stating, This is the only Chi-Hu in the world. I presume you have never seen it before? Allow me to show you. Lin Chen casually glanced at the photograph displayed. Wasn't this his own vehicle? Yet, it made sense, with only one existing in the world. How could it possibly be involved in an accident? Li Hao, with an air of pride, glanced at Lin Chen and asked, "What do you think? Quite handsome, isn't it?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, it is quite handsome." Jiang Li nearly burst into laughter, looking at Li Hao as if he were foolish. However, Li Hao remained oblivious to their unusual behavior, inwardly chastising Lin Chen for his lack of worldly experience, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of envy for being in the company of such a stunning beauty as Jiang Li. His girlfriend, Luo Weiwei, although beautiful, paled in comparison to Jiang Li, who embodied a quintessential elegance, while Luo Weiwei exuded a hint of a more worldly charm. The auction commenced shortly thereafter. Following the host's opening remarks, engaging in philanthropy is not merely about tossing money into a void. It is essential for companies to partake in charitable endeavors, as it enhances public visibility and aids future growth. Thus, the attendees were predominantly CEOs from various enterprises. The first item up for auction was a piece by a locally renowned calligrapher. Given that this was a charitable auction, all bidding started at zero. Before long, someone in the audience began to bid, starting at 10,000. Observing this, Li Hao lazily raised his paddle and declared 100,000. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned to Li Hao. To increase the bid tenfold in one go was quite audacious. Li Hao reveled in the attention, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, who he assumed would lack the funds for such a bid. 100,000 from number 41. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Another bid came forth, 120,000. Li Hao's smile faltered slightly, but he raised his paddle once more, 200,000. He was determined to secure this piece of calligraphy. The crowd was taken aback. The gentleman who had just bid had no choice but to withdraw. The auctioneer, seeing no further bids, announced 200,000, going once, 200,000, going twice. He raised his gavel high, but at that moment, Lin Chen raised his paddle, 1 million. A gasp swept through the room. All eyes were now fixated on Lin Chen. Who was this young master? So extravagantly willing to part with 1 million for a mere calligraphy piece without a flicker of hesitation? The whispers spread. Surely he was not a local, otherwise they would have recognized him. This bold move to bid 1 million left no room for others to contest. Li Hao shot Lin Chen an irate glance. Stop causing trouble. This isn't a game. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1 million. He simply felt such a sum was unwarranted for a piece that wasn't even from a renowned master. Luo Weiwei cast a disdainful look at Lin Chen, mockingly saying, "Bidding so high, do you even have that much money?" Lin Chen merely glanced at them, remaining silent as his gaze returned to the stage. His various ventures had recently yielded substantial profits, and he currently possessed tens of millions. Had he not been concerned about startling them, he would have confidently bid 10 million. After all, he would eventually recoup threefold. This million was merely a small appetizer. Jiang Li, astonished, leaned closer to Lin Chen and inquired, "Do you truly have a fondness for this calligraphy?" Lin Chen shrugged, replying honestly, "To be frank, I do not." Jiang Li was taken aback. "If you don't like it, why bid such a high price for it?" Lin Chen flashed a smile. "It's all for charity." Jiang Li, "Well, if you have money to spare, then I won't say anything." In the crowd, Zhao Yuanhang spotted Lin Chen and was mildly surprised. Lin Chen, he chuckled softly. This junior was indeed intriguing. The host, now energized, announced, "Mr. Number 62 bids 1 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. The outcome was evident. After Lin Chen's bid, no one else raised their paddles. 1 million sold. The gavel struck decisively. "Please invite Mr. Number 62 to the stage to receive the calligraphy and perform the handover ceremony." Lin Chen leaned toward Jiang Li and said, "I suppose a speech is in order? Perhaps you could collect it for me? I am quite uncomfortable in such settings." Jiang Li eyed him suspiciously but accepted the bank card he offered, rising to approach the stage amidst the crowd's gaze. Just as the transaction was completed, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for using Charity Consumption Card X1, receiving a threefold cashback." Lin Chen checked his phone and confirmed that his account had indeed increased by 2 million. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Li returned, cradling the calligraphy piece and handed it to Lin Chen. "Here, your prize." Lin Chen merely cast a cursory glance and remarked, "It's a gift for you, specifically acquired for you." Jiang Li was taken aback. "You're giving me something you purchased for 1 million? Lin Chen loosened his tie and smiled at her. "Not only can we engage in charity to assist those in need, but it also pleases a fair lady. It's a win-win, don't you think?" Jiang Li paused momentarily, her heart racing unexpectedly. "I hadn't realized you were so charming." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at her. There's much more to me than meets the eye. Zhang Li's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei, seated beside Jiang Li, observed their interaction with jealousy and remarked, Mr. Lin is indeed generous, a million bid, and he simply gifts it away. Lin Chen and Zhang Li exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to respond. Nearby, Li Hao, sensing the tension, quickly reassured Luo Weiwei, Don't worry, my dear. I'll bid for you next. Thank you, darling. Li Hao glared at Lin Chen, thinking that after spending $1 million, he surely must be out of funds. After all, he was merely a student. Even if he were a rich heir, such lavish spending seemed excessive. Before long, the second round of bidding commenced. This time, a pair of jade bracelets contributed by an antique collector, said to be over 100 years old, was presented. Their quality was not exceptional. The value lay in their historical significance. The first bidder called out 10,000, and gradually, more participants entered the fray. Luo Weiwei, playfully leaning against Li Hao, cooed, Darling, I simply adore those jade bracelets. She subtly glanced at Jiang Li. Li Hao, enchanted by her sweet voice, quickly responded, all right, I'll bid for you. Without hesitation, he raised his paddle, 50,000. This bid exceeded the previous one by a substantial 20,000. The individuals previously intending to secure the bracelets immediately fell silent. Li Hao cast a smug glance at Lin Chen, confident that this time, the young man would not dare to compete with him. The host on stage began to speak. And just as the hammer was about to fall, Lin Chen once again raised the sign in his hand. 10 million. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Chapter 54. Are you deliberately opposing me? Jiang Li was utterly astonished and hastily tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen, what are you doing? However, Lin Chen merely cast her a puzzled glance. What's the matter? Jiang Li leaned closer to his ear and whispered, the charity auction last year raised only over 8 million. You just contributed 10 million, more than last year's total. I know you have plenty of money, but that's not how one should spend it. Lin Chen, nonetheless, casually replied. It's fine, it's all for charity. Jiang Li was left speechless. Wealth certainly breeds caprice. Meanwhile, Li Hao was infuriated. What do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Chen calmly responded. I'm bidding according to the process. Is there a problem? Li Hao opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately storming off with an angry remark. If you have the guts, don't run away when it's time to pay. Once again, Jiang Li stepped up to collect the items on his behalf. Simultaneously, a text message arrived on Lin Chen's phone. Spent 10 million, gained 30 million. How delightful. At that moment, Li Hao, clearly disheartened, excused himself, claiming he needed to visit the restroom. Just then, Luo Weiwei glanced at Jiang Li on stage, then at Lin Chen, and took out her phone to scan. Mr. Lin, shall we exchange contact information? I'll scan you, just as a friendly gesture. Lin Chen frowned slightly, looking at her. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Luo Weiwei felt a bit awkward, but quickly smiled. Mr. Lin, you're quite the jokester. I just saw you take out your phone. Lin Chen chuckled but offered no explanation, instead asking, your fondness for making friends, does your boyfriend know? Luo Weiwei's smile froze. And seeing Jiang Li returning from the stage, she retreated, silently cursing Lin Chen for his lack of charm. Simultaneously, she began to doubt her own allure. Had her charm diminished recently? At that moment, Jiang Li returned to her seat and cast a brief glance at Luo Weiwei without saying a word. Lin Chen smiled at Jiang Li. I got you a bracelet. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Was this bracelet specifically acquired for me? As a guy, you wouldn't need it. Aside from gifting or collecting, it seems rather pointless. As expected, Lin Chen grinned and affirmed, indeed. This scene left Luo Weiwei envious, her heart filled with bitterness. Meanwhile, Lin Chen possessed a cashback card, which he intended to save for last. He refrained from bidding on the subsequent auction items. At this point, Li Hao returned to his seat. The auction was now at its final item, a crystal necklace, purportedly crafted by a renowned designer from the United States. Luo Weiwei's eyes lit up as she saw the image projected on the big screen and immediately turned to Li Hao. Darling, you just agreed to bid for me. Li Hao quickly complied, raising his paddle. 5 million. The starting bid was already 5 million, deterring many potential bidders. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Boldly calling out 10 million, gasps filled the room. Li Hao was astonished. Hadn't he already spent over 11 million in the previous 2 rounds? How could Lin Chen now bid 10 million? After being outbid twice, he was determined not to concede so easily. Furthermore, Luo Weiwei wouldn't simply let it go. Grinding his teeth, Li Hao raised his paddle again. 11 million. Before anyone could react, Lin Chen declared, 20 million. The room erupted in astonishment. What was happening at this charity auction? So many wealthy individuals had emerged. Li Hao, furious, was left speechless and dared not bid further. seeing his face redden with anger. Luo Weiwei quickly interjected, "Darling, just let it go. That necklace isn't that special." Meanwhile, Jiang Li, now in possession of the necklace, hadn't even spoken when Lin Chen remarked, "It's a gift for you." Jiang Li's smile blossomed. "It seems you are determined to win me over." Lin Chen smiled back, but said nothing. His account had just received another 60 million. Jiang Li felt a flutter in her heart, casting a grateful glance at Lin Chen. "Thank you. The necklace is beautiful. I truly love it." She added, "Every gift you've given me has been wonderful." Lin Chen nodded. "As long as you like it." Beside them, Luo Weiwei felt a pang of jealousy. She had always enjoyed competing with Jiang Li, but this time, she felt utterly defeated. How she wished Lin Chen were her boyfriend instead. She contemplated making another attempt, but recalled Lin Chen's prior demeanor and retreated. As the auction neared its conclusion, several reporters surged in, surrounding Lin Chen and Jiang Li. "Sir, you spent over 20 million at this charity auction. What was your motivation?" "Sir, do you have any comments to share?" In response to the barrage of questions, Lin Chen simply smiled and stated, "For charity." With that, he took Jiang Li's hand and departed, leaving the reporters bewildered. Following the auction, the charity dinner commenced in a different banquet hall. Upon entering, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice from behind. "Mr. Lin." Both Lin Chen and Jiang Li turned around. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this Zhao Yuanhang, the son of the former owner of Hongdao Mall? No, he was the former owner. Just days ago, she had heard that Hongdao Mall had a new proprietor and had intended to pay a visit, but hadn't found the opportunity. Lin Chen felt puzzled. The man appeared familiar, yet he couldn't recall where they had met. Noticing Lin Chen's confusion, Zhao Yuanhang quickly introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Yuanhang from Hongdao Mall." Upon hearing Hongdao Mall, Lin Chen finally remembered. "Ah, you're Zhao, my senior." Lin Chen felt slightly embarrassed. Had Zhao not prompted him, he might have forgotten. "Mr. Lin, you truly have a reputation for forgetting," Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. He then turned to Jiang Li. "Is this the esteemed Jiang Dong from Jiaqing?" Jiang Li offered a polite smile. "You have an impressive memory, young Master Zhao." She then glanced at the two of them. "Do you know each other?" Before Lin Chen could respond, Zhao Yuanhang interjected. "Not just acquainted. Mr. Lin invested 8 billion to purchase our Hongdao Mall outright." "What?" Lin Chen bought Hongdao Mall. Jiang Li stood frozen, utterly astonished, unable to articulate her thoughts. She never imagined that the new owner of Hongdao Mall, whom she intended to visit, would turn out to be Lin Chen. Chapter 55. The most deadly concealment. The more Jiang Li pondered, the more she felt a sense of trepidation. Who exactly was Lin Chen? Her interest in him was undeniably growing. Zhao, the senior, joked lightly, while Lin Chen, with a calm demeanor, remained oblivious to Jiang Li's thoughts. Soon after, Zhao Yuanhang recalled the Pagani Huayra he had seen outside. He turned to Lin Chen and inquired about the car parked outside. The unspoken words hung in the air, yet the implication was clear. Lin Chen, catching on to the probing nature of the question, smiled and confirmed, "It's mine," though he had anticipated this response. Hearing Lin Chen affirm it left Zhao Yuanhang momentarily stunned. "I recall Mr. Lin already owns a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It has been long, and now he possesses a Huayra. To think that there is only one Huayra in the world, and Mr. Lin managed to acquire it. I must say, I am quite impressed." Zhao Yuanhang's words dripped with envy. A fellow car enthusiast himself, he had only ever glimpsed the Huayra at an auto show. Lin Chen chuckled softly, downplaying it. "It's merely a car." "Ah, what does it mean to be extravagant?" "This is it." After a moment of silent admiration, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, Mr. Lin, we have a supercar club here. I wonder if you would be interested in joining?" The mention of a supercar club piqued Lin Chen's interest slightly. Zhao Yuanhang elaborated. "I am the founder of the supercar club in Donghai City. It's just a group of supercar enthusiasts who gather to have fun, and occasionally, we hold races. We even have someone in our club who drives a Pagani, though it pales in comparison to yours. The moment you join, your Huayra alone would overshadow all the other supercars, inciting envy." Lin Chen listened with growing curiosity. "So how does one join this club?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang took out his phone. "Let us exchange contact information, and I can add you to the club's group chat." "All right," Lin Chen replied, promptly retrieving his phone to add Zhao Yuanhang as a friend. After exchanging a few more words, the banquet commenced. Later, Luo Weiwei and Li Hao seemed to deliberately avoid Lin Chen and Jiang Li, as the latter noticed their absence throughout the event. Lin Chen assumed they had left early. However, as the banquet concluded and he prepared to drive, he spotted the two once more. "This Pagani Huayra is truly eye-catching. Indeed, if I could drive this car, I'd be willing to forego driving for a year. It's the embodiment of a man's dream. I can only wonder about the impressive individual who owns it." Li Hao mused, only to be interrupted by Luo Weiwei, who discreetly tugged at his sleeve. signaling towards Lin Chen's direction. Upon noticing Lin Chen, Li Hao felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Are you admiring this car too? Lin Chen smiled lightly. It's just a car. What is so fascinating about it? Li Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. How could he, standing before the owner of the only Huayra in the world, dismiss it as merely a car? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, retorting, what, is it not a car? Caught off guard, Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. Lin Chen's assertion held a ring of truth. Yes, it was a car, but it represented so much more: dreams, identity, status, and nobility. Li Hao declared vehemently, as if Lin Chen had insulted his very beliefs. Beside them, Jiangli struggled to contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking. She eagerly awaited their reaction upon discovering that Lin Chen was indeed the car's owner. Lin Chen cast a mild glance her way, recognizing her predicament. Meanwhile, others began to rally in defense of the Huayra. What does he mean, just a car? Sounds like sour grapes to me. Indeed, who would say such a thing unless they are envious? Such individuals are truly shameful. If the owner heard that, I wonder how they would react. Li Hao, arms crossed and brimming with self-satisfaction, taunted Lin Chen. Did you hear what everyone is saying? What do you have to say for yourself now? At that moment, Jiangli wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's, playfully suggesting, darling, shall we head back? Certainly, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, retrieving his car keys and striding towards the Huayra. Boom. The crowd fell into stunned silence as Lin Chen, amidst their astonishment, opened the door for Jiangli and settled into the driver's seat. It was only when the Huayra disappeared from view that Li Hao regained his composure, his embarrassment reaching new heights. The supercar belonged to Lin Chen. Reflecting on his earlier remarks, he wished he could vanish into the ground. The gazes of those around him shifted, filled with newfound astonishment. So, the young man they had just demeaned was, in fact, the owner of the Huayra. How utterly embarrassing. They had been misled, and it served them right. Luo Weiwei, feeling the heat of embarrassment, let go of Li Hao's hand and walked away. Li Hao, stunned for a moment, hurried after her. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with a knowing glance. I didn't expect you to spend over 20 million at this charity auction. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. It's all for charity, after all. Jiangli rolled her eyes in response. You always say that. Can't you come up with something new? Suddenly recalling a scene from earlier, she asked, did Luo Daxiong make a move on you today? Lin Chen coughed lightly. What do you mean by made a move? Jiangli replied, I saw it on stage. Lin Chen then remembered the incident. She had asked for my contact information, which I didn't provide. However, he shot a glance at Jiangli. You dare call her Luo Daxiong? You have the audacity, considering yours is even larger. Chapter 56, Basketball Match Overwhelmed. Jiangli expressed her surprise. That Luo Daxiong is quite a socialite, renowned in our circle for her numerous conquests. How is it that she hasn't ensnared you? She is not lacking in looks either. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, a beautiful facade is ubiquitous. It is the intriguing soul that is truly rare. Jiangli chuckled lightly. How amusing. Today, many have inquired about your contact information. It seems your romantic prospects are quite favorable. Lin Chen offered a wry smile. Such romantic prospects are not what I desire. Their conversation meandered as they soon arrived at the Water's Edge villa. Lin Chen parked his car at the entrance of Jiangli's villa, ensuring she was home safe, despite the short distance. After bidding farewell, Jiangli entered her residence while Lin Chen drove back. Upon returning home, Lin Chen opened his phone to discover several unread messages from Mo Lin Chen. Why haven't you attended class these past few days? Fortunately, the teacher hasn't been too strict. Otherwise, you would have faced consequences. Will you be in class tomorrow? Lin Chen replied, I've been rather busy lately, but I will come tomorrow. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and headed for a shower. The following day, Lin Chen arose early to attend class as per his schedule. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Mo waving at him. Lin Chen, I've saved you a seat. He walked over to sit beside her. Thank you. You're welcome, Mo replied, glancing at him. Have you been busy lately? Lin Chen nodded, indeed. At this moment, the class monitor, Chu Qianqian, turned around and asked with a pitiful expression, Lin Chen, do you play basketball? What's the matter? Lin Chen inquired. With a sigh, Chu Qianqian explained, the school is organizing a basketball tournament, but our literature department is predominantly female. As you know, we're struggling to gather enough male players. Lin Chen felt a pang of sympathy for her. It was indeed true that the literature department was heavily female-dominated, with the number of girls far surpassing that of boys. However, Lin Chen's lips twitched in contemplation as he regarded Chu Qianqian. You aren't suggesting that I join, are you? At this, Chu Qianqian eagerly nodded. Lin Chen shook his head vigorously in refusal. I must inform you that I cannot play basketball. I have barely touched a ball. Before he could finish, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the storyline task. Participate in the basketball match and acquire exceptional skills. Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless. Huh. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Chu Chanqian's voice snapped him back to reality. Nothing. I'll join, Lin Chen replied with resignation. Upon hearing this, Chu Chanqian's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. You've done me a huge favor. Suemo chimed in. I'll be there to cheer for you. Lin Chen smiled. All right, thank you. He sighed inwardly, anticipating a flurry of admirers. In college, few skills captivated the hearts of others quite like basketball or playing the guitar. As for the system's promised skills, he was confident they would be formidable, ensuring he could dominate the competition. Soon, the day of the basketball match arrived. Given Lin Chen's reputation, many girls flocked to the venue to watch him play. The area was overwhelmingly crowded. Even the cheerleaders had difficulty making their way in. Since Lin Chen had yet to acquire his exceptional skills, he had performed poorly during training and was assigned as a substitute. Many girls expressed their disappointment upon learning of this arrangement. The order of play was determined by a draw conducted by representatives from each department, and the literature department's luck was abysmal, drawing the physical education department. It was known that the athletes from the physical education department were exceptionally strong and muscular. In previous tournaments, they had consistently claimed victory. Thus, the literature department was up against the most formidable opponent right from the start, likely unable to advance past the first round. To make matters worse, Chen Kai, who had a past grievance with Lin Chen, was also on that team. He quickly recognized Lin Chen and felt a twinge of regret upon learning of Lin Chen's substitute status. Ever since their enrollment, Lin Chen had stolen the limelight. Much to Chen Kai's annoyance, he intended to seize this opportunity to teach Lin Chen a lesson. However, Lin Chen had no recollection of who he was, let alone recognize him. After a lively dance performance, the basketball game commenced. As Lin Chen donned his jersey, an influx of basketball knowledge surged into his mind. He felt as though he had been playing for decades. In line with Lin Chen's expectations, the literature department was quickly overwhelmed by the physical education department's onslaught. The physical education team scored 12 points, while the literature department managed only 1. Who is number 11 on the physical education team? They are impressive. That's the captain, Chen Kai, a true basketball maestro. Chen Kai is so handsome. He is exactly my type. With such a crushing defeat from the outset, the literature department players grew increasingly anxious, leading to disorganized tactics that resulted in them failing to score another basket. Several players suffered injuries. Meanwhile, the 3 substitute players, excluding Lin Chen, groaned in despair. Is this even a competition? The physical education team is just bullying us. We might as well concede. Look at the state of our players. We can't possibly perform any better. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at them. The game is not over yet. One of them remarked, does it even matter? We are clearly going to lose. The score is 28-1. How much worse could it get? Lin Chen turned away, opting for silence. Such defeatist attitudes only served to undermine their morale. As the first half concluded, the score reached 30-2. During the 10-minute halftime, the cheerleaders returned to perform another lively routine, attempting to uplift the atmosphere. However, none of the basketball players were in the mood to watch. They were busy discussing strategies for the second half. The players from the physical education department are unbelievably strong. Indeed, I've been knocked around multiple times, and the referee hasn't even blown the whistle. At this rate, we are destined to lose. Ugh, I can't go on. My knee is killing me. The players continued to vent their frustrations. Lin Chen inquired, who wants to sit out? I can take your place. You? The others cast him strange looks, recalling his previous performance during training. Everyone wore expressions that suggested their thoughts were far from complimentary. Lin Chen, no offense, but given your skills, well, let's just say you would be better off not playing. Yeah. Lin Chen glanced back at the substitute players. Who among you wishes to play? They exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in refusal. You all. The captain was infuriated. If you are unwilling to step onto the court, what use are you as substitutes? A few individuals were on the verge of tears, lamenting, we are but pawns in this game. Among them, one team member had sustained an injury and could no longer participate. Yet, among the substitutes, only Lin Chen was willing to take the field. With a resigned shrug, Lin Chen declared, I suppose I must step in. The captain sighed, conceding, well, it seems we have no choice. Soon, the 10-minute halftime intermission came to an end. When Lin Chen entered the game, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Chen Kai's eyes. He whispered to the teammates behind him, do you see that lad in jersey number 14? Be sure to keep an eye on him. We cannot confront him openly, but a subtle approach should suffice. Chapter 57. A dramatic turn of events. The second half of the match commenced. Chen Kai was the first to seize the ball, taking a few swift steps before executing yet another slam dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Kai was truly remarkable. How many times had he dunked already? It seemed the sports academy was destined for victory once again. Chen Kai's prowess was undeniable, whereas the arts academy had yet to showcase any formidable talent. Wait, look! Lin Chen sprinted towards the center court, catching the incoming ball and leaping with vigor. An exquisitely graceful arc traced through the air as the ball flawlessly swished through the net. A three-pointer. The arts academy was in an uproar. This was their first three-pointer since the game began. Incredible. Who dared claim Lin Chen couldn't play basketball? Step forward, and I assure you, I won't hold back. But let us not celebrate too soon. With the score gap widening, even if Lin Chen was skilled, could they possibly catch up? I think not. On the court, a passing error by player number 3 from the opposing team was intercepted by Lin Chen, who swiftly executed a layup, sending the ball through the hoop. Cheers erupted once more. Chen Kai was beginning to feel flustered. Keep an eye on that guy. Do not let him score again. Finally, the ball landed in Chen Kai's hands. Before he could react, Lin Chen snatched it away and made another long-range shot. Another three-pointer. Chen Kai's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Just moments ago, he had insisted on preventing further scores, and now Lin Chen had effortlessly made another three-pointer. A player from the sports academy gasped for breath. Kai, we can't stop him. This guy is unstoppable. Even if we can't, we must try. Chen Kai gritted his teeth. The intensity of the match escalated, leaving spectators on the edge of their seats. The score tightened, with the Arts Academy even leading by 3 points. The previously disheartened students from the Arts Academy were now electrified with newfound energy. The female students, numerous and vocal, filled the arena with their enthusiastic cheers. Go Lin Chen. Lin Chen is the best. Lin Chen is my idol. Who was it that made my idol a benchwarmer? As the game neared its conclusion, with only a minute remaining, the ball found its way to Chen Kai again. He prepared to shoot, having already leaped into the air. When suddenly, a figure sprang up, forcefully swatting the ball backward. Damn. Block him. A fierce rejection. It was Lin Chen once more. A teammate retrieved the ball and passed it to Lin Chen, who found himself encircled. He crouched with the ball, feigned a pass. And as the opponents fell for his ruse, he leapt, twisting in midair, and effortlessly sunk the ball into their basket. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Cheers erupted anew. The Arts Academy's supporters relaxed, feeling the heat of victory. Lin Chen swiftly removed his jersey and tossed it aside, inciting waves of screams from the crowd. Oh my, what a physique. This is astonishing. He plays fiercely and looks even fiercer. The female students from the Arts Academy and surrounding affiliations were in a frenzy. Suemo, having finally pushed her way to the front, was shouting with flushed cheeks. It seemed this was her first experience of such wild enthusiasm. With the match drawing to a close, Lin Chen's athletic prowess had captivated all. As he basked in the adoration, a group of girls rushed towards him, offering bottles of water. Lin Chen, I specially bought this water for you from the supermarket. Choose mine. Mine is sparkling water. It's better for your body. Lin Chen, overwhelmed by the attention, hesitated, not knowing whom to accept from. Suemo, standing awkwardly with her bottle, felt unsure. At that moment, Lin Chen, towering above the crowd, spotted her. He recalled her earlier promise to bring him water. She had truly come through. He called out, "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" After finally reaching Suemo, he extended his hand. "Where's my water?" Suemo, taken aback for a moment, quickly handed over the bottle. A pang of jealousy surged through the other girls. Lin Chen accepted it, twisting off the cap with a swift motion and gulping it down, his throat parched from the exertion. The sweat glistening on his skin only heightened his allure. Suemo was startled by her own thoughts. How could she entertain such inappropriate notions? Just then, a teammate called out to Lin Chen, prompting him to return the nearly empty bottle to Suemo. "Could you please dispose of this for me? I'll treat you to dinner tonight." With that, Lin Chen departed, leaving Suemo in a whirlwind of confusion. Flustered, she quickly pulled out her phone to seek advice. What should she wear for dinner with a boy? Meanwhile, Chen Kai glared at Lin Chen in a fit of rage. The match, once firmly in their grasp, had been entirely transformed by Lin Chen's singular presence. It was utterly infuriating. To make matters worse, their sports academy had held the championship title for several consecutive years, and now, with this batch, they faced elimination in their very first game. Was there anything more humiliating? After attending to the aftermath of the game, Lin Chen changed back into his regular clothes and was surprised to find Suemo waiting for him. Lin Chen caught a whiff of his own sweat and sheepishly remarked, "I need to take a shower. Would you like to come to my place and wait for me?" Suemo quickly waved her hands. "No, I need to head back to my dorm. I'll come find you later." Lin Chen considered this and agreed, opting to drive home first. Suemo rushed back to her dorm, rummaging through her belongings. 2 hours later, after finishing his shower, Lin Chen sent a message to Sumo and discovered she was still in her dorm. He decided to go pick her up. Sumo stood before the mirror, agonizing over her outfit for quite some time, ultimately selecting a lovely white French-style princess dress. Just as Lin Chen arrived at the base of her dormitory, lamenting the complexities of women, a new task from the system appeared before him. Chapter 58. The Beautiful Encounter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the storyline task. Take Sumo to Yuji Lan for dinner. Reward, Pagani Huirayaji. Hiss. Lin Chen was astonished. Another unique supercar? Having already acquired 2 of the 3 legendary Dragon's Child supercars, he couldn't help but wonder who would possess the third. Just as he pondered, Sumo had already descended the stairs. In a buoyant mood, Lin Chen stepped out of the car and gracefully opened the door for Sumo. Thank you, she said as she settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a small gesture. It's what I should do. Noticing Lin Chen's exuberance, Sumo asked with curiosity, You seem particularly happy today. Has something good happened? Good news. Having acquired another unique supercar certainly qualifies. However, thinking this, Lin Chen replied, Of course, I'm delighted to be dining with a beautiful lady. Sumo was momentarily taken aback. His words stirred a tempest within her heart. Unaware of the effect he had, Lin Chen continued, So, where are we dining? Yuji Lan. Before long, a Pagani Huirayaji came to a stop in front of Yuji Lan, eliciting quite a stir. Lin Chen had grown accustomed to such reactions. Yet Sumo still felt a bit uneasy. Nestled in a somewhat secluded area, finding Yuji Lan without navigation would have proven quite challenging for Lin Chen. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1 Pagani Huirayaji. Note, the car is parked in the Yun Shui Jian Villa parking lot. The key is in the bedside drawer of the master bedroom. Lin Chen smiled, pleased. The ambience of Yuji Lan was indeed delightful, fresh and elegant, with a subtle aroma of delectable cuisine wafting through the air, instantly awakening his appetite. However, Sumo gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, Lin Chen, it seems the average cost here is 2,000 to 3,000 per person. It's rather expensive. In response, Lin Chen assured her, It's fine. I can certainly afford a meal. Seeing this, Sumo fell silent, taken aback by Lin Chen's choice to invite her to such an upscale establishment. Initially, she had planned to treat him in return, but now, she found herself in a dilemma. After ordering a selection of dishes, Lin Chen led Sumo to a table, and soon, an array of exquisite food arrived. By the way, where's Su Tao? I haven't seen her lately, Lin Chen casually inquired between bites. She has classes, Sumo replied. Oh, Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. To be honest, the dishes at Yuji Lan were quite impressive. The caviar and shrimp mousse were a delight, as it melted on his tongue. The burst of shrimp flavor was exhilarating, complemented by the fragrant crumbled pastry. The matsutake and fish maw soup was rich and savory. While the noodles, though Lin Chen hadn't caught their name, were exquisite. He turned to a nearby server. What is the name of these noodles? With a smile, the server replied. Hello, sir. These are called cordyceps golden silk noodles. And how much for a serving? Lin Chen inquired further. These noodles are 198 yuan in the set menu, but 398 yuan if ordered la carte. Sumo gazed at the teacup-sized portion before her, slightly taken aback. These noodles are quite pricey. Nevertheless, they taste fantastic. Lin Chen nodded. Please bring me 2 bowls. Cordyceps golden silk noodles, at 400 yuan a cup, 2 large bowls would surely exceed 10,000. Wouldn't it? The patrons at nearby tables couldn't help but cast their eyes in Lin Chen's direction. Sumo was left speechless. Yet, considering Lin Chen's supercar, she reasoned that such an expense was trivial for him. Still, spending 10,000 on noodles was undeniably extravagant. Excuse me, sir, are you sure you want 2 bowls? The server asked again, ensuring she hadn't misheard. Lin Chen affirmed, yes indeed. With that, the server hurried away to relay the order to the kitchen. Astonished to encounter someone ordering cordyceps golden silk noodles by the bowl for the first time, Sumo lowered her voice and queried Lin Chen, can we finish 2 bowls? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. We should be able to. You do enjoy eating, don't you? A tiny cup disappears in just 2 bites. That hardly satisfies. Hearing this, Sumo was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Lin Chen ordered the noodles with her in mind? This thought filled her with warmth. Yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Lin Chen's wallet, for the price was indeed exorbitant. Soon, the cordyceps golden silk noodles were served. Lin Chen generously filled a large bowl for Sumo before beginning to eat himself. Across the table, Sumo couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen from time to time as they enjoyed their meal. After finishing their dinner and returning Sumo home, Lin Chen eagerly headed back to the villa, yearning to experience the sensation of driving his new car, Yaji. Pagani had crafted 3 models specifically for this series, and both Chiweng and Yaji were now in his possession. Chiweng gleamed in luxurious black and gold, while Yaji exuded an aura of nobility and mystery in dark purple. The driving experience of both cars was similar, yet the uniqueness of Yaji was what truly set it apart. The following morning, Lin Chen drove Yaji to a dim sum restaurant he frequented. He promptly ordered his usual crystal buns, tofu pudding, and steamed dumplings, and settled into a seat to indulge. At the entrance, a short-haired beauty impatiently voiced a message. "Hello? Ji Yiming, have you arrived?" The response came instantaneously. "Yes, I'm here." Sighing heavily, the beauty named Yi Qinxue stepped inside, compelled by her mother's insistence to meet a prospective match. He had supposedly just returned from studying abroad, exuding an air of superiority, speaking half in Mandarin and half in English, which was quite irksome. Though she had no desire to attend, she felt obligated to give it a chance to put an end to her mother's hopes. To dissuade him, she had even gone so far as to purposefully make herself less appealing, using eyeliner to create a face full of freckles, intending to frighten Ji Yiming away. However, upon entering the restaurant and surveying the surroundings, her gaze eventually landed on Lin Chen. Everyone else was paired, yet he was alone. Could this charming, sun-kissed young man be Ji Yiming? But, if he had already begun eating, how was it possible that she had not yet arrived? Chapter 59, Mistaken Identity. Previously, having seen Ji Yiming's photograph, Yi Qinxue thought he did not resemble this at all. Could it be that he intentionally made himself appear unattractive to test her? Contemplating this, Yi Qinxue hurriedly retreated to the doorway, using a makeup remover to wipe away the freckles on her face. With remarkable speed, she applied a flattering makeup look. With a final stroke of lipstick, she was done. Satisfied, she closed her makeup mirror and stepped into the establishment. A beauty is always captivating, regardless of the venue. Yi Qinxue, standing at 1.7 meters tall with long, elegant legs and a perfectly proportioned figure, was simply stunning. The moment she entered, all eyes in the room instinctively turned towards her. What an enchanting presence. Is she a model? They murmured. She seemed familiar, strikingly resembling a certain celebrity. What was her name again? I wonder if this beauty is dining alone. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was having breakfast, glanced up at her. Indeed, she was breathtaking. However, he had encountered many beauties before. The campus flower Song Qingwan, the class flower Su Mo, and the alluring Jiang Hu. Each had her unique charm. Beautiful appearances are commonplace, but intriguing souls are rare treasures. With this thought, Lin Chen resumed his breakfast. Yet, Yi Qinxue boldly took a seat directly opposite Lin Chen. "Hey, you arrived quite early." Lin Chen momentarily froze, returning her greeting with a dazed, "Hey, you're early too. What is going on?" He wondered. Did they know each other? Before Lin Chen could voice his curiosity, Yi Qinxue suddenly exclaimed, "Crystal buns. And this tofu pudding." Lin Chen was taken aback. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Yi Qinxue gleefully replied, "These are my favorites. This place has been around for over a decade. Back when I was in school, the happiest moments were here, savoring a steamy basket of crystal buns, followed by a warm bowl of tofu pudding. But something is missing." "What is missing?" Lin Chen inquired. "Wait a moment." Without another word, Yi Qinxue stood up and headed toward the condiment shelf, returning with a small bowl of sauce. "What is this?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Yi Qinxue shot him a triumphant glance. "You wouldn't understand. Dipping crystal buns in this sauce is simply divine. Don't believe me? Try it." Skeptically, Lin Chen took a crystal bun, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite, his eyes lighting up immediately. "Wow, this is indeed different. The flavors linger. So fresh." Yi Qinxue smiled brightly. "How about that? Impressive, right?" Lin Chen regarded her with newfound admiration. "You certainly know your stuff." With ease, Yi Qinxue pulled Lin Chen's half-finished plate of dumplings closer, adding one to her chopsticks and dipping it in the sauce. "This sauce makes everything delicious," she remarked while eating. Lin Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to ask if it was appropriate to be so familiar with someone he had just met. "How old are you?" Yi Qinxue inquired between bites. She was already 24, and Ji Yiming had studied abroad for several years. He must be a few years older. Yet, he looked like a college student. Lin Chen replied. 20. Cough. Yi Qinxue choked slightly, coughing a couple of times. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen offered her a glass of water. Yi Qinxue felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected Ji Yiming to be so considerate. However, 20. Suddenly, she recalled her mother mentioning that Ji Yiming was a child prodigy. Could it be that he had skipped grades and returned from studying abroad at such a young age? Impressive, she thought silently, pulling out her phone to send a message to her mother. "Mom, I'm quite satisfied with this match. Thank you." Her mother replied almost instantly. As long as you're happy. With a smile, Yi Qingxue put her phone away and looked at Lin Chen. Would you prefer someone a few years older? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Yi Qingxue pouted playfully. Oh, I was just curious if you would mind a May December romance? At that moment, a man in a suit, with hair slicked back with gel, hurried into the restaurant. Spotting Yi Qingxue, his eyes immediately brightened. He swiftly pulled out his phone, locating her photograph. Indeed, this is my blind date, Yi Qingxue. He anticipated that she would be even more beautiful in person. With that thought, he rushed over. Qingxue, I'm so sorry for being late. I'm Ji Yiming. Yi Qingxue froze, glancing between Lin Chen and Ji Yiming, utterly stunned. Chapter 60. Where is your father, Lin Chen? You must be Ji Yiming? Yi Qingxue exclaimed, rising in shock. Ji Yiming, brimming with excitement, nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am Ji Yiming, your blind date. He then turned to Lin Chen, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brows. Qingxue, is this your friend? What sort of arrangement includes a male friend on a blind date? It was only then that Yi Qingxue realized she had mistaken identities. Lin Chen, too, came to the realization that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. Ji Yiming continued. Qingxue, this is your mistake. You cannot bring a male friend on a blind date with me. I speak frankly, so please don't take offense. If we are to pursue a romantic relationship, you must part ways with all these male friends. After all, you already have a boyfriend and should not maintain any ties with them. Stop. Yi Qingxue hastily gestured for him to cease. Suddenly aware that she had been led astray by Ji Yiming's remarks, she turned to Lin Chen, her hands clasped in a pleading gesture. I am truly sorry, sir. I mistook you for someone else. I apologize for the disturbance. Lin Chen offered a faint smile. It's nothing. Ah, how charming he looks when he smiles. Compared to Ji Yiming, who was utterly unremarkable, Lin Chen radiated a refreshing charm. Ji Yiming, however, pulled Yi Qingxue aside. Since we do not know each other, let us refrain from further discussion. Yi Qingxue shrugged off his hand and followed him to another table, taking a seat. Ji Yiming, with an air of disdain, wiped the table with his fingers, exclaiming, this country is so dirty. It's utterly unhygienic. Look at this restaurant. Compared to those abroad, it's simply inferior. Yi Qingxue shot him an annoyed glance. Are you sitting or not? If not, I'll leave. Others can sit. Why can't you? Do you think just because you've breathed foreign air for a few years you are superior? How pretentious. Ji Yiming pressed on. Qingxue, let me tell you, the ladies abroad are all independent and self-sufficient, and I hope you embody that spirit as well. So, let us split the bill later. All right. Yi Qingxue felt despair creeping in. This Ji Yiming was insufferable. His hair was slicked back with so much wax it shone, resembling a greasy uncle. And Lin Chen, oh, how bright and handsome he was in comparison. She couldn't help but glance in Lin Chen's direction, only to see him finishing his meal, preparing to leave. Seeing his blind date eyeing another man, Ji Yiming felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Qingxue, how could you? Before he could finish, Yi Qingxue cut him off. Ji Yiming, I'm sorry, but I believe we are incompatible. I hope you find happiness soon. I need to pursue my own happiness. With those words spoken in a rush, she dashed after Lin Chen. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Chen, just stepping out of the restaurant, paused upon hearing her call. What is it? Do you need something? Yi Qingxue, slightly embarrassed, replied, I'm Yi Qingxue. Can we be friends? Lin Chen nodded. I'm Lin Chen. At that moment, Ji Yiming burst out, having caught up and witnessing the exchange. What are you doing? He bellowed, drawing the attention of the breakfast patrons in the establishment. How can I, a distinguished scholar returning from abroad, be outdone by this guy? Ji Yiming glared at Lin Chen as if he were some nefarious villain. Lin Chen merely blinked. What exactly did I do? Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Slap the absurd blind date, Ji Yiming, and rescue Yi Qingxue. Reward, run a law firm. Lin Chen hesitated momentarily. Was this slap the kind he understood? Ji Yiming turned to Yi Qingxue, exasperated. How can you be so shameless? We're on a blind date, and yet smack. Ji Yiming stared in disbelief as Lin Chen slapped him. If not for the stinging pain on his cheek, he might have thought it was a dream. Even Yi Qingxue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Meanwhile, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, for completing the storyline task. You have received Run Law Firm. Very well. Lin Chen thought. Not only did I slap an absurd blind date, but I also acquired a new venture. You slapped me? Ji Yiming stammered, pointing at Lin Chen, his anger rendering him speechless. Lin Chen chuckled. It's just a blind date. Did you truly think others viewed you as their husband? Insulting women. And I want to strike you? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Qingxue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah, so handsome and principled. He is just my type. While Ji Yiming remained dumbfounded, Lin Chen drove away. By the time Yi Qinshui regained her senses, she realized she hadn't asked for Lin Chen's contact information and hurried after him, leaving Ji Yiming standing there in utter disarray. Meanwhile, at Run Law Firm, in the conference room, former owner Li Run sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his loyal subordinates. Do you know why we convened this emergency meeting? A mysterious figure has acquired Run Law Firm, which means, he scanned the room, you all have a new boss. The room erupted in shock. What? Wasn't he Run doing well? Why the sudden sale? Yes, boss, this is all too abrupt. But Run was your life work. Li Run leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. There's no choice. They offered me 5 billion in cash, and I simply couldn't refuse. 5 billion. Everyone was taken aback. The firm's valuation was around 3 billion, and yet they had been offered 5 billion. Who on earth is this tycoon? Upon returning to school, Lin Chen received a call from Run Law Firm. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm from Run Law Firm's legal department. May I ask if you are available to arrange a time for the handover process? Before Lin Chen could respond, the caller added, if you are unavailable, we can come to you. All right, come over, Lin Chen replied, providing his home address. He then resumed playing games while awaiting their arrival. An hour later, at the entrance of Xianyaju Villa District, Li Run looked serious. It seems Mr. Lin is quite remarkable. He resides in the luxurious Yanshuijian within Xianyaju. This is the only villa in the area that bears its own name. He Jianghai added, yes, I recall this villa. It's not easy to acquire even if you have the wealth. When I heard it had been sold, I wondered which billionaire had purchased it. Little did I know that this billionaire would become my boss. After registering at the entrance, they entered Xianyaju, while Lin Chen continued playing his game. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen quickly set down his phone and went to answer the door. Two middle-aged men dressed in formal attire approached, Li Run and He Jianghai. In contrast, Lin Chen was merely clad in a loose-fitting loungewear. Are you from Run Law Firm? Lin Chen inquired. The two men nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Oh, please come in. Once inside the villa, they discovered that Lin Chen was the sole occupant. Li Run then asked, where is your elder? What? Lin Chen thought he had misheard. What does he mean? Li Run quickly reiterated, I meant, where is your father, Mr. Lin Chen? Chapter 61. Uncle, I have been attacked. Oh, I am Lin Chen. You are from the law firm, right? With that, he plopped down onto the sofa and casually invited the two men, please, have a seat. What? He is Lin Chen? The one who invested 500 million to acquire Run Law Firm is merely a young man who appears to be in his 20s? They were utterly dumbfounded. What has this world come to? It is truly terrifying. At their age, they were still begging their parents for money. While this young man has already moved into the most luxurious residence in Donghai City, Yanshuijian, and purchased their entire law firm. It was a stark reminder of how the world works. People can be so vastly different. The two men fell into a state of despair. Observing their dazed expressions, Lin Chen inquired, why are you staring at me? Please, sit down. Oh, right. They snapped back to reality and took their seats across from Lin Chen. After a brief introduction, Li Run awkwardly remarked, I apologize for our astonishment earlier. We truly did not expect Mr. Lin to be so young. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he then asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask how old you are? Lin Chen replied, I am 20. Upon hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched. Just moments ago, they had presumed Mr. Lin to be in his 20s, at the very least a university graduate. They were taken aback to learn that he was only 20. To their astonishment, Mr. Lin was even younger than they had imagined. You must still be in university, right? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, I'm a freshman. Young and accomplished. He Jianghai promptly began to flatter him. Lin Chen smiled modestly. You flatter me. Then, it dawned on him that the two had traveled quite a distance. He couldn't let them leave without offering them a cup of tea. Lin Chen expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare some tea for you. With that, he rose from his seat. He Jianghai looked around, admiring the opulence of the residence. This truly is the most luxurious home in Donghai City. The design is exquisite, and the lighting is impeccable. He must be living here all alone in such a grand villa. This young man, Lin Chen, resides in the pinnacle of luxury and has acquired an entire law firm. It's truly eye-opening. Li Run nodded in agreement. Indeed. He doesn't seem to be a local. He must be a noble scion from the capital. Who else could make such a significant investment? At this point, Li Run quickly added, remember, do not inquire too much about his background. It is rather taboo. He Jianghai nodded, understood. Just as they finished speaking, Lin Chen returned with 2 cups of tea, placing them before Li Run and He Jianghai. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been elevated to the status of a nobleman in their eyes. After discussing the future direction of Run Law Firm, they began the subsequent handover procedures. Li Run then extracted several documents from his briefcase. including the equity transfer contracts of the firm. After the formalities, they prepared to leave. Before departing, Li Run said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, we are counting on you to lead Run forward." Lin Chen smiled. "You flatter me. It requires our collective effort." Although Li Run was no longer the owner of Run, he remained a major shareholder, thus he would not be leaving the firm. Just as they exited Shuanyaju, He Jianghai received a phone call. It was from his sister's son, his nephew, Ji Yiming. "Uncle, I've been attacked." The moment he answered the call, those words echoed through the receiver. "What?" He Jianghai's anger flared instantly. His sister cherished this nephew dearly, and now he had been assaulted? Li Run glanced at him. "What happened?" "My nephew claims he has been attacked," He Jianghai replied with furrowed brows. Li Run was taken aback. "Is that so? You should ask him for details." He Jianghai nodded and continued, "What exactly happened? Please clarify." Despite his fury, He Jianghai was a reasonable man. If it were Ji Yiming's fault, he would not intervene. However, if it were the other party's fault, he would ensure they paid dearly. His nephew, Ji Yiming, had just returned from studying abroad and was well-mannered. If he had been attacked, it was likely the other party's fault. Ji Yiming hurriedly explained, "Well, my mother recently introduced me to a matchmaker. I thought she was quite pleasant, so I went over. But then, the matchmaker mistook me for someone else, and to make matters worse, that guy tried to snatch her away from me. I merely argued with him a bit, and he resorted to violence. My face still hurts." Ji Yiming had completely reversed the narrative, showing no remorse. Upon hearing this, He Jianghai was infuriated. "What? That person was so outrageous as to strike you?" "Indeed." He Jianghai then asked, "What is this person's name? I will not let him off easily." Ji Yiming thought back to the scene and recalled, "I believe that woman, Yi Qinxue, ran after him asking for his name. I think it was Lin Chen." Upon hearing this, He Jianghai's expression froze. After a few seconds, he finally comprehended. Lin Chen, their new boss, was named Lin Chen? This Lin Chen, is it the one with the characters for Double Wood and Beautiful Jade? He Jianghai pressed on. Is he around 20 years old, looking like a university student, quite handsome and fair-skinned? Ji Yiming was once again taken aback. "Uncle, how do you know? Do you know him?" He Jianghai closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising anger. "Yes, I know him." Ji Yiming was delighted. "That is wonderful, uncle. I want him in prison for at least 10 years. Once that scoundrel is behind bars, let us see how he dares to snatch Yi Qinxue from me." He Jianghai was too exasperated to continue the conversation, fearing he would explode from anger. "Where are you?" "I'm at home. Why?" "Stay there. I'm coming over." With that, he abruptly hung up. My reckless nephew has crossed paths with Lin Chen. He Jianghai clenched his phone tightly, gritting his teeth. "What?" Li Run was taken aback. "So he offended Lin Chen?" He Jianghai nodded. He was determined to have Ji Yiming personally apologize to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Ji Yiming was lounging in his villa, awaiting his uncle He Jianghai's arrival. His uncle, known as a prominent lawyer in Donghai City, could potentially ensure Lin Chen faced serious consequences. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Ji Yiming leisurely went to answer it. The moment he laid eyes on He Jianghai, he was about to call out uncle, when a resounding slap struck him across the face. Suddenly, the air was thick with silence. Ji Yiming stared in shock at He Jianghai. "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Chapter 62. A case of deception. He Jianghai shoved him inside with force, promptly shutting the door behind him. "Uncle." Ji Yiming looked up at He Jianghai with a pitiful expression, utterly perplexed by his sudden aggression that had resulted in a resounding slap across his face. It was well known that He Jianghai harbored a deep-seated fear of his mother, and Ji Yiming, as the only son in the family, had been doted upon since childhood. Being struck by that Lin Chen was one thing, but now even his own uncle had dealt him a blow. Furious, He Jianghai raised his hand once more. But after a moment's contemplation, he lowered it. "Have you offended Lin Chen?" he asked, suppressing his anger. "Come with me. We must apologize to him." He had encountered Lin Chen during a previous handover, and from the young man's demeanor, it was clear what kind of person he was. Initially, he assumed Ji Yiming was the victim, but it seemed that Ji Yiming had indeed provoked Lin Chen. Upon hearing He Jianghai's words, Ji Yiming's mood soured immediately. "Uncle, what do you mean I offended him? And why should I apologize? He was the one who acted so rudely and attacked me without a word. You ungrateful wretch." He Jianghai was nearly beside himself with rage, kicking Ji Yiming to the ground. "You have been spoiled rotten over the years. How could you turn out like this?" Ji Yiming felt a surge of indignation. He silently vowed to return home and inform his mother, urging her to deal with his uncle. At that moment, He Jianghai pointed at him with fury. "Do you even realize who Lin Chen is?" This time, Ji Yiming was incensed. "Who he is has nothing to do with me. He is just some ordinary guy in cheap clothes." He Jianghai's head pounded with anger, blood rushing to his face, nearly causing him to faint. "That Lin Chen, after you offended him, immediately acquired a majority stake in our run law firm. He is now the controlling shareholder and our new boss. So what if he is? Ji Yiming was about to retort when the realization struck him, leaving him dumbfounded. Uncle, what did you just say? Lin Chen is now the owner of Run. He Jianhai, exasperated, kicked a chair beside him, causing a loud crash that startled Ji Yiming. And that is not all. Do you have any idea how much he spent? 500 million, paid in one lump sum. He Jianhai continued. And do you know where he resides? In the Shuiyan Yaju Villa area. His villa is the most luxurious in Donghai City, Yanshuijian. Upon hearing this, Ji Yiming's legs weakened, and he sank onto the sofa. How could this be? He Jianhai sighed heavily. My former boss, Li Run, and I have always believed that Lin Chen is a person of great depth. He is someone we dared not offend. You truly have the audacity. Ji Yiming was filled with despair. Uncle, I was unaware. If I had known he was such a big shot, not even with 10 times the courage would I dare to offend him. He pondered how a wealthy individual could dine at a roadside eatery. Was it a quirk of the rich to feign poverty? Hearing this, He Jianhai stood up decisively. Come, we must go and apologize to him. This time, Ji Yiming dared not protest and followed He Jianhai out. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was preparing to head out for lunch in his eye-catching supercar. As he drove through the bustling streets, pedestrians cleared a path for his vehicle. Upon reaching a lively shopping district, he slowed down. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared, engrossed in a phone call. As she spotted the car, she did not budge. Is that the dark purple one coming this way? Are you sure it's the expensive one? All right, I understand. Lin Chen assumed she was a blind pedestrian and stopped the car. However, after hanging up, the elderly woman took a few steps forward, twisted her ankle, and fell right in front of Lin Chen's car. Ouch, my back. How could you drive without looking? At my age, if something were to happen to me, what would become of it? Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing he had fallen victim to a scam. Just as he stepped out to assess the situation, a middle-aged couple rushed over. Oh my, what happened? Are you all right, Mom? Shouted the bald man. The woman began to wail. My mother is so old. How could she be hit by a car? What shall we do? The bald man glared at Lin Chen. What are you going to do about this? The woman shouted. Compensation is a must. Onlookers started murmuring. This is clearly a scam. Yes, I just saw it. That young man's car didn't even touch the old woman. This family is notorious for scamming. This poor guy is in for it. Lin Chen shrugged. You see, the eyes of the public are keen. The bald man, seeing his chance, insisted, I don't care. That's your fault for frightening my mother. Pay up. He extended his hand. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was He Jianhai. Goodness, I was just about to contact them, he thought. As he answered, He Jianhai respectfully inquired, Boss, where are you? Is it convenient to meet? I need to discuss something with you. Lin Chen provided his location and asked when He Jianhai would arrive. I'm nearby. I can be there in about 10 minutes. He Jianhai replied. All right. Lin Chen acknowledged, ending the call and activating the recording function on his phone. The bald man sneered, calling for help. 1T save you. You can't escape this payment. He raised 5 fingers in a threatening gesture. The middle-aged woman and the elderly woman on the ground chimed in, insisting on compensation. 5 million. Fine. I'll pay you. Lin Chen feigned annoyance, pulling out his phone. Which app should I use to transfer the money? The crowd was stunned. 5 million. What is this? The bald man's jaw nearly dropped. He had only wanted 5,000, perhaps 50,000 if he were lucky. Yet here was Lin Chen offering 5 million. Of course, the more, the better. Onlookers were bewildered. He's giving away 5 million? That's outrageous. Young man, you can't do this. It encourages bad behavior. Yes, don't act impulsively. Lin Chen nonchalantly transferred 5 million to the bald man. How many years would someone get for extorting 5 million? Asking for advice. Gazing at his account balance. 1, 2, 3. Combined with his previous savings. He now had over 5 million. The bald man was in a daze, feeling as though he were dreaming. Something felt off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Suddenly, someone recognized Lin Chen's car. Wow, that's a Pagani Huayra, one of the dragon's sons. Incredible. Do you know how valuable that car is? It's the only one in the world, worth at least 500 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. My goodness, what a sight to behold. No wonder they offered 5 million without batting an eye. Upon hearing these words, the trio of scammers began to feel a twinge of panic. They could scarcely believe that they had chosen to target a vehicle valued at $500 million. However, the money had already been transferred, and as the saying goes, discretion is the better part of valor. With this thought in mind, the bald man exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, and in an instant, the seemingly frail old woman, who had just moments ago been lying on the ground, sprang to her feet, brimming with vitality. Incredible. The world owes you an Oscar. Just as they were about to make their escape, He Jianhai arrived with Ji Yiming. Mr. Lin, We've finally found you. He had intended to ask Ji Yiming to apologize to Lin Chen when he suddenly noticed a luxury car parked beside him. No, not just a luxury car. This was an extraordinary supercar. It was none other than the Pagani Huayra. He Jianghai gasped in astonishment. Ji Yiming, too, was taken aback. Being acquainted with the elite circles of wealthy heirs, he certainly recognized this renowned vehicle, one of the legendary children of the dragon. Rumor had it that acquiring this car required not only $500 million, but also significant power and influence. As this realization struck him, cold sweat began to trickle down Ji Yiming's face, and he felt immensely grateful that his uncle had brought him along to offer an apology. Indeed, what a fortunate uncle he had. Otherwise, he might not have even known how his demise would unfold. Meanwhile, noticing He Jianghai in a daze, Lin Chen waved him over. Only then did He Jianghai come to his senses, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Chen preempted him. We'll discuss your matters later. I've been scammed for $5 million and need to handle this. What? He Jianghai was astonished. The owner of the most prestigious law firm in Donghai had been duped for $5 million? How could he possibly endure such an affront? Chapter 63. Retribution. He cast a glance at the family of three nearby. Is it you? The bald man felt a surge of panic rising within him. What do you mean by extortion? This is compensation he gave us. What's wrong with that? He Jianghai chose not to argue with him, instead pulling out his phone to capture their faces in a photograph. What are you doing? The bald man queried, confusion etched across his face. He Jianghai calmly displayed his lawyer's badge, his expression impassive as he stated, I am He Jianghai, an attorney from Run Law Firm. I am here to represent my client, Mr. Lin Chen, and I intend to sue you for extortion. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What? The man hired by the wealthy individual is a lawyer? It dawned on everyone that the $5 million given by the rich heir was merely bait. The trio of fraudsters turned pale, trembling, and unable to utter a single word. They had never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. The onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, burst into laughter. Ha! I told you, wealthy families aren't fools. They won't just hand over $5 million without a plan. What a masterstroke. These individuals need to be taught a lesson. They should be locked up to face the consequences of their actions. A curious onlooker inquired, Lawyer He, how many years would one receive for extorting $5 million? He Jianghai responded without hesitation, $5 million? That falls under particularly large-scale extortion, punishable by more than 10 years of imprisonment. The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. At that moment, He Jianghai turned his gaze toward the family. $5 million? You truly have the audacity to demand such a sum. It was only then that they grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly kneeling before Lin Chen and He Jianghai, weeping profusely. We were wrong. Please spare us this once. We shall never dare to do this again. You can't do this to us. That $5 million was your offer. It has nothing to do with us. We'll return the money. Please, do not pursue us. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It has nothing to do with you? As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and played a recording. It won't help you to seek assistance. You cannot escape this debt. If you do not provide this amount, you shall not leave. The crowd was stunned. They had not expected the wealthy man to come prepared with evidence. However, no one felt pity for the family. They all agreed that they deserved this fate. After all, they were engaged in unscrupulous acts. Had the tables been turned, they would have truly known suffering. Now that they faced retribution, the crowd cheered in approval. The trio, now drenched in cold sweat, exchanged glances and decided to flee. But the onlookers quickly intercepted them. At that moment, the bald man brandished a fruit knife, waving it menacingly. Step back, or I won't hesitate to use this knife. The crowd recoiled in fear. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he stepped forward slowly. Hey, don't go near him. He has a knife. Be careful. He might act out of desperation. The bald man, feeling cornered, lunged at Lin Chen with the knife. A shocking scene unfolded. Lin Chen sidestepped the attack effortlessly, seizing the knife from the man's grip. With a sharp crack, the bald man shrieked in pain, clutching his injured hand. Several brave young men from the crowd rushed forward to subdue him. Before long, law enforcement arrived, taking the trio of fraudsters away. As this farce concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Lin Chen turned to He Jianghai. By the way, what was it you wanted to discuss with me earlier? He Jianghai chuckled sheepishly and gestured towards a figure not far away. Lin Chen recognized him. Is it him? That peculiar matchmaker? Ji Yiming gulped nervously as he met Lin Chen's gaze, feeling intimidated. He had witnessed everything and realized Lin Chen was not someone to be trifled with. He was astute and calculating. It's you? Lin Chen inquired. Ji Yiming quickly bent slightly. Brother Lin, it's me. What brings you here? Lin Chen asked. He still referred to him as Brother Lin. Was it appropriate for a nearly 30-year-old to be addressed by someone in their 20s? I came to apologize for my rudeness this morning. Ji Yiming hurriedly explained. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Apologize to me? What for? Did I not strike you earlier? Ji Yiming chuckled awkwardly. What does it matter? Brother Lin, your strike was well-deserved. It struck right at my heart. Lin Chen, is this fellow a masochist? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Noting Lin Chen's bewildered expression, he Jianghai slapped Ji Yiming on the back of his head. Do you not know how to speak? Ji Yiming cast a forlorn glance at his uncle. Why did it seem that whatever he said was wrong? It was truly challenging. He Jianghai explained, Boss, this lad has been on edge ever since he offended you this morning and has been eager to apologize. Oh, I see. Lin Chen glanced at Ji Yiming, who promptly lowered his head. Lin Chen continued, Why do you need to apologize to me? You should be apologizing to your matchmaker. Yes, brother Lin is right. Ji Yiming nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. All right. With that, Lin Chen entered his car and departed. His sleek vehicle darted through traffic like a nimble leopard, causing neighboring cars to swerve away. A BMW ahead slammed on its brakes suddenly, the driver paling as beads of sweat formed on his brow. That was close. In the back seat, the middle-aged man Yi Zhonghua, who had been dozing, was jolted forward by the sudden stop, colliding with the front seat. Rubbing his sore nose, he scolded, Old Wu, how do you drive? No sooner had he spoken than a Pagani Huayra zoomed past them with a roar. Yi Zhonghua turned to look back, bewildered. Is that why? He glanced at the driver. Old Wu, and added, Old Wu, that was a brilliant emergency stop. Chapter 64. Investment. The Pagani Zonda is indeed a fearsome sight. Should it sustain damage, it would lead to considerable complications. Old Wu, too, felt a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, I never anticipated that there would be individuals driving such extravagant vehicles in Donghai City. Yu Zhonghua sighed and remarked, There's nothing astonishing about it. Rumors had circulated before about a Qilin being spotted in Donghai City, and now another Zonda arrives. The driver casually suggested, Could it be that the owners of these two luxury cars are the same person? Upon hearing the driver's words, Yi Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, he quickly urged, Hurry, Old Wu, make a U-turn and pursue that vehicle. Although he was filled with doubt, Old Wu promptly complied with Yi Zhonghua's request. After making the turn, he curiously inquired, Boss, what is the reason for this? Yi Zhonghua, with a serious expression, replied, Your earlier statement has enlightened me. The owners of these two cars are likely the same individual. Even if they are not, just acquiring this Zonda would require a minimum of 50 million. The owner certainly possesses substantial wealth. I must approach him and see if I can persuade him to invest in our company. If successful, our company will be saved. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the Ritz-Carlton, intending to indulge in afternoon tea. The Ritz-Carlton's afternoon tea is renowned not just for its delicacies, but for the breathtaking scenery. Having heard of this before, Lin Chen now fully appreciated the sentiment. Sipping tea on the 32nd floor of the hotel was an exquisite experience. The lavish decor made it a feast for the senses, and his seat provided a panoramic view of the entire Donghai Bund. The sunset cast a stunning glow over the Bund, with clouds thickening the sky, rays of light piercing through, creating a mesmerizing display. Yet, the atmosphere was occasionally marred. At a nearby table, a so-called socialite was filming a video, accompanied by a line of admirers, creating quite a ruckus. The glances of several socialites fell upon Lin Chen, leading to hushed whispers. Hey, look at that handsome young man. He's rather good-looking. I wonder if he's a rich second-generation heir. Rich second generation? Please. Look at what he's wearing. That outfit must have cost no more than a few dozen yuan online. I suspect he's here splitting the bill, perhaps waiting for his companions. Thus, Lin Chen escaped any unwanted attention. His order of the sun-setting afternoon tea arrived, presented on 3 tiers. He began devouring the petite sandwiches on the first tier. Meanwhile, the socialite who had assumed Lin Chen was splitting the bill was taken aback. How could he not take a photo of such an expensive afternoon tea and instead dive right in? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the air of a successful gentleman. The socialite's eyes sparkled with interest. Though slightly older, they thought, older men have their advantages. The middle-aged gentleman, after surveying the room, suddenly focused his gaze on Lin Chen. Indeed, this man was Yi Zhonghua. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he was momentarily surprised. Despite having prepared himself for the youth's age, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. He appeared to be in university. At such a young age, to drive a Zonda, his family background must be extraordinary. The supercar had been parked outside the Ritz-Carlton, and before ascending, Yi Zhonghua had inquired with the staff, who informed him that only a young man in his 20s had arrived at the 32nd floor CAF. As several socialites approached to strike up a conversation with Yi Zhonghua, he instead walked directly to Lin Chen and slightly bowed, asking, Sir, may I have a moment of your time? Lin Chen, who was enjoying a scone from the second tier, looked up in puzzled surprise. A few seconds later, he realized the man's demeanor was cordial, so he gestured to the seat across from him. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Yi Zhonghua sat down and inquired, Is that Zonda Park downstairs yours? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, what of it? The socialites, eavesdropping from a distance, were baffled. Zonda? What is that? Is it a car? However, Yi Zhonghua swiftly clarified their confusion. The Zonda is a one-of-a-kind vehicle. One cannot acquire it without a minimum investment of $500 million. Your capabilities are truly commendable. The socialites were astounded. $500 million? This young man's car is worth at least $500 million? Their eyes sparkled with admiration. The older gentleman suddenly lost his allure. Youth was evidently more appealing. However, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, It seems you have something to convey. Please be direct. Yi Zhonghua had been awaiting this invitation. I am Yi Zhonghua, the chairman of Lecking Beverages. He proceeded to discuss potential investments and the company's future development plans, aiming to secure Lin Chen's support. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the plot task, invest $200 million in the conscientious company Lecking, reward of $1 billion. Just as Lin Chen hesitated, the system chimed in. Investing $200 million for a reward of $1 billion. Should that $200 million be a loss, he would still profit by $800 million. Moreover, based on Yi Zhonghua's earlier statements, Lecking indeed held significant potential. With his $200 million investment, he was unlikely to incur any losses. Noticing Lin Chen's prolonged silence, Yi Zhonghua urged, Mr. Lin, you need not rush to respond. Before he could finish, Lin Chen interjected. I've made my decision. I will invest. What? Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. Such a swift response. Lin Chen continued, Mr. Yi, your earlier statements resonated with me, and I see great potential in your company's development. Given this, I believe an investment with assured returns is worth pursuing. Mr. Lin, you possess remarkable courage. Yi Zhonghua was astounded. He hadn't anticipated that this youth, who appeared younger than his own daughter, would have such foresight. He couldn't help but admire him. How much do you intend to invest? Yi Zhonghua inquired cautiously. Their company needed $30 million. With just $20 million, they could seize their opportunity for revival. Lin Chen leisurely extended 2 fingers, $200 million. Yi Zhonghua gasped in astonishment. Nearby, a socialite who had been eavesdropping dropped her phone, which plummeted into the cake they had ordered, inciting glares of disapproval from the group. Had it not been for the presence of the wealthy young man, they likely would have turned against her. Yi Zhonghua, taken aback, stood up, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Mr. Lin, are you truly serious? Lin Chen nodded. More genuine than gold. Before Yi Zhonghua could respond, Lin Chen added, Are you free now? If so, we can contact my secretary to prepare the contract. Once signed, I will transfer the funds immediately. Yi Zhonghua was left speechless. Such promptness? Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, Yes, I'm free. I will contact my secretary right away. He promptly took out his phone to make a call. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Chen. I may need to trouble you to visit our company. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I've just finished eating. Let us go. The two exited the CAF. Only after their figures disappeared did the socialites spring into action, scrambling to follow. They caught sight of the two in the elevator, just as the doors were about to close. Hey, wait for us. Seeing the throng of socialites rushing towards him, Lin Chen was startled and quickly closed the elevator doors, leaving them behind. Yi Zhonghua gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of confusion, to which Lin Chen responded with an awkward smile. There are simply too many of them. The elevator cannot accommodate us all. Let them wait for the next one. Meanwhile, the socialites, having tapped on the elevator doors, realized it was already descending, prompting them to hastily summon a nearby lift, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Were it not for their location on the 32nd floor, they would have eagerly dashed down the stairs. Chapter 65. You, an ordinary student, how do we survive? Upon arriving downstairs, Lin Chen drove away in his own car. Yi Zhonghua took the passenger seat, guiding him while simultaneously making a phone call to have his BMW brought back by driver Lao Wu. Sitting upright, he couldn't help but marvel. I never imagined I would one day sit in such a car. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's assistance, I might never have even seen this vehicle. Lin Chen, focused on driving, smiled faintly. Mr. Yi is jesting. In the past, such remarks might have made him feel bashful, but now he had grown accustomed to it. Shortly after, Yi Zhonghua continued, Pagani has designed 3 dragon sons for Huaxia. Now that one is here, I wonder who has taken the other 2 Baxia at Qimen. Lin Chen chuckled but remained silent, pondering how Yi would react if he learned that he possessed 2 dragon sons. This thought flitted through his mind, yet he was not a person prone to dissatisfaction. Having 2 was already quite fortunate. The rest would be left to fate. Before long, They arrived at the Lecking Company building. As the secretary had prepared everything, Lin Chen went straight in to sign the contract and transfer the 200 million yuan. Almost simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 1 billion in cash. Note: the 1 billion cash has been transferred to the host's account in the form of stock profits. There is no need to worry about the source of funds. Lin Chen picked up his phone to check his bank account balance. The multitude of zeros dazzled his eyes, prompting him to glance away. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua, holding the stamped and signed contract, seemed to awaken from a dream, unable to believe what was happening. Grasping Lin Chen's right hand, tears streamed down his face. Mr. Lin, you have saved our entire company. We were being suppressed and isolated, and without your intervention, we might have collapsed. Lin Chen understood the gravity of the situation. In the beverage industry of Donghai City, a few companies dominated the market, with Huaning at the forefront, and Leching's emergence had undoubtedly disrupted the balance. Lecking promoted healthy, conscientious, and cost-effective drinks, coupled with unique flavors that endeared them to the public. Thus, the leading companies, including Huaning, had banded together to suppress Lecking, resulting in the latter's financial crisis. Lin Chen smiled gently at Yi Zhonghua, patting the back of his hand. Lecking has great potential. I have faith in you. At this moment, Yi Zhonghua realized he had been somewhat impolite, quickly releasing Lin Chen's hand and wiping away his tears. I apologize for my behavior. Not at all. Then Yi Zhonghua asked, might Mr. Lin have the time to join me for a meal later? Lin Chen glanced at the time and, after consideration, declined. Perhaps another day. With Lin Chen's polite refusal, Yi Zhonghua had no choice but to acquiesce. After leaving Lecking, Lin Chen returned directly to his villa. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed dozens of friend requests from former high school and middle school classmates, likely having learned of his newfound success and eager to reconnect. Lin Chen promptly ignored them all. To his surprise, he also received a message from Shin Mingqi. I haven't seen you lately. I've missed you. How have you been? By the way, Vice Principal Su wants to invite you to dinner. Please reply so I can inform him. Vice Principal Su. Lin Chen had no recollection of this person. Why would he want to meet with him? He decided to message Shin Mingqi. What does Vice Principal Su want with an ordinary student like me? Could you enlighten me? Upon reading Lin Chen's message, Shin Mingqi's eyes twitched slightly as she quickly typed back. Ordinary student? You flew in on a helicopter for the new semester. And within a month, you've changed 3 supercars, 2 of which are one of a kind, and you've purchased the Hongda shopping mall. How can you still call yourself an ordinary student? Are you trying to make life difficult for us real, ordinary students? As for why he wants to meet you, I have no idea, but I suspect it's related to the Hongda shopping mall. Hongda shopping mall? Lin Chen felt even more puzzled. Senior sister, could you please finish your thought? You're leaving me in suspense. Seeing Lin Chen's message, Shin Mingqi's playful side emerged. In suspense? Need me to relieve that for you? Noticing Shin Mingqi was driving, Lin Chen feigned ignorance, sending a confused emoji. No worries. If I pretend not to understand while others are driving, the awkwardness will fall upon them. Realizing this, Shin Mingqi decided to get back to the point. Vice Principal Su is the counselor for the management college. I heard the school plans to arrange internship positions for soon-to-graduate students and wants to collaborate with your Hongda shopping mall. After saying this, she added, for your reference. All right, I understand. Lin Chen then inquired, why would Vice Principal Su want to discuss this with you? Shin Mingqi paused for a moment before responding, because he is my uncle. Hence he asked me to inquire about your thoughts. Let us skip the meal. I'll go directly to his office tomorrow to discuss this matter. Lin Chen suddenly felt it was a pity that Shin Mingqi did not pursue a career as a secretary. She was astute in discerning the intentions of those in power. However, with her beauty and figure, it would likely be impossible to avoid being subjected to the darker side of such positions. Afterward, Lin Chen set his phone aside and prepared to wash up and rest. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Qinxue sat on the sofa opposite her mother. You stubborn girl. After so much effort to find you a decent young man, you went and ruined it. What do you desire? Ji Ming is such a well-behaved child. How could you not appreciate him? Besides, didn't you say you were satisfied with this match before? Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Qinxue, exasperated, replied, Mom. I've told you countless times, Ji Ming is an absolute jerk. When I said I was satisfied, it was because I mistook him for another sunny boy. I like that sunny boy, not Ji Ming. Thinking of the sunny boy made her feel regretful. How could she not have obtained his contact information? Yi Qinxue felt her insides twisting with remorse. They say a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like passing through a veil. Why hadn't she been more proactive that morning? If she had taken the initiative, wouldn't they have already started their story? Her mother sighed heavily, adding, your father's company is facing problems. You know that. We had hoped that if you and Ji Ming could marry smoothly, they might lend us a hand. As she spoke, Yi's mother began to tear up. Hearing this, Yi Qinxue became impatient. Mom, you are being incredibly naive. He has no intention of helping us at all. Moreover, would you really push your precious daughter into the fire pit that is Jiming? Realizing she was in the wrong, Yi's mother cried even harder. Yi Qinxue sighed, about to comfort her when the doorbell rang. I'll get it. Upon peering through the peephole, she was taken aback. Jiming, what are you doing here? Chapter 66. Apologies. With family in tow behind him stood his parents. What was this scoundrel doing, bringing his family along? Were they here to seek vengeance? Yi Mu, peering over, felt a twinge of fear. At that moment, Ji Yiming was about to speak, but a fierce glare from Ji Mu silenced him, forcing him to obediently close his mouth. With a gentle smile, Ji Mu addressed Yi Qinxue, my dear. It is indeed our failure as parents that our son spoke to you so rudely. We are truly sorry. We have reprimanded him thoroughly, and he now understands his mistake. Perhaps you could let him in to apologize to you? Both individuals inside the room were taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qinxue decided to open the door, reasoning that they wouldn't dare to cause further trouble. The group settled in the living room, placing several bags of gifts on the coffee table, all appearing somewhat awkward. Ji Fu spoke up, we are here to sincerely apologize, Qinxue. As soon as he finished, Ji Yiming hurriedly added, yes, Qinxue, I am sorry. I should not have spoken to you that way. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue frowned slightly. I accept your apology. But forgiveness is unnecessary. There is no possibility for us. Before she could finish, Ji Yiming interjected, I understand. I know you have feelings for Mr. Lin. And I promise I will not harbor any foolish hopes. Yi Qinxue was stunned. Was it truly that easy? Moreover, Mr. Lin, was he referring to Lin Chen? Hearing their conversation, Yi Mu grew anxious, wishing to unite the two, and quickly exclaimed, don't be like that. Our Qinxue has nothing to do with that, Mr. Lin. I believe you two would make a perfect match. Ji Yiming panicked at the thought of competing for a woman with Mr. Lin. No, Aunt Yi. I believe Qinxue is better suited for Mr. Lin. I will wish them well. Yi Mu was left speechless, and even Yi Qinxue found herself bewildered. However, Ji Yiming's words were quite agreeable. With the gifts exchanged and apologies rendered, Yi Qinxue bore no grudges, and the group bid farewell and departed. Inside, Yi Mu and Yi Qinxue exchanged glances, both perplexed. What had transpired? Had the Ji family lost their minds? Just as they were contemplating this, Yi Mu's phone rang. It's your father, she said, pressing the answer button. Old Yi, why aren't you back yet? Yi Zhonghua's voice came through, brimming with excitement. We have encountered a benefactor. A benefactor? Yi Mu asked, puzzled. What benefactor? I found an investor who has committed 200 million to us. What? Yi Mu gasped, leaping from the sofa in shock. Yi Qinxue jumped, startled by her mother's reaction. Wonderful, wonderful. After repeating the words several times, she hung up the phone. Mom, what happened? Yi Qinxue inquired, bewildered. Your father has found an investor who has committed 200 million at once. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue's spirits soared. Her father had been deeply troubled by this issue lately, even gaining a few gray hairs. She felt a pang of sympathy. Now, the matter had been resolved. Then Yi Mu continued, I heard the investor is quite young, just in his 20s. Quite impressive. Yi Qinxue nodded. Yes, that is indeed impressive. To invest such a sum at that age is not typical of a mere rich heir. Yi Mu's face brightened. You think so too? Yi Qinxue, still confused, nodded. Why was her mother reacting so strongly? Had she said something wrong? Seeing her daughter's perplexity, Yi Mu grasped Yi Qinxue's hands tightly. Qinxue, you must work hard to seize this golden opportunity. Such a young man will surely be in high demand. If you don't put in the effort, you might miss out. Mom, Yi Qinxue exclaimed, shaking off her mother's grip in frustration. She had sensed something was off earlier. But now it was clear her mother harbored such intentions. I like the young man I met at the breakfast shop. Why do you keep trying to push me towards someone else? Am I no longer your biological daughter? Yi Mu's anger flared. How can you be so reckless? You've only met him once. How can you know what he is like? I don't care. I must find him. Yi Qinxue declared stubbornly. Yi Mu, fuming, retorted, oh. So you're asserting your independence now? Let me tell you, your father's business partner is undoubtedly a golden son-in-law. You must listen to me. Otherwise, I will act as if I have no daughter. Yi Qinxue was taken aback, stunned for a few seconds before bursting into tears and fleeing the house. Realizing she had misspoken, Yi Mu rushed after her, only to find her daughter had vanished. The next day, Lin Chen awoke late. After freshening up, he drove to school. Upon arrival, he received a message from He Zhonghai, informing him that the trio who had attempted to scam him had been punished. The bald man received a 12-year sentence and a fine of 100,000. Lin Chen felt little stirrings in his heart. He was no saint, Those who attempted to deceive him deserved their just punishment. He had the means to rectify the situation and punish them. Had it been someone else, they might have succeeded, as there was no place to seek justice. Nevertheless, it was comforting to see that evil met its due recompense. After some reflection, Lin Chen tucked away his phone and headed to the College of Humanities building. At the staircase, several girls were glancing around, searching for a familiar figure. They had not seen Lin Chen in a while and felt quite disheartened. Yes, I can't eat or sleep well. Come on, look at you. You've gained a bit of weight. Lin Chen likes this type. Just look at Shen Mingqi. You're just jealous. Shen Mingqi is curvaceous, a true beauty. You, on the other hand, are just overweight. As Lin Chen reached the second floor, several girls' eyes lit up as they hurried towards him. Lin Chen, wait. Startled, Lin Chen turned to them, puzzled. Is there something you need? The girls crowded around him, offering the breakfast they had meticulously prepared. Lin Chen, you didn't have breakfast, did you? We made you a heartfelt meal. Can we exchange contact information? Yes, we really like you. Can we be friends? I'm super obedient. I want to be competitive. Chapter 67. Offend anyone but Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. After the basketball match, he had unwittingly become a celebrity within the school, garnering a throng of admirers. However, with such popularity came a multitude of troubles, and he had lost count of the number of confessions he had received. Observing the breakfast offerings almost thrust into his face, Lin Chen felt utterly speechless. Although he had indeed skipped breakfast, he certainly could not consume this much. Moreover, under such circumstances, it was inappropriate to accept anything. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I'm going to be late, he declared, brushing past them. Yet, the group of girls persisted, chasing after him. Lin Chen, you're lying. You still have over 10 minutes before class. Don't go. We really like you. Yes, I think about you so much that I can't sleep at night. Can I have your contact information? The high-pitched voices of the girls pierced Lin Chen's ears. Just then, Song Qingwan, who had come upstairs to attend class, witnessed the scene unfold. Lin Chen appeared visibly annoyed, lowering her gaze and biting her lip. Song Qingwan silently made a decision. She tidied her hair and approached Lin Chen. The atmosphere instantly hushed, all eyes shifting to Song Qingwan. Senior Song? Lin Chen thought to himself. The surrounding girls felt awkward. Song Qingwan was the belle of Donghai University, her figure and beauty far surpassing theirs. They had previously heard rumors of her relationship with Lin Chen, which they dismissed, but now, confronted by her presence, they felt immensely embarrassed. Song Qingwan merely cast a fleeting glance at them before walking directly to Lin Chen's side, linking her arm with his and playfully saying, "Did you oversleep again today?" Lin Chen stiffened. The position caused a particularly alluring part of Song Qingwan's form to press against his arm, leaving him astonished. What was up with her today? Had she taken something strange? It seemed that Song Qingwan noticed the awkwardness of the situation, subtly shifting back, her cheeks flushing crimson. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen said, ahem. Yes, I overslept. Observing the intimacy between them, the girls felt their hearts shatter. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, placing it around Song Qingwan's shoulders and leading her away. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he draped his arm over her shoulder, Song Qingwan's body went rigid, her breathing quickening, and her mind swirling. Once they reached a less crowded area, Song Qingwan suddenly halted, gently removing Lin Chen's hand from her shoulder. Lin Chen turned to her, only to find her face flushed. Just now, I was helping you out, she explained. I know, so thank you. Oh. Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Chen before hastily lowering her head. The silence was palpable, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Well, I need to get back to my activities. There's something in the club. All right. Watching Song Qingwan flee, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Senior Song, still as adorable as ever. With that thought, he headed toward the classroom. Meanwhile, Su Mo, returning with a cup of water, paused for a moment to reflect on the scene she had just witnessed. Finally, she steeled herself, determination shining in her eyes. Following Lin Chen into the classroom, she discovered that only one seat remained available beside him. As she approached to sit down, a male classmate called out, Su Mo, that seat is taken. Furrowing her brow, Su Mo looked toward Lin Chen, who was about to intervene when something unexpected occurred. Move. Su Mo firmly commanded, glancing at the boy who had spoken. All right, now it's unoccupied. With that, she confidently took her seat. Lin Chen. The boy? What just happened? Once the realization hit, Lin Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're a gem, Su Mo. Next time someone occupies a seat, I'll do it just like you. Su Mo smiled, a hint of warmth creeping into her cheeks. Lin Chen regarded her with newfound admiration, surprised by her unexpectedly cunning charm. In university, it was common for individuals to reserve seats, often sending a representative from their dorm equipped with books, pens, tissues, water bottles, and other items to stake their claim. Truly, if one could imagine it, they could accomplish it. You're rather devious, Lin Chen remarked, unable to contain his amusement. Suemo lifted her gaze to meet his. Devious? What does that mean? Lin Chen chuckled. It means cute, endearing. Suemo tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Really, is that so? Too adorable. Lin Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. Did you grow up on cuteness? Suemo paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. So, do you like those who grew up on cuteness? She inquired. Absolutely, Lin Chen replied. He was astonished that the typically reserved Suemo would ask such a question. That's good. Suemo smiled at him, revealing her two tiny, sharp canine teeth. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chen was entranced. By the time he regained his senses, Suemo had already turned back to her notes. Soon after, a male student returned from the restroom, ready to reclaim his seat, but upon noticing it occupied, he opened his mouth to protest. However, a nearby classmate shook his head and pointed at Lin Chen. Understanding the unspoken message, the student quickly sought another spot, his heart racing with trepidation. A saying circulated within the literature department. It is better to offend anyone than to offend Lin Chen. Chapter 68. Drunk again after a lengthy lecture, Lin Chen stretched lazily. Indeed, a single class in university felt longer than 6 in high school. Just as he was about to pack his belongings and leave, he heard Shen Mingqi's voice at the door. Lin Chen. Upon hearing his name, Lin Chen instinctively looked up and saw Shen Mingqi waving at him. She had mentioned her intention to visit Vice Principal Su today, and now she had come to escort him. Just a moment, senior. Suemo also glanced at her before lowering her head again. Lin Chen quickly stacked several books together, and Suemo stood up, creating a pathway for him. See you tomorrow. With one hand holding the books and the other playfully ruffling Suemo's hair, he departed. Suemo paused for a moment, reaching up to her head, still feeling the lingering warmth. She smiled sweetly. In Vice Principal Su's office, several students were busily attending to various tasks while he continuously directed them. Have the windows and desks been cleaned? Have the potted plants been replaced? Are my 2 boxes of fine tea ready? By the way, have the top 3 contestants for our Management College tea art competition arrived? Nearby, a few students whispered among themselves. Why is it so grand? Is a distinguished guest coming? I don't know. Even if the principal were visiting, Vice Principal Su wouldn't be this attentive. It seems a freshman named Lin Chen is coming. Lin Chen? You mean that basketball prodigy who arrived in 3 supercars within a month? Ah, now it makes sense why Vice Principal Su is so invested. When Lin Chen arrived at the management college, he was taken aback by the sight of 2 rows of seniors standing at attention, with Vice Principal Su in the middle to greet him. Ah, Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Vice Principal Su approached him with familiarity, draping an arm over his shoulder as they walked toward the office. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You flatter me, Vice Principal Su. After bringing Lin Chen to the office, Shen Mingqi claimed she had matters to attend to and left. Once inside, they settled onto the sofa. 2 senior girls, trained in tea art, began brewing tea. And soon 2 cups of fragrant Longjing tea were presented. Vice Principal Su smiled, saying, Lin Chen, I had initially intended to treat you to a meal, but for now, I can only offer you some tea. This tea is quite aromatic, Lin Chen replied, then directly broached the main topic. Vice Principal Su, what is it that you wish to discuss? Vice Principal Su slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh, I almost forgot the main point. Lin Chen chuckled, No worries, please go ahead. Vice Principal Su explained, I heard that Hongdao Mall has been acquired by you, and our management college is planning to arrange internships for our third-year students. Therefore, we would like to collaborate with you, if you agree. You would provide internship positions for our students, while the interviews and evaluations can be managed by you, as long as they are given an opportunity for growth. After graduation, many may choose to stay at Hongdao, and our management college students are of good quality. Would you consider this? At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline task. Agree to Vice Principal Su's request. Reward, Tower 1 of Tangshan Yiping. Tower 1 of Tangshan Yiping? An entire building? Having received numerous system rewards, Lin Chen had grown accustomed to it. His heart no longer stirred by such news. Vice Principal Su urged him. What do you think? Is our proposal acceptable? Lin Chen nodded. It sounds good. I will speak with the general manager of Hongdao Mall, Tan Guang, and you can discuss the details with him. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Su's face lit up with joy. Excellent. On behalf of our entire management college, I thank you. He raised a cup of tea in place of a toast. At that moment, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received Tower 1 of Tangshan Yiping. Note, the property deed is in the drawer of the master bedroom. Please check it. After spending a while there, Lin Chen took his leave. On his way back, he coincidentally encountered Song Qingwan. Senior Song? What a coincidence to see you again. She smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, they made plans to have dinner together. At Zillion Fu, in a private room of elegance, Lin Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. This was the place I came to on my first day. Dining with a senior. Indeed. Song Qingwan chuckled. I remember that day. I got quite tipsy. Recalling that event, Lin Chen teased. Do you still remember getting drunk? Will you indulge again tonight? Tonight? Song Qingwan paused, then asked, do you wish for me to drink too much? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, gazing at her. Are you so trusting of me? Aren't you afraid I might do something? Song Qingwan, pouring tea, slightly trembled, spilling some. I trust you, she replied without looking up. Lin Chen laughed. Have I been issued a good guy card? Even I doubt myself sometimes, yet you have such faith in me. Song Qingwan pursed her lips, silent. She was unaware of why she held such trust in Lin Chen. With that thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Chen discreetly stole a glance at her, concluding that the senior was indeed infatuated. Just then, dishes began arriving one after another, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Song Qingwan, clearly in a poor mood, downed 2 glasses. And Lin Chen did not stop her. However, Lin Chen soon witnessed the true meaning of 1 cup down. Just 2 cups of peach blossom wine rendered her utterly inebriated. Truly a sight to behold. Given her state, it was impossible to send her back to her dorm, so Lin Chen decided to take her to his home. However, as he supported the tipsy Song Qingwan out of Zillion Fu, a girl nearby suddenly froze. Isn't that Lin Chen? And Song Qingwan. Both Lin Chen and Song Qingwan had become celebrities at Donghai University. This girl was a fervent admirer of Lin Chen. Seeing Song Qingwan leaning against her idol, she was instantly consumed by jealousy. An idea struck her, and she swiftly took out her phone, snapping several photos. Lin Chen, one arm around the swaying Song Qingwan, fumbled for his keys. As he opened the door, she stumbled, leaning heavily against him. Why what? Song Qingwan mumbled incoherently. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask why? Why are you so exceptional? I don't deserve you. Her words momentarily stunned Lin Chen. I will work hard. After uttering this, Song Qingwan's breathing became steady. Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. What a silly girl. He effortlessly lifted her and carried her to the guest room. Observing the peacefully sleeping Song Qingwan on the bed, Lin Chen muttered a soft curse, little enchantress. After covering her with a blanket, he returned to his master bedroom and took a long shower for an hour. The next morning, dawn broke. Lin Chen slumbered until 10 o'clock. Upon rising and completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs to find Song Qingwan clad in his t-shirt, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Standing at a height of over 1.80 meters, Lin Chen observed that Song Qingwan, wearing his garment, managed to cover certain areas while revealing her long, slender legs. Upon hearing some noise from behind, she turned and remarked, I woke up early and found some ingredients in the fridge to prepare breakfast. It's on the table. Ah, this breakfast is quite pale, Lin Chen noted, realizing that he had been staring at her. Song Qingwan, suddenly aware of her attire, blushed slightly. I apologize, I still carry the scent of alcohol. I merely took a shower, washed my clothes, but they aren't tea dry yet, so I slipped into your shirt. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? She inquired. Of course not. It is an honor for the shirt to be worn by a senior like you, Lin Chen replied as he made his way down the stairs. I was feeling rather down last night, Song Qingwan explained. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I understand. Which is why I did not stop you. Song Qingwan cast a gentle glance at him, remaining silent. Lin Chen then turned his attention to the dining table, where indeed lay 2 servings of egg and ham sandwiches, one larger and the other noticeably smaller. 2 servings? Haven't you eaten yet? Lin Chen asked. I'm waiting for you to join me, Song Qingwan responded, placing both sandwiches into the microwave to reheat them. They've gotten a bit cold. It's best not to eat cold food in the morning, or it might upset your stomach. Lin Chen chuckled. I didn't expect you to possess such a domestic side. Song Qingwan, with her back to him, smiled lightly. There's much more than you realize. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen settled onto the sofa to watch a movie while Song Qingwan changed back into her clothes and sat beside him, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she sat upright, her face paling dramatically as she stared fixedly at her device. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired, but Song Qingwan remained unresponsive. He took the phone from her hands, revealing an anonymous post on the campus forum. Shocking. The pure campus beauty Song Qingwan's persona collapses. She is, in fact, a gold digger? Chapter 69. The Fear of Public Opinion. This is a post condemning Song Qingwan. It merely states that while she professes to have avoided romantic entanglements throughout her university years, She has now resorted to feigning intoxication to seduce the beloved Lin Chen, presumably with an eye on his wealth. Her words are at odds with her actions, revealing a duplicitous nature. Interspersed within the text are several accompanying images. A campus belle? What a farce. She is nothing short of an unparalleled green tea bitch. It is a pity she doesn't pursue the art of tea making. Indeed, she loudly proclaims her disinterest in romance, yet intentionally entices our idol. Clearly, she has set her sights on him. One can only hope Lin Chen remains discerning and does not fall prey to such a scheming character. I often wondered why Song Qingwan was so difficult to pursue. I previously thought her to be aloof. But it now seems our financial status has failed to meet her standards. How abhorrent to feign drunkenness. The comment section is rife with distasteful remarks, predominantly from female users. Those who had long pursued Song Qingwan without success have joined the fray, attributing their failures to a lack of wealth. The surrounding environment suggests this uproar began when Lin Chen was seen leaving Zilin Mansion with Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan was utterly flustered. As the campus belle, she had always basked in adoration. She had never encountered such a situation. Lin Chen's expression mirrored her concern. After all, this turmoil arose due to him. Do not worry. I will assist you in resolving this matter, Lin Chen assured her. With a trembling voice, Song Qingwan protested, I am not that kind of person. I understand, but we must focus on addressing this issue at hand, Lin Chen replied, promptly retrieving his phone to call He Zhonghai. I am facing a troublesome situation and require your assistance. He Zhonghai's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing this. Speak, boss. Lin Chen recounted the entire incident. And He Zhonghai analyzed it. Based on your account, all conditions for defamation have been met. We will commence preparations immediately. The incident continued to escalate. Lin Chen swiftly contacted the school to clarify the truth. Given the cooperative relationship between his vast enterprise and the institution, and considering the matter's impact on the school's reputation, the administration acted promptly to delete the post. Moreover, as the post was circulating solely on the campus network, failure to act swiftly could result in dire consequences should it spread beyond these confines. In a female dormitory at Donghai University, Yang Li observed her post had been deleted and felt a pang of urgency. What is happening? Why has my post been removed? Indeed, she was the one who had taken the photo and shared the post. The public sentiment was turning against Song Qingwan, and she could not bear the thought of her post being erased. She immediately logged into her other accounts and began posting incessantly. She was determined to make Song Qingwan pay the price. The comment section grew increasingly heated due to the deletion. Is the school shielding such a morally reprehensible student? Indeed, she appears to be a pure maiden on the surface. Yet who knew she harbored such a character? What a waste of my previous admiration. While Yang Li lay on her bed scrolling through the comments, satisfaction washed over her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a roommate went to answer it. To her astonishment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit stood at the threshold, accompanied by several security personnel. What are you doing here in a female dormitory? One roommate exclaimed in shock, still processing the sight of men in their space. He Zhonghai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, with an impassive expression, stated, We are here to find Yang Li. Please have her come out. They're looking for Yang Li? Fortunately, it did not concern them. Yang Li, someone is looking for you. She called into the room. Yang Li, engrossed in the comments, did not even glance up. Let them in, she commanded. One of her roommates approached the bed, her voice trembling. The security personnel are here. You should go out yourself. The sudden realization caused Yang Li to drop her phone. Sitting up abruptly. Security personnel? Why are they here for me? As she recalled her earlier actions, fear began to seep in for the first time. Could it be related to Song Qingwan? No, she had engaged in worse behavior in high school without repercussions. Why now would the security personnel come seeking her? Upon hearing the mention of security personnel, the other two roommates instinctively turned to Yang Li. You should hurry. They are waiting, one urged. Yang Li hastily donned a shirt, her hands trembling as she dressed. When she finally faced He Zhonghai and the security personnel, she was left in a daze. Why are you looking for me? She stammered, her anxiety palpable. He Zhonghai regarded her coldly. You are Yang Li? She nodded in a subdued manner. He Zhonghai smirked, adjusting his glasses once more. I am He Zhonghai, an attorney from Run Law Firm. You have fabricated false rumors online, severely infringing upon the reputation of my client, Ms. Song Qingwan, causing her significant emotional distress. I am here to file charges against you on her behalf. His chilling words reverberated in Yang Li's mind. I did not fabricate rumors. Everything I said was true. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. This was not her first time engaging in such behavior. Why was it different this time? Realizing the gravity of the situation, regret began to wash over Yang Li. He Zhonghai's voice remained icy. Whether it is fabricated or not is not for you to decide. I must inform you that your actions have had a profound impact on Ms. Song Qingwan, resulting in a drastic decline in her social standing. Your conduct is exceedingly vile, and you could face imprisonment for up to 3 years. Upon hearing the word imprisonment, Yang Li burst into tears, while the security personnel stepped forward to escort her away. The onlooking girls exchanged bewildered glances. Why was Yang Li being taken away? It seemed to be related to Song Qingwan. Rumors spread that the posts exposing Song Qingwan's true character were authored by Yang Li, prompting Song Qingwan to seek legal counsel. Are those revelations true or false? It seemed most were likely fabricated. Oh no, I even commented harshly about Song Qingwan. I must quickly delete my remarks. Before long, Yang Li issued an apology post, detailing the events and expressing her regret to Song Qingwan. Meanwhile, she faced a 15-day detention. Nevertheless, the repercussions were far from over. Chapter 70: The arrival of the big shot in light of Yang Li's reprehensible conduct, which tarnished the school's reputation. And due to Lin Chen's involvement, the university promptly decided to expel Yang Li. Compared to a 15-day detention, expulsion is a far more agonizing consequence. Donghai University is a commendable institution, and after 3 arduous years of effort, being dismissed is a bitter pill to swallow. However, individuals must face the repercussions of their actions. The online community tends to forget swiftly. Soon after, a popular celebrity was embroiled in a scandal, diverting nearly everyone's attention and overshadowing Song Qingwan's predicament. In the tranquil surroundings of Yunshui, Lin Chen perused the comments beneath Yang Li's apology post on the campus forum, feeling a sense of relief. The matter had finally been resolved. Had it not been handled judiciously, it could have been Song Qingwan facing expulsion. After all, to the institution, reputation is paramount. Lin Chen, thank you. Song Qingwan expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she gazed at him. It was Lin Chen's swift and decisive action that led him to contact Runhe Law Firm immediately after the incident, while she diligently monitored the comments to gauge public sentiment. Whenever an issue arose, he would promptly liaise with the lawyers, ensuring that within less than a day, the true culprit was apprehended, restoring her honor. Hearing her words, Lin Chen shook his head. This is partly my fault. I was inadvertently photographed, which led to all this chaos. Song Qingwan quickly interjected, no. It's also my fault for getting drunk. In truth, there was a more expedient resolution, one where Lin Chen could simply declare that Song Qingwan was his girlfriend. However, such an approach would not address the root of the problem and would jeopardize Lin Chen's options for companionship for years to come, given Song Qingwan's reputation at Donghai University. Moreover, Lin Chen felt it was indeed his fault for being photographed, and such a resolution would unfairly make Song Qingwan bear the consequences of his mistake, while the instigators remained unpunished. This incident has significant implications. Are you considering taking a break from school to stay at home for a while? Lin Chen inquired. After a moment of silence, Song Qingwan finally responded with a simple okay. Subsequently, Lin Chen escorted her home. The journey from Yunshui to her residence took just over an hour, neither too close nor too far. Before they left, Song Qingwan had already informed Song Jianming about the events that transpired, including Lin Chen's assistance in bringing her back. Upon their arrival, Song Jianming and Song's mother were waiting at the door. Ah, Xiaolin, you finally made it. I had wanted to invite you over for a meal, but with the company affairs keeping me busy, I neglected to mention it, Song Jianming remarked. Thank you for your help with Qiwan. Lin Chen replied with a modest smile. There's no need to thank me, Uncle Song. I bear responsibility for this situation. If it weren't for me, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Song Jianming sighed. Well, it's good that the perpetrator has faced consequences. It's puzzling how children these days so readily believe rumors. At that moment, Song's mother nudged. Why not invite him inside to sit for a while? Only then did Song Jianming realize that they had been standing outside the villa, engrossed in conversation. Xiaolin, come in and sit for a bit. We'll have a meal together shortly, he urged. Lin Chen quickly declined. No, it's getting late, and I need to head back. I have an early class tomorrow. Initially, Song Jianming wished to insist, but given Lin Chen's reasoning, he refrained from pressing further. On the return journey, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The way Song Jianming looked at him was akin to a father-in-law sizing up his daughter's suitor. It seemed he had fully accepted him. Yet, he wondered about Song Qingwan's feelings on the matter. The following afternoon, after attending class, Lin Chen was about to leave when he heard a voice call out. Lin Chen? Turning around, he saw Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Sr., Lin Chen greeted politely. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled heartily. What a coincidence. By the way, I added you to the Supercar Club chat group last time. Why haven't you said anything? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Chen replied, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about that. Indeed, he had set the group messages to do not disturb upon joining and had subsequently forgotten about it. Zhao Yuanhang waved dismissively, no worries. But are you free later? We're gathering at Nightshade Bar. Would you like to join us? Lin Chen contemplated this. He had no other commitments and was about to agree when a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, the host has triggered a storyline quest. Accept Zhao Yuanhong's invitation. Reward. Ultra-luxurious yacht RY, 125 feet. A yacht? Lin Chen suddenly considered. He already possessed a helicopter and several luxury cars, so a yacht would be a delightful addition. Sure. Lin Chen agreed with enthusiasm. He had intended to go anyway, and this yacht felt like a generous bonus. Upon seeing Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra, Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but exclaim, I heard you acquired another Huayra. I wanted to see your new car, but never had the chance until now. Lin Chen smiled. Feel free to take a look, senior. Zhao Yuanhang laughed. In our club, everyone admires your previous Huayra. If they knew you had another, they'd be envious. After exchanging pleasantries, they headed towards Nightshade Bar, one of the 3 major entertainment venues in Donghai City. Located in a prime area and known as a city that never sleeps. Although Lin Chen had never been there, he had certainly heard of it. Upon arriving and parking, a slightly older young man with bleached hair dashed over. Zhao, everyone is waiting for you inside. Suddenly noticing the supercar beside Lin Chen, the young man exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, this is incredible. He rushed forward, eager to touch the car, but hesitating. This is a Pagani Huayra. Seeing such a car here is astonishing. The young man was completely enamored, gazing around in awe. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled, turning to Lin Chen. This is Huang Sheng. We simply call him Huang Mao. Then he addressed Huang Mao. All right, stop gawking and come inside. Reluctantly, Huang Mao led Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanhang into the bar's private room. Contrary to Lin Chen's expectations of a smoky, chaotic atmosphere, the interior was quite clean. About a dozen young men, along with several heavily made-up women, populated the space. These young men were members of the Supercar Club, essentially a group of genuine second-generation rich kids. Zhao Yuanhang clapped his hands for attention. Quiet down, everyone. Let me introduce you to someone. Lin Chen, the big shot who owns the Pagani Huayra. The room fell silent. What? The big shot has arrived? Chapter 71. Zhao Yuanhang's worries today. I finally laid eyes on the illustrious Qiwing. Qiwing is the car of my dreams, and I am utterly envious. Lin Chen smiled and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chen. The others in the club began to introduce themselves as well, getting acquainted. At that moment, a young man with dyed hair exclaimed, There's a Yazzie parked at the entrance, and it's Lin Chen's. A chorus of astonished gasps echoed in the private room, while a few heavily made-up women's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon's Child, Yazzie, Qiwang, and Basha. Are you telling me you already possess 2 of them? This is simply unbelievable. I thought I had a bit of money, but now I feel like a pauper. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled and scolded. All right, you bunch of rascals. Be careful not to frighten my friend away. He then turned to Lin Chen, saying, You needn't pay them any mind. With that, he led Lin Chen to a sofa where they sat down, while the others dispersed to engage in their own amusements. A young man nearby inquired, Lin Xiao, judging by your accent, you aren't a local, are you? Lin Chen nodded. I'm from Kyoto. The young man's name was Chen Xiao, and Lin Chen had noted it during the introductions. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Chen Xiao felt a slight jolt. Kyoto, a place teeming with hidden talents. It's no wonder he possesses 2 of the world's rarest supercars. Clearly, Lin Chen's family is not only wealthy, but also influential. Zhao Yuanhang suddenly laughed and remarked, Did you know? After the incident with the campus beauty, many people at school have been digging into your background. What? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Digging into my background. How so? I'll show you, Zhao Yuanhang replied, pulling out his phone, logging into the campus network, and retrieving several recommended posts, which he then handed to Lin Chen. Deep dive into the elite second-generation Lin Chen of Donghai University. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After resolving the matter with Song Qingwan, he hadn't paid much attention to the campus network. The entire thread analyzed Lin Chen's family circumstances. It detailed how he had arrived at school via helicopter at the start of the semester, even having a retired pilot manage his private helipad. A helicopter costs at least tens of millions, not to mention fuel and maintenance expenses. Within just a few days of school, he had shown up in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Next came the Pagani Huayra Qiwang and Yazzie. The combined value of these 2 cars alone exceeds 150 million. Furthermore, there are rumors that Lin Chen resides in the Yunshui room of the Water's Edge residence, the crown jewel of Donghai City. The post concluded with a statement that Lin Chen's family assets are at least in the hundreds of millions. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I didn't expect these onlookers to be so idle. Indeed, they are quite idle, Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. Noticing Lin Chen's disinterest in continuing the topic, he shifted gears. By the way, a short holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans? After all, probing into someone's family assets could raise suspicions. Although he was genuinely curious about the extent of Lin Chen's wealth, Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. How about joining us for the anniversary celebration of our supercar club? Zhao Yuanhang suddenly proposed. Sure, Lin Chen agreed without much thought. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanhang smiled. With your presence, this anniversary celebration will be far more interesting, but... He paused abruptly, letting out a sigh. What's the matter? Lin Chen inquired. It's just that we want to host the anniversary celebration well. Initially, we planned to rent a yacht, but the challenge lies with the yacht. Oh, what could possibly stump you, Zhao Xuezhang? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yuanhang glanced at Lin Chen, chuckling wryly. How could it not stump me? I'm not some immortal. In the entire Donghai city, there are only 3 yachts, and by the time we got to them, they were all rented out. Yachts. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that the system had rewarded him with a yacht, though he was uncertain when it would arrive. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. He stood up and said, I'll take this call. The room was noisy, and Lin Chen stepped outside. Upon answering, a melodious voice greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes, who is this? I am a customer service representative from the yacht company. The luxury yacht you ordered from us has been loaded and will be dispatched tomorrow. I'm calling to inform you in advance. So soon? Lin Chen was taken aback. The system's reward of a yacht had only been a few hours ago, and they were already preparing for dispatch. Initially, Lin Chen thought it would take considerable time, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it when Zhao Yuanhang expressed his concerns about the yacht. When will it arrive? Lin Chen asked. Well, if it ships tomorrow, it is expected to arrive the day after, the representative continued. By the way, would you like us to arrange a handover and launch ceremony for you? What is that? Lin Chen queried. One must ask to learn. It's a good habit. The representative replied. We will arrange media coverage and professionals to assist with the yacht handover and record the moment of its first launch. Sounds rather elaborate. Media coverage? Lin Chen immediately responded, forget it, let us keep it simple. He preferred a low profile and disliked ostentatious affairs. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Chen re-entered the private room and sat opposite Zhao Yuanhang. You still can't manage the yacht situation? Lin Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang sighed. Yes. I even reached out to nearby cities, but they are all rented out. I have a way to handle the yacht situation. Leave it to me, Lin Chen stated calmly. Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback. You can rent a yacht? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yuanhang shook his head and chuckled. That's impossible. I've exhausted all possible avenues. Are you suggesting you can conjure a yacht out of thin air? A nearby young man fell silent for 5 seconds before murmuring. Zhao Gu, you forgot that Lin Xiao can even acquire 2 dragon's children. Fearing an awkward atmosphere, Zhao Yuanhang quickly added, forget I said that. Chapter 72. Renting a building at Thompson Epine soon after, Zhao Yuanhang inquired, Lin Chen, do you truly possess the means to procure a yacht? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, senior, if you can indeed secure a yacht, you would be rendering me a tremendous favor. Henceforth, I, Zhao Yuanhang, shall owe you a significant personal debt. Zhao Yuanhang replied, his faith in Lin Chen now unwavering. He believed that if Lin Chen were not confident, he would not exhibit such resolute conviction. This realization left Zhao Yuanhang astonished. What manner of person was Lin Chen, possessing such remarkable capabilities? Nearby, a heavily made-up woman pondered for a moment before pouring herself a glass of red wine. She approached Lin Chen and said, Young Master Lin, would you care for a drink? A potent fragrance of perfume wafted toward Lin Chen, causing him to furrow his brow. Observing this, Zhao Yuanhang quickly interjected. Young Master Lin does not appreciate such advances. Perhaps you could join the group over there. He gestured toward a nearby cluster of wealthy young elites engrossed in a game of dice. The woman's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, yet she gracefully excused herself, offering Lin Chen an apology before departing. After a brief period, feeling somewhat disenchanted, Lin Chen decided to take his leave. The following day, Lin Chen recalled that he had a building at Thompson Epine to manage, and it appeared that it was merely sufficient for rental. He rummaged through the bedside drawer in the master bedroom, uncovering a stack of property certificates, approximately over 100 in total. Goodness, renting all these out would yield a handsome profit. Lin Chen mused, contemplating his fortune. With that thought, he found a backpack and stuffed all the property certificates inside, noting how heavy it felt. After a light breakfast at home, Lin Chen drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom to Thompson Epine. At the property management office, Manager Li observed a line of individuals. In recent days, an unprecedented event has transpired. A gentleman by the name of Lin Chen has outright purchased the entire building. One gasp. The revelation drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd. To acquire an entire building, what a monumental achievement. Many toil their entire lives and still cannot afford a single unit. let alone a luxury residence like Thompson Epine. The manager continued his admonishments. From now on, pay attention and keep your eyes peeled. If you offend Mr. Lin, do not blame me for being unaccommodating. Once all was settled, the meeting dispersed, and just then, Lin Chen arrived. After parking his car, he entered with his backpack in tow. Several sales representatives appraised Lin Chen with curious eyes, but made no move to greet him. Continuing their idle chatter. What kind of tycoon could purchase an entire building? It's astonishing. Surely he must be a billionaire. I wonder when this magnate will arrive. It would be splendid to make his acquaintance, having worked here for quite some time. They could easily discern between potential buyers and those unable to afford a property. They had seen many individuals come to pose for photographs, and they inadvertently categorized Lin Chen among that crowd. Manager Li, noticing the situation, furrowed his brow. He initially considered reprimanding the sales staff, but ultimately refrained. Lin Chen approached the manager directly. "Hello, I would like to rent out a property," Lin Chen stated. "May I inquire about your specific requirements for the rental?" The manager asked courteously. "Excuse me?" Lin Chen replied, slightly confused. The manager elaborated. "Are you not here to rent a property? I wish to know your conditions so I may recommend suitable options." Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Chen clarified. "I am here to lease out properties, not to rent." "What?" The manager was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Chen anew. Surprised that someone capable of purchasing a building at Thompson Epine would dress so modestly. With an apologetic smile, the manager said, "My sincerest apologies for the mix-up. Which unit do you wish to lease?" Lin Chen moved to a nearby coffee table, opened his backpack, and dumped out the property certificates, some even spilling onto the floor. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scattered property certificates. "Here you go. Do as you see fit," Lin Chen instructed. After a brief pause, Manager Li finally regained his composure. You are the Mr. Lin who purchased an entire building?" Lin Chen nodded. Indeed. Manager Li was flabbergasted. He never imagined that this young gentleman, who appeared scarcely older than a student, could possess such wealth. Purchasing an entire luxury residence was no small feat. Meanwhile, the sales staff felt a wave of regret wash over them. They were the first to see Lin Chen upon his arrival. Yet they had squandered the opportunity to attend to this extraordinary billionaire. Manager Li, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, knelt to retrieve the fallen property certificates, tidying them up. He was astonished that these coveted certificates, yearned for by countless individuals, lay carelessly on the ground. "Sir, do you intend to lease all of these?" the manager inquired. His tone, once merely polite, now brimmed with utmost respect. "Yes, that is correct," Lin Chen affirmed. Manager Li then asked, "How do you wish to proceed with the rental? Would you prefer the entire unit or shared rental? The former is more convenient, while the latter may pose some complications." Lin Chen found the latter option somewhat troublesome and replied, "You may manage as you see fit." Sensing Lin Chen's desire to avoid complications, the manager offered, "If you find it burdensome, I can manage the rentals on your behalf and ensure the monthly rent is deposited into your account. Would that be acceptable?" Lin Chen nodded. "That would be splendid. As for the rental price, you may determine what you find suitable, and you can take a commission as your management fee." Allowing him to take a commission without the need for oversight while simply awaiting payments. Could there be a more advantageous arrangement? Seeing this, Manager Li's face lit up with joy, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." The nearby sales staff could hardly contain their envy. An entire building, the commission would be a substantial income. After finalizing the arrangements, Lin Chen prepared to leave, but inadvertently collided with another figure at the exit. "My apologies," Lin Chen instinctively said. Yet the other person stood frozen in shock. "Lin Chen, I have finally found you." Chapter 73. What on earth? Lin Chen focused his gaze and soon recognized the young woman before him as Yi Qingxue, the one he had mistakenly identified as a blind date at the breakfast shop. "So it's you," he chuckled. Yi Qingxue's eyes sparkled with delight. "You remember me?" After leaving home, she had spent several days at a hotel, wandering near the breakfast shop each day in hopes of encountering Lin Chen again, but to no avail. This time, she had come to look for a rental property and was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Chen here. "Of course I remember," Lin Chen replied with a smile. How could he forget such a peculiar girl who even mistook her blind date? Yi Qingxue beamed. "That's great. By the way, are you here to rent a place too? That would be wonderful. Maybe we could be neighbors." "I'm actually the landlord," Lin Chen said casually. Yi Qingxue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that he was the owner of the property. Anyone capable of purchasing a residence in a prestigious area like Thompson Epine must be either wealthy or of high social standing. Newly wealthy individuals often flaunt their riches with ostentatious displays of gold and luxury brands, desperate for the world to acknowledge their affluence. In contrast, true heirs of wealth tend to be much more understated, often donning custom-made attire that rivals even the most exclusive brands. Yet, Lin Chen appeared to embody none of these traits. No wonder he had captivated her attention. He was uniquely intriguing. Which apartment are you renting out? I happen to be looking for a place here. It would be perfect to rent from you, Yi Qinxue exclaimed. Since he was offering rentals, and she was seeking one, it seemed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Besides, having Lin Chen as her landlord was an appealing prospect. Lin Chen smiled. I have several properties available for rent. Let us see which one you're interested in. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Qinxue asked, bewildered. Just then, a manager stepped forward and explained, Mr. Lin has just purchased the entire building one from us, and he intends to rent out the whole building. The revelation left Yi Qinxue speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. You bought an entire building? She could hardly wrap her mind around such extravagance. Lin Chen merely smiled and said, if you wish to rent, please discuss it with Manager Li. I've entrusted all management to him. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned to leave. As Lin Chen's figure receded from view, Yi Qinxue suddenly realized she hadn't even asked for his contact information. Thinking quickly, she rushed after him. Lin Chen, wait. Hearing her call, Lin Chen paused and looked back. What is it? Is there something else? Let us exchange contact information. You're going to be my landlord soon, right? It's only fair, Yi Qinxue replied. Lin Chen, indifferent to the rental situation, would usually not bother to exchange contacts with anyone else. But considering she was an attractive woman, he thought, why not? He took out his phone, and they exchanged numbers. All right, for renting, just reach out to Manager Li. I must be on my way, he said, pulling out his keys and walking towards a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby. Yi Qinxue stood in stunned silence once more. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? In her haste to arrive, she hadn't noticed such an extravagant vehicle parked here, and it was Lin Chen's. What kind of hidden gem was he? Meanwhile, Lin Chen intended to buy a few seasonal outfits at the International Financial Center, anticipating the weather would soon turn cooler. Upon arriving, he received a message from Shin Mingqi. Junior, what are you up to? Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to dinner. I found a great restaurant I want you to try. Shortly after, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Invite Shin Mingqi to the International Financial Center. Reward, 3x 5-fold cashback cards. Another cashback card? Lin Chen immediately inquired. Oh, what restaurant? Shin Mingqi replied. It's near the International Financial Center, called You and Fish Together. I've heard their pickled fish is superb. Uncertain if she was hinting at something, he sent a playful emoji back. Considering the system task, he asked, is the senior available now? I'm heading to the International Financial Center. Would you accompany me to shop a bit first, and then enjoy that amazing pickled fish? Shin Mingqi replied almost instantly, sure. I'll browse around a bit. Just call me when you arrive. Okay. Lin Chen closed his phone and entered the International Financial Center. The International Financial Center is renowned for housing the most upscale international brand stores in Donghai City. A veritable paradise for shoppers with its diamond-level merchant combinations and meticulously designed storefronts. As Lin Chen walked through the mall, he felt the distinctive atmosphere envelop him. On the second floor, two students from Donghai Music Academy sat on a bench, observing the passers-by below. Suddenly, Li Feifei pointed at Lin Chen and exclaimed to her friend Yang Jingyi, look, there's a handsome guy down there. Yang Jingyi glanced in that direction, but quickly shifted her gaze. What is the point of being handsome if he lacks wealth? Having entered university, she had matured beyond the naive girl who only sought love in high school. Love, she believed, was founded on material stability. Li Feifei disagreed. How can you be so sure that guy is poor? Yang Jingyi rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Lin Chen from above. Look at him. His clothes, pants, and even shoes are all from unknown brands. A truly wealthy person wouldn't dress like that. Besides, since he walked in, he has been looking around aimlessly, clearly without intent to purchase anything. It's evident he lacks the means to shop here. Many come to the International Financial Center to browse, but they have the financial capacity to do so. Thus, in her eyes, the term rich and handsome only applied to him in terms of looks, devoid of any financial merit. After stating her opinion, she turned away, no longer interested in the dashing young man downstairs. She had come with a purpose, and he clearly did not fit her criteria for a potential match, so she deemed it best not to waste her time. However, Li Feifei suddenly interjected, wait, Jingyi, look. Yang Jingyi shot her a confused glance before looking down again, only to see Lin Chen inside a Gucci menswear store, selecting a few items and instructing the attendant to wrap them up. Yang Jingyi froze for several seconds, her disbelief evident. Could it be that I really am seeing things? Chapter 74. Are there others you've invited? Sir, the total is 320,000. The sales assistant smiled. Lin Chen frowned slightly. 320,000? How is it so inexpensive? Upon hearing this, the sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching involuntarily. Having worked as a sales associate for several years, she had encountered all sorts of customers, but this. It was her first time meeting someone who deemed 3 sets of clothing costing over $300,000 to be cheap. Yet, whether this was genuine disdain for the price or merely an excuse for being unable to afford it remained uncertain. She leaned towards the latter. Considering the customer's plain attire, which she couldn't even identify the brand of, likely a mere collection of unbranded items. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yang Jingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. I told you so. What's the point of wrapping it up if he hasn't made the payment? Everything is just pretense. He probably didn't check the price while buying and was stunned at the checkout. Truly foolish. Despite her words, her gaze subconsciously drifted downstairs. She needed to confirm that her assumption was correct. Downstairs, Lin Chen spoke to the sales assistant. Just set that aside for now. I'll select a couple more items. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned. What? He still wants to pick more? Can he even afford it? However, despite her annoyance, she maintained her composure. As a sales associate at an international flagship store, she had her standards. Lin Chen browsed without regard for price or brand, simply taking what caught his eye. Soon, he had selected 2 more garments, a jacket, and various accessories such as belts and wallets. The total exceeded 1 million. The sales assistant was taken aback. After some thought, she suggested, Sir, several of the items you chose are quite similar in style. This was her way of hinting that he might want to reconsider. But Lin Chen misinterpreted her intent and replied casually, It's fine. With a sigh, the sales assistant felt helpless. She had intended to provide him a graceful exit to avoid embarrassment at the payment, but since he was unappreciative, there was little she could do. She had extended her courtesy. After a round of browsing, Lin Chen finally stated, Let's check out. This will do for now. He then produced a bank card and handed it to the sales assistant who had attended to him. At the moment the card was successfully processed, the sales assistant felt a jolt of shock. This was a true, affluent individual. To spend over 1 million on clothing in one go, she had never encountered such a lavish customer before. Today's wealthy young men surely knew how to play the part, appearing like impoverished students despite their wealth. Reflecting on her earlier doubts about Lin Chen, she suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, her attitude towards him becoming more respectful. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have used the cashback card, earning 5 times the return, totaling 20 million. After returning the card to him, she called over a few other sales associates, and they hurriedly packaged Lin Chen's purchases, presenting them to him with utmost respect. Upstairs, Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei were so astonished they stood up. How much did he buy? That looks like it adds up to over 1 million. Li Feifei exclaimed. Her mouth agape. The garments here were incomparable to those outside, often costing tens of thousands, and this pile certainly suggested he had spent over 1 million. The mere thought of spending such a sum on a few pieces of clothing was unfathomable. After settling the bill, Lin Chen inquired, Where is the section for luxury goods? On the 6th floor, the sales assistant replied respectfully. Very well. Having spent over 1 million, Lin Chen was entitled to home delivery service. After providing the address of Yanshuijian, he prepared to leave the store. Initially, he intended to head upstairs, but decided to wait for Shun Mingqi instead. Checking his phone, he saw that she had mentioned she was almost there. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yang Jingyi quickly stood, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen below. Jingyi, what's wrong? Li Feifei asked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jingyi revealed a sweet smile. This young man is my type. I must take action. Li Feifei was puzzled. Didn't you just say? Philosophy teaches that things are always changing. Just moments ago, I didn't like him, but now I do. She replied, grabbing an unopened bottle of mineral water from Li Feifei. May I borrow this? Without waiting for a response, she headed toward the elevator with the water in hand. This young man possessed all 3 qualities: wealth, stature, and charm. She thought to herself that this opportunity was too precious to let slip away. Missing it would surely lead to regret. As Lin Chen waited for Shun Mingqi, he was suddenly presented with a bottle of mineral water. He instinctively looked up to see a girl in a pleated skirt with a neat high ponytail and large, sparkling eyes. Excuse me, could you help me open this bottle cap? Glancing at the water in her hand, and then back at her, Lin Chen accepted the bottle, twisted off the cap, and returned it to her. Yang Jingyi smiled brightly. Thank you. She took a symbolic sip from the bottle, and then asked, Are you waiting for someone? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. So aloof. Yang Jingyi thought to herself, but even if he were a stone, she would find a way to warm him up. She then casually continued the conversation. You know, you remind me of a friend of mine. Oh, Lin Chen replied, casting a brief glance in her direction. His thoughts preoccupied with Shun Mingqi's delayed arrival. Yang Jingyi felt a hint of awkwardness creeping in. Since she had approached, Lin Chen had only responded with short phrases. It was her first time experiencing such a scenario, and the embarrassment was palpable. Determined not to give up, she pressed on. I feel we have a connection. May I add you on WeChat? She asked innocently. Only then did Lin Chen turn to look at her. Initially, he hadn't realized. But now it was clear she was trying to flirt. As he pondered how to decline, a familiar voice interrupted. What is this? Have you invited others too? Chapter 75. Be a person. As Lin Chen turned around, he caught sight of Shen Mingqi approaching with a charming smile. She was adorned in a sky-blue fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Shen Mingqi, evidently well-prepared, exuded an impressive aura. Meanwhile, Yang Jingyi was left in a state of shock. She had anticipated that the person waiting was a girl, but she had not expected someone as exquisite as Shen Mingqi. Yang Jingyi scrutinized Shen Mingqi from head to toe, feeling a sudden wave of inadequacy. Is she your friend? Shen Mingqi inquired, glancing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know her. This left Yang Jingyi feeling exceedingly awkward. I'm sorry. I was just looking for this young man to help me. Thank you, young man, she said hurriedly before turning and fleeing. Shen Mingqi stifled a laugh, casting an amused glance at Lin Chen. It seems our junior has become a heartthrob. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You jest, senior. Where shall we go now? Is there something you wish to purchase? Shen Mingqi asked. A watch, Lin Chen replied, realizing he indeed needed one. A prestigious watch had evolved beyond merely telling the time. With technology so advanced, one could simply check their phone. Today, luxury watches symbolize status and identity, hence the saying, the poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches, as watches are less ostentatious than sports cars. However, Lin Chen did not entirely agree with this notion. Often, cars could be more expensive than luxury watches, and thus, those who indulge in watches aren't necessarily wealthier than car enthusiasts. Shen Mingqi nodded thoughtfully. If you're purchasing a watch, we should head to the 6th floor. It's a paradise for luxury aficionados. Oh. Lin Chen was surprised that Shen Mingqi's suggestion mirrored that of the sales assistant he had just spoken to. He raised an eyebrow. Do you frequent this place, senior? Shen Mingqi smiled. I haven't been here many times, and I've certainly never been to the 6th floor. She sighed dramatically, feigning melancholy. I would love to go, but my wallet does not permit it. Perhaps in the future, when I earn a substantial amount, I shall indulge myself. Lin Chen laughed. There's no need to wait. We can do it now. He still had 2 discovery cards left unused. What? Shen Mingqi thought she misheard. Nothing, come on. Let us go, Lin Chen urged. As they made their way to the elevator, Li Feifei and Yang Jingyi watched their retreating figures with envy. I can't believe such a handsome, wealthy young man already has a girlfriend, Li Feifei lamented. She then turned to Yang Jingyi. By the way, how did you fail this time? Weren't you always able to get contact information before? Yang Jingyi sighed, looking dejected. This young man is too difficult to approach, as unyielding as a stone. Could it be that you weren't proactive enough? Li Feifei suddenly asked. Yang Jingyi pondered this question with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Shen Mingqi had arrived at the 6th floor, pausing in front of the Patek Philippe store. The mere appearance of the store, under renovation, radiated an air of sophistication and elegance. Although Lin Chen was not well versed in luxury items, he had heard that Patek Philippe was the reigning monarch of the watch industry. Even the entry-level watches cost tens of thousands, and given the limited annual production, many affluent individuals regarded purchasing a Patek Philippe watch as a form of investment. Are you looking to buy a Patek Philippe? Shen Mingqi asked. Realizing that a person of Lin Chen's stature owning such a watch was not surprising, Lin Chen nodded. Shall we go in? Upon entering, a beautiful sales assistant approached them. Sir, how may I assist you today? I'd like to browse first, Lin Chen replied. As he casually glanced at a watch in the display case, he was instantly captivated and walked over. He had a fondness for blue, and this particular watch evoked the essence of the sky and sea. Please take this watch out for me, he requested. The sales assistant promptly donned white gloves and carefully retrieved the watch from the display. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This is the Patek Philippe Grand Complications Chronograph 6104G001. A remarkably rare timepiece. The watch featured 3 metallic gloss sapphire crystal discs on the dial, with an oval section encircling the depiction of Geneva's night sky. The bottom of the sky was comprised of a glass plate integrated with a 279-tooth wheel, representing the moon's angular movement. The price for this exquisite watch was $3,990,000. At this moment, the sales assistant cautiously glanced at Lin Chen. He frowned slightly. The sales assistant sighed internally, realizing that this opportunity might slip away once again. To her astonishment, Lin Chen's next words left her utterly astounded. Under $4 million? How affordable? He mused. Gasped. Those nearby, observing the watch, turned their gazes towards Lin Chen in unison, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even disdain. The sales assistant felt a flush of embarrassment, A watch nearing 4 million was deemed too cheap. What a rare encounter. What caliber of wealth did this young man possess? Yet, the sales assistant scrutinized Lin Chen, who appeared to be just an ordinary student. Shen Mingqi was merely mildly surprised, considering Lin Chen owned several luxury supercars. Nevertheless, watches differed from supercars. The latter could be seen as a necessity, while watches were merely adornments. To spend 4 million on a watch was nothing short of extravagant. Shen Mingqi sighed, saying wistfully, "Junior, be a person." Lin Chen glanced at Shen Mingqi with a smile before addressing the sales assistant. "Please wrap it up." He then turned to Shen Mingqi. "Do you have something you like? I have a cashback card. Why not take advantage of it? 5 times the cashback. Besides, I'll need to ask Shen Mingqi for a favor later." "What?" Shen Mingqi was taken aback. "What does that mean? Is Lin Chen also planning to buy for himself?" "You should pick one as well," Lin Chen suggested. Shen Mingqi gasped in disbelief. She certainly did not think Lin Chen was joking. However, upon considering the price of Patek Philippe, she shook her head. "No, it's too expensive." Lin Chen was impressed by her response. He turned to the sales assistant. "Could you recommend a watch?" The sales assistant instantly understood Lin Chen's intent and smiled. "Sir, you are truly kind to your girlfriend." Chapter 76. Moved to tears upon hearing the words girlfriend. Shen Mingqi felt a slight embarrassment and quickly glanced at Lin Chen. Noticing his reluctance to clarify, she lowered her head in silence. The sales assistant led them to a display case and retrieved a rose gold watch. It was a sophisticated chronograph, model 4948R001. Crafted from 18K rose gold and adorned with 347 diamonds. The sales assistant explained, subsequently turning to Shen Mingqi and adding, "This watch suits you perfectly. Do you find it appealing?" As Shen Mingqi gazed at the timepiece, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, and she timidly inquired, "How much is this?" The sales assistant smiled gently, 600,000. Gasp. Shen Mingqi was taken aback. She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. "Perhaps we shouldn't buy it. It's far too expensive, enough for a down payment on a house." Lin Chen, understanding her hesitation, addressed the sales assistant. "Wrap it up, please." Shen Mingqi was stunned. By the time she comprehended the situation, Lin Chen had already completed the payment. As the transaction was finalized, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have utilized the cashback card and received a 5-fold return, amounting to 202,500,000. Quite satisfactory indeed." A mere shopping trip had augmented his assets by over 200 million. Lin Chen presented the exquisite watch to Shen Mingqi. "Here, this is for you." Holding the 600,000 watch, Shen Mingqi felt a wave of disbelief. "Really? You're giving this to me?" Lin Chen replied, "Why not? It's a lady's watch. It would serve no purpose for me." As she placed the watch into her bag, she still struggled to accept the gesture. "You could keep it for your future girlfriend." Lin Chen shrugged. "I don't have a girlfriend now, and when I might get one is uncertain. Should I let this watch collect dust?" Shen Mingqi sighed, casting a deep look at Lin Chen. "I cannot fathom the world of the affluent. This watch isn't a gift without its own price." Lin Chen chuckled. Shen Mingqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then, as if a thought struck her, her cheeks flushed. "What do you wish for me to do?" she asked softly. Lin Chen continued, "Do you have any free time during the upcoming holiday?" Shen Mingqi lowered her head and nodded lightly. "Excellent. I'm attending a supercar gathering and would like you to accompany me," Lin Chen stated, concerned about the social awkwardness of attending alone. Shen Mingqi looked at Lin Chen. "Is that it? Nothing else?" Lin Chen feigned innocence. "That's all." Observing her blush, he playfully teased, "Sister, why is your face so red? What are you thinking about?" At his remark, her face flushed even deeper. "And nothing. My goodness." She never imagined that Lin Chen could charm her so effortlessly. It must be due to her lack of romantic experience. Seeing her shyness, Lin Chen decided to relent. "Are you coming?" he asked again. Shen Mingqi smiled. "Since I accepted the gift, how could I possibly refuse?" "Great. Let us grab you some clothing for the party," Lin Chen suggested. Noticing that the last cashback card was about to expire, Shen Mingqi hesitated but thought about the wealthy attendees at the supercar gathering and reconsidered. After all, accompanying Lin Chen would reflect on him. How could she show up in ordinary attire? Thus, she acquiesced. Soon, they arrived at the women's fashion section on the 3rd floor. "You choose. I'm not well versed in fashion. Don't worry about the price," Lin Chen said. "All right." Shen Mingqi felt a rush of emotion. Was she beginning to feel as if she were being pampered? It was both amusing and bewildering. They entered a Chanel boutique, where Shen Mingqi lingered, selecting 5 or 6 outfits she adored, which she then tried on for Lin Chen. Each time she sought his opinion, he responded positively, leaving her increasingly conflicted. After trying on the last outfit, she prepared to change back when Lin Chen directly handed his card to the sales assistant. "Please ring up everything she tried on." The assistant was momentarily speechless, finally regaining her composure after several seconds. Sir, the total for these items is 635,000. Would you like to proceed? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Go ahead. The assistant was astounded. Purchasing over 600,000 worth of clothing without hesitation was extraordinary. After processing the payment, she returned the card. Sir, here is your card. Congratulations, host. You have utilized the cashback card and received a 5-fold return, amounting to 3,175,000. Lin Chen tucked the card away. Just as Shun Mingqi emerged from the fitting room, arms laden with several outfits. I can't decide which one to choose. Each has its unique charm, she lamented. Visibly distressed, Lin Chen smiled without a word. The sales assistant enviously remarked, Ma'am, while you were trying on clothes, this gentleman purchased each one for you. Such a remarkable man. Why had she not encountered someone like him? Surely, this young lady must have saved the universe in a past life. Shun Mingqi was momentarily taken aback. What? She glanced at the garments in her arms, and then at Lin Chen. You bought all of these? Lin Chen smiled. Weren't you fond of them? Upon hearing this, tears welled in Shun Mingqi's eyes. But I can't wear so many. Are you actually complaining about having too many clothes? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Shun Mingqi quickly clarified. No, it's just that it's too extravagant. You've spent so much on me. As she spoke, tears trickled down her cheeks. Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, said, Are you crying from being touched? Wipe your tears. He merely aimed to make use of the limited-time cashback card. The amount was inconsequential, but he certainly didn't want it to expire unused. Upon hearing this, Shun Mingqi dabbed her tears and whispered, Lin Chen, thank you. Outside the store, 2 figures lingered, watching for quite some time. Jingy, perhaps you should give up. That young man is not the type. Chapter 77. You have purchased a luxury yacht. Li Feifei sighed helplessly. This young man is genuinely a good person, and he already has a girlfriend. You really shouldn't interfere in someone else's relationship. However, Yang Jingyi vehemently disagreed. It is precisely because he is so wonderful that I should not give up. Besides, they are merely dating. They are not married yet. Yang Jingyi's gaze was fixed intently on the couple in the Chanel boutique. How could she possibly resign herself to abandoning this young man? Li Feifei cast a resigned glance at her friend, finding it difficult to align with her values. Just then, Lin Chen emerged with Shun Mingqi, prompting the two to quickly hide away. Lin Chen asked, What did you say you wanted to eat? Let's go to you and fish together. Their pickled fish is exceptionally delicious. It's on me. Shun Mingqi declared generously. Great, I shall enjoy a splendid meal. Lin Chen replied with a smile, feeling quite hungry after several hours of shopping. He drove off with Shun Mingqi, while Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei, just exiting the International Financial Center, were stunned to see Lin Chen's Rolls-Royce speeding away. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Yang Jingyi gasped in astonishment. Having worked extensively in the luxury car industry to attract a wealthy partner, she instantly recognized the vehicle. This was her first encounter with such an opulent automobile. Regret flooded over her. Why had she ever thought Lin Chen was just a poor student? He was clearly a super-rich tycoon, driving a luxury sports car like a Rolls-Royce. It was no wonder he could casually buy clothes worth hundreds of thousands. At that moment, Yang Jingyi wished fervently to take Shun Mingqi's place by Lin Chen's side. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Li Feifei and asked, Where did they say they were going to eat? Li Feifei was taken aback. You can't be serious. You still want to chase after them? I refuse to give up without a fight, Yang Jingyi declared resolutely. A high and handsome man like him is a rare gem. If I let him slip away, I may never find someone like him again. All right then, they mentioned going to you and fish together, which isn't far from here, Li Feifei replied, exasperated. Though she did not agree with Yang Jingyi's course of action, she felt obligated to support her only close friend. After all, if Yang Jingyi succeeded in winning over that charming young man, it would surely benefit her as well. At the You and Fish Together restaurant, the two found a table, and soon a delectable dish of pickled fish was served. Shun Mingqi's recommendation proved to be excellent. The dish was tangy and flavorful, and Lin Chen had not tasted such authentic pickled fish in ages. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's phone rang. Hello, sir. I am a representative from the yacht company. Your yacht has arrived at the Donghai City dock, and we are waiting for you. When would you be available to come and sign for it? Lin Chen was taken aback. It has arrived? So soon? Would you like us to arrange a grand yacht handover and launching ceremony to commemorate this moment? That won't be necessary. The simpler, the better. I prefer to keep things low-key. The representative was slightly taken aback. Typically, yacht buyers wanted to announce their acquisition to the world. Then, shall we proceed with a simple handover and launch ceremony? The representative inquired. Yes, Lin Chen responded, adding, I will arrive at the dock in about an hour, so please wait for me. During the call, Shun Mingqi used chopsticks to serve Lin Chen a piece of fish, carefully removing the bones. Once he finished the call, Lin Chen ate the piece of fish without a second thought. Shun Mingqi smiled at the sight, her eyes forming lovely crescent shapes. We may need to eat quickly. I have something to attend to later, Lin Chen mentioned. Did you buy something? Shun Mingqi asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Just something I need to sign for. He then added, shall I take you home after we finish eating? Shun Mingqi, not fully grasping the context of the doc, assumed Lin Chen was referring to a mundane delivery. Why don't you take me with you? I have nothing planned for the afternoon, she suggested. Lin Chen considered this and found it agreeable, though he worried it might shock her. However, since she had agreed to accompany him to the party, the surprise was inevitable. Nodding, he replied, all right, let's go together. Meanwhile, Yang Jingyi was growing increasingly frustrated as she sat in traffic. Why is there always a jam at the worst possible times? By the time we arrive, they will be long gone. Frustrated, she exclaimed, this is infuriating. Seeing her agitated state, Li Feifei sighed. Perhaps this is fate. You two may not be meant to be. I will create my own fate. Yang Jingyi snapped back. You need to understand that determination can overcome destiny. Li Feifei, feeling exasperated, replied, Jingyi, I think it's best to let it go. Yang Jingyi shot her a fierce look. Li Feifei, are you still my good friend? Why are you not supporting me? Li Feifei, suddenly flustered, insisted, that's not what I meant. Before she could finish, Yang Jingyi interrupted. What do you mean? Are you on my side or hers? With a resigned sigh, Li Feifei said, fine, I won't say anything more. Turning away, she stared out the window in silence. As anticipated by Yang Jingyi, when they finally arrived, they searched high and low but found no trace of Lin Chen or Shun Mingqi. A Rolls-Royce Phantom had come to a stop at the dock, attracting considerable attention. Lin Chen and Shun Mingqi stepped out of the car. Shun Mingqi, puzzled, asked, Lin Chen, didn't you say you had something to sign? What are we doing here? Lin Chen smiled, revealing a bright set of teeth. I'm here to sign for something. What is it? Shun Mingqi inquired. Lin Chen pointed to a nearby heavy truck. Over there. Following his gesture, Shun Mingqi's gaze fell upon a large truck with a magnificent yacht atop it. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Wait, a yacht? Shun Mingqi gasped, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. Lin Chen, the item you purchased isn't that yacht, is it? Chapter 78. The mobile seaside villa. Shun Mingqi gazed in astonishment at the colossal yacht before her, its size almost beyond comprehension. Typically, yachts on television appeared to be no larger than a freight truck, yet this magnificent vessel was utterly breathtaking. Staring wide-eyed at Lin Chen, she stammered. What on earth do you need a yacht for? Could it be that you have money to burn? Lin Chen glanced at her with a smile and replied, have you forgotten? The supercar party during the long weekend is planned to take place on this yacht. Senior Zhao couldn't secure a yacht, so he asked for my assistance. The yacht bore an elegantly designed logo with the letters LC, which coincidentally were the initials of Lin Chen's name. Swallowing hard, Shun Mingqi asked, so, you actually purchased a yacht? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite alarming. Lin Chen chuckled softly. No. This yacht was custom-ordered months ago. It has only just arrived. He couldn't very well say that he had bought it just a few days ago, as that would be utterly preposterous. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Zhao Yuanhang. Lin Chen, tell me honestly, can you manage the yacht situation? If not, we can always hold the party on the beach, Zhao said. After much contemplation, he couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen would be unable to procure a yacht, and so he offered him an easy way out. Lin Chen surveyed the majestic yacht before him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's already here. At the dock. What? Zhao Yuanhang, who had been sipping water, choked in disbelief. You're at the dock? The yacht has arrived? Yes. I'm near the dock now. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. With that, Zhao Yuanhang abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Chen turned to Shun Mingqi. A friend of mine is coming, a senior from our school. You may know him. Who? She inquired. Zhao Yuanhang. Shun Mingqi nodded. I've certainly heard of him. Senior Zhao is somewhat of a notable figure at school, a representative of good students. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit spotted Lin Chen and hurried over, bowing slightly in front of him. Are you Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I am. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of the yacht factory. In accordance with your request, we have simplified the handover and launching ceremony. When would you like to hold the launching? The man inquired. Lin Chen glanced at the time, estimating that Zhao Yuanhang would be arriving soon. Let us proceed, he replied. Understood. 2 minutes later, a supercar sped into view and came to a halt at the dock. Zhao Yuanhang emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Ignoring her, he rushed toward Lin Chen, eyes wide as he beheld the enormous yacht. Lin Chen, where on earth did you rent such a massive yacht? There is nothing of this size in Donghai City, Zhao exclaimed in shock. However, He then noticed that the yacht had been transported by a large truck. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. You didn't actually buy this yacht, did you? Lin Chen smiled. It just arrived. It hasn't even been launched yet. Zhao Yuanhang gasped. You bought a yacht? While your family may be well off, such a purchase is still a tremendous extravagance. Zhao, astonished, asked, Lin Chen, you didn't buy this yacht just to help me, did you? Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi was equally stunned, glancing between Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen. Lin Chen could not help but laugh. Senior, that statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. I ordered this yacht months ago. It just so happens that it has arrived now. He had researched online and discovered that commissioning a yacht involved complex procedures and lengthy waiting times, often taking several months, if not longer. Zhao Yuanhang looked at the yacht, noticing the large letters LC emblazoned on it. LC, ISNT, that Lin Chen? It truly is custom-made. At that moment, he finally recognized Shen Mingqi standing beside Lin Chen. Who is this? She seems somewhat familiar. Shen Mingqi extended her hand. Hello, Senior Zhao. I'm Shen Mingqi, a sophomore in the Department of Literature at Donghai University. Zhao Yuanhang shook her hand briefly. Ah, a junior. No wonder you looked familiar. Thus, they exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, the yacht factory manager was directing a crane to conduct the yacht's launching ceremony. The ceremony was merely the yacht's first descent into the water, yet typically, it would involve media coverage, flowers, and a red carpet. However, Lin Chen preferred to forego such ostentatious displays of wealth, leading to the cancellation of these elaborate rituals. After the launching, Lin Chen and his companions toured the yacht's interior under the manager's guidance. The yacht spanned 3 levels, accommodating over 200 guests. The first level featured the master suite and several guest rooms, while the second level housed an entertainment area complete with a karaoke room, bar, gym, and game room. The top level offered an open-air observation deck and a control station, equipped with canopies for sun and rain protection. After more than an hour, they completed the tour. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim, this is clearly a mobile seaside villa. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is a realm of joy. There is nothing they cannot achieve. The manager chuckled. You are correct, madam. This yacht was designed with the specifications of a seaside villa in mind. After handing the keys to Lin Chen, the manager took his leave. Lin Chen turned to Zhao Yuanhang and asked, what do you think? Does it meet your expectations? Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed, it exceeds my expectations. With fewer than 50 guests, this yacht can comfortably accommodate over 100. Lin Chen handed the keys to Zhao Yuanhang. I've secured the yacht for you. The rest is up to your arrangements. Zhao Yuanhang burst into laughter. This is my forte. With the yacht situation resolved, Zhao Yuanhang invited the two to the Ritz-Carlton for afternoon tea. Unlike Lin Chen's previous visit, today seemed fortuitous, as there were no socialites crowding to take photos and post them online. From their high vantage point, they enjoyed a breathtaking view of Donghai City, a sensation of tranquility washing over them. How beautiful! Shen Mingqi marveled, experiencing this exquisite place for the first time, while Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanhang appeared unfazed by the luxury. For Shen Mingqi, a sense of inferiority washed over her. It felt as though she and Lin Chen inhabited entirely different worlds. Initially drawn to Lin Chen due to his status and position, she had become enamored with his character and essence over time. Zhao Yuanhang turned to Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. You have truly helped me immensely this time. Lin Chen, puzzled, asked, why do you say that? Without the yacht, we could have held a beach party. I believe you would have managed just fine. Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. This party is not merely a gathering. It marks the 3rd anniversary of our supercar club. Previously, we always held it on a yacht, and not securing one this time would create a significant disparity. Moreover, on such a momentous occasion, how could one possibly let it pass without a grand celebration? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. At that moment, Shen Mingqi had peeled a grape to perfection and brought it to Lin Chen's lips, who instinctively took a bite. Zhao Yuanhang observed the pair with a subtle gaze. Are you two engaged in some forbidden act? Chapter 79. Envy induces tears. Is that acceptable? Shen Mingqi, belatedly aware of the situation, felt a twinge of awkwardness. I'm sorry, she apologized, a hint of regret in her voice. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled lightly. No problem. Just a jest. I understand that you two are sweet on each other. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. Lin Chen offered a resigned smile and shook his head. By the way, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly interjected, we added an impromptu racing segment on the mountain roads. Surely, you wouldn't decline such an exhilarating opportunity, would you? Lin Chen hesitated slightly. While he was capable of driving, his racing skills left much to be desired. Just as he was about to politely refuse, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Accept Zhao Yuanhang as proposal. Reward. One Pagani Huayra Baca. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Did they really gather all three? The trio of Pagani Huayra models, Dragon, Chiron, and Baca, now complete? The system truly exceeded expectations. Noticing Lin Chen lost in thought, Zhao Yuanhang called out twice, but it was Shen Mingqi who gently nudged Lin Chen's arm, bringing him back to the present. What's wrong? Lost in reverie? Zhao Yuanhang inquired with a smile. It's merely a show. The yacht is yours. No one will say a word if you choose not to participate. Lin Chen grinned. How could I possibly decline such an opportunity? Almost instantly, the system's notification chime began. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. You have obtained one Pagani Huayra Baca. Note, the car is parked in the Yunshui parking lot. The key is in your pocket on the keychain. Lin Chen retrieved his keychain, and sure enough, an additional key dangled from it. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed. Soon, the 7-day holiday commenced, with the first day dedicated to the yacht party. While his roommates packed for their return home, Shen Mingqi was busy trying on numerous elegant dresses, preparing meticulously. Ultimately, she settled on a sleek black one-shoulder gown, complemented by a flawless makeup look. Lin Chen leaned against the sleek body of his car, waiting for Shen Mingqi while engrossed in his phone. Today, he drove the newly acquired Pagani Huayra Baca, which drew the attention of many students. Is that Lin Chen? The one rumored to have arrived by helicopter and acquired 3 exorbitant supercars in less than a month? Indeed, it's said that 2 of his supercars are unique worldwide. Look, has he swapped his supercar again? This one looks unfamiliar. Is it a Pagani? It's the Baca. When Pagani entered the market in Xia country, they crafted 3 unparalleled models specifically for it. He has already brought the Chiron and the Huayra. Now he has the Baca too. So, he has collected all 3 legendary cars. I'm envious to the point of tears. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Shen Mingqi descended the stairs, Lin Chen was taken aback. Today, she exuded an aura of elegance, resembling a sophisticated goddess, her stunning figure captivating all. Senior, you look absolutely radiant today. Lin Chen couldn't help but compliment. Shen Mingqi blushed. Really? I was worried my outfit was too plain. Plain? You're hardly allowing anyone else to exist. Shen Mingqi giggled. Just as she prepared to enter the car, she paused, gazing at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen, have you changed cars again? Lin Chen casually replied, yes. I acquired a new one. Shen Mingqi was astonished. Is this the Pagani Huayra Baca? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. You know about cars? Shen Mingqi shook her head. Not really, but since you own a Pagani, I did some research and discovered you collected all 3 unique models. You truly are attentive. Lin Chen remarked as they entered the car and drove off, leaving their peers enviously lamenting. Oh, how I wish to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car. I wonder if the big shot needs any trinkets. I'm willing to do anything. I could be a devoted companion, nonchalant and obedient. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanhang planned to gather everyone at the Golden Triangle before heading to the mountain roads. At that moment, the Golden Triangle was filled with an array of luxury cars, creating a magnificent spectacle. Numerous onlookers stood nearby, captivated by the sight. Goodness, what's the occasion? So many luxury cars parked here. Haven't you heard? It's the anniversary of our Donghai City Supercar Club. They must be hosting some gathering. Supercar Club? Isn't it exclusive to supercars? Of course. With so much wealth in the world, why can't I be among them? If only I could have a supercar suddenly. A blue Baca sped into view, its body gleaming like a flash of blue lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar that captured everyone's attention. What car is that? It looks so imposing. That's a Pagani Huayra Baca, a one-of-a-kind vehicle in the world. Wow, is it really that impressive? Must cost millions. Millions? You're quite naive. If you don't have at least 500 million, don't even think about it. 500 million? Oh my heart, someone help me. On the other side, members of the Supercar Club were taken aback. Who is that? Do we even have a Baca in our club? Not that I know of. Could it be someone Zhao brought? Everyone's gaze converged on Zhao Yuanhang, who was equally puzzled. He didn't recall anyone in the club owning a Baca. Only Lin Chen with the Chiron and the Huayra. Suddenly, realization struck Zhao Yuanhang as his eyes widened. Could it be Lin Chen? As they pondered this, the Baca rolled up in front of the crowd, and Lin Chen emerged alongside Shen Mingqi. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. No way, it's really Lin Chen. Chapter 80. The Luxury Car Parade. The onlookers are bewildered, gathering 3 Pagani Huayras. What an extraordinary sight. Goodness, I once believed myself to be somewhat affluent, but now, I feel utterly impoverished. We are in dire straits. Over here, Lin Chen has already approached Zhao Yuanhang with Shen Mingqi by his side. Senior, Lin Chen greeted. Zhao Yuanhang replied with a smile. Well done. You've managed to assemble 3 Pagani Huayras. That's quite impressive. You're just teasing. Lin Chen responded modestly. Out of courtesy. Shen Mingqi also greeted Zhao Yuanhang. His gaze then fell upon Shen Mingqi, his eyes lighting up. How had he not noticed before that this junior was so stunning? He smiled and nodded at her. After exchanging pleasantries, several males present couldn't help but sneak glances at Shen Mingqi. Dressed in a sleek black cocktail dress, she radiated an aura akin to that of a queen. They had encountered many beautiful women, but few possessed the same refined charm as Shen Mingqi. However, with Lin Chen present, they dared not be too brazen and could only steal occasional glances. After all, in the presence of Lin Chen, they merely counted as individuals of modest means. He was the true embodiment of wealth. Moreover, Lin Chen was invited by Zhao Yuanhang, and they had to respect that. Zhao Yuanhang suggested, "Let us head to the mountain road. That area is perfect for racing, practically our sacred ground." Lin Chen smiled and agreed, "Sounds good." Then Zhao Yuanhang added, "Lin Chen, it would be a shame not to showcase your Bugatti. What do you think?" Lin Chen shrugged, "I'm indifferent. You can arrange it however you wish." Zhao Yuanhang quickly decided, "All right, it's settled then." Soon, a procession of extravagant supercars set off. BMWs, Mercedes, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and more. The surrounding vehicles kept their distance, wary of inadvertently scratching the paint of these luxurious machines. This spectacular scene became a striking sight in Donghai City. Many pedestrians pulled out their phones to capture short videos, and even drivers waiting at traffic lights rolled down their windows to gaze in awe. "Look at all those luxury cars. They are so eye-catching," one exclaimed. "Which one is the most expensive? Can any car enthusiast enlighten us?" Another asked, "Did you see the finale car? It's one of a kind globally. Don't even think about it unless you have $500 million. That car is the dream of countless men. Many wealthy individuals desire it, and it's incredibly sought after. In other words, even if you possess $500 million, you might not be able to acquire it." Before long, everyone arrived at the racing location, the mountain road. Leaning against his car, Zhao Yuanhang remarked, "This road was specifically designed for racing. Not a single camera in sight, with twists and turns galore." Moreover, he turned to Lin Chen. "There's one stretch you should particularly pay attention to. After reaching the summit, there's a steep descent with 6 sharp turns. Since it's your first time here, take care. After all, everyone was here to have fun. The competition was merely a means to enjoy themselves, so safety was paramount." Lin Chen nodded, understood. He had no intention of winning, as his driving skills were not up to par. Thus, he planned to simply go through the motions. And the steepness of the turns was of little concern to him. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang inquired, "Lin Chen, how are your driving skills? I'd love to race against you. How about we team up? I'm just a novice. Don't laugh at me later," Lin Chen replied. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. "I find that hard to believe." Lin Chen shrugged, helplessly stating, "I'm speaking the truth." Just then, a notification from the system arrived. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Please invite Shen Mingqi to join you in the race. Reward, top-tier racing skills." Wow. Lin Chen realized the system truly knew what he needed, providing the exact reward. It seemed he could not quietly remain a novice racer any longer. With top-tier skills in hand, victory was assured. Then Zhao Yuanhang added, "By the way, there's a reward for the first place." Oh, Lin Chen's interest peaked. "What is the reward?" "A Swarovski black and white swan necklace worth over 30,000, along with a VIP maintenance card for supercars," Zhao Yuanhang explained. Neither of these rewards particularly appealed to Lin Chen. However, his supercars could indeed use some maintenance. As for the necklace, Lin Chen turned to Shen Mingqi. "Would you like the necklace?" Shen Mingqi's heart fluttered with delight, but she quickly grew apprehensive. "Is that permissible?" Lin Chen smiled. "As long as you sit in the passenger seat and join me in the race, it's yours. What do you say?" His smile dazzled Shen Mingqi. Why did she find Lin Chen so handsome? "Why must I be in the passenger seat?" she asked. "Because you are my lucky star," Lin Chen replied casually. His unintentional words stirred something within Shen Mingqi. A warmth spread through her heart, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. "All right, I'll join you in the race," she said softly, her demeanor shy and demure. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes, but you said I'm your lucky star." "As your lucky star, I must accompany you," Shen Mingqi replied with a sweet smile. Seeing Shen Mingqi's rare, adorable expression, Lin Chen couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Zhao Yuanhang, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Could you two stop being so lovey-dovey? Are you trying to remind me that I don't have a girlfriend? I have a companion too, you know." With that, he waved at a girl chatting a short distance away, who immediately approached upon noticing him. "Zhao Gu." Lin Chen couldn't help but observe the girl. She seemed to be a minor internet celebrity, known as a nerd killer. He marveled at the power of beauty filters. This nerd killer looked quite different from her stunning appearance in live streams. Yet, despite this, her natural beauty remained undeniable. Do you want the Swarovski black and white swan necklace? Zhao Yuanhang asked. The internet celebrity's eyes brightened. Absolutely. That necklace is worth over 30,000. Zhao Yuanhang turned to Lin Chen with a smile. What now? Both rewards are for first place, but only one can claim the title. Chapter 81. A record broken. Lin Chen smiled. It all depends on who possesses superior skills. Zhao Yuanhang responded. I didn't expect you to be quite so confident. You might not be aware, but I have been the champion for several consecutive sessions, and I am very familiar with the conditions of this track. If I am not mistaken, this should be your first time here, right? That would certainly put you at a disadvantage. He continued. How about we let you have a head start? I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity, Lin Chen replied. Haha, Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so self-assured. However, you should brace yourself, Zhao Yuanhang warned, knowing that he was a seasoned racer. Soon, the race was about to commence. And Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanhang were set to compete in the final group, serving as the grand finale. At last, it was their turn. Just as Shen Mingqi settled into the passenger seat, a notification from the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving top-tier racing skills. A wealth of racing knowledge and experience flooded Lin Chen's mind, which he swiftly assimilated. Shen Mingqi suddenly remarked, Lin Chen, remember to prioritize safety. Don't focus solely on winning. Lin Chen chuckled, arching an eyebrow at her. What? Don't you trust my skills? Not at all, Shen Mingqi quickly replied. Lin Chen then cautioned, make sure to hold on tight. This isn't like a regular drive. You need to prepare yourself mentally. Okay. Shen Mingqi nodded emphatically, I know. It's just like riding a roller coaster. I've been on one at the amusement park, and I can handle it. Her words elicited a laugh from Lin Chen. Oh, my naive friend, racing is not as simple as a roller coaster. What is it like then? Shen Mingqi asked, somewhat astonished. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It's several times faster than a roller coaster, I suppose. Shen Mingqi gasped, her complexion paling slightly. If it's too much, we can always stop. It's all right. Lin Chen said with a smile, feeling a tinge of sympathy as he noticed her frightened expression. But Shen Mingqi shook her head vigorously. No, I want to be with you. I'll just hold on tighter, and if I'm scared, I'll close my eyes. All right. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. That is quite brave of you. I commend you. Feeling a bit flustered, Shen Mingqi quickly leaned in and gave Lin Chen a brief peck on the cheek before retreating. Lin Chen felt a warmth on his face, and by the time he realized what had just happened, Shen Mingqi had returned to her seat, feigning nonchalance. Had it not been for the lingering warmth on his cheek, Lin Chen might have believed it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, the reddening tips of Shen Mingqi's ears betrayed her. You said I was your lucky star, so I thought I'd pass some of my good fortune on to you. She explained softly. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected side of Shen Mingqi. However, overwhelmed by too much good fortune, he quipped. What if it all becomes too chaotic? Shen Mingqi looked bewildered, regretting her impulsiveness, especially since the race was about to begin. Should we not race after all? Just kidding. I wanted to tease you, Lin Chen replied. At that moment, the preceding group had completed their race. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanhang, along with the other competitors, immediately drove to the starting line. There were 5 tracks, each occupied by a car. Get ready, hold on tight, Lin Chen instructed Shen Mingqi. She nodded vigorously, gripping the armrest tightly, her anxiety manifesting in her rapid breathing. When the starting flag dropped, Lin Chen slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring fiercely as the car surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning. As the car soared through the air, Shen Mingqi gasped, her eyes wide, instinctively clutching the armrest until her knuckles turned white. Then, a sensation of weightlessness struck her as the car landed and sped away. Shen Mingqi realized she was gasping for air, like a fish out of water, her mind buzzing. A spectacular launch. Everyone was momentarily stunned. That single start propelled them far ahead of the other cars. Damn, Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed instinctively. This explosive start was nothing short of extraordinary. As he contemplated this, he quickly accelerated to catch up, yet despite pushing his speed to the limit, he maintained a significant distance from Lin Chen's car. The small internet celebrity in the car was already pale with fear. Now on a straightaway, Zhao Yuanhang planned to overtake Lin Chen during the turn. The crowd cheering them on looked dazed. The only sound piercing the air was the roar of the racing engines. Before Shen Mingqi could recover, Lin Chen reminded her, hold on tight. She promptly shut her eyes, too terrified to look. Ahead was a U-shaped curve. Without even slowing down, Lin Chen drifted through the turn. Zhao Yuanhang, stunned, cursed again. What the hell? Is he trying to kill himself? This was 2 consecutive U-shaped bends, and he dared to tackle them this way? Fearing for Lin Chen's safety, Zhao Yuanhang's face turned ashen. The spectators were left speechless. An explosive start, and now he was drifting through U-shaped bends without a hint of deceleration. And he actually made it through. This was beyond reckless. Even professional racers wouldn't dare such a thing. How audacious was Lin Chen? As they approached the next turn, Lin Chen continued to drift. The crowd had no words left. Only the phrase insane echoed in their minds. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, Lin Chen was nearing the finish line. The thunderous roar of the engine crescendoed, and even as he approached the finish, Lin Chen showed no signs of slowing down. What was he planning to do? The crowd could hardly fathom Lin Chen's maneuvers. With 2 deft tail slides, he crossed the finish line, the tires screeching against the asphalt, and came to a complete stop with precision. Utterly audacious, the arena fell into a profound silence. At that moment, the door opened, and Lin Chen exited the vehicle, assisting a visibly shaken Shen Mingqi, who was on the verge of tears, towards the crowd. Everyone inhaled sharply, glancing at the timers. 6 minutes 43 seconds and 56 milliseconds. What kind of record is this? To put it in perspective, the previous champion, Zhao Yuanhang, had set a record of 9 minutes 21 seconds and 13 milliseconds. This was a staggering improvement of over 2 minutes and 40 seconds. In essence, a new record had been established. This achievement rivaled even the top professional racers in the country. Chapter 82. The title of the young car god those present unconsciously swallowed hard. Timing. Was there no mistake? No mistake. Look, Brother Zhao and the others have yet to arrive. After more than 2 minutes, they finally spotted Zhao Yuanhang's car. Zhao Yuanhang's time was 9 minutes, 32 seconds, and 14 milliseconds, a performance inferior to his previous one. This was because he was utterly astonished by Lin Chen's skills. The first thing he did upon exiting the vehicle was rush over and lightly punch Lin Chen's shoulder. Good heavens. Are you playing the role of a fool to catch the tiger? Quickly confess, are you a hidden professional racer? Zhao Yuanhang's words drew the gaze of the crowd towards Lin Chen. With a helpless shrug, Lin Chen replied, "Can I say this is my first time participating in a car race?" First time? Everyone present was left agape. You achieve a level comparable to a professional racer on your very first attempt? Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi, who was being supported by Lin Chen, heard his words and felt her legs go weak, standing there in a daze. Zhao Yuanhang quickly shook his head. I don't believe it. But it is indeed my first time racing, and it's also my first time on this track, Lin Chen stated with resignation. Zhao Yuanhang was immediately at a loss for words. Please, don't crush my spirit. How could a seasoned racing enthusiast like himself lose to a novice? The outcome of the competition was clear. Lin Chen had claimed victory. Soon, the rewards were presented. Lin Chen directly placed 2 items into Shen Mingqi's hands. This necklace is for you, and please help me keep this card. All right, Shen Mingqi nodded, opening the jewelry box to reveal a stunning black and white swan necklace valued at 30,000. It complemented her outfit perfectly. As she thought about it, she took the necklace out and wore it around her neck. Does it look good? Shen Mingqi asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to glance at her. The black and white swan necklace accentuated her delicate collarbone and fair complexion, serving as a finishing touch. Lin Chen genuinely complimented. Yes, it looks beautiful. Shen Mingqi beamed with a sweet smile, feeling much better even despite the discomfort from racing. Thank you, Shen Mingqi suddenly said. Lin Chen chuckled. So how do you plan to repay me? Shen Mingqi paused, shyly lowering her head, just about to utter the words dedicate myself to you, when Zhao Yuanhang unexpectedly approached. Lin Chen, we're preparing to head to the dock. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi cast a resentful glance at Zhao Yuanhang, who innocently scratched his nose. What was this look from Shen? Had he done something wrong? Racing was merely an appetizer. Now, they were set to officially embark on the main event, a yacht party. Observing the enormous yacht, the wealthy heirs present were somewhat astonished. Brother Zhao, impressive. You've arranged such a luxurious yacht. Incredible. Wait, when did Donghai City acquire such a large yacht? How come I wasn't informed? Exactly. How did we miss any whispers about this? Yet Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. This yacht wasn't arranged by me. It's Lin Chen's doing. Thanks to him, we can hold this yacht party smoothly. The crowd was slightly taken aback. How had Lin Chen managed to rent such an extravagant yacht? Just as they were pondering, Zhao Yuanhang added, to be precise, this yacht was purchased by Lin Chen. The entire venue was left in shock. Upon closer inspection, they indeed noticed the logo with the letters LC emblazoned on the yacht's exterior. They understood. LC stood for Lin Chen. Right? Wow. What a revelation. Alas, I lack the education to articulate my awe. Brother Chen is incredible. From now on, I shall be his devoted subordinate. You wish. Do you think you're worthy? I want to be the ornament on Brother Chen's leg. Get out of here. In the distance, Lin Chen noticed the commotion around Zhao Yuanhang and strolled over with Shen Mingqi. What's all this excitement about? As Lin Chen approached, he saw everyone's gaze fixed upon him, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. He felt a bit intimidated. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Immediately, the wealthy heirs surrounded him, eager to curry favor. Brother Chun, do you need a subordinate? I'll be at your beck and call. Brother Chun, do you need an ornament? How about a sycophant? Lin Chen rubbed his nose and turned to Zhao Yuanhang. Can you tell me what is going on? Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. These folks have all found out the yacht is yours. Ah, I see. It's all trivial. There's no need for anyone to take it to heart, Lin Chen casually remarked. Did you hear that? What kind of statement is that? Buying an ultra-luxurious yacht and calling it trivial? Shen Mingqi was equally astonished. The wealthy heirs, usually so high and mighty, were now practically sycophantic before Lin Chen. Lin Chen. He possessed such an extraordinary charm. Of course, she understood that this transformation among the wealthy heirs was not solely due to Lin Chen's opulence, but also because of his stunning performance during the racing event. Among racing enthusiasts, Lin Chen had practically captured everyone's admiration. In fact, he had even earned the nickname of Young Car God. As she pondered this, Shen Mingqi inadvertently turned to gaze at Lin Chen, staring intently at his profile. Lin Chen, sensing her gaze, turned to her. What are you staring at me for? Lin Chen chuckled. Is it because I'm so handsome that you're mesmerized? Shen Mingqi paused slightly, then smiled. Indeed, I am enchanted. How do you intend to take responsibility? Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Zhao Yuanhang called out to him. Lin Chen, it's time to board the yacht. In response, Lin Chen waved his hand. Coming. He then turned to Shen Mingqi. Shall we go? The lively atmosphere they had built up dissipated once more. Shen Mingqi felt a wave of frustration. She cast another resentful glance at Zhao Yuanhang. The latter, feeling a sudden chill behind him, turned around but saw nothing. He scratched his head in confusion. Strange, is it getting cooler? The path to the yacht was adorned with a red carpet, flanked by flower baskets, and accompanied by celebratory cannon fire. Lin Chen, Shen Mingqi, and Zhao Yuanhang walked at the forefront. Is this quite the spectacle? Lin Chen couldn't help but remark. Yet Zhao Yuanhang dismissed it nonchalantly. Huh? What is this? With you, the young car god present, I fear this display might be an insult to you. You call me the young car god? Lin Chen inquired, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Yuanhang paused momentarily before saying, Oh, you might not know, but due to your racing achievements, they all refer to you as the young car god, claiming that not becoming a professional racer would be a waste of talent. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. That's quite the exaggeration. This group of wealthy heirs was rather charming. In response, Zhao Yuanhang quickly asserted, What do you mean exaggeration? Let me tell you. Even professional racers may not match your performance. Just accept the compliment. As the two chatted, they made their way into the interior of the yacht. Meanwhile, at the dock, a Bentley came to a halt, and a glamorous woman donned in sunglasses stepped out. If anyone else were present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the current darling of the film industry, Lu Yuxing. Chapter 83. The arrival of the little diva. Beside her stood her assistant, Ellie. Upon noticing a yacht anchored ahead, accompanied by distant sounds of merriment, Lu Yuxing furrowed her brow in mild confusion. What was happening ahead? Her assistant quickly responded. I heard from others that it seems to be a yacht party hosted by the Supercar Club of Donghai City. A yacht party, Lu Yuxing murmured softly, glancing sideways to confirm the sighting of several supercars parked nearby. She had overlooked them earlier due to the dimming light. Ellie tentatively proposed. Should we join in the festivities and perhaps mingle with some of those wealthy heirs? It would likely be quite easy for you. Before she could finish, Lu Yuxing shook her head. No, it's unnecessary. Why not? The attendees of this party are all affluent heirs from Donghai City, and your career is on the rise. Making connections with such individuals could greatly benefit you, Ellie insisted. However, Lu Yuxing remained unconvinced. Establishing friendships with them would be particularly useful. I have no desire for that. Besides, I merely wish to enjoy a breath of fresh air. Ellie, growing anxious, exclaimed, How could it not be useful? They are all wealthy heirs from Donghai City. Lu Yuxing cast her a calm glance, shaking her head before turning her attention to a luxury car nearby. This Ferrari Roma has a base price of less than $3 million. The Maserati Quattroporte, even in its top configuration, costs just over $1 million. The Porsche 911 and BMW 8 Series also hover around the million mark. Such figures merely denote moderate wealth. Ellie's eyes widened in astonishment. In this day and age, owning a luxury car worth millions was merely considered having a bit of money? Was it her vision that was too narrow, or Lu Yuxing's perspective that was too elevated? With a sigh, Lu Yuxing cast a casual glance around, but that fleeting look left her momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, she hurried over to inspect. Is this a Pagani Huayra? Lu Yuxing exclaimed in surprise. Ellie, perplexed, asked, What is a Pagani Huayra? Is it very expensive? Lu Yuxing explained, Not just expensive. There is only one in the world, and it costs at least $500 million. Upon hearing this, Ellie gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. 500 million. Lu Yuxing gazed toward the yacht with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. What kind of person could possibly own such a car? Ellie quickly suggested. Shall we go take a look? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuxing nodded. All right. Meanwhile, nearly everyone had boarded the yacht, which was fully equipped with everything one might desire. The staff on the yacht had already positioned themselves, standing on either side to welcome the guests. Is there an itinerary for tonight? Lin Chen inquired of Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Yuanhang replied, we plan to sail to Bay Island and then return. I estimate that the round trip will provide us ample time for enjoyment. Additionally, we have arranged several activities for the evening, including singing and dancing, ensuring there will be no dull moments. Sounds good, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. On the other side, numerous small celebrities and online influencers had gathered around Shen Mingqi, engaging in conversation. Shen Mingqi had initially intended to stay close to Lin Chen, but upon noticing that he was surrounded by boys, she felt out of place as the only girl. After informing Lin Chen, she joined the others for a chat. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Is that Lu Yuxing, the little diva? Wow, Zhao Ji's connections are impressive. He even invited the little diva? She is even more stunning in person than on television. Truly deserving of the title. On this side, Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuxing is here? Wow, she is my goddess. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you invite her? Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. Not me. I couldn't possibly have the clout to invite the little diva. So she came uninvited? Come on. Let us go greet my goddess. With that, Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen rose and made their way over. Miss Lu, hello. I am Zhao Yuanhang, the organizer of this party. Zhao Yuanhang greeted, extending his hand toward Lu Yuxing. Lin Chen also took a moment to appraise the popular diva. Dressed in a simple fitted top paired with a floral skirt, she exuded an ethereal charm. Truly, she was deserving of her title. Lin Chen would rate her a solid 95. Mr. Zhao, hello. She glanced at Zhao Yuanhang's outstretched hand, but made no move to accept it. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanhang awkwardly retracted his hand. I came uninvited. I hope that does not trouble you, Mr. Zhao. Lu Yuxing smiled. Zhao Yuanhang quickly waved his hand. Of course not. It is our honor to have you here, Miss Lu. Lu Yuxing offered a slight smile. Shall we simply take a look around? Zhao Yuanhang paused slightly before responding affirmatively. We will head to Bay Island and return afterward. If you have no other plans, you are welcome to join us for the party. I happen to be off tomorrow. That sounds perfect, Lu Yuxing replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yuxing took Ellie to a secluded area to sit. She picked up a fashion magazine from the table and began to read. Ellie glanced over at Zhao Yuanhang, then leaned closer to Lu Yuxing, whispering, that half-billion supercar must belong to Mr. Zhao. Everyone here seems to revolve around him, and he is the organizer of this party. However, Lu Yuxing shook her head. Why not? Lu Yuxing paused, closed the magazine, straightened her posture, and looked towards Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen, speaking softly. Are these people truly revolving around him? Isn't that the case? Ellie countered. Lu Yuxing shook her head again. Look more closely. Ellie obediently turned her gaze back. She began to notice subtle clues. It appeared that Mr. Zhao was quite respectful and courteous towards the young man beside him. Lu Yuxing reopened the magazine, lowering her head once more. If I am not mistaken, the people here indeed follow Zhao Yuanhang, but Zhao Yuanhang is following the young man beside him. Do you remember the logo we saw on the yacht before boarding, LC? Ellie looked puzzled. LC? What about those two letters? Lu Yuxing slowly raised her head, glancing at Lin Chen beside Zhao Yuanhang. I just caught Zhao Yuanhang calling him Lin Chen. Ellie murmured, LC. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It's Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen instinctively glanced in their direction. Chapter 84. The 4 million watch you brought to the barbecue. Lu Yuxing paused for a moment, offering a faint smile before averting her gaze. Please lower your voice, she urged softly. It was only then that Li realized, quickly covering her mouth. She whispered, so? This yacht is likely purchased by someone named Lin Chen. After all, only custom-made ones would bear a logo. The thought left Li utterly astonished. To buy a yacht, what kind of affluent lifestyle must one lead? Sister Yuxing, why don't you go up and chat with him? Wait a moment, Lu Yuxing replied. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had also withdrawn his gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. Strange. What's wrong? Zhao Yuanhang inquired. Lin Chen offered a faint smile. Nothing. At the center, a small stage hosted several influencers energetically dancing, their hair flowing as the audience erupted in applause. Even Zhao Yuanhang joined in with a whistle. Soon after, Zhao Hongda turned to Lin Chen and asked, aren't you going to perform? With your physique and looks, you'd surely attract a swarm of admirers. But then again, you already captured many hearts during that basketball match. Speaking of which, I'm puzzled. You excel at basketball and racing. Are you secretly a divine offspring? Zhao Yuanhang's remark made Lin Chen burst into laughter. I didn't expect your imagination to be so vivid. It's a pity you don't write novels. Go on. You just enjoy teasing me, Zhao Yuanhang retorted with a smile. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations. The host has triggered a plot mission. Perform on stage using the acquired musician talent. Reward, God-level culinary skills. As the system's voice faded, Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness as vast musical knowledge flooded his mind, taking him a full half-minute to absorb it all. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a musician proficient in various instruments and a singer. Noticing Lin Chen's pale expression, Zhao Yuanhang asked with concern, Lin Chen, are you all right? Feeling unwell? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I just felt a little dizzy for a moment, but I'm fine now. He then glanced at the stage. The task assigned by the system required him to perform. Do you have a guitar? Zhao Yuanhang nodded. I do. He stood to retrieve his guitar, handing it to Lin Chen. This is mine. I'm not sure if you'll find it comfortable to use. If not, I can ask someone else. Taking the guitar, Lin Chen assured him, it's fine, I can manage. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang was about to call the performers down, but Lin Chen stopped him. Let's wait for them to finish. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuanhang sat back down. What is so captivating about their dance? I'm already tired of watching. I can hardly wait to see you perform. Lin Chen smiled. You'll see in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, AI Li leaned closer to Lu Yuxing and whispered, it seems Lin Chen is about to take the stage. At her words, Lu Yuxing lifted her gaze toward Lin Chen. Just then, a group of affluent young men approached. Drinks in hand. Miss Lu, would you honor us with a drink? AI Li quickly interjected, I'm sorry, but Yuxing doesn't drink. The young men exchanged glances, offering apologies before departing. Several groups came and went, all turned away, leaving no one else to approach. After they left, AI Li turned to Lu Yuxing and asked, do you want to go talk to Lin Chen? Let's wait. Everyone here has brought their female companions. He likely has someone too, Lu Yuxing replied. Besides, he is about to perform soon. We can watch a little longer. All right. At that moment, the previous performers concluded, and Lin Chen took the stage with a guitar in hand. Zhao Yuanhang initially intended to help liven the atmosphere, but suddenly felt it unnecessary. As Lin Chen stepped up, people began to notice him. Wow, is the big shot going to perform? It looks like he is going to sing. Oh, the big shot is going to sing for us. Lin Chen found a standing microphone, adjusted it, and sat on a high stool. His fingers danced over the guitar strings, and melodious music filled the cabin. On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank. I hold a cup, savoring your beauty. In that moment, the entire cabin fell silent, all eyes focused on the figure on stage. His voice was deep and magnetic, with just the right amount of vibrato. Many women in attendance were utterly smitten, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. When Lin Chen began to sing, Lu Yuxing was left in shock. Shen Mingxi rested her chin on her hands, entirely captivated by Lin Chen. I never knew he could sing so beautifully. As the song concluded, Lin Chen stood, guitar in hand, and bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. The room remained quiet for several seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. That was incredible. My ears are in ecstasy. Lin Chen must take responsibility. With a voice like that, not participating in the Summer Nation's The Voice would be a crime. Lin Chen returned to his seat after handing the guitar back to Zhao Yuanhang. Impressive, Lin Chen. Is there anything you can't do? I'm starting to believe you're omnipotent. Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed in admiration. Lin Chen shrugged, perhaps. On the other side, AI Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. That was so beautiful. I'm in love. She then turned to Lu Yuxing. Can we go talk to him? Lu Yuxing hesitated for a moment. Just as a girl in a black dress approached Lin Chen, she frowned slightly. Could she be his girlfriend? Or merely a companion? Shen Mingxi plopped down next to Lin Chen, casually draping her arm around his. Your singing is so mesmerizing. How did I not notice this before? Seeing their closeness, several girls looked on enviously, wishing they could be in Shen Mingxi's place. Lin Chen smiled. It's never too late to discover. Shen Mingxi sighed dramatically. It's so unfortunate. I only found out about this along with everyone else. Lin Chen chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. All right, I'm off to chat with my friends, she declared, getting up and leaving. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing poured herself a glass of red wine, adjusting her dress as she made her way toward Lin Chen. Hi, would you mind sharing a drink? Lu Yuxing greeted him with a gentle smile, directing her words to Lin Chen while glancing at Zhao Yuanhang. Lin Chen returned her smile. I would be delighted. He then lifted a nearby glass and poured wine for himself and Zhao Yuanhang. The three clinked their glasses together and drank. Nearby, others began to murmur among themselves. So it turns out Lu Tianho doesn't refuse alcohol. She just doesn't drink with us. How enviable for Brother Chen to have Lu Tianho approach him for a toast. Only Brother Chen could achieve this. The rest of us would be ignored if we tried. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yuxing simply raised a glass, exchanged a few words, and returned to her seat shortly thereafter. Eagerly, Ailey asked, "Sister Yuxing, why have you returned so soon?" Lu Yuxing, who had just taken a seat, cast a fleeting glance at Ailey and replied, "What do you understand? The male species tends to disregard you the more you approach." Ailey was momentarily taken aback. "So that's how it is." Lu Yuxing smiled slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lin Chen, only to find him engrossed in the performance on stage, entirely oblivious to her presence. Something felt amiss. Could it be that the strategy had failed? That seemed unlikely. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang proposed a barbecue on the open-air terrace, garnering much enthusiasm from the crowd. Many were already feeling quite famished. Naturally, Lin Chen was eager to proceed as well, keen to test his newly acquired culinary skills from the system's rewards. After summoning Shinmingqi, they made their way to the terrace together. The beauty of the night at sea was enchanting. The full moon illuminated the sky, and the stars twinkled brilliantly, creating a breathtaking panorama that was hard to resist. A cool autumn breeze swept through, causing Shinmingqi to instinctively shiver. Lin Chen asked Zhao Yuanhang to fetch a jacket, which he personally draped over Shinmingqi's shoulders. A warmth enveloped her heart as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Chen. I'll prepare something for you later." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Sounds great." While engaging in conversation with Zhao Yuanhang, Shinmingqi had already prepared a platter of delicacies. As Lin Chen reached for a skewer of lamb, Shinmingqi stopped him, saying, "That one is freshly grilled. Here, try this first." With that, she offered him a peeled prawn, bringing it to his lips. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Chen opened his mouth and savored it. "Is it delicious?" Shinmingqi inquired, her voice as gentle as a stream. Lin Chen nodded. "Indeed, it's quite delightful. I hadn't anticipated that you were such a culinary expert. I'm glad you like it." Shinmingqi beamed, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's. He discreetly withdrew his hand from her embrace, clearing his throat. "I should try grilling something myself. I feel a bit undernourished." He then stepped over to the grill and began to prepare some ingredients. Meanwhile, Shinmingqi rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Lin Chen in admiration. How could he excel at everything? He was truly the epitome of a perfect man. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly rousing Shinmingqi from her drowsiness. She sprang to her feet and hurried towards Lin Chen, exclaiming, "What are you making? It smells divine." To her surprise, Lin Chen was grilling nothing particularly special, much of which she had prepared herself moments ago. Yet, why did her creations lack such a fragrant allure? The boys and girls nearby, engaged in lively chatter, were also drawn in by the delightful scent. What is that heavenly aroma? Is it Brother Chen grilling? No way. Brother Chen can't possibly have a hidden identity as a master chef, can he? Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who was oblivious to their chatter, he was wearing a shirt that made grilling a bit cumbersome, and as he rolled up his sleeves, a luxury watch inadvertently revealed itself. The crowd around him buzzed with excitement. Wait, isn't that the 400,000 Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch? The big shot is grilling while wearing a watch worth over 4 million? Chapter 85. Almost in tears to speak candidly, I was utterly astounded. If I possessed a watch of such magnificence, I would be inclined to honor it with offerings. Truly, a remarkable individual is indeed remarkable. Just then, Zhao Yuanhang approached. "Impressive. Such an expensive watch, and you treat it so casually? Aren't you concerned?" Zhao Yuanhang expressed his astonishment. Lin Chen smiled faintly, continuing his task of grilling without interruption. No matter how costly, a watch is merely a watch, a tool for telling time. His nonchalant words stirred a significant tempest within Zhao Yuanhang's heart. He discerned that Lin Chen was not feigning indifference. He genuinely regarded it as just a watch. Zhao Yuanhang settled onto a nearby seat, remarking, "Only you would utter such a statement. As the saying goes, the poor indulge in cars while the wealthy indulge in watches. Indeed, there is truth in that. You, who revels in cars, are not necessarily impoverished. Often, a supercar far exceeds the price of a luxury watch." Lin Chen replied with a hint of detachment. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. "True, I do not partake in those watches, but I have my own form of indulgence." "Oh, what form?" Zhao Yuanhang smiled mysteriously, whispering, "Add a female character to it." Lin Chen paused for a moment, then understood, giving Zhao Yuanhang a thumbs up. "Clever, truly clever." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang laughed heartily. "You flatter me." Lin Chen noted that this senior Zhao, initially appearing quite serious, had loosened up considerably after a few drinks. The aroma of the food he was grilling became increasingly enticing, drawing many onlookers nearby. "How does it smell so good? How is your grilling so superior? What's different? Don't you see that Lin Chen is using the same ingredients we just used? It's simply his superior skill. I'm salivating just from the scent." Zhao Yuanhang approached. "We have the same ingredients. Why does yours taste so much better? Lin Chen chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? Not at all. Just look around, Zhao Yuanhang replied. Lin Chen glanced up to see a throng of people drawn by the delightful aroma. Ah, the divine culinary skills rewarded by the system are indeed remarkable. At that moment, Shen Mingqi could no longer resist and approached. Is it ready? Estimating the timing, Lin Chen retrieved a skewer of lamb, sprinkled it with spices, and handed it to Shen Mingqi. Here, be careful, it's hot. Shen Mingqi took the skewer, blew on it, and bit into a piece of lamb, her eyes lighting up instantly. Delicious. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing, who had been observing from a distance, couldn't help but swallow hard. The aroma was simply irresistible. After preparing the skewers, Lin Chen joined Shen Mingqi and Zhao Yuanhang for a meal. Aren't you going to invite your goddess over? Lin Chen inquired. Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. The goddess is too aloof. She probably won't come. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Yuxing approached. May I sit and join you? She asked with a charming smile. The trio at the table froze momentarily. Then Zhao Yuanhang quickly replied, of course. With Lu Yuxing's arrival, Zhao Yuanhang became noticeably more flustered. Shen Mingqi also scrutinized Lu Yuxing. As expected of the renowned Lu Tianhou, her beauty was breathtaking, with a waist as slender as a willow, skin as smooth as jade. Shen Mingqi suddenly felt a pang of rivalry. This competitor was indeed formidable. May I indulge? Lu Yuxing asked, picking up a skewer of lamb and savoring it without hesitation. Each bite was a burst of flavor, intoxicating her senses. Mr. Lin, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Even from afar, I could smell the delightful aroma. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but praise. Lin Chen smiled modestly. You flatter me. Onlookers gazed at the group feasting, saliva pooling in their mouths. They contemplated approaching for a skewer but hesitated, noticing the limited quantity on the plate. Surely, they couldn't be so selfish as to consume the fruits of another's labor. The women looked at Lin Chen with starry-eyed admiration, longing to approach for a chance to connect, yet with Shen Mingqi and the illustrious Lu Yuxing present, they felt dwarfed by comparison. Thus, they could only watch from afar. Before long, the yacht party drew to a close. As the boat docked, Lin Chen prepared to leave with Shen Mingqi after bidding farewell to Zhao Yuanhang. However, he did not notice that as he passed by Lu Yuxing, she was about to call out to him. Seeing that he did not even glance her way, Lu Yuxing paused. She glanced at her phone, which had just unlocked, revealing the WeChat scan interface. Puzzled, she watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, then turned off her phone and placed it back into her bag, lost in thought. On the other hand, as it was already 3 in the morning, Shen Mingqi had no choice but to stay at Lin Chen's home. However, when Lin Chen parked the car, Shen Mingqi beheld the villa, which resembled a palace, and was momentarily left speechless. Oh my, this villa is enormous. Chapter 86. Is this still the Jiang Fox he knows? As Lin Chen prepared to unlock the villa, he turned around to find Shen Mingqi standing frozen in place. What are you dawdling for? Come over. Oh. Shen Mingqi finally snapped out of her reverie and followed Lin Chen into the villa. The deeper they ventured inside, the more astonished Shen Mingqi became. She never expected that her junior, Lin Chen, could afford such a grand villa while attending school. Oh, and there are several luxurious supercars. I've never seen such extravagance before. It seems that the male leads in idol dramas pale in comparison to my junior. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It appears that you've watched quite a few idol dramas, senior. He continued, you can choose any room here, except for my master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Shen Mingqi nodded slightly. Lin Chen then headed upstairs while Shen Mingqi surveyed her surroundings, silently marveling at the opulence. The following day, Lin Chen awoke to find it was already 11 a.m. After freshening up and heading downstairs, he discovered a note left by Shen Mingqi on the table. Dear Lin Chen, I had a wonderful time last night. Thank you for your hospitality. I had to leave early due to an unexpected matter. Pulling out his phone, Lin Chen noticed several messages from Shen Mingqi. Lin Chen, I still have your VIP card. I forgot to leave it for you. I'm so sorry. Do you need it urgently? If so, I can bring it back right away. Lin Chen smiled and replied, no worries, you can keep it for now. It's not of much use to me. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and was about to prepare breakfast when a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted him. It was Jiang Li. Lin Chen. Do you have any plans for later? Jiang Li inquired. None. Then, would you accompany me for a stroll around the campus? It's been ages since I last visited. Just as Lin Chen hesitated, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Agree to accompany Jiang Li on a campus tour. Reward: 1 Lamborghini Veneno. The Lamborghini Veneno, also known as Poison, brought a smile to Lin Chen's face. So, Jiang Li, after spending 4 years there, you still need me to be your guide? Jiang Li playfully retorted. Must you make me admit it? I just wanted to invite you out. Is that so wrong? Unable to contain his laughter, Lin Chen replied, all right, I'll accompany you. We can grab a meal at the cafeteria too. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for completing the storyline task. You have received a Lamborghini Veneno. Note, the car is parked in the parking lot of the Yunshui Villa, and the keys are in your pocket. Lin Chen reached into his pocket and, sure enough, found a car key. He examined it and thought, a bit ugly. It seems one should not judge a car's worth by its key. Meanwhile, Zhongli added, I'll be taking your car, so please come pick me up. After hanging up, Lin Chen made his way to the garage, where, in addition to his previous supercar, he found a stunning Lamborghini Veneno quietly parked. The Lamborghini Veneno is the most expensive model from the brand, priced at a staggering $90 million. Its V12 engine generates an impressive 552 kilowatts of power, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds, reaching a top speed of 354 km/h. Globally, only 13 units exist, with 8 being convertibles and 5 hardtops. Out of the 5 hardtops, only 3 were available for sale, and Lin Chen's was one of them. Unable to resist, Lin Chen opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. It was indeed a car that could mesmerize anyone. Since he was heading to the campus with Zhongli, he could also experience the car's performance. With that thought, he drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the neighboring villa. Waiting for a woman to get ready is always a hassle. Lin Chen had been at the door for nearly 20 minutes when he was about to call her. And just then, Zhongli emerged. Sorry for the wait. Lin Chen instinctively looked up and was taken aback. Zhongli wore a white shirt adorned with a butterfly bow tie, paired with a short plaid skirt. Her long, wavy hair was pulled into a high ponytail, and her face was adorned with light makeup, radiating a youthful charm. Was this still the Zhang Fox he knew? Lin Chen was utterly stunned. Yet, Zhongli was undeniably a campus beauty. If he were to compare her with Song Qingwan, he would find it difficult to choose. After all, they were entirely different types. Song Qingwan resembled a pure white jasmine, while Zhongli embodied the fiery passion of a red rose. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Zhongli smiled and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Am I wearing something strange? Lin Chen appraised her from head to toe. What is going on today? The fox suddenly dons the skin of a little white rabbit? This isn't like you. Zhongli burst into laughter at Lin Chen's words. This just proves that I can be sweet or salty, elegant or cute. Plus, I wanted to stroll around the campus to relive those old memories. Is it not a good look? It looks great. Zhongli shot Lin Chen a proud glare. Then what's the fuss? As she was about to get into the car, she froze, her hand poised midair. A Lamborghini. Veneno? You've changed cars again? Chapter 87. Do you deserve it? Well, if it looks appealing, then just buy it, Lin Chen remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Wow. Zhongli gasped in surprise, unable to resist counting on her fingers. Let me see how many cars you have now. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chiron, Yazzie, Basha. And now there's a Lamborghini Veneno. TSK. TSK, TSK. I've seen extravagance, but I've never encountered someone as extravagant as you. 5 top-tier sports cars. And each one could stir quite a commotion if taken out in public. Looking at Lin Chen, she found herself at a loss for words. Feeling her self-esteem take a significant hit. How old is Lin Chen? Just 20. At merely 20 years of age, he has purchased a luxury villa and multiple exorbitantly priced sports cars. It's astonishing. Noticing Zhang Li's stunned expression, Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. Calm down. We still need to stroll around the university later. Zhang Li endeavored to compose herself, settling into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno as they headed to Donghai University. After all, Zhang Li had graduated several years ago, and during this time, Donghai University had undergone considerable changes. As they walked around the campus, Lin Chen parked the car near the entrance. Standing at the school gate once more, Zhang Li couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Years had passed, and she was back here again. Lin Chen looked puzzled. Aren't you at Donghai? Can't you come whenever you wish? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li shot him a glance. What is the fun in coming alone? With your looks and figure, surely with just a word. Many boys at Donghai University would rush to guide you around, Lin Chen commented. His words held truth. Although it was a short holiday, many students remained on campus. Since Zhang Li arrived, not a single boy passing by had failed to linger his gaze upon her, highlighting her undeniable charm. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to stroll around campus with a beauty of her caliber? However, Zhang Li shot him a disdainful look. You truly are a typical straight man. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, somewhat confused. What had he done to deserve this label? With a haughty glance at Lin Chen, Zhang Li said, Did you not understand my point? Lin Chen shook his head. Nope, I don't. To call you a straight man, you really are one. Zhang Li sighed. What I meant was for you to accompany me. Lin Chen shook his head again. Oh, so that's what you meant. Ugh. Jiang Li sighed, indeed. You are single by your own merit. With that, she shook her head and walked towards the campus. Lin Chen quickly followed. But, single by his own merit? How could that be? He had chosen to be single. Thank you very much. A flower cannot compare to a garden's fragrance. The campus of Donghai University was quite expansive, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, Lin Chen found himself tired, while Jiang Li appeared as lively as ever. Are you not tired, sister? Lin Chen said helplessly. But Jiang Li seemed invigorated as she lifted her foot to showcase her canvas shoes. Look. I'm not wearing high heels today. I'm in canvas shoes. Lin Chen, however, believed it was not about the shoes, but rather a matter of gender. Just like shopping, women could shop for hours without a hint of exhaustion. He found it quite challenging. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly inquired. I'm feeling a bit hungry. What is good to eat at the school cafeteria nowadays? Lin Chen nodded. There are some good options. Let us go. Finally, they could take a break. The cafeteria at Donghai University was renowned for its quality. Jiang Li casually found a seat, while Lin Chen went to the counter to order. She rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching Lin Chen's silhouette at the counter, eagerly awaiting his return with the food. At that moment, a few boys approached Jiang Li. Hello, Junior. May I add you on WeChat? One of the boys asked shyly. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his request. He was tall, over 6 feet, slender, and quite fair-skinned. However, what did Junior even mean? I'm several years older than you. An idea struck Jiang Li. And pointing to Lin Chen in the distance, she replied, Do you see that guy in the black jacket? He is my boyfriend. The boy took a closer look and suddenly turned pale. Lin Chen? His companions also visibly recoiled, appearing quite alarmed. Before Jiang Li could react, the boy hurriedly bowed several times. I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your girlfriend. I apologize for bothering you. After saying this, he quickly left with his friends, leaving Jiang Li bewildered. Lin Chen, who was just returning with the food, noticed this scene, placing the dishes on the table. He curiously asked, What just happened? Did something occur? Jiang Li finally snapped out of her daze. Those boys came over to flirt with me, and I pointed to you, saying you were my boyfriend. They looked as if they'd seen a ghost and hurriedly apologized before fleeing. She explained, puzzled. She then turned to Lin Chen. Why did they get so scared when they heard your name? Are you the school's notorious troublemaker? Coughing slightly at the mention of troublemaker, Lin Chen shrugged. Do I look like a troublemaker with my innocent appearance? Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. That is true, but why are they so afraid of you? Perhaps I have a bit of a reputation at school, Lin Chen said casually. Yet Jiang Li wasn't one to be easily fooled. This bit of a reputation must be quite thunderous, right? She teased. Lin Chen chuckled but remained silent, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, he recalled his intention to take advantage of the holiday to maintain his supercars. Thinking of this, he turned to Jiang Li and asked, Are there any places in Donghai City for supercar maintenance? Supercar maintenance? Jiang Li frowned slightly, then pondered. There are several authorized dealerships in Donghai City, including Mercedes, Audi, and Ferrari. Among them, the Ferrari dealership is the best. Lin Chen nodded. Ferrari dealership. I see. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to maintain your supercar? Yes. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria, they prepared to leave. Strolling down the campus path, Jiang Li skipped playfully, displaying a rare girlish charm. Their striking looks attracted the attention of many passers-by. Upon reaching the school gate, they noticed something peculiar. Several cars were parked nearby, each with a bottle of drink, green tea, black tea, or other beverages, placed on their hoods. Jiang Li inquired with curiosity, What is that for? For the sanitation workers? Doing a good deed? Pfft. Lin Chen burst into laughter. He couldn't help but ruffle Jiang Li's hair. Are you genuinely clueless, or are you just pretending? Seeing the bewildered expression on her face, Lin Chen realized she was indeed unaware. With a click of his tongue, he shook his head. Are you still the Jiang Fox I know? Jiang Li playfully punched his chest. Just tell me. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen explained, For instance, a green tea costs 3 yuan, right? Jiang Li nodded. Lin Chen continued. 3 yuan represents 300. If any girl finds the price acceptable, she would remove the drink from the front and settle into the passenger seat. If the owner is also satisfied, the car would drive away, and there would be no need for me to elaborate on the destination. Jiang Li's expression instantly turned to one of exasperation. Fine. Lin Chen chuckled softly. All right, wait here for a moment while I bring the car over. With that, he intended to drive away, reminding her not to take anyone else's drink. Infuriated, Jiang Li playfully scolded him as a little rascal. Meanwhile, the gazes of several beverage car owners nearby inadvertently fell upon Jiang Li. This girl is simply stunning. Just look at her looks and figure. She is exquisite. One of the car owners, lost in thought, directly got out of his vehicle and approached Jiang Li. Little sister, are you waiting for your boyfriend? Jiang Li, engrossed in her phone while waiting for Lin Chen, glanced up and frowned. Before her stood a middle-aged man, round-faced and pot-bellied. Grinning at her, Jiang Li subtly shifted her position, but the man persisted, following her. He pointed to an Audi A8 parked nearby, saying, "Little sister, do you see that? That is my car." Jiang Li cast a casual glance, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. An Audi A8, worth over $1 million. Upon hearing this, the man beamed with pride. "How about it? Not bad, right? Come with me, and I'll give you 3,000. Catching sight of a Lamborghini Veneno approaching, Jiang Li smiled. This smile left the man momentarily speechless. With a hint of mockery, she quipped, "A car worth over $1 million. Do you really think you deserve it?" The man's smile froze instantly. "What did you say?" he retorted angrily. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. "Quick, step aside. Here comes the Veneno." "What Veneno?" "The Lamborghini Veneno. Worth $90 million. If you scratch it, prepare for bankruptcy." The man was taken aback, watching the approaching car in disbelief. "A Lamborghini Veneno?" he gasped in astonishment. How could there be a $90 million Lamborghini Veneno here? Just as his shock and confusion peaked, the extravagant Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt beside him, its doors rising gracefully like gossamer wings. Jiang Li walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, not sparing a glance at the stunned man behind her. As she settled into the passenger seat, the man stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 88. The Navi, in turn after escorting Jiang Li back, Lin Chen proceeded directly to the Ferrari dealership she had recommended. The location was somewhat obscure. Without navigation, he would have likely wandered for a while. Upon parking his car at the entrance, he walked inside. A few individuals were browsing the vehicles, while several salespeople, having finished attending to other customers, were chatting casually amongst themselves, casually munching on sunflower seeds. They merely cast a cursory glance at Lin Chen upon his entrance before averting their gaze. The staff here were astute. They could discern a customer's financial status merely by their attire. Dressed modestly and lacking ostentatious accessories, Lin Chen naturally fell into the category of those perceived as less affluent, and thus, they were disinclined to squander their time and breath on him. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s, carrying a tray laden with several cups of coffee, approached him. A name tag identifying her as the intern Wang Ziming hung from her neck. "Sisters Zhang, Li, and Wu, your coffee." One of the saleswomen dismissed her with a wave. "Just set it down." She then gestured towards Lin Chen, instructing Wang Ziming, "Do you see that customer? Go attend to him. It's a good opportunity for you to gain some experience." Wang Ziming hurriedly replied, "Okay, I'll go right away." Meanwhile, Lin Chen was surveying the surroundings when the young woman shyly approached him. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" Her nervousness and inexperience rendered her speech somewhat halting. Lin Chen, however, paid little heed to her stammering, finding her youthful innocence and attractive features quite charming. He inquired directly, "Does your dealership offer maintenance services for supercars of other brands?" "Yes, we do," Wang Ziming responded. However, she hesitated, trailing off. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. "However, what?" Wang Ziming glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, "But it might not be worth it." "Oh, why is that?" Lin Chen's interest was piqued. He urged her to elaborate on what she meant by not worth it. "If it's a luxury supercar, then it's feasible. However, for ordinary sports cars, it's not cost-effective." "Understood," Lin Chen nodded. "Please tell me the prices." Wang Ziming paused, then explained, "The price primarily depends on the package you choose. Our standard package is $5,999, the VIP package is $8,999, and the luxury package is $10,999. "How long does the luxury package take for each vehicle?" Lin Chen inquired. Wang Ziming, surprised that he had inquired about the luxury package so soon, replied, "Currently, there aren't many customers seeking maintenance. If you decide to proceed, we can start right away." The luxury maintenance process involves several steps and takes approximately 1 hour per vehicle. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." Finding her quite engaging, he continued, "I have more than one sports car, and I need to return home first. Please give me your contact information so I can reach out to you directly." Familiar with the unspoken rules of such establishments, he understood that commissions were typically attributed to the salesperson who attended to the customer. It was clear that Wang Ziming was still inexperienced, as she hadn't even asked for his contact details. He had to suggest it himself. Upon hearing his request, she quickly rummaged through her pocket and handed him a business card, which bore her name and phone number. Lin Chen glanced at it before placing it into his pocket. The other saleswomen, who had been snacking, rolled their eyes at this scene. Such naivete, they thought. For them, clients like Lin Chen were generally of little value, and they preferred to brush them off. They were astonished, however, that Wang Ziming had actually given him her card. She was indeed quite inexperienced. Just then, a few customers entered the dealership, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Wow, There's a Lamborghini Veneno parked outside. Who would have thought such a luxury car would be found in Donghai City? That Lamborghini Veneno must be worth over 90 million. 90 million. And that's if you can even find one. The saleswomen immediately stood up, exchanging astonished glances before rushing outside. As they beheld the stunning supercar, their eyes widened in awe. Is this really a Lamborghini Veneno? Wang Ziming, hearing the commotion outside, craned her neck, eager to join in the excitement. Do you want to go see? Lin Chen asked. Wang Ziming nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. She was equally curious about what a 90 million supercar looked like. Lin Chen chuckled. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Thank you, Wang Ziming exclaimed, and in a flash, she dashed outside. Lin Chen shook his head in amusement, pondering how such a naive girl managed to navigate this environment. As everyone was captivated by the Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Chen casually retrieved his car keys and approached the luxury vehicle. The door opened gracefully, like the wings of a cicada, enveloping the entire scene in a profound silence. Chapter 89. The sensation at the Ferrari 4S dealership. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen effortlessly entered his vehicle. It wasn't until the silhouette of the Lamborghini Veneno completely vanished that the onlookers regained their composure. Several female sales representatives were instantly filled with regret, for they had missed out on a significant client, one who drove a 90 million yuan supercar. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming felt a wave of shame wash over her. Just moments ago, she had presumed that he was merely driving an ordinary supercar and had even stepped out to admire the vehicles right under his nose. How embarrassing. As an intern, she understood that such a distinguished client deserved far more respect. Moreover, had she delayed even a moment longer, he might have been whisked away by someone else. With this thought in mind, she hurried to the manager's office. Upon entering, she found the manager engrossed in paperwork. Manager, I have something important to discuss, she stammered. The manager, still focused on his documents, replied without looking up. What is it? Speak. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ziming explained, today, we had a client at our store who required maintenance for his supercar. Upon hearing this, the manager displayed a look of irritation and slammed the folder down onto the desk. Wang Ziming, if you truly have nothing better to do, go find some clients yourself. Reporting trivial matters about supercar maintenance to me is unnecessary. What use do I have for you all if this is the case? Are you merely here to collect a paycheck? Wang Ziming quickly retorted, it's not like that, manager. This client drives a Lamborghini Veneno. What he drives is of no concern to me. Suddenly, he paused, realizing the gravity of her words. What did you say? This client drives what kind of car? Wang Ziming, slightly taken aback, reiterated, the Lamborghini Veneno. The manager, astonished, stood up and confirmed. Are you certain it is the 90 million yuan Lamborghini Veneno? Wang Ziming nodded. Yes, not just I, but also other senior colleagues in the store saw him. The manager quickly set down his paperwork. Hurry, take me to see him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was faced with a dilemma upon viewing the several luxury cars in his garage. He realized he would need to hire a driver. Initially considering a ride-hailing app, he ultimately decided against it, opting instead to ask for assistance from members of his club. He contacted Zhao Yuanhang, requesting that several club associates come over to help drive the cars to the Ferrari 4S dealership. Before long, a group of 5 from the club arrived at the Waterside Villa. Upon discovering that Lin Chen resided in the prestigious Yinshui residence, they were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized it was reasonable. After all, Lin Chen owned numerous supercars, so residing in Donghai City's premier luxury complex was hardly excessive. After meeting, Lin Chen guided them to his garage. Despite being mentally prepared for the array of luxury vehicles, the sight of a fully stocked garage still left them awestruck. Every car within was capable of causing a considerable stir if taken out into the world. Even more astonishing was the fact that all 3 Pagani Win children were under Lin Chen's ownership. A truly surreal revelation. At this moment, Lin Chen tossed a set of keys to them, saying, choose whichever you can drive. All right, Brother Chen. They had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. With the keys in hand, they quickly hopped into the cars. Soon, 5 top-tier supercars exited the premises, leaving the gatekeeper utterly mesmerized. In no time, the entire Donghai city was abuzz. The previously congested streets transformed into a smooth flow of traffic. Is that a Lamborghini? And 3 Pagani Win children? Not to mention the Lamborghini Veneno? Am I dreaming? Someone slapped me awake. Others, less acquainted with luxury cars, remarked, didn't you hear? Yesterday, the Supercar Club had a collective outing with dozens of supercars. Huh, someone scoffed. You know nothing. Each of those 5 supercars could outshine how many from yesterday's lineup? At the Ferrari 4S dealership, the atmosphere was nearly transformed. Seizing the moment while Lin Chen returned to fetch the car, the manager had instructed all staff to tidy the place, ensuring every surface shone. Even the glass doors were spotless. Xiao Zhang, is the premium Longjing tea ready? Xiao Wu, that banner is slightly crooked. Fix it immediately. Xiaoli, has the VIP room been cleaned thoroughly? It's the most important area and cannot be overlooked. Everyone was bustling about, except for Wang Ziming, who had nothing to do but wait for the manager to greet the esteemed client. The sales staff were becoming increasingly envious, their jealousy palpable. Soon, Wang Ziming received a call from Lin Chen, announcing his imminent arrival. The manager quickly instructed everyone to cease their activities and prepare to welcome the distinguished client. All the staff lined up in 2 rows, ready to receive Lin Chen. Before long, a luxurious supercar rolled into the dealership. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, wait. Wasn't he the client driving a Lamborghini Veneno? The manager frowned in confusion. Wang Ziming was equally perplexed. It is indeed the Lamborghini Veneno. The others exchanged glances. Having clearly seen that the client drove a Lamborghini Veneno, just as they were processing this, another car entered, a Pagani Huayra. This was a unique vehicle globally, custom-made for the Summer Kingdom. Following closely, the Zonda and the C10 also arrived. What an astounding twist. All 3 Pagani vehicles, tailored specifically for the Summer Kingdom's dragon offspring, were right here? Surely, this wasn't a dream. Wang Ziming anxiously awaited Lin Chen's arrival in the Lamborghini Veneno, while others were already buzzing with excitement, eager to engage with the plethora of luxury vehicles. Securing even one client from this assortment would yield a substantial commission. One sales representative leaned towards the manager, whispering, "The owner of the Lamborghini Veneno hasn't arrived yet we have already welcomed so many luxury cars. What should we do now?" The manager felt equally conflicted. Just as she contemplated attending to the owners of these luxury cars, Wang Ziming's long-awaited Lamborghini Veneno finally appeared. "Manager, look. He's here." Indeed, the striking Lamborghini Veneno had arrived. At that moment, the occupants of the earlier luxury cars began to disembark, and many recognized them. Aren't these all from the Donghai City Supercar Club? They're all wealthy second-generation heirs. However, as Lin Chen stepped out, the so-called wealthy heirs walked directly towards him. "Brother Chen, is it all right if we park your cars here?" The crowd was left in stunned silence, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Chapter 90. Encounter with the Heavenly Queen. What? All these sports cars belong to the owner of that Lamborghini Poison? Have they lost their minds? Or has the world gone mad? Aren't these individuals all wealthy heirs from the East Sea City Supercar Club? So, they are merely drivers for the Lamborghini owner? The typically arrogant rich kids are curiously subservient before this gentleman. Who exactly is he? Possessing 5 top-tier supercars, 3 of which are one-of-a-kind globally. The Poison alone is valued at over 90 million. It is utterly terrifying. The manager stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. After years of managing, she had never encountered anything like this. To acquire so many high-end supercars, this gentleman must possess immense wealth. Meanwhile, Lin Chen nodded at several club members, instructing them to leave the cars here. "All right, Chenggu," they replied eagerly, then inquired, "Chenggu, when will you be done? You'll need someone to drive the cars back, right? Just let us know." Yes. I still haven't had my fill. The feel of the Pagani is absolutely incredible. Without you, Chenggu, we probably would never get a chance to drive such luxury cars. Haha. In response, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Sure. I'll look for you later. We'll wait for you at the nearby internet CAF. Just give us a call, and we promise to come running." "Sounds good." At that moment, the manager regained her composure and hurried over. "Sir, we have summoned the car maintenance team. Shall we begin the servicing now?" she asked respectfully. Wang Ziming followed closely behind, adding, "Yes, the manager specifically arranged for everyone to be here to service your supercars." The manager cast an appreciative glance at Wang Ziming. Lin Chen nodded. "All right, let us start now." The manager then respectfully addressed Lin Chen. "Sir, servicing the supercars requires some time. Would you like Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhou to take you to the VIP lounge to relax?" Xiao Wang referred to Wang Ziming, while Xiao Zhou. Upon hearing that name, Wang Ziming's expression turned pale, glancing incredulously at the manager. Suddenly, a boldly dressed and alluring saleswoman stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, manager," she exclaimed, then turned to Lin Chen with a flirtatious smile. "Sir, please follow me." Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "The time is still ample. Why don't you show me around your store first?" "Certainly, sir," the alluring saleswoman replied, leading Lin Chen away, while Wang Ziming reluctantly trailed behind. With the manager's arrangements, she felt sidelined. Observing the saleswoman accompanying Lin Chen, she sighed in resignation, fearing that this client would be snatched away by Zhou Li. Meanwhile, a Ferrari pulled up at the entrance, and the occupants immediately caused a stir. "Wow, what luck! I can't believe I encountered the Heavenly Queen here." The Heavenly Queen, renowned for her beauty, starkly contrasts with the faces of internet celebrities. Please don't insult our heavenly queen by comparing her to those internet stars. Their so-called beauty has undergone countless alterations, while our heavenly queen's beauty is purely natural. Indeed, the newcomer was the young starlet Lu Yuxing, accompanied by her assistant. AI Li. Lu Yuxing, with her keen eyes, spotted the parked luxury cars and stood in shock, unable to regain her composure. AI Li, puzzled, suddenly caught sight of the luxury cars and was equally stunned. My goodness, why are there so many luxury cars here? Is a big shot visiting today? AI Li exclaimed. Slowly, Lu Yuxing regained her senses, her gaze fixed on a familiar vehicle among the luxury cars, a Pagani Huayra. If she recalled correctly, no, she could not be mistaken. This car belongs to Lin Chen. At the yacht party, Lin Chen had driven this very Pagani Huayra, the only one in existence. That meant Lin Chen was also here. Realizing this, she began searching for Lin Chen's figure within the store. Indeed, she spotted him not far away. Lu Yuxing slightly lowered her gaze, contemplating approaching Lin Chen when she overheard a few saleswomen whispering nearby. That Mr. Lin is truly remarkable. He looks so young. Probably in his 20s, yet he owns 5 luxury cars, each one top-notch. Yes, I wish I could attend to him. But the manager has already assigned Jolie. We have no chance. Jolie has her own tactics and has never failed. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing called out to one of them. Are you referring to Mr. Lin over there? She pointed toward Lin Chen's location. The 2 saleswomen exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Yuxing's heart raced with anticipation. AI Li quietly asked, Sister Yuxing, should we go over now? Lu Yuxing smiled subtly. Of course, why not? At that moment, Lin Chen was listening to Zhou Li's introduction of the store when he heard someone call out to him. Instinctively, he turned his head. Lu Yuxing? Lu Yuxing smiled gently. Do you remember me? This unexpected interaction left those around them astonished. Who would have thought the typically aloof heavenly queen would take the initiative to engage in conversation? However, considering the other party's ownership of 5 top-tier supercars, it was understandable. Indeed, with sufficient wealth, all notions of aloofness dissipate. Lin Chen smiled back. How could I forget the illustrious film star Lu Yuxing? Lu Yuxing humbly replied, You flatter me. That is merely a title bestowed by the audience. By the way, are you here to view cars? Upon hearing this, AI Li was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Lu Yuxing. Hadn't they just learned that Lin Chen was there for maintenance of his supercars? Why was Lu Yuxing asking this? However, AI Li quickly realized Lu Yuxing's clever tactic. If she approached directly with knowledge of Lin Chen's purpose, he might think she was only interested in him for his wealth. But if Lu Yuxing pretended not to know, it would create a different impression. A masterful strategy indeed. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I'm here to service my cars. While servicing was the objective, the number of cars was certainly noteworthy. I must say, I admire Mr. Lin. At such a young age, to possess such top-tier supercars. If I'm not mistaken, you must be in your early 20s? Lu Yuxing inquired. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, I just turned 20. Lu Yuxing was taken aback. She had assumed Lin Chen was merely youthful in appearance and had expected him to be at least 24. Yet, he was genuinely young. AI Li couldn't help but interject. At 20, shouldn't you still be in university? I'm a freshman at Donghai University, Lin Chen replied. This revelation left Zhou Li, Wang Ziming, and the others utterly bewildered. However, Zhou Li felt a surge of excitement. A student? That would make things easier. Lu Yuxing was at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, you truly astonish me. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly and replied, Miss Lu, you jest. At that moment, Lu Yuxing took out her phone and inquired, May I add Mr. Lin's contact information? Of course, Lin Chen replied, pulling out his own phone, and the 2 exchanged contacts. Soon after, Lu Yuxing prepared to take her leave. I shall check on the car first. I will seek Mr. Lin for a conversation another day. Very well. Once she departed, Ailey could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Sister Yuxing, why didn't you converse with him a bit longer? Lu Yuxing cast her a fleeting glance and replied, What do you understand? One must know when to stop. Being overly proactive may lead to annoyance. Ailey appeared bewildered. Is that so? Meanwhile, Lin Chen, feeling fatigued from strolling, joined Zhou Li and Wang Ziming in the VIP lounge. Upon their arrival, Zhou Li showered him with attentiveness, offering fruits and juices, frequently checking if the air conditioning was suitable or if the water was warm enough. In contrast, Wang Ziming seemed to fade into the background. During Ailey's absence while preparing tea, Lin Chen turned to Wang Ziming and asked, Why are you so silent? Wang Ziming looked up, her eyes filled with melancholy. Mr. Lin, will the commission from the supercar maintenance count towards me? Lin Chen's playful spirit was ignited. That depends on your performance. With a subtle smile, he took a sip of the juice on the table. However, Wang Ziming's expression turned pale. Mr. Lin, I am afraid I cannot accept your terms. I am a person of principles and would never compromise my integrity for money. As she spoke, she lowered her head with a hint of distress. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What did I ask you to do? Just as Wang Zimeng was about to respond, Zhou Li returned, swaying her waist as she approached. She presented a cup of tea to Lin Chen, her fingers brushing against the back of his hand in a flirtatious manner. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his lips twitching in discomfort. Zhou Li then seated herself on the sofa opposite him, giggling. Mr. Lin, feel free to express any request you may have. Whatever it is, I shall fulfill your wishes. She even winked at him. Lin Chen was at a loss for words, realizing that this saleswoman had likely employed such tactics before to attract clients. An unsettling chill washed over him. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming's gaze dimmed. She had suspected that Zhou Li would go to any lengths for the sake of her sales targets, and she mused that Mr. Lin would probably behave like all the other men. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly stood up. I believe I have rested long enough. Saleswoman Wang, would you accompany me for a stroll? Wang Ziming, taken aback, pointed to herself in disbelief. Me? Who else could it be? Lin Chen replied. A surge of joy filled Wang Ziming as she promptly rose. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Li, on the other hand, looked utterly stunned. Why is Mr. Lin not following the usual protocol? As Lin Chen and Wang Ziming began to exit the VIP lounge, Zhou Li hurriedly interjected. Mr. Lin, perhaps I should guide you instead? Wang Ziming is merely an intern, and I fear she may not attend to you properly. Lin Chen cast her a disinterested glance and stated, there's no need. Saleswoman Zhou, focus on your own matters. Besides, interns have their merits. They are grounded and straightforward, and surely they will have their day to shine in the future. Chapter 91. An accident on the road. The meaning behind this phrase is already quite apparent. Zhou Li's complexion turned pale. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Chen had already exited the VIP reception room with Wang Zimou. Wang Zimou glanced at Lin Chen in surprise and remarked, Mr. Lin, you are truly exceptional, unlike any other man I have encountered. Lin Chen smiled. Oh, please elaborate. Wang Zimou cast a glance back at the VIP room, noting that Zhou Li had not followed them, and slowly continued, she has been snatching clients from others, not just once or twice, but every time she succeeds. Men simply cannot resist her subtle hints. Yet you, and I what? Lin Chen replied, regarding her with indifference. I am not a man who would settle for anything less. Settle for anything less. At the mention of this phrase, Wang Zimou burst into laughter. What a fitting description. Thumbs up for that. Indeed, a man like Lin Chen had encountered countless beauties. Even the stunning Lu Yuxing, known as the Heavenly Queen, had taken the initiative to speak with him. How could he possibly be interested in a woman like Zhou Li? Truly, the discerning taste of the wealthy is unparalleled. Meanwhile, the process of maintaining the supercar was nearly complete, and Lin Chen promptly contacted several wealthy second-generation heirs. They were swift to respond. Upon receiving Lin Chen's call, they immediately ended their previous engagements. Sorry for the trouble, but could you run this errand for me? Lin Chen asked. In return, I would like to treat you all to a meal. In response, the group of wealthy heirs promptly replied, Brother Chen, it is our honor to drive such luxury vehicles. How could we let you bear the expense? Indeed, when Zhao spoke to the club members, everyone was eager to join. It was ultimately us who were chosen. The others in the club are envious of us. If it weren't for Zhao's prior commitments, he would have come himself. Lin Chen insisted. I must treat you all to a meal. It would be improper to trouble you without offering something in return. Unable to refuse, they ultimately agreed. The staff from the Ferrari 4S shop came out to see them off as several top-tier supercars departed in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue, driving an Audi S7, was feeling frustrated over Lin Chen's recent indifference towards her. Suddenly, the vehicle ahead slammed to a halt. Yi Qinxue, caught off guard, crashed directly into it. Startled, she broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, oh no. The driver of the car in front angrily exited. Yi Qinxue quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out. The driver was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a dragon tattoo coiling up his arm. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll pay for the damages. Yi Qinxue hurriedly apologized. However, the man showed no sign of compassion. This car was freshly purchased, and he had barely gotten the chance to enjoy it before it was damaged. How could he endure such a loss? Although he had been distracted by his phone and failed to maintain a safe distance, he felt justified in demanding compensation. My brand new car has been ruined. You'll need to pay me $1 million. $1 million? Yi Qinxue was taken aback. The Bentley was worth only a few million, and she had merely grazed it. How could the cost be so exorbitant? Come on, $1 million is far too much. At this, the man's anger flared. Too much? Just look at what car this is, a Bentley. A few million, and you've damaged it to this extent. $1 million is already a generous offer. Yi Qinxue found herself in a predicament. Having been away from home for so long, her funds were dwindling, and she could not afford such a sum. The man scoffed. If you can't pay $1 million, you won't be leaving. Yi Qinxue was nearly brought to tears, and the crowd began to murmur. While the girl was at fault, many observed that had he not suddenly braked, she likely wouldn't have collided with him. Right, it was just a minor scrape. Demanding $1 million is excessive. Despite the public sentiment siding with Yi Qinxue, the man remained adamant, displaying an attitude of no money, no exit. At that moment, Lin Chen was leisurely driving when he noticed a commotion ahead and furrowed his brow. It seemed an accident had occurred. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved. Yet upon spotting Yi Qinxue's vulnerable state, he decided to pull over. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness! A Lamborghini Veneno. Everyone, keep your distance. This car is untouchable. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing such a luxurious vehicle. As the commotion drew the attention of both Yi Qinxue and the towering man, she was instantly taken aback upon recognizing Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? I saw you and wanted to check in, Lin Chen replied. The man's expression turned pale. Could it be that they were acquainted? Meanwhile, the wealthy heirs who had driven Lin Chen's car, seeing it parked by the roadside, had also stopped to join the gathering. The onlookers were astonished. So many luxury cars. I only recognize a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The others are foreign to me, but they look incredibly expensive. The 3 remaining vehicles were all Pagani Huayras, each uniquely crafted and irreplaceable. What a remarkable display of wealth. Just then, several individuals exited the cars, including the towering man, who gasped in astonishment. So many luxury vehicles. So many wealthy heirs. Some who recognized them were left in awe. Of course they could afford such extravagance. They are the second-generation heirs of Donghai City. A voice in the crowd echoed. Indeed, some people are simply born into wealth. But the next moment left everyone dumbfounded. The wealthy heirs approached Lin Chen, asking, Brother Chen, why have you stopped? We're unsure where to take your car if you don't move. Silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them in a state of shock. Chapter 92. I am the fool you speak of. Everyone was taken aback, including Yi Qinxue, who was utterly astonished. She knew Lin Chen was affluent, but she never imagined the extent of his wealth. The estimated value of just a few cars must be several hundred million at the very least. The burly man was left speechless, clearly frightened. It was evident that they were acquainted, yet he had just attempted to extort $1 million from her. What was he to do now? Before anyone could grasp the situation, the large man bowed deeply to Yi Qinxue. I apologize, miss. I was merely joking earlier, a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take offense. The onlookers regarded him with disdain. Now he claimed it was a joke? He had not behaved that way moments before. Now that he realized her backing had arrived, he immediately cowered. Such a person was clearly one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Lin Chen was equally baffled. What had transpired? When he had arrived, this imposing figure had been questioning Yi Qinxue. Why was he suddenly apologizing? Yi Qinxue was also taken aback by his sudden change of demeanor. The burly man, trembling in fear and sweating profusely, realized that the man beside this woman was a wealthy individual, owning 5 top-tier supercars. How would he manage to face the repercussions of offending such a person? Thinking rapidly, he hastily retrieved a bank card from his vehicle and thrust it into Yi Qinxue's hands. Miss, this card contains 100,000. Consider it a gesture to ease your distress. And for the repairs of your car, would you be so kind as to accept it? Seeing his excessively respectful attitude, Yi Qinxue could only nod in confusion. The man rejoiced. So you forgive me? Yi Qinxue glanced at Lin Chen before responding. I forgive you. Thank you. Thank you, miss. The man expressed his gratitude profusely, casting a glance at Lin Chen. Thank you both for not holding this against me. I shall take my leave now. Thus, this farce concluded. Yi Qinxue's car was sent for repairs, obliging her to take Lin Chen's vehicle. Originally, Lin Chen intended to treat these individuals to a meal, and he decided to include Yi Qinxue as well. Conveniently, their location was close to the Earl Hotel, so they all headed there together. In the car, Yi Qinxue looked gratefully at Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Lin Chen glanced at her nonchalantly. What do you thank me for? I seem to have done nothing at all. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have backed down. I know he only apologized because of your influence. He was not like this before you arrived. As she spoke, Yi Qinxue lowered her gaze. She spoke the truth. Had Lin Chen not come, she would have been at a loss. During her days away from home, she had already spent a considerable amount of her funds. To resolve this matter, she would have to seek assistance from her family. Yet, she had left home to compel her mother to relent. Returning now would render her efforts futile. Fortunately, Lin Chen appeared at a critical moment. Noticing her distress, Lin Chen comforted her. It's all right. It's all in the past. Yi Qinxue nodded, and suddenly remembering something, she turned to Lin Chen and asked, Lin Chen, why haven't you replied to my messages? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at her and replied, "Is that so?" He then picked up his phone, opened his WeChat, and indeed found more than 10 unread messages from Yi Qinxue. "My apologies. I've been a bit busy and didn't notice." Yi Qinxue sighed in relief. "Oh, is that so? I'm glad. I thought you were ignoring me." Lin Chen found it amusing. "You haven't done anything wrong. Why would I ignore you?" Yi Qinxue tilted her head, considering Lin Chen's words. "Lin Chen," she began, glancing at the luxury cars following them. "Are those cars behind us all yours?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, they are." Previously, it had merely been Yi Qinxue's conjecture, but hearing Lin Chen confirm it left her astonished. "How old are you?" "Still in university, yet you own so many cars." She marveled. Indeed, comparisons can be infuriating. Lin Chen replied, "I'm still a freshman. As for the cars, I bought them because I liked them." "A freshman?" Yi Qinxue suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, Lin Chen was already of age. To strike up a conversation, Yi Qinxue asked, "You attend Donghai University, right?" "Yes," he replied. This prompted Yi Qinxue to continue. "I heard that Donghai University has students who arrive by helicopter, which I found quite fascinating." Lin Chen shot her a sidelong glance. "What makes that fascinating?" Yi Qinxue elaborated, "I think while it's amusing to be wealthy, such ostentation could easily provoke envy in others. It's quite foolish behavior. Moreover, this is the first time I've heard of someone arriving at school by helicopter." At last, she turned to Lin Chen, asking, "By the way, you must not know that person, right?" Lin Chen, with a serious expression, nodded. "I do know him." "Ah?" Yi Qinxue was puzzled. "Who is he?" "Far yet near," Lin Chen replied enigmatically. Yi Qinxue's expression suddenly froze. What did he mean by that? At that moment, Lin Chen turned to her, stating, "I am the fool you speak of." Chapter 93. The emotional consultant. The sudden silence in the air was palpable. The one flying the helicopter, is that you?" Yi Qinxue's voice trembled as she inquired. "It is," Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing those two words, Yi Qinxue felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment, nearly on the verge of tears. Why had she spoken so carelessly? "I didn't mean it like that, Lin Chen." "Oh." Lin Chen's gaze turned towards her. "Then what did you mean?" Yi Qinxue stammered. I just wanted to talk to you a bit more, but who would have known?" "Oh my. Is there anyone who can find a crack in the ground for me to hide in?" "I'm waiting, it's quite urgent." Lin Chen chuckled softly. "All right then. I won't tease you anymore." The atmosphere in the car had grown decidedly awkward. Just moments ago, Yi Qinxue had been chatty, but now she found herself at a loss for words. At the Earl Hotel, which was also one of Lin Chen's properties, he had initially hesitated to come here. However, it appeared to be the only nearby hotel, and he had no desire to venture too far, so he reluctantly decided on this location. Upon arriving at the entrance, the moment the receptionists laid eyes on Lin Chen, they were visibly startled and hurriedly bowed. "Mr. Lin." The individuals accompanying Lin Chen, including Yi Qinxue, stood frozen in place. What was happening? "Mr. Lin? Did the Earl Hotel also have shares owned by Lin Chen? How extraordinary." Lin Chen looked at them with a hint of confusion. How did they recognize him? One of the receptionists quickly explained, "Mr. Lin, our manager showed us your photo, worried we might not recognize you and inadvertently neglect you." Lin Chen nodded. "Ah, I see." The people behind him were left dumbfounded. "Brother Chen, I can't believe it. I've never encountered anyone as lavish as you. Helicopters, yachts, and several supercars. I'm envious." Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue was left shuddering in fear. What else was she unaware of? Yachts. She glanced at the 20-year-old Lin Chen. It was all too terrifying. Shortly after, they followed the receptionists into the hotel. Before long, General Manager Tan Guang personally welcomed them, promptly arranging for Lin Chen to have the largest private room. After a meal, the group helped Lin Chen return to his car, while Yi Qinxue decided to head home. Once there, having just finished her evening routine, Lin Chen received several messages on WeChat. Su Mo sent 3 messages. "The short holiday is almost over. What have you been up to? Everyone else thinks the break is too short, but I find it too long. I can't wait to return to school. What about you?" Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "The holiday is coming to an end. Soon you'll have no choice but to go back to school." Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue also sent several messages. "Lin Chen, are you there? QVQ, I'm so sorry for today. You helped me, and I spoke to you like that. I should treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Can I make it up to you? Please don't refuse me." Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He realized he had no plans for the next day. Yi Qinxue was indeed a beautiful woman, and going out with her would be enjoyable, so he agreed. In no time, Yi Qinxue responded instantly, "Oh yeah? I'm so happy." Lin Chen smiled. "Be careful not to be so happy that you can't sleep." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he went to bed, enjoying a restful night. When Lin Chen awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. He pulled open the large floor-to-ceiling window, marveling at the scenic river view before him. The water sparkled in the sunlight, picturesque and serene. After stretching, Lin Chen proceeded to freshen up. Having just finished breakfast and played a couple of games, Yi Qinxue sent him a message. Ding ding. Are you ready? I'm about to head out. Why don't you come pick me up at Tangshanipin, your building? My car is in for repairs. Lin Chen simply replied with a good, before preparing to leave. At the same time, Yi Qinxue's room was a chaotic mess, with clothes strewn everywhere. In preparation for their meal, she had spent an hour and a half changing outfits, followed by another hour and a half on her makeup. As she looked at her reflection in the mirror, she smiled with satisfaction, but upon turning to see the disarray in her room, she was taken aback. Why is it so messy? Realizing that Lin Chen might arrive soon, she panicked and hurriedly began tidying up her space. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived downstairs and called Yi Qinxue. He didn't come up, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. When Lin Chen saw Yi Qinxue, his eyes lit up. She wore a floral skirt paired with a white sweater, exuding a youthful and vibrant charm. Do I look good today? Yi Qinxue asked with a smile as she entered the car. Lin Chen nodded. You look lovely. Where do you want to go? You're treating, you decide. Yi Qinxue was momentarily taken aback. She had been too caught up in her excitement and makeup to plan anything. Oh no. I can't believe I forgot to make plans. Let us go to the third-floor restaurant at Hongdao Mall, the one with the 3-flavor braised chicken, she exclaimed, adding quickly. It's a place I've always wanted to try, but never had the chance. All right, Lin Chen agreed, heading straight to Hongdao Mall. After their meal, Yi Qinxue suddenly asked, Do you have time later? Shall we go for a stroll? Lin Chen checked the time, finding it still early, so he agreed, and they leisurely wandered around the mall. Coincidentally, it was a short holiday, and the place was bustling with people. A well-dressed female streamer, wearing towering heels and designer attire, was live streaming outdoors with a selfie stick. Good morning to all my friends in the live stream. Your emotional consultant, Sister Tingting, is here. Feel free to share your questions. Instantly, the live chat flooded with comments. Sister Tingting, I want my boyfriend to buy me a set of lipstick. But he has been procrastinating for a week, claiming he has to pay rent this month. Does that mean he doesn't love me? Sister Tingting, my boyfriend checked my phone today, and I'm so angry. Should I break up with him? Sister Tingting, my husband made me do housework today, and I was furious and hit him. Was that wrong? The responses from the streamer, Tingting, left passers-by astonished. What? That lipstick set costs just over 1,000. Surely, he could borrow that amount. If he doesn't want to buy it for you, then why keep a boyfriend like that? And he checked your phone? Seriously, how can such a peculiar man even exist? Don't we deserve our freedom? Being with someone like that must be exhausting. So just break up, girl. And how dare he make you do housework? Our hands are meant for manicures and are pampered with creams and masks. How can he expect us to do chores? Meanwhile, beneath the live stream, the audience was in unanimous support. As Tingting continued her broadcast, she occasionally glanced at a jewelry store nearby. Suddenly, her eyes lit up upon spotting a handsome young couple, the man strikingly attractive and the woman equally beautiful. Typically, such individuals were quite image-conscious. With that thought in mind, she approached them, phone ready. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Yi Qinxue were engrossed in conversation when suddenly, a figure blocked their view, pointing a camera directly at them. At that moment, the live stream room erupted with excitement. Wow, this young man is quite handsome. Is that woman his girlfriend? She is stunning as well. Is Sister Tingting once again identifying a scoundrel? I can't wait. I've already brought my little stool to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Just as Lin Chen furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, Tingting suddenly took the floor. Hello to both of you. I am the relationship consultant Tingting. May I inquire if there have been any recent issues in your relationship? You are out shopping, yet not even holding hands. Subsequently, she directed her phone's camera straight at Yi Qinxue. Come on, sister, do tell. I am here to assist you in any way. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue appeared utterly bewildered, yet she replied, Who are you? I don't know you. I am here to help you, Tingting asserted with conviction. She then turned the camera towards Lin Chen. Sir, may I ask, do you love this young lady? Lin Chen's thoughts were, what is going on here? Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue, growing impatient, grasped Lin Chen's arm, attempting to maneuver around her to leave. However, Tingting was not about to let them escape. She hurriedly pursued them, positioning herself directly in front of Lin Chen, nearly pressing the camera into his face. Sir, why is it that your love for your girlfriend seems so fragile, unable to withstand even the slightest test? Lin Chen chuckled, intrigued by the absurdity of the situation. Pray tell, what kind of trial must I endure to prove my love for her? At this, Yi Qinxue raised her gaze in mild surprise towards Lin Chen, pondering the meaning behind his words. Meanwhile, the female streamer Tingting's expression brightened. She had hooked her prey. Her opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 94. Accused of being a sophisticated PUA with a cold sneer, Tingting pointed to the nearby luxury jewelry store and said, "If you can buy your girlfriend a necklace worth over 50,000, we will believe that you truly love her. Otherwise, you do not love her at all. What do you say?" Lin Chen chuckled. "What kind of logic is this? Buying equals love, and not buying equals indifference?" Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Tingting's frustration surged. "What are you hesitating for? Your girlfriend is so beautiful, and you're unwilling to buy her a necklace worth 50,000? At that moment, comments in the live stream began to flood in. What a despicable man. He can't even buy a 50,000 yuan necklace without hesitation. I bet he wants to be generous with the bride price when it comes time to marry. Indeed, I thought this young man looked quite handsome. But it turns out he is, just like the rest. Handsome men are rarely good men. Is money more important than his girlfriend in this man's heart? Unbelievable." Yi Qinxue was also infuriated. "What my boyfriend chooses to buy or not is none of your business. Why are you meddling?" At this point, Tingting turned her ire towards Yi Qinxue. "Even now, you still defend this scoundrel? Have you been PUA'd by him? Everyone, come witness this sophisticated PUA scoundrel. Should we rescue this young lady?" The comments in the live stream erupted with approval, many people hurling insults at Lin Chen. Even bystanders, noticing the quarrel, began to stop and watch. "What is happening? I don't know, but I just heard the female host say this man is a sophisticated PUA. Come on. This host is experienced." Meanwhile, Tingting cast a sly glance at Lin Chen. "So what do you say? I'll give you another chance to articulate your thoughts. Are you willing to go inside and buy your girlfriend a necklace worth 50,000 to prove your love for her?" Tingting regarded Lin Chen with an air of certainty. In her mind, Lin Chen was well-dressed, not someone who lacked the means to purchase a necklace. Moreover, public opinion was a formidable weapon. He would surely succumb to the pressure and buy the necklace for his girlfriend. The prospect of a substantial commission excited her to her core. Just then, a couple walked by. The man appeared nearly 40, with a round face and a large beer belly, resembling a woman in the 9th month of pregnancy. The woman, on the other hand, was considerably younger. The man glanced at Lin Chen and quickly grasped his partner's hand. "Darling, he can't even bear to buy a necklace. He is definitely a scoundrel." At that moment, Tingting turned to him and asked, "Oh, sir, would you be willing to buy your girlfriend a necklace worth over 50,000? The man proudly lifted his chin. 50,000 is nothing. Of course, I would. Yet the woman feigned hesitation. "Darling, 50,000 is several months of your salary." The man dismissed her concern, saying, "No worries, if I don't have the money, I can earn it. After all, no amount of money compares to seeing you smile." With that, he took her hand and led her inside to purchase a necklace worth over 60,000. The woman held the jewelry box with both hands, on the verge of tears. "Darling, you are too good to me. I'm so touched, and I love the necklace." As she spoke, she nestled into his embrace. The comments in the live stream exploded. "Wow, over 60,000, and he bought it without hesitation. This must be true love. This is what a real man is. Although not handsome, he is a good man. Indeed, what good is a handsome man if he can't provide? Ladies, choose wisely and avoid these despicable scoundrels." At this moment, Tingting deliberately showcased the live stream comments to Lin Chen, triumphantly asking, "So, do you now wish to buy?" She then turned to the visibly upset Yi Qinxue, saying, "Sister, I'm just trying to save you. He must have PUA'd you often, right? Let me tell you, if he wants to buy you a necklace, he doesn't love you. Why keep someone who doesn't cherish you? You're insane." Yi Qinxue couldn't help but curse. Yet Tingting feigned a heartbroken demeanor. "Oh my, this young lady is so deeply entangled. I must save her." The live stream erupted with applause, sending numerous rockets flying. Her words treated men as mere cash dispensers, yet not a single viewer found her remarks inappropriate, for they were all gold diggers at heart. Tingting's words resonated perfectly with their vanity and desire for wealth, and they couldn't help but adore her. At that moment, Tingting, the host, turned to Lin Chen. "Did you see how that gentleman acted? That is what a real man does. Are you still unwilling to demonstrate your worth?" Lin Chen chuckled, finally understanding. This so-called relationship consultant was fixated on the notion of purchasing necklaces. He suspected the shop was likely in cahoots with her. Deceptive marketing. Seeing this, Tingting asked, "What are you laughing at? Don't you wish to buy something for your girlfriend?" Lin Chen, uninterested in conversing with her, merely cast a disinterested glance before taking Yi Qinxue's hand and walking toward the store. Yi Qinxue was astonished. Could it be that he truly intended to buy her a necklace? That so-called relationship consultant was clearly problematic. Tingting, witnessing this, revealed a victorious smile. Commissions. So many commissions beckoned her. Yet, she had no intention of leaving just yet. She planned to interview them after their purchase. At that point, the live stream audience would trust her even more. This would yield a considerable income. As Lin Chen entered the store, the sales assistant's face lit up with delight. She had witnessed the earlier commotion. This man was bringing his girlfriend inside, signifying that Ting Ting had succeeded. Thanks to her, their store had sold a significant amount recently. The sales assistant hurried over, asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" However, Lin Chen coldly replied, "I am the landlord. Bring your boss here. He is engaging in deceptive practices, and I have no intention of renting this store to him." Chapter 95. Stunned, the sales assistant was momentarily taken aback before she realized. You are the landlord?" Lin Chen merely cast a calm glance in her direction, remaining silent. The assistant quickly responded, "Please wait a moment. I will summon the store manager at once." With that, she hurried towards a lounge in the store. Yi Qinxue was once again astonished. "Lin Chen, is this store also yours?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen gave her a nonchalant look and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Yi Qinxue shook her head, at a loss for words. Before she was aware of Lin Chen's immense wealth, she had felt quite confident. However, now she suddenly felt unworthy of him. As this thought crossed her mind, a profound sense of disappointment washed over her. Yet, considering how exceptional the man she admired was, her heart also swelled with joy. Inside the lounge, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was engrossed in a game at his computer desk. "What the heck? Is this ADC a fool? Charge in. Why choose ADC if you aren't going to deal damage? Damn it. This mage is selling me out. Is it easy being a support? Is that a tumor on the jungler's neck? Why does he keep wandering around aimlessly?" At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and the sales assistant rushed in anxiously. The store manager was startled and snapped, "What are you doing? Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" The assistant quickly replied, "Manager, it's bad news. The landlord is here. He seems to know about the incident with the streamer Ting Ting and has stated that he won't rent the store to us. I've already informed the owner. Let him not rent." "So what?" he instinctively retorted. Yet, just 2 seconds later, realization dawned. "Wait, repeat what you just said. Who's here?" "The landlord. He seems to be aware of Ting Ting's situation and said he won't rent this store to us." Upon hearing this, the manager stood up in shock. His performance had been stellar over the past few months, largely thanks to Ting Ting's assistance, and he had grown quite brazen as a result. How did the landlord find out about Ting Ting? The store manager urgently inquired. The landlord is not just the proprietor of this store. He is the owner of the entire Hongda Plaza. This is someone he cannot afford to offend. He must first understand the situation, or he won't know how to handle it. The assistant explained, "Today, Ting Ting went live and offended him." The manager slapped his thigh in frustration. That Ting Ting. Of all people to deceive, why did she have to cross the landlord? "Quickly, take me to see him." Meanwhile, Lin Chen was sitting with Yi Qinxue in the store, awaiting the manager's arrival. A balding middle-aged man hurriedly emerged, his jowls quivering as he ran. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he paused momentarily. "You are the landlord? How can you be so young? You look barely over 20. Lin Chen did not respond to his question, but directly inquired, "Are you the owner?" The manager shook his head. "I'm not the owner. I am merely the store manager." "Then go fetch your owner." Initially uncertain if Lin Chen was indeed the landlord. Upon hearing him request the owner, the manager began to panic. After all, the owner was completely oblivious to his dealings with the assistant. At that moment, he was convinced that the young man before him was indeed the landlord. "Mr. Landlord, our owner is already on his way here. I am aware that we have acted wrongly in this matter, and I sincerely apologize." He bowed deeply to Lin Chen, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. However, Lin Chen did not even glance at him. Seeing this, the manager's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The landlord was clearly unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his courage and proposed, "Mr. Landlord, how about I allow your girlfriend to select a few necklaces for free? What do you think?" "Unnecessary," Lin Chen replied coolly. Yi Qinxue was engrossed in her phone, not even bothering to lift her head, indifferent to the proceedings. She agreed with Lin Chen's approach. The manager, sensing the escalating tension, became increasingly anxious. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, slightly out of breath, evidently having rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he approached hurriedly and respectfully stated, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here? I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Please forgive me." Only then did Lin Chen glance at him, smirking coldly. "Your store is involved in deceptive practices, employing a faker. Such conduct is intolerable in my Hongda Plaza. You should vacate. I will compensate you fully for the breach of contract." Yi Qinxue was once again taken aback. What had Lin Chen just said? His Hongda Plaza? Suddenly, she recalled hearing that the plaza had acquired a new owner. Could it be that this new owner was Lin Chen? She was stunned. First the Earl Hotel, now Hongda Plaza. How many enterprises did Lin Chen possess? What other surprises could he possibly unveil? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the owner turned pale, glaring fiercely at the store manager. "You hired a faker?" The manager immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Boss, I did this for the sake of the store. I went astray. I promise I won't do it again. You. The owner pointed at the manager, incensed and speechless. I entrusted you with managing the store. And this is how you handle it? Do you realize this is an act of deceit, tarnishing my store's reputation? The manager, now filled with regret, repeatedly bowed and apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do this again. I will be diligent and ensure everything is done correctly from now on. At that moment, he wished he could give Ting Ting, the faker, a good beating. How could she have crossed paths with the landlord? Now, I'm in trouble because of her. Upon hearing the manager's words, the owner was even more furious. You still dare to think about the future? Let me tell you, with someone like you, I won't keep you around. The manager was taken aback, quickly kneeling. Boss, please don't fire me. I swear I won't dare to do it again. Outside, the live streamer Ting Ting had no idea of the turmoil within. She merely felt they had been inside for too long without any sign of coming out. The viewers in the live stream were growing increasingly impatient. All right, everyone, don't worry. I'll go check what is happening. Perhaps that scumbag is deliberately stalling to avoid making a purchase. With that, she entered, only to be left speechless. Before her stood her boss, who usually towered over her, now kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Boss, I have a family to support. You cannot fire me. Chapter 96. Taro Bubble Milk Tea. Ting Ting was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The manager was going to be fired? What had transpired? Observing her confusion, a nearby sales assistant took her aside and recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Ting Ting's complexion turned ashen. In other words, she had just implicated the owner of Hongdao Mall. The thought sent her reeling, nearly causing her to collapse. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was leisurely sipping his tea, her expression one of disbelief. How could the owner of Hongdao Mall be so young? It was utterly astonishing. At that moment, the owner suddenly turned to Lin Chen and respectfully suggested, Mr. Lin, shall we discuss this in my office? It's rather crowded here. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, rising to accompany Yi Qinxue and the owner to the office within the store. On the other hand, the manager, having pleaded in vain, could only rise and leave in a daze. Witnessing this, Ting Ting grew anxious. The accomplices she had previously recruited were paid by her to purchase items, and once they had procured them, she would seek refunds from the manager. At present, she still had several items that had yet to be returned. The total value of these items amounted to hundreds of thousands, a significant portion of her wealth. But if the manager was fired, how could she return those items? With this in mind, she rushed to intercept the manager, her voice laced with urgency. Manager, I fronted hundreds of thousands to help you find accomplices to buy the necklace. You must assist me in returning it. The manager's gaze fell upon her, and a surge of anger erupted from within. Unable to contain himself, he slapped Ting Ting hard across the face, causing her to see stars. Unsteady, she fell to the ground. You wretched woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The manager berated her, pointing an accusatory finger. Yet he was not satisfied, delivering a few more kicks to her before departing. Ting Ting's face was swollen, her previously delicate nose now askew, and her body bore bruises in a multitude of colors, rendering her utterly disheveled. To make matters worse, she realized that her live stream had not been turned off. This meant that the entire scene had been broadcasted to her audience. Upon glancing at the comments, she was met with a barrage of insults. So this Ting Ting is a fraud. No wonder she always urged us to buy from those stores. She has such distorted values. She brainwashed me into breaking up with my boyfriend. He warned me that if I continued watching her streams, he'd leave me. I sacrificed my relationship for her, only to discover she's an accomplice, a colossal liar. Give me back my boyfriend. Ting Ting, panicked, attempted to explain, it's not like that. It was all a misunderstanding. But the enraged audience was beyond reason. With no other options, she shut off the live stream, scrambling to her feet and fleeing the scene. As she hurried along, many who spotted her quickly distanced themselves, muttering how terrifying she appeared. Ting Ting felt perplexed, though she looked a bit disheveled. Was it truly to the point of being frightening? Pondering this, she took out her phone to check her reflection. Upon seeing her crooked nose, she was struck with horror, her vision darkening as she fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, in the office, the owner prepared 2 cups of exquisite tea for Lin Chen and Yi Qinxue, offering his sincere apologies. I am truly sorry, Mr. Lin. It was my oversight that allowed my staff to conduct themselves in such a manner under my very nose. I bear full responsibility. However, I was indeed kept in the dark. Might you grant me another chance? Everything else is negotiable. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed the owner genuinely appeared unaware of the situation. Since you were uninformed, I shall not implicate the innocent. The one at fault has faced the consequences of his actions. Moving forward, please ensure your staff are more diligent. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He did not intend to seize the opportunity to extort. After all, he was not in need of money, and everyone faced their own challenges. He was not a harsh individual. The owner, having prepared for the worst, was pleasantly surprised that Lin Chen did not impose stringent conditions, leading him to feel immense relief. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." At that moment, Lin Chen stood and turned to Yi Qingxue. "Shall we go?" She rose, smiling brightly. "Sure." The owner escorted them out of the store. As they walked through the mall, Yi Qingxue glanced at Lin Chen's profile, unable to resist commenting. "I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such an authoritative presence." Reflecting on Lin Chen's demeanor earlier, her heart swelled with admiration. He truly resembled a domineering CEO, so handsome. Lin Chen caught her gaze and chuckled. "Look at you," practically drooling with infatuation. Yi Qingxue was taken aback, quickly wiping her mouth. "You're teasing me. I'm not infatuated." After a leisurely stroll, Lin Chen escorted Yi Qingxue back before returning to his villa. Not long after arriving home, he pulled out his phone and received several messages from Suemo. "I'm so excited to return to school tomorrow. How about you?" "I have evening classes tomorrow because we just got back from break, and the student council will be taking attendance. Will you join me for evening study? If you come, I can save you a seat. Reply to me." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Was Suemo increasingly resembling Su Tao? Nevertheless, a more cheerful disposition was always welcome. "I'll be at evening study tomorrow. Thank you for saving me a seat. I'll bring you some milk tea. What would you like?" Upon reading this message, Sumo's heart soared, her smile widening uncontrollably. Su Tao, sitting nearby, noticed and became curious. "What has got you so happy? Your grin is stretching from ear to ear." Suemo bit her lip. "I'm reserving a seat for Lin Chen. He said he'd buy me milk tea and asked what I wanted. But I don't know what to choose." Su Tao couldn't help but laugh. "Is that all? You're over the moon for such a small thing." But her eyes twinkled as she feigned seriousness. "You mustn't respond carelessly. There's a subtlety to this." "Huh." Suemo was puzzled. "Is there a specific way to order milk tea?" Su Tao replied. "At this point, you should say, 'I want taro bubble milk tea, but no taro and no milk tea.' Understood?" "Huh." Suemo was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, she complied and sent the phrase to Lin Chen. Soon, however, she began to feel that something was amiss. No taro and no milk tea? That would leave just the bubbles. What would I be drinking? At this realization, Su Tao burst into laughter. "Exactly. Just the bubbles. Only the bubbles." As she spoke, she playfully pecked Suemo on the cheek. Suemo quickly grasped the implication, her face turning crimson like a ripe shrimp. "Su Tao." Before long, the room was filled with Su Tao's cries for mercy and Sumo's laughter. Chapter 97. The adorably clumsy Suemo. Upon reading that line, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. This hardly resembled something Suemo would articulate. He began to doubt whether it was Suemo on the other end of the phone, or perhaps Su Tao instead. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send a confused emoji. However, this time Suemo did not respond. Perhaps she was preoccupied, he thought. Before long, the short holiday came to an end. As evening study time approached, Lin Chen drove his car to school. Oh, and on the way, he conveniently purchased a cup of taro bubble tea for Suemo. Upon entering the classroom, he indeed found Suemo had saved a spot for him. He walked over, sat down, and placed the cup of taro bubble tea on her desk. Seeing the drink, Sumo's face instantly flushed crimson. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Even though you only wanted bubbles, I thought a cup of pearls might not be delightful, so I bought you taro bubble tea instead. What do you think?" Suemo, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze, merely nodded in response. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she retrieved a delicate box from her small backpack and discreetly handed it to Lin Chen. He accepted the box, slightly astonished. "What is this?" "You can just open it and see," Suemo replied, her voice slightly stammering, perhaps due to nervousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen opened the box to discover 6 exquisitely crafted egg tarts nestled within. "Egg tarts?" Lin Chen looked at Suemo with mild confusion. She nodded gently and added, "I made them myself." Lin Chen smiled. "What prompted you to make me egg tarts all of a sudden?" Suemo was momentarily taken aback. "Don't you like egg tarts?" Lin Chen was equally stunned. When had he ever mentioned a fondness for egg tarts? Suemo, flustered, continued, "I saw you really enjoyed them when a senior gave you some last time." At that moment, Lin Chen recalled the incident. He looked at Suemo in astonishment. "So because of that, you thought I liked egg tarts, and you made them for me?" Suemo nodded shyly and inquired, You actually don't like them?" Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. "You silly girl. Of course I like them. How could I not?" As he spoke, he took a bite of an egg tart and couldn't help but praise, it's exceptionally fragrant. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this good." Suemo smiled bashfully. "As long as you like them, that's enough." Lin Chen was genuinely touched. He never anticipated that the typically sensitive and introverted Su Mo could be so considerate. He couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "Why are you so adorably clumsy?" Su Mo blinked in surprise, then smiled shyly, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. Absolutely adorable. At that moment, the student council arrived to take attendance. Evening study sessions generally lacked teachers, so everyone mostly sat in their seats awaiting the bell to signal the end of class. Yet Lin Chen found no boredom, as Sumo's silly antics often brought him amusement. Before long, the bell rang. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Accompany Su Mo and gain top-tier calligraphy skills. Top-tier calligraphy skills? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized it was rather appealing. While his handwriting was not unsightly, possessing an additional refined skill could only be advantageous, couldn't it? Noticing Lin Chen standing still, Su Mo curiously asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Lin Chen replied directly, "I'm waiting for you to leave together." He added, "I'll walk you home." Su Mo lowered her head, slightly biting her lip, and merely said, "Thank you." Once the crowd of students had dispersed, the two finally set off. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and acquired top-tier calligraphy skills." Simultaneously, a torrent of knowledge about calligraphy flooded Lin Chen's mind. Incredible. The system's efficiency was perpetually astonishing. Just as he moved, the system's reward was already credited to him. As they passed through the hall, Lin Chen noticed several calligraphy works on display, with people gathered around to admire them. Remembering the reward he had just received, he couldn't help but suggest to Su Mo, "Shall we take a look?" Su Mo nodded. "Sure." She then inquired, "Do you understand calligraphy as well?" "A little," Lin Chen replied. Of course, his little was merely a modest understatement. As with the system's reward of top-tier calligraphy skills, he was indeed among the best in the field. Su Mo glanced at Lin Chen discreetly. She couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to excel in everything: combat, basketball, calligraphy. How impressive. As they approached, they overheard numerous comments from the surrounding crowd. "This calligraphy is truly beautiful. Though I don't understand it, I just find it stunning. Look at this piece. The strokes are majestic and full of vigor. I wish I could write so well. I'm utterly envious. But my hands are completely uncoordinated." Meanwhile, Su Mo turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, what do you think?" Lin Chen examined the work carefully and replied, "Overall, this piece is quite impressive. The structure is sound, with a clear reference point. The strokes are clean and precise, ensuring a solid central penmanship, and the lines are of good quality, showcasing strength in the characters." However, his critique sounded far more sophisticated than the surrounding chatter, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Upon hearing the word, however, the crowd leaned in, eager for more. Su Mo hurriedly questioned, "But what?" "However, the flaws are quite evident," Lin Chen stated. At that, Su Mo was about to speak when a derisive laugh interrupted them. Lin Chen and Su Mo turned to see a group of boys smirking disdainfully at them. "Who are you? A calligraphy master recognized by an association?" One of them scoffed. Lin Chen shook his head. "No." Hearing this, the disdain in their eyes intensified. "If you're not, then why are you babbling here?" Another chimed in. "Do you realize that the piece you just criticized as having clear flaws belongs to the president of our calligraphy association? If you know nothing about calligraphy, kindly refrain from speaking nonsense. This piece has even received praise from the principal. You might not know, but the principal of Donghai University is also the president of the Donghai Calligraphy Association. Who do you think you are to speak out of turn?" Their words were anything but polite, and Lin Chen's expression turned icy. Even a renowned calligraphy master would not claim their work is flawless. "Is your association's president truly that exceptional?" The boys' expressions stiffened momentarily, and one of them retorted, "Then why don't you enlighten us on what flaws exist in our president's work?" Lin Chen cast a calm glance at him before shifting his focus back to the calligraphy piece, stating, "Overall, there are significant issues with the composition. The flow is not smooth, the rhythm is lacking, and the writing appears somewhat flat. The strokes have not fully transformed into personal expression. While individual characters may be passable, words like "and" are poorly handled, and some characters still appear rather flat. The strokes lean too much towards a standard style, lacking the inner rhythm that should be captured." Chapter 98. Calligraphy. A few individuals burst into laughter. "What utter nonsense. Do you even understand calligraphy? Speaking so recklessly here, and with such confidence, it's simply hilarious. I've already mentioned that this calligraphy piece has been praised even by the principal. Does he think he is more skilled than the principal?" Observing the group doubled over with laughter, Lin Chen calmly remarked, "Is it that the illustrious president of the Day's University Calligraphy Association's work can only be praised and not criticized?" One individual, having laughed enough, responded, "That's not the case. It's just that you, a nameless person who knows nothing of calligraphy, have the audacity to speak such words." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. How do you know I don't understand calligraphy? The individual sneered. Based solely on what you just said, it's clear you lack understanding. Suddenly, another person interjected. Wait. I remember now. Aren't you the Lin Chen who has recently gained quite a reputation? No wonder you look so familiar. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Lin Chen had been in the limelight lately. It was rumored that his family was wealthy, and arriving by helicopter was just the beginning. He had switched numerous luxury cars within the month since classes began. Such a person was someone they could not afford to offend. Yet, being young and brash, they found it impossible to apologize publicly now. One of them declared, to be honest, you are indeed quite skilled at basketball. But what do you know about calligraphy? This is art, not something you can casually insult. Lin Chen chuckled in disbelief. When did I ever use foul language? The group paused, reflecting on their words. It seemed they had a point. However, considering their backing was the president, who in turn was backed by the principal, they felt emboldened. Regardless of how wealthy Lin Chen's family might be, could he really have the principal expel them? With this thought, their confidence surged. You've insulted our president and disrespected art. You owe us an apology. Apologize? Lin Chen laughed. Why should I apologize? At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted. Lin Chen, why are you still here after evening study? The group turned to see a kindly middle-aged man smiling at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt he recognized him, but couldn't place where until a few male students called out. Vice Principal Su. Then it dawned on him. This was Su, the counselor from the School of Management. He recalled having tea in his office. Good evening, Vice Principal Su, Lin Chen greeted, and beside him, Su Mo quickly echoed. Good evening, Vice Principal Su. Su smiled warmly. Lin Chen, I must thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament. The group was astonished. Why was Vice Principal Su treating Lin Chen with such respect? Lin Chen smiled slightly. You flatter me, Vice Principal Su. Do you have time later? Perhaps I could invite you out for a meal to express my gratitude, Su inquired tentatively. The group was utterly shocked. Vice Principal Su, a prominent figure, was inviting a freshman like Lin Chen to dinner? This was astonishing. But even more surprising was Lin Chen's response. I'm afraid I can't make it. He glanced at Su Mo and continued. I need to see her home. And I have classes tomorrow, so I must rise early. It's quite late now. His implication was clear, though he left it unspoken. Su slapped his thigh in realization. What a forgetful old man I am. Asking you out so late. How silly of me, huh? Lin Chen chuckled. Not at all. Vice Principal Su, you are as sharp as ever. Su beamed even more. He glanced at the somewhat shy Su Mo beside Lin Chen and nodded. All right. I want to keep you two young ones from your date. Take care, Vice Principal Su, Lin Chen said. After Su left, the group exchanged glances. I have things to attend to. What about you? Me too. I haven't finished my homework. Then let us go? Within seconds, they hurriedly departed. On the other hand, Lin Chen was escorting Su Mo home. However, he could sense something was off with her. Throughout the journey, she hardly spoke a word, though she was usually introverted. Her silence today was markedly pronounced. Lin Chen glanced at her and noticed her cheeks were flushed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red. Su Mo was startled. I'm fine. After a moment, she added, earlier, Vice Principal Su mentioned not wanting to interrupt our date. Did he misunderstand something? Why didn't you clarify? Lin Chen finally understood. Su Mo was blushing because of that comment. Why should he explain? It seemed futile. What he was thought to be was none of their concern. Su Mo tilted her head, pondering for a moment. I suppose you're right. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Su Mo's dormitory. Watching her enter, Lin Chen turned to leave. Upon returning home, Lin Chen received a friend request, with the note reading, President of the Donghai University Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chen. Recalling the events of the day, he accepted the request without hesitation. No sooner had the request been accepted than several messages came through. Junior Lin, I heard you had some critiques regarding my work. So I added you to humbly seek your guidance. May I inquire what esteemed calligraphy master you hail from? Chapter 99. Aren't you here to support me? Though he feigned humility in seeking advice, there was not a hint of genuine inquiry in his tone. Lin Chen was well aware of this. I am not a master of calligraphy, Lin Chen stated plainly. Soon, Xiao Chen sent a series of messages. What qualifications does Junior Lin Chen have to critique my work? Is it merely because of a silver tongue? Lin Chen chuckled. This so-called president of the Calligraphy Association was indeed intriguing. It seemed he had grown accustomed to being elevated by others, harboring a sense of unwarranted superiority. Lin Chen retorted, does not being a master of calligraphy imply that I lack understanding of it? Xiao Chen shot back instantly. Calligraphy is an art. How dare someone so uninformed as you speak on it? Enough. I want to argue with you over trivialities. You must publicly apologize for your actions. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Xiao Chun sent another message. Or, if you believe your skills surpass mine, let us compete publicly. With a professional calligraphy teacher as judge. How does that sound? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chun was reveling in his perceived triumph. In his view, Lin Chen's comments on his calligraphy were merely attempts at arrogance. If Lin Chen were not foolish, he would surely choose the first option. As expected, Lin Chen promptly sent a message affirming his willingness to compete. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. I will compete with you. Xiao Chun rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the message. How do you muster the courage to challenge me? I have practiced calligraphy since childhood for over a decade, winning countless awards. Are you not inviting humiliation upon yourself? Out of consideration for their shared school, he advised, one should possess a sense of self-awareness. Otherwise, the hardships you face will be plentiful. Lin Chen, upon reading this, replied, I return your words to you, verbatim. Let us set a time. Xiao Chun proposed. How about tomorrow afternoon after class in the student union office? Lin Chen readily agreed. On the other side, Xiao Chun was engulfed in deep confusion. How did Lin Chen dare to compete with him? However, since Lin Chen had chosen to disregard his advice and bring this upon himself, Xiao Chun felt no obligation to hold back. Meanwhile, Lin Chen cast his phone aside and proceeded to freshen up. The following afternoon, in the student union office, Xiao Chun sat at his desk, surrounded by sycophants. President, I don't know if Lin Chen has lost his mind, daring to compete with you in calligraphy. I agree. You are the champion of the school's calligraphy competition. What gives him the audacity? Has LJR lent him some courage? You don't know how arrogant he was in his remarks yesterday. It nearly drove me mad. You must teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun raised a hand to silence them. Enough, we will see soon enough, he said. The others fell silent. At that moment, a graceful figure entered, and Xiao Chen's face lit up. Mengqi, what brings you here? Are you here to support me? The newcomer was Shun Mengqi. Xiao Chun had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, but her indifference had been a source of frustration. However, now that she had chosen to come and cheer for him, did it not imply that their relationship could advance? Elated at the thought, Xiao Chun beamed. Shun Mengqi, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. I am just here to observe. Was she there to cheer for Xiao Chun? Certainly not. She had come to support Lin Chen. Upon learning from classmates that Xiao Chun intended to challenge Lin Chen, Shun Mengqi had promptly set aside her own club activities and rushed over. She was aware of Xiao Chen's affections, and while she did not particularly dislike him, his opposition to Lin Chen had begun to irk her. In essence, she developed an aversion to anyone who opposed Lin Chen. Unfazed by Shun Mengqi's somewhat cool demeanor, Xiao Chun found her a prime seat. With no other suitable positions available, Shun Mengqi reluctantly accepted the seat Xiao Chun had chosen. Mengqi, what would you like to eat? I can have someone fetch it for you, Xiao Chun inquired attentively. Shun Mengqi shook her head. No, thank you. She stole a glance at the time. Where was Lin Chen? Shortly thereafter, the principal and several calligraphy teachers arrived. Initially, they had no intention of involving themselves. But given Xiao Chen's status as a favored disciple and his notable talent, the principal harbored a certain fondness for him. Hearing that someone wished to challenge Xiao Chun in calligraphy piqued their curiosity. Xiao Chun was exceptionally talented. Logically, no one in the school should surpass him. However, Lin Chen, the contender, was also a prominent figure at Donghai University. Rumor had it that he had arrived at school via helicopter and had driven 5 luxury sports cars within a month of enrollment. Moreover, he was the owner of Hongdao Mall and had aided the management school with internship placements. Clearly, Lin Chen hailed from a wealthy family. This was an excellent opportunity for them to meet Lin Chen and discern what kind of person he was. After class, Lin Chen headed directly to the student union office. Su Mo had initially intended to accompany him, but due to unforeseen circumstances with her own club, she could not join. Upon entering, he found the office crowded with people, all eyes fixed on him. The student union office was quite spacious, akin to a large conference room. It seemed Xiao Chun was indeed affiliated with the student union or had connections there. A boy clad in a simple gray casual jacket was observing Lin Chen with a cold smirk, flanked by several others who had defended the Calligraphy Association president the previous afternoon. Lin Chen quickly deduced that this must be the president, Xiao Chun. You are Lin Chen? Xiao Chun inquired. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, that's me. Xiao Chun sneered. I didn't expect you to possess such courage. Lin Chen merely regarded him coolly, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through. Lin Chen, you can do it. Lin Chen instinctively looked up. Shun Mengqi? He saw Shun Mengqi with her fist raised, offering him encouragement. Thank you, senior, Lin Chen smiled. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's face turned an alarming shade of green. Mengqi, weren't you here to support me? Chapter 100. The calligraphy competition. Upon hearing his words, Shun Mengqi merely cast an impatient glance at him. When did I say that I was here to cheer for you? I am clearly here to support Lin Chen. Her words evidently infuriated Xiao Chun, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stammered, pointing at her without managing to articulate a complete sentence. It was only when the principal intervened that Xiao Chen's temper slightly abated. He turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, scrutinizing him up and down. So, you are Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, principal. The principal acknowledged him with a nod and continued. We are aware of your evaluation of Xiao Chen's calligraphy. Have you studied calligraphy? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. I have learned a little. At this moment, Xiao Chun let out a disdainful laugh. Just having learned a little, and you dare to show off in front of me. Upon hearing this, the principal shot a disapproving look at Xiao Chun, who then belatedly realized his error. The principal then addressed Lin Chen in a gentle tone. You should know that Xiao Chun has been studying since childhood. Are you certain you still wish to compete against him? It would be prudent to reconsider. Lin Chen immediately understood that the principal was providing him an opportunity to withdraw. However, having come this far, how could he possibly retreat? Besides, with the top-tier calligraphy skills granted by the system, defeating someone of Xiao Chen's caliber would pose no challenge. Why should he shy away from a certain victory? Moreover, Shin Mingqi was present. He could not disappoint his senior. He glanced at her, and she responded with a sweet smile. This intimate exchange ignited further irritation within Xiao Chun. Lin Chen then addressed the principal. Thank you for your kindness, principal. To concede before the competition even begins would be rather unreasonable. The principal was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Chen was unwilling to heed his advice. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly proposed, how about this? If I win, Lin Chen, you will publicly apologize and admit that you are inferior to me. What do you say? Lin Chen smiled. Sure, but what if you lose? Xiao Chen hesitated slightly. What if he lost? Surely that was impossible. His companions beside him chimed in. Lin, you're being overly arrogant. You think we will lose? Exactly. The president has been studying calligraphy for years. You must be dreaming if you think you can win. I've seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. Lin Chen, however, disregarded their remarks and continued to press. You still haven't answered. What if you lose? Xiao Chen grit his teeth. If I lose, I will never touch calligraphy again. And I will apologize to you, acknowledging that I am inferior. How does that sound? He was convinced of his inevitable victory. Lin Chen smirked slightly. Very well. The principal frowned, feeling some dissatisfaction with Xiao Chun. In terms of temperament, Xiao Chun had completely fallen short compared to Lin Chen. He was impulsive and arrogant, while Lin Chen maintained an air of calm composure. It was surprising that Xiao Chen, a junior, displayed such a maturity, while Lin Chen was merely a freshman. The principal's gaze toward Xiao Chun was tinged with disappointment. Soon, the principal announced the commencement of the competition. A teacher stood up and presented the prompt, to write the famous Lantingyi Su by Wang Shiji. Since it was a contest between just two individuals, the format was straightforward. Each would write independently. Xiao Chun had already begun writing, while Lin Chen took his time preparing the ink. The audience began to murmur among themselves. What is Lin Chen doing? Look, Xiao Chun has already started. Is he just here to make up the numbers? I think he is merely here for a laugh. I can't understand how he has the audacity to compete against Xiao Chun, whose skills are well known. Suddenly, the group of boys felt a chill run down their spines as they turned to see several girls glaring at them. You cannot speak ill of our idol. Yes, if you dare to say another word, we won't hold back. One girl, towering at nearly 6 feet and weighing close to 200 pounds, raised her fist, casting a cold stare at the boys. The young men promptly turned away, silenced. Did Lin Chen truly have this many admirers? Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, noticing the commotion, glanced at Lin Chen, who still had not begun writing, and scoffed. How presumptuous. He hasn't even started yet. He probably can't write at all. The principal and several calligraphy teachers were equally puzzled. They discussed among themselves, what is Lin Chen doing? Why hasn't he started writing? Is he toying with us? I believe there is no need for this competition to continue. Principal, perhaps you should declare the results? This suggestion received support from the other teachers. The principal frowned slightly and replied, wait and see. At this point, Xiao Chun had written halfway through, while Lin Chen finally began to put brush to paper. With the enhancement of his superior calligraphy skills, Lin Chen experienced the sensation of writing with divine inspiration. The brush flowed as if alive, and as he continued, each stroke felt increasingly exhilarating. Upon completing his final stroke, he gazed at his work and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Exhilarating. Simply exhilarating. He looked up at Xiao Chun, only to find that he too had just finished. Xiao Chun was taken aback. How could Lin Chen write so rapidly? He distinctly recalled that Lin Chen had only begun after he had completed nearly half. However, upon reflection, he thought that something completed at such speed could hardly be impressive. This time, victory was assured. With that, the calligraphy teachers rose from their seats. They approached Xiao Chen first, critiquing his calligraphy piece. The strokes flow like dragons and snakes. The lines are sharp as hooks. A splendid piece. Indeed, Xiao Chen is undeniably talented. Given time, he will surely become a master of calligraphy. The principal, known for his discerning eye, nodded in satisfaction, patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Well done. Xiao Chen was elated. Thank you, principal, and thank you, teachers. He then turned to Lin Chen, lifting his chin slightly in a self-assured manner. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi in the audience began to feel anxious. Would Lin Chen lose? At that moment, the principal and several teachers moved toward Lin Chen. Upon seeing his work, everyone was left utterly astonished. This is a masterpiece. Chapter 101. Principal Lin Chen, are you still in need of a disciple? What? A divine work? The crowd was perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. And even Xiao Chen wore a face of confusion. A few teachers rushed forward, pushing Lin Chen aside. What exquisite calligraphy! With a single stroke, it soars like a steed, leaving all behind. It resembles a celestial dragon, emerging from the void and returning to the abyss. Remarkable. At first glance, I thought it was the true work of the sage of calligraphy. This level of skill must surely surpass that of the rest of us. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped. What had they just heard? Some teachers claimed Lin Chen's skill exceeded theirs. What was going on? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard teachers offer such high praise. Staggering, he hurried to peer through a gap. Just one glance rendered his face pale. Their essay saying, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. After years of studying calligraphy, he understood its intricacies. Thus, with just one look, he realized he had lost, completely. Lin Chen's skill was indeed superior to his own. No, it could be said to be worlds apart. After a moment of contemplation, the teachers finally realized they were in a competition. They felt somewhat awkward. The principal, somewhat embarrassed, announced, "We have just discussed this. And the winner of this contest is Lin Chen." The audience erupted into uproar. What? The president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chen, had lost to Lin Chen? This was simply unfathomable. Who exactly was Lin Chen? Did you hear that? The teachers just mentioned that Lin Chen's abilities might even surpass theirs. Could it be that Lin Chen was some hidden master of calligraphy? But that couldn't be possible. He was still so young. Shen Mingqi was equally astonished, gazing at Lin Chen with eyes that nearly sparkled with admiration. Lin Chen was becoming increasingly captivating. He was not like an ordinary rich second generation. He was not only wealthy but also well-rounded, skilled in basketball, proficient in calligraphy, and remarkably humble. Shen Mingqi felt her affection for Lin Chen growing ever stronger. At that moment, Lin Chen cast a knowing smile at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's complexion turned pale. He suddenly understood that he had been overly arrogant. Throughout his life, he had been praised as a genius in calligraphy, the center of admiration. He had always been proud of his calligraphy skills, forgetting that there were always greater talents and realms beyond his own. In that instant, he seemed to grasp a great deal. Xiao Chen turned to Lin Chen, his gaze complex. Finally, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Lin Chen, I apologize. I was wrong to be so proud. Your abilities truly surpass mine. Here, I extend my apology." As he spoke, he bowed deeply. Everyone was astonished. The once haughty Xiao Chen had publicly apologized to Lin Chen. The principal nodded in satisfaction. In the realm of calligraphy, Xiao Chen had indeed been overly proud. This humbling experience could positively transform his character. At this moment, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and resolutely stated, "I will honor my wager. I shall never touch calligraphy again." Upon hearing this, his followers were shocked. "President, you can't do this. If you abandon calligraphy, how can you continue as president?" "Yes, President. With your talent, that would be such a loss." All eyes turned to Lin Chen. He smiled gently. "I accept your apology. However, regarding President Zhao's vow to never touch calligraphy again, I believe that is merely a jest. Since it is but a jest, why take it to heart?" He had noticed that Xiao Chen was genuinely remorseful, and his apology was sincere. Thus, Lin Chen was not one to hold grudges. He wasn't overly magnanimous either. After all, Xiao Chen's talent was indeed high, while he had triumphed thanks to his system. Since Xiao Chen had already apologized, Lin Chen felt no need to dwell on the matter. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Chen's response. No one had anticipated he would say such a thing. Even the principal and several calligraphy teachers were astonished. Xiao Chen stared at Lin Chen in shock. "Why?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Did the teacher not just say that given time, you will surely become a master of calligraphy? How could I bear to see a future master give up the art because of me? That would indeed be a grave injustice." Xiao Chen was rendered speechless. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Here was Lin Chen, a freshman, with such an expansive heart, and he a junior and president of the Calligraphy Association, had. He looked at Lin Chen and sighed. Lin Chen, I have lost utterly, in every respect. Yet, I have spoken my piece. At that moment, the principal stepped in, saying, Indeed, Xiao Chun, Lin Chen is correct. Your talent is exceptional, and it would be a shame to abandon calligraphy. Acknowledging one's mistakes is essential, but beyond that, he glanced at Lin Chen, as Lin Chen stated. It was merely a jest, was it not? The teachers chimed in, urging Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he looked at Lin Chen, the principal, and the teachers. Lin Chen, thank you. And thank you, principal. And esteemed teachers. However, Xiao Chun paused and then declared, I wish to resign as president and let Lin Chen take my place in the Calligraphy Association. Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. I cannot. I dread the hassle. Xiao Chun insisted several times. And ultimately, it was decided that the Calligraphy Association would have two presidents, one being Xiao Chun and the other a nominal title for Lin Chen. The term nominal meant Lin Chen would hold the title of president without the associated responsibilities. Lin Chen had not anticipated that by participating in a competition, he would gain such an honorary position. After everyone had dispersed, Shun Mingxi intended to return with Lin Chen. However, the principal and several teachers surrounded Lin Chen, wishing to discuss calligraphy with him. Unable to intervene, Shun Mingxi resigned herself to leaving alone. Lin Chen was then invited to the principal's office. The principal, an avid calligraphy enthusiast, presented several of his works for Lin Chen to examine. Lin Chen, please take a look at these pieces. They are my proudest creations. What do you think? The principal asked with a hopeful expression. Reluctantly, Lin Chen examined the works and replied, Principal, your calligraphy exhibits a boldness and vitality. However, it places excessive emphasis on the individual beauty of each character, neglecting the overall composition. Upon hearing this, the principal experienced a moment of enlightenment. Your words have cleared the fog from my understanding. He then eagerly inquired, Lin Chen, are you in need of a disciple? What do you think of me? Chapter 102. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Upon hearing this statement, Lin Chen was taken aback. What was happening? He hurriedly replied, Principal, this is unacceptable. You are my principal. Observing his reaction, the principal decided not to press the matter further. Well then, shall we delve deeper into the art of calligraphy when we have the time? The principal suggested. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That sounds agreeable. However, he was soon engaged in discussions with several calligraphy teachers for nearly an hour before he could finally depart. Exiting the principal's office, Lin Chen gazed up at the sky, feeling utterly bewildered. How terrifying. The principal and these teachers were all quite eccentric. Sighing heavily, he drove off in his car. Upon returning home, he received a message from Su Mo. Lin Chen. I'm so sorry. I should have gone with you today. I heard from them that you completely dominated President Xiao Chun. They said you looked incredibly handsome. I regret not witnessing it myself. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, It's all right. The victory is already mine. At that moment, Su Mo quickly responded, You are quite impressive. Defeating the president of the Calligraphy Association is no small feat. Lin Chen replied modestly, It was nothing extraordinary. Then, Su Mo suddenly said, Oh, the class monitor asked me to inform you that tomorrow night is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and everyone must attend. All right, I understand, Lin Chen replied before putting down his phone and proceeding to freshen up. The next day, with no classes scheduled, Lin Chen spent the day playing video games at home after ordering takeout. In the afternoon, he finally set out in his car. By the time he arrived, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was on the verge of commencing. However, he was not concerned about securing a good spot, for the adorable Su Mo would surely remember him. As soon as he entered the grand conference room, Lin Chen noticed a heated argument unfolding ahead. It seemed to involve his classmates, Su Mo and class monitor Chu Chanqian. He saw Su Mo being shoved and tumbling to the ground. Lin Chen's expression hardened as he strode over. What is going on here? The instigators were a group of 5 or 6 boys. Chu Chanqian helped Su Mo to her feet. Lin Chen, worried, asked, Are you all right? Su Mo shook her head, feeling quite wrought. She had arrived early to help Lin Chen secure a central position, only to find herself in such a predicament. Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the group of boys. How dare you lay hands on a girl? One boy retorted, This is our spot. They took it without permission, so we had no choice. Chu Chanqian could not contain herself and countered, What do you mean it's your spot? It's first come, first served. We've been sitting here for half an hour, and you just arrived. The boy sneered, Do you know why we arrived late? We had already reserved these seats through the student council, but it seems you all have no shame in occupying them. Chu Chanqian's face flushed with anger. She had never encountered such shamelessness, and the other girls from their class shared her indignation. These boys likely felt emboldened because they were confronting a group of girls. Lin Chen chuckled derisively. Honestly, this is the first time I've heard that seats can be reserved through the student council. The boy brazenly replied, that just shows your ignorance. Are you planning to defend them? Suddenly, as if recalling something, he pointed at Lin Chen. You're Lin Chen, right? Lin Chen had become quite well known at school lately, having arrived by helicopter and swapped high-end sports cars multiple times within a month, not to mention being involved in the incident with the school beauty, Song Ting-wan. The boy hesitated slightly, but, with so many witnesses present at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, he felt compelled to stand his ground. Gathering his courage, he declared, Lin Chen, I know you come from a wealthy family, but that doesn't give you the right to bully us ordinary students. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Su Mo, Chu Qianqian, and the others were equally perplexed. Who is bullying whom here? Su Mo is the one who was pushed to the ground. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. You think I'm bullying you? Pray tell, how am I doing so? We've had these seats reserved since early on. You are the ones attempting to usurp our spots. Isn't that the definition of bullying us? The boy retorted. Lin Chen was astounded by the audacity of this individual, setting aside the absurdity of the seat reservation claim. He calmly stated, honestly, whether or not you actually reserve those seats is something you ought to reflect on. Moreover, is the student council's authority truly so expansive that it allows for seat reservations? This remark incited a wave of discontent among the onlookers. Indeed, the student council is far too arrogant. They seem to think their minor leadership roles make them superior. I concur, this seat-grabbing behavior is utterly excessive. The current state of our school is appalling. The student council wields too much power. Listening to the murmurs around him, the group of boys began to panic. You are slandering the student council. One of them pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely smiled. The student council is already quite corrupt. It hardly needs any assistance in tarnishing its own reputation. The boy, realizing he could not outwit Lin Chen in conversation, pulled out his phone and made a call. From his words, Lin Chen deduced that he was contacting the president of the student council. The boys' dialogue suggested that they were embroiled in a dispute with Lin Chen, claiming that he was publicly defaming the student council. In his narrative, he painted himself as a champion of justice while portraying Lin Chen as a villain. He conveniently omitted any mention of the seat reservation issue. Lin Chen quickly grasped the situation. It was evidently fabricated. He smirked at the boy. I am good friends with Zhang Riqiang, the president of the student council. I did indeed reserve these seats, and when he arrives, you can sort this out among yourselves. Su Mo and Chu Qianqian exchanged surprised glances. Initially, they believed the boys were fabricating stories, but it now seemed like they might have genuinely reserved the seats. Feeling anxious, Su Mo was about to suggest to Lin Chen that they find another seat, but upon glancing around, she realized there were no vacant spots left. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. While he never sought out trouble, he would not shy away from confrontation if provoked. The boy crossed his arms and stated, Lin Chen, I understand your family is wealthy, but you must recognize that this is a school, not your home. Here, we must adhere to the school's rules. Chapter 103. Who do you intend to deal with? Lin Chen found himself in agreement with the words spoken. It is indeed correct to adhere to the rules. However, one must also consider the reasonableness of those rules and who established them. Unreasonable rules are meant to be broken. Before long, the ostentatious president of the student council arrived. Who is tarnishing the reputation of our student council? He demanded as soon as he entered. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Chen, while Su Mo, slightly apprehensive, clutched the hem of his shirt. The individual who had just quarreled with Lin Chen pointed directly at him, exclaiming, It's him. Not only did he bring people to seize our seats, but he also publicly defamed the student council. Zhang Riqiang narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, why are you causing so much trouble? It's just a seat. Does it matter where you sit? Lin Chen chuckled. If it's merely a matter of seating, then why doesn't your group simply change places? Zhang Riqiang felt a surge of indignation. Since becoming president of the student council, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Chen was the first. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Let us discuss this outside, shall we? Lin Chen, however, merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction. Let us forego that. There is nothing to hide here. Zhang Riqiang was momentarily speechless. He had intended to threaten Lin Chen outside in hopes of coercing him into submission. He then continued, Lin Chen, I know your family is wealthy, but this is school. Regardless of your background, you are expected to abide by the school's rules, correct? Oh, I'm intrigued. Pray tell, which rules am I to adhere to at this moment? Is it the one that states the student council can reserve seats? Reserve seats? Zhang Riqiang looked utterly perplexed. At that moment, the individual who had previously argued with Lin Chen quickly interjected. I contacted the student council a few days ago to reserve this spot, didn't I, President Zhang? Now Zhang Riqiang comprehended the situation fully. The individual had called him earlier to claim Lin Chen had taken their seats, but it appeared they were the ones who had encroached upon Lin Chen's territory. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own pride, Zhang Riqiang would defend his position to the end. After all, he was the president of the student council. If he lost face this time, how could he maintain authority in the future? With this in mind, he turned to Lin Chen and said, "Indeed, he did ask us to reserve seats for them, and these seats belong to them, so you should relocate." Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Has the student council truly reached a point where it can wield such unchecked power within the school? Who decreed that the student council could reserve seats? Was it you, President Zhang? If that is the case, does it mean that once one joins the student council, they are forever exempt from the need to secure a seat? The student council members had evidently mastered the art of authority while neglecting the essence of true representation. Lin Chen's words left Zhang Riqiang utterly speechless. Even several classmates seated nearby could not help but silently cheer for Lin Chen. Zhang Riqiang was furious. "Lin Chen, I command you to take your people and vacate these seats immediately." Lin Chen could not suppress a laugh. "Command? Are you jesting?" Zhang Riqiang's expression turned icy. "Lin Chen, are you certain you wish to defy me and refuse to offer me face? Face is not something given by others. It is earned," Lin Chen responded calmly. With that, he gestured for Su Mo and the others to sit down. Watching Lin Chen insist on opposing him, Zhang Riqiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Lin Chen, are you incapable of understanding my words?" Zhang Riqiang shouted. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at him with indifference. "Pardon me, but do not impose your authoritative demeanor upon me. I am not swayed by such tactics." At that moment, Zhang Riqiang lost his temper entirely, slamming his palm against the nearby table. "Lin Chen, you are insufferable. Do you think that because you have a bit of money, I am powerless against you?" However, just as Zhang Riqiang was brimming with arrogance, "Zhang Riqiang, who do you intend to deal with?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It was the principal. Zhang Riqiang instantly panicked. "No, principal, I didn't tea." At that moment, the principal's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, and a smile broke across his face. "Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" "Good day, principal." Lin Chen respectfully greeted. The principal replied warmly, "I was just thinking of finding you. After the evening event, do you have a moment?" Lin Chen sighed. "I am available." The principal beamed. "That is splendid. I greatly benefited from your insights earlier. Last night, I was inspired to create another piece and wanted to show it to you. This time, I particularly focused on the overall composition and would like your opinion on whether it has improved compared to the previous one." Lin Chen nodded. "Sure. I'll take a look later." The students around them were astonished upon hearing this exchange. It seemed as though Lin Chen was about to offer guidance to the principal. What was going on? Those who had witnessed Lin Chen's recent competition with the calligraphy club president, Xiao Chun, began to murmur about the events of the previous day. After hearing this, the admiration in their gazes toward Lin Chen intensified. Why was there such a significant disparity between their academic journeys? Zhang Riqiang's face turned ashen. Just then, the principal recalled Zhang Riqiang's earlier remarks and inquired, "By the way, who were you planning to deal with just now? It wouldn't be Lin Chen, would it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Riqiang's eyes filled with despair. "It's not what you think, principal. It's all a misunderstanding." The principal frowned. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. As the president of the student council, instead of focusing on serving the students, you engage in oppression. If you no longer wish to hold this position, feel free to say so. There are plenty of people eager to take your place." Zhang Riqiang immediately lowered his head, utterly speechless, resembling a scolded child. "All right, you should leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here," the principal said impatiently. Zhang Riqiang had no choice but to exit in disgrace. Meanwhile, the group that had attempted to seize seats from Lin Chen discreetly slipped away. The principal turned to Lin Chen, now wearing a friendly smile. "Lin Chen, please enjoy the evening event. I'll find you later." "Very well," Lin Chen nodded. Once the principal departed, Lin Chen noticed the peculiar glances from his classmates. Filled with admiration, he rubbed his nose, feeling helpless as he took a seat. He longed to maintain a low profile, but reality simply wouldn't allow it. Chapter 104. The display of wealth soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala commenced. Beside her, Su Mo expressed her gratitude. "Lin Chen, thank you. I owe this to you." Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Did you not also help me secure a spot? I have yet to thank you." Nearby, Chu Qianqian could not help but interject. "Those individuals clearly view us girls as easy targets, a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. The student council is equally excessive." She then glanced at Lin Chen. "The boys from our class seem to have vanished. I was about to give up my spot, but thankfully Lin Chen arrived. It's all in the past now." The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was merely a series of songs, dances, and recitations of ancient poetry, and it quickly approached its conclusion. After the event, Just as Lin Chen intended to depart, the principal summoned him to the office, where they discussed calligraphy for half an hour before he was finally released. Upon returning to the villa, it was already past 10 at night. Song Chi-won had sent several messages. Lin Chen, my birthday is in a few days, and I will host a birthday banquet at home. Will you come? I am almost recovered and will return to school after the celebration. How have you been lately? Lin Chen pondered briefly. The last incident had impacted Song Chi-won significantly, and it was likely she had suffered quite a blow. However, after taking more than 10 days off, she should be feeling better by now. All right, I will definitely attend your birthday. The next day, in a coffee shop, Yichin Xue was catching up with a high school friend named Chen Lan. Yet, she longed to leave. Chen Lan could not help but mention her current boyfriend every few sentences. Oh, here we go again. Chen Lan took a sip of her coffee and said slowly, Qin Xue, I find it puzzling that with your excellent qualities, you still don't have a boyfriend. This shouldn't be the case. You were the most popular in school. Are your standards too high? You should lower them a bit and find a good boyfriend. She then raised her hand to reveal a Pandora bracelet. Look, isn't it beautiful? My boyfriend gave it to me. Though Chen Lan wore a smile, a flicker of envy glimmered in her eyes as she looked at Yichin Xue. In school, Yichin Xue had always outshone her in both appearance and academics. Even the boys Chen Lan liked seemed to favor Yichin Xue. Although they had maintained a friendship over the years, Chen Lan had long grown weary of Yichin Xue's presence. Now, she felt a sense of vindication. Yichin Xue awkwardly smiled. Yes, it is quite lovely. Chen Lan continued. Qin Xue, my boyfriend will be here shortly. Since you are still single, why not let him introduce you to someone? Yichin Xue quickly waved her hands. No, that's unnecessary. Chen Lan feigned annoyance. Come on, we are friends. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Yichin Xue felt like crying. It was not embarrassment that plagued her. Just then, a tall, slender man with shifty eyes entered the CAF. Upon seeing him, Chen Lan's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Darling, why are you so late? The man exhibited a hint of impatience. You said you were meeting friends. Why drag me here? As he complained, Chen Lan pulled him to a seat. Upon catching sight of Yichin Xue, he froze. Meanwhile, Chen Lan remained oblivious, sweetly introducing, Qin Xue, this is my boyfriend, Li Bin. Darling, this is my good friend, Yichin Xue. Li Bin regained his composure and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Li Bin. Yichin Xue offered a perfunctory handshake, but Li Bin took the opportunity to scratch her palm lightly. She recoiled, feeling a wave of disgust. Li Bin clearly did not seem like a good person. His behavior towards his girlfriend's friend was inappropriate. Yichin Xue glanced at the unsuspecting Chen Lan and, for some reason, felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Given Li Bin's character, it was likely she was already being deceived. Li Bin remarked, I've often heard Lan Lan mention her wonderful friend Yichin Xue. It's nice to finally meet you. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Yichin Xue, making her uncomfortable. Chen Lan seemed to sense this and nudged her boyfriend, prompting him to break his stare. Chen Lan shot Yichin Xue a glare, internally cursing her. How dare Yichin Xue, a vixen, attempt to charm her boyfriend in front of her? Yichin Xue forced a laugh. I've heard Lan Lan speak of you too. Is that so? Li Bin chuckled, casually placing his Ferrari car keys on the table and inadvertently flaunting his Rolex watch. Since you are Lan Lan's friend, you are now my friend too, he stated with a smile. Chen Lan playfully nestled into Li Bin's embrace. How adorable. Yichin Xue felt her skin crawl at the sight. Heavens! Is there anyone who can rescue me? To alleviate the awkwardness, she pulled out her phone to scroll. Suddenly, she stumbled upon Lin Chen's contact. Lin Chen, please save me. I'm with a friend who is incessantly boasting about her boyfriend, and I want to leave but feel too embarrassed. Come quickly and take me away, please. Encounter CAF. Chen Lan remarked. Qin Xue, stop scrolling your phone. We finally managed to get together. With a heavy heart, Yichin Xue reluctantly put her phone away. She could only hope that Lin Chen would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just finished breakfast and was preparing to return to the villa when he received Yichin Xue's message. A plea for help. He found it somewhat perplexing. If she did not wish to stay, she could leave directly. Why linger? Nevertheless, after some consideration, Lin Chen decided to drive over. After a brief exchange, Chen Lan excused herself to the restroom. Seizing the moment, Li Bin asked, Qin Xue, shall we exchange contact information? Yichin Xue frowned slightly, perhaps that's best avoided. Yet, Li Bin was persistent, grabbing Yichin Xue's hand, causing her to jerk it back in alarm. What are you doing? Yichin Xue exclaimed. At that moment, Chen Lan burst back in, seizing a cup of water from the table and splashing it across Yichin Xue's face. Yichin Xue, you are utterly shameless. Chapter 105. Unless she is blind, Yichin Xue was utterly bewildered as a cup of water splashed over her. Chen Lan, what madness is this? Chen Lan, equally incensed, retorted. Yichin Xue, I once considered you a dear friend, yet you had the audacity to seduce my boyfriend in my absence. How can you deny your shamelessness? So what if I am living a better life than you? I know you are envious because you cannot find a boyfriend while I have found such a wonderful one. Nevertheless, that does not justify your actions. The commotion had drawn the attention of several patrons in the CF, their gazes fixed upon the unfolding drama. However, the disdainful looks directed at Yi Qingxue spoke volumes. They were astonished that such a beautiful girl could behave in such a manner. To think she would not spare her friend's partner. What a misfortune to be her friend. One remarked. She must believe that her beauty grants her the right to be adored by all. Indeed, being caught in the act of enticing another's boyfriend was undeniably awkward. As Yi Qingxue listened to the surrounding whispers, her face turned a shade of green from rage. Qianlan, what are you blabbering about? She retorted angrily. Qianlan, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, Am I blabbering? I saw you clearly reaching for my boyfriend's hand. Do you take me for blind? In truth, it was Li Bin who had attempted to flirt with Yi Qingxue earlier, and Qianlan, unable to contain her anger, had confronted her. However, she could not bring herself to accuse Li Bin, for she aspired to marry him one day. Thus, she directed all her ire towards Yi Qingxue, feeling no remorse for her actions. Yi Qingxue, equally furious, glared at Li Bin beside her. Only a scoundrel like you would be cherished. She spat. It was he who attempted to grasp my hand. Li Bin, growing agitated, shot back. What do you mean I wanted to hold your hand? When Qianlan was present. You were the one casting flirtatious glances at me. I refrained from exposing you out of respect for Qianlan. He continued, feigning deep affection as he pulled Qianlan into his embrace. Qianlan, touched by the gesture, smiled gratefully. Thank you, darling. You are truly wonderful. The CAF patrons applauded the couple, while Yi Qingxue appeared to be the villain in this tale. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a Lamborghini Veneno pulled up. Lin Chen emerged from the car, drawing the attention of everyone present. Wow, is that a Veneno? This guy is so handsome and wealthy. They exclaimed. That Lamborghini is stunning. If only I could drive it, I would willingly abstain from driving for 3 months. As Lin Chen entered the CAF, he scanned the room for Yi Qingxue, immediately noticing her disheveled state, her hair still damp from the water. Opposite her stood Qianlan, holding an empty glass. What happened here? Lin Chen inquired, concerned. Upon seeing him, Yi Qingxue, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain herself, and her tears flowed freely. Qianlan stared at Lin Chen, stunned. Is this Yi Qingxue's boyfriend? He is incredibly handsome. Casting a glance at Li Bin, she noted the stark contrast between the two men. When Lin Chen turned to face Qianlan and Li Bin, he asked, Did you douse her with water? Qianlan bit her lip and replied, Yi Qingxue was flirting with my boyfriend in public. I was merely restrained in my response. Your boyfriend? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Li Bin, you mean this rat-faced fellow next to you? The CAF erupted in laughter at Lin Chen's remark. Qianlan and Li Bin's faces turned various shades of pale and red. How dare you speak to me like that? Li Bin snapped. Lin Chen, ignoring him, addressed Qianlan. You claim my girlfriend seduced your boyfriend? Are you jesting? I believe that with a boyfriend like mine. She wouldn't dream of such behavior if she weren't blind. Turning to Yi Qingxue, he asked, Isn't that right? Yi Qingxue, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped that Lin Chen was defending her. She embraced his arm, affirming, Indeed. The expressions on Qianlan and Li Bin's faces darkened considerably. The onlookers began to grasp the situation. Why would she seek to entice someone when she has such a handsome boyfriend? Someone mused. Indeed. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would never look at anyone else. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Li Bin, flustered, exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? This wretched girl is the one who seduced me. Qianlan chimed in, Yes. She must have her eyes on my boyfriend's fortune. I noticed her eyeing the keys to the Ferrari on the table. A spectator could not help but laugh. Are you serious? Do you know what car her boyfriend drives? Qianlan, growing impatient, retorted, What could it possibly be? Is it more expensive than a Ferrari Roma? Li Bin, taking pride in his supposed luxury, raised his head as if driving a Ferrari Roma was a significant achievement. However, the next remark left both Qianlan and Li Bin in stunned silence. Her boyfriend drives a Lamborghini Veneno. Nearly 100 million. You could buy dozens of Ferraris Roma for that. Laughter erupted once more in the CAF, and the couple that had once been the envy of many became the subject of ridicule. Qianlan, bewildered, thought to herself, Is the Lamborghini Veneno truly that expensive? In her mind, the hundreds of thousands for a Ferrari Roma seemed extravagant. The idea that Yi Qingxue's boyfriend could afford dozens of them was beyond her comprehension. As the truth began to dawn on the crowd, they realized that it was not Yi Qingxue who sought to seduce Li Bin, but rather the opposite. If I had such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, I would never look at anyone else. Another chimed in. The consensus was clear. Both Chen Lan and Li Bin were becoming the targets of scorn. Embarrassed, they wished for a hole to hide in. At that moment, Chen Lan grasped Yi Qinshua's hand, pleading pathetically, "Qinshuo, I am sorry, I misunderstood you." But Yi Qinshuo shook her hand free and, seizing a cup of coffee from the table, splashed it directly onto Chen Lan's face. "This is what you owe me," Yi Qinshuo declared coldly. Chapter 106. A play on words with a resounding thud. Yi Qinshuo placed her coffee cup heavily on the table before briskly pulling Lin Chen away. Meanwhile, Chen Lan stood frozen in place, her face and hair dripping with coffee, a picture of utter disarray. How could this happen? Nearby, Li Bin cast a disdainful glance at her and coldly declared, "Chen Lan, let's break up." With that, he huffed and walked away, leaving Chen Lan utterly dumbfounded. How did it come to this? She had called Yi Qinshuo out to flaunt before her, to reclaim her pride. Yet the outcome was far from what she had envisioned. By the time she regained her wits, Li Bin had vanished without a trace. In a panic, she hurried after him. A nearby waitress, having witnessed the scene, quickly stepped in front of Chen Lan, saying, "Miss, you haven't settled your bill yet. Please pay first." She had been worried about the woman skipping out on the check, and her instincts proved correct. Chen Lan hesitated for a moment before rummaging through her bag, tossing 200 yuan at the waitress and attempting to leave, only to be stopped again. "I'm sorry, miss, but your table's total is 865 yuan, the waitress stated coldly. "What?" Chen Lan was taken aback. It dawned on her that in her desire to impress Yi Qinshuo, she had ordered the most expensive items on the menu. Overwhelmed with despair, she hurriedly completed the payment through a mobile app, finally able to leave. However, when she stepped outside, Li Bin was already nowhere to be found. And even his Ferrari Roma had disappeared. Frantically, she dialed his number, only to discover she had been blocked. Not only that, but all her contact methods had been severed. With a piercing scream, Chen Lan collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. On the other side, Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat disheveled Yi Qinshuo in the passenger seat and asked, "Shall I take you home?" Yet Yi Qinshuo shook her head. "No, I don't want to go back." Lin Chen gave her a fleeting look before shifting his gaze away. He couldn't help but worry about her health. Due to the spilled drink, her clothes clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Feeling the warmth inside the car, Lin Chen instinctively turned on the air conditioning. However, remembering that Yi Qinshuo was still damp, he hesitated and switched it to warm air instead. The temperature in the car rose further. Meanwhile, Yi Qinshuo, perceptive as ever, noticed Lin Chen's considerate actions. She was pleasantly surprised by his concern, her heart warming as she said, "Lin Chen, thank you. If you hadn't come in time, I wouldn't have been able to explain myself." "And how do you plan to express your gratitude?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. Yi Qinshuo paused. "What do you want me to do?" Lin Chen replied lightly, "That depends on your sincerity." "Well, how about offering myself as a token of gratitude?" Yi Qinshuo said with a mischievous grin. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had merely been joking, and she was so direct. "Sister, I'm still a student." Yi Qinshuo chuckled. "I was just kidding. Look at how scared you are." Then, she sighed. "Being a student is truly blissful." Lin Chen inquired, "Why is that?" Yi Qinshuo casually remarked, "College life is wonderful." Cough, cough. Lin Chen was caught off guard by the statement. This isn't a school bus. He wanted to get out. Yi Qinshuo, however, looked perplexed. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Lin Chen sighed. "Sister, your driving is a bit abrupt." "What?" Yi Qinshuo was utterly confused by his words. "What do you mean by that? I can't understand what you're saying." Seeing her bewildered expression, Lin Chen began to believe her confusion was genuine. Fine. Perhaps it was his own mind playing tricks. But then Yi Qinshuo added, "Isn't college life not good?" Lin Chen nearly choked again. Yi Qinshuo was even more puzzled. "Why is your reaction so intense?" "Try pausing between your words," Lin Chen suggested. Yi Qinshuo quietly repeated a few phrases, her face suddenly flushing red. She shot Lin Chen a glare, "Pervert." After saying that, she turned her face away, unable to look at him. A few moments later, she regretted her outburst. Had she been too harsh? After some thought, she cautiously initiated a new topic. Could you take me to buy a piece of clothing later?" Lin Chen nodded, "Sure." "Are you free later?" Yi Qinshuo tentatively asked. Lin Chen smiled and looked at her. "If you want me to accompany you, just say it directly." Yi Qinshuo's face flushed again. "Well, I feel shy about that." Before long, they arrived at the Hongda shopping mall. Gazing at the vast structure, Yi Qinshuo couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Who would have thought that this mall belonged to Lin Chen, a mere 20-year-old? Because of her disheveled appearance, Yi Qinshuo attracted numerous glances from passers-by. Given the circumstances, she couldn't afford to be picky and thus entered the first store she saw. After a quick scan, she spotted a white dress that caught her eye. She took the dress into the fitting room, tried it on, and found it quite satisfactory and perfectly fitting. Lin Chen, what do you think? Does it look good? Yi Qingxue asked. Lin Chen smiled. It looks great. You look good in anything. Yi Qingxue beamed with joy. Just as she was about to purchase the dress when a sharp-faced woman nearby pointed at her and instructed the sales associate, I want the one she's wearing. Give me a similar one to try on. The sales associate glanced at Yi Qingxue's dress and apologetically replied, I'm sorry, Miss Sun, but we don't have another one in the store. Sun Ziru paused for a moment before insisting, then have her take it off and give it to me. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue turned to look at her, but chose to ignore her. The sales associate, caught in a dilemma, added, that guest is currently wearing it, and she's planning to buy it. Sun Ziru shot her an annoyed look. Just tell her to change. Is that too much to ask? Do I really need to teach you how to handle such trivial matters? The sales associate replied hastily, that wouldn't be appropriate. That lady is also our customer. If our boss finds out I treated a customer like this. At this, Sun Ziru's temper flared. Do you have any idea how many clothes I've purchased from your store? You can't even handle this small request? Besides, my boyfriend is friends with the owner of Hongda Mall. Do you really want to jeopardize your business here? Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. Who was her boyfriend? He didn't recall such a friend. Chapter 107. The encounter with the true master. The sales assistant still appeared hesitant. Sun Ziru, growing impatient, pushed her aside and approached Yi Qingxue with an air of arrogance, stating, Madam, I have taken a liking to that dress you are wearing. Would you kindly remove it for me? Absolutely not. Sun Ziru was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such outright refusal. You are unwilling to change? Yi Qingxue gave her a fleeting glance and replied coolly, Did your mother not teach you that there is a principle of first come, first served? I saw it first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Because I am a VIP customer of this store. How does that sound? Sun Ziru retorted haughtily. Oh, Yi Qingxue replied indifferently. And what of it? Sun Ziru, visibly infuriated, shot a threatening glare at the sales assistant, making her predicament clear. The sales assistant, feeling the pressure, stepped forward and politely suggested to Yi Qingxue, Miss, perhaps you could consider letting go of that dress? We have many other styles in the store. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qingxue promptly rejected the idea. She had already endured enough humiliation at the coffee shop. Now, even her shopping was being disrupted. How could she tolerate such audacity? Even Lin Chen, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Was it truly possible that such individuals existed in this world? Those who believed that whatever they desired should be handed over by others? Nevertheless, Lin Chen mused. In a world as vast as this, one could encounter all sorts. Sun Ziru took a deep breath and said, I am speaking to you quite politely. Do not take it for granted. Yet Yi Qingxue did not even spare her a glance, instructing the sales assistant to wrap up her dress. This left Sun Ziru feeling as though she had struck a pillow with her fist, inciting her ire. You refuse, do you? Very well. My boyfriend is a close acquaintance of the owner of Hongda Mall. I will call him right now. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. With that, she promptly dialed a number. Yi Qingxue intended to pay and leave, but the sales assistant hesitated, unwilling to sell the dress under the current circumstances. After finishing her call, Sun Ziru smirked at Yi Qingxue, saying, My boyfriend is on his way here. I suggest you comply and remove that dress. Fuming internally, Yi Qingxue turned to Lin Chen and asked, Are you friends with her boyfriend? Lin Chen shrugged. I do not even know who her boyfriend is. Sun Ziru scrutinized Lin Chen with disdain, sneering, My boyfriend certainly does not have such acquaintances. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue looked at Sun Ziru as if she were a fool. Was it truly possible that she was pretending to flaunt her connections while failing to recognize the very person standing before her? This was undoubtedly the biggest joke of the year, and Yi Qingxue felt embarrassed for her. Lin Chen was also curious to discover who Sun Ziru's boyfriend truly was. Just then, a figure entered through the door. Sun Ziru rushed over, exclaiming, Yuan Hang, you finally arrived. The tone of her voice sent shivers down Yi Qingxue's spine, while Lin Chen was left bewildered. Yuan Hang? Lin Chen looked up to find that the newcomer was Zhao Yuanhang. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Zhao Yuanhang disregarded Sun Ziru and approached Lin Chen, asking, Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Sun Ziru was rendered speechless. Lin Chen. She recalled that Zhao Yuanhang had mentioned the new owner of Hongda Mall was named Lin Chen. Suddenly, her complexion turned pale. Yi Qingxue was equally astonished. Lin Chen, do you two really know each other? Lin Chen chuckled. Not only do we know each other, but Hongda Mall used to belong to his family. And he is also my senior at school. At this moment, Zhao Yuanhang scrutinized Yi Qingxue and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhao Yuanhang. One could not help but admire Lin Chen's good fortune with women. To date, he had been surrounded by a succession of attractive companions. First the campus belle Song Qingwan, then Shin Mingqi, and now a tall and beautiful lady. One could only feel envy. Zhao Yuanhang then remembered the reason for his visit. He turned to Sun Ziru and inquired, "By the way, who claimed to be bullying you earlier?" Sun Ziru's face drained of color. No one is bullying me. It was all a misunderstanding," she stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. The expressions of those around them shifted subtly. Zhao Yuanhang seemed to piece things together, his brow furrowing. "The person you claimed was bullying you, it wouldn't happen to be my brother Lin Chen, would it?" "No, it's not like that," Sun Ziru hastily protested, her fear escalating. She understood that Zhao Yuanhang was surrounded by many women, and she was merely one insignificant presence among them. If she had offended the owner of Hongdong Mall, without a doubt, Zhao Yuanhang would kick her to the curb. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing under her. Zhao Yuanhang turned to Lin Chen and said, "Come on, brother, you tell her." Lin Chen glanced at Yi Qinxue and said, "Perhaps you should explain." Yi Qinxue recounted the events that had transpired. Zhao Yuanhang exploded in anger, pointing at Sun Ziru. "Damn it, you dare to flaunt my name to bully others? Besides, who the hell is your boyfriend?" Sun Ziru's face turned ashen. "What? Yuanhang, you didn't say it like that before. Just a joke, and you took it seriously?" Zhao Yuanhang replied impatiently. "Now you've offended my brother. Do not seek me out again." Sun Ziru's face went pale. She had anticipated this day would come, but she never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Ultimately, it was her own recklessness that had led to this situation. Had it not been for today's events, she and Zhao Yuanhang would not have found themselves in this predicament, would they? Seeing her still standing there, Zhao Yuanhang snapped, "What are you still doing here? Leave now? Or do you want me to throw you out?" Tears streaming down her face, Sun Ziru covered her face and fled. Only then did Zhao Yuanhang turn to Lin Chen and ask, "Lin Chen, is this resolution acceptable?" Lin Chen smiled. "This is a matter concerning my senior. I cannot interfere." Zhao Yuanhang sighed. "Ultimately, this is still my fault. How about this? I will treat you all to dinner later as an apology. How does that sound?" "No need for an apology. I am not one to stir up trouble," Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, Zhao Yuanhang insisted, even covering the cost of Yi Qinxue's dress, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Shortly after, the group headed to the Donghai Mingzhu Hotel. Just as they settled down, Lin Chen's phone rang. Chapter 108, A Key for $1. How many do you deserve? A strange phone number appeared on Lin Chen's screen. He frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Lin? I am Lida, the general manager of Huanin Beverages." Huanin Beverages? The name struck a familiar chord in Lin Chen's mind. After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled that his investment, Lecting, had been consistently suppressed by several companies led by Huanin. However, why would they seek him out? They must have gone through considerable effort to obtain his contact information. "What is it that you need from me?" Lin Chen inquired. Lida paused before responding. "It has come to our attention that you have invested 200 million in Lecking. Is that correct?" "Indeed. We would like to understand why you chose Lecking." "In terms of scale and brand effect, Huanin far surpasses Lecking," Lida stated confidently. "Undoubtedly, for you, Huanin is a choice 1,000 times better than Lecking." "Oh," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "my investment choices are none of your concern." Lida attempted to continue speaking, but Lin Chen's retort silenced him. They had gathered some information about Lin Chen. A university student capable of investing 200 million was likely financially supported by his family. Lida took a deep breath and said, "Lecking is our sworn enemy. Your investment in them is an act of defiance against Huanin. Do you understand? I must make it clear, Lecking will not survive. Instead of this path, investing in Huanin would yield returns that would surely satisfy you. What do you think?" "Not a chance," Lin Chen replied coolly. Repeatedly rebuffed, Lida felt a surge of anger. He could not comprehend why Lin Chen was so unyielding. "Are you intent on opposing us?" Lida asked, suppressing his fury. Lin Chen smiled. "A key for $1. How many do you deserve?" With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lin Chen had encountered many arrogant individuals, but the audacity of this one was astonishing. The 200 million belonged to him. He could invest it wherever he wished. Who was he to bark orders? Meanwhile, in his office, Lida was left in shock, listening to the dial tone. He hung up, just like that. His frustration boiled over as he slammed the office phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. He must be taught a lesson. At that moment, his secretary hurriedly interjected, "General manager, please calm down." "Get out," Lida shouted furiously. The secretary hesitated but ultimately chose silence, retreating quietly. With a resounding slap, Lida struck the table, nearly beside himself with rage. How could a mere freshman be so audacious? The thought of the 200 million he could have had for Huanin stung painfully. If only that money had been theirs, their development would have soared to new heights. Unfortunately, that 200 million had revived Lecking instead. He was also intensely curious about how Leking had secured such sponsorship despite their dire circumstances. Nevertheless, they could never allow Leking to rise again. On the other hand, Lin Chen, having hung up the phone, continued to eat his meal nonchalantly. What's wrong? You seem a bit upset. Yi Qinxue expressed her concern. Lin Chen shook his head. It's nothing. Just a lunatic. I'm not angry. Yi Qinxue bit her lip, choosing not to pry further. Since Lin Chen was unwilling to elaborate, she remained silent. Zhao Yuanhang, eager to lighten the mood, chimed in, come on, eat more? The drunken shrimp here is delicious. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite good. As he spoke, he added 2 shrimp to Yi Qinxue's bowl, skillfully peeled for her. Here, enjoy the shrimp. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang again. He wiped his hands and took out his phone, intending to hang up, but noticed it was Yi Zhonghua. Hello, Mr. Lin. There are some matters I need to report to you, Yi Zhonghua said, his tone grave and somewhat anxious, indicating a serious issue. Go ahead, Lin Chen replied. After a deep breath, Yi Zhonghua continued. Recently, Huanin has intensified their efforts to suppress us. During this period, we have not secured a single partnership. Mr. Lin, do you have time to meet? Perhaps we can discuss this in person? Lin Chen glanced at the time. His meal was nearly finished. I'm available. Are you at the office? Yes, Mr. Lin. Will you be coming over? Yes, I'll head there shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Yuanhang asked, so, you have something to attend to? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, a little matter. Zhao Yuanhang looked disappointed. What a pity. I was planning to take you out for some fun later. Lin Chen smiled. We'll have to save it for next time. He then turned to Yi Qinxue. I'll take you home first. Yi Qinxue hesitated, biting her lip before asking, can I go with you? After a moment's thought, Lin Chen decided it would be fine to bring her along. However, when they arrived at the base of Licheng's building, Yi Qinxue appeared bewildered. Isn't this the building where my father works? What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, glancing back at her. Yi Qinxue shook her head. It's nothing. What a coincidence, right? There are several other companies upstairs. Just then, Yi Zhonghua emerged from the building, accompanied by several others. Mr. Lin, In the next moment, Yi Zhonghua was left speechless, and Yi Qinxue stood frozen in place. Dad, Xiaoxue, why are you with Mr. Lin? Chapter 109, Suppression Lin Chen. He glanced at Yi Zhonghua and then at Yi Qinxue. Could it be that these two were father and daughter? However, it made sense. They both shared the surname Yi. And he had never considered this possibility before. Yi Zhonghua also realized it, bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, Mr. Lin, I never expected you to be friends with my daughter. And it appears that your relationship is not merely platonic. His amiable gaze shifted between the two, and an idea blossomed in his mind. Lin Chen was a good man. If he could become his son-in-law. At that moment, Yi Zhonghua felt grateful for having a daughter. If Yi Qinxue could be with Lin Chen, it would be nothing short of perfect. It seemed he needed to encourage Qinxue to pursue this further. Yi Qinxue, equally astonished, stared at her father and Lin Chen. Dad, is Lin Chen the one who invested 200 million in us, saving our company? She exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, she remembered running away from home to oppose her mother's matchmaking with this so-called Lin Chen. Upon hearing her, Yi Zhonghua nodded. Indeed. Yi Qinxue felt a wave of despair. Dad, why didn't you and Mom tell me it was Lin Chen sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have needed to run away. I would have pursued him myself. The thought of the hardships she faced while away from home filled her with sorrow. She could only blame herself for not asking the right questions. However, she glanced at Lin Chen, perplexed. How could he have come up with 200 million? Even as a wealthy heir, it seemed excessive. Despite being from a rich background herself, her situation felt vastly different. It was baffling. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua ushered Lin Chen inside. Come, Mr. Lin, let us speak further within. Watching the two depart, Yi Qinxue stood alone, feeling disoriented in the wind. What was going on? Had her father been taken away? In the office, Yi Zhonghua's expression became grave. Perhaps it's due to the investment from Mr. Lin that the Huanin company has intensified its pressure on us, he remarked. Just then, Lin Chen heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a plot task, assist the conscientious beverage company Leking in overcoming its crisis. Reward, Jinlin Building. Jinlin Building? Wasn't that the office building where Jiangli Company was located? Acquiring Jinlin Building would mean an abundance of rental income. Lin Chen nodded. Yes. I received a call from them today, inquiring why I had not invested in them. It seems they want me to breach our agreement. When bribery failed, they resorted to threats. Lin Chen spoke nonchalantly. Humph. Yi Zhonghua slammed his fist on the table, enraged. The audacity of Huaning is astounding. I cannot believe they would target you. It's utterly shameless. Lin Chen leisurely sipped his tea. If they continue to act so arrogantly, I wouldn't mind turning the beverage industry in Donghai City upside down. Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. Mr. Lin, do you mean? Lin Chen set his teacup down, looking at Yi Zhonghua. Didn't you say they are the leaders in Donghai's beverage industry? Then let us remove them from that position. He did not seek trouble, but he would not allow others to bully him without consequence. It was not in his nature. Let them come, I fear them not. Yi Qinxue stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. Did he possess such confidence? Yi Zhonghua sighed. This is no easy feat, he continued. Leking is currently struggling to move forward. We had hoped to collaborate with Hongda Mall, but they have been partners with Huanying for years. Huanying has threatened that if Hongda cooperates with us, they will terminate their agreement. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and asked, Are you referring to Hongda Mall? Yes. Yi Zhonghua replied, puzzled. What is the matter? Lin Chen retrieved his phone, saying, Wait, I'll make a call. He quickly found the contact information for Pang Dehai, the head of Hongda. Pang Dehai, did someone from Leking discuss a partnership with you previously? Lin Chen inquired. Pang Dehai was somewhat confused. The new owner was said to be uninvolved with Hongda's affairs. Why was he now inquiring about a partnership? Nevertheless, he nodded. Yes. He continued, however, we have a long-standing partnership with Huanying, and with the renewal approaching, Huanying has made it clear that if we collaborate with Leking, they will not renew our contract. After weighing our options, although Leking is a promising new player with good momentum, we believe Huanying's overall strength is greater and more stable. Lin Chen stated directly, prepare the contract immediately, we will sign with Leking. What? Pang Dehai exclaimed, taken aback. But what about Huanying? I am an investor in Leking. Lin Chen replied succinctly. Pang Dehai paused for 2 seconds. He had heard that Leking had secured a 200 million investment. Could it be that this investment was from their owner? If so, that made Leking practically family. All right, boss. I will have the contract prepared immediately. After hanging up, Pang Dehai called his secretary to prepare the contract. Reflecting on how he had previously turned Leking's representatives away, he felt a headache coming on. Had he known Lin Chen was Leking's investor, he would have disregarded any concerns about Huanying. After all, it was better to keep profits within the family. This time, he intended to make a personal visit. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Mr. Lin, were you just on the phone with Pang Dehai from Hongda Mall? Lin Chen nodded. Yi Zhonghua expressed concern. You should be cautious with your approach. Pang Dehai is notoriously proud and has a bad temper. If you issue orders directly, you might offend him. Dad, actually. Yi Qinxue, unable to contain herself, started to speak, only to be silenced by a glare from Yi Zhonghua. We are discussing company matters. Do not interrupt. Yi Qinxue felt helpless. Fine, she thought, but she wished to inform her father that Hongda Mall belonged to Lin Chen. Oh. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn of Pang Dehai's temperament. I never noticed this before. Yi Zhonghua sighed. Indeed. We have visited Hongda Mall several times without ever meeting Pang Dehai. He would hardly come to us. Do not worry. He will come, Lin Chen assured him. How can you be so certain? At that moment, Yi Qinxue interjected. Dad, actually, Hongda Mall is Lin Chen's. What? Yi Zhonghua stood up in shock. Chapter 110. Stay calm. Yi Zhonghua gazed at Lin Chen, his heart filled with astonishment. Mr. Lin, is Hongda Mall truly yours? Lin Chen nodded slightly. It is indeed mine. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission, Yi Zhonghua took a deep breath, at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Lin Chen offered a faint smile. This is merely the beginning. With this revelation, Yi Zhonghua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knowing that they need not worry about Hongda Mall reassured him greatly. He considered himself incredibly fortunate to have encountered Lin Chen. Without Lin Chen's substantial 200 million investment, the survival of their company would have been uncertain. With Lin Chen on board, he even felt they possessed the capability to rival Huanying. Then, as if recalling something, Lin Chen inquired, by the way, do you require a partnership with the Earl Hotel? Earl Hotel? Yi Zhonghua hesitated for a moment. If they could secure a long-term supply, it would indeed be a promising collaboration. What of it? Suddenly, Yi Zhonghua's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the Earl Hotel is also yours? Lin Chen smiled subtly, remaining silent. Beside them, Yi Qinxue sighed. Dad, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yi Zhonghua was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to regain his composure. He quickly lifted his teacup for a sip. I need a moment to process this. Lin Chen chuckled. Chairman Yi, please remain calm. Yi Zhonghua regarded Lin Chen with a complex expression. Calm? That was impossible. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and made a call to notify the Earl Hotel personnel. After discussing company matters for a while, Pang Dehai arrived with his secretary. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he appeared slightly surprised. Boss, you're here too? Lin Chen nodded. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, General Manager Pang. Pang Dehai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. When you give the order, how could I delay? He then turned to Yi Zhonghua. This must be Director Yi of Leking, right? Although Yi Zhonghua had visited several times before, he had always been turned away. Hence Pang Dehai did not recognize him. Recalling having previously denied Yu Zhonghua entry made Pang Dehai feel a bit awkward. Would Yu Zhonghua hold a grudge against him? In the next moment, Yi Zhonghua approached Pang Dehai and extended his hand. General Manager Pang. Greetings, I am Yi Zhonghua. Pang Dehai promptly shook his hand. Director Yi. Good to meet you. Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. Pang Dehai was known for his pride, yet he displayed such respect towards the young Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen was his boss, this demeanor was unexpected. It seemed that Pang Dehai genuinely respected Lin Chen, who indeed possessed remarkable capability. Soon, both parties finalized the contract. At the moment the contract was signed, a notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, Jinlin Tower. After the contract was signed, Yi Zhonghua expressed his concerns. If Huanin learns about our partnership with Hongdao Mall, it could create quite a stir. At that moment, Pang Dehai sneered, create a stir? Even if they do, how far can they go? I have always disapproved of their practices and considered terminating our contract. However, given our long-standing partnership, I endured. Now that the boss has spoken, if they wish to terminate, let them. Without Huanin, we still have numerous partners. The loss would be minimal. Yi Zhonghua nodded, feeling reassured. In that case, I can rest easy. Before long, the representatives from the Earl Hotel arrived. After signing the agreement, they discussed future development plans. As afternoon classes approached, Lin Chen prepared to leave. Yi Qinxue accompanied Yi Zhonghua home. Meanwhile, Huanin swiftly received news of Hongdao Mall's collaboration with Leking. Li De erupted in fury, summoning an emergency meeting. Hongdao Mall clearly does not regard us. Indeed, we have made our stance clear, yet Hongdao Mall persists in opposing us. I cannot fathom why they would choose Leking over us. What should we do now? Are we truly considering terminating our contract with Hongdao? At that moment, all eyes turned to Li De, who surveyed the room with a dark expression. Have you forgotten? Hongdao Mall recently underwent a change in ownership. The crowd exchanged glances. We remember, but what of it? The new owner of Hongdao Mall is named Lin Chen. Li De seethed, and the individual who invested in Leking is also Lin Chen. It was widely known that the new owner of Hongdao was hands-off, delegating all responsibilities to the general manager, Pang Dehai. Thus Li De had overlooked this significant figure. Little did he anticipate that the new owner of Hongdao was the very person investing in Leking. Upon hearing Li De's words, the room fell into stunned silence. If that were the case, their threats against Hongdao Mall appeared utterly absurd. Though each person thought so, none dared voice it. Li De closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing his rage. Given the current situation, it is likely that Hongdao Mall will not concern themselves with whether we terminate our contract. They may even choose to sever ties with us first. What do you propose we do next? Upon hearing this, the previously vocal crowd fell silent. Only one person spoke up. If we terminate our contract with Hongdao Mall, our losses will outweigh theirs. I do not advocate for termination. What alternative do you suggest? Li De inquired. Perhaps we should seek peace. We can deal with Leking later, but we cannot afford to lose Hongdao as a partner. Especially with our new product recently launched. Terminating our contract would be detrimental. At this, Li De regained his composure. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Meanwhile, Lin Chen arrived in class, where Su Mo had saved him a seat as usual. Lin Chen, you seem busier than usual lately, Su Mo remarked curiously. Lin Chen pondered this observation. Indeed, with Licheng's affairs and the upcoming birthday banquet for Song Qingwan tomorrow evening, he was rather occupied. It does seem that way, Lin Chen acknowledged. Su Mo rested her chin on her hand. Is there any way I can assist you? Lin Chen reflected, realizing he had no pressing tasks for her. He smiled. If you truly wish to help, perhaps you could bake me some egg tarts. I've been craving them. Su Mo nodded eagerly. All right. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. Chapter 111. The best defense is offense. With ample time before class commenced, Lin Chen pressed the answer button. Who is this? A respectful voice emanated from the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the legal representative from Jinlin Real Estate. Oh, are you here to discuss the handover procedures? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, we have prepared all the relevant documents. When would you be able to come to Jinlin building for the handover? Alternatively, if you provide us with an address, we can come to you. With a soft thud, the pen in Su Mo's hand fell to the ground. Lin Chen glanced at her, offering a slight smile as he picked up the pen. Su Mo felt flustered. I can come by tomorrow morning, Lin Chen replied. Just then, the modern literature teacher arrived. Lin Chen quickly lowered his head, saying, All right, we'll leave it at that. The teacher has arrived, and I must attend class. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving the legal representative bewildered. The teacher has arrived? What is going on? After terminating the call, Lin Chen turned to Su Mo and smiled. What's the matter? Suemo shook her head, stealing a glance at him. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Chen appeared quite affluent. A handover? Had he purchased another building? Suemo inhaled sharply. During this modern literature class, the teacher requested that students explore the works of various modern literary masters. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Go to the library with Suemo to borrow books. Reward: mastery of chess skills. Chess? Although Lin Chen was not particularly interested in the game, it never hurts to acquire additional skills. Who knows when it may come in handy. Moreover, he needed to borrow some books himself. After class, Lin Chen and Suemo headed to the library together. The grand sign Wen Yuan Si Hai glimmered brilliantly under the sun. Upon entering the library, Suemo halted. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Look over there. Suemo pointed to an elderly gentleman nearby, the library custodian, who appeared to be playing chess against himself. Lin Chen turned to look. Indeed, not far away, an elderly man sat beside a chessboard, engaged in a solitary match, murmuring to himself. Perhaps he has no one to play with, Lin Chen chuckled. Suemo nodded in agreement. That must be it. Let us borrow some books first, she suggested. All right. The two proceeded to the modern literature section. Lin Chen, a fan of Lao Shi's works, selected 4 generations under one roof and tea house. After securing his books, Lin Chen approached Suemo, only to find her standing before a bookshelf, gazing longingly at the volumes perched atop. She then tiptoed, stretching her arms in a futile attempt to reach the books. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, Suemo rolled up her sleeves and leapt, determined to retrieve the 2 tomes, her ponytail bouncing merrily. Ugh, I still can't reach them. How frustrating. She pouted. Just then, a tall figure appeared behind her. Lin Chen effortlessly reached up and retrieved the 2 books. As Suemo turned around, she found herself face to chest with Lin Chen. Hearing his strong heartbeat, her face flushed, either from embarrassment or lingering frustration. Thank you, Suemo stammered, accepting the books from Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen smiled gently. You're welcome. After borrowing their books, they proceeded to register them. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed the elderly gentleman still engrossed in his solitary chess game, seemingly stuck in the same position, with no victor in sight. Shall we take a look? Suemo asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled. Sure. It seems Suemo was also a chess enthusiast. They approached the elderly man, who, despite his age, appeared remarkably spry. Soon, they could hear his continuous murmuring. Oh dear, that move was a mistake. It should have been this way. Now, this side should move like this. Yes, this works. After observing for several minutes without a resolution, he finally glanced up at Lin Chen and Suemo, scrutinizing them before smiling warmly. You've been watching me for quite some time. Do you also enjoy playing chess? Suemo nodded. Yes, we do, sir. But why are you playing against yourself? The elderly gentleman chuckled. Because it has become increasingly difficult for me to find someone capable of defeating me. So I must play against myself. Suemo's eyes widened in surprise. Then you must be quite skilled at chess. At that moment, Lin Chen interjected with a grin. Old man, care for a match? You? The elderly man appraised Lin Chen for a moment before shaking his head. You are still young. Winning against you would lack grace. Lin Chen smiled slightly, remaining silent as he repositioned one of the pieces on the board. The old man furrowed his brow. Why move it there? But within seconds, his eyes lit up. He then swiftly maneuvered several pieces on the board. Victory was determined. I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. I completely overlooked it. The elderly gentleman beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Suemo looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen, you're amazing. Modesty is key, he replied. Shall we play a round? The old man chuckled. Lin Chen laughed. A round? Do you think this is mahjong? With that, he took a seat opposite the chessboard. Hearing this, the elderly gentleman burst into hearty laughter. I enjoy mahjong as well. Suemo found a small stool nearby and sat beside Lin Chen. Once the pieces were arranged, Lin Chen spoke. All right, old man, you go first. The elderly man smiled. Are you so confident? As he spoke, he placed a piece on the board. After several rounds, Lin Chen remarked, Old man, your chess style is remarkably steady. Flattered by Lin Chen's compliment, the elderly man's whiskers nearly soared. Young lad, when I started playing chess, your father hadn't even been born yet. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. However, an overly stable style can sometimes be a disadvantage. As he spoke, Lin Chen captured one of the elderly man's horses. The old man was taken aback. Why are you so aggressive? Aren't you worried I'll capture your chariot? He racked his brain, ultimately moving his chariot away. He intended to capture Lin Chen's chariot. But Lin Chen's chariot was guarded by a watchful cannon. Lin Chen smirked slyly. Old man, your earlier statement about your steady chess style was not unfounded. You place too much emphasis on defense, lacking in offensiveness. Thus, when confronted by an opponent in a life-or-death exchange, your strategy falters. Unbeknownst to him, the best defense is indeed offense. As Lin Chen placed another piece, he declared, "Checkmate. Old man, you may concede." The elderly gentleman appeared dazed. Chapter 112. The former principal, his face was a canvas of astonishment, yet more prevalent was the delight that danced in his eyes. How many years had it been since anyone had bested him in chess? At that moment, Su Mo beside him clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Lin Chen has won." The old gentleman raised his brows and regarded Lin Chen with a twinkle in his eye. "You are Lin Chen? Quite impressive. It has been ages since I found a worthy opponent. But do not take pride too soon. I was merely underestimating you and allowed you to seize the opportunity. Shall we have another game?" Hearing this, Lin Chen turned to Su Mo and gently inquired, "Are you in a hurry?" Su Mo promptly shook her head. Satisfied, Lin Chen addressed the old gentleman. "In that case, let us engage in another match." Having learned from the previous encounter, the old gentleman approached this game with heightened caution. In contrast, Lin Chen maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor as he faced off against the old man. After several rounds of intense confrontation, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on the old gentleman's forehead, while Su Mo, observing from the sidelines, felt her heart race with anxiety. Upon witnessing the old gentleman's move, Lin Chen chuckled, "Old man, you still underestimate me. You wish to capture my pieces before fully comprehending my strategy?" With that, Lin Chen launched an offensive toward the old man's stronghold. The old gentleman's beard trembled with indignation. You intentionally exposed a flaw to bait me?" Lin Chen merely smiled in silence. At this juncture, the old man had no choice but to sacrifice a piece to protect his king. Yet, it was too late. Checkmate. The old gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief. He had lost again, twice to a young man. Su Mo was brimming with excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap up and kiss him. However, she was all enthusiasm and no courage. Just then, the old gentleman turned to Lin Chen, his expression suddenly serious. "Young man, who taught you to play chess?" Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, "Self-taught." The old gentleman shook his head. "I refuse to believe it. It is nearly impossible to reach such a level without guidance." At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Principal, are you still here playing chess?" They turned to see Vice Principal Su, who was equally astonished. "Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" As his gaze fell upon the chessboard before them, he laughed. "Are you playing chess with the old principal? Ha ha ha, that's great." The old principal was once the national champion. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively. A hero should not dwell on past glories. Besides, this young man is no simple opponent. I have lost to him twice. "Wait a moment," Lin Chen interjected, suddenly bewildered. He glanced between the elderly gentleman and Vice Principal Su. "This is the old principal?" Vice Principal Su confirmed. "Indeed, he is our retired principal." Lin Chen was taken aback. So, the person he had just defeated was the retired principal? He felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have held back. The old principal stroked his beard and looked at Lin Chen. "You are Lin Chen? A splendid name, a treasure that shall not tarnish." Lin Chen felt slightly embarrassed. "You flatter me. I truly did not mean to offend." The old gentleman burst into laughter. "Do you think I am an unreasonable man? Fear not. I am delighted. Do come visit often for chess and companionship." Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. With the principal persistently seeking his guidance in calligraphy, and now an old principal as well, who could rescue him? He merely wished to earn a living and perhaps flirt a little. Thus, one must tread carefully when flaunting one's talents. Noticing that it was getting late, Lin Chen said, "All right, old principal, Vice Principal Su, it is time for us to take our leave." After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Chen and Su Mo departed. Watching their retreating figures, the old principal couldn't help but exclaim, "Today's youth are remarkable. A strong youth makes a strong nation. With students like these at Donghai University, we are fortunate." Vice Principal Su nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lin Chen is quite the figure in our school." "Oh," the old principal became intrigued. "Pray tell more. I wonder if you have heard about a new student this year who arrived via helicopter on the first day of school?" Vice Principal Su remarked. The old principal stroked his beard. "I have heard whispers of this. Could it be that this new student is Lin Chen?" Vice Principal Su affirmed with a nod, recounting Lin Chen's exploits. He then added, "I have also heard that he possesses considerable skill in calligraphy. Even the principal frequently seeks his advice." The old principal's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that truly the case?" Vice Principal Su solemnly nodded. "Absolutely true." As he observed Lin Chen and Su Mo's departure, the old principal squinted slightly. This young man's future is boundless. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Mo was radiant with excitement. Unable to contain herself, Lin Chen. "Who would have thought that the old gentleman was the retired principal?" Lin Chen sighed. I hadn't anticipated it either. Had I known, I would have refrained from playing. Meanwhile, Su Mo gazed at Lin Chen with admiration. You are incredible. I also enjoy chess, but I am just a novice. Lin Chen chuckled and ruffled her hair. Silly girl, who calls herself a novice? Su Mo blinked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Another head pat. However, being with Lin Chen always brought her joy, as if she were walking on air. Lin Chen glanced at her quizzically. What is you in such high spirits? It looks like your tail is about to lift off the ground. Su Mo tilted her head, her large eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Is it that obvious? Indeed. Su Mo smiled brightly. I am simply happy today. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Lin Chen, if you have some time in the future, could you teach me how to play chess? Her cautious demeanor amused Lin Chen. He couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheeks. That will depend on your sincerity. Su Mo paused, touching her cheek where he had pinched. Then, I will make you egg tarts. Lin Chen shook his head. Not enough. Su Mo was at a loss. But I can only make egg tarts. What else do you like to eat? I can learn. Learn? Lin Chen keenly picked up on her wording. You learned to make egg tarts specifically for me? Su Mo's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. How did you know? Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Realizing she had gone out of her way to learn to cook for him, where could one find a girl like her? As he glanced at the time, noting it was past 7, he asked, Are you busy later? Su Mo shook her head. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Come. Let us treat you to a meal as a reward. Chapter 113. Lin Chen again when Lin Chen returned to the dormitory with Su Mo. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Chen washed up and went to bed. The next day, he rose early and had breakfast, intending to head to the Jinlin International Building to handle the transfer paperwork. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Jiaqing Company at Jinlin International Building, Zhang Li sat in a plush, high-end chair, browsing rental listings for office spaces on her computer. The lease for her current space was up, but the landlord was unwilling to renew at the original price, opting instead for a 30% increase, which exceeded her acceptable range. Thus, she was left with no choice but to search for a new location. However, several days had passed, and she had yet to find any promising leads. Zhang Li sighed deeply. Was she to accept the landlord's terms? A 30% increase was no trivial sum. More importantly, human nature is greedy. If she compromised this time, the landlord might very well raise the rent again under various pretenses in the future. She had truly been troubled by this matter. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the office door. It was her secretary, Zhang Yuanyuan. Come in, Zhang Li said. Chairman, I just heard something, Zhang Yuanyuan began. What is it? Speak plainly, Zhang Li replied. It concerns your recent worries about the lease. I just heard that Jinlin building has been acquired, and the new owner seems to be coming for the handover today, Zhang Yuanyuan reported. Zhang Li was taken aback and immediately stood up. Are you serious? Zhang Yuanyuan quickly clarified. I only just heard someone mention it and went to investigate. It appears to be true. Zhang Li furrowed her brow. If Jinlin International Building had indeed changed owners, there might be room for negotiation regarding the rent. Do you know when the handover is? She inquired. That is still unclear. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at Jinlin Building and went straight to the top floor office. Jiang Li was waiting for news from Zhang Yuanyuan in her office when her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. She picked it up and noticed a group message. Lin Chen? Lin Chen has joined the group? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Li's eyes. Just moments ago, her secretary had mentioned the change of ownership at Jinlin International Building, and now Lin Chen had entered the tenant group. Either Lin Chen had rented an office there, or he was the new owner. Among these two possibilities, she leaned towards the latter. However, this revelation left her utterly astonished. Where had Lin Chen acquired such wealth? Contemplating this, she quickly sent several messages to Lin Chen. Did you come to Jinlin International Building today? Lin Chen promptly replied. I'm on the top floor now. Upon reading those words, Jiang Li's pupils dilated slightly. The top floor housed the office of Jinlin International Building. If Lin Chen was there, it was likely for the handover. Did you purchase Jinlin International Building? Jiang Li asked directly. Lin Chen responded, Yes, what's wrong? Jiang Li took a deep breath and typed a few lines. Landlord, our lease is about to expire. Can we renew at the original price? Lin Chen swiftly replied. That depends on whether General Jiang has sincerity. Jiang Li smiled and sent a playful emoji before immediately calling her secretary. Come back and prepare the lease renewal contract. What? You don't want me to investigate any further? The secretary asked, astonished. Jiang Li chuckled. No need. The one who bought Jinlin International Building is Lin Chen. After hanging up, Jiang Li sent Lin Chen a message. After the handover, come to my office. I assure you, you'll see my sincerity. Lin Chen smiled upon reading her message. Indeed, Jiang Li was clever as a fox. After completing the series of handover procedures, Lin Chen went directly to the 6th floor to visit Lecking Company. Upon reaching the office door, he spotted Zhang Li engrossed in her documents. Lin Chen raised his hand and gently tapped on the door. Zhang Li looked up and saw Lin Chen leaning against the door frame. "You really have a knack for surprising me," she exclaimed with a playful laugh. "Come in and take a seat." Lin Chen smiled as he entered the office and settled onto a sofa in the lounge area. Zhang Li then stood up to personally brew him a cup of tea. "May I indulge in a moment of self-admiration?" she asked with a smile, placing the tea in front of Lin Chen before taking a seat on the opposite sofa. Lin Chen raised the cup and arched an eyebrow. "Oh, how so?" Zhang Li gazed at Lin Chen for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "Last time, when my company faced a financial crisis, you directly invested 300 million, allowing us to weather the storm. And now, with the landlord's rent increase leaving no room for negotiation, I've been searching for days without success. Yet here you are, having bought the entire Jinlin International building." She trailed off, smiling. "It seems that every time I am in dire need, you appear." Lin Chen chuckled. "It appears that in your eyes, I have become a foolish monarch, spending billions just to elicit a smile from a beauty. How could that be?" Zhang Li retorted. "It is already the year 2022. However, I must admit, I quite like your current demeanor." "Really?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "By the way, didn't you want to renew the lease? Shouldn't I be in the office to see your sincerity?" Zhang Li hesitated for a moment. "Otherwise, shall we go to a hotel?" This time, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. It seemed Zhang Li was indeed clever. He could not outmaneuver her. "Chairman Zhang is jesting. However, I do have a favor to ask of you," Lin Chen said, sitting up straighter. "Go on," Zhang Li encouraged. Lin Chen recounted. "A friend of mine is hosting a birthday party today, and I haven't chosen a gift yet. I was wondering if you could accompany me to pick out something suitable. I've been quite busy these past few days and nearly forgot. Otherwise, I would be empty-handed tonight." Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. "A female friend? How did you know?" Lin Chen was surprised. He hadn't specified their gender. Zhang Li covered her mouth and laughed. "If it were a male friend, would you really need my help to choose? That would be rather foolish, wouldn't it?" Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I suppose that's true." Then Zhang Li asked, "A girlfriend?" "Not at all. She's a senior from school," Lin Chen quickly clarified. "All right, I understand now. When shall we go?" Zhang Li inquired. "Let's have a meal first. And then we can head out," Lin Chen suggested. Zhang Li nodded. "Sounds good." After signing the lease renewal contract, the two went downstairs for a meal before heading to the International Financial Center. After all, the International Financial Center was a paradise for shoppers, making it the perfect place to choose a gift. Chapter 114. Does your boyfriend know? Upon arriving at the Guojin Center, Zhang Li led Lin Chen directly to the 6th floor. "What price range are you considering?" Zhang Li inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen replied, "The price is not a concern. The gift just needs to be appropriate." Seeing his response, Zhang Li said nothing further, and the two proceeded to the 6th floor. For a young lady, necklaces and bracelets are generally irresistible. Since she is a senior, she must still be a student. Therefore, they should avoid anything too ostentatious. Otherwise, it may end up languishing in a drawer. Listening to Zhang Li's insightful analysis, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, girls understand each other best. And it seemed he had chosen the right person to assist him. Soon after, Lin Chen followed Zhang Li into a Cartier boutique. After a brief exploration, Zhang Li's eyes were drawn to a sapphire bracelet displayed prominently in the central showcase. Turning to the sales assistant nearby, she pointed at the sapphire bracelet and said, "Could you please bring that out for me to examine?" "Certainly," the sales assistant replied, donning a pair of professional white gloves and delicately retrieving the sapphire bracelet from the glass case. "Madam, you have an excellent eye. This bracelet is a new addition. We have only one in the store, and it is considered our signature piece." Zhang Li scrutinized the bracelet closely and turned to Lin Chen, asking, "I think this one is quite nice. What do you think?" Lin Chen nodded. "I also find it appealing. Let us go with this one." The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, surveying Lin Chen with a discerning gaze. Noting that he did not appear to be the type who could afford such an exquisite piece, she hadn't yet disclosed the price, perhaps leading him to believe it was not expensive. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. "Is it really that casual?" Lin Chen chuckled. "When it comes to your choices, can they be anything less than exceptional? I trust your judgment. You truly have faith in me. Now I'm beginning to worry. What if your friend doesn't like it? That would be quite the faux pas. How could she possibly dislike it?" At that moment, the sales assistant, slightly awkward, interjected. "This is our store's signature piece, so it is relatively pricey." "How much?" Lin Chen inquired. 5,990,000. Zhang Li gasped, taken aback by the unexpected cost of the bracelet she had casually chosen. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The sales assistant sighed internally, realizing the reality of the situation. 600,000 is still manageable. It's not exorbitant, Lin Chen remarked. Both Jiang Li and the sales assistant were astonished. To refer to a bracelet costing nearly 6 million as merely manageable was confounding. At that moment, Lin Chen produced a bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. Please process the payment. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned, then quickly called another assistant over to handle the transaction with Lin Chen's card. Once the assistant returned with confirmation of the successful payment, she began to carefully package the exquisite necklace, her mind still reeling in disbelief. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. This experience had become a valuable lesson for her. With the elegantly wrapped gift box in hand, Lin Chen departed the Guijin Center with Jiang Li. After escorting her home, Lin Chen drove directly to Song Qingwan's place, arriving by 3 in the afternoon. Oh, I've arrived too early, he mused, recalling that Song Qingwan had mentioned the gathering would commence around 6. With 3 hours to spare, Lin Chen initially considered seeking out Song Qingwan, but opted instead to find a place to rest, feeling quite fatigued from the day's endeavors. He opened his navigation app and located a nearby Ritz-Carlton hotel. After parking his car at the entrance, he approached the front desk. Nearby stood a couple. The man appeared to be in his 50s, bald with a significant beer belly, while the woman, much younger, seemed to be in her 20s, dressed in a rather flamboyant manner and exuding a strong scent of perfume. Lin Chen merely glanced at them before diverting his gaze. Hello. I would like to book an hourly room. What types of rooms do you have available? Lin Chen inquired. Perhaps due to the stark contrast between the youthful, handsome Lin Chen and the older gentleman beside him, the glamorous woman could not resist stealing glances at him. The receptionist smiled gently. Sir, we offer standard rooms, executive rooms, and deluxe rooms for hourly rentals. Lin Chen paused, then asked, what about the presidential suite? Is that available? We do have a presidential suite, but it can only be booked for a full day, not by the hour, the receptionist promptly explained. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. Then I shall book the presidential suite. Almost instantaneously, the flamboyant woman turned to Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling with interest. The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor. Sir, the presidential suite is quite expensive. If you only intend to rest for a few hours, we would recommend the deluxe or executive rooms as they are more economical. However, Lin Chen simply retrieved his bank card. No need for that. I'll take the presidential suite. At that moment, the glamorous woman pulled out her phone, adjusting it to display her WeChat contact information, directing the screen toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, casting her a dubious glance. She seemed to think he hadn't grasped her intent and winked playfully at him. Lin Chen, exasperated, remarked, how pretentious, and stepped back to create distance between them. The woman appeared somewhat embarrassed, but quickly shrugged it off. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's accommodation had been arranged, and the receptionist returned his bank card. Sir, your personal concierge is on their way and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Please hold on for a moment. All right. Lin Chen nodded and took a seat on a nearby sofa. While scrolling through his phone, an overpowering scent of perfume wafted over, prompting Lin Chen to wrinkle his nose slightly. He turned to see the same woman had settled beside him. Hey there, can we be friends? She smiled, her hand casually resting on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen immediately stood up and shifted to another seat. The woman looked momentarily taken aback, but quickly chuckled. Come on. Don't be so aloof. I'm quite open-minded. I'm up for anything. As she leaned slightly forward, she presented an enticing view to Lin Chen. With such openness, does your boyfriend know about this? Chapter 115, An Unexpected Visitor. What? The surrounding individuals were taken aback. Her recent boyfriend? Observing her flirtatious demeanor, I had assumed this young man was indeed her partner. Upon hearing this, the woman's face paled, and she turned to Lin Chen, saying, Handsome, it's merely a friendship. There's no need for such dramatics, is there? Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance her way and replied coolly, Where's the uncle you were just with? Are you not accompanying him to find me? Does he know? After uttering these words, Lin Chen stepped aside, engrossed in his phone. Such a woman was not worthy of even a second glance from him. However, his remarks stirred a tempest of thoughts among those present. The implication was that this woman had arrived with her boyfriend only to flirt with other men? Incredible. What audacity. A true master of time management. This was alarming. The city's complexities ran deep, and I longed to return to my rural roots. Who would have thought that someone who appeared somewhat decent could be so shameless? The onlookers' gazes towards her shifted, becoming laden with meaning. The woman's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, sitting on edge. This was a predicament she had never encountered before. Typically, when someone like her made a move, even with such blatant implications, most men would be swayed. Even those unwilling would not have brought her to such a state of embarrassment. Yet, encountering someone like Lin Chen, who defied all norms, was a first for her. As her face shifted in color, witnessing the escalating situation, many began to point fingers at her, and some even pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Startled, she hastily covered her face and fled the scene. Throughout it all, Lin Chen did not cast another glance her way. At that moment, his personal butler arrived. The presidential suite was always accompanied by a personal steward, and Lin Chen's butler, a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, exuded an air of nobility. The butler slightly bowed and said, "Sir, please follow me." After arriving at the presidential suite, Lin Chen dismissed him, requesting not to be disturbed. As he intended to rest for just an hour, the butler's role was merely to escort him. After resting for a while, Lin Chen awoke to find it was already past 6. He quickly checked his phone and noticed several messages from Song Qingwan. "Lin Chen, have you arrived? I've saved a spot for you. Why aren't you here yet? Is everything all right?" Lin Chen promptly replied, "I'm fine, just overslept. I'll be there shortly." Approximately in half an hour. Upon receiving Lin Chen's message, Song Qingwan, who had been anxiously waiting due to his prolonged absence, felt her heart finally settle. Just then, footsteps approached the private room's entrance. Expecting Lin Chen, she looked up with excitement, only for her smile to freeze in an instant. "Xiaohan." Song Qingwan gazed at the newcomer in disbelief. He was impeccably dressed, his hair slicked back to a shine. She distinctly remembered not sending an invitation to Xiaohan. How had he arrived? Xiaohan wore a gentle smile. "Wan, it's been a while. Happy birthday." Song Qingwan's expression soured, yet she refrained from dismissing him outright. "It's been a while." At this moment, their classmates began to stir. "I didn't see Xiaohan before. I was wondering. He just returned to the country. How could he miss such an occasion?" Indeed, considering the history between Qiwan and Xiaohan, they've known each other since childhood. "I heard Xiaohan hasn't dated anyone since he has been pursuing Qingwan. Wow, Qingwan must be incredibly fortunate." A flicker of displeasure crossed Song Qingwan's face. Xiaohan was her middle school classmate, who had persistently pursued her since their early years, yet she found him utterly distasteful. His pursuit was tainted by the fact that he had a girlfriend at the time, a true scoundrel, the king of playboys. However, in the eyes of their classmates, he was a paragon of virtue. Hypocritical. After he left to study abroad, she had scarcely seen him again. To her surprise, he had returned at this precise moment. Xiaohan, oblivious to Song Qingwan's discomfort, spotted an empty seat beside her and gleefully approached, taking a seat next to her. "Wan, you truly still have a place for me. You left a seat beside you," Xiaohan remarked with a grin. This statement was double-edged. He not only referred to the vacant seat but also presumed that Song Qingwan had reserved a space in her heart for him, given that she was still single. Just as Song Qingwan attempted to clarify that the seat was for Lin Chen, the classmates began to tease again. No wonder the seat beside Qingwan was vacant. It was reserved for Xiaohan. "I'm feeling envious, attending a birthday party and being inundated with dog food. Indeed, the banquet hasn't even commenced. And I'm already full. Say, are you two on the verge of something special?" In an instant, the glances directed at Song Qingwan and Xiaohan became laden with implications. Hearing this, Song Qingwan grew flustered and hurriedly clarified. "My relationship with him is not what you think. Please don't misunderstand." "Haha, yes, not yet, but perhaps it will be soon?" Laughter erupted as the crowd assumed Song Qingwan was merely shy. Irritated, Song Qingwan shot an exasperated look at Xiaohan. "You ought to clarify." Xiaohan chuckled, nodding at her before turning to the crowd. "All right, everyone, calm down. We are indeed not in that kind of relationship." Only then did Song Qingwan feel a slight relief. However, Xiaohan continued, "Although we are not now, I will certainly make an effort." "Wow. See, I told you there's something brewing between them. Otherwise, why would Qingwan reserve a seat for Xiaohan?" "Exactly." Taking a deep breath, Song Qingwan clarified, "I did save a seat, but it's not for you. I'm expecting another friend to arrive." As she spoke, she looked at Xiaohan. "I had no idea you were back in the country, nor that you would attend my birthday party. How could I have reserved a spot for you?" Song Qingwan's words offered no quarter to Xiaohan. His expression faltered for a moment, revealing his awkwardness, igniting a flicker of anger within him. The surrounding classmates exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with intrigue, suppressing the rising ire. Xiaohan smiled. "Then, for whom is this seat reserved?" At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance of the room. "Is this seat reserved for me?" Chapter 116. I am her boyfriend. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze towards the entrance, where Lin Chen stood. Simultaneously, all eyes in the private room turned to him. "Who is he? Do you know him?" "No. Didn't Qingwan just say she had a friend coming? Perhaps that's him." Xiaohan is also present. Doesn't this create a rather awkward atmosphere? At that moment, Song Qingwan promptly rose and approached Lin Chen. "Why are you only arriving now? As she spoke, she effortlessly took hold of Lin Chen's arm and instructed the waiter behind her to add 2 more seats. Lin Chen smiled and inquired, "Am I not here alone? Why add 2 seats? Do you have another friend coming?" Song Qingwan shook her head and whispered, "No, I want to sit with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at the table behind them and seemed to grasp the situation. From the moment he entered, a man beside the main seat had exhibited a distinctly hostile demeanor towards him, coupled with the comments he overheard earlier at the entrance. It was evident that this fellow likely regarded him as a rival. Meanwhile, the waiter had arranged the 2 additional seats. Song Qingwan led Lin Chen over to sit down. Observing this, Xiao Han's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of blue and white. If he still failed to comprehend the situation, he would be a fool. The seat he occupied was clearly reserved for this man by Song Qingwan. Could it be that during his time studying abroad, she had already taken a boyfriend? The mere thought of this possibility stirred a deep discomfort within Xiao Han, akin to a sense of betrayal. Despite the fact that he and Song Qingwan had never shared a substantial relationship, the surrounding classmates witnessing this scene were equally uncomfortable. The previously lively atmosphere had dissipated entirely with Lin Chen's arrival. Song Qingwan felt uneasy, simultaneously regretting the situation she had placed Lin Chen in. She had not anticipated Xiao Han's presence, which had ensnared all 3 of them in this awkward predicament. Xiao Han was the first to break the silence. "Wan, could you introduce us?" Although directed at Song Qingwan, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Chen, exuding palpable hostility. Lin Chen, too, felt the weight of this animosity. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Pretend to be Song Qingwan's boyfriend and help her rid herself of Xiao Han's entanglement. Reward: shares in Chinsi Media Company, Limited." Pretend to be Song Qingwan's boyfriend? Just as Song Qingwan was about to introduce Lin Chen, he gently patted her hand, interrupting her. Song Qingwan looked at him, puzzled. What does this mean? With a subtle smile, Lin Chen introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Chen, Qingwan's boyfriend." A collective gasp filled the room as all eyes turned to Lin Chen. He is Qingwan's boyfriend? Why had no one heard about her having a boyfriend before? Is it true? I believe it is. Look, Qingwan is right here. He wouldn't dare to lie, someone remarked. But what about Xiao Han? This is rather awkward, considering he came to confess. What now? Qingwan already has a boyfriend. Song Qingwan appeared equally stunned, gazing at Lin Chen, clearly still processing the revelation. Lin Chen subtly patted her hand again, signaling her to follow his lead. Regaining her composure, she declared, "Yes, he is my boyfriend." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Han, whose face was darkened with displeasure. Xiao Han took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile. "So sudden? Why didn't I hear about this before?" Song Qingwan responded coolly, "I intended to announce it at the birthday banquet." Lin Chen added, "It's just a relationship. There's no need to broadcast it to the world." Song Qingwan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Han scrutinized Lin Chen and, with a hint of regret, stated, "In that case, I can only wish you both well." "Thank you," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Xiao Han then retrieved an exquisite small box from his pocket, approached Song Qingwan, and opened it to reveal a stunning diamond ring. This was originally meant for his confession today, but now it seemed futile, as Song Qingwan already had a boyfriend. However, he believed that apart from being shorter and less handsome than Lin Chen, he outshone him in every other regard. He was determined to prove that Lin Chen could not match this grand gesture. Upon seeing the ring, the classmates erupted with excitement. "Wow, a diamond ring. That must be several carats. It looks incredibly expensive. Xiao Han must have put a lot of thought into choosing this gift. What a shame. If only Qingwan could wait a little longer for Xiao Han." The student who made that comment immediately realized their mistake and hastily covered their mouth. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other classmates shifted to Lin Chen, tinged with dissatisfaction. After all, Xiao Han and Song Qingwan were the couple they had hoped for. Now that she was with Lin Chen, it felt to them like a beautiful flower had been placed in a pile of dung. Not to mention, several of Xiao Han's supporters were present. One of them looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Since Brother Han has presented such a significant diamond ring to Song Qingwan, shouldn't you, as her boyfriend, also offer something?" Eager to defend Lin Chen, Song Qingwan interjected, "I cannot accept this gift. A diamond ring carries special meaning, and I already have a boyfriend." The individual chuckled, glancing at Song Qingwan. "Why are you so anxious? Your boyfriend hasn't even spoken yet. Is it possible he can't afford such a fine gift, so you're defending him? If that's the case, then comparing the two, Brother Han is undoubtedly the better choice. Why not choose him instead?" Song Qingwan's face turned ashen. "You should be more careful with your words." She was furious. What should have been a delightful birthday banquet had turned into chaos due to Xiao Han's arrival. She felt guilty for having invited Lin Chen, subjecting him to such discomfort. At that moment, Lin Chen picked up the diamond ring from the table and examined it. This ring must be worth a fortune, he thought. Xiaohan chuckled. Not much. Just over $1 million. The classmates erupted once more. Well, what a generous offer. Just over $1 million for a ring. Over $1 million, and he claims it's not much? If I were Qingwan, I would undoubtedly choose Xiaohan. Song Qingwan's expression darkened to the extreme, ready to lash out when Lin Chen produced a small box and handed it to her. This is for you. Open it and see. Chapter 117. A heroic rescue. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to the exquisite little gift box in her hands. This is for me? Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Nearby, a few classmates began to murmur softly among themselves. Judging by the box, it appeared to be Cartier. She slowly opened the box, revealing a delicate sapphire bracelet inside. Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled. A bracelet? How beautiful. I adore it. Lin Chen smiled gently. If you like it, wear it. Indeed. Song Qingwan promptly adorned her wrist with the bracelet, which accentuated the elegance of her fair skin. At that moment, a discerning female classmate recognized the bracelet and gasped in shock. My goodness, that must be the new model from Cartier, right? It's exceedingly expensive. I admire it too, but my wallet won't allow it. However, someone else scoffed dismissively. It's just a bracelet, even if it's pricey. How much could it really be? Is it worth more than the necklace that Hanga gave? The girl shot a disapproving glance at the skeptic. This is sapphire. Nearly $6 million. How can you say it's not worth much? A collective gasp swept through the room. A bracelet worth $6 million? Seriously? This gift is astonishing. $6 million for a birthday present. Impressive. Meanwhile, Xiaohan's expression froze in disbelief. He never anticipated that the bracelet Lin Chen gifted would be so costly. Yet, skepticism lingered in the air. Qingwan, your boyfriend doesn't seem particularly affluent. Could this not be a counterfeit? With this remark, all eyes shifted back to Lin Chen, filled with scrutiny, doubt, and disdain. At that moment, Song Qingwan stood up, her gaze icy. I invited you here not to question my boyfriend and to add to my distress. The individual awkwardly touched their nose and chuckled sheepishly, quickly adding, I apologize, I was just speaking bluntly, not intentionally. Another female classmate, unable to remain silent, interjected, that's the bracelet from the Cartier at the National Gold Center, right? Clearly, it's authentic, it's not a fake. Moreover, even a counterfeit could not achieve such craftsmanship. Everyone was momentarily startled. If this bracelet were genuine, then Song Qingwan's boyfriend might be wealthier than Xiaohan. As dishes began to arrive, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate slightly. Nonetheless, Xiaohan commenced reminiscing about his childhood with Song Qingwan, such as the times he led her to skip classes and helped her with her studies. Ultimately, he turned to Lin Chen, remarking, given our close relationship, you wouldn't mind, would you? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he this reminiscent of the green tea phrases one often encountered online? Had he encountered a male green tea? At that juncture, Song Qingwan interjected, Xiaohan. That's enough. She had defended Lin Chen multiple times during the gathering, which had already irked Xiaohan. Now, he could no longer contain himself. Song Qingwan, do you genuinely believe you and he can last? Song Qingwan furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Our families have collaborated for so long, and we are family friends. My parents have already regarded you as a potential daughter-in-law. Are you not concerned that introducing a boyfriend might jeopardize our family's relationship? Xiaohan asserted. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's expression turned frigid. What do you mean? Is this an overt threat? Xiaohan scoffed. I advise you to sever ties with this guy quickly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my father won't be enraged enough to terminate our agreement. At this point, the palpable tension silenced the room. However, a cold laugh echoed from the entrance. Huh? Terminate the agreement? Then please, go ahead. Everyone turned to see Song Jiaming enter, clad in a black suit. He had initially not intended to come, but upon hearing that Lin Chen was present, he felt he couldn't just stay away. Song Qingwan was taken aback. Dad? What brings you here? Xiaohan felt awkward. Uncle Song. It seemed he had unwittingly revealed his earlier remarks to Song Jiaming, who looked furious. At that moment, Xiaohan began to regret his words. His earlier impulsive outburst now weighed heavily on his mind as he understood the ramifications. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaming cast a cool glance at Xiaohan. I cannot bear the title of Uncle Song. Please refer to me as Mr. Song. Xiaohan was bewildered. He could not comprehend how the previously amiable Uncle Song had become so cold towards him. Was it merely due to the harsh words he had just spoken? The ensuing scene left everyone in shock. Uncle Song, you've misunderstood. I was joking just now. At that moment, Song Jiaming raised a hand to interrupt him. We will discuss this matter later. Despite Xiaohan's simmering frustration, he had no choice but to remain silent. Then, Song Jiaming slightly bowed towards Lin Chen. I apologize, Mr. Lin, for any distress you have endured. The room fell into a state of disbelief. Xiao Han's mouth hung agape, unable to process the situation. Why was Song Qingwan's father treating this young man with such deference? Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's quite all right. Mr. Lin, I will provide you with an explanation. Song Jiaming's demeanor turned serious. It is known that during the company's crisis, their family received no assistance, not even from the so-called prestigious Xiao family, who stood idly by. If not for Lin Chen, their company might have collapsed long ago. Thus, Lin Chen was not merely a partner, but a benefactor to them. At this point, Song Jiaming turned his attention back to Xiao Han, his tone icy. This establishment does not welcome those who show disrespect towards Mr. Lin. I suggest you leave. Young Master Xiao. Xiao Han's face turned a ghastly shade. Uncle Song, what do you mean by that? The literal interpretation. Others exchanged glances, realizing that Song Jiaming was issuing an eviction order. With such a declaration, Xiao Han found it untenable to remain any longer. He muttered his farewells and hastily exited. As Xiao Han left the private room, Lin Chen's task was accomplished, and the system's notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring Chintzy Media Company, Limited. The banquet was drawing to a close, and with Xiao Han's departure, others began to leave as well. Soon, only Lin Chen, Song Jiaming, and Song Qiwan remained in the room. Haha, I didn't expect you two to be so swift. Had I not arrived just in time, were you planning to keep this from me? Song Jiaming chuckled. Lin Chen and Song Qiwan exchanged glances, and after a moment, they realized the implication of Song Jiaming's words. He must have overheard Xiao Han's comments and assumed they were already together. Song Qiwan's cheeks flushed slightly. Dad, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaming quickly raised a hand to silence her. It's all right. I understand. No need for explanation. I shall take my leave now and not intrude upon your time together. With that, he exited the private room, leaving Lin Chen and Song Qiwan exchanging a glance, both feeling somewhat awkward. Just now, Lin Chen began to explain the earlier incident, but was cut off by Song Qiwan. I know, you were merely trying to assist me. With that, she lowered her gaze slightly. Deep down, she yearned for this to be true. Lin Chen nodded and then inquired, when do you plan to return to school? The day after tomorrow, Song Qiwan replied. As the hour grew late, Lin Chen engaged in conversation with Song Qiwan for a short time before escorting her home. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. The streets were sparsely populated, and Lin Chen, not in a hurry to return, drove leisurely. Upon reaching the city center, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Suamo? No, it was Su Tao. The girl donning a Lolita dress, cornered by a group of ruffians. Could only be Su Tao. Lin Chen abruptly pressed the brakes, bringing his car to a halt at the roadside. Su Tao appeared terrified, facing the men before her. What do you want? She demanded. If you don't let me go, I'll call the police. The men erupted into laughter at her words. The police? Go ahead and call them. We've just gotten out. What is another trip inside? One jeered. Yeah, little beauty. Dressed like that at night? Aren't you just asking for attention from men? Another added. We're just fulfilling your desires, so why put on an act? I've seen plenty of girls like you. Fuming at their crude remarks, Su Tao retorted, how I dress is my own business. What does it have to do with you? Today had been particularly unlucky for her. Out shopping with her best friend, they had gotten separated, and her phone had died, with no cash on her. As all her money was tied up in her mobile payment apps, she had wandered the streets for hours searching for her friend, only to attract the attention of these thugs. Now, with the hour growing late and the streets nearly deserted, passers-by dared not intervene, leaving Su Tao utterly isolated. One of the ruffians sneered, are you coming with us voluntarily, or do we have to take you by force? In your dreams, I would rather die than go with you. Su Tao shouted defiantly. She had backed herself against a wall, with no way to retreat. As she produced her dead phone, attempting to call for help, it was knocked from her grasp. What are you doing? A sudden voice startled the men. Su Tao looked up to see Lin Chen leaning against a wall, her emotions swirling as she called, Lin Chen. The gang members exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. What? Are you planning to play the hero? One of them sneered. Lin Chen raised his phone, stating calmly, the police should arrive in 5 minutes. The ruffians shared knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Do you think we're scared? Get lost before you regret it. One of them brandished a fruit knife, threateningly. If you don't scram, you'll find out just how sharp this can be. Su Tao's face paled at the sight of the gleaming blade. But Lin Chen merely smiled calmly, as if the knife were a toy. He glanced at his watch, saying, if you don't leave now, it will be too late. The gang exchanged glances again. Let us teach him a lesson. With that command, they charged at Lin Chen. Be careful, Lin Chen, Su Tao exclaimed. Lin Chen flexed his wrist slightly and met them head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In just 10 seconds, Lin Chen stood, dusting off his hands as he surveyed the groaning figures sprawled on the ground. Su Tao, eyes wide with disbelief, could hardly process what had just occurred. Lin Chen, how are you so strong? Are you all right? Lin Chen inquired. I'm fine, she stammered. That's good. At that moment, the police arrived, promptly cuffing the assailants and escorting them away. Su Tao hurriedly picked up her fallen phone, brushing off the dust. Shall I take you home? Lin Chen asked her. Upon hearing this, Su Tao queried, What time is it? Lin Chen glanced at her phone. Is your phone broken? It's nearly 11. My phone is dead. Su Tao sighed, frustration etched on her face. This is so annoying. It's too late to return to the dorm. Then she looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Could you let me stay with you for one more night? In the car, Lin Chen regarded her with curiosity. What were you doing out so late? Don't you fear for your safety? Su Tao sighed again. I was out shopping with my friend, but we got separated. My phone died, and I kept looking for her. After several laps, I couldn't find her, so I waited at a spot, and then... Are you foolish? Lin Chen replied exasperatedly. After searching for so long without finding her, she must have gone home. Su Tao felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes glistening. I want to go home, but my phone is dead, and I don't have a cent on me. Lin Chen sighed. There are many solutions. But you chose the most foolish one. Were you planning to wait here forever if you didn't find her? Reflecting on her predicament, Su Tao felt a shiver of fear. I want to do this again. Once they returned to Lin Chen's villa, Su Tao finally charged her phone. Sure enough, she logged into her messaging app and saw several messages from her friend. Where are you? I can't find you. Please reply. If you don't, I'm going home. Su Tao sighed, realizing she had wasted hours waiting, while her friend had already returned home to rest. Lin Chen placed a cup of hot milk before her. Next time you find yourself in a similar situation, don't be so naive. Su Tao pouted, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. I understand. Choose a room to sleep in. I'm going upstairs to rest, Lin Chen stated. Watching him ascend the stairs, Su Tao felt a wave of gratitude. Thanks to Lin Chen, she had avoided disaster. Remembering how he had dealt with those thugs, her heart raced, and a sweet sensation blossomed within her. She had expected the bad boy to be so handsome. Previously, her sister Su Mo had mentioned that during military training, even the instructor couldn't handle Lin Chen. Today, she had finally witnessed his prowess firsthand. Lin Chen truly was a character straight out of a novel. Lost in her thoughts, Su Tao couldn't help but indulge in a moment of infatuation. The next day, as Lin Chen descended the stairs, he found no sign of Su Tao. However, a note was left on the table. Bad boy, I have something to do today and have left. Bye-bye. Just as Lin Chen finished his breakfast, he received a message from Su Tao. Chapter 118. Are you coveting my girlfriend? Oh no. Lin Chen, did I leave my comic convention ticket at your place? There's a little Winnie the Pooh bag on the desk in my room, and the ticket is inside. I purchased this ticket months in advance, preparing for this very convention. Crying, Lin Chen went to the room where Su Tao stayed last night. The room was tidily arranged, with even the quilt folded into a perfect square. Sure enough, Lin Chen spotted a small Winnie the Pooh bag on the table. He snapped a photo and sent it to Su Tao. Is this it? Su Tao replied instantly. Yes. That's the one. I'll bring it to you. Thank you. Immediately, Su Tao sent Lin Chen an address along with the dormitory number. At Donghai Music Academy, in front of dormitory building number 7. A plethora of roses were arranged into a gigantic heart shape. In the center of this floral display stood a slender young man, approximately 165 meters tall, clutching a large bouquet of fiery red roses, estimated to be 99 or more. Beside him, a white BMW was parked, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. What a lively scene. Another confession, and the suitor drives a BMW. So many roses, how romantic. The car's model is irrelevant. I mainly admire his height. It must be that little Tao Tao again. I'm so envious. No one has ever confessed to me. Listening to the discussions around him, the BMW driver elevated his chin, exuding pride. Once everything was in place, he picked up the speaker at his feet and called out to the girls' dormitory. Tao Tao, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Tao Tao, I genuinely love you. If you don't agree this time, I want to leave. Meanwhile, in the upstairs dormitory, Su Tao, who was applying eyeliner, was startled by the commotion below. Her hand trembled, and her eyeliner went awry. Oh no, it's him again. Her roommate helplessly remarked. This is his 8th confession since the semester began, right? Su Xiaotao, why not just accept him? Su Tao shot her roommate a glare. I absolutely refuse. He is not my type and loves to show off. Can someone go out and tell him I'm not here? Several roommates exchanged glances before heading to the balcony. Su Tao isn't here. You can go back. But the BMW driver insisted. Impossible. I just saw her enter the dormitory. She must be inside. Fuming, Su Tao slammed her eyeliner pencil onto the table. Damn. He is stalking me. What a creep. Her roommates looked equally exasperated. Just then, a Lamborghini Veneno sped into view, parking alongside the BMW, creating a stark contrast. The crowd, already gathered due to the confession, erupted into excitement upon the arrival of the Lamborghini Veneno. Oh my goodness. A Lamborghini Veneno. And it's driven by a handsome young man. I'm in love. Ah, is he looking at me? Is he truly gazing in my direction? That previous guy? Even if he had a peanut, wouldn't he be this intoxicated? The handsome guy is definitely looking at me. Should I wake you all up? You're all too cowardly. The BMW driver was left bewildered. How had all his attention been stolen? Lin Chen, observing the enormous heart shape before him, furrowed his brow. No wonder there are so many people. Someone is confessing. He shook his head helplessly and pulled out his phone to find Su Tao's contact information, dialing her number. Meanwhile, as Su Tao was finishing her makeup and preparing to change clothes, her phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen. She quickly pressed the answer button. Hey, come down. I'm downstairs at your dormitory, Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Su Tao rushed to the balcony and looked down. She immediately spotted the Lamborghini Veneno parked beside the BMW. I see your car. The Lamborghini Veneno. Oh wow. It seems Su Tao is about to become famous. At that moment, the BMW driver also brightened. Tao Tao. I see you. I see you. Are you going to accept me? The crowd began to buzz with excitement. The leading lady has finally appeared. Is this the girl who has been confessed to multiple times? What do you mean, girl? Her name is Su Tao, the belle of the music department. Lin Chen was taken aback. It turned out Su Tao was the one being confessed to today? What a coincidence. Back upstairs. Su Tao gazed down at the BMW driver standing in the massive heart of roses, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind, and she quickly sent a few messages to Lin Chen. Lin Chen Gij Lin Chen. Have you taken the wrong medicine? You used to either call me by my name or refer to me as a bad guy. What else with this sudden affection? Is there something you want from me? Sure enough, Su Tao replied with a mischievous haha accompanied by a sly emoji. Can you help me out this time and make that guy downstairs give up? You're tall and handsome. He feel ashamed. Lin Chen chuckled and sent a voice message. What's in it for me if I help you? I'll treat you to a meal, help you with chores, anything you want. Lin Chen, really anything? Sly grin. Su Tao paused for a moment before hastily responding. Except that. I'm a virtuous young lady. Lin Chen, what are you thinking? Such impure thoughts at such a young age. All right, how can I assist? Pretend to be my boyfriend and take me to the comic convention. Haha. Okay. Su Tao, satisfied, tucked her phone away, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, as Su Tao emerged, the crowd stirred with excitement. The leading lady had arrived. Su Tao was simply adorable. No wonder she has been confessed to so many times. Even I, as a girl, find her charming. At this moment, the BMW driver beamed with joy, standing tall and waiting for Su Tao to step into the heart of roses to accept his confession. In just a few fleeting seconds, he had even imagined what he would name their future children. However, Su Tao walked around the heart of roses, appearing to leave. The BMW driver panicked, hastily chasing after her with the bouquet, blocking her path. Tao Tao, where are you going? Will you be my girlfriend? At that moment, a teasing voice rang out from behind. I heard you were coveting my girlfriend? Chapter 119. The insatiable Su Tao. The atmosphere was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. After several moments, hushed whispers began to circulate among the crowd. It turned out that the charming Poison was Su Tao's boyfriend. No wonder the wealthy BMW guy had failed in his numerous declarations of love. Su Tao had already found her Poison. Indeed, he was tall, handsome, and affluent. How could the BMW guy possibly compare? If I were in her shoes, I would also be enamored with Poison. As Lin Chen heard the name Poison, he couldn't help but grimace slightly. The moniker was rather unappealing. The BMW guy, astonished, cast a glance at Su Tao and then scrutinized Lin Chen, taking in his appearance from head to toe. It was evident that Lin Chen was taller and more attractive. Most importantly, he drove a Lamborghini while the BMW guy merely had his BMW. Such a classic case of the grass is always greener on the other side. At that moment, Su Tao approached Lin Chen and casually draped her arm around his. Darling, why did you arrive so late? Her voice was sweet and alluring, sending shivers down Lin Chen's spine. Furthermore, her posture pressed a particularly prominent feature against his arm. Well, it seemed a bit undernourished, yet oblivious to her effects. Su Tao remained blissfully unaware. Seeing their intimate demeanor, the BMW guy felt as if his heart had shattered. There was no way he could compete, nor did he possess the confidence to try. Lin Chen had already opened the car door for Su Tao, who gracefully slid into the seat. The Lamborghini roared to life, its engine's thunderous growl resonating in the air. The vehicle sped away, leaving the BMW guy enveloped in a cloud of dust. A bouquet of roses tumbled from his grasp, petals scattering like fragments of his broken heart. The onlookers couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances towards the dazed BMW guy. Inside the car, Lin Chen couldn't restrain himself. You are rather ruthless with your admirers, aren't you? Mentioning the BMW guy elicited a complex expression from Su Tao. You have no idea. That guy is a complete creep. He takes my pictures and follows me around. I feel like my personal safety is at risk. Lin Chen was taken aback. Really? Is that so? Absolutely. I'm so fed up with it, Su Tao said, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, bad boy, do you have any plans later? None, I suppose. Su Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. How about we visit the comic convention together? The comic convention? Lin Chen frowned slightly. I've never been. Well, now you have the opportunity. Su Tao beamed. Considering he had no pressing engagements that day, Lin Chen replied, all right, let us go. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the Carnival Comic Convention, the East Sea City Music Grand Theater. The entire place was saturated with an otaku atmosphere. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen spotted a variety of cosplayers. At that moment, Su Tao mischievously winked at him. Since you're here, could you do me a favor? Lin Chen immediately felt a sense of wariness. What kind of favor? I have a feeling you're about to sell me out. With a playful laugh, Su Tao explained. One of my friends is sick and can't make it today. Could you step in for him and portray a character? Lin Chen sighed in relief. If that's the case, I can't help. I've never done cosplay, but the makeup artist is already arranged. You just need to strike a pose with me. No way. However, just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Agree to Su Tao's request. Reward. Top-notch photography skills. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen gazed into the mirror, transformed into a whimsical character, and fell into contemplation. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and acquired top-notch photography skills. Meanwhile, Su Tao had donned her outfit, embodying a fawn. It is well known that the characters of Cloud Crane and Fawn Girl form a beloved couple, and with their striking looks, they quickly became a stunning highlight of the convention. Wow, look at that pair of cosplayers. They are so well represented. They are exactly what I envision as Cloud Crane and Fawn Girl. Absolutely. I would argue they are the most attractive couple here. No one can contest that. Oh, I wonder if that young man has a Weibo account. I would love to follow him. In no time, numerous attendees had taken out their phones, eager to capture videos and photos. Half an hour later, Su Tao scrutinized the photographs taken by the photographer, her brows furrowing tightly. What is this? My eyes are closed, and the composition is terrible. And why is the lighting so dim? This exposure is atrocious. Are you even a professional? Faced with Su Tao's barrage of criticism, the photographer threw down his equipment and left. Enraged, Su Tao's frustration erupted. This is infuriating. Where am I supposed to find another photographer at this critical moment? I've worked so hard for months, and this is the result? It's infuriating. Observing Su Tao's flushed cheeks, Lin Chen recalled the reward he had just acquired and suggested. How about I give it a try? Su Tao looked up, skeptical. You? Can you really do it? How will we know unless we try? Reluctantly, Su Tao stood up and moved to a nearby open space, striking a pose. Lin Chen observed and corrected her posture. Don't position your legs like that. It should be this way. He demonstrated. If you pose like this, your height of 6 meters will look like 5 meters. Su Tao playfully bared her little teeth at Lin Chen, feigning ferocity. Don't mock my height. Though she protested, she obediently adjusted her pose according to Lin Chen's guidance. Yes, just like that. A few minutes later, Su Tao gazed at the photos in astonishment. Wow, bad boy, have you secretly studied photography? These pictures look like they barely need any retouching. This one, wow, it makes my 6 meters look like 7. I love it. I never knew I could have such long legs. Listening to Su Tao's enthusiastic praises, several nearby cosplayers grew curious and gathered around. Miss, can we take a look at those? Su Tao smiled brightly. Of course. Before long, Lin Chen was met with a chorus of compliments. Moments later, several young ladies approached him, pleading, could you help us take a couple of pictures? Just a few. Indeed, your photography skills are truly remarkable. They surpass those of the expensive photographers we hire. Chapter 120. Unsightly and disturbing. Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness and reluctantly agreed. At that moment, Su Tao had already gone to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Lin Chen was currently photographing a young lady dressed in a JK uniform. However, as he continued to shoot, he began to sense something was amiss. The pose was rather indecent. Noticing that Lin Chen had halted his photography, the JK girl appeared puzzled. Why have you stopped, handsome? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Did you not see the sign at the entrance when you came in? The JK girl looked confused. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but your pose is quite inappropriate and rather disturbing, Lin Chen replied. At this, a few nearby cosplayers could not contain their laughter. That is hilarious. This photographer is so honest. It's quite rare. They commented, acknowledging the recent decline in the reputation of cosplay events due to such behavior. I support this guy. The girl who had been posing awkwardly on the ground felt utterly embarrassed and quickly scrambled to her feet, fleeing the scene. Soon, the event drew to a close, and Lin Chen proudly claimed the awards for Best Character Recreation and Most Popular Cosplayer. Holding the two awards, he wore a bewildered expression. Is this even possible? Unbeknownst to him, videos and photos of his work were circulating wildly in the community, even earning him the title of the most handsome photographer. After the event, Lin Chen escorted Su Tao back to her dormitory. The striking Lamborghini Poison parked beneath the girl's dormitory caused quite a stir. The roses on the ground had long since vanished, likely tidied away by diligent cleaning staff. Watching Su Tao ascend the stairs, Lin Chen planned to leave when a figure in the crowd called out to him. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Chen turned to see two girls approaching. One of them seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall who she was. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Isn't that Yang Jingyi? Does she know Su Tao's boyfriend? Indeed, the girl who had called out to Lin Chen was Yang Jingyi, the one he had encountered at the Guojin Center. Known for her materialistic tendencies at Donghai Music Academy, Lin Chen failed to recognize her. Who are you? He asked, prompting laughter from those around. I thought Yang Jingyi actually knew him. Turns out he doesn't even remember her. Yang Jingyi's sweet smile faltered, her face shifting through shades of embarrassment. Since their last encounter, she had been unable to forget Lin Chen. For how could she bear to let go of such a quality man? Don't you remember? You helped me at the Guojin Center. Yang Jingyi replied sweetly. Guojin Center? Lin Chen responded, utterly bewildered. I'm sorry, I don't recall. Laughter erupted once more. Yang Jingyi's expression darkened further. You even helped me open a bottle cap there. At that moment, Lin Chen finally remembered. Oh, it's you. What do you need? Yang Jingyi's heart leaped with joy. I was wondering if I could get your contact information. Absolutely not, Lin Chen stated firmly. With that, he entered his car and started the engine. Hearing the roar of the engine, Yang Jingyi instinctively stepped aside, watching helplessly as the luxurious Lamborghini Poison drove away, the crowd around her bursting into mocking laughter. Li Feifei, witnessing the scene, felt pity and approached to console her. Jingyi, maybe it's best to let it go. Slap. Before Li Feifei could finish her sentence, Yang Jingyi struck her across the face, leaving her stunned. Yet, Yang Jingyi glared fiercely at her. Li Feifei, are you laughing at me too? With her spirits dimmed, Li Feifei turned and left. This friend isn't worth keeping. Meanwhile, upon returning to his villa, Lin Chen received a call from Chintzy Media. It was undoubtedly another request for him to oversee a handover. Lin Chen sighed, feeling as if he was perpetually in a cycle of handovers. The numerous enterprises rewarded by the system had made him accustomed to such transitions. The next day, Chintzy Media underwent a thorough cleaning, appearing completely revitalized. Rumors circulated that the company had a new owner, leaving the staff anxious, as new leaders often brought unpredictable changes. Lin Chen arrived in his Pagani Huayra, parking at the entrance where a red carpet awaited him, and several executives stood to greet him. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they were momentarily taken aback. He is so young. Is he really our new boss? General Manager Chen Hao cautiously inquired. Are you Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I'm here for the handover. The executives were taken aback once more, but Chen Hao quickly regained his composure and ushered Lin Chen inside. As they walked through the corridor, Lin Chen caught sight of a familiar figure. Lu Yuxing? She was sitting on a nearby bench, lost in thought. Realizing that Lu Yuxing was a star and Chintzy was an entertainment company, Lin Chen comprehended that she was one of their talents. However, today, she seemed distracted, not even noticing the commotion caused by the arrival of the new owner. Lin Chen merely glanced at her before turning his attention back to the executives and following them away. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing's gaze fell upon Lin Chen's retreating figure, her brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion in her autumn-like eyes. Is this the new boss? That silhouette seems oddly familiar. As Lin Chen followed the executives to the top floor conference room, a series of handover procedures began. Chen Hao planned to hold a meeting to introduce the new boss to the entire company, ensuring that no one inadvertently offended him in the future. In the conference room, due to Chen Hao's advance notice, most leaders and several well-known artists were present, including Lu Yuxing. However, a contemporary rising star named Ming Yu arrived fashionably late. Scanning the room for a seat, she frowned upon discovering there were none available. Her gaze landed on Lu Yuxing, who sat in the front row. Striding over with a swaying gait, a fragrant breeze followed her. Lu Yuxing, still in a daze, looked up to find Ming Yu before her. Lu Tianho, could you please let me have your seat? Meng Yu said with an air of superiority. Chapter 121. Get out in her heart. Lu Yuxing felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Yet upon reflecting on their respective standings within the company, she reluctantly rose and relinquished her seat. Meng Yu seamlessly took her place and cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yuxing, acknowledging her self-awareness. Lu Yuxing simmered with unexpressed anger but managed to suppress it, retreating to a seat at the back. Ultimately, the treatment she received today was of her own making. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, countless admirers had been drawn to her beauty and physique. However, she had steadfastly maintained her principles, unwilling to become a mere plaything for the elite of the industry. During her peak, the company had been eager to promote her, but times had changed. A plethora of emerging talents had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, rendering her somewhat outdated. The company's vice president had issued a final ultimatum. If she refused to comply, she would face being shelved indefinitely. Naturally, she was unwilling to submit to anyone, yet the thought of her years of hard work being destroyed in an instant left her discontented. Now, she could only place her last glimmer of hope in the hands of this new boss. Of course, it was a gamble. Winning would mean rebirth, while losing could lead to her irrevocable downfall. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. The new boss had arrived. Someone whispered. Soon, several figures entered, all high-ranking officials of the company. Lu Yuxing's eyes widened in shock as her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Lin Chen. It was indeed him. Lin Chen took his place at the head of the table, with Chen Hao seated to his left. Chen Hao picked up a nearby microphone and announced, as previously communicated, "Our company has a new owner. The one seated at the head is our new boss, Lin Chen." Lin Chen nodded slightly, indicating, "In the future, I look forward to the hard work of everyone here as we collectively foster the growth and development of Chintzy Media." A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, each person present astonished by the youthfulness of their new boss. Meanwhile, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Meng Yu's eyes. For her, this was an exceptional opportunity, a chance to ascend. Noticing Lu Yuxing seated at the back, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Why was she positioned so far back? He did not believe it was coincidental. The employees in this industry were astute, particularly in the entertainment sector, where everyone was shrewd. He speculated that Lu Yuxing might have endured some unfair treatment within the company. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the meeting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the formal introductions were completed. Once the meeting concluded, Lin Chen returned to the chairman's office to rest before departing. He instructed everyone to leave, and soon, he was alone in the office. As he closed his eyes on the sofa, he was abruptly startled by the soft creak of the door opening, followed by the cushion beside him sinking. A wave of perfume wafted into his nostrils, jolting him awake and startling the intruder. "Who are you?" Lin Chen asked coldly. "Chairman, I am Meng Yu," she stammered. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He had heard of Meng Yu, the newly crowned goddess of the internet. Straightening his posture and smoothing the creases in his clothing, he asked in a frosty tone, "What do you want?" Meng Yu bit her lip, subtly adjusting her collar, and shyly replied, I came to serve you." As she spoke, she inched closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood abruptly, causing her to stumble and fall to the floor. Meng Yu looked up at him in bewilderment. Lin Chen pointed towards the door, enunciating each word. "Get out." "Chairman." Lin Chen turned his back on her, his hand resting behind him. "Do not make me repeat myself." Seeing that Lin Chen was genuinely upset, Meng Yu panicked. She quickly scrambled to her feet and rushed out, colliding with Lu Yuxing at the door. Meng Yu paused, glaring fiercely at Lu Yuxing. "I thought the aloof Lu Yuxing was above such things, but it seems she is just like everyone else." With that, she shoved past Lu Yuxing and left. Lu Yuxing, however, stood hesitantly before the door, piecing together the commotion she had just witnessed. It appeared Meng Yu had attempted to leverage her body to gain favor and had been dismissed by Lin Chen. A mix of relief and concern washed over her. She was relieved that Lin Chen was not that type of person, yet anxious that if she were to enter now, he might perceive her in the same light. Just as she was grappling with her indecision, Lin Chen unexpectedly stepped out. Their eyes met. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Lu Yuxing, what brings you here?" Recalling Meng Yu's earlier behavior, Lin Chen's expression grew colder. Could it be that Lu Yuxing had similar intentions? Sensing the chill in Lin Chen's demeanor, Lu Yuxing hastily clarified. "Chairman, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "I haven't even spoken yet. How do you know I misunderstood you?" Seeing Lin Chen's tone and expression soften, Lu Yuxing exhaled a sigh of relief. "Your gaze has already conveyed it." Lin Chen replied, "Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Lu Yuxing glanced at the office behind Lin Chen, biting her lip before suggesting, "Chairman, how about I invite you downstairs for a cup of coffee?" Lin Chen nodded. "All right." In the coffee shop downstairs, the two found a table and ordered coffee. Speak your mind directly, Lin Chen urged. Lu Yuxing bit her lip, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts, her grip on the cup tightening and loosening in a repetitive manner. Lin Chen refrained from pressing her, instead savoring his coffee at a leisurely pace. After a few minutes of hesitation, Lu Yuxing finally spoke. I have encountered difficulties at the company. Vice President Zhang wants me to submit to him. If I refuse, he will shelf me. Lin Chen took a gentle sip from his cup, placing it down on the table as he regarded Lu Yuxing, and Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. And what sort of response is that? For a moment, she found herself perplexed by Lin Chen's demeanor. No, she realized. She had never truly understood him. Lin Chen offered a subtle smile, remaining silent. Chapter 122. Brainwashing Lu Tianhe. One must seize the joy of life when fortune smiles upon them. Yet at that moment, the golden finger spoke. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Assist Lu Yuxing in resolving issues related to hidden rules. Reward. 1 Lycan Hypersport Supercar. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. He had developed a fondness for supercars, for they embody a man's romantic spirit. The Lycan Hypersport is limited to just 7 units worldwide. The very one that leapt between skyscrapers in the film Furious 7 is among them. This vehicle is rumored to be valued at nearly 100 million, with seats stitched from golden threads and adorned with colorful diamonds. It is nothing short of ostentatious luxury. Noticing the unusual gleam in Lin Chen's eyes, Lu Yuxing felt a hint of confusion. Soon, Lin Chen regained his composure. How can I assist you? He inquired directly. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. You are willing to help me? Lin Chen smiled gently. You've wagered your future on me. How could I bear to let you lose? Lu Yuxing's hand, holding the teacup, froze in midair. That statement sounded rather peculiar, almost ambiguous. Yet upon reflection, it indeed held a grain of truth, as she had placed her future in his hands. I would like you to confront Vice President Zhang and put an end to his unwanted advances, Lu Yuxing stated. Lin Chen nodded. Very well. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, 1 Lycan Hypersport Supercar. Note, the car is parked at the entrance of the host's villa. Seeing Lin Chen agree so readily, Lu Yuxing looked at him in mild surprise. Do you not have any other conditions? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. What conditions would you like me to impose? That you offer yourself in return? At his words, Lu Yuxing felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks coloring slightly. I would never, she retorted, displaying a rare moment of girlishness, lowering her head and sipping her coffee to ease her discomfort. Lu Tianhe, that is not how one drinks coffee. Isn't it bitter? Lin Chen observed with a teasing smile. Lu Yuxing blinked, glancing at her cup to discover that, in the brief moment, she had nearly finished it. So bitter, she exclaimed, her beautiful features contorting in distaste. Lin Chen thoughtfully ordered her some cream puffs and tiramisu. I cannot eat these. I might gain weight. As she spoke, she unconsciously swallowed hard. Lin Chen, undeterred, pushed the treats toward her. Being a superstar is tough, so many restrictions. If it were me, I would go mad. Lu Yuxing hesitated but eventually speared a cream puff with her fork and took a small bite. Her eyes lit up. The taste of cream. It had been years since she had savored such flavors. A disciplined individual, she had always maintained strict control over her diet. Suddenly, she paused, realizing she had broken her self-imposed restrictions today. Chewing on the cream puff, she shot Lin Chen a reproachful glance. Well, I've already eaten it. Lin Chen suddenly asked. You won't go to the restroom to purge, will you? Lu Yuxing looked puzzled. Why would you say that? Lin Chen chuckled. I've seen on television that some actors create a gluttonous persona but then purge to maintain their figures. You wouldn't do that, would you? Lu Yuxing shook her head. I don't, as I rarely indulge, nor do I adopt a gluttonous persona. Besides, purging is detrimental to health. One cannot sustain that for long. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. True enough. Just then, Lu Yuxing's phone rang. She retrieved it from her bag and answered. Hello, AI Li? On the other end. AI Li's voice was laced with distress. Sister Yuxing, where are you? Vice President Zhang is looking for you. He is in your office now and demands you arrive within 15 minutes, or he will fire me. Anger surged within Lu Yuxing at AI Li's words. Fire you? You are my employee, and I am the one who pays your salary. How can he dismiss you? AI Li sniffled softly. Sister Yuxing, you should return quickly. Vice President Zhang is furious. If you are late, the consequences could be severe. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuxing forced herself to suppress her rising fury. Understood. I will return immediately. What is it? Lin Chen asked. Lu Yuxing furrowed her brow, her expression cold. Vice President Zhang is in my office, throwing a tantrum, demanding I return within 15 minutes, or he will fire my assistant. Lin Chen chuckled. He is merely walking into his own demise, isn't he? Lu Yuxing was taken aback. quickly grasping Lin Chen's intent. Indeed, the two departed the CAF and headed straight for the company. Before they reached Lu Yuxing's office, the sound of Zhang's furious yelling echoed through the halls. "It's been 15 minutes. Where are you?" This was followed by the sound of objects crashing to the ground, accompanied by two sharp slaps. Lu Yuxing's expression hardened, and she quickened her pace. The door stood ajar, and she immediately spotted AI Li, sprawled on the floor from a slap. Rushing to her side, Lu Yuxing helped AI Li to her feet. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Lu Yuxing, AI Li's tears began to flow freely. Lu Yuxing felt a pang of sympathy. She had always regarded this assistant as a younger sister. At that moment, Zhang Vice President sneered. "So, you finally decided to return?" Lin Chen had arrived at the doorway, discreetly pulling out his phone to record. "What do you want from me?" Lu Yuxing's voice dripped with iciness. Zhang Vice President replied, "What do I want? Surely you must know by now. I have desired you for quite some time. Why can't you simply submit to me?" Lu Yuxing's anger flared. "If I recall correctly, Vice President Zhang, you are a married man. And what of it? Your role as my clandestine lover has nothing to do with my marital status," Zhang retorted with a mocking laugh. He continued, "I heard you sought out the new chairman. Do you truly believe he can save you? He is merely an inexperienced young man. What do you expect from him?" "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhang. Zhang Vice President stood frozen, his expression one of utter shock. Chapter 123. Birthday Gift. The new chairman? What brings you here? Vice President Zhang's mind went blank, and he ceased all thought. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he stepped into the disheveled office, where documents and shattered glass from cups littered the floor, leaving no space to stand. He stepped on the papers and settled onto the sofa. It was at this moment that Vice President Zhang regained his senses, trembling as he approached. "Chairman, what great wind has blown you here?" Vice President Zhang managed a forced smile that was more pitiable than a cry. He could hardly fathom that the chairman would appear at such a time. Reflecting on his recent words, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Lin Chen regarded him with a knowing smile. "Vice President Zhang, your authority is indeed formidable. One might mistake you for the chairman, and me for the vice president." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, cold sweat began to trickle down Zhang's forehead, and his back felt clammy. Even Lu Yuxing glanced at Lin Chen in mild astonishment. She had not anticipated that someone so young could exude such a powerful aura, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. With a thud, Vice President Zhang sank to his knees before Lin Chen. "Chairman, are you intent on shortening my life?" He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. He could not be certain how much of his previous remarks Lin Chen had overheard. All he could do was hope for a chance at redemption. Yet, fate was unkind. Lin Chen produced his phone and played back a recording of their earlier conversation. With each word, Vice President Zhang's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the floor. "Do you have anything to say?" Lin Chen inquired. Vice President Zhang hung his head, rendered speechless. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to AI Li. "Please inform the HR department to terminate Vice President Zhang's employment. Just say it's my directive." Upon receiving the order, AI Li hurriedly exited. At this, Vice President Zhang abruptly lifted his head, staring at Lin Chen. "Chairman, do you truly not wish to grant me another opportunity? I have served at Morning Light for over a decade. While I may not have merits, I have endured hardships. To dismiss us elders upon your arrival feels rather disheartening." "Merits? Hardships?" Lin Chen laughed. "And your hardships involve exploiting female artists?" He continued, "I will enlist professionals to investigate the accounts. You should pray I uncover no irregularities, otherwise the Public Security Bureau will be involved." Hearing this, Vice President Zhang turned pale. Lin Chen then departed with Lu Yuxing. Before leaving, Lu Yuxing cast a cold glance at the fallen Vice President Zhang, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her mind. You reap what you sow. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Chen was greeted by the sight of a Lycan Hypersport parked at his doorstep. The Lycan Hypersport boasts a 3.7-liter twin-turbocharged flat-six engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds, with a top speed reaching 395 kilometers per hour. Eagerly, Lin Chen took the driver's seat, noticing a delicate box resting quietly in the passenger seat. He opened it to reveal a watch, presumably the Cyrus Klepsi's custom timepiece that accompanies the car. This watch alone is valued at over $1 million. Truly, for a vehicle worth nearly $100 million. Even the complimentary gift is extravagant. Although it held little significance for him, he casually set it aside. Sitting in the passenger seat of this supercar, Lin Chen could hardly contain his desire to take it for a spin. He discovered that gripping the steering wheel of such a powerful machine was utterly addictive. The striking appearance of the supercar drew the attention of many, ensuring an absolute return rate of gazes. If one were to inquire about Lin Chen's feelings while driving the supercar, he would respond, It must be fast. Should the speed falter, one risks unintentionally entering someone else's circle of friends. As he passed by a school, Lin Chen spotted a familiar silhouette. He slowed down and lowered the window. Senior Shinmingqi? Surprised, Shinmingqi paused. Lin Chen, she exclaimed, quickly noticing the eye-catching Lycan Hypersport. Have you changed supercars again? She asked, astonished. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Yes. Just purchased it. He then inquired, where are you headed? Would you like a ride? I'm going to the mall to buy some things, Shinmingqi replied. Lin Chen promptly opened the car doors, which rose gracefully like butterfly wings. Come on in. I'll take you there, he offered. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Shinmingqi climbed into the passenger seat. This car must be very expensive, she ventured cautiously. It's all right, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Shinmingqi understood that Lin Chen's all right was far from her own perception of the term. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed the gift watch and tossed it onto her lap. This is for you. Startled, Shinmingqi stared at the watch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How did you know today is my birthday, and that you prepared a gift for me? Lin Chen was taken aback. Today is your birthday? What a coincidence, he thought. A mere complimentary gift had transformed into a birthday present. Yet, it was indeed no ordinary gift. I'm glad you like it, Lin Chen replied. Shinmingqi wiped her tears and gazed at Lin Chen's resolute profile. I truly do. This is the best birthday gift I've ever received. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside and opened the door. We're here, he announced. Okay, Shinmingqi nodded. Just as Lin Chen wondered why she had not yet exited, she suddenly leaned in and lightly brushed her lips against his cheek. Thank you, she exclaimed, leaving Lin Chen momentarily stunned as she dashed away. He was left bewildered, questioning whether he had just been taken advantage of. Chapter 124. Purchasing a villa to park supercars. Upon returning to his villa with his sports car, Lin Chen found himself in a quandary. His parking area was already at capacity. With a total of 6 sports cars and only 5 parking spaces available, he was faced with a dilemma. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that, aside from Jiang Li's villa next door to Yanshuijian, there was another villa. Having lived here for quite some time, Lin Chen realized he had never seen anyone residing in that particular house. He opened the door while dialing the property management's number. Once the call connected, the manager's respectful voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. How may I assist you today? As a significant property owner, Lin Chen's contact information was stored on nearly every employee's phone, so they recognized his name immediately. I would like to inquire if the villa to the left of Yanshuijian has been sold, Lin Chen asked. The manager quickly replied, Mr. Lin, that villa is still available. I intend to purchase it. I will arrange a time to come by, Lin Chen stated. The manager was momentarily taken aback, then grew slightly anxious. Mr. Lin, is the living situation at Yanshuijian uncomfortable? With a light chuckle, Lin Chen responded, not at all. It is simply that the parking lot is too small for my needs. I plan to buy the adjacent villa for parking. The manager gasped in astonishment. The parking area at Yanshuijian already boasted 5 spaces. Yet, here was Mr. Lin, claiming he had no room and intending to buy a villa solely for parking. He had encountered affluent individuals before, but never one quite so extravagant. Very well, Mr. Lin. We will prepare everything for you at once. You may come by whenever you wish. After hanging up, Lin Chen retrieved his keys and entered the villa. He had just settled onto the sofa to indulge in a few rounds of gaming when he received a call from Li Xinjian. Hey, Brother Chen, are you free? Li Xinjian's voice carried a hint of inebriation. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What's the matter? Join me at the barbecue place in the courtyard for a drink. I'm heartbroken, Li Xinjian lamented. Lin Chen felt a twinge of concern. He had planned to wash up and sleep, but Li Xinjian was his closest friend from high school. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Chen casually threw on a sports jacket and left. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Lin Chen immediately spotted Li Xinjian sitting alone at a table surrounded by an array of beer bottles, some empty, some full. Lin Chen approached and took a seat across from him. Brother Chen, I'm heartbroken, Li Xinjian reiterated. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. Surprised, Li Xinjian asked. How did you know? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just mention it over the phone? Have you had too much to drink? Li Xinjian paused, then laughed. Oh, I see. He proceeded to vent his frustrations. I was with her for just half a month, and she left for someone else because he is wealthier. How can women be so fickle? Lin Chen poured him a drink with a calm smile. Such women, if they leave, let them go. The next one will be more agreeable, more obedient. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a man and a woman descended from an Audi. Upon seeing the barbecue restaurant, Deng Xijia frowned slightly, a strong look of disdain crossing her face. How go? You brought me to eat at a place like this? Lu Hao shot her an annoyed glance. What's south wrong with this place? Don't you know their barbecue is famous? Are you really complaining about it? Deng Xijia's expression faltered for a moment. but she quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Hao's, forcing a smile. What are you saying, Haoge? I'm delighted to be here with you. How could I possibly complain? Yet, as she surveyed the restaurant's environment, genuine disgust bubbled within her. At that moment, Lu Hao's eyes lit up upon spotting a lichen parked nearby. After confirming it was indeed a lichen, he rushed over. Wow, this is a lichen. It's incredibly sleek. Deng Xijia followed closely behind. Haoge, you seem really excited. Is this car very expensive? Is it pricier than your Audi? Irritated by her interruption, Lu Hao glanced at her dismissively. What do you know? You're so ignorant. This car could buy 100 of my Audis. Deng Xijia's mouth fell open in shock. Is this car really that expensive? But Lu Hao had no time for her inquiries, marveling instead. I can't believe a super rich person would come here to eat. Instantly, he regarded the barbecue restaurant with newfound esteem. As they entered, Lu Hao scanned the room. Eager to identify the super rich patron, Deng Xijia discreetly covered her nose while taking in her surroundings. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, Li Xinjian? Upon hearing her, both Li Xinjian and Lin Chen looked up to see the couple. Deng Xijia? Li Xinjian's eyes flared with anger. Deng Xijia was his materialistic ex-girlfriend. With a cold smirk, Deng Xijia crossed her arms, addressing her former lover. What a stroke of bad luck to run into you while I'm just out for a meal. You. Lu Hao turned to Deng Xijia. Is this your friend? Deng Xijia leaned affectionately against Lu Hao. This is my ex-boyfriend, Li Xinjian. Lu Hao's interest peaked as he sized up Li Xinjian. His desire to flaunt his own wealth took precedence, and he led Deng Xijia to a nearby table. Deng Xijia's expression soured. How go? Shouldn't we leave? Lu Hao shot her a disapproving look. Leave? Why should we? If anyone is leaving, it's certainly one TBS. Realizing Lu Hao's intent to provoke Li Xinjian, Deng Xijia reluctantly decided to stay and play along. Lu Hao glanced at Li Xinjian and remarked, Jia, you're lucky to be with me. Otherwise, you'd be in for a tough time. Deng Xijia quickly agreed, yes. You're absolutely right, how go? At that moment, Li Xinjian could no longer contain himself. He grabbed a beer bottle and pointed it at Lu Hao. You dare say that again? Lin Chen swiftly intervened, calm down. As he did so, his jacket sleeve slid up slightly, revealing a Patek Philippe watch. Lu Hao's pupils constricted slightly. He glanced at the nearby table where a lichen car key lay. It dawned on him that the sports car likely belonged to the man beside Li Xinjian. Chapter 125. A fruitless endeavor. As for why he felt that the car could not possibly belong to Li Xinjian, the reasoning was quite simple. If Li Xinjian possessed such an extravagant vehicle, would Deng Xijia have chosen to break up with him? The answer is a resounding no. Deng Xijia's motives for being with him were as clear as day, even if unspoken. Bro, don't be angry, I was just joking, Lu Hao said, joining his hands in a gesture of humility and bowing slightly. Deng Xijia, Lin Chen, and Li Xinjian stood frozen in place, bewildered by the sudden shift in Lu Hao's demeanor. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been insufferably arrogant, and now he was apologizing? Was this a ploy? Realizing this, Li Xinjian instinctively took a couple of steps back, only to feel a sense of absurdity wash over him as he glanced at the beer bottle in his hand. Had he been intimidated? What a coward! Deng Xijia, equally perplexed, felt a wave of embarrassment once she regained her composure. How go? Why are you apologizing to him? He asked nothing but a broke loser. But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Hao shot her a fierce glare, commanding, silence. Startled, Deng Xijia obediently closed her mouth. Suddenly, Lu Hao suggested, how about we sit down for a meal together? He subtly glanced at the keys that Lin Chen had placed on the table. Lin Chen immediately understood. No need to eat together, just get as far away from here as possible, Li Xinjian interjected. Deng Xijia, unable to contain her anger, was about to retort when Lu Hao stopped her. Then, with a face full of ingratiation, Lu Hao said, fine, we'll leave. He then pulled Deng Xijia away. At the entrance, unable to hold back, Deng Xijia exclaimed, how go? What are you doing? That Li Xinjian is merely a useless person. Why are you treating him with such deference? Lu Hao replied, he may be a loser, but the friend beside him is certainly not. Why? Lu Hao pointed to the lichen hypersport parked outside, stating, that car is worth nearly 100 million, and just moments ago, I saw the keys for it on their table. With a resounding shock, Deng Xijia's mind went blank. A car worth over 100 million. What kind of tycoon could afford that? How had she not noticed that Li Xinjian had such affluent friends before? Regret surged within her, seeing her lost in thought. Lu Hao impatiently urged, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and leave. Such a tycoon is someone you cannot afford to offend. At that moment, however, Deng Xijia shook off his hand. No, it's you who has offended him. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Deng Xijia took a deep breath and coldly declared, Lu Hao, I've made up my mind. We are not suited for each other, let us break up. With those words, she turned and walked back toward the barbecue place, leaving Lu Hao stunned. Damn, I was dumped. A wave of humiliation surged within him. Deng Sijia had always catered to his whims. Even if they were to break up, it should have been he who initiated it. Frustration boiled within Lu Hao as he got into his Audi and drove away. Meanwhile, after the two had left, Lin Chen and Li Xinjian resumed their drinking. Suddenly, Deng Sijia returned, taking a seat next to Li Xinjian. Li Xinjian frowned and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Deng Sijia feigned sorrow, squeezing out a few tears. "Ajian, during these days apart, I have thought of you every single day, every moment. After breaking up, I realized that I truly love you. Can we reconcile? I don't want to be apart anymore." A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Something was amiss. Meanwhile, as Deng Sijia spoke, her gaze kept darting toward Lin Chen. She felt confident about winning Li Xinjian back. A few tears and a heartfelt confession would surely soften his heart. Once she reconciled with him, she could then approach his friend. Deng Sijia had meticulously crafted her plan in her mind. Yet, Li Xinjian was no fool. He stared at her coldly. "You wish to reconcile? Dream on, go back to your Lu Hao." Deng Sijia was momentarily taken aback. This was not how she had envisioned things unfolding. However, she refused to give up easily. Determined, she squeezed out more tears. "I truly understand my mistakes. Don't you love me? Please don't leave, don't abandon me, all right?" Yet Li Xinjian remained resolute. "No." Deng Sijia was about to plead further when Li Xinjian interrupted. "Are you leaving or not?" At his words, Deng Sijia wiped her tears. "I want to leave. Please don't drive me away, okay?" At that moment, Li Xinjian stood up. "If you want to leave, we will." He then turned to Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, shall we change locations?" Lin Chen nodded. "Sure." With that, the two left without looking back. Deng Sijia was left dumbfounded, but quickly regained her senses and chased after them. Upon seeing the Lycan Hypersport, Li Xinjian's jaw nearly dropped. "Brother Chen, how much did this car cost?" Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. "No matter the cost. It's merely a means of transportation." As they spoke, both had already entered the vehicle, and at that moment, Deng Sijia rushed over. Yet the two didn't even cast her a glance as they drove away. Watching the car fade into the distance, Deng Sijia stood there, dazed. Regret consumed her. Now even Lu Hao was gone, leaving her with nothing but an empty endeavor. After leaving the barbecue place, Lin Chen took Li Xinjian directly to the Nightshade Bar. Unsurprisingly, at the entrance, the hypercar once again drew considerable attention. Li Xinjian felt a bit embarrassed, but Lin Chen was already accustomed to it. The two entered the bar together. This time, however, Lin Chen spotted a familiar face. Zhao Yuanhang. Noticing Lin Chen, Zhao Yuanhang approached with a grin. "What a coincidence. I have a private room over there. Would you like to join us?" Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. "Not today. I'm with a friend." It was only then that Zhao Yuanhang noticed Li Xinjian beside Lin Chen. "Come along. It's a good chance for everyone to get to know each other." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen politely declined. "It's really not convenient today. Let us pass." Seeing Lin Chen's firm stance, Zhao Yuanhang had no choice but to relent. "I've been out too long. I should head back." Lin Chen nodded. "All right." After Zhao Yuanhang had walked away, Lin Chen turned to Li Xinjian and said, "Those people tend to be quite indulgent. You might find it hard to fit in." Li Xinjian nodded. "This must be the descent of the wealthy second generation," he mused. Chapter 126. The rent collection tycoon emerges at this moment. Lin Chen inquired, "Are you truly not considering reconciling with your ex-girlfriend?" In response, Li Xinjian let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "She is merely a gold digger. You must have noticed her attitude towards me when she first arrived. As for her later attempts to rekindle our relationship, I suppose she was drawn to my wealthy friend." This affluent friend, of course, referred to Lin Chen. Nodding in understanding, Lin Chen remarked, "It is good that you can see through her." The two continued to drink for a while longer before departing. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Chen was enveloped in the scent of alcohol. He wrinkled his nose at the odor emanating from himself, feeling repulsed enough to take a shower. After a refreshing wash, he intended to play a few games before heading to bed. However, he faced consecutive defeats, as he was on the verge of losing yet another match. His frustration led him to open the chat completely. "Lu Dan, send me $100 for every kill." The chat erupted into chaos. "Fox, is that for real? Big shot? King Gigi, have we encountered a tycoon? Princess Feifei, I'll be the first to test the waters. My head is affordable." Soon, Princess Feifei approached Lu Dan, who executed a flawless combination of skills, swiftly eliminating her. Moments later, a transfer of $100 appeared in her account. Princess Feifei, "Oh my goodness. It's true. $100 just came in." The opposing team went into a frenzy. "King Gigi, Lu Dan, my head is valuable. I want to ask for much. Just $90 will suffice." Fox, I'm game too. If you think I'm not worth it, I can take out a few of your teammates and then offer my head. Teammate. Princess Feifei, do you still want my head, big shot? Watching as the opposing team lined up to gift Lu Dan their kills left Lin Chen's teammates bewildered. In no time, Lu Dan had accumulated dozens of kills, undoubtedly securing victory. After transferring the funds, Lin Chen was about to toss his phone aside and sleep when a message from Lu Yuxing came through. Thank you for your help. Vice President Zhang has been investigated for embezzlement and bribery, and he has been taken away by the authorities. I can finally settle down at the Morning Glory. Thank you. Shall I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Lin Chen replied, I have classes in the morning. Lu Yuxing quickly responded, I will wait for you after class. With Lu Yuxing, the renowned diva, making such a request, Lin Chen felt compelled to accept. All right. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Chen rose early due to his class schedule. After a quick breakfast, he headed to school. At the foot of the Literature College, a striking Lycan Hypersport caught many eyes. Is someone in our school driving a new supercar again? Don't even think about it. It must be Lin Chen. Having become accustomed to his frequent new supercars, they couldn't help but notice this one looked familiar. Wait, isn't this the car from the movie Fast and Furious 7 we watched last night? Wow, we saw this car in a movie yesterday. And now we see it in real life? Lin Chen is simply extraordinary. Lin Chen had grown used to the astonished whispers. After parking, he made his way to the classroom, where Suemo had undoubtedly saved him a seat. Once seated, Lin Chen curiously asked, How did you know I would attend class today? Suemo replied, Regardless of whether you come or not, I will always reserve a seat for you. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen questioned, Why are you so insistent on saving a seat for me? Because. Suemo glanced at Lin Chen shyly. I was worried you might arrive late and find no seat. Lin Chen chuckled, You're lying. You want me to sit next to you, don't you? Startled, Suemo turned to him, her surprise evident. Did I guess correctly? With Lin Chen teasing her, Suemo felt a blush rise to her cheeks. How did you know? Unable to contain his laughter, Lin Chen ruffled her hair. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Didn't you realize? As Suemo fixed her tousled hair, she hesitated. Is what you said true? Otherwise, what? Her cheeks flushed, Suemo stammered. Then, do you like this? Lin Chen paused. Realizing this was perhaps the first time Suemo had spoken so candidly. Of course, why not? He replied with a smile, leaning closer to her and whispering. Could it be that you like me? Suemo felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank. I don't. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to sever our friendship for 3 minutes. With that, she shifted her books to the other side. Sever our friendship for 3 minutes? How amusing. At that moment, class monitor Chu Chanqian arrived late, glancing around before sitting beside Lin Chen. You nearly missed class, Lin Chen noted. Chu Chanqian sighed. I was working part-time and lost track of time. Just then, Lin Chen's notification for his wealth accumulation chimed repeatedly. Received 180,000 from Rich Treasure. Received 360,000 from Rich Treasure. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned to him, including Suemo, who was still in shock. Lin Chen quickly silenced his phone. The classroom erupted in excitement. Is Lin Chen a rent collection tycoon? Collecting tens of thousands at a time is insane. One collection is equivalent to our family's annual expenses. No wonder he can afford so many supercars. I would do the same. Every gaze directed at Lin Chen sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, his WeChat notifications flooded in, revealing messages from tenants at the Jean Lin International Building. A 201, a 206 March rent, 180,000. B3-4 March rent, 360,000. And many similar messages followed. Beside him, Chu Chanqian stared, utterly dumbfounded. Lin Chen, your rent collections must total several million by now. Chapter 127. The arrival of Lu Yuxing a stir was created as Lin Chen smiled faintly. About right. Several million? Just from Zhongli, he has already collected a few million. Meanwhile, the teacher had arrived, and the classroom had finally settled into a semblance of quiet. Outside the College of Arts, a Ferrari was parked by the roadside. Lu Yuxing was seated in the passenger seat, while her assistant, Ellie, occupied the driver's seat. Glancing at the Lycan hypercar parked not far away, Lu Yuxing instructed Ellie, drive back later. You needn't worry about me. Ellie looked at Lu Yuxing in surprise. Sister Yuxing. What will you do then? I'll take the boss's car, Lu Yuxing replied. Ellie was momentarily taken aback, then slapped her forehead. Right, the boss has his own car. Before long, the class bell rang. Lu Yuxing promptly opened the car door and stepped out. To avoid drawing attention, she wore a large pair of sunglasses that nearly obscured half of her face. However, despite her efforts, as a renowned starlet, she was quickly recognized by several students. Look at that person in sunglasses. Doesn't she resemble Lu Yuxing? No way. It really is Lu Yuxing. She is stunning. But what is Lu Yuxing doing at our school? It seems like she's waiting for someone. At that moment, Lin Chen also emerged and spotted Lu Yuxing amidst the crowd. It was inevitable. A beauty like her, regardless of time or place, always attracted attention, especially someone of Lu Yuxing's caliber. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lu Yuxing approached him, her 5 cm stilettos clicking on the pavement. The crowd was left in shock. Look, Lu Yuxing is heading towards Lin Chen. Could it be that she is here to find him? I think so. Besides Lin Chen, who else in our department could possibly make Lu Yuxing wait for them? Oh, how envious. I wish Lu Yuxing would wait for me after class. Stop dreaming. Lin Chen then remembered that Lu Yuxing had invited him to dinner, mentioning she would wait for him. Lu Yuxing stepped directly in front of Lin Chen and asked, "Boss, where shall we dine?" The surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded. Boss, did I just hear that correctly? Lu Yuxing referred to Lin Chen as her boss. Did I mishear? Because I heard it too. So, Lin Chen is Lu Yuxing's boss. The CEO of Chenxi Media? What astonishing news. Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Lu Yuxing, your arrival has made me famous. Lu Yuxing smiled. From what I hear, it seems your reputation is quite considerable too. Before coming here, I did some inquiries. If the most famous person at Donghai University is not you, then I dare say no one else would. Lin Chen shrugged, conceding, you win. As they descended the steps together, Lin Chen curiously asked, why didn't you call or text me when you arrived? With so many people around. Weren't you worried about not finding me? Regardless of the crowd, I would recognize you. Besides, Lu Yuxing added, glancing at Lin Chen, even if I couldn't recognize you, I would certainly recognize your car. She pointed at the Lycan hypercar parked in front of them. Lin Chen, intrigued, replied, I just acquired this car. I don't think I've shown it to you before. How did you know it was mine? Lu Yuxing smirked slightly. In all of Donghai University, aside from Lin Chen, who has swapped several hypercars, who else could afford a Lycan? Moreover, I overheard some students talking about how Lin Chen has a new car. Lin Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. That has quite an attention to detail. Lu Yuxing smiled back. Thank you for the compliment, boss. She then inquired, so, where are we going to eat? You decide. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll devour your little fortune? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxing laughed. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. I'll have to ask you to be gentle, then. The two of them hopped into Lin Chen's Lycan hypercar and headed straight for a hot pot restaurant near Donghai University. Upon seeing the restaurant's sign, Lu Yuxing sighed. It seems the boss is determined to lead me into the depths of indulgence. First it was cream cakes, now it's hot pot. Both are high-calorie foods. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. How unfortunate, as I happen to be craving hot pot today. Lu Yuxing sighed in resignation, then let us go. With that, she donned her oversized sunglasses once more. After all, it was her treat to Lin Chen, and she had let him choose the place. Now that they had arrived, it wouldn't do to back out. As soon as they entered the hot pot restaurant, Lu Yuxing was recognized. Hey, isn't that the film starlet Lu Yuxing? It really is. Look at the man beside her. Is he her boyfriend? Shocking. Lu Yuxing's relationship is exposed. It seems we'll soon hear good news. But look at her boyfriend. He doesn't seem to dress well and looks rather young. Could he be a kept man? What? Is Lu Yuxing's private life that chaotic? At that moment, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Why don't you all be quiet? Just look at that watch he's wearing, a Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon, worth millions. And that Lycan hypercar worth tens of millions is parked right outside. With that, those who had previously thought Lin Chen was a kept man fell silent. Lin Chen and Lu Yuxing were both aware of the surrounding discussions. Lin Chen appeared unfazed, but Lu Yuxing felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't consider this. Lin Chen chuckled. I haven't even spoken yet. What is there to worry about? Besides, I'm used to it. I'll walk my own path and let others talk. Seeing Lin Chen's unbothered demeanor, Lu Yuxing finally relaxed. After all, men are often concerned about their image, and being labeled a kept man could be a blow to pride. To avoid unnecessary complications, they opted for a private room. Soon, the hot pot broth and ingredients were served, filling the room with the enticing aroma of beef hot pot. As Lu Yuxing gazed at the bubbling broth rich with red oil, she found herself in a dilemma. Eating hot pot was a delightful yet guilty pleasure. It was only because she was with the boss, Lin Chen, that she dared to indulge so freely. At that moment, Lin Chen's notification sound chimed. Chapter 128. Taking leave to return home, Lin Chen picked up his phone and discovered a message from his mother. Ah Chen, your cousin is getting married in a few days. Are you coming back? Ever since Lin Chen started school, he occasionally sent a bit of money home. Though he never dared to send too much, just a few tens of thousands, which he could only attribute to his modest earnings from stock trading. Contemplating this, Lin Chen promptly replied, sure, I'll take leave to go back. Shortly thereafter, His mother sent several more messages. To be honest, we are not entirely in favor of your cousin marrying. It seems like she is marrying up. Her future in-laws do not regard her highly. We worry she might regret this decision later. Lin Chen set down his phone, a slight frown appearing on his face. He had spent some time with his cousin Xiao Xiu during their childhood, and he remembered her as a gentle and demure girl. But would she truly find happiness if the concerns his mother voiced were valid? At that moment, Lu Yuxing inquired, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen replied, "My cousin is getting married, so I need to take leave tomorrow." Lu Yuxing nodded slightly. I see it had been a while since he left home for school, and he hadn't even returned for the short holidays. This time, he felt it necessary to bring back some gifts. After all, he needed to help his family adjust to the fact that he had become quite wealthy. He couldn't keep it a secret forever. Suddenly, Lin Chen turned to Lu Yuxing. "Are you free later? Would you accompany me to pick out some gifts for my family?" Lu Yuxing asked. "Gifts for your family?" Lin Chen nodded. "I believe choosing gifts is something women excel at." Lu Yuxing readily agreed, as she had no pressing matters to attend to, and strengthening her relationship with her boss would be beneficial. After finishing a hot pot meal, the two headed straight to the nearby Hongda shopping mall. As they strolled through the mall, Lin Chen selected various items without hesitation, and by the time they reached the checkout, both shopping carts were filled to the brim. Just as they were about to pay, Pang Dehai rushed over and graciously offered to cover the entire bill. Upon learning that Lin Chen was the owner of Hongda Mall, Lu Yuxing was flabbergasted. She realized that her boss Lin Chen was indeed an enigma. He was merely a freshman, yet owned several supercars, and was the proprietor of both Chintzy Media and Hongda Mall. It was simply astounding. There was no need for Lin Chen to transport the items himself. Pang Dehai volunteered to send a few people to help deliver everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fit everything into his supercars. After dropping Lu Yuxing off, Lin Chen returned to his villa. At 8 in the evening, Lin Chen called his academic advisor to request leave. He expected a swift approval, but to his dismay, "Leave? It's just your cousin getting married, not your sister. Why do you need so many days off?" The advisor remarked. 1 or 2 days is fine, but a week seems excessive. Lin Chen replied, "All right then." After hanging up, Lin Chen dialed the principal's number. Upon seeing Lin Chen's call, the principal was overjoyed. "What a pleasant surprise. Why are you calling me?" Lin Chen replied, slightly helpless, "Principal, my cousin is getting married, and I would like to request a week off." The principal paused for a moment, then chuckled. "I thought it was something serious. Why not just speak with your advisor?" "My advisor refused my request." "What? Could you repeat that?" "Your advisor said it's just a cousin, not a sister. A couple of days might be acceptable, but a week is too much. Please hold on." The principal abruptly ended the call. Soon after, a text message arrived, sorted. Simultaneously, the advisor called back, and his tone had noticeably softened. "Lin Chen, after giving it some thought, I realize I may not have considered your request thoroughly. You may take as many days off as you wish. Does that sound reasonable?" Lin Chen responded, "Thank you, but about the leave form," the advisor quickly interjected. "You can submit it when you return. I'll inform the student council." "Great. Thank you, advisor." Lin Chen mused. "See, this is the advantage of maintaining a good relationship with the principal." Then, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and sent a message in the supercar club group, seeking a few people to help drive his supercar back, which could also serve as a wedding car, adding to his cousin Xiao Xiu's splendor. The moment the message was sent, the group erupted in excitement. "Me? Can I do it, Brother Chen? Choose me. I promise to take great care of your beloved car. Brother Chen, please pick me. I've longed to drive a supercar." At this moment, Zhao Yuanhang also chimed in. "I want a spot. Don't fight me for it." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior Zhao, are you also joining the fun?" Zhao Yuanhang responded. "How could I resist? How else would I get to drive such a high-end supercar? I just want to experience it." Although they were all wealthy second-generation individuals, most of them drove cars worth several million. It was rare to find one above 10 million. After all, while their families were affluent, spending tens of millions on a car still felt extravagant. The group, led by Zhao Yuanhang, had no objections to his request. Next, Lin Chen needed to select 4 more individuals, which posed a challenge. Ultimately, he devised a fair and non-offensive method, rolling dice. Whoever rolled the highest would get to go. Before long, 4 individuals were selected. Those chosen were overjoyed, while those who were not selected lamented their bad luck, some even contemplating switching phones. Lin Chen suddenly felt a strange sense of being in a selection process for a bride. The thought startled him. It was too bizarre. After notifying his parents, Lin Chen set his phone down, ready to rest. The next day, upon waking, Lin Chen found that Zhao Yuanhang and the others had sent him numerous messages, inquiring when he would rise. They had been waiting at his door since 7 o'clock. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 9. Had they really been waiting for over 2 hours? Startled awake, He quickly got dressed and went downstairs to greet them. As he welcomed them in, Lin Chen remarked, "Why didn't you just call me?" Zhao Yuanhang laughed. "We arrived early. We didn't want to disturb your sleep." Lin Chen sheepishly replied, "I should have set a time yesterday." After a bit of tidying up, the group set off in their supercars. Chapter 129. Achieving success. The supercar team had certainly made its way into many people's social circles. Lin Chen's home was situated in Nanwan City. Upon arriving in Nanwan, he promptly reserved a presidential suite for each of the 5 friends at the Ritz-Carlton. After all, these individuals were all affluent second-generation heirs. It would be rather ungracious to treat them poorly. Furthermore, he was not lacking in funds. However, Zhao Yuanhang and the others were somewhat taken aback. The 5 presidential suites would undoubtedly cost at least 400,000 to 500,000, and he had booked them for 3 nights. This meant that for just their accommodations over 3 days, Lin Chen would be spending no less than 1,500,000. Although the others felt a bit embarrassed and intended to cover the expenses themselves, Lin Chen insisted on paying for everything. Having settled his friends, Lin Chen returned home. Upon arriving at his community, he was suddenly filled with a sense of nostalgia. Was this not a grand return home? Yuhua community, located in the old district of Nanwan City, was marked by its aging buildings and outdated facilities. Most residents here were elderly. This trip back presented the perfect opportunity to upgrade his parents and sister to a villa. It would be rather unjust for him to reside in a modern apartment in Donghai City while his family remained in such a dilapidated neighborhood. In the community, several elderly gentlemen and ladies were engrossed in a game of mahjong when the roar of a supercar's engine caught their attention. Someone adjusted their reading glasses in surprise and remarked, "That car must be quite expensive, right? I believe it costs over 1 million. Another chimed in, "If my grandson were this successful, I would gladly lay down in my coffin." Lin Chen drove the car down to the building. Just as he was about to gather his belongings to head upstairs, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was his mother. Pressing the answer button, he heard her warm voice. "Ah Chun, when do you think you'll arrive? I'll have your father pick you up." He chuckled and replied, "Mom, I'm already downstairs." There was a brief pause on the line, followed by the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps, accompanied by his mother's voice, "Old Lin, Ah Chun is back." Before long, Lin Chen's parents arrived downstairs, and upon seeing the supercar beside him, they were momentarily speechless. "Ah Chun, whose car is this?" his mother asked uncertainly. Lin Chen grinned. "It's mine. Isn't it stylish?" To his surprise, his mother froze for a moment, then swiftly approached and pinched his ear, saying, "You better tell me honestly, did you get involved in something illegal? How did you earn so much money to buy a car?" Lin Chen quickly explained, "Absolutely not. Didn't I tell you before? I learned stock trading from friends and made some profits." "Is that really true?" "More genuine than gold." His mother finally released her grip on him, albeit still skeptical. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chen called for his parents to help bring the items upstairs. Once home, his parents were astonished by the mountain of goods piled on the table. "Ah Chun, how much money have you made?" his father asked, dumbfounded. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't kept track. I'm earning daily." He had indeed not calculated his earnings. But he didn't consider it a lie. Seeing that Lin Chen was reluctant to divulge details, his parents chose not to press further, confident in their son's integrity and character. As Lin Chen was about to unwrap the gifts, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it." Before he could open the door, he heard Aunt Lu's loud voice from downstairs. "Sueyu, open the door. There's a supercar parked downstairs. I wonder whose child has become so successful at that moment." Lin Chen opened the door, and upon seeing him, Aunt Lu appeared momentarily stunned. "Ah Chen, you're back?" Then, as if recalling something, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. How could I forget? Your cousin is getting married. You simply had to come back." Lin Chen smiled and welcomed her inside. Upon seeing the heap of items on the table, Aunt Lu was utterly astonished. Many of these items were luxury brands she recognized from television. They must have cost a fortune. Suddenly, Aunt Lu turned to Lin Chen, half-jokingly asking, "Ah Chen, that supercar parked downstairs, it wouldn't be yours, would it?" His mother nodded. "Indeed, it's Ah Chen's." "What?" Aunt Lu was flabbergasted. "If I recall correctly, didn't Ah Chen go off to school? How did he earn so much money?" Lin Chen replied, "Yes, I went to school and learned stock trading, made some money, and also engaged in a bit of business." Aunt Lu nodded, somewhat understanding. "Oh, I see." At that moment, several neighbors entered, having spotted Lin Chen disembarking from the supercar. "I thought I was seeing things. It really is Ah Chun from the Lin family." "Indeed. I told you Ah Chun would achieve something great. You all didn't believe me. When Ah Chun was young, I always said he was extraordinary. See, I was right. However, not everyone was supportive. How could he possibly earn so much money while in school? Surely he must be involved in some improper business?" The atmosphere in the small room suddenly became tense, and all eyes turned to the speaker. Lin Chen also glanced at the individual. It was old Mrs. Li. Her grandson had earned some money to buy an Audi and had financed a house in the new district, which she had boasted about for years. Now, her envy was palpable. Lin Chen's mother, Zhu Tsiyu, immediately interjected, "Mrs. Li, do you really think before you speak?" Realizing the accusatory gazes directed her way, old Mrs. Li felt somewhat embarrassed. "I was just speaking my mind." Knowing well what kind of person Mrs. Li was, Zhu Tsiyu chose not to engage further. Just then, Uncle Zhang noticed a box on the table and gasped, "Is that a Rolex?" Chapter 130. The gift. Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to Uncle Zhang. "Old Zhang, what is a Rolex?" Uncle Zhang forcefully suppressed the shock within him and replied, "A Rolex watch. It is quite expensive. A casual one can cost over 100,000, even several 100,000. The astonishment in the room was palpable as everyone instinctively glanced at a small box on the table. Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Zhang certainly knows his stuff. With that, he picked up the Rolex from the table and handed it to his father. "Lin, Dad, this is for you." Lin was taken aback. "Is this for me?" In an instant, everyone directed their gazes toward Lin, their eyes filled with admiration. "Why spend so much money?" they murmured. Despite his verbal reproach, Lin An's heart swelled with joy. After all, this was a gift from his own son. The others could only envy him. As Lin donned the watch on his wrist, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This watch is magnificent." Meanwhile, his mother, Zhu Tsiyu, looked on with eager eyes. Lin Chen couldn't resist a smile. "Mom, why are you so anxious?" "Of course, there's a gift for you too." Zhu Tsiyu's eyes sparkled. "Do I also have a gift?" Lin Chen rummaged through the pile of presents and produced a small gift box. Upon opening it, a jade bracelet was revealed. Zhu Tsiyu's face lit up with delight. "A bracelet? My dear Aiken knows I love bracelets." However, an aunt gasped, "Isn't this an old pit jade bracelet?" "Old pit jade? That sounds rather expensive, doesn't it?" "This bracelet is so luminous and translucent. It must be worth at least a few tens of thousands." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "A few tens of thousands?" This bracelet cost nearly 300,000. Nevertheless, seeing the glimmer in his mother's eyes, he felt the expenditure was entirely justified. After a while, several neighbors departed, having enjoyed the festivities. At that moment, Lin Chen inquired, "Where is Yaya? Is she still at school?" He had a younger sister in her first year of high school named Lin Yu. Zhu Tsiyu replied, "Not yet. She'll probably return tomorrow." "What is going on with my cousin?" Lin Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhu Tsiyu sighed. "According to your aunt, when both families met, your cousin's future in-laws were exceedingly proud and condescending, claiming that marrying into their family is a blessing accrued over 8 generations. A blessing accrued over 8 generations? Perhaps it's more akin to a calamity. In Lin Chen's mind, his cousin was gentle, quiet, and kind-hearted. She deserved better than that family. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Zhu Tsiyu added, "Actually, your cousin's fiancé isn't bad. He's just a bit timid, always deferring to his parents." Lin Chen declared, "I'll visit my cousin tomorrow and catch up." That night, Lin Chen went straight to bed in his room. The next day, he intended to wait for Lin Yu before visiting his cousin, but his mother informed him that Lin Yu would not return until evening, so he set out alone. His cousin's home was quite close, and Lin Chen bought 2 boxes of fruit before driving over. His aunt and uncle were out, leaving only his cousin at home. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his cousin, Xiu, was pleasantly surprised. "Aiken, aren't you supposed to be at school?" Lin Chen smiled. "How could I not come back for your wedding?" Noticing the large bags Lin Chen carried, Xiu was puzzled. "Why bring so much?" Lin Chen placed the items on the coffee table. "I brought some wedding gifts." Xiu quickly replied, "I heard from my uncle and aunt that you've earned some money at school, so you should save it for a house." Lin Chen nodded, "I understand. And I've already bought a house." Xiu was astonished. "So soon? How much have you earned?" "You're incredible. Most people still ask their families for money while in college, and here you are, buying a house with your own earnings." At that moment, the sound of the door opening was heard. "That must be my parents returning." Sure enough, before the door fully opened, the two heard their voices discussing. "I don't know whose supercar is parked downstairs. It's quite the spectacle. I heard these supercars cost more than any Audi." The speakers were Lin Chen's aunt, Lin Lan, and uncle, Xiu Feng. Upon entering, they were taken aback to see Lin Chen. "Aiken, what brings you here?" Lin Chen greeted them with a smile. "I came to see my cousin since she's getting married tomorrow." Lin Lan nodded approvingly. "How thoughtful of you." Her gaze then fell on the table, astonished. "Aiken, did you bring all this?" Xiu affirmed. "Yes, this is all from Aiken." Lin Lan remarked, "Aiken, you're too generous. We're family. You didn't need to bring so much. By the way, have you eaten? If not, I can whip something up for you." Lin Chen chuckled. "I've eaten. I brought these as gifts. I heard you like bracelets, so I bought you one that's identical to my mom's." Oh, Aiken, you bought me a bracelet? Lin Chen smiled and retrieved an exquisite small box from the table. Inside lay a jade bracelet, identical to the one Zhu Suyu wore. As Lin Chen opened the box, Lin Lan was momentarily stunned. This bracelet resembles one I've seen my mother-in-law wear, but hers lacks this clarity. She looked up at Lin Chen. Aiken, did you purchase this? Lin Chen nodded. I did. Lin Lan was even more astonished. Her in-laws owned a small company, and she was aware of her mother-in-law's penchant for flaunting her possessions. Thus, whatever she wore could not be inferior. Yet, the bracelet Lin Chen gifted her appeared far superior. With that thought, Lin Lan picked it up, admired it, and then returned it to the box. This must not be inexpensive, right? Price is of little consequence. What matters is that my aunt likes it. At that moment, Uncle Chiofeng leaned in to take a closer look. This bracelet is truly beautiful. Lin Lan immediately closed the box and playfully glared at Chiofeng. It's mine. Aiken bought it for me. No use envying it. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this amusing couple. All right, uncle, don't fret. You'll have one too. Upon hearing this, Chiofeng's eyes brightened. I have one too? Chapter 131. That car belongs to your brother, Lin Chen chuckled. Of course, there is. He then found a box and handed it to Chiofeng. This made Chiofeng feel somewhat embarrassed. Oh, you even bought me a gift, he said, rubbing his hands together, hesitating to accept it. At that moment, Lin Lan, who was beside him, remarked, Ah Chun, what kind of gift did you buy him? Such a waste of good things. Though she spoke those words, curiosity bubbled within her. What could it be? Lin Chen smiled and urged, Uncle, open it and take a look. Chiofeng finally opened the box. What is this? He looked inside, unable to recognize the item. Qiu Shiyu leaned in to take a glance and exclaimed, Is this an e-cigarette? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Chiofeng, puzzled, asked, What is an e-cigarette? At this moment, Qiu Shiyu provided an explanation. Though it is called a cigarette, an e-cigarette is actually a vapor product, fundamentally different from traditional cigarettes that burn tobacco. It can largely replace cigarettes and poses significantly less harm to the body. Both men were left speechless. Is it really that sophisticated? Lin Lan turned to Lin Chen and inquired. So, can your uncle use this e-cigarette instead of real cigarettes now? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively, and Lin Lan beamed with joy. This is truly wonderful. Who said boys aren't as thoughtful as girls? Look at our Ah Chun. He has thought of this. Lin Chen smiled but remained silent. Of course, all these items had been carefully selected by Lu Yuxing. However, Chiofeng remarked, Ah Chun, we are all very pleased with your thoughtful gesture. But you are still a student. Save your money for yourself. It will be useful for buying a house or a car in the future. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. Qiu Shiyu laughed. Ah Chun has already bought a house. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, both Chiofeng and Lin Lan stared wide-eyed in astonishment. What? Ah Chun, you have already bought a house. In Donghai City or our Nanwan City? Donghai City. Impressive, Ah Chun. Lin Chen smiled and did not respond to them, but instead reached for a larger box on the table and handed it to Qiu Shiyu. Dear cousin, I was a bit rushed and could not select a proper gift for you. I hope you will still like this one. Qiu Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you, Ah Chun. She opened the box, revealing a set of diamond jewelry, a necklace, earrings, and a bracelet. So beautiful, she smiled. I will wear this set for my wedding tomorrow. She had initially prepared a set herself, costing about 5,000 to 6,000, but now that Lin Chen gifted her another, she felt embarrassed to keep her own. Therefore, she planned to return or sell the set she had bought and wear Lin Chen's gift at her wedding. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen prepared to leave. That night at home, he spent hours on his phone looking up villa options in Nanwan City and eventually settled on Dongfang Yufu. Just as he was about to call to inquire, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen put away his phone and went to answer the door. Brother? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yeah? The person returning was Lin Yu. He took the few bags from her hands and helped her carry them inside. Brother, I envy you university students so much. It must be easy for you to take leave, right? I nearly wore my mouth out just to get 2 days off. Lin Yu complained as she walked into the room. Settling onto the sofa, Lin Yu poured herself a large glass of water and took a few sips. Noticing the things piled on the table, she was momentarily stunned. Brother, did we have guests? What? Lin Chen was confused. Guests? Wasn't it just them at home? Where would guests come from? Lin Yu pointed at the items on the table and asked, Who sent these? I bought them. Lin Yu froze, and after a few seconds, she exclaimed, What? Immediately, she covered her mouth. Sure enough, they heard Zhu Ziyu's voice from the kitchen, scolding, Girls should keep their mouths clean. Stop writing such things in school. Lin Yu helplessly shouted back, Got it, Mom. Lin Chen found the tablet and phone he had bought for Lin Yu on the table and handed them to her. I bought these for you. See if you like them. The moment Lin Yu saw the tablet and phone, her eyes lit up. A tablet and a phone. Brother, I love you so much. After playing with them for a while, she turned to Lin Chen and said, "Brother, since you went to university, you've become rich? How do you have so much money? Honestly, how much allowance do mom and dad give you? I'm so envious." Lin Chen rolled his eyes at her. "I haven't taken a single cent from home." Lin Yu was taken aback. "What? I don't believe it. Are you telling me that while others go to university, you are making money?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Did you guess that correctly again?" But Lin Yu thought he was joking, merely huffing and rolling her eyes at him. After a few moments, she scrutinized Lin Chen and remarked, "Brother, I feel like you've changed a lot since you returned. You seem much more handsome." Lin Chen laughed. "Did you just notice?" Lin Yu shot him an eye roll. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh right, brother, I saw a super luxurious sports car downstairs just now." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "You know about cars?" Lin Yu laughed and replied, "Actually, I don't really understand them, but a few days ago, I watched Fast and Furious 7 with my friends, and the car downstairs looked just like the one in the movie. My friend said it probably costs nearly 100 million. Crash. Suddenly, a sound of breaking dishes erupted from the kitchen, and before Lin Chen and Lin Yu could react, Jutsueyu rushed out. "What did you say? 100 million? Chen, is that true?" Lin Chen panicked. "Mom, it's not that exaggerated." "Then how much is it?" Jutsueyu pressed on. At that moment, even Linen, who was shaving in the bathroom, rushed out. "Chen, did you really spend nearly 100 million on a car?" Lin Yu, sitting on the sofa, looked utterly bewildered. "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean brother spent nearly 100 million on a car?" She couldn't comprehend it. "The sports car parked downstairs belongs to your brother." Chapter 132, Brother. "Our family is wealthy now, boom." Lin Yu's mind went blank. The only thought occupying her mind was, that car belongs to my brother. "Brother, are we rich now?" "Indeed." Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. "Our family is wealthy now." At that moment, Zhu Ziyu and Linen approached them. "Chen, be honest, how much did that car cost?" "Yes. If you don't tell us the truth, we will go downstairs to take photos and search online." With no other choice, Lin Chen sighed and replied, "It's over 90 million. Gasp. The three in the room collectively inhaled sharply. 90 million for a car. This was something they dared not even dream of. Zhu Zuehong appeared dazed. I feel a bit dizzy." Lin Yu nudged Lin and, "Dad, pinch me so I know this isn't a dream." Seeing their reactions, Lin Chen sighed helplessly. "Dad, Mom, Sis, our family truly is wealthy now." Zhu Ziyu was about to say something when a burnt smell suddenly wafted through the air. She slapped her thigh. "Oh no, I still have food on the stove." With that, she hurried to the kitchen. At this moment, Lin Chen added, "I was just looking at houses for the family. The current one is rather old, so I was considering a new one." He then showed them his search history on his phone. Lin Yu gasped again. "Wow, these are all villas. Are we moving to a villa?" Linen hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Chen, you really haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly assured them, "Dad, I absolutely have not." Lin and then inquired, "Could you share how much money you have in your account?" After pondering for a while, Lin Chen replied, "I'm afraid it might shock you." Both of them instinctively swallowed hard. Subsequently, Lin Chen took out his phone and displayed his account balance. Upon seeing the long string of numbers, both were left feeling dizzy and lightheaded. "That's a lot." Lin Chen put his phone away and looked at Lin Yu. "Although our family is wealthy now, you must continue to focus on your studies. Do not neglect them." Lin Yu, wise beyond her years, immediately responded, "I understand. This is money earned by my brother, not by me. I will work hard to catch up with you." Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Very good. You have ambition." At that moment, Zhu Ziyu returned with the dishes, and the family joyfully sat down to eat, laughter echoing warmly around the table. The next day marked the wedding of Lin Chen's cousin, Qiu Shiyu. Lin Chen and Lin Yu were awakened at 5 in the morning. While the sky was still dim, the family arrived at the bride's home. The entire house was festooned with festive decorations, adorned with large double happiness characters on the doors and windows. Qiu Shiyu was changing and getting ready in her room, and as Lin Yu was a bridesmaid, she accompanied her inside. Lin Chen, unsure of what to do, sat on the sofa. Just then, as it approached 7 o'clock, his phone rang. It was Zhao Yuanhang and the others. Lin Chen had messaged them the previous day, asking them to come over in the morning, and they were quite punctual. As Lin Chen stood up to leave, Zhu Ziyu called out to him, "Chen, where are you going?" "I've arranged a wedding car convoy that just arrived at the community entrance. I'm going to greet them," Lin Chen responded. Lin Lan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "What kind of convoy?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon." With that, he donned a coat and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the community entrance, the sky was still dark. Fortunately, it was still early. Otherwise, the sight of 5 luxury cars would have certainly caused quite a stir. As they entered the community and ascended to the floor, Lin Chen casually introduced the others. After a brief exchange of greetings, they settled down. Lin Lan hurriedly poured drinks for the guests, and then sat next to Zhu Ziyu. Sister-in-law, why do I feel like all of Ah Chen's friends are from wealthy families? Lin Lan whispered to Zhu Ziyu. Look at what they're wearing. It seems to be all designer brands. Zhu Ziyu, perplexed by Lin Lan's observation, replied, I'm not sure. These must be Ah Chen's friends from school, I suppose. Before long, daylight broke completely. Due to the presence of 6 supercars, a large crowd had gathered downstairs. Why are so many supercars parked downstairs? Look, they all have double happiness characters on them. Since the family upstairs is getting married, could they have rented these? These supercars must be worth several tens of millions, right? Renting such cars must cost a fortune. This family is certainly generous. Huh, rent? Look at those 3 cars. They are Pagani Huayra, Chiron, and Valkyrie. Each of these is one of kind globally. Renting? Where would you even find one? And that one over there. A Lamborghini Veneno, worth over 90 million. Who would dare to rent such an expensive car? That one is a Lycan. It has appeared in movies. It too is valued at over 90 million. And that one, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Once you hear those words, you should understand. His words left the onlookers utterly astonished. Wow. If that's the case, the value of these cars must be in the billions? The crowd gasped collectively, instinctively stepping back from the luxury cars, fearful of accidentally scratching the paint, as the cost of repairing it would be beyond their means. At that moment, the wedding convoy arrived. Noticing the large crowd gathered ahead, the groom, Tang Feng, frowned. What is going on ahead? Why are there so many people? The driver looked equally confused. I don't know. The onlookers, sensing the arrival of the car convoy, promptly parted ways. As the driver of the main wedding car caught sight of the supercars parked below, he instinctively slammed the brakes. Whoa! Tang Feng, propelled forward by the sudden stop, instinctively leaned his body forward. Old Wu, how are you driving? Mr. Tang, I didn't mean it. Look ahead. The driver swallowed nervously, pointing in front of him. Tang Feng peered forward and, in the next instant, was left completely dumbfounded. Whoa, so many supercars. Chapter 133. The grand wedding procession. The occupants of the subsequent vehicles were equally astonished. The cars were adorned with the auspicious double happiness character, indicating they were likely arranged by Qiu Shiyu's family. However, Tang Feng cast a glance at the somewhat dilapidated apartment building belonging to Qiu Shiyu's family. The question loomed. How could they possibly afford such a fleet of luxury cars? Being an aficionado of automobiles himself, he was acutely aware of the staggering value of these vehicles, which only heightened his astonishment. At that moment, he was urged to disembark, snapping him back to reality. The groomsmen stood there, dumbfounded. Well, Brother Feng, is your sister-in-law's family really that wealthy? Renting this many luxury cars? Renting? Have you lost your mind? Several of those cars are one of a kind, unattainable even for the wealthiest magnates. Go ahead, try to rent one. Then whose are they? I have no idea. As the time for the wedding approached, they proceeded upstairs. They first offered tea to the bride's parents before going to fetch the bride. The ceremony adhered to traditional customs, devoid of any tacky wedding disruptions. However, even if there were any, Lin Chen would have nipped it in the bud. Considering the bride was his cousin and the bridesmaids were his sister, who would dare to cause a scene? Once the bride was retrieved, Tang Feng's curiosity piqued. But with so many people present, he hesitated to inquire about the supercars downstairs. However, one of the groomsmen couldn't contain himself and blurted out, Sister-in-law, who arranged those luxurious supercars parked downstairs? Qiu Shiyu furrowed her brow, puzzled. Luxury supercars? How many are there? Tang Feng recognized the confusion etched on Qiu Shiyu's face and asked, You don't know? She shook her head, leaving Tang Feng even more bewildered. Could it be that the cars were not arranged by the bride's family? Yet, they bore the double happiness emblem, and flowers adorned the front. Whose were they? Then, seizing a moment of respite, he pulled Lin Lan aside and whispered, Mom, what's the story behind those luxury supercars parked downstairs? Luxury supercars? Lin Lan was taken aback for a moment before recollecting Lin Chen's earlier mention of securing a car fleet. Perhaps it was Ah Chen. She gestured discreetly towards a group of affluent young men and continued, They are friends of Ah Chen. The cars you mentioned might have been brought by them. Lin Lan's surprise mirrored Tang Feng's. After all, he had referred to supercars, which undoubtedly bore a hefty price tag. Tang Feng scrutinized the unfamiliar faces and discerned from their attire that they were indeed a cadre of wealthy heirs, likely on par with his own fortune. He inquired further, Is Shiyu's cousin Lin Chen? He had heard Qiu Shiyu mention the name before. Lin Lan nodded, indicating Lin Chen, who was assisting nearby. That's Ah Chen. Yet, Tang Feng's keen eye caught sight of the exquisite jade bracelet adorning Lin Lan's wrist. Mom, that bracelet is stunning. When did you acquire it? Such quality jade must be worth a fortune. Lin Lan hesitated, then replied, this bracelet was a gift from Ah Chun. Again, him? At that moment, Tang Feng's attention shifted back to Lin Chen, scrutinizing him closely. The next instant, he was astounded to see Lin Chen sporting a Patek Philippe Starry Sky wristwatch. Its deep blue dial and intricate chronograph functions unmistakable. He couldn't be mistaken. That timepiece was worth millions. Tang Feng's expression turned complex as he contemplated Lin Chen's wealth. I heard Shiyu mention Lin Chen was in college. Lin Lan confirmed, yes. Ah Chun is a freshman in college, but I heard he has made some money and even purchased a property in Donghai City. Tang Feng gasped in disbelief. Donghai City? The real estate prices there are astronomical. How could Lin Chen, a freshman, afford to buy a house with his earnings? As the time to depart arrived, Tang Feng set aside his thoughts, leading the wedding entourage into the room to escort Qiu Shiyu out. Upon reaching the ground floor and catching sight of the impressive fleet of supercars, Qiu Shiyu was equally taken aback. What is this? She turned to Lin Chen. Ah Chun, did you arrange these? Yes, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Though Tang Feng had anticipated this outcome, hearing Lin Chen's confirmation still left him reeling. Gazing at his newly purchased Ferrari Portofino, he suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy. It simply paled in comparison. Considering the ostentation of the other supercars, he ultimately decided to designate the Rolls-Royce Phantom as the main wedding vehicle, with Lin Chen at the wheel. As the newlyweds climbed aboard, the procession set off, creating a sensation throughout the entire city of Nanwan. Goodness, whose wealthy family is getting married? Why are there so many luxury cars? This is my first time seeing such opulence in Nanwan. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom leading the way? And behind it, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Oh my, and a Pagani Huayra. A Lycan. This is beyond extravagant. Meanwhile, in a hotel nearby, despite it being her son's wedding day, Wang Hui's demeanor was far from cheerful. Even Tang Feng's father, Tang Da, couldn't help but notice. No matter what, today is a joyous occasion for our Xiao Feng. You shouldn't wear such a sour expression. Wang Hui merely scoffed lightly. What kind of person is my son? A girl from that kind of family doesn't deserve to marry into ours. I wonder what kind of trick she used to ensnare him. Tang sighed. Maybe you should tone it down a bit. It wouldn't be good for them to overhear. Wang Hui shot him a fierce glare. Not good. What is wrong with speaking the truth? Given our circumstances, forming a union with a wealthier family would be beneficial for Xiao Feng's future. Yet, despite her objections, Tang Feng remained resolute in marrying Qiu Shiyu, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, this did not equate to her acceptance of Qiu Shiyu as a daughter-in-law. As the couple prepared for their wedding, Wang Hui found herself preoccupied with thoughts of when they could wed. Hoping Tang Feng would eventually bring home a daughter-in-law she found satisfactory. However, contemplating Tang Feng's deep affection for Qiu Shiyu, she could only shake her head in resignation. They're here. The wedding party has returned. Chapter 134. You say it's a rental. Wang Hui couldn't help but roll her eyes. At that moment, the messenger shouted loudly, oh, the lead wedding car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Isn't Tang Feng's car a Ferrari? A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Is someone else getting married at the hotel? It must be some wealthy tycoon. How enviable. Wait, isn't our side the only one having a wedding today? At the entrance, trailing behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom was another Lamborghini Veneno. Look, there's a Lamborghini Veneno behind the Phantom. Wasn't Tang Feng's car a Ferrari? Someone exclaimed. I thought he was using Audis and Benzes for the wedding cars. How come there are Rolls-Royces and Ferraris now? Soon after, a Lycan Hypersport drove in, followed by a Pagani Huayra, a Chiron, and a Baidu. My goodness, why are there so many luxury cars? This is simply unprecedented. Are these all wedding cars arranged by Tang Feng? I'm beginning to doubt it. Stop doubting. Look at that Ferrari Portofino behind. That's Tang Feng's car. Right. Wasn't the Ferrari Portofino supposed to be the main wedding car? Why has it changed to a Rolls-Royce? In the hall, the messenger returned. So many supercars. All top-notch. What? Tang Da and Wang Hui were both astonished. Shall we go take a look? Tang Da asked Wang Hui, who nodded in agreement. When they stepped outside, they were immediately struck dumb by the sight of the array of top-tier sports cars. This. Tang Da stammered, unable to complete a single sentence. Wang Hui was initially surprised, but the realization quickly dawned on her. How could Qiu Shiyu's family afford to rent such luxury cars? It must be Tang Feng's doing. Meanwhile, the onlookers began snapping photos and recording videos. At that moment, the door of the leading Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly swung open, and several figures emerged from the vehicle. Wang Hui exclaimed in astonishment, Xiao Feng? Who else could it be but Tang Feng? Beside him stood Qiu Shiyu, clad in a stunning white wedding gown. The sight of her instantly chilled Wang Hui's expression. This subtle detail did not escape Lin Chen, who noticed Wang Hui's reaction. It appeared that his mother was indeed correct. The groom's family looked down upon Qiu. Nervously, Qiu grasped Tang Feng's arm, and he, noticing his mother's attitude, patted her hand reassuringly. At this moment, Wang Hui coldly remarked, Xiaofeng, why did you rent so many cars? These sports cars must be quite expensive. Did you spend a fortune? Her words rendered the crowd somewhat awkward. Seeing Tang Feng silent, Wang Hui grew irritated. Why aren't you saying anything? You must have spent quite a bit, right? Tang Feng hurriedly replied, Mom, it's not what you think. I didn't arrange these cars. They were sourced by Xiu's cousin. Who? Wang Hui wondered if she had misheard. At that point, Lin Chen stepped forward, saying, I arranged them. Is there a problem? Tang Feng quickly introduced, this is Xiu's cousin, Lin Chen. Wang Hui realized her earlier misunderstanding and felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. As she said this, she scrutinized Lin Chen and then turned to Tang Feng and Xiu, saying, let us go inside. Just then, Zhao Yuanhang shouted from behind, Lin Chen, we took your cars to the parking lot. A hush fell over the gathering. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. What does this mean? Are these cars all Lin Chen's? Lin Chen, looking somewhat exasperated, replied, just park them there. Tangda couldn't help but ask, are these luxury cars really yours? Lin Chen nodded, yes, they are mine. Everyone was astonished. Among the crowd were car enthusiasts who knew that the combined value of these vehicles must reach several hundred million. However, Wang Hui scoffed. Renting so many cars to show off is quite enough. You claim they are yours, but you probably can't afford even one. As she spoke, all eyes were drawn to her, laden with meaning. Wang Hui sensed the tension. Tangda whispered, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. Yet Wang Hui persisted. What do you mean I'm embarrassing myself? Am I wrong? At this moment, Zhao Yuanhang interjected, these cars are limited editions. The 3 Pagani Wind children are one of a kind globally, and many wealthy business people can't even buy them. You think they're rentals? Several rich second-generation attendees chimed in, exactly. This Veneno is worth nearly 100 million. Tell me where I can rent one. I want to rent it too. Exactly. So many cars that even the wealthy can't acquire. And you say they're rentals? Lin Chen is truly a victim of injustice. They speculated that Lin Chen would simply brush off their comments. Wang Hui's face turned a shade of green and white. She could at most recognize a few car logos, but she had no idea about their actual worth. Now she understood why so many people were looking at her strangely. Lin Chen, however, remained indifferent, not even sparing her a glance. The matter soon passed, and the wedding proceeded as normal. Wang Hui glanced towards Lin Chen and leaned closer to Tangda, whispering, what kind of person is Qiu's cousin? Tangda looked over at Lin Chen and shook his head. I don't know. I only heard he's a university student who made quite a bit of money while studying. But Wang Hui clearly did not believe it. How much must he have earned to buy so many cars? Tangda shook his head again. I don't know. Just don't make a face later. Wang Hui shot him a glare. When did I make a face? Then she turned her attention back to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, a girl nearby, upon learning that the cars belonged to Lin Chen, had not taken her eyes off him. Her friend asked, Wen, are you interested in him? Qin returned to reality, smiling lightly. He is indeed a true high-class handsome man, quite appealing. Then why not make a move? He seems quite popular. Many girls are secretly looking at him. Qin surveyed the surroundings and noticed several girls glancing at Lin Chen, some already contemplating their approach. She frowned slightly. Indeed. They say there's a mountain between men and women, but a veil between women and men. I should be more proactive. With that, she took out her makeup mirror and lipstick from her bag to touch up her appearance. On the other side, as Zhao Yuanhang and the others only knew Lin Chen, they ended up at his table. While chatting, Lin Chen suddenly felt a waft of fragrance. He instinctively looked up to see a beautiful woman standing beside him, holding a glass of red wine, gazing at him with a charming smile. Hey there, would you like to share a drink? Chapter 135. Lu Yuxing has arrived. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that there was a purpose behind this arrival. Meanwhile, several individuals around him had begun to stir up excitement. Brother Chen, you're quite the celebrity. No lovely ladies have come to invite me for a drink. One exclaimed, oh please, can you even compare to Brother Chen? Another retorted, come on, let us fill Brother Chen's glass. Lin Chen intended to decline, but the guy with the yellow hair had already poured the drink for him. With no other option, he raised his glass. Cheers. The glasses clinked lightly, and both drank heartily. Hey there, having enjoyed a drink, can we not consider ourselves acquainted? May I sit with you? Qin smiled. Lin Chen replied, unfortunately, there are no available seats here. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression stiffened slightly. She hadn't expected this young man to be so straightforward. May I have your contact information? Sure. Lin Chen nodded and took out his phone. Qin's face brightened, and she swiftly added Lin Chen on WeChat. I'm Qin. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, she said, waving her phone before departing. Seeing a successful example, several other young women approached in quick succession, making her the fifth. Finally, it's calming down a bit, Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. Look at you, Junior. You're quite the popular one. Indeed. The way these ladies gaze at Brother Chen is practically dazzling. Someone remarked. Dazzling? You should say they're starry-eyed. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation at the lively banter around him. Spare me. It's not me who is popular. It's the money in my pocket that attracts them. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Lu Yuxing has arrived. Lu Yuxing is here. It was unexpected that the renowned Lu Yuxing would show up at this venue. Wow. Lu Yuxing is even more stunning in person than on television. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Lu Yuxing? What could she possibly be doing here? Just then, a striking figure appeared at the door. Who else could it be but Lu Yuxing? Tang Feng and Qiu Shiyu exchanged puzzled glances. How did the superstar Lu Yuxing end up here? Nevertheless, they quickly approached her. Apologies for the intrusion. I'm a friend of Lin Chen and happened to pass by. May I join you for a drink? Lu Yuxing smiled. Lin Chen. Tang Feng was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Of course. Qiu Shiyu pointed out Lin Chen's direction. Lin Chen is over there. Lu Yuxing smiled gently. Thank you. As she walked toward Lin Chen, the crowd erupted in excitement. Where is Lu Yuxing heading? I wish she would come to our table. Lu Yuxing was simply too beautiful. Some bold individuals even stood up to invite her to their table, but Lu Yuxing politely declined. Zhao Yuanhang glanced at Lin Chen, surprised. Lu Yuxing came looking for you. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. I suppose so. Sure enough, Lu Yuxing approached Lin Chen, smiling as she asked, I hope my sudden appearance doesn't annoy you, boss? The term boss left the entire table in shock. Boss. Lin Chen, did you acquire Chenxi Entertainment? Zhao Yuanhang inquired, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only nod. Everyone at the table gasped in astonishment. Goodness. Brother Chen, you've quietly amassed such a vast empire. It felt like with Brother Chen's enterprises, he could easily rank on the East Sea's wealthy list. Lin Chen sighed and called a waiter to add another seat to their table. Once Lu Yuxing was seated, Lin Chen asked, What brings you here so unexpectedly? I secured an advertisement and happened to be shooting nearby, Lu Yuxing explained. Upon hearing there was a wedding taking place here with 6 luxury supercars on display, I thought of your cousin's wedding and decided to take a chance. I never expected it would truly be you. Lin Chen nodded. I see. Meanwhile, Qinwen, not far away, wore a slightly displeased expression. She recalled that she had wanted to sit at that table earlier, only to be told there were no available seats. Now, with Lu Yuxing's arrival, Lin Chen promptly arranged for an extra seat. Could it be that Lu Yuxing was Lin Chen's girlfriend? This thought made Qinwen lose her confidence. If it were any other woman at the banquet, she would have felt assured to compete. But against Lu Yuxing, with millions of fans and undeniable beauty, she felt utterly outmatched. As soon as Lu Yuxing arrived, the atmosphere at their table became lively. Many approached her for autographs, and Lu Yuxing patiently signed, a gentle smile gracing her features. Nearby, Tang De and Wang Hui exchanged confused glances. Who exactly is Lin Chen? How is he so familiar with someone of Lu Yuxing's stature? Before long, the wedding concluded, and Lin Chen and the others returned home. Upon arriving, Lin Chen received a message from his former high school classmate, Zheng Jie. Lin Chen, I just saw your WeChat moments. Have you returned to Nanwan City? We were planning to visit our senior year homeroom teacher, who has been hospitalized due to severe diabetes. Would you like to join us? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. His senior year homeroom teacher was a wonderful individual, nearly 50 years old, and beloved by all her students. He had received much assistance from her. It was shocking to hear she had fallen ill. He recalled that her family wasn't too well off. Such a condition would surely burden them financially. As he considered agreeing, the system chimed in. Chapter 136 Encounter Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Visit the ailing homeroom teacher and assist her in overcoming her difficulties. Reward, a suite in Jujintang apartment. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems that the system has come to offer him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. He had just been contemplating purchasing an apartment for his family when the system made its appearance. Moreover, he was indeed keen on visiting his former homeroom teacher. With that thought, he swiftly composed a message and sent it. Great. Have you settled on a time? When? Zheng Jie replied almost instantaneously. How about tomorrow? Okay. With that, Lin Chen stowed his phone away, preparing to wash up and rest. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the hospital entrance as agreed. Several classmates were already waiting there, including Xiaohe. They held flowers, fruit baskets, and nutritional supplements in their hands. Xiaohe glanced at Zheng Jie, hesitating to speak, before mustering the courage to ask. Lin Chen is coming too, right? Zheng Jie had mentioned Lin Chen's return yesterday and intended to inform him. Knowing Lin Chen's character, he would certainly come upon learning of their teacher's illness. Zheng Jie nodded. Yes, I told him yesterday, and he is on his way. He then looked at Xiaohe. So, you still haven't moved on? Xiaohe forced a smile and shook her head, remaining silent. Zhang Jie sighed. If you can't let go, why not make an effort? Lin Chen isn't made of stone. You've liked him for so many years. He must feel something for you too. Xiaohe seemed lost in thought. I'm afraid we won't even be able to remain friends, becoming strangers. Zhang Jie reassured her. You're overthinking it. Lin Chen isn't that kind of person. You need to think it through. Don't regret it for the rest of your life. Regret for a lifetime. Xiaohe bit her lip. Indeed, if she didn't strive for it, she might truly regret it for eternity. She silently steeled her resolve. She would fight for it. At that moment, the thunderous roar of a supercar approached, growing louder as it drew near. Everyone was stunned. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Incredible. That car must be worth over 90 million. What kind of tycoon would spend that much on a car? It's so stunning. I envy it so much. If I could just drive it once, I'd be willing to forego driving for a year. I feel like the epitome of jealousy right now. Xiaohe was equally astonished. When did such luxury cars appear in Nanwan City? Just then, the car stopped beside them, and the door opened like the wings of a cicada. Upon seeing a familiar face, everyone was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Lin Chen. Xiaohe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. It was indeed Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Apologies for being a bit late. I hope you haven't waited long. Everyone shook their heads, at a loss for words. Lin Chen continued. I might need to trouble you to wait a few more minutes. I need to find a place to park. Zhang Jie quickly responded. Right, the parking lot has been reconstructed, and it's quite difficult to find a spot. Let Xiaohe show you the way. Xiaohe was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Jie, who was signaling her with his eyes. Xiaohe's face flushed slightly as she understood Zhang Jie's intention. She looked at Lin Chen, as if seeking his approval. Lin Chen nodded. That works. Xiaohe bit her lip and took the passenger seat in Lin Chen's car. Zhang Jie promptly added, We'll be waiting for you by the elevator. Okay, in the car. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Xiaohe turned to Lin Chen and asked, I remember you used to drive a Rolls-Royce. Have you changed cars? Lin Chen smiled, glancing at her. You're quite observant. I just got this car not long ago. Xiaohe's gaze grew complex. Lin Chen, your surprises just keep increasing. Is that so? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. How have you been lately? Not well. Xiaohe shook her head. Lin Chen inquired, What's wrong? At this moment, Xiaohe looked at Lin Chen earnestly. Because you're not here. Lin Chen paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaohe sighed. Don't you know how I feel? Lin Chen chuckled. Every time you look at me, it's as if a fox is eyeing its prey. How could I possibly miss that? Xiaohe was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Is it that obvious? Why not ask them? This left Xiaohe feeling somewhat embarrassed. Following her directions, Lin Chen soon parked the car in the parking lot. After exiting the vehicle, they walked toward the elevator. Xiaohe stole glances at Lin Chen several times, hesitating to speak. Lin Chen found it amusing and looked at her. If you want to say something, just say it. Xiaohe bit her lip, her gaze drifting. Do you have a girlfriend now? Not at the moment. Then can I make an effort? Lin Chen paused, instinctively halting his steps, and looked at Xiaohe with a smile. So, you're planning to make your move? With Lin Chen's face so close, Xiaohe's heart raced. You don't dislike me, do you? Lin Chen blinked in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. Why would I dislike you? You're actually quite adorable. As he spoke, Lin Chen instinctively ruffled her hair. Xiaohe stiffened, her face turning crimson. She bit her lip, unsure how to respond. This felt like her first intimate interaction with Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen said, Let us go, otherwise, they'll be waiting too long. Okay, Xiaohe nodded. Was this a sign of hope? Anxious, Xiaohe lost focus on the path ahead. Her high heel twisted, causing her to tumble into Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen reacted quickly, instinctively catching her. Yet, in that moment, he stiffened. Wow, so soft. Xiaohe realized her body had pressed against Lin Chen's. Her face instantly flushed to a deep crimson as she hurriedly stepped back. I didn't mean to. Before Lin Chen could respond, she hurried to explain. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. I never said you did. Is your foot all right? Xiaohe took a couple of steps, replying. It's fine, not too painful. Can you walk? Lin Chen asked again. Xiaohe nodded affirmatively. Then that's good. They continued toward the elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they found several classmates waiting for them. Zhang Jie couldn't help but comment. What took you so long? What were you two doing? Suddenly noticing Xiaohe behind Lin Chen. Her face flushed, and her lips appeared slightly swollen. He immediately wore a knowing smile. I see. Just moments ago, he had been worried about their relationship. But little did he expect things to have progressed so quickly. Chapter 137. A vicious beating of a scoundrel. Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion. What do you know? Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. Why don't you guess what I know? Seeing Lin Chen's perplexed expression, Zhang Jia discreetly gestured a kiss towards him and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, saying, "Bro, impressive." Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly as he glanced back at Xiaohe. His face flushed, and his lips were slightly swollen, possibly due to a recent stumble. Even his meticulously styled hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Why did he feel as if he had jumped into the yellow river and could never cleanse himself? He felt utterly miserable. At that moment, Xiaohe wore a look of bewilderment. What happened? What did he say? Lin Chen shook his head. Nothing. Xiaohe remained in a fog of confusion but chose to remain silent. The group proceeded toward their homeroom, teacher Li Yulian's hospital room. However, upon reaching the door, they heard voices resonating from the corridor. "Ro-Ao, my mother's condition is worsening, and we're out of money. Can we sell the car to fund her treatment?" "Sell the car?" Li Xinlan, don't even think about it. The name Li Xinlan caught their attention, and they exchanged glances. They had all visited Li Yulian's home and knew she had a daughter named Li Xinlan, who had married during their senior year of high school. Many of their classmates had attended the wedding, including those present. The group halted, eavesdropping on the unfolding conversation. Li Xinlan's expression was one of disbelief as she replied, "Ro-Ao, the person lying in that hospital bed is my mother. Is her life less valuable than a car?" Ro-Ao appeared indifferent. "That's your mother, not mine. You've married me now. Can you stop thinking about your family? If we sell the car, how will I get to work? Should I take the bus? Besides, your mother's illness is a bottomless pit. No matter how much you throw in, it won't change a thing." Ro-Ao. Li Xinlan could no longer contain herself. "Are you even human? If it were your mother lying there, could you be so heartless?" At this, Ro-Ao's demeanor shifted, irritation etched on his face. "Don't curse my mother. Speak like that again, and I won't hold back." Li Xinlan's face turned pale as she finally recognized the true nature of Ro-Ao. "I don't care. The car was bought with my family's money, and the down payment for the house was also from my family. I will sell the car." With that, she wiped away her tears, her voice cold. Ro-Ao's temper flared. "If you dare sell it, we'll get a divorce." Expecting Li Xinlan to plead with him, he was taken aback when she readily agreed. "Divorce it is. I must sell the car." "You." Enraged, Ro-Ao slapped Li Xinlan hard across the face. The sound echoed painfully in the silent corridor. Without hesitation, the group rushed out. Xiaohe immediately went to support Li Xinlan, offering her comfort. "What are you doing?" Ro-Ao was visibly startled. "Who are you?" But Lin Chen advanced with purpose, delivering a powerful punch to Ro-Ao's face. Ro-Ao felt a sharp pain in his nose, letting out a cry as he clutched his face, blood streaming from his nostrils. "You dare strike me?" Ro-Ao stammered, but Lin Chen, unsatisfied, kicked him again. The others, equally furious, joined in to deliver a few more kicks. As they watched Ro-Ao writhing on the ground in agony, Lin Chen coldly remarked, "I've encountered many shameless individuals, but someone as disgraceful as you is a first. You get married, yet the house and car are all financed by the woman. What have you contributed? Individuals like you should be ashamed to walk the earth. Yet here you are, acting arrogant. Pathetic." Li Xinlan felt no pity for her husband, recognizing him as someone lesser than a beast. Ro-Ao, struggling to rise, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Chen and his friends, threatening, "You all wait." Zhang Jia, eager to retaliate, was held back by his companions. "Forget it, Zhang Jia. No need to escalate it further." Ro-Ao, frightened, fled the scene in disarray. Zhang Jia spat on the ground. "People like him are a disgrace to us men." At that moment, Lin Chen turned to Li Xinlan. "Sister Xinlan, are you all right?" Li Xinlan shook her head. "I'm fine. What are you all doing here?" Xiaohe replied, "We came to see Teacher Li." Only then did Li Xinlan notice the bags they carried, her eyes welling with tears. "Thank you. Thank you all." She was touched that her mother's former students remembered to bring gifts, while her own husband refused to sell a car to fund her mother's treatment. Moreover, it was a car her family had purchased. Suddenly, she questioned her judgment in marrying such a scoundrel. Zhang Jia quickly reassured her, "Sister Xinlan, you're too kind. Teacher Li is our mentor. It's only right for us to visit her. Without her, I might not even be in college." Xiaohe added, "Indeed, Sister Xinlan, this is the least we could do." Lin Chen inquired, "How is Teacher Li's condition?" Upon hearing this, Li Xinlan's previously halted tears flowed freely once more. "My mother's situation is dire. Would you like to see her?" The group nodded in unison and followed Li Xinlan into the hospital room. Seeing their once kind teacher now lying in a hospital bed, her face pale and frail, caused their hearts to ache, and Xiaohe's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Xinlan whispered, "She must have just fallen asleep." They nodded, placing their gifts on the table. Lin Chen suggested, "Let's step outside. Since teacher is resting, we shouldn't disturb her." Everyone agreed and quietly made their way out. At the door, Lin Chen asked Li Xinlan, "Earlier, I heard you mention selling the car. Is it because the medical expenses are insufficient? Li Xinlan sighed and nodded. Yes. The family's savings have been exhausted due to dialysis, and we are in deep debt. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider selling the house or the car. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face again. But I can't ignore her. She is the one who raised me with great effort. Chapter 138. All subsequent expenses covered soon after. Lin Chen produced a bank card and handed it to Li Xinlan, saying, Sister Xinlan, this card contains 500,000. The password is the last 6 digits. Please use it to cover the medical expenses for our teacher. What? Li Xinlan exclaimed in astonishment. She had thought that Lin Chen and his companions had merely come to visit her mother, but she never anticipated that he would directly present 500,000. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. The nearby students were equally shocked. They wished to assist Teacher Li, but felt their own resources were insufficient. Initially, they had planned to pool together a small sum for her medical expenses, yet Lin Chen had effortlessly produced such a substantial amount, without even batting an eye. However, recalling that Lin Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno, they found it somewhat understandable. Lin Chen urged, Sister Xinlan, please go, regardless of the circumstances. The priority is to ensure our teacher receives the necessary treatment. Money is a trivial matter. Li Xinlan felt her eyes welling with tears, her nose tingling with emotion. Lin Chen was merely a student of her mother, yet he could offer 500,000 for her medical care, while her husband, Chen Hao, was unwilling to sell even a single car. All right. Tears streamed down Li Xinlan's face as she nodded vigorously, clutching Lin Chen's bank card, and hurriedly left. Just then, a doctor approached. Are you the family of Li Yulian? The doctor inquired. Zhang Jie replied, we are students of Teacher Li. Is there something wrong? The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied with a serious expression, you must promptly inform Li Yulian's family that nearly 20,000 in medical fees is overdue. If it is not settled soon, we will have to suspend her medication. The group was taken aback. Had Teacher Li's family fallen into such dire straits? Lin Chen interjected. She just want to settle the payment. The doctor frowned slightly. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded and inquired, what is her current condition? The doctor sighed, furrowing his brow. Her situation has become quite critical. The only solution is a kidney transplant, but we have yet to find a suitable donor. Upon hearing this, the others began to feel anxious. What were they to do? How could fate be so unkind to such a good person as their teacher? Indeed, Teacher Li is one of the finest educators I have ever encountered, Lin Chen thought, feeling disheartened. He addressed the doctor. Please, make every effort to explore additional channels. I will cover all expenses. To Lin Chen, money had become merely a sequence of numbers. He was a person who valued gratitude. And given all that Teacher Li had done for them, he would willingly pay anything to restore her health. Yes, we can also contribute what we can. Zhang Jie quickly added. Lin Chen then asked, is there a better room available? I would like to transfer her to another ward. At that moment, Li Xinlan returned with the payment. Upon seeing the doctor, she paused briefly before saying, Doctor, I have just settled the medical fees. Can you continue her medication? The doctor glanced at Lin Chen and the others, then at Li Xinlan. Before responding, that will be fine. He then turned to Lin Chen. The hospital has VIP rooms. I will check for availability. If there are any, we can transfer her. Lin Chen nodded, all right. The doctor then summoned a nurse to inquire about the availability of VIP rooms. Upon hearing the term VIP room, Li Xinlan clearly hesitated. Lin Chen, about changing rooms. She began, clearly concerned about the medical costs. Noticing her apprehension, Lin Chen reassured, Sister Xinlan, you need not worry about the medical fees. I will cover all of Teacher Li's expenses, including future surgical costs. Li Xinlan looked on in shock, but that amount will be extraordinarily high. Torn between gratitude and embarrassment, she had already exhausted her options with relatives, who now avoided her at all costs. Yet here was Lin Chen, willingly offering to shoulder the financial burden. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Chen urged, Sister Xinlan, please do not hesitate. Do you not wish for our teacher to recover swiftly? Furthermore, a change of environment could provide her with some comfort, which may aid in her recovery. As Lin Chen spoke, tears flowed freely down Li Xinlan's cheeks. She knelt before him, saying, Lin Chen, thank you. Without you, I would not know what to do. The others were startled and quickly helped her to her feet. Sister Xinlan, please don't. Lin Chen comforted her by patting her shoulder. It is nothing. Teacher Li is our mentor. Her recovery brings us joy. Thank you all. Thank you. Li Xinlan was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, the nurse returned, informing them that a VIP room was indeed available. The nurses swiftly moved Li Yulian to her new accommodation. Upon settling in, Li Yulian slowly regained consciousness. Finding herself in unfamiliar surroundings, she briefly looked confused. Where am I? Turning her head, She spotted familiar faces and was taken aback. Lin Chen and Xiaohe, Zhengjie. What are you doing here? Lin Chen smiled. Teacher, we came to visit you. Yes, teacher, how are you feeling? Are you better? Zhengjie asked with concern. Seeing her former students, Li Yulian's heart swelled with happiness. I feel much better seeing you all. You are such wonderful children. She felt tears welling up. After falling ill, her relatives had distanced themselves, fearing financial requests, yet these students still thought of her. It was a deeply moving realization. Noticing the upgraded room, she looked at Li Xinlan in confusion. Xinlan, why have I been moved? Li Xinlan promptly replied, Mom, it was Lin Chen who arranged the transfer. He also said he would cover all your treatment and surgery costs. Chapter 139. The erosion of humanity or the decline of morality. Upon hearing her daughter Li Xinlan's words, Li Yulian appeared momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she immediately attempted to rise. The others, startled by her action, quickly intervened. Lin Chen expressed his concern, saying, Teacher, what are you doing? Li Yulian gazed deeply at Lin Chen and replied, Lin Chen, I appreciate your good intentions, but my illness, it is an endless abyss. You are still in university. Where will you find the money? Even if you have it, it would be better spent on yourself rather than on me. It is simply not worth it. Lin Chen sighed and reassured her, Teacher, you worry too much. I'm not short on money. Please focus on your recovery. And do not concern yourself with finances. Li Yulian was momentarily taken aback. How can that be? Earning money is not easy for you. Teacher, what is money compared to life? Money can always be earned anew, but once life is lost, everything is truly gone. The others chimed in with encouragement, and reluctantly, Li Yulian accepted their help. This money will be considered a loan. We will find a way to repay you in the future. Li Xinlan quickly added, I feel the same way. We cannot allow Lin Chen to bear this financial burden alone. Now that my mother's medical expenses are covered, I can seek employment and work hard to repay Lin Chen. Both mother and daughter held strong principles. They would not feel at ease accepting Lin Chen's money without reciprocation. Lin Chen, resigned, agreed to consider it a loan. After a while, Li Yulian fell asleep, and the others stepped outside the room. At that moment, a notification from the system arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 villa in Zhujiantang. Lin Chen recalled the conversation he overheard in the hallway, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Xinlan, what do you plan to do about your situation? Upon hearing this, Li Xinlan paused briefly before understanding Lin Chen's intent. He referred to her relationship with Luo Ao. She bit her lip, a flicker of sadness crossing her face, but she resolutely stated, divorce. However, a sigh escaped her as she thought of Luo Ao's temperament. Xiaohe furrowed her brow, asking, what is the matter? Is he unwilling to divorce? She recalled that Luo Ao's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, and it was Li Yulian's family that had provided significant assistance post-marriage. Li Xinlan shook her head. That won't be a problem. Now that my mother is ill, he is eager to rid himself of me as a burden. What are you worried about then? Zhengjie inquired, suspecting that Luo Ao would not allow the divorce to proceed smoothly and would likely attempt to claim a significant portion of their assets. Upon hearing Li Xinlan's words, Zhengjie furiously punched the wall, exclaiming, damn, what a beast. After all they've been through as a couple, and now, knowing that Li Xinlan urgently needs money, he still wants to take away a large part of the assets. What else can he be but a beast? Moreover, Li Xinlan's family had helped them considerably. Lin Chen also felt anger rising within him. Xinlan, if you wish to divorce, I can help you find a competent lawyer. I assure you, that beast will not gain an inch. If necessary, he could arrange for the Run law firm from Donghai City to assist. Moreover, given Luo Ao's culpability, Lin Chen was confident of winning the case. Suddenly recalling an important detail, Lin Chen asked, Xinlan, you don't have children, do you? This was a significant concern for Lin Chen. If there were children involved, given Li Xinlan's current situation, it was likely they would be awarded to that beast, Luo Ao. Li Xinlan shook her head, no children. Lin Chen nodded, relieved. That's good. Now I can rest easy. Having children would complicate matters greatly. Afterward, the group dispersed, leaving only Lin Chen and Xiaohe. Shall I escort you home? Lin Chen inquired. Xiaohe appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of hurt in her expression. Are you so eager to be rid of me? Can't I treat you to a meal? Lin Chen found her reaction amusing. I never said that. Besides, having a beautiful lady like you to dine with brings me joy. Why would I want to escape? He spoke the truth. While Xiaohe was not the school beauty, she certainly possessed striking features. He recalled that during high school, many boys admired Xiaohe, viewing him as a rival. Hearing Lin Chen's words brightened Xiaohe's mood significantly. Are you serious? Am I really beautiful? Lin Chen smiled gently. Of course, you are quite popular, Xiaohe. Yet, Xiaohi seemed somewhat lost in thought. Am I truly popular? But you have already rejected me multiple times. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, recalling that during those times, he was focused on his studies. Upon hearing this, Xiaohi lifted her head slightly, then, what about now? Lin Chen playfully ruffled her hair. It depends on your performance. Xiaohi's cheeks flushed anew, and her heart swelled with joy. Was there a chance for her? As Lin Chen took a few steps forward, he turned to find Xiaohi still standing in place, dazed. What are you waiting for? Didn't you want to treat me to a meal? Xiaohi finally snapped back to reality. Oh, coming. The two then made their way to a nearby restaurant, settling into a familiar spot. Gazing around, Xiaohi remarked, "It's been so long since I've eaten here. I can't believe it hasn't changed at all." Lin Chen chuckled. We just graduated not long ago. How can it feel like such a long time? Xiaohi paused. I suppose that's true, but it really feels like ages since I've been here. Given its proximity to the school, most patrons were students clad in loose-fitting uniforms. Soon, 2 large bowls of wontons were served. However, several nearby students, upon seeing Lin Chen, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to something peculiar. Look at that guy. Isn't he the one who stirred up trouble? Is he the one who incited others to confront the original partner? I think it looks like him. Let us hurry and leave after we finish eating. Sharing a restaurant with someone like him is quite unappetizing. Their hushed conversation went unnoticed by Lin Chen and Xiaohi, but the glances cast their way left Lin Chen feeling uncomfortable, while Xiaohi sensed something amiss. She glanced back at the students, who immediately silenced themselves. Afraid to speak further. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired. Xiaohi shook her head in confusion. It's nothing. Just found it a bit strange. Lin Chen observed the group quietly, choosing not to comment. Just then, Xiaohi's phone chimed, and a news alert popped up. Shocking. Is it a loss of humanity or a decline in morality? An arrogant male interloper brazenly brings trouble to the door. Chapter 140. The world owes him an Oscar. Upon seeing this glaring title, Xiaohi's expression changed dramatically, and she promptly took out her phone to investigate. The deeper she delved, the more her countenance soured. Noticing Xiaohi's unusual demeanor, Lin Chen inquired, What's wrong? Has something happened? Xiaohi cast a troubled glance at Lin Chen, uncertain of where to begin, and simply handed her phone to him, saying, You should take a look for yourself. She finally understood why those students had acted so peculiarly moments ago. Gazing at the bowl of wontons before her, she suddenly lost her appetite. Lin Chen's expression, too, turned grave. It was Luo. He had posted pictures of his injuries on social media, accompanied by a video, claiming he had visited the hospital to see his ailing mother-in-law only to stumble upon his wife in an affair with a former student of hers. Following the revelation, the enraged man had summoned others to beat Luo severely and threatened him with financial ruin should he dare to disclose the incident. His accusations, along with the images of his bruised face and the hospital's injury report, were accompanied by an intimate photo of Lin Chen and Li Xinlan. This particular image, taken surreptitiously while Lin Chen assisted Li Xinlan as she knelt, created the misleading impression that he was in an affectionate embrace with her. In an instant, a multitude of netizens rallied behind Luo, denouncing Lin Chen and Li Xinlan. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, the world owes him an Oscar. Xiaohi, infuriated, slammed her spoon onto the table. This Luo is utterly despicable. How dare he slander you and twist the truth so grotesquely? It's simply outrageous. Lin Chen, however, merely smiled faintly. There's no need to be upset over such trivial matters. It's hardly worth your ire. Slander? Very well. If Luo wishes to play this game, I shall indulge him. After all, I have the entire Run law firm at my back. If he dares to act in such a way, I will ensure he faces ruin. Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of anxiety, Xiaohi grew increasingly anxious. How can you remain so unfazed by such a significant matter? You must understand that if this is not handled properly, it could ruin your future. At her words, Lin Chen chuckled. Ruin my future? Does he possess such power? He then turned to Xiaohi. Let me ask you, are his claims credible or merely fabrications? Clearly fabrications. Then why should I be concerned? Lin Chen retorted with a smile. Can falsehoods ever become truth? Hearing Lin Chen's words eased Xiaohi's anxiety somewhat, though she remained worried for him. What do you intend to do now? She asked. Fear not. I have a plan. If he seeks to provoke me, he shall not find peace either, Lin Chen replied. Xiaohi contemplated voicing her concerns again, but ultimately swallowed her words, trusting in Lin Chen's capabilities. After retrieving her phone, her focus returned to the news article. Soon, Lin Chen's personal information was unearthed. The audacious male interloper was identified as Lin Chen, a student at Donghai University, who arrived via helicopter and had switched luxury cars multiple times within a month. Impossible. You must have mistaken him for someone else. He was merely an average student from high school. This Lin Chen was also the proprietor of the Hongda Mall in Donghai City and the owner of the Earl Boutique Hotel. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. He had the means to back it up. Upon the revelation of Lin Chen's identity, the internet erupted with vitriol from those harboring class resentment. Indeed, every wealthy individual is despicable. Being a homewrecker is bad enough, but inciting violence against the original spouse is unforgivable. Such societal scum deserve to be eradicated. I sympathize with the original spouse. She is truly pitiable. Yet, that woman is no saint either. Meanwhile, Zheng Jie and his companions promptly contacted Lin Chen after seeing the news. Lin Chen, we've all witnessed what transpired. We must clarify the truth. Zheng Jie exclaimed angrily. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. If that scoundrel Luo Ao dared to act, he surely anticipated this response. Your efforts would likely be futile. Zheng Jie was taken aback. Surely not. I refuse to believe no one will believe me. I will gather our classmates and speak out. Determined, Zheng Jie rallied his peers who had been present at the hospital to publicly defend Lin Chen and shift the blame onto Luo Ao. At that moment, Li Xinlan's call came through. Lin Chen, have you seen the news online? I never imagined that scoundrel Luo Ao could be so shameless. It's my fault. Had it not been for me, you wouldn't be embroiled in this mess. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, Li Xinlan's voice broke, overwhelmed with emotion. She had anticipated Luo Ao's unwillingness to accept the divorce, but she never envisioned he would seek to ruin their reputations. Lin Chen reassured her, Sister Xinlan, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. As for his slander against me, I have ways to address it. Falsehoods cannot become truths, rest assured. Yet Li Xinlan remained anxious. But the online commentary is overwhelmingly one-sided. What can you do? Fear not. I have a plan. You needn't concern yourself with anything. Just focus on caring for your teacher, Lin Chen replied, prompting Li Xinlan to remain silent. After concluding the call with Li Xinlan, Lin Chen sent a message to He Jianhai, who replied promptly. Mr. Lin, I have seen the news. Upon its release, we immediately prepared our response and are en route to Nanwan City. Surprised by He Jianhai's swift action, Lin Chen acknowledged his response with a simple good. Just as he intended to set his phone aside, a call from his family came through. After providing reassurances, his family finally relaxed. However, Xiaohe gazed at Lin Chen with deep concern. Could he truly resolve this matter? Chapter 141. A demand for 5 million in a room imbued with feminine charm. Luo Ao reclined on the bed. A stunningly made-up woman nestled in his embrace. Luo Go, will you really divorce that woman and marry me? She inquired. Of course. Luo Ao replied confidently. Who else would I marry? I've grown weary of that Li Xinlan. You possess a flair that she lacks. As he spoke, he playfully pinched her cheek. The woman teased, Luo Ge, you're so naughty. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, by the way, how is that matter coming along? Upon hearing her words, Luo Ao remembered the scandal he had fabricated about Li Xinlan and Lin Chen. Let me check. There shouldn't be any issues. He hastily rose and grabbed his phone to peruse the comments. Seeing that the remarks were overwhelmingly against Lin Chen, calling for justice, Luo Ao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to the woman beside him. Xiaoru, I owe you so much. If it weren't for your brilliant idea, I would have had to suffer in silence and take that beating without recourse. Upon hearing this, the woman nestled closer into his arms. Luo Ge, what are you saying? What is our relationship? Moreover, that woman is nothing but a disgrace. How could she just stand by and watch you suffer? It breaks my heart. I endured the role of your secret lover to avoid disrupting your marriage. But if she doesn't cherish you, then I must teach her a lesson. Touched by Xiao Ru's words, Luo Ao felt a surge of gratitude. How is it that you are so kind to me? At that moment, he noticed a few comments that made him startle. I just saw someone on Weibo clarifying that Lin Chen is not the mistress, and that the so-called original partner is not human. They lost control and attacked him. To be honest, he felt a twinge of disbelief. They're all in cahoots. Surely they're covering for one another. Before long, the few comments defending them were drowned in a tide of insults. Yet, Luo Ao remained anxious, for he was engaged in a morally dubious act. He quickly found their posts, including Li Xinlan's clarification. Anger surged within him. Damn, this shameless woman dares to defend that pretty boy. Seeing this, Xiaoru added fuel to the fire. Luo Ge, look at this. That woman doesn't regard you as her husband at all. Who knows? She might truly be involved with that pretty boy. Hearing Xiaoru's words, Luo Ao began to suspect that Li Xinlan and Lin Chen might indeed share an inappropriate relationship. If they were innocent, why would Lin Chen spend so much on Li Xinlan's ailing mother? As he scrolled through the comments beneath the clarifications, he noticed that some people were beginning to believe them, and panic set in. He quickly showed his phone to Xiaoru. Xiaoru, look. Many people are believing them. This narrative can't be turning, can it? Xiaoru glanced at it dismissively. Is that all? I've been prepared for this. Luo Ao, puzzled, asked, prepared for what? Xiaoru produced a contact from her phone book, beaming with pride. My brother is a journalist. I can have him hire a swarm of online commenters to bury their posts and create a wave of public sentiment against them. Then, we can have him interview you. And you can tarnish their reputation thoroughly. That pretty boy is wealthy. If he can afford to spend so much on Li Xinlan's mother, he won't hesitate to pay a few million to avoid a major scandal. Business people dread nothing more than a sullied reputation. Upon hearing Xiaoru's analysis, Luo Ao's face lit up with delight. Xiaoru, you're simply incredible. I could fall in love with you. Soon. Li Xinlan's clarification post was buried under a deluge of insults. Noticing this, Li Xinlan immediately called Luo Ao. You scoundrel. You know full well that this isn't the truth. Why are you misleading people online? You wanted me to leave everything behind, didn't you? Fine. I'll give you everything, money, car, house, just leave me alone. Luo Ao laughed derisively. Did you think it was that simple? I initially believed you were innocent. But seeing how fiercely you defend him, it makes me think you two might truly be involved. Let me make myself clear. Deleting my post won't be easy. Li Xinlan's eyes filled with tears as she struggled to comprehend how she had ever been attracted to such a scoundrel. What do you want then? She asked, her voice trembling. Here's the deal. That Lin Chen is wealthy, right? Have him give me 2 million. Upon hearing 2 million, Xiaoru quickly tugged at his sleeve, holding up 5 fingers. Realizing her implication, Luo Ao quickly corrected himself. No, I meant 5 million. Give me 5 million. Otherwise, I will ruin your reputation. Li Xinlan was taken aback. You must be dreaming. I wanted to give you a single penny. She had thought Luo Ao merely wanted her to leave empty-handed, but to her shock, his true intention was to extort Lin Chen. 5 million. Upon hearing her refusal, Luo Ao scoffed coldly. You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then just wait. With that, he hung up the phone with a decisive snap. Xiaoru gleefully remarked, it seems our efforts haven't been sufficient. We must escalate this to make them feel the real threat. Oh, what is our next move? Xiaoru's lips curled into a sly smile. An interview. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Li Xinlan was in tears. He Zhonghai offered her a tissue. Miss Li, don't be upset. Send me the recording. With that, we can completely reverse the situation. Li Xinlan nodded. All right. This is the only source of comfort I have right now. Previously, Lin Chen had informed her that a lawyer named he would be reaching out. This lawyer had instructed her to call that rogue Luo Ao and record their conversation. Lawyer you must clear Lin Chen's name. He is a good man and doesn't deserve this injustice. He Zhonghai nodded solemnly. I understand, you needn't worry. I will certainly do so for Mr. Lin is not only my client, but also the owner of our law firm. What? Li Xinlan was taken aback, her mind spinning. Chapter 142. Clarification begins. It turns out that Lin Chen is actually the owner of the entire law firm. No wonder he remained unfazed by Luo Ao's slander. He was here anticipating Luo Ao's arrival. This incident escalated significantly, prompting even the news outlet to send reporters to interview Lin Chen. The interview was scheduled to take place at the hospital, with eyewitnesses such as Li Xinlan and Zheng Jia also present. However, Lin Chen found the interviewer somewhat familiar. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded a touch of sophistication. How could you have forgotten me? I am Qin. I sought your contact information at the wedding. But it seems you did not approve my request. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen recalled that indeed, someone had asked him for his contact details. At the time, he deemed it unnecessary to connect, thinking they would likely never meet again, and thus dismissed the request. Unexpectedly encountering her here was rather awkward. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I've been quite busy recently, so I forgot. I will approve it now. As he spoke, he took out his phone and accepted Qin Wen's friend request on WeChat. With a shy smile, he added, sorry about that. Qin Wen, not taking it to heart, simply replied with a faint smile, it's all right, as long as we're connected. She had seen the online revelations about Lin Chen, who was still a freshman at Donghai University, being exposed as the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall and the Earl Boutique Hotel in Donghai City. However, the most astonishing revelation was that he owned a private helicopter. Not to mention, he reportedly possessed 6 top-tier supercars. She had seen those supercars at the wedding, which was why she had taken the initiative to connect with Lin Chen. Reflecting on Lin Chen's recent notoriety, Qin Wen couldn't help but chuckle. I never expected you to become famous, especially in this manner. Do you know you've acquired 2 titles? Intrigued, Lin Chen inquired, what titles? Qin Wen burst into laughter. The most handsome male mistress and the contemporary Shiman Qing. Some netizens have even dubbed you Lin Shiman. Lin Chen was taken aback. Are netizens this idle nowadays? He chuckled dryly. I regret asking. I should have known better. What kind of titles are these? It's absurd. Seeing Lin Chen's exasperated expression, Qin couldn't help but laugh. Believe it or not, you've garnered a group of female fans. Lin Chen sighed. It seems that being exceptionally handsome can also be a burden. Qin was slightly taken aback by Lin Chen's admission. I didn't realize you had such a narcissistic side. Observing that the crew was nearly prepared, she asked, shall we begin now? Lin Chen nonchalantly shrugged. I'm ready whenever you are. After nodding in agreement, Qin initiated the interview once the cameraman was in position. Mr. Lin, regarding the recent negative news about you online, do you have anything to say? With resignation, Lin Chen replied, it's purely slander. Qin continued, since you claim it is slander, do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? After all, Mr. Luoao has released injury reports and intimate photos of you and his wife. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Allow me to address this in two parts. First, regarding the injury report, I admit that I did strike him. Given the live broadcast and the ongoing heated discussion surrounding this incident, many viewers were engaged in the broadcast. The moment Lin Chen confessed to hitting Luoao, the live chat erupted. He admits it. How can he claim to be slandered? This is utterly shameless. Being a mistress and acting this arrogantly is simply outrageous. Such individuals are the dregs of society. After a brief pause, Lin Chen continued, I only acted in self-defense. If you had been present, you might have reacted similarly upon hearing Luoao's words. That day, I visited my former high school teacher with a few classmates. We overheard Luoao and Li Xinlan arguing in the corridor. The teacher was unable to pay for the medical expenses, and Li Xinlan intended to sell her car to cover them, but Luoao vehemently opposed it. Ultimately, he resorted to threatening Li Xinlan with divorce. To save her mother, Li Xinlan reluctantly agreed to the divorce, only for Luoao to resort to violence against her. It was then that I intervened. As Lin Chen explained, the discussion in the live chat intensified. Why are their accounts so different? Who is telling the truth? It feels like there is too much ambiguity here. I don't know who to believe anymore. Lin Chen then added, as for the second point, the intimate photos with Sister Xinlan are also slanderous. Here is what actually happened. I covered the medical expenses for the teacher when they couldn't pay, including the subsequent surgical costs. In a moment of gratitude, Sister Xinlan knelt before me. I immediately helped her up, but unfortunately, some ill-intentioned individuals captured that moment. Due to the angle of the shot, it appeared as though I was being intimate with her. Everyone present can attest to that. Moreover, there was surveillance footage at that location. If anyone doubts my words, we can request the hospital to release the footage. The efficiency of the recent expos led to the quick retrieval of the surveillance footage. Upon viewing it, netizens began to side with Lin Chen's account. Subsequently, Qin interviewed Zheng Jie and Xia He, whose testimonies aligned with Lin Chen's. Even the attending physician of Li Yulian corroborated Lin Chen's version of events. When it was Li Xinlan's turn, she played an unedited recording of her phone call with Luoao from that day. With this uncensored evidence, netizens rallied around Lin Chen. The outrage grew when they heard Luoao threatening Li Xinlan and Lin Chen for 5 million. At that moment, Lin Chen received several photos from He Jianghai, intimate images of Luoao with another woman. The various angles provided irrefutable evidence that it was Luoao who was unfaithful. Chapter 143. Lin Chen is not a traitor. When a multitude of netizens laid their eyes upon these photographs, a wave of indignation swept through them. Such a plot twist. I am quite bewildered. How could we have been so deceived? I never anticipated that this individual named Luoao could be so shameless. Indeed, I had previously felt sympathy for him, which now seems like a complete waste of my compassion. Engaging in infidelity while casting blame upon others. Such scum is utterly undeserving of sympathy. It is truly unfortunate for this Lin Chen, who, having spent money to aid his teacher's medical treatment, has found himself embroiled in this mess. Nevertheless, I am quite curious. He must have expended quite a sum. For how else could Li Xinlan have knelt before him at the slightest disagreement? At that moment, Qin aptly posed this very question. Lin Chen casually replied, not much, merely several 100,000. Upon hearing this, Qin was left utterly astonished. Several 100,000, and he deems it insignificant? The live broadcast's comments flooded in rapidly. What? Several 100,000 is considered little? Truly a wealthy individual. You can only envy him. He possesses 6 top-tier supercars. Sigh, I envy him too. As a teacher, I have resolved to cherish each of my students after this incident. How astute. Someone remarked. Perhaps when you find yourself bedridden in the future, a student might generously come to your aid. Qin proceeded to inquire, Mr. Lin, how do you intend to address Luoao's slander and defamation? Lin Chen responded, Luo Ao's statements have severely impacted my reputation and life. Moreover, it is no longer merely slander and defamation. It has escalated to extortion. I have consulted a lawyer and will pursue legal action to protect my rights. Qin Wen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. She then turned to the camera. That concludes today's revelations. Should anyone have any opinions, feel free to contact our hotline displayed at the bottom of the screen. We shall see you next time. Following the interview, Qin Wen glanced at Lin Chen and smiled. I knew you were not that kind of person. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Why? Qin Wen replied with a mysterious smile. Intuition. Meanwhile, Luo Ao was also undergoing an interview, conducted by Lu Chong, who is the brother of Lu Ru. The aftermath of the altercation with Lin Chen and his group had left visible marks on Luo Ao's face, which he exploited for dramatic effect. Lu Chong remarked, Mr. Luo, since your revelations online, the public has shown great concern for your situation. In front of the television, Zhu Zuiyu watched in furious disbelief. Such a person is utterly shameless. Lin Chen has already clarified everything, yet he still dares to slander him on television. If I ever encounter him, I shall surely douse him with a bucket of foot-soaking water. Lin cast a calm glance at her. Take it easy. Be careful not to harm yourself with anger. Following that, both shifted their attention back to the television. Luo Ao, with tears and a quivering voice, reiterated the facts of the situation. Lu Chong offered him a pack of tissues, reassuring him, It's all right, Mr. Luo. Don't be too distressed. I believe the public will seek justice for you. He then asked, Were you aware of the magnitude of the situation when you uncovered their affair? Luo Ao shook his head, tears falling anew. I had no idea. Had I known, I surely would not have dared to confront him. After all, I have a mother to care for and a life to live. If it weren't for the netizens exposing his identity, I would have remained oblivious to his considerable influence, especially after he cornered me to such an extent. Sensing the weight of the word cornered, Lu Chang quickly probed, How did he corner you? Luo Ao continued. He threatened me over the phone, demanding that I delete my posts immediately and leave Neiwan City, or else I wouldn't know how I would meet my end. Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted. My goodness, is there no rule of law? What kind of world is this, where someone can be so arrogant? This Lin Chen is utterly terrifying. I advise Mr. Luo to take legal action to protect himself and sue that Lin fellow into bankruptcy. Excellent suggestion. I came from the Today's Revelations segment. I recommend everyone check it out. Lin Chen has clarified everything. He is indeed more wrong than Doi. At this juncture, the tide of comments began to shift. I also came from Today's Revelations. This shocking turn of events caught me off guard. Lin Chen is no traitor. It is this Luo Ao who is unfaithful. Indeed, I feel Lin Chen's frustration. He spent money to help his teacher, only to be bitten by her son-in-law. Let us not involve the teacher. She is quite admirable. Otherwise, why would students willingly spend on her medical treatment? The truly despicable one is this Luo Ao. Some supporters of Luo Ao were left dumbfounded. Initially, they could rally against such comments, but now they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer volume of opposing views. How were they to respond? Yet, these remarks piqued their curiosity, leading many to switch to Today's Revelations. Upon the release of the segment, the public was outraged. Lin Chen's evidence was irrefutable, with witnesses and physical proof, including surveillance footage. In stark contrast, Luo Ao had only a blurry photograph and his words. The truth was indisputable. At that moment, a significant event unfolded in the social focus segment. As Luo Ao tearfully recounted his grievances, several uniformed security personnel burst in, swiftly apprehending him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself handcuffed. Lu Chang was taken aback. What is happening? He looked toward the behind-the-scenes staff, who shrugged in confusion. Do not move. We are from the security department. A report has been made claiming you have severely infringed on another's reputation and are suspected of extortion on a grand scale. Come with us. Before Luo Ao could grasp the situation, he was escorted away. Lu Chang stood there, stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. This unexpected turn of events was unprecedented for their segment. At a loss, he hurriedly decided to conclude the broadcast. Apologies, we have encountered an unforeseen incident. The broadcast is now over. The comments section erupted in chaos. Chapter 144. One should not be too naive, oh my. The live stream of Selling Misery ended in an arrest. How tragic. Yet, why does it make me want to laugh? Calm down upstairs. Haha, I can't hold it in any longer. This must be the most significant blunder in the history of news segments, right? Thus, one should not be too naive. Justice is merely delayed, not denied. It's all our fault for having believed the one-sided tale of that scoundrel, Luo Ao, thus wronging the virtuous Lin Chen. I always said, how could someone so handsome and affluent stoop to being a mistress? You all insisted he shared the same proclivities as that villain, Chow. And so, this matter draws to a close. Xiaohe accompanied Lin Chen all day, and she must be quite fatigued. Lin Chen treated her to a meal and escorted her downstairs. Xiaohe glanced at her home, then at Lin Chen, and softly asked, "My parents are on vacation and not home. Would you like to come in for some coffee?" "Coffee?" Lin Chen frowned and swiftly declined. "No, let us skip the coffee. I once had a cup late at night, and couldn't fall asleep until 4 or 5 in the morning." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiaohe momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing. "If coffee is out of the question, I have juice and milk at home." Noticing the increasing redness of Xiaohe's face, Lin Chen paused and teased, "Why do you want me to come to your house so eagerly? Do you have ulterior motives?" Xiaohe was momentarily speechless. How should she respond? This was urgent. The truth was, she indeed had intentions towards him. Observing her reaction, Lin Chen discerned the situation. "Aha! Who would have thought you genuinely harbored such intentions? It seems even boys must protect themselves out there." Xiaohe, embarrassed and indignant, shot Lin Chen a glare and stamped her foot. "I'm not talking to you, you big bad guy." With that, she turned and dashed upstairs. Lin Chen stood there, somewhat stunned. Xiaohe had always been the epitome of a refined beauty. It was unexpected to see her exhibit such a delightful demeanor today. It reminded him of Jiang Li in her JK uniform. Indeed, women can be endlessly versatile. When he regained his composure, Xiaohe had already vanished. He checked the time. It was nearly 10 in the evening. It was time to head home, lest his parents worry. With that thought, he hopped into his Lamborghini and drove off. Only when his car completely disappeared into the night did Xiaohe retract her gaze from the 4th-floor balcony. Reflecting on the recent events, a shy blush crept onto her face, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Upon returning home, Lin Chen was immediately cornered by his parents, who inquired about the incident. Fortunately, Lin Yu had gone to school. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have had no peace. After recounting the events, his parents remained indignant. That Luo Ao fellow, with his sharp features, hardly seemed like a good person. Lin nodded in agreement. He deserves what's coming to him. He then asked, "How many years do you think he'll get?" Lin Chen pondered, "Probably at least 5 years." Hearing this, his parents nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, 5 years sounds fair." At that moment, Zhu Tsueyu received a phone call, and her expression changed dramatically after listening. "What? Why am I being dismissed?" A voice on the line, filled with disdain, replied, "You're too old for the stage. It's time to make way for the vibrant youth." After hanging up, Zhu Tsueyu appeared stunned. Both father and son noticed her distress and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Zhu Tsuyu's face was grim. I. The troop leader wants to dismiss me." She worked at a theater, where the leader had long contemplated layoffs. However, she never imagined she would be among those let go. She was aware of the troop's struggles in recent years, yet she felt the reason for her dismissal was something else entirely. There was a widow named Zhang Ning, around 30, whom everyone whispered was the leader's mistress. After a recent argument with Zhang Ning, it wasn't long before the leader called to inform her of her termination. If there wasn't something fishy going on, she wouldn't believe it even if she were killed. Lin Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on?" Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tsueyu recounted everything, including her altercation with Zhang Ning. Lin Chen analyzed the situation in his mind and found his mother's suspicions reasonable. Sighing, Zhu Tsueyu feigned indifference. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm of an age to retire anyway, it doesn't matter." With that, she dejectedly retreated to her room. However, Lin Chen and Lin could see that this matter deeply affected her. Her words were merely to prevent them from worrying. She had dedicated her life to opera and cherished it dearly. Being laid off must be incredibly painful for her. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the plot task, acquire the Nanwan Opera Troupe. Reward, Shanghai Advertising Company." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Acquiring the Nanwan Opera Troupe was indeed a splendid idea. Once established, who would dare dismiss his mother? Just as Lin Chen finished washing up, he received a call from Jiang Li. "Long time no see." Lin Chen chuckled. "What do you mean long time no see? I just returned a few days ago." Jiang Li replied, "You've only been back a few days. And already such a major incident has occurred. If you had stayed longer, who knows what might have happened. For safety's sake, you should return, Lin Shiman." "Lin Chen? Lin Shiman? Enough with it already. I've already cleared my name." Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. "Honestly, I was quite anxious for you then, but thinking about it, someone like you being defeated by a petty scoundrel would have been quite absurd." Lin Chen switched his phone to speaker mode while drying his hair, saying, "Glad you understand. So, you want me to return early because you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Lihong, who was about to step out of the bathroom, perked up her ears and hurried to call Linen. The two of them pressed closely against Lin Chen's door, listening intently. Meanwhile, Jiang Li on the phone paused. "Xiao Qinshan, You've become quite mischievous. But honestly, I really have missed you. Chapter 145. Lin Chen embraced a jade cabbage upon hearing the commotion from within. The two individuals outside widened their eyes in astonishment. But in an instant, their faces transformed into lewd grins. Their son had achieved success. He was now embracing a cabbage. Miss me? Just so happens I plan to return these days. Lin Chen chuckled. That sounds good, Jiangli replied, suddenly recalling something. By the way, I'm aware of your teacher's illness. In the name of the group, I donated $1 million. What do you think? At the mention of $1 million, the two outside gasped in disbelief. $1 million? They exchanged glances. Could it be that Ah Chun was indeed embracing a jade cabbage? No, that was premature to say. Their Ah Chun was now also a wealthy man. This could be considered a match made in heaven. Yet, Lin Chen jested, only $1 million? Jiang Hu, you are quite stingy. Jiang Li paused for a moment, then chided. Is $1 million not substantial? Including the subsequent surgical costs, that should suffice, right? Little Chun, you've gotten too greedy. Just wait until you return, and I shall teach you a lesson. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. I await that with anticipation. Outside, Lin and nudged Zhu Tsuyu, signaling her to depart. Zhu Tsuyu, still unsatisfied, wished to eavesdrop further, but Lin Chen pulled her away. What are you doing? Don't you want me to listen more? Lin sighed and glanced at her. Just listening is enough. Do not overindulge. Zhu Tsuyu shot him an unsatisfied glare, then remarked. I never expected this child to keep such a tight lid on things. Yes, dating yet doesn't tell the family. Lin echoed her sentiment. Indeed. It seems the other party is quite affluent. To this, Zhu Tsuyu quickly retorted. So what if they have money? Our Ah Chun is wealthy too. All right, enough talk. Time for bed. The next day, Lin Chen rose early, intending to visit the Jujian Hall villa. At the dining table, Lin En and Zhu Tsuyu cast him peculiar glances. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Lin Chen touched his face and questioned, Dad, Mom, is my face unwashed? Zhu Tsuyu shook her head. Not at all. Then why do you look at me like that? Zhu Tsuyu chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Come, eat your vegetables. She then served him a piece of egg. Subsequently, she inquired, Ah Chun, have you started dating at school? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. No, I haven't. Upon hearing his response, Zhu Tsuyu and Lin exchanged bewildered looks. Not dating? Then what was that they heard last night? Could it be that Ah Chun is afraid to admit it? They silently nodded in agreement. It must be so. At that moment, Lin said casually, Ah Chun, you're already in university now. Your mother and I 1TB is strict. It's perfectly fine to date, as long as you take responsibility for the young lady. A man must be bold and accountable. Denying it is simply unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree? Let me tell you. Hearing this, Lin Chen made a stopping gesture, interrupting Lin and hold on. Dad, Mom, what is going on today? I can't comprehend. He felt as if he was being lectured. At this, Lin and Zhu Tsuyu exchanged glances once more. Zhu Tsuyu asked, You're not dating, are you? You're not deceiving us. Lin Chen raised his hands in innocence. I'm not. Then who were you on the phone with last night? Lin Chen paused, realizing why he had heard strange noises at the door during his call. He hadn't paid it any mind then, but now it seemed his parents had been eavesdropping. He could only explain, that was just a friend, a business associate. Yes, not my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhu Tsuyu's eyes. So it's like that. Lin Chen felt helpless. His parents were too quick to jump to conclusions. After breakfast, Lin Chen headed directly to Jujian Hall. Before going, he contacted the property manager. Upon learning of Lin Chen's impending arrival, the entire property buzzed with excitement. The esteemed Mr. Lin Chen, who purchased Villa No. 1 outright, is coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Quickly, clear the tables of everything except for the ashtrays. Leave nothing behind. Wipe everything down with clean cloths. It must be spotless. Moreover, each of you should pay attention to your appearance. Do not embarrass yourselves in front of Mr. Lin to avoid leaving a bad impression. In the hall, several prospective buyers observed the commotion. Curiosity piqued. Who was this Mr. Lin that could cause such a stir among the Jiujian Hall staff? Once all was in order, the manager began to relax, wiping the sweat from his brow. He frowned. Why is it so hot? Lower the air conditioning. Estimating that Lin Chen was nearly there, the manager promptly assembled the staff, forming two lines at the entrance to await him. Just then, a Lamborghini Veneno roared up, coming to a halt at the entrance. The staff gasped in awe. A Lamborghini Veneno, valued at over 90 million. Truly, a wealthy individual capable of purchasing Villa No. 1 outright. The onlookers were also captivated by the striking Lamborghini Veneno. What a stunning car. A Veneno. There are only a handful in the world, right? I'm so envious. I've always wanted to drive one. But alas, if you weren't destined for it at birth, you probably won't ever be. They envisioned a successful middle-aged man behind the wheel of such a luxury. Meanwhile, As the Lamborghini Veneno's doors rose like delicate wings, Lin Chen emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, everyone was taken aback. So young? Lin Chen, too, was astonished by the spectacle at the entrance. What is going on here? The manager was the first to regain his composure, rushing forward to inquire. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded, I am. The manager's face lit up with joy as he hastily introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager here. My surname is Li. You may call me Xiao Li. As he spoke, he slightly bowed, understanding that he needed to adopt the utmost respectful demeanor when addressing someone of Lin Chen's caliber. Should he inadvertently offend him, the consequences would be dire. Lin Chen nodded politely, addressing him as Manager Li. Chapter 146. An unexpected encounter with a distant cousin. The young gentleman would certainly not be addressed as Little Li, especially since the manager appeared to be in his 40s, nearly the age of his father. The name Little Li simply felt inappropriate to utter. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Manager Li into the property management office and arrived at the VIP reception room. Manager Li said, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but we still have a few formalities to complete on our end. It may require you to wait for about 10 minutes. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. It's no trouble. Manager Li then inquired, would you prefer to enjoy some tea here while you wait, or shall I have someone show you around? After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen replied, I'll explore on my own. You needn't worry about me. Just call for me when everything is ready. Initially, Manager Li was concerned about neglecting Lin Chen, but realizing it was Lin Chen's suggestion, he acquiesced. Lin Chen indeed preferred to wander alone, as he often felt something was amiss when accompanied. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a young man approached. Upon spotting the Lamborghini, he was utterly astounded. Wow, is that a Lamborghini? That car must be worth millions. Although he recognized the emblem, he could not identify the model, completely oblivious to the fact that it was a 90 million Lamborghini Veneno. After a brief moment of astonishment, he eagerly took several selfies with the car. Satisfied with the handsome visage reflected in the photos, he thought, when I post this on social media, countless girls will undoubtedly swoon over my casual attire. Then, recalling the purpose of his visit, he reluctantly tucked away his phone. Casting one last longing glance at the Lamborghini Veneno before entering the property management of Zhejiantang. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a salesperson. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The young man hesitated momentarily before replying. I'm fine for now. I don't require anything just yet. Please attend to your duties. I will call for you if needed. Hearing this, the salesperson raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, quickly deducing that he was clad in counterfeit designer attire. It became evident that he was there to take pictures and flaunt them on social media, claiming to be perusing properties at Zhejiantang in an attempt to disguise his true status as a wealthy and handsome man. Yet, the socialites were not naive. They could see through such pretenses. Each month, a few individuals like him visited, and the socialites had grown weary of their antics, unable to dismiss them outright, which was indeed a source of frustration. As expected, the young man made his way to a corner, oblivious to his surroundings as he snapped photos, even recording a video. Currently viewing properties at Zhejiantang. Just came from Tangcheng Pen, and my children are torn between which villa to purchase. I quite fancy the villas at Tangcheng Pen, but the ones at Zhejiantang are also appealing. Upon hearing Tangcheng Pen and villa, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards him. To his surprise, the young man looked rather familiar. Fan Jian? Suddenly hearing his name, Fan Jian also paused, looking up to spot Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Lin Chen was equally astonished at encountering Fan Jian here. Fan Jian was a high school classmate and a distant cousin. Coming from a modest background, he was nonetheless quite vain, often requesting money from his family under the guise of school fees to purchase various counterfeit luxury items. It was rumored that he had been expelled for participating in a group fight during his sophomore year, after which he had vanished from Lin Chen's life. By summer, Lin Chen often saw Fan Jian's posts on social media, showcasing his travels and vacations, despite his inability to convincingly maintain the facade. The photos he posted were often stolen from the internet, some even bearing watermarks. Such blunders were numerous, and the classmates were well aware, though they chose to remain silent. In fact, many privately remarked that if one needed a laugh, they could simply check out Fan Jian's social media profile. Finding it bothersome, Lin Chen had blocked Fan Jian's updates. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Fan Jian was taken aback. Lin Chen, are you also here to view properties? Lin Chen replied coolly. Not quite. I already own a property here. I'm merely handling some paperwork. Fan Jian's expression turned to one of knowing disbelief. I knew it. How could you possibly afford a property here? You must still be in college, right? What brings you here? Lin Chen chuckled. Just because I'm a college student doesn't mean I can't be here. He sensed an underlying disdain from Fan Jian, who had been expelled and now seemed to look down upon those pursuing higher education. What peculiar logic? Fan Jian smirked condescendingly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lin Chen's Gucci jacket. Oh, that counterfeit looks rather convincing. If it were anyone else, it might pass. But I can spot it from a mile away. Oh, Lin Chen's interest was piqued. He had purchased the jacket from the Guijin Center in Donghai City and was curious how Fan Jian could discern it as counterfeit. Pray tell, how did you deduce that? Enlighten me, Lin Chen said, crossing his arms with keen interest. Fan Jian scoffed dismissively. Is it not obvious? You could never afford genuine Gucci. Perhaps in your next life. If fate permits, you might have a chance. What else could be draped on you but counterfeit? Unable to contain himself, Lin Chen burst into laughter. Fan Jian, noticing this, grew increasingly irritated. What is so funny? Am I mistaken? Lin Chen shook his head, struggling to suppress his amusement. And what about what you're wearing? Fan Jian quickly retorted, of course, my attire is authentic. At that moment, a bystander overheard and chimed in, authentic? This Adidas has become a Bidas. What brand is that? Did he invent it himself? Huh, I hadn't even noticed. This Armani has turned into anima. How hilarious. The surrounding laughter made Fan Jian's face turn various shades of red and white. Being exposed on the spot was a humiliation no one could bear. He vowed to remove the friend from his list who sold counterfeit goods upon returning home. What a ridiculous product. How could I have been recognized so easily? This is utterly disgraceful. Yet, at this juncture, he refused to concede defeat and thus attempted to deflect the shame onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen, aren't you just as bad? Given your background, how could you afford Gucci? We are quite similar, are we not? Chapter 147. Moving into the new home before Lin Chen could utter a word, someone beside him could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, spare me. Did you see that handsome gentleman's Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch on his wrist? It's worth 4 million. A person who can afford a 4 million watch wouldn't wear counterfeit goods. You cannot impose your standards on others. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian was taken aback. His gaze immediately fixated on Lin Chen's left wrist. Indeed, there rested a watch, its azure dial resembling the vastness of the night sky. It was stunning. However, Fan Jian was well aware of Lin Chen's background and realized it was improbable for him to afford such an extravagant timepiece. Contemplating this, Fan Jian directed his attention toward Lin Chen and inquired, you might deceive them, but you cannot deceive me. That is a counterfeit, isn't it? Where did you purchase it? Lin Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, one can never awaken someone who is unwilling to be awakened. Those nearby were equally speechless. At this moment, Lin Chen was disinclined to waste any more time with him and turned to leave. Yet, Fan Jian took a few steps forward, blocking his path. What's the rush? Are you anxious, afraid perhaps? Lin Chen chuckled. What am I afraid of? It was evident that this was a classic case of a scholar encountering a soldier. No truth could be conveyed amidst the confusion. Observers around them began to express sympathy for Lin Chen, acknowledging his unfortunate predicament of dealing with such a lunatic. The moment the term lunatic was uttered, Fan Jian's pent-up rage erupted. He glared at those nearby. What do you know? He is my distant cousin, and I am more aware of his family's circumstances than anyone else. I must expose him today. Lin Chen stood quietly to the side, uninterested in engaging in a futile argument. The surrounding onlookers sighed. Just give it a rest. When you entered, did you not see that Lamborghini worth 90 million parked outside? 90 million. A Lamborghini. Was it not the very one you took numerous photos of? Fan Jian took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. So what? Are you suggesting that car belongs to him? One person nodded. It indeed belongs to this young man. Fan Jian gasped, staggering backward in disbelief. How is this even possible? Just then, Manager Li approached. Mr. Lin, there you are? The paperwork for Villa number 1 has been completed. Would you like me to show you around and familiarize you with the Jujin Hall Villa area? Fan Jian stood frozen in place, stunned. Villa number 1. Lin Chen purchased Villa number 1. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, that would be appreciated, Manager Li. Manager Li continued. By the way, Mr. Lin, Villa No. 1 has been vacant for quite some time. Your full payment for this villa fulfills a wish of our boss. He has instructed me to present you with 2 housewarming gifts, 2 carefully selected potted plants, Fusho Mianchang and Dueja Baila. I will have someone bring them over shortly. Lin Chen nodded again. Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to your boss. Manager Li, somewhat embarrassed, replied, you purchased Villa number 1 outright. This is the least we can do. At that moment, Manager Li produced a folder. Here are some materials regarding Villa number 1. Lin Chen nodded and took the folder. Then please lead the way. Manager Li quickly responded, not a bother at all. This is my duty, Mr. Lin, you are too polite. With that, Lin Chen followed Manager Li out. Meanwhile, Fan Jian's mind was still spinning, consumed with the revelation that Lin Chen had bought Villa No. 1 outright, and that the Lamborghini worth 90 million also belonged to him. Suddenly, Fan Jian snapped to attention and rushed outside, only to see Lin Chen and manager Li getting into that Lamborghini supercar. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. It truly belonged to Lin Chen. Trembling, he pulled out his phone, opened a search engine, and typed in Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes widening at the familiar model and its staggering price. He was momentarily blinded, realizing he had just accused Lin Chen of wearing counterfeit goods and sporting a fake watch. Now, it dawned on him why onlookers had regarded him with such incredulity. How could someone who could afford Villanelle, and drive a 90 million luxury car possibly wear counterfeit items? At that moment, people around him began snapping photos of Fan Jian. He quickly covered his face, scrambling to his feet and fleeing in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, guided by the manager, drove the car to Villa Number 1. After parking, the property staff arrived with the 2 potted plants. Manager Li introduced, Mr. Lin. This pot is called Fuyun Lian Lian. It is crafted by a renowned master from Nanwan City. We hope it brings you and your family endless blessings. This one is Duajia Bai Lai, ideal for placing at your entrance as it is considered a divine tree in feng shui, capable of regulating the environment. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, they are quite beautiful. You have been thoughtful. Manager Li quickly replied, You are too kind, Mr. Lin. Once the potted plants were placed, the property staff departed. Lin Chen followed Manager Li inside. The manager provided a thorough introduction to the villa, and Lin Chen understood why this individual was a manager. He knew every detail of the villa as if he had designed it himself. Since the villa was already furnished, it was essentially ready for immediate occupancy. Lin Chen intended to move his family in today. After leaving the villa, he promptly contacted a moving company. While Linen and Zhu Xiu were still in a state of bewilderment, they found themselves at Villa Number 1 in Jujin Hall. Upon witnessing the luxurious villa before them, both were astounded. Zhu Xiu's legs trembled uncontrollably, and she grasped Lin An's arm for support. This isn't just a villa. It seems more like a palace. It's far more lavish than any villa I've seen on television. Chun, is this where our family will be living from now on? Lin was equally stunned, discreetly pinching his thigh, fearing he was dreaming. To this, Lin Chen nodded. Yes, this will be our home from now on. Zhu Xiu gasped. Such a grand villa. How much could this possibly cost? At that moment, Lin turned his gaze toward Lin Chen. Chapter 148. Acquisition of the South Bay Opera Troupe. Lin Chen touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. Well, as long as you two are comfortable, the money doesn't matter, right? Zhu Xiu paused for a moment, realizing Lin Chen was reluctant to elaborate, yet her curiosity was insatiable. Chun, do you think we can handle it? Don't you think so, old Lin? She nudged Lin and with her elbow. Lin hastily replied, Indeed. What great storms have we not weathered in our lives? Just speak your mind. At that moment, Lin Chen raised a finger. How about this amount? Zhu Xiu gasped internally. 1 million? How exorbitant. Truly befitting a grand villa. It costs as much as 1 million. Lin, however, expressed skepticism. For such a large villa, 1 million might not suffice. Planning to brush it off, Lin Chen reluctantly nodded. Indeed, we would need to add another zero. 100 million? Zhu Xiu was utterly flabbergasted. A villa worth 100 million. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chen reassured, Mom, do not be too astonished. Our good days are yet to come. Zhu Xiu and Lin endeavored to suppress their inner shock. Our Chun has truly prospered. Lin Chen smiled. All right, Dad, Mom. Let us step inside. Upon entering the villa, the couple was once again awestruck, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, gazing around in disbelief that this was their home. At that moment, Lin Chen recalled something significant, the acquisition of the South Sea Opera Troupe. He almost forgot. He glanced at his mother, whose joy resembled that of a child. Surely, she would be even more delighted when the time came, especially since she had a profound love for opera, having performed for decades. After spending some time at home, Lin Chen ventured out. He first found the phone number of the South Bay Cultural Communication Company on their official website and, after connecting with a staff member, obtained the owner's number. He promptly made the call. Hello, is this Boss Wei? Hearing this, Wei Zhe frowned slightly. Yes, who is this? My name is Lin Chen. I would like to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe. Please state your price. Upon Lin Chen's words, Wei Zhe furrowed his brow. You wish to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe? Which organization do you represent? In recent years, the South Bay Opera Troupe had been struggling, and he had contemplated disbanding it. If someone was willing to acquire it, that could indeed be a blessing. A profit, however small, was better than none. I am not representing any organization. It is a personal endeavor to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe, Lin Chen replied. At this, Wei Zhe lost all interest. He glanced at his watch, impatiently saying, I have a meeting soon. I don't have time for jokes. Goodbye. As he was about to hang up, Lin Chen quickly interjected. Mr. Wei, please don't rush to hang up. Although I am acquiring it personally, I am open to whatever price you propose. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhe laughed outright. You are willing to accept any price I set? Are you joking with me? Lin Chen, feeling helpless, insisted, I am serious, Mr. Wei. If you doubt my sincerity, let us meet and discuss. Wei Zhe hesitated for a moment. What if this were indeed true? All right, I have a meeting in an hour. You may come to my office before the meeting. I will have time. Good. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at the towering building beside him. He had been waiting at the base of the South Sea Cultural Communication Company, anticipating Wei Zhe's response. He opened the car door and stepped out. After registering at the entrance, Lin Chen inquired for directions and made his way to Wei Zhe's office on the top floor. The door was ajar, and Lin Chen knocked lightly. Wei Zhe, engrossed in reviewing documents, did not look up. Come in. Lin Chen walked in directly. Only then did Wei Zhe glance up. Momentarily surprised. Had the person who wanted to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe arrived so soon? It was improbable. It had only been a few minutes. Unless, of course, the individual had been waiting downstairs all along. Yet, he seemed rather youthful. Are you the one interested in acquiring the South Bay Opera Troupe? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That is me. Wei Zhe was taken aback, appraising Lin Chen from head to toe. You must be a student, right? Where are your parents? Lin Chen walked over to a nearby sofa, seated himself, and smiled. Mr. Wei, it is I who intends to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe, not my parents. Wei Zhe smirked disdainfully. Do you have any idea how much it costs to acquire an opera troupe? To him, Lin Chen appeared to be an inexperienced youth, utterly unaware of the realities of the world. Did he think this was merely child's play? Lin Chen shook his head. I do not know. Wei Zhe scoffed, huh? As expected. Then Lin Chen continued. As I mentioned earlier, I would like you, Mr. Wei, to propose a price, but you have yet to do so. How can I know the cost of acquiring this opera troupe? Wei Zhe closed the file in his hands, crossed his arms on the desk, and stared coldly at Lin Chen. Let me be clear. To purchase the entire South Bay Opera Troupe, you would also need to buy the South Bay Grand Theater, which spans over 60,000 square meters, along with over 100 employees. In total, it would be no less than 150 million. After speaking, he continued to gaze coldly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen paused for a moment, inquiring, So, does that mean 150 million is your price, Mr. Wei? Wei Zhe nodded. Indeed. In reality, the South Bay Opera Troupe was not worth 150 million. 120 million would be the ceiling. He found it hard to believe that a mere youth could afford such a sum. Yet Lin Chen readily agreed. All right, it's a deal. Wei Zhe was left dumbfounded. Before he could register the situation, Lin Chen added, Let us sign the contract now. I can pay in full right here. Sign the contract? Now. And you can pay in full? Wei Zhe was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this real? Lin Chen looked momentarily puzzled, glancing at him. What? Is Mr. Wei having second thoughts? Wei Zhe quickly shook his head. Second thoughts? What nonsense. How could I pass up an opportunity to profit from 150 million? Wei Zhe fell silent. What kind of person was he dealing with today? At that moment, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Apologies, but it seems we are nearing the time for your meeting. Mr. Wei, how long do you expect it to last? If it won't take long, I can wait. If it will take a while, I can step out for a bit and return later. What do you think? Observing Lin Chen's composed demeanor, Wei Zhe chuckled. What meeting could possibly be more important than the sale of the South Bay Opera Troupe? Chapter 149. As for me, I have a fondness for opera. Lin Chen chuckled softly. If only Mr. Wei could think like this, it would be splendid. Wei Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. You are quite unreserved. You flatter me, Mr. Wei. At that moment, Wei Zhe placed a call, instructing his secretary to prepare the contract while also requesting 2 cups of tea to be served. He settled opposite Lin Chen, inquiring, Are you truly willing to acquire the South Bay Opera Troupe for 150 million? He could hardly fathom that someone so youthful could muster such a sum for an opera company of little value. In fact, it seemed a venture destined for loss. He remained perplexed as to why the other party desired to purchase this troupe. Lin Chen shrugged. I am right here. Where could I possibly flee? Wei Chen fell into contemplation. Indeed, the secretary was efficient, promptly delivering 2 copies of the contract. After a cursory review, Lin Chen found no discrepancies and signed his name in the designated section. Once the contract was finalized, due to the substantial transfer amount, Lin Chen and Wei Zhe made a trip to the bank, transferring 150 million to the account of South Bay Cultural Transmission Company. Simultaneously, a notification rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring Shanghai Advertising Company. Shanghai Advertising Company, if his memory served him correctly, it was located in Donghai City. It appeared he would need to prepare for the handover upon his return. Staring at the credited sum of 150 million, Wei Zhe was still somewhat in disbelief. He suppressed his astonishment and queried, I wish to understand why you would invest such a high price in acquiring an opera company of little worth. Lin Chen flashed a grin. As for me, I possess no particular hobbies. I simply enjoy watching operas. At this, Wei Zhe was rendered speechless. If you enjoy opera, you can attend the opera house. Why go so far as to purchase an entire troupe? Do you wish for them to perform at your residence? Wei Zhe scrutinized Lin Chen, sensing that the latter might very well entertain such an idea. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Mr. Wei, why do you regard me so? Wei Zhe shook his head. It's nothing. I merely find you, Mr. Lin, to be quite unique. After completing the various formalities, Lin Chen felt hunger pangs and was about to seek a meal when a call from Xia He interrupted him. What is it? Lin Chen asked. Xia He replied. Is it not permissible to contact you without reason? Lin Chen chuckled. Of course it is. Why not come to my home and allow me the pleasure of treating you to dinner? Xia He pondered briefly before adding, considering what transpired last time, we hardly had a proper meal. How about I make it up to you this time? Lin Chen could not help but laugh. It seemed the dinner invitation was merely a guise. She was likely more interested in a date. However, since a beautiful woman was extending the invitation, how could he refuse? Besides, he intended to dine regardless. All right, you are at home, correct? I shall come to fetch you. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xia He hurriedly rummaged through her wardrobe to select an outfit and apply makeup. After all, this was essentially a date with Lin Chen. She could not afford to be indifferent. She chose a black dress that was both alluring and cunningly designed, shorter in the front and longer in the back, accentuating her fair complexion. Paired with a set of black knee-high boots, she was simply stunning. Satisfied with her reflection, Xia He nodded and styled her hair into an elegant updo. When Lin Chen arrived at the bottom of Xia He's building, she asked him to wait a moment. He braced himself for a lengthy wait. After all, when a girl says a moment, it typically translates to at least half an hour. Just as he was about to engage in a game on his phone, Xia He descended the stairs. How could you be so quick? He gasped, surprised. Today, Xia He appeared remarkably different. Not just slightly, but profoundly so. While she had always been beautiful, her previous allure barely grazed a score of 90. Today, she was undeniably approaching a 95. The black miniskirt and boots exuded a regal and aloof queenly aura, stirring a deep desire for conquest within him. Noticing Lin Chen's lingering gaze, Xia He felt her cheeks flush, and a sense of pride welled within her. What are you staring at? She demanded, flustered. Lin Chen smiled. I was admiring how striking this dress is. Xia He, slightly confused, glanced down at her outfit, but my dress is clearly black. Suddenly realizing something, her face flushed deeper as she playfully glared at Lin Chen. You rogue. Not at all chivalrous. Yet you seem to enjoy my company, Lin Chen teased further. Xia He's cheeks reddened even more. I shall not engage with you, she declared, yet she promptly took the passenger seat in Lin Chen's car. Lin Chen discovered a newfound amusement in teasing the lovely Xia He. As they drove, he recalled something. By the way, I remember you studying at Donghai Financial University. I returned due to my cousin's wedding and took a leave. What about you? Why are you here? Xia He hesitated. I also took a leave. Why haven't you returned yet? Lin Chen inquired, noticing her evasive gaze as she turned to look out the window. I requested quite a long leave. I haven't reached my return date yet. What necessitated such a lengthy absence? Lin Chen asked, perplexed. Xia He turned back to him, then back to the window. I just suddenly wanted to spend some time at home. Is that so? Lin Chen mused, suspicious that she might have learned of his leave and returned for that reason. However, after consideration, he deemed that unlikely. Before long, Lin Chen dismissed the thought and turned to Xia He, asking, by the way, where shall we dine? I haven't decided yet. You choose, she replied. Lin Chen chuckled. You called me out for dinner without a plan? Xia He retorted, isn't it to let you decide? All right. Lin Chen pondered where to take her. How about we visit the school? I haven't had enough of that wonton shop we went to last time. Xia He nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Consequently, Lin Chen maneuvered the car and headed towards South Bay First High School. Arriving at the familiar wonton shop, they found a spot to sit. Several female students nearby couldn't help but cast glances in Lin Chen's direction. Sensing their stares, Lin Chen leaned towards Xia He and whispered, didn't we clarify that matter? Why are they still looking at me? Is it forbidden to bring phones to school? Xia He nodded, somewhat perplexed. A few girls exchanged shy glances before gathering their courage, retrieving their notebooks, and approaching Lin Chen. Lin Gu, we are first-year students from the First High. Could we possibly trouble you for an autograph? Chapter 150. The high school student essay topic. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. A signature? Me? Several girls nodded in affirmation. Lin Chen was taken aback and turned to Xia He, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. At that moment, the girls had already presented their notebooks to Lin Chen. In a state of confusion akin to a fruit hanging from a bewildered tree, Lin Chen signed his name on the first page of several notebooks. After returning the notebooks, he could not help but inquire, "Why do you want my signature? I am neither a celebrity nor a star." One of the girls chuckled and replied, "Lin Chen Gij, you are a celebrity at our school. The principal held an assembly to speak of your accomplishments because you graduated from our school. We are all immensely proud of you at Nanwan No. 1 High School." The other girls chimed in, "Yes, Lin Chen Gij. Teacher Li Yulian also taught us, and we are all grateful to you for your generous donations towards her medical treatment. I am too. I even wrote about you in my essay." Lin Chen was astonished. "You wrote about me in an essay? May I see it?" "Of course." The girl responded eagerly, promptly retrieving a composition book from her backpack and flipping to a specific page before handing it to Lin Chen. As he began reading, he saw phrases like a grateful heart, thankfulness towards fate. Lin Chen found it both amusing and absurd. The essay indeed portrayed him as a positive example, while depicting Luo Ao as a cautionary tale. The entire composition extolled his virtues while criticizing Luo Ao. He never imagined he would one day find himself featured in a middle school student's essay. "Quite commendable. Your writing style is impressive." Lin Chen offered his praise. The girl's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Lin Chen Gij." Then, one of the girls turned to Xiaohe. "You must be Xiaohe Jiejie, Lin Chen Gij's girlfriend, right?" Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback and had yet to respond when the girl continued, "Xiaohe Jiejie, you are truly beautiful. Such a perfect match for Lin Chen Gij." Xiaohe glanced at Lin Chen, unsure of what to say. However, Lin Chen seemed disinclined to clarify matters. He smiled and said, "Thank you all." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe was left in shock. "Lin Chen, what does this mean?" The girls glanced at their watches and realized they were almost late for class. They hurriedly bid Lin Chen farewell. "We have to go to class now. Goodbye, Lin Chen Gij." Lin Chen waved goodbye with a smile, thinking, today's students are truly delightful. Each one donned their school uniform, radiating youthful vitality. Although he had only recently begun his first year of university, he felt an undeniable disconnect with the school. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. "Xiaohe, what do you think?" Lin Chen suddenly turned to ask. Xiaohe, still lost in thought about the earlier conversation, was oblivious to Lin Chen's question. "Oh, I think it's quite nice." She opened her mouth, wanting to clarify what Lin Chen had just said. Yet, she suddenly felt that some things were better left ambiguous. Clarifying them might strip away their charm. Noticing Xiaohe's hesitation, Lin Chen inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to say?" Seeing Lin Chen's teasing smile, Xiaohe shook her head. "It's nothing." "Really? Really?" With Xiaohe unwilling to divulge her thoughts, Lin Chen ceased his inquiries. After finishing their meal, the two had no immediate plans and decided to stroll around the school, as they were nearby. However, upon reaching the school entrance, Xiaohe suddenly grew anxious. The school's security is usually quite strict. "Without an entry pass, we can't possibly get in, can we?" Lin Chen glanced at the nearby security guard, and then at Xiaohe. "Don't worry, we can get in." Xiaohe remained skeptical. "Really?" "Absolutely." After assuring her, Lin Chen took Xiaohe's hand and led her toward the entrance. The moment their hands touched, Xiaohe felt her heart race, almost leaping from her chest as she followed Lin Chen like a marionette. As they approached the entrance, they found the elderly guard dozing, succumbing to the familiar lethargy of spring and autumn. Old man, Lin Chen called out a couple of times. The guard jolted awake, squinting at Lin Chen and pointing at him. You are. He struggled to recall Lin Chen's name. Lin Chen sighed. "Old man, have you forgotten me? I am Lin Chen." The guard finally recognized him. "Ah, it's you, kid. I thought you looked familiar. Didn't you graduate? Why are you back?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Old man, your memory is impressive. I was hoping to sneak in as a high school student for some fun, but I didn't expect you to remember me." Xiaohe looked at Lin Chen, puzzled. "Sneaking in for fun? What kind of operation is this?" To her surprise, the guard laughed heartily. "You rascal. I may be getting old, but I'm not senile." He then turned his gaze to Xiaohe. "So, are you bringing your little girlfriend back to see your alma mater?" Xiaohe felt a rush of nerves and instinctively looked to Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied with a grin. "Yes, old man. May we come in for a visit?" The guard readily consented, opening the gate. "Of course. Come on in." Xiaohe was astonished. "Is it really that easy? I remember when I once tried to step out for takeout. It took forever to convince them." Lin Chen led Xiaohe through the gate. "Old man, we're going to explore." The guard waved them off. "Go ahead, just don't bully the students. I won't have any excuses to make later." Lin Chen feigned exasperation. "Do you really think I am that kind of person?" The guard scrutinized Lin Chen, nodding. "You still seem like that kind of person to me." Lin Chen. Xiaohe couldn't contain her laughter, unable to resist the moment. After distancing themselves, Xiaohe asked, "Lin Chen, why didn't you clarify when the old man mistook me for your girlfriend? And what about those students earlier?" Chapter 151. Returning to alma mater, Lin Chen spread his hands. Why bother explaining to them? It wouldn't make any difference. Xiaohe paused for a moment, and upon reflection, she realized the truth in his words. However, the sensation of being regarded as Lin Chen's girlfriend felt rather delightful. Lost in her thoughts, she could not help but display a love-struck smile. Compared to before, Xiaohe felt that spending time with Lin Chen was quite satisfactory. As for anything more, she dared not to aspire for it just yet. This moment felt perfectly fine, did it not? Lin Chen glanced down at Xiaohe. What are you smiling about? Xiaohe blinked in surprise. I'm not smiling. Lin Chen regarded her with skepticism. Oh really? Xiaohe forced a chuckle, then asked, are you quite familiar with that old gatekeeper? Lin Chen nodded. It's all right. He fell once, and I called an ambulance for him. Took him to the hospital. So we became acquainted over time. Xiaohe suddenly understood. Oh, that explains it. Explain what? Lin Chen inquired. Back when I was in school, I wanted to go out for takeout, but the old man wouldn't let me, no matter how much I pleaded. Lin Chen smirked playfully. Is that so? Why didn't you come to me for help? I could have taken you out. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. It seemed plausible. However, while the words themselves seemed innocuous, coupled with Lin Chen's slightly mischievous smile, she pondered deeply and suddenly felt her face flush with embarrassment. You rogue. Who, me? I merely meant that pleading with the old man might not be effective. Wouldn't it be better to plead with me? Surely, I could take you out. How does that make me a rogue? Lin Chen feigned innocence. Xiaohe hesitated, wondering if there was some truth to his words. But at that moment, Lin Chen looked at her with astonishment, as if he had uncovered a scandalous secret. You can't be thinking what I suspect, can you? How impure your thoughts are. He then mused aloud. Indeed, girls are like cracked eggs. Xiaohe was puzzled. Cracked eggs? What do you mean? Lin Chen glanced at her coolly. Just like you. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe grew even more confused. Like me? What is wrong with me? On the surface, you appear innocent, but your heart is far from it. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaohe was stunned for a few seconds. And when she regained her composure, her face turned crimson again. You. She had never realized how shameless Lin Chen could be. Seething with indignation, she retorted, then you must be a mango. Now it was Lin Chen's turn to be befuddled. Wow, you learn quickly, he remarked, his hand instinctively ruffling Xiaohe's hair. Xiaohe maintained an adorably pouting expression. I never knew you had this side to you. It's rather endearing, Lin Chen remarked. Xiaohe then inquired, how did I appear to you before? Like a language teacher, always serious, Lin Chen candidly replied. Yet you don't resemble a typical language teacher. Why not? Xiaohe asked, puzzled. Language teachers are generally quite stern. Are you stern? Lin Chen continued. I have yet to encounter a language teacher as beautiful as you. If I had such a teacher, I would have no worries about getting into Qingda and Jingda. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. Had she just been flirted with again? You're quite the charmer. Lin Chen suddenly leaned closer. But you've never tasted it. How would you know? As Lin Chen's handsome face loomed near, Xiaohe's heart skipped a beat. I. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lin Chen decided to pull back, fearing he might frighten her. All right, I was just teasing you. Xiaohe shot him a resentful glare. Lin Chen added, aren't we here to explore the campus? Shall we take a stroll? Xiaohe remained silent, but nodded in agreement. The two strolled along the campus pathway. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of osmanthus. The path leading from the entrance of Nanyuan City First High School to the playground was lined with blooming osmanthus trees. Regardless of the season, this path was always imbued with fragrance, becoming a beautiful feature of the school. Xiaohe reflected, I remember how much I loved studying around here because I could always smell the osmanthus. It would elevate my mood throughout the day. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, the scent of osmanthus is quite strong. Those who love it cherish it, while others might find it overwhelming. Both Lin Chen and Xiaohe belonged to the former group. As they continued their leisurely walk, they unknowingly arrived at the athletics field. Several classes were engaged in physical education, with students running, skipping rope, and exuding youthful vitality. Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, watching these younger students makes me feel rejuvenated. Xiaohe laughed. Look at you, acting like an old man when you're only 20. You sound like you're 30. Lin Chen paused. 30? Am I old? After all, he was a heartthrob admired by countless girls. Xiaohe shook her head. Not that you're old, but your demeanor feels much older than that of a typical 20-year-old. You're very mature, which seems incongruous with your age. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Is that so? Truthfully, he had never perceived this about himself. However, upon reflection, Xiaohe's words seemed somewhat valid. Due to the nature of his circumstances, he had interacted with many more adults than students, coupled with his broadened horizons. He naturally understood more and approached situations with a long-term perspective. Was this considered premature maturity? The two meandered from the athletics field to the teaching building. Upon seeing the dilapidated structure before him, Lin Chen expressed his bewilderment. This building was designated for the second-year students. Naturally, he had spent an entire year attending classes here during his second year. It appeared quite hazardous. Why hadn't it been demolished yet? What are you looking at? Xiaohi asked. Lin Chen pointed at the shabby building. Why hasn't that old building been torn down yet? Old building was a nickname given by Lin Chen's cohort, which had since become widely adopted. Xiaohi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that building is quite old. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave with Xiaohi, a system notification sounded. Chapter 152, Erecting a Statue for Himding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a storyline task. Reward, 1 Koenigsegg 1 His. Another supercar. For Lin Chen, an aficionado of high-performance automobiles, the prospect of receiving a supercar as a reward was far more exhilarating than any other prize. The Koenigsegg 1 is the world's first road-legal vehicle boasting a power-to-weight ratio of 1:1, with a top speed exceeding 450 km per hour. This vehicle is limited to a mere 6 units globally, each priced at an astonishing 100 million yuan. He yearned for this car. Noticing Lin Chen lost in thought, Xiaohi inquired, "What are you pondering?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Chen turned to Xiaohi and remarked, "I find the teaching building rather dilapidated. We should consult the principal." "What's the matter? Are we requesting the principal to relocate the students?" "That's impossible. There are only so many teaching buildings at No. 1 high school," Xiaohi responded with confusion. Yet Lin Chen smiled and said, "Indeed, there are only so many. But what if we were to construct another building? How could that be feasible?" "The funds required for such a project are substantial, certainly several tens of millions," she replied. "I shall donate the funds for the construction," Lin Chen declared, leaving Xiaohi momentarily speechless. "What did you say? You intend to donate a building?" Her excitement caused her voice to rise, drawing the attention of several classmates nearby. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Why such enthusiasm?" Xiaohi suddenly realized her outburst. However, Lin Chen's words were indeed astonishing. Reflecting on Lin Chen's collection of supercars, she found it somewhat understandable. She gazed at him, surprised by his apparent benevolence. First, he took responsibility for teacher Li Yulian's medical expenses, and now he was contemplating donating a teaching building to his alma mater. She couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen was becoming increasingly perfect in her eyes. Wealthy, compassionate, tall, and handsome. No wonder she had admired him for so many years. As Lin Chen turned his head, he chuckled. "Are you infatuated with me?" Xiaohi blinked in surprise. "Of course not." Lin Chen shook his head in resignation, realizing he had inadvertently ignited her admiration once more. Together, they approached the principal's office. Lin Chen knocked on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he opened it and ushered Xiaohi inside. The principal, engrossed in a book, looked up and was momentarily stunned. The principal set his book aside, standing up with palpable excitement. You are Lin Chen?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, principal." The principal's joy was immediate. He welcomed Lin Chen and Xiaohi inside, gesturing for them to sit on the sofa. He personally poured tea for the two. Recently, Lin Chen had been in the limelight. When the scandal first broke, the principal had feared it would tarnish the school's reputation, considering Lin Chen had only just graduated. However, the narrative took a turn for the better. Not only was Lin Chen innocent, but he had also donated money for teacher Li Yulian's treatment. Consequently, Lin Chen became a source of pride for Nanwan No. 1 high school, even prompting the Education Bureau to issue commendations for the school. The principal was thus exceedingly fond of Lin Chen. "It is wonderful for you to return to your alma mater. I am delighted. During my tenure, having a student like you is truly gratifying." Lin Chen humbly smiled. "Thank you, principal. This is merely my duty. After all, Teacher Li was my homeroom teacher and a mentor in my life." The principal nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is rare to find such gratitude among graduates nowadays. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen broached the main topic. "By the way, principal, the teaching building for the second-year students seems rather aged, does it not?" Upon hearing this, the principal sighed. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. We submitted the application for reconstruction long ago, but it has yet to be approved." His expression reflected his concern. He had to remind students in that building at every morning meeting not to engage in horseplay, yet a few always disregarded his words. At this moment, Lin Chen stated directly, "Principal, I intend to donate 50 million yuan to build a new teaching building. Would that be sufficient?" The principal was utterly astounded. What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to donate 50 million yuan for a new building?" Lin Chen affirmed, "Yes. I have attended classes in that building myself, so I feel a strong connection to it. It is time for an upgrade. Is 50 million enough, principal?" The principal, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to find words. Yes, that is more than enough. Considering our city's economic situation, 30 to 40 million would suffice. Lin Chen nodded then. The remaining 10 million can be allocated for upgrading the educational facilities. I recall that the facilities in that building are rather outdated. Perhaps we could also enhance those throughout the school. That should cover the costs, correct? The principal was deeply touched by Lin Chen's generosity. Lin Chen, having a student like you is a blessing for Nanwan No. 1 High School. Lin Chen smiled. What is that saying? Today, I take pride in my alma mater. Tomorrow, my alma mater will take pride in me. Haha. Xiaohe, resting her chin on her hand, watched the interaction between Lin Chen and the principal. She found herself increasingly enchanted by him. He conversed with the principal with such poise and confidence, appearing far beyond his 20 years, reminiscent of someone with extensive life experience. At Donghai University of Finance and Economics, many had pursued her, yet none evoked the feelings Lin Chen did. He was truly one of a kind. After discussing the various arrangements, the principal called in the school's financial officer, and together with Lin Chen, they proceeded to the bank. As the 50 million yuan was transferred, the principal's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Lin Chen, I cannot thank you enough. On behalf of the students of Nanwan No. 1 High School, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Lin Chen, moved by the principal's sincerity, replied, Please, principal, this is merely my duty. My alma mater nurtured me, and now that I have achieved some success, it is only right that I give back. After regaining his composure, the principal stated earnestly, I have decided that upon the completion of the new building, we will erect a statue in your honor. Chapter 153. Once again at a disadvantage upon hearing those words, Lin Chen was momentarily choked by his own saliva, coughing twice. A statue in his honor? A vivid image flashed through Lin Chen's mind. As the exams approached, waves of students would gather before his statue, lighting incense and praying. Senior, please bless me that I won't fail this time, that I will pass every exam. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. How terrifying is that? He exclaimed. Principal, this simply cannot happen. He promptly declined. Xiaohe, equally astonished, pondered aloud. Is the principal really considering erecting a statue of Lin Chen for future students to admire? That's rather amusing. The principal, looking perplexed, asked, Why can't we do that? Lin Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. Principal, consider the expenses involved in erecting a statue. Wouldn't that money be better spent on the students? Upon hearing this, the principal nodded in agreement. You're right. Then we shall not build the statue. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, the principal suggested, How about a small commemorative monument instead? Lin Chen was on the verge of tears. Principal, truly, that is unnecessary. At that moment, Xiaohe interjected, Yes, Principal, Lin Chen is not one to seek the limelight. He is the kind of person who does good deeds without seeking recognition. If you make such a grand gesture, it would only make him uncomfortable. How about this? Let Lin Chen write a few inspirational words to be inscribed on the monument. It could serve as encouragement for the students. What do you think? Lin Chen quickly added, That's a splendid idea. He cast an appreciative glance at Xiaohe. Indeed. She is one of my own. The principal nodded in agreement. That sounds quite promising. Let us proceed with that. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Xiaohe made another trip to the principal's office. The principal brought out ink and paper, personally grinding the ink for Lin Chen. He was an enthusiast of calligraphy and often practiced during his spare time. Lin Chen seized the brush and let the tip dance across the paper. Soon, the words perseverance and diligence emerged, vibrant and alive. Looking at the characters, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the system had bestowed upon him an exceptional talent in calligraphy. With just a few strokes, he produced a masterpiece. The moment the principal laid eyes on those characters, he was astounded. Is this truly your handwriting? He asked Lin Chen, his face a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Realizing the absurdity of his own question, he thought, of course, it must be his own. However, he could not help but marvel, such exquisite calligraphy. It would take decades of practice to achieve this level. Even I find myself humbled by it. Xiaohe was equally taken aback. Could it be that Lin Chen is a hidden calligraphy master? The principal, visibly excited, turned to Lin Chen and inquired. You must be around 20, right? How long have you practiced this art? 20 years. Even those who begin from infancy may not reach such proficiency. Lin Chen was undoubtedly a genius. Lin Chen smiled modestly. It hasn't been that long. At that moment, Xiaohe suddenly chimed in, back in high school. Your handwriting didn't seem quite like this. Did you perhaps start learning during the summer or after entering university? A profound silence enveloped the principal's office. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. What did this imply? Even if he had begun learning right after high school, it had only been 4 months since. He was truly a genius among geniuses. Lin Chen finally chuckled. Not at all. I began learning as a child. I simply became lazy during high school. The principal lamented. Why did I not discover your genius sooner? Once this inscription is carved into the monument, I shall frame it and hang it in my office. Perseverance and diligence will serve as a personal encouragement for me. The principal was utterly enamored with those characters. After engaging Lin Chen in conversation for a while longer, he finally allowed him to leave. On the way home, Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, "Today has been incredibly busy. I feel as if I've been running all day, and my back aches." He wanted to stretch, but refrained, as he was currently driving and did not wish to risk an accident. He cared deeply for his own life. Xiaohe cast a complex look at Lin Chen. "The surprises you bring me are truly overwhelming," she thought, feeling unworthy of him. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Why does that sound so familiar? Has someone said this to me before? But he could not recall who at that moment. Arriving at Xiaohe's building, Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside. "We've arrived," he announced. Xiaohe lowered her head, offering a soft in response. Lin Chen, amused, remarked, "What is this? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Xiaohe lifted her gaze to meet Lin Chen's eyes. "Is it permissible to take advantage of you?" she asked. Lin Chen chuckled. "What advantage?" Xiaohe bit her lip as if steeling herself for something, then leaned in towards Lin Chen's face. A fleeting kiss brushed against his lips. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. By the time he realized what had happened, Xiaohe had already covered her face and dashed upstairs. He touched his lips, still warm from her kiss. Had he just been taken advantage of again? Watching Xiaohe's retreating figure, Lin Chen could not help but smile. This bold girl dares to seize my advantage. Meanwhile, in the South Bay City Opera Troupe's office, the troupe leader, Jia Kai, lounged on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigarette, with a flamboyantly dressed woman nestled against him. She was Zhang Ning, who had previously clashed with Zhu Zuiyu. Zhang Ning, adopting a deliberately high-pitched voice, whined, "Leader, that old hag Zhu Zuiyu dared to make me suffer. Who in the troupe doesn't know that I am your woman? To put it bluntly, even a dog must heed its master. If Zhu Zuiyu looks down on me, isn't she looking down on you, leader?" As she spoke, she twirled her hair around her finger, her expression one of feigned innocence, evoking sympathy. Jia Kai was utterly smitten. "Oh, my delicate darling. Rest assured, I have already informed her. Her name is on the layoff list. How dare she disregard my authority and bully you? She will not be remaining in the troupe." Hearing Jia Kai's words, Zhang Ning felt satisfied. Zhu Ziyu had been a constant thorn in her side. Now she would see how she could continue to oppose her. Just then, the door swung open, startling both of them, and Zhang Ning jumped to her feet. Seeing the intruder, Jia Kai erupted in anger. "Pang Qing, what are you doing, barging in like that? Didn't you think to knock first?" Zhang Ning was equally alarmed and wore a fuming expression. Pang Qing, in a fluster, repeatedly apologized before exclaiming, "Leader, we have a serious situation." Jia Kai, exasperated, retorted, "What could possibly be so serious that you appear so flustered? Even if the sky were to fall, I would still be here to uphold it. We've changed owners." Pang Qing blurted out. Chapter 154. "You two have been dismissed, what?" Jia Kai was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat. "Could you repeat that?" Pang Qing then reiterated, "Commander, our troupe has a new boss." How did this sudden change occur? Jia Kai, now flustered, sank back onto the sofa. The implication of a new boss hinted at the possibility of his own replacement as the commander. He quickly inquired, "Do you know who our new boss is? What else did the company say?" Pang Qing shook his head. "The company didn't elaborate much. They merely called to inform us that our opera house has been acquired at a high price. Our new boss is someone named Lin Chen." Lin Chen. Upon hearing this name, Jia Kai and Zhang Ning exchanged glances. Zhang Ning furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't Lin Chen the one who made headlines recently?" Although it seems he clarified things later, Jia Kai was equally puzzled as to why this Lin Chen had suddenly purchased their opera troupe. However, knowing the identity of the new owner was beneficial. Perhaps he could ingratiate himself and secure his position as commander. Jia Kai further asked, "Did the company provide any contact details for the new boss?" Pang Qing promptly replied, "Yes, I'll send them to you." He then took out his phone and shared a string of numbers via WeChat. Jia Kai saved the number into his contacts and dialed immediately. At that moment, Lin Chen had just returned to his villa and received Jia Kai's call. "Hello, who is this?" Jia Kai respectfully responded, "Mr. Lin, I am Jia Kai, the commander of the Nanwan Opera Troupe." "The commander of the Nanwan Opera House? The one who dismissed his own mother for a mistress?" "Yes, that's me." Jia Kai continued, "Boss, we have just learned that you are our new owner. Do you plan to visit our troupe? If you do, we would like to prepare accordingly." "Tomorrow, around 11 in the morning," Lin Chen instructed. Receiving the command, Jia Kai eagerly replied, "Understood. We will be ready to welcome you tomorrow." His face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, even if Lin Chen could not see it. "That's all," Lin Chen said before abruptly ending the call. He retrieved the key to his Koenigsegg one from his pocket and headed to the garage, bringing out the supercar. Sitting in the driver's seat, he felt a surge of masculine thrill as he gripped the steering wheel. After taking the luxury sports car for a spin, Lin Chen returned and parked it before entering the villa. The next day, the opera troupe was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Our opera house has a new boss. Yes, but does anyone know their name? I'm not sure. I only know there's a new boss coming today. Within the troupe, only Jia Kai, Zhang Ning, and Pang Qing were aware that the new owner was Lin Chen. The rest were oblivious to the situation. Zhu Ziyu was also among the crowd. Having received the news about the ownership change, she came hoping for a stroke of luck, thinking perhaps the new boss would dismiss the commander, allowing her to remain in the opera house. Though her hopes were slim, she was unwilling to leave after years of dedication. At that moment, Commander Jia Kai called everyone together. The new boss is arriving soon. Line up properly, and remember not to create chaos. Wait here for us to greet the new boss. He then selected a few trusted aides, including Zhang Ning and Pang Qing. As they passed by Zhu Ziyu, Zhang Ning let out a smug huff, which annoyed her. But she refrained from reacting, knowing the new boss's arrival was imminent and she must not leave a poor impression. After a brief wait outside, a luxurious sports car roared into view, leaving the group awestruck. Wow, is that the Koenigsegg 11? The legendary car known for its speed? It's incredibly stunning. I wish I could touch it. Good luck affording it. That supercar is worth over 100 million. As they marveled at the car, it suddenly stopped beside them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Unfazed, they continued to gawk as the car door swung open and Lin Chen emerged. At the sight of him, the group was rendered speechless. What just happened? This ultra-luxurious Koenigsegg 1 belongs to our boss, Lin Chen? Zhang Ning, upon witnessing Lin Chen's youthful charm and affluence, felt her heart flutter. Compared to Jia Kai, Lin Chen outshone him in every aspect. A flurry of schemes raced through Zhang Ning's mind. Jia Kai was the first to regain his composure and approached Lin Chen. Boss, welcome to our opera troupe. His demeanor was excessively obsequious. Yet, Lin Chen merely cast a brief, indifferent glance at him, offering no more than that. Let us proceed inside. No need for further pleasantries, Lin Chen stated coolly. Jia Kai, momentarily stifled by Lin Chen's terse response, quickly acquiesced. Yes, of course, boss. With that, Jia Kai led Lin Chen into the opera house. As the new boss entered, everyone couldn't help but gaze in astonishment. Isn't this new boss a bit too young? Zhu Ziyu, however, was completely stunned. Ah Chen is our new boss. She felt dizzy, nearly losing her balance. Lin Chen stood before everyone, instantly spotting his mother at the back, causing him to frown. Why is my mother standing so far back? She has been a long-standing member of the troupe. Seeing Lin Chen frown made Jia Kai's heart tighten. Had he failed in some aspect that displeased the new owner? At that moment, Lin Chen turned to Jia Kai and asked, "Are you the commander here?" Jia Kai nodded vigorously. "Yes, I am the commander." Lin Chen inquired further, "And where is Zhang Ning?" Hearing her name, Zhang Ning felt a rush of excitement and stepped forward. "Boss, I'm Zhang Ning." She added a coy smile for effect. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "You two are dismissed." Chapter 155. The new officials three fires upon hearing Lin Chen's words. All present were rendered speechless. What had the new boss just stated? That he intended to dismiss Jia Kai and Zhang Ning? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Could it be that the new official's first act of authority had fallen upon the head of the regiment leader? The thought sent a shiver down everyone's spine. If the flames of this upheaval could consume the leader, how long would it be before they too felt its heat? Naturally, aside from Zhu Ziyu, who had come to realize that Lin Chen was avenging her grievances, she had previously confided in him about the leader and Zhang Ning. With this swift move to dismiss them, was it not a gesture of support on his part? It was quite likely that Lin Chen had acquired the entire Nanwan opera troupe for her sake. This realization filled Zhu Ziyu's heart with profound gratitude and solace. Meanwhile, upon learning of their dismissal, Jia Kai and Zhang Ning wore expressions of utter shock. Jia Kai had mentally prepared for a reassignment, yet he never anticipated that the new boss would take such decisive action upon his arrival. Reacting first, Jia Kai hastily pleaded, "Boss, is there truly no reason for my dismissal? I have devoted over a decade to this position with unwavering dedication. To be treated this way upon your arrival feels disheartening for us long-serving employees." His words were laced with cunning, seemingly cornering Lin Chen. Yet, did Lin Chen fall for such tactics? Not in the slightest. He cast a cool glance at Jia Kai, retorting, "I perceive that your dedication has merely been an exercise in leveraging power over others. Spare me your lamentations. You are anything but innocent. The true nature of your character is well known to everyone present. Jia Kai's heart swelled with both anger and fear as he glanced towards his cohorts, desperately signaling for their assistance. However, some averted their gazes, while others fixated on their shoelaces, as if they were oblivious to Jia Kai's silent pleas. Even his closest allies dared not speak. With the arrival of the new boss, no one knew whether the flames of retribution would soon engulf them as well, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Who would dare intercede on Jia Kai's behalf? Furthermore, given Jia Kai's lackluster leadership and waning popularity, he had long lost the support of those around him. Witnessing the reaction of the crowd, Jia Kai's heart sank. Despair washed over him, leaving him with only 3 words echoing in his mind: "It's over for him." Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat. After years of service as leader, how could he simply be dismissed without recourse? "Boss, I refuse to accept this," Jia Kai exclaimed in indignation. The onlookers collectively held their breath, sensing the tension rise. It seemed Jia Kai was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and shot him an irritated glance. "You refuse to accept? What concern is that of mine?" He then turned to the security personnel clad in uniforms nearby. "You there, remove him from my sight." The crowd was taken aback. To be ejected so brutally seemed excessively harsh. 2 security guards exchanged uncertain looks, hesitating to approach. However, one of the guards, emboldened by the absence of intervention, stepped forward. Brandishing his baton at Jia Kai, "The boss wants you gone. Will you leave willingly, or should I take action?" The sheer audacity of a mere security guard addressing him in such a manner infuriated Jia Kai, his face contorting in rage. "You, a mere watchdog, dare to speak to me thus?" The guard, incensed by this insult, shoved Jia Kai, causing him to stumble to the ground. "Do you still think you're the leader? If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for being unkind." With that, he seized Jia Kai by the shoulder and dragged him towards the exit. The young guard, filled with vigor, easily overpowered the aging Jia Kai, who was no match for his strength, and soon found himself unceremoniously expelled from the venue. The remaining spectators watched in fearful silence as Lin Chen surveyed the room, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, the young guard returned, announcing, "Boss, he has been thrown out at the theater entrance." "Good," Lin Chen nodded in approval. Then inquired, "What is your name?" "Boss, my name is Zhang San. From this day forth, you shall become the captain of the security team." Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you." Lin Chen then turned his attention to the remaining guards, asking, "Who was the previous captain?" One quaking individual timidly raised his hand. I am." He was one of the guards who had hesitated earlier. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This guard appeared frail and timid. How had he ever ascended to the role of captain? It was clear he was aligned with Jia Kai, and thus, there was no need to retain him. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You and the one beside you are dismissed as well." "What?" Both men gasped in astonishment. They had initially considered pleading for mercy, but recalling Jia Kai's fate, they reluctantly exited. Meanwhile, Zhang Ning timidly raised her hand, her face a mask of despair. "Boss, please, can you not dismiss me? I am capable of anything, truly anything." As she spoke, she cast imploring glances at Lin Chen. Zhang Ning was desperate to remain in her position. After all, the troupe had just acquired a young, handsome, and affluent new boss, and she had hoped to ride the wave of his success. To face dismissal before her aspirations had even begun to materialize was utterly unacceptable. She adopted a pitiful demeanor, hoping to soften Lin Chen's heart. If only she could stay, she would do anything. Lin Chen, growing impatient, shot her a glare. "Why are you still here? Leave now." At his command, Zhang San prepared to take action against Zhang Ning. The image of Jia Kai's humiliating expulsion flashed in her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "I'll leave on my own. I'll leave on my own." She refused to exit in such a disgraceful manner. With a lingering glance at the opera house, Zhang Ning reluctantly departed, her heart heavy with regret. At that moment, Lin Chen scanned the trembling crowd and fixed his gaze on Zhu Ziyu at the back. "Mother, why are you lingering back there? Come forward." Chapter 156. Preparing to return to school, the crowd was taken aback. "What? The boss's mother is here?" The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of who among them was the boss's mother. At that moment, Zhu Ziyu made her move. The crowd collectively gasped. "Oh my! Teacher Zhu is actually the new boss's mother." No wonder the new boss dismissed the team leader and Zhang Ning upon arrival. It was to stand up for Teacher Zhu. Indeed, Zhang Ning had always relied on the team leader's support to dominate the troupe. He even had a quarrel with Teacher Zhu, and now it seems he's finally facing the consequences of his actions. Zhu Ziyu slowly approached the group, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she looked at her son, Lin Chen. She never anticipated that her son would go to such lengths to defend her by purchasing the entire Nanwan opera troupe. This must have cost a considerable sum, she thought. At that moment, Lin Chen addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "From now on, my mother will be the team leader. Do any of you have objections?" The audience exchanged glances, quickly shaking their heads. Objections? Who would dare voice any? It was his own opera troupe, and if he wished for his mother to lead, so be it. If anyone had a problem with it, they could always have their own child buy an opera house for them to lead. Hearing that she would be the team leader from now on filled Zhu Ziyu with overwhelming excitement. Although she had already anticipated this outcome upon learning that her son was the owner of the opera troupe, hearing it confirmed still stirred her emotions. After spending decades in the troupe, the thought of becoming the team leader had once been unfathomable. She had feared she might be dismissed, yet suddenly she was being appointed as the leader. The thought brought tears to her eyes. She bowed deeply to everyone, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all. I have been a part of this opera troupe for many years, witnessing its rise and fall. It is no exaggeration to say that the Nanwan Opera House is like a second home to me. All of you present are my family. Moving forward, the success of the Nanwan Opera House will depend on our collective efforts to bring it to new heights." As her words resonated, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the auditorium. It's wonderful that Teacher Zhu is the team leader. She's far better than that useless Jia Kai who merely occupied his position. Indeed, over the years, Jia Kai has done nothing substantial, leading our Nanwan opera troupe toward decline. With Teacher Zhu as team leader, it's clear she truly loves opera. Our troupe will undoubtedly flourish under her guidance. Teacher Zhu has always been kind-hearted. I wholeheartedly support her as the leader. I'll tell you all, Teacher Zhu was once in a leadership position, but due to some conflicts, she was forced out. Now that she is team leader again, it feels like justice has been served. Listening to these sentiments, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He hadn't realized how esteemed his mother was within the troupe. In the team leader's office, Lin Chen sat on the couch like a child caught in wrongdoing, facing his mother. "So, how much did you spend on buying this opera troupe?" Zhu Ziyu inquired. Lin Chen chuckled sheepishly. "Mom, it didn't cost that much." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyu shot him a disapproving look. "Do you think I'm naive? An entire opera troupe in theater, and you claim it didn't cost much?" Chuckling nervously, Lin Chen got up and stood behind Zhu Ziyu, beginning to massage her shoulders. "Mom, we're not lacking in money now. How could I stand by and watch you being mistreated? Look at it now. You hold the highest position in the troupe. Who would dare to bully you?" Zhu Ziyu nodded, but then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, if you plan to buy the opera troupe, you should at least inform me beforehand. You nearly scared me to death. Well, I wanted to surprise you." "Oh dear." Zhu Ziyu dramatically placed her hand on her heart. "This was more of a fright than a surprise. I thought I was going to be dismissed, worrying so much that I couldn't eat or sleep. Now here I am, suddenly the team leader." Realizing he hadn't handled the situation well, Lin Chen said, "Mom, I'm sorry for not considering your feelings." Zhu Ziyu sighed. "You have nothing to apologize for. You've achieved so much. You make me proud." Seeing his mother's spirits lifted, Lin Chen felt relieved. After she attended to some matters in the troupe, he planned to take her home. Upon seeing Lin Chen's Koenigsegg 1, Zhu Ziyu paused for a moment. "Ah Chen, have you bought a new car?" Lin Chen quickly replied, "I bought this a while ago. It just arrived recently." Zhu Ziyu nodded, not pressing further. That evening, at the dining table, Lin Chen suddenly announced, "By the way, I might be returning to school tomorrow." Zhu Ziyu paused mid-action, her chopsticks suspended in the air. "You've been home for a while. It is indeed time to return to school." Alas, despite her reluctance to part with her son, Lin Chen needed to continue his education. She could not expect him to abandon his studies just to stay home with her. Even if he were willing, she would not allow it. Given that Lin Chen was returning to school the next day, the atmosphere in the villa felt somewhat subdued. Later that night, as Lin Chen pondered which car to take back, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations. The host has triggered a storyline task. Return to school under the protection of all supercars in the system. Reward, Donghai Rich Club. Rich Club? A place where the affluent gather and spend? How delightful. Conveniently, all his supercars were in the vicinity. 5 were in the hotel parking lot, and 2 were at Jiujin Hall. 7 supercars. This luxury convoy would surely cause quite a stir. Simultaneously, an anonymous post appeared on Donghai University's internal forum. "I'd like to inquire if there are any places on campus, aside from the playground, where I can park a convoy of cars without obstructing traffic. I have a car escort returning to school, and I'm concerned about parking." The moment this post surfaced, it sparked considerable excitement. Chapter 157. The campus network is a buzz, haha. This person is going to make me die of laughter. What are they thinking? A motorcade? An electric vehicle convoy? Or a bicycle procession? No, upstairs. Could you refrain from making such baseless assumptions? Perhaps they are referring to a toy car convoy? If it is a toy car convoy, there's a manhole cover about 50 meters inside the school gate where they could park. From upstairs, my 40-meter-long machete almost didn't make it back. Ha ha. A toy car convoy parked on a manhole cover. Don't make me laugh to death. A few peanuts? If there were even a single peanut. One wouldn't be drunk to this extent. Come on, everyone step aside. I need to wake him up. As soon as the post appeared, it sparked immense excitement. However, most people regarded it as a joke, and it quickly morphed into a meme. For a time, the entire Donghai University was abuzz with discussions about this post. In Shinmingchi's dormitory, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. How could there be such oddballs at our school? This is killing me with laughter. It seems the college entrance examination filters out the mediocre, but not the foolish. How could such a person even get into our school? I think the poster has gone mad. Shinmingchi cast a casual glance at her roommates, who were clutching their stomachs from laughter, and shifted her gaze back to the post. Is this really a prank? She felt a twinge of doubt. It was indeed outrageous, a convoy for escort. Although there are quite a few wealthy second-generation students at their school, none were extravagant enough to warrant an escort convoy. Of course, one person might be an exception. Lin Chen. Suddenly, Shinmingchi gasped. Right, Lin Chen. How could she have not thought of him earlier? Shinmingchi looked back at the post. It mentioned a return to school, but the short holiday had already ended, and everyone who needed to return had done so. Moreover, Lin Chen had recently taken leave to attend his cousin's wedding. Therefore, it was highly probable that the poster could indeed be Lin Chen. At least an 80% likelihood. If it were Lin Chen, then an escort convoy would not be surprising. He possesses several top-tier supercars. For someone of his caliber, an escort convoy is entirely plausible. At that moment, Shinmingchi glanced at her roommates. You all should stop laughing. This matter could very well be true. The laughter subsided, and all eyes turned to Shinmingchi. But just a few seconds later, the dorm erupted into even louder laughter. No way, no way. Mingchi, do you really believe this? It's clearly a prank meant to show off, right? Anyone who believes it is a fool. Do you want to be a fool, Mingchi? Although our school has its share of wealthy second-generation students, who would dare claim they have an escort convoy? Who would? It's just a joke, Mingchi. Are you taking this seriously? But at that moment, Shinmingchi quietly remarked, what if it is Lin Chen? Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, everyone fell silent. Upon reflection, if it were Lin Chen, it might indeed be possible. Shinmingchi continued, when Lin Chen registered for school, he arrived in a helicopter. Just the supercars he drove to school include a Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 Pagani Huayras, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Lykan Hypersport, which even appeared in Fast and Furious 7. That's already 6 vehicles. What you don't know is that he also purchased a yacht. Shinmingchi was aware of the yacht because she attended the launch ceremony and participated in the yacht party with Lin Chen. However, others were unaware. After all, Lin Chen wouldn't be arriving at school in a yacht, would he? Furthermore, he is not one to flaunt his wealth. Upon hearing the word yacht, her roommates gasped. A yacht? That is reserved for the wealthy. Renting one is already exorbitantly priced. How much would it cost to purchase one? However, if it were Lin Chen, why would he choose to remain anonymous? Indeed, Lin Chen is quite likely, considering he owns several supercars. But if it truly were him, there would be no need for anonymity. Mingchi, are you overthinking this? One of them said. In response, Shinmingchi rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the post. However, the post mentioned returning to school. Don't you remember? Lin Chen just happened to take leave to go home. Hearing this, they all fell silent. After a long while, they exchanged glances, contemplating whether the poster truly was Lin Chen. Shinmingchi, too, fell silent. She scrolled through the comments beneath the post and noticed that they were mostly mocking. After some hesitation, she moved her fingers and posted a comment. There is indeed a wealthy second-generation student at our school who could have an escort convoy. Lin Chen, have you all forgotten? Shortly after Shinmingchi posted her comment, numerous replies began to flood in. Some people agreed with her statement. If it were Lin Chen, it would not be surprising, considering he is known as the helicopter tycoon. Rumor has it he owns several top-tier supercars. Indeed, Lin Chen is regarded as the wealthiest second-generation student at Donghai Academy. If the poster were him, it would be entirely plausible. The tycoon is indeed a tycoon. Even returning to school requires an escort convoy. Sigh. We, the common folk, can only look up to the tycoon. Yet, some others remain skeptical. You all can give it a rest. So what if he's a rich second-generation student? I have yet to see anyone flaunt their wealth to this extent. That new student from the literature department, I suspect you all are inflating his reputation. I wonder if you received money from him? 5 or 6 supercars. Where have I seen them? Exactly. I suspect his family is just moderately wealthy. Would a rich person boast like this? Look at Zhao Yuanhang, another wealthy second generation. He is so low-key. Want to make a bet? I'll wager a pack of spicy strips that this poster is just showing off. In the luxurious 9-room villa, Lin Chen was scrolling through his phone. He never anticipated that a casual post would elicit such a massive response. The comments kept refreshing, and the post was pinned at the top, refusing to fade away. He had read many of the comments, but paid little attention to them. Just as he was about to sleep, Shen Mingqi sent him several messages. Lin Chen, are you asleep? Have you seen that post on the campus network? I can't shake the feeling that it was you who posted it. So is it you or not? Chapter 158. The escort of luxury cars. Lin Chen smiled faintly. No wonder it is said that women possess the qualities of detectives. Guess what? After sending out that message, Lin Chen tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. The next day, he rose early and sought out several chauffeurs. Soon, the convoy of luxury cars set off towards Donghai City. Once again, a fleet of luxury vehicles appeared in Nanwan City, causing a stir throughout the entire city. As the cars approached, those on the road took notice and swiftly moved aside, only daring to watch from a distance. Donghai University. The events of yesterday remained the topic of conversation among many. While some believed the poster was indeed Lin Chen, others remained skeptical. They seemed to have received the news about Lin Chen's week-long holiday coming to an end and his imminent return to campus. Gathering at the school gate in anticipation of proving him wrong, or perhaps being proven wrong themselves. Perhaps Lin Chen would indeed return to school today. But what if he did not have the supercar convoy escorting him? Would that not imply the poster was not Lin Chen after all? This was hardly a profound statement. In truth, I viewed it merely as a prank, yet some took it seriously. Perhaps the perpetrator of the prank was watching the unfolding spectacle with amusement. I shared this sentiment, but since everyone had gathered, I decided to join in the revelry. Yesterday, she had messaged Lin Chen about the matter, but he neither confirmed nor denied it. He merely replied with a playful guess. So was it Lin Chen or not? Does the absence of denial equate to tacit acceptance? Observing the throngs of people, Shen Mingqi could not help but sigh. Lin Chen indeed possessed a peculiar charm that could incite such commotion within the school. At that moment, the distant roar of a sports car engine pierced the air. Look, a supercar is coming. The crowd began to buzz with excitement. However, as the supercars drew nearer, the onlookers were left speechless. There were not just one, but several supercars. A full convoy of top-tier supercars. I counted 1, 2, 3, 7 cars, 7 in total. The 7 supercars divided into 3 rows. 3 on either side, and 1 in the center. Goodness gracious. Can you guess what I spotted? The vehicle in the middle is a Koenigsegg 1. Oh my goodness. There are only 6 of these cars in the world, capable of reaching speeds of 450 kilometers per hour. This is a car worth over 100 million. The moment Shen Mingqi laid eyes on the fleet, she instantly recognized it was Lin Chen. After all, these were the very cars Lin Chen had driven to school before. Though she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she had done her homework on Lin Chen's vehicles. Among them, 3 Pagani Huayras were truly one of a kind. Thus, it was undoubtedly Lin Chen. However, the car in the center was one Lin Chen had never brought to school before. She had heard someone mention the name Koenigsegg 1, but she had missed how much it was worth. Thinking quickly, Shen Mingqi took out her phone and searched for it online. Upon seeing the price tag, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. A base price of 100 million. She lifted her gaze to the supercars, which were now racing into the campus. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The supercars came to a halt beside the athletic field. Simultaneously, a notification indicating the completion of a task appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, Donghai Billionaire Club. Lin Chen found himself somewhat troubled. He had yet to finalize the transfer of several companies awarded by the system, and now another billionaire club was added to the mix. The doors of the 6 supercars swung open, and 6 individuals emerged, forming a neat line beside the Koenigsegg. As the door of the Koenigsegg 1 slowly lifted, Lin Chen stepped out. The group immediately bowed deeply in unison. The spectators went wild. Oh my, it really is Lin Chen. 7 top-tier supercars escorting him. Can anything be more extravagant? To those who had previously claimed it was impossible for Lin Chen to be involved, where were they now? I assure you, I will not hold back. Indeed, weren't there those who said Lin Chen merely had 6 or 7 supercars as a figment of our imagination? Let them open their eyes wide and behold. Just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Their lack of experience does not negate the existence of grandeur. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi took a deep breath, displaying a sweet smile as she approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you are finally back, she said with a grin. Lin Chen turned to her, noticing how she seemed even more radiant than before. After a moment, Shen Mingqi glanced at the fleet of supercars behind Lin Chen. However, this is quite a grand spectacle, she remarked. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. There was no choice. All the cars were brought back home. On the way back, time was too tight, and I couldn't make another trip to Yinshui Pavilion. Shen Mingqi checked her phone and confirmed that class was about to commence. Indeed, we are nearly late. Since I have class too, shall we go together? She inquired. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. All right. With that, Lin Chen and Shin Minchi departed, leaving the 6 men to wait for Lin Chen's class to end. After all, who could resist the generous compensation offered? As Lin Chen's classroom was on the 3rd floor and Shin Minchi's on the 4th, they parted ways at the corridor leading to the 3rd floor. The moment Lin Chen entered the classroom, a wave of excitement swept through the room. Lin Chen has returned. I saw the video on their moments. 7 top-tier supercars escorting him. What a spectacular sight. I regret not going to see it. Indeed, who would have thought that the poster was Lin Chen? Meanwhile, Su Mo, engrossed in her planner, instinctively raised her head upon hearing the chatter. The moment she spotted Lin Chen, her eyes sparkled, and she waved enthusiastically. Lin Chen noticed Su Mo immediately. As expected, she had saved him a seat. Lin Chen smiled and approached her. Su Mo hurriedly stood up, allowing Lin Chen to slide into the aisle. You're finally back, she said. Lin Chen chuckled. What? Did you miss me? Su Mo bit her lip and nodded silently. Lin Chen ruffled her hair affectionately. Such a good girl. He recognized that Su Mo had become notably more cheerful compared to when they first met. However, she still blushed easily. Just like that, after ruffling her hair, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. What a charming sight. Su Mo stole a glance at Lin Chen, contemplating, then opened her previously closed planner. With her left hand firmly pressed down, she picked up a pencil with her right and began sketching 2 adorable cartoon characters, a boy and a girl. With the boy's hand resting atop the girl's head, beside them was a dialogue box that read, Such a good girl. Looking at the delightful cartoon figures, Su Mo couldn't help but smile. Lin Chen, curious, inquired, What are you drawing that has you grinning so mischievously? At his words, Su Mo was startled. Realizing Lin Chen was peering at her planner, she quickly snapped it shut. And nothing. Chapter 159. Acquiring a villa to park the supercar. Lin Chen was increasingly curious. It seemed that every time he attended class, Su Mo's desk was occupied by a particular notebook. He often observed her jotting down notes or sketching. Yet she shielded her work from prying eyes, never allowing anyone a glimpse. Just as he was about to inquire further, a classmate behind him tapped Lin Chen on the shoulder. Turning around, Lin Chen asked, What's up? The boy chuckled. You might want to rein in that captivating charm of yours. Look around. Every girl in the class is fixated on you. If this continues, we might not even get to enjoy our soup. Casting a glance around, Lin Chen indeed noticed several female classmates sneaking glances at him. He smiled helplessly and shrugged. Well, there's not much I can do about it. You know, we're all planning to put a burlap sack over your head and give you a good thrashing to vent our frustrations. Oh, have you forgotten that during military training, I was your teaching assistant? The boy paused, realizing the truth in Lin Chen's words. Haha, we were just joking. Lin Chen chuckled and turned back to the front. By this time, the teacher had arrived. It was a modern Chinese class, and having missed a week, Lin Chen found himself somewhat lost. At that moment, Su Mo glanced at Lin Chen's book and leaned over to whisper, We're on page 53. Oh, got it, Lin Chen nodded. The teacher shot a glance at the 2 of them and cleared his throat. Su Mo quickly straightened her posture, lowering her head. The teacher, visibly displeased, addressed them. I understand that you may have felt constrained in high school, but now that you're in university, you're free to pursue romantic relationships. However, please be mindful of your conduct. Outside of class, you can do as you wish. But during lessons, refrain from whispering and flirting. As the saying goes, if love is everlasting, does it truly matter whether it's morning or night? He then cast a pointed look at Lin Chen and Su Mo. Su Mo's cheeks flushed crimson, while Lin Chen merely felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, nearly the entire class was aware of whom the teacher was referring to and had turned their attention toward them. Fortunately, the teacher soon resumed lecturing. Su Mo felt utterly mortified, wishing to disappear into the ground. At last, the class ended. As many students rushed to lunch, Lin Chen was in no hurry. He disliked the crowds. Su Mo shared his sentiment, usually waiting until most had left before gathering her belongings. Once the classroom had cleared significantly, Su Mo sighed heavily. It's all my fault for making the teacher misunderstand us. The teacher's words about flirting made her cheeks heat up. How embarrassing. She wondered if Lin Chen would mind. Stealing a glance at him, she found him seemingly unfazed. Lin Chen smiled and said, A misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding. He then inquired, By the way, I went home for a bit and fell behind in class. Are you free anytime soon? I'd like you to help me catch up. Sure, Su Mo nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Great. I'll treat you to some taro bubble tea, without taro and without tea, of course. How does that sound? Recalling the previous bubble tea incident, Su Mo shot Lin Chen a glare. I already told you that was Su Tao's idea. Why do you keep bringing it up? Lin Chen chuckled. Because you're adorably silly. Noticing that most students had left, Lin Chen asked, Aren't you going? I have plans to go shopping with Su Tao today. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I'll take my leave then. After all, he had someone waiting for him at the sports field. Upon leaving the school, Lin Chen headed straight home. However, upon arriving at Shuanyaju, he was struck with a dilemma. There was no parking space. The last time he inquired about the adjacent villa, the manager had informed him that the paperwork was ready and just awaited his visit. Lin Chen went directly to the property management office. Since he hadn't notified them in advance, the manager was startled and somewhat flustered. Fortunately, it wasn't too chaotic. Mr. Lin, you should have given us a heads up. We weren't prepared for your visit. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Chen replied, there is no need for preparations. I'm merely here to purchase a villa. The manager was taken aback. Just to buy a villa, merely. The way Mr. Lin casually mentioned it made it sound as though he were picking up a large carrot at the market. Indeed, Mr. Lin was extraordinary. The manager quickly turned to a nearby staff member. What are you standing around for? Get Mr. Lin a cup of the finest tea. Turning back to Lin Chen, he donned a sycophantic smile. Mr. Lin, would you like to sit in the VIP reception room? Sure, Lin Chen nodded. The two made their way to the VIP room. Once they were inside, the sales staff outside began to whisper amongst themselves. Isn't Mr. Lin perfectly content living in Yushui? Why the sudden interest in buying a villa? Could it be that he is dissatisfied with Yushui? That seems unlikely. Yushui is our finest villa. If Mr. Lin isn't satisfied with it, then there is nothing here that could please him. Stop speculating. Mr. Lin is merely purchasing a villa to park his supercars, as there is no space left in the Yushui parking lot. Upon hearing this, the others were left in shock. Buying a villa just for parking was a first for them. It was common knowledge that the villas at Shuanyaju were not inexpensive. Who exactly was this Mr. Lin? Their curiosity was piqued. Don't be too curious. People of such status are most averse to that. In the office, Lin Chen settled into a plush sofa and proceeded to sign the contract. When can I expect to use the villa? For now, I only need a parking space. So the sooner, the better. The manager paused, having heard about Lin Chen's arrival in that top-tier supercar. Given that the Yushui villa only had 5 parking spots, it was evident that 2 of his vehicles couldn't be accommodated. Mr. Lin, if it's just a parking matter, I can expedite that for you. You can park your car there today. Lin Chen nodded. All right, thank you. The manager quickly replied, no need for thanks, Mr. Lin. You are a valued client. It's our duty to assist you. After leaving the property management office, Lin Chen returned to the villa and parked his 2 cars in the lot across the street. On his way back, he happened to run into Jiang Huzi. Chapter 160. Lin's leg. Is it too much to ask you to act like a decent person, Lin Chen? Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback to encounter Lin Chen here, especially since he had been home for a while. She had assumed he was still in Nanwan City, but was surprised to find him back in Donghai. With a smile, she remarked, why didn't you give me a heads up that you were coming back? I could have prepared a warm welcome for you. Lin Chen replied, there is no need for such formalities. I just returned today. Jiang Li glanced in the direction Lin Chen had come from, noticing he seemed to have emerged from the villa adjacent to Yanshuijian. Suddenly, she recalled that Lin Chen had previously mentioned his desire to purchase that villa for parking his supercars. Could it be? Have you actually bought that villa? Jiang Li inquired. Lin Chen nodded. I just returned from the property management office. The parking lot at Yanshuijian is too small to accommodate more than 5 cars, so I had no choice but to acquire another villa. He shrugged helplessly. Jiang Li shook her head in disbelief. Wow, I'm at a loss for words. While others buy villas for living, you, on the other hand, do it for parking? It seems I must cling tightly to your leg. Lin Chen chuckled. Well, you better hold on tight. Have you eaten yet, Leg Lin? Jiang Li asked playfully. Not yet, he replied. Then may I bribe you with a meal? Lin Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head. A single meal as a bribe? Your offer lacks sincerity. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Is that insufficient? Suddenly, she winked at him. How about I offer you my charm instead? Lin Chen had taken to calling her Jiang Fox, a name she had grown accustomed to and even embraced. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen retorted, why do I feel like I'm destined to be the modern-day Zhou Wang? Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Modern-day Zhou Wang. Quite the title. Just a few days ago, you were referred to as the contemporary Shimin Xing. Lin Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at the mention of that name. It seemed he was fated to bear that moniker indefinitely. All right, enough teasing, Jiang Li said. Shall we go get something to eat? Absolutely, Lin Chen agreed cheerfully. He had just returned from school and hadn't eaten yet, so he was eager to go. I recently discovered a hidden gem of a restaurant and was planning to take you there, Jiang Li added. Drive your own car. I'm feeling lazy and don't want to move, Lin Chen said, raising an eyebrow. Shouldn't that be my line? I'm the one who doesn't want to make an effort. How about a rich lady sponsors me? Jiang Li smirked slightly. A wealthy woman capable of sponsoring you might not even be born yet. Then I'll just stay put. You come to me, Lin Chen joked. Jiang Li looked him over as if she had uncovered something astonishing. Remarkable. You've returned home, and yet you're speeding around like this. Tell me, have you started dating? Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. Dating? I've never even had a girlfriend. Jiang Li eyed him skeptically. I find that hard to believe. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chen replied, it's the truth. Seeing the look of exasperation on Lin Chen's face, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. All right. Enough of this. Let us go eat. 5 minutes later, upon arriving at the villa, Jiang Li was left speechless by the sight of Lin Chen's Koenigsegg one parked outside. You bought another car? A Koenigsegg one? She exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to reach out and touch it. This is my favorite car. Lin Chen smiled. Do you like it? I was just debating which car to take out today. If you're fond of it, we can take it for a spin. Jiang Li was at a loss for words. Lin Chen, can you please act like a normal person? You've reached the point where you're deciding which supercar to drive out? With a sigh of envy, she continued, let me count how many cars you have. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 Pagani Huayras, a Lamborghini Veneno, a Lycan, and now this Koenigsegg one. 7 cars in total. Are you planning to open a supercar museum at home? You've got a good memory, Lin Chen replied with a chuckle. I don't have many hobbies. Just a penchant for supercars. Jiang Li shook her head in disbelief. No wonder you had to buy a villa for parking. With the money you spend on these supercars. Buying a villa is a trivial matter. She then looked at Lin Chen, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Could I possibly take this car for a drive? Lin Chen, amused, raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you didn't want to make an effort? Jiang Li asserted, for the Koenigsegg one, I absolutely will. Go ahead, Lin Chen said, waving her off with a smile. Jiang Li's face lit up with joy as she jumped into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg one. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm touching the steering wheel of a Koenigsegg one. Lin Chen, seated in the passenger seat, raised an eyebrow at her excitement. You really like it that much? Jiang Li nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I've admired this car ever since it was released. However, I could never afford one, given that only 6 were made globally. Who would have thought you'd own one? But, considering you have 3 Pagani Huayras, it doesn't seem so surprising anymore. Still, you're just a freshman. The more she thought about it, the more astonished she became. A second-generation rich person is still just a second generation. There's always a first generation above them. But Lin Chen chuckled. Calm down. It's just a few cars. Jiang Li decided not to say more. After all, comparisons only lead to frustration. At Wangfu Private Kitchen. The establishment was nestled within a private residence, adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, exuding a unique charm. However, its location was somewhat secluded, hidden within a narrow alley. Without Jiang Li leading the way, Lin Chen doubted he would have ever discovered this hidden restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, a stunning woman in a cheapao approached them. Tall and graceful, she stood a head taller than Jiang Li, likely around 1.7 meters tall. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? She inquired. Jiang, for the phone listening pavilion, Jiang Li responded. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing Jiang Li had booked a private room prior to their arrival. Noticing Lin Chen's surprised expression, she explained, I intended to dine here anyway. And I just happened to run into you on my way out. Chapter 161. The same person. Lin Chen chuckled. I truly am fortunate to have arrived just in time. Indeed, under the guidance of a beautiful woman, they reached the Tingfeng Pavilion. Nestled at the center of the lake, the pavilion was adorned with screens made of pearl curtains, exuding an air of refined elegance. No wonder it was named Tingfeng Pavilion. Jiang Li approached the edge of the pavilion, gently parting the pearl curtains to gaze at the lake, expressing a hint of regret. It's a pity that it's autumn now, and the lotus flowers have already withered. Lin Chen observed the expansive lake, realizing that the season for blooming lotuses had indeed passed. Noticing Jiang Li's inexplicable melancholy, he comforted, you'll be able to see them again next summer. Jiang Li nodded, retracting her gaze. Soon, a series of exquisite dishes were served, and the two took their seats. Jiang Li picked up a small bowl, ladling soup while explaining, the head chef here hails from a lineage associated with the imperial kitchen, and the recipes have been passed down through generations. It could be considered royal cuisine. She presented a bowl of soup to Lin Chen, saying, start with this. Lin Chen took a sip, his eyes lighting up. It was indeed delightful. Jiang Li smiled, I'm glad you like it. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting the unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Mr. Lin, good day. I am from Shanghai Advertising's legal department. We would like to inquire when you would be available to finalize the handover procedures. All the necessary documents are prepared, or if you're busy, we could come to you. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Jiang Li and replied, Wangfu Private Kitchen, Tingfeng Pavilion. Understood, we will arrange for someone to come immediately. After hanging up, Lin Chen set his phone aside. Jiang Li couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect our Lin to be so busy. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, his phone rang again. It was the legal department of Longda Technology. What a coincidence. You may come directly to Wangfu Private Kitchen, Tingfeng Pavilion. After hanging up, Lin Chen remarked, a few people will be coming to see me shortly. You won't mind. Will you? Who are they? Jiang Li inquired curiously. Could they be girls? Girls? Lin Chen hesitated. Perhaps. What do you mean, perhaps? You don't even know if they are male or female. Lin Chen chuckled, a hint of mystery in his voice. I truly do not know. However, we should find out shortly. Jiang Li cast Lin Chen a dubious glance, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen summoned the waitress and reserved a private room. The Zhuya Pavilion, instructing that anyone arriving for Tingfeng Pavilion should be directed there. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Huang Jianyuan, the owner of Longda Technology, had just alighted from his vehicle when a Koenigsegg 1 caught his attention. Is that a Koenigsegg 1? He marveled, astonished to see such a magnificent car in Donghai City. Approaching it, he examined it closely, occasionally gasping in admiration. Beside him, the legal assistant, Xiao Zhou, queried, Mr. Huang, is this a divine vehicle? Huang Jianyuan nodded. The Koenigsegg 1 is among the fastest cars in the world. It's impossible for any man to resist its allure. It can reach speeds of up to 450 kilometers per hour, with a price tag exceeding 100 million per vehicle. Moreover, only 6 units exist globally, meaning wealth alone may not suffice. One must possess formidable connections as well. Listening to his boss, Xiao Wu gasped, his eyes wide. The owner of this car must be exceptionally impressive. Huang Jianyuan glanced towards Wangfu Private Kitchen, contemplating. This place is undoubtedly teeming with hidden talents. All right. We have important matters to attend to. Let us proceed inside. Yes, Xiao Shou nodded. Just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice called out to Huang Jianyuan. Mr. Huang? They turned to find Chai Ruiheng, the owner of Xinghai Advertising. Having previously collaborated, they were well acquainted. Are you here for a meal, Mr. Chai? Huang Jianyuan asked, shaking his head. I'm here for the handover procedures. Are you dining here? Chai Ruiheng replied, equally surprised. I'm also here for the handover. A significant figure has acquired Xinghai and offered me an irresistible price, with payment made in one lump sum. Huang Jianyuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. As Chai Ruiheng recalled Huang Jianyuan's earlier statement regarding the handover, coupled with his current complex and astonished expression, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Mr. Huang's situation mirrors ours? He inquired tentatively. Huang Jianyuan nodded, his expression similarly intricate. Both men were astounded, realizing they were likely discussing the same benefactor. May I ask if this significant figure's surname is Lin? Huang Jianyuan whispered. Chai Ruiheng nodded and added, Tingfeng Pavilion? Both men gasped in unison. To simultaneously acquire their 2 companies would require at least 5 billion, and to pay it all at once indicates an immense liquidity of funds. Assets differ from liquid funds. Assets encompass current assets, long-term investments, fixed assets, intangible assets, and other forms. In simpler terms, one may possess assets worth 10 billion, yet have a mere 10 million in liquid funds. Yet, this Mr. Lin managed to acquire both their companies with immediate payment. The implications of possessing over 5 billion in liquid assets were staggering. What must his total assets amount to? Both men were left bewildered. Huang Jianyuan regained his composure first, urging, quickly, let us make our way over. Yes, we must not keep Mr. Lin waiting. With that, they hurriedly entered Wangfu Private Kitchen, inquiring at the front desk for the location of Tingfeng Pavilion. The front desk relayed Lin Chen's earlier instructions and guided them to Zhuya Pavilion. Upon seeing Lin Chen, both men were taken aback. You are Mr. Lin? They exclaimed. This Mr. Lin appeared remarkably youthful, likely younger than their own sons. Jiang Li was stunned, recognizing the CEOs of Longda Technology and Xinghai Advertising. Why were they here? Remembering Lin Chen's earlier phone calls, Jiang Li was astonished. Could it be that Lin Chen intended to meet with them? Chapter 162. Terrifying as a duel. Lin Chen nodded slightly, addressing the 2 individuals before him. You must be General Manager Huang and General Manager Chai, correct? At his words, both Huang Jianyuan and Chai Ruiheng were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Please, have a seat. The 2 exchanged a brief glance before taking their places opposite Lin Chen and Jiang Li. Mr. Lin, shall we commence the handover? Huang Jianyuan inquired. Yes, Lin Chen replied with a faint nod. Beside him, Jiang Li was rendered speechless. The handover? This meant that Lin Chen had directly acquired both Longda Technology and Xinghai Advertising. Her gaze fixated on Lin Chen, who was engrossed in reviewing the contract documents, filled with astonishment and scrutiny. If this were indeed the case, Lin Chen was truly exceptional. It appeared highly likely that he could ascend to the ranks of the Eastern Sea's wealthiest. Terrifying indeed. After signing the contracts, the group discussed the future direction of the company before preparing to leave. Zhang Li, however, discovered something even more astonishing. Lin Chen had made a one-time payment to acquire both companies. It was evident that the term exceptional was now an understatement in describing Lin Chen. As they shook hands with Lin Chen, the two remarked, "Mr. Lin, you are truly a remarkable young man. We old fellows cannot compare. Indeed, to be able to purchase two companies outright at such a young age. We are genuinely humbled." Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. "You flatter me, General Managers Huang and Chai." Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen produced his car keys and strode toward a Koenigsegg 1. Huang Jianyuan stood in stunned disbelief. This car belongs to Lin Chen? Chai Ruiheng followed Huang's gaze, and, upon seeing Lin Chen approach the Koenigsegg, was equally flabbergasted. Huang Jianyuan soon regained his composure. After all, if Lin Chen could afford to acquire Longda Technology and Shanghai Advertising outright, it was only logical that he could own a car worth over 100 million. Inside the car, Zhang Li found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was driving, and remarked, "Lin, I would like to know just how much wealth you possess. It seems to me that your funds are inexhaustible." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, teasing, "You truly overestimate me. My money is nearly depleted. Are you suggesting you wish to support me?" Zhang Li cast a complex glance at Lin Chen, responding, "I doubt anyone capable of supporting you. Lin has even been born yet. I believe it should be the other way around. You should support me." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall support you, shall I?" Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Chen would make such a remark. "You must be joking," she asserted, sitting up straight. "You guessed correctly," Lin Chen replied. Zhang Li sighed. "How disappointing." "Oh." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "What did I just hear?" Zhang Li shot him a glare. "You heard nothing." Lin Chen chuckled softly. Upon returning home, Lin Chen promptly washed up and retired for the night. For the following day promised an early class. Having taken a week off, he had fallen behind in his studies. Regardless, he could not afford to fail his examinations. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the classroom early, expecting Su Mo to be late, only to find her already seated at her desk. "Why are you here so early?" Lin Chen asked, startled by his voice. Su Mo looked up from her writing, her eyes widening as she recognized him. She surveyed the classroom, noting only a handful of students present. Lin Chen typically arrived just in time for class. What had prompted this change? "You are the one who is early," Su Mo retorted. "You usually arrive quite late." Lin Chen naturally took a seat beside her. "No one is earlier than you. By the way, it's only 7:30. What time did you get here?" Su Mo tilted her head thoughtfully. "Around 6, I suppose." Lin Chen, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked in disbelief. He gazed at Su Mo incredulously. "Why did you come so early? Haven't you had enough of early mornings from 3 years of high school?" Many of their classmates, having worked tirelessly in high school, had since loosened their grip on discipline in university, Lin Chen included. Few maintained such an early rising routine as Su Mo did. While some students did wake early, they were often those preparing for civil service exams or postgraduate studies. Most would only cram in the library in the week leading up to finals. Su Mo smiled sheepishly. "I'm just used to waking up early. Otherwise, I can't fall back asleep in bed. It's better to come here and save a spot for you." She then squinted playfully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen playfully pinched her cheek. "How touching." Suddenly recalling their tutoring arrangement, Lin Chen asked, "Do you have any free time after the 3rd and 4th periods?" "After what?" Su Mo blinked in confusion. "Do you need something?" Lin Chen flicked her forehead. "Did you forget that you said you'd tutor me yesterday?" Su Mo froze for a moment, then remembered. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to forget. Are we still tutoring after the 3rd and 4th periods?" "Yes," Lin Chen affirmed, "but if you have other commitments, we can reschedule. I'm not in a hurry." Su Mo pondered for a moment. "I have no plans, so shall we meet at the library? Will that disturb anyone?" Lin Chen inquired. Given that Su Mo would be helping him, they would inevitably need to discuss matters. "No, that shouldn't be a problem," Su Mo replied, shaking her head. "As long as we avoid the reading room, it's fine. There are study tables in the hallway where we can talk." Hearing this reassured Lin Chen. "You seem quite familiar with the place. I take it you frequent it?" "Not too often," Su Mo admitted. "I actually enjoy going, but I can rarely find a spot. Some people are quite inconsiderate." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Aren't you usually an early riser? How can you not find a seat? Do others wake up even earlier than you?" Su Mo shook her head. "Not really. It's just that there are too many people reserving seats. It's one thing if they actually study, but many simply reserve seats and don't show up, leaving the spots empty." "Is that so?" "That's a waste of valuable study resources," Lin Chen remarked. He had seen complaints about such issues online, but it was disheartening to learn that Donghai University was not exempt from this problem. "Ah, It's fine. We can just find a spot when we get there. They haven't shown up in ages, so it's unlikely we'll run into them, Suemo suggested. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other options. Soon after, more classmates trickled into the classroom. Today's lesson was yet another convoluted ancient Chinese language class. The instructor, notorious for extending lectures, took an additional 10 minutes before finally concluding the session. Lin Chen found himself at a loss, surprised to encounter a professor who lingered in university. As the crowd began to thin after class, Lin Chen and Suemo gathered their belongings and made their way to the library. To their surprise, they encountered the old principal at the entrance. Chapter 163. Extra classes. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Chen, a spark of recognition illuminated his features. Lin Chen greeted him in return. Lin Chen, it has been quite a while since your last visit, the old principal chuckled warmly. In response, Lin Chen offered a polite smile. Principal, I took a leave of absence to attend my cousin's wedding back home a few days ago. The principal nodded. I heard about that. He then gestured towards the chessboard nearby. Shall we have a game sometime? Lin Chen quickly shook his head. I can't today, principal. I need to catch up on the classes I've missed. Upon hearing this, the principal appeared somewhat surprised. A young person who values their studies. How commendable. Lin Chen chuckled. Isn't it the duty of a student to learn? It's nothing extraordinary. Then shall we proceed to study? The principal inquired with a smile. Certainly, Lin Chen replied. As the principal nodded in agreement, he then glanced at Suemo, who was following Lin Chen, and gave a subtly amused smile. Lin Chen and Suemo ascended to the 4th floor and chose a random spot. A note was affixed to the table. Reading, reserved by a senior for graduate school preparation. Please do not use. However, the desk was covered in dust, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had occupied it. With a sigh, Suemo retrieved a pack of wet wipes and a roll of paper towels from her bag. She wiped the table thoroughly before using the paper towels for a final clean. I suppose we'll have to make do for now, Suemo remarked resignedly. The two settled onto their chairs and pulled out their modern Chinese textbooks. Suemo diligently highlighted the key points discussed by their teacher during class. Lin Chen glanced over and found it exceedingly clear. She even took the time to teach him the pronunciations of the International Phonetic Alphabet. As Suemo reached for a drink, she picked up her pink magical girl thermos, shook it, and realized it was empty, promptly setting it down again. Lin Chen noticed and immediately took her cup, saying, I'll get you some water. Before Suemo could respond, Lin Chen had already left with her thermos. She stood momentarily stunned, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Suemo then grabbed Lin Chen's book and continued marking the important points for him. Just then, two figures approached, books in hand. Upon spotting Suemo, one of them paused momentarily, a surge of unidentifiable anger rising within. The other felt similarly. They swiftly moved closer, slamming their books onto the table, startling Suemo. She looked up, puzzled by their sudden aggression. Can you not see the note on the table? Liang Yangyang remarked. Her tone was relatively mild, but her companion, Li Ziqing, was far more aggressive. If your eyes are of no use, perhaps you should donate them to someone in need. Li Ziqing retorted. Suemo, taken aback, finally understood their implication. They were likely the ones who had reserved the seat. Just because you've come doesn't mean we cannot study here, she countered. Li Ziqing shot back. How do you know we won't be returning? Do you expect us to report to you every time we come? Suemo responded. If you come every day, why is there dust on the table? The two exchanged awkward glances. They had indeed claimed the spot at the beginning of the semester, but due to their penchant for leisure, their visits had been few and far between. But still, we claimed this spot, so it belongs to us. You can't just use it. Li Ziqing insisted angrily. At this point, onlookers began to turn their attention to the escalating situation. Sensing it had gone too far, Liang Yangyang tugged at Li Ziqing's sleeve. Let it go. She then turned to Suemo. Can you relocate? We need to study here. Just as Suemo was about to respond, Lin Chen's voice interjected. No, you cannot. Both girls froze at the sight of Lin Chen approaching. He was a well-known figure at the school, and even the most oblivious would recognize him. Liang Yangyang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Lin Chen, I'm Liang Yangyang. I was just, she began, hoping to exchange contact details. But Lin Chen ignored her, walking directly to Suemo's side with her thermos in hand. Liang Yangyang's face flushed with embarrassment. My apologies. She mumbled before hastily dragging Li Ziqing away, leaving their books behind. Are you all right? Lin Chen asked Suemo. Her gentle nature meant she often bore the brunt of such confrontations. Suemo simply shook her head. I'm fine. By the way, I have a notebook with some difficult points noted. As she rummaged through her bag, pulling out several books and searching for her small notebook, Lin Chen became distracted by another book on the table. This is, he exclaimed, picking up the book, his lips twitching slightly. Contractual love. The CEO has fallen for me? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Mo stiffened, glancing at him. Indeed, he held a romance novel in his hands. Her mind went blank, her thoughts halting as her face flushed crimson. This was not hers, it belonged to Su Tao, purchased during a shopping trip and inadvertently left with her. Now, she had to return it at a later time. Lin Chen chuckled, reading the book's synopsis aloud. That day, she was framed and mistakenly entered the CEO of the Lung Group's room. He then glanced at Su Mo, who appeared flustered. Seeing the teasing glint in Lin Chen's eyes, Su Mo panicked. This book isn't mine. Lin Chen smirked. You took it out of your bag. If it's not yours, then whose is it? I never expected our dear Su Mo to have such tastes. Su Mo, in a flurry, reached for the book, insisting, this truly isn't mine. I don't read these kinds of things. Due to her shorter stature, she had to stand on her toes. Yet she still couldn't reach the book in Lin Chen's grasp. This is really Su Tao's, she protested, growing increasingly anxious. Seeing her desperation, Lin Chen relented, handing the book back to her. All right, here you go. Su Mo snatched the book and promptly shoved it back into her bag, reiterating, this really is Su Tao's. Lin Chen stifled a laugh, nodding, I believe you. Su Mo felt a wave of despair wash over her. Did he truly believe her? Chapter 164. The wall push Lin Chen observed as her features contorted almost into a frown, his hand instinctively reaching towards the crown of her head. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you today, he declared. However, he elongated the final syllable, leaving the sentence unfinished. But what? Su Mo inquired, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Lin Chen smiled. But you must kiss me. Su Mo's expression turned to one of shock. This, she stammered, her face flushing crimson as she glanced around, finally whispering, but there are so many people around. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Did this imply that she would be willing if there were fewer people? It seemed that the invisible barrier between him and Su Mo had yet to be shattered. Perhaps later, in the stairwell when it's less crowded, he suggested. Su Mo shot him a glance, biting her lip but remaining silent, her heart racing uncontrollably. She soon found herself somewhat absent-minded. Lin Chen, acutely aware of her distraction, noted her unease. I need to visit the restroom, Su Mo suddenly announced. Lin Chen nodded. Sure, go ahead. As he watched her hurriedly depart, he couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. He intended to examine Su Mo's book, but accidentally knocked a nearby notebook to the floor. Several sticky notes tumbled out alongside it. Bending down, Lin Chen retrieved the notebook and the scattered notes, but his gaze was drawn to the words on one of the sticky notes. Today he ruffled my hair again. My hair is a mess, but I'm so happy. On the first day he was absent, I missed him. On the second day, I still missed him. On the third day, I wonder when he will return? Curiosity piqued. He could not resist opening the notebook that Su Mo had guarded like a precious jewel. It was filled with various chibi-style drawings, depicting a boy and a girl, clearly representing Lin Chen and Su Mo herself. Today, the senior brought him egg tarts. He seems to like them. I want to learn how to make them. I will do my best. Today, I twisted my ankle. He escorted me home. Today, he asked me to tutor him. I am so delighted, but Su Tao has to cancel again. It's all right. She won't be upset. And many more entries followed in a similar vein. A warm current surged through Lin Chen's heart. No wonder he often saw Su Mo scribbling in this notebook. It contained the cherished moments they shared. This girl was utterly adorable. Anticipating Su Mo's return, he carefully tucked the sticky notes back inside the notebook and placed it in its original spot. Barely a few minutes had passed when Su Mo returned. There were so many girls. Even the restroom had a line, she complained. Lin Chen chuckled and glanced at his watch. It's almost noon. Are you hungry? Maybe a little, she replied thoughtfully. Earlier, I promised to make you egg tarts, but I never had the chance. How about we go to your house? Do you have an oven? Oven. I think we do, although I've never used it, he admitted. Then, Su Mo ventured. Shall we go to your house? Okay. They gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. As they walked down the hallway, Lin Chen suddenly pushed Su Mo against the wall, his hand propping against it. Meeting her flustered and bewildered gaze, Lin Chen smiled, his finger gently lifting her chin. What is this? Have you forgotten what you just said? Forgotten what? Su Mo stammered, attempting to feign ignorance, but Lin Chen was not easily deceived. What? Now that we're alone, should I be the one to initiate? Su Mo's heart raced, her face a deep shade of crimson. She had thought Lin Chen was joking, but he was clearly serious. As Lin Chen's face drew near, Su Mo bit her lip and stood on her toes, only to find she couldn't quite reach. You're too tall. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen leaned down, cradling the back of her head. Approximately a minute later, Su Mo hastily broke free. Gasping for air, her head spinning from the sudden lack of oxygen as she crouched in the corner, adjusting her disheveled attire. She was bewildered. Hadn't they agreed on just a quick kiss? Why had it taken so long? Moreover, he had taken it a step further. Lin Chen chuckled at her state. Do you not breathe? Su Mo's ears turned crimson as she bit her lip. I don't know how. Lin Chen's surprise was evident. Was this truly her first kiss? Just as he was about to speak, footsteps echoed from above. Several girls descended the stairs. Glancing at Lin Chen before casting a puzzled look at Su Mo, who was still crouched in the corner, her face reddened even further. She wondered if they had overheard the commotion just now. After a lengthy pause, once Su Mo regained her composure, they finally departed. Throughout the journey, Su Mo's thoughts lingered on the earlier encounter, leaving her somewhat distracted. Since Lin Chen's car was parked outside the College of Literature and not at the library, they had no choice but to walk. They first stopped at a supermarket, purchasing some tart shells and egg mixture before returning to the villa. Upon arriving at the luxurious villa, Su Mo stood frozen in awe, her mouth agape in disbelief. Lin Chen, did we take a wrong turn? No, why? He replied, already retrieving his keys and unlocking the door with a click. Su Mo was left speechless. Your house is enormous. It's all right. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Mo was at a loss for words. Lin Chen's home was far larger than any villa she had seen on television. Indeed, it surpassed the homes of those domineering CEOs. The interior was exquisitely adorned, dazzling her senses. Lin Chen turned back to observe Su Mo, who stood there, seemingly lost and unsure of what to do. What's wrong? Take a seat, he urged. Only then did Su Mo awkwardly settle onto the plush sofa, unsure of where to place her limbs, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Lin Chen retrieved a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator, twisting off the cap and inserting a straw. This is all we have at the moment. Okay, Su Mo nodded, taking a sip of the juice. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Chen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. What are you so nervous about? Su Mo blinked in surprise. I'm not nervous at all. Lin Chen smiled, moving closer to her. A girl who tells lies deserves to be punished. As he leaned in, Su Mo's breath quickened once more. Chapter 165. Culinary Mastery. Su Mo was astonished, her face flushing as memories of the corridor incident resurfaced. With a playful pout, she pushed Lin Chen away, lightly punching his chest. You are so inappropriate. I will go make you some egg tarts. With that, she hurriedly retreated to the kitchen. Lin Chen crossed his arms, reclining on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Su Mo as she entered the kitchen. Once she donned an apron, Su Mo realized she was unfamiliar with the oven in Lin Chen's home. Not wanting to be ridiculed, she resorted to searching online for instructions. After some time, she finally grasped the method. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat quietly on the sofa, observing Su Mo as she busied herself in the kitchen. One could not deny that Su Mo was extraordinary. With her adorable doll-like face, her amber eyes perpetually glistening, and her feather-like eyelashes, she resembled a Barbie doll. Yet, her figure was anything but doll-like, which stirred a sense of temptation within him. Casually, Lin Chen inquired, apart from egg tarts, what else can you cook? Su Mo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, for now, I haven't learned anything else. I only learned to make egg tarts for you, and since they are simple, I picked it up quickly. Lin Chen sighed, remarking, it seems that if I don't step in, we will only be having egg tarts today. With that, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, putting on another apron. He retrieved fish and chicken from the refrigerator and defrosted them in the microwave. With the advantage of his system-enhanced culinary skills, Lin Chen swiftly prepared the ingredients. As Su Mo beheld the thinly sliced fish and the expertly scored whole fish, she was left speechless. Are you a chef? Although she lacked culinary knowledge, she could tell that his knife skills were exceptional. Well, considering the limited ingredients, I'm merely improvising. What's the matter? Lin Chen replied while washing the vegetables. Su Mo quickly offered, it's nothing. I can't cook, but I can help. Is there anything I can assist with? Lin Chen gestured towards the dining table. Go over there. Complying, Su Mo moved to the table. And then, she asked, sit down. He instructed. Su Mo obeyed. And then, just wait. I'll prepare the meal for you. Lin Chen replied without turning back. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, her heart feeling as if it had been struck by something, leaving her dazed as she watched Lin Chen. She genuinely believed Lin Chen to be flawless. He seemed to excel in everything: martial arts, calligraphy, basketball, and cooking. Not to mention his tall and handsome appearance. Lost in her thoughts, Su Mo bashfully covered her face. He was too perfect. Simultaneously, a sense of insecurity crept in. She felt unworthy of Lin Chen. Redirecting her gaze to him, she pondered how she could catch up to him. Lin Chen, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, was oblivious to Su Mo's internal struggles. Soon, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen, stirring her appetite. It smells amazing. What are you cooking? Lin Chen smiled. You'll find out shortly. Watching him in the kitchen, Suemo felt a warm sensation envelop her. They appeared like a couple engaged in domestic bliss. One could not deny that a man skilled in the kitchen was undeniably attractive. Once the fish was steamed and drizzled with hot oil, it sizzled delightfully, releasing an enticing fragrance. Suemo couldn't resist taking a deep breath. Shortly after, the spicy chicken and boiled meat slices were also ready. When Lin Chen brought the dishes to the table, Suemo's eyes widened in wonder. Wow, it looks and smells incredible. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, what? Is my cooking not up to par? Suemo momentarily froze, recalling the incident in the corridor, her face flushing once more. You are so mischievous. Don't you like the domineering CEO type? Lin Chen chuckled. Suemo, flustered, quickly defended herself. That book was not mine. But I must admit, he was rather domineering in the corridor. Embarrassment washed over her. How shameful, she exclaimed, covering her face. I'll go serve the rice, Suemo announced. Observing the two sizable bowls of rice, Lin Chen was taken aback. Do you eat this much? Suemo felt a bit shy. Actually, I don't usually eat this much. My appetite is quite small. But your dishes smell so good that… Well, it's fine, Lin Chen smiled, serving her several pieces of fish. Here, eat more. You need to grow a bit. His remark was intended to refer to her height, yet Suemo shot him an indignant glance. I'm not small. Lin Chen blinked, glancing at a certain area, and cleared his throat. Indeed not small. He had felt it before, and it was quite ample. Feeling both angry and embarrassed, Suemo lowered her head to focus on her food. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Suemo glanced up at him, responding softly with an half an hour later. Suemo leaned back in her chair, rubbing her belly and letting out a satisfied burp. That was delightful. I feel full, but my mouth isn't satisfied. Lin Chen chuckled. Is that so? Do you want me to feed you? Suemo, momentarily startled, looked at Lin Chen, then quickly covered her mouth. She had just finished eating and had brushed her teeth yet. Lin Chen laughed helplessly. I was just joking. Suemo exhaled in relief. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up the remnants. What are we doing next? Are we going back? Suemo inquired. Do you want to go back? Suemo shook her head, paused, then nodded. Lin Chen found her amusing as he playfully pinched her cheek. You say one thing and mean another. Suemo bit her lip, feeling a bit shy. Do you know how to play billiards? Lin Chen asked. Suemo shook her head. No. I have a table next to the gym on the second floor. Shall I teach you? Sure. Although Suemo was not particularly interested. She felt that as long as Lin Chen was with her, even sitting idly would never be boring. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Chen began by teaching her how to hold the cue. After several attempts, she struggled to maintain her grip. Your stance is incorrect. It should be like this. Lin Chen moved behind her, guiding her hands directly. A triumphant smile graced Lin Chen's face as he continued instructing her. Meanwhile, Suemo felt the heat radiate from her face, her body becoming noticeably stiff. The position felt as if Lin Chen were embracing her from behind. Suemo dared not even breathe. Chapter 166. The consequences of watching horror films. Noticing her reluctance to let go, Lin Chen stepped aside. Try again. Keep your eyes on the ball, strike it right in the center, and don't veer off. Bend your waist slightly. Oh, Suemo responded obediently, following Lin Chen's instructions. Thud. The ball rolled straight out, colliding with another one, and sinking directly into the hole. Suemo was stunned. Once she regained her composure, she exclaimed in excitement and threw her arms around Lin Chen. It's a bit cramped here, Lin Chen noted, feeling the closeness. Realizing her forwardness, Suemo quickly released him. I made it, she said, trying to ease the awkwardness while looking at Lin Chen. Yes, I saw that. Very impressive. Compared to when school had just started, Suemo had indeed become much bolder, even daring to initiate a hug. Good. Keep going. Suemo was a quick learner. The two played from the afternoon until past 7 in the evening before deciding to dine out. After their meal, Lin Chen suggested watching a movie. Naturally, Suemo was eager to spend more time with him, so she agreed. However, upon reaching the cinema, they discovered that only the Pin Ferry was available, and it wouldn't start for another hour. Suemo's expression flickered with hesitation, clearly fearful. She wanted to see it, yet terror gripped her, leaving her in a state of conflict. If you're scared, we don't have to watch it. I can take you home, Lin Chen offered. Suemo shook her head. No, I want to watch. Lin Chen gave her a skeptical glance. Are you sure you want to end up crying? Suemo, momentarily taken aback, retorted defiantly, I want tea. Lin Chen, seeing her determination, purchased 2 tickets for a private couple's room. Upon hearing the word couple, Suemo's face flushed with embarrassment. With time to spare, they bought popcorn and soda and settled on a sofa outside to wait. 20 minutes before the screening began, they proceeded to find their seats, which were indeed cozy and secluded, allowing for discreet actions without drawing attention from others. Lin Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness, but Su Mo remained blissfully unaware. As the movie commenced, Su Mo felt an urge to retreat, but recalling that she had insisted on coming, she hesitated to voice her desire to leave. Overcome by fear, she gradually shifted closer to Lin Chen, pressing tightly against him. Amused, Lin Chen glanced at her and casually draped his arm over her shoulders. Su Mo, deeply focused on the screen, failed to notice his gesture. Suddenly, a ghostly face appeared on the screen, startling Su Mo into burying herself in Lin Chen's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. "Are you scared? We can stop watching," Lin Chen suggested, gently patting her back. Su Mo remained silent, curled up. "Look at me," he urged. Obediently, Su Mo lifted her gaze, puzzled. Lin Chen cupped her face and leaned in closer. After about a minute, he released her. "Well, still afraid?" Su Mo shyly licked her lips and shook her head. "It seems. I'm not that scared anymore." After that, her attention drifted from the film, her mind replaying the earlier moment. The movie finally concluded, and it was already 11:30. Su Mo suddenly remembered the dormitory curfew. "Oh no, the dorm will be locked. The dorm supervisor will surely scold me. I might even get a demerit for staying out." She panicked. This was the first time she had stayed out past curfew. "Aren't you going back?" Lin Chen inquired. "Where would I stay if I don't go back? My house has plenty of rooms. You can choose anyone except yours." Surprised by Lin Chen's offer, Su Mo hesitated. She felt uneasy about staying overnight at a boy's place, especially since they were alone together. But it was Lin Chen. That eased her worries somewhat. All right, given the circumstances, if she didn't return home, she had no choice but to stay at Lin Chen's. Hotels were notorious for being settings of many horror stories, and they had just watched a scary film. She doubted her courage. Thus, they made their way to Lin Chen's villa. He told her to pick any room to sleep in while he headed to the master bedroom. Su Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. After washing up, Lin Chen played a few games on his phone before preparing for bed. Just as he was about to doze off, a knock at the door startled him upright. Someone was indeed knocking. Immediately, Lin Chen thought of Su Mo. After all, they were the only two in the villa. Regarding the horror film, he brushed it off, reminding himself he was a modern young man, a firm materialist. Throwing on a bathrobe, he went to answer the door. Sure enough, it was Su Mo. She wore Lin Chen's white shirt, clutching a pillow, her eyes slightly red, looking utterly pitiful. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked hoarsely. Su Mo hesitated before murmuring, I'm scared." Realizing the film had frightened her, Lin Chen felt a pang of guilt. Had he known she was so timid, he wouldn't have taken her to see it. "What should we do now? Should I stay with you all night?" Su Mo shook her head. "I have class tomorrow. Can I sleep here? I promise I'll be good and just sleep on the side." Internally, Lin Chen wrestled with his refusal. "You might be good, but I can't guarantee the same. What if something happens?" Seeing his hesitation, Su Mo tugged at his shirt. "Please." As she pulled, Lin Chen's loosely tied bathrobe fell open, revealing his well-defined abs. Both Lin Chen and Su Mo were taken aback by the sudden silence. Su Mo's face turned beet red as she quickly covered her eyes, stammering, "I didn't mean to." Although she shielded her eyes, she couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. "Wow, nice physique." Lin Chen calmly secured his bathrobe. "Come in." Su Mo swiftly grabbed her pillow and hurried into the room, lying down on the opposite side of the bed. True to her word, she kept to her side, though Lin Chen worried she might roll off. Half an hour later, Lin Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Mo was sound asleep. But wasn't she supposed to be the one who slept peacefully? Why was her thigh resting so heavily against him? He sighed, deciding he couldn't endure it any longer. With a swift turn. Chapter 167. A nosebleed. The following day, Lin Chen rose early, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment, while Su Mo remained nestled in bed. Without hesitation, Lin Chen called his instructor to request a leave of absence for both himself and Su Mo. On the other end of the line, the instructor sighed in exasperation. After all, Lin Chen's previous request had resulted in an irate call from the principal. Thus, this time, regardless of the duration of Lin Chen's leave, the instructor readily acquiesced. Having ordered takeout and finished his breakfast, Lin Chen noticed that Su Mo was still fast asleep, clearly exhausted from the previous night's escapades. After indulging in a brief session of gaming, he made his way to the gym on the second floor. Regardless of circumstances, he was determined to maintain his discipline. When Su Mo finally awoke, it was already 11 in the morning. Recalling the wild night before, her ears flushed with embarrassment. So tired. Glancing around, she realized she was alone. Where had Lin Chen gone? Momentarily puzzled, she quickly retrieved her phone and sent him a message on WeChat. "Where are you?" Meanwhile, Lin Chen, perspiring in the gym, heard the notification sound and instantly guessed it was Su Mo. I'm in the gym on the second floor. Just turn left when you come down. He replied before setting his phone aside to continue his workout. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into her own clothes, Suemo made her way to the gym. However, upon reaching the door, she froze. The glass door allowed her to see everything inside clearly. There he was, his sculpted abs and brawny biceps radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed Suemo standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with surprise. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel and approached her. Sumo's heart raced. Awake? Still tired? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Thinking back to the previous night, Suemo felt her cheeks grow warm once more. Why you re such a rogue? She exclaimed, her gaze drawn to Lin Chen's chiseled physique, causing her to feel a rush of heat. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind processing the situation. Why you're having a nosebleed? He exclaimed, quickly rushing to grab some tissues. Suemo, now flustered, touched her nose to find it smeared with crimson. She had, indeed, been so captivated by Lin Chen's physique that it had caused her to bleed. Lin Chen hurriedly retrieved 2 packs of tissues and guided her to the restroom for cleanup. After a good 15 minutes, they finally managed to address the situation. Sitting together on the couch, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Sumo's resentful expression. I never expected you to be such a little pervert. But you saw all that last night, so why the nosebleed today? Your reflexes are rather slow. Not again with last night. Suemo huffed, her cheeks aflame as she playfully punched Lin Chen's chest. He seized her hand in response. What's the matter? Was last night too much for you, Suemo paused, her mind racing. Wasn't this a line straight out of a domineering CEO romance novel that Su Tao had mentioned? As Lin Chen leaned in closer, Suemo nervously shut her eyes, only to find that nothing happened. When she dared to open her eyes, she found Lin Chen lounging back on the couch, arms crossed. A teasing glint in his eyes. What were you just thinking about? He asked, amusement dancing in his gaze. Suemo shot him an indignant glare. You bad egg. She turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. Takeout had arrived. He invited the delivery person in. Curious, Suemo wondered aloud. Isn't the security here quite strict? Can the delivery person really come in? The delivery person echoed her concern. Lin Chen smirked. Just tell them it's for Yun Shuijian. After hanging up, he turned to Suemo, surprised you know so much about the security here, but don't worry. He'll definitely get in. How come? She pressed, her curiosity piqued. Lin Chen chuckled at her inquisitiveness. Not telling you. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to retrieve the food. Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment as she saw him carrying in 2 enormous bags. This much? Is it all takeout? Indeed. Lin Chen confirmed with a nod. But there are only 2 of us. Can we even finish all this? Even if we can't, it's primarily to nourish you. He replied, glancing at her still astonished expression. By the way, you had a nosebleed last night, and again this morning. Hearing his words, Sumo's face flushed crimson once more. You don't say that. She protested, her cheeks puffing adorably. Lin Chen couldn't resist pinching her cheek playfully. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Come eat. It's already noon, and you haven't had breakfast yet. Humph. Suemo huffed, turning her gaze away. It's all your fault. Lin Chen's selections were predominantly nourishing dishes. Red sugar lotus root, red date and lotus seed soup, and chicken soup with red dates. After a few mouthfuls, Suemo declared herself full. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. Didn't you eat quite a bit yesterday? Feeling embarrassed, Suemo stammered. Well, that was because your cooking was delicious, so. Regret washed over her as she reflected on how much she had eaten. Now, Lin Chen likely thought of her as a glutton. She cast a resentful glance his way, thinking, yes, it's all his fault for being such an excellent cook. Lin Chen, oblivious to her gaze, served her a bowl of chicken soup. Drink this. Upon seeing the greasy soup, Sumo's face contorted in distaste. I truly can't drink anymore. I've witnessed your appetite before. You've barely eaten today. You practically cleared the table yesterday while I only had a third of what was left, he pointed out. Yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. I genuinely can't drink anymore. Suemo pouted. Lin Chen chuckled. Then why not give me a cute display, or a little coaxing? Suemo was taken aback. Be cute? Coaxing? I don't know how to do that. Recalling how Su Tao often acted playfully, Suemo decided to mimic her. She put on a pitiful expression, tugged at Lin Chen's shirt, and strained her voice. Big brother, I really can't eat anymore. QVQ. Chapter 168. Approaching the billionaire list, Lin Chen was rendered speechless. Is this really Suemo? If he were told she was Su Tao, he would believe it. You win. Lin Chen said helplessly. At this moment, Suemo finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Chen likely wouldn't insist on making her eat again. You should indulge in some charm and playfulness more often. Stop being so serious all the time. Lin Chen suggested. Oh, Sumo replied nonchalantly, suddenly remembering something. She stood up in shock, her face filled with terror. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired. Sumo, flustered, exclaimed, we have class today. It's already noon. It's over. It's over. Class must have ended. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Only now did she recall she had class. What to do, what to do? Lin Chen reassured her. It's fine. I've already taken a leave of absence for both of us. Sumo paused, slightly taken aback. You took a leave for me too? Isn't that difficult? The last time Chu Qianqian wanted to take leave to go home, the instructor wouldn't allow it. Well, you are right. You are Lin Chen, and it seems there is nothing you can't accomplish, she mused. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Indeed, a promising student. Sumo shot him a dissatisfied glance, but chose not to comment. After their meal, they lingered for a while before heading to school, as they still had afternoon classes. Lin Chen wished to let her rest a bit longer, but Sumo insisted on attending class, so he reluctantly accompanied her. They arrived early, and the classroom was still sparsely populated. About 10 minutes later, classmates trickled in. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Sumo together, some expressions turned subtly intriguing. They had just taken leave that morning, and now they were attending class together. However, that was not the most significant detail. The more telling piece of information was that Sumo's dorm mates mentioned she had returned to the dormitory last night. Coupled with the fact that Sumo now appeared slightly flushed, her demeanor more feminine, it became evident to many. It seemed the class flower had indeed been captured by Lin Chen. Sumo was typically reserved, speaking only to Lin Chen, even reserving a seat for him every day, regardless of whether he showed up. This was understandable, given Lin Chen's good looks and wealth. Who wouldn't be enamored? Several boys in the class sighed, feeling envious. It's infuriating. He drives around in 7 top-tier sports cars, and even the class beauty is drawn to him. Numerous girls in the class felt a mix of envy and jealousy towards Sumo. Soon, the class bell rang. Lin Chen was packing his belongings, planning to take Sumo out for a meal afterward. Just then, a stir at the door caught his attention. Isn't that senior Zhao Yuanhang? What brings him to our class? Zhao Yuanhang was the heir of the Zhao group, and his presence in their class raised eyebrows. Is he here to find Lin Chen? It seemed plausible. Lin Chen was likely the only one in the class with connections to Zhao. Zhao Yuanhang was a well-known figure at school, often representing students on stage, and he had quite a few admirers due to his affluent background. As the crowd speculated, Zhao Yuanhang strode directly into the classroom, heading toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Zhao Yuanhang greeted with a smile. Why the surprise? Do you not wish to see me? Then he glanced at Sumo, implying, or have I interrupted something? Sumo felt nervous, clutching the hem of Lin Chen's shirt, unsure of how to react. Lin Chen comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand, and then turned to Zhao Yuanhang, saying, not at all. I just didn't expect you to come looking for me. Zhao Yuanhang smiled, and took a seat opposite Lin Chen. I indeed have matters to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Chen asked. Zhao Yuanhang played coy. This should be good news for you. Lin Chen merely raised an eyebrow, showing no other reaction. Are you not curious about what I have to say? Zhao Yuanhang asked, surprised. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, you'll tell me anyway. Why should I rush? Zhao Yuanhang chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. You. The thing is, someone from the East Sea branch of the billionaire list wants to meet you. Believing you qualify among the top 100 wealthy individuals, so I came to facilitate an introduction. Sumo gasped in astonishment. The classmates around them also inhaled sharply. While they were still in school, uncertain about their futures, Lin Chen was on the verge of entering the billionaire list. Why is he so exceptional? Even with the same 9 years of compulsory education? Billionaire list? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it heroin? Zhao Yuanhang nodded. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. To be honest, I'm not particularly interested. Gasp. The surrounding students gasped in disbelief. Did he really just say he is not interested in the billionaire list? Lin Chen, just be a regular person. It was almost enviable. At just 20, he was set to make it onto the heroin billionaire list. I wonder if Lin Chen needs any accessories to hang on his thigh. Zhao Yuanhang was equally taken aback. A person like you is indeed a rarity. Lin Chen smiled. However, since it's you facilitating it, I suppose I will take a look. Zhao Yuanhang nodded. That works. Whether you make the list or not will depend on your decision. All right, Lin Chen inquired. When is it scheduled? Right away, Zhao Yuanhang replied. Lin Chen was surprised. So soon? Yes, this individual is quite busy and has only a brief window, Zhao Yuanhang explained. All right. He looked at Sumo and asked, would you like to join? Sumo quickly shook her head. I'd rather not. I'm not accustomed to such occasions. Seeing Sumo decline, Lin Chen allowed her to head back while he followed Zhao Yuanhang out. Chapter 169. The rising star of Donghai City in an opulent private room of a club. 2 individuals were seated. Shidi, the head of the Who Run Rich List division, and Wen Xian, the heir of the One family conglomerate in Kyoto. Wen Xian was engrossed in her phone, perusing a post about a convoy of 7 luxury cars escorting students from Donghai University back to campus. A slight smile playing on her lips. This Lin Chen is indeed quite remarkable. It is my first time hearing of such a grand escort of 7 top-tier supercars. Most astonishingly, he managed to acquire 3 Pagani Huayras. Shidi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have already drafted our list of nominees. Yet we never anticipated such a formidable dark horse to emerge. Moreover, this dark horse is merely a freshman, a testament to the relentless advancement of the new generation. When Xian chuckled softly, it appears your information is somewhat lacking. You nearly overlooked this new luminary of Donghai City. Shidi's expression turned somewhat awkward upon hearing her words. I am truly embarrassed. Miss Wen, please forgive my oversight. He felt a sense of unease, as when Xian's unpredictable demeanor, coupled with her esteemed status, created an atmosphere so dense it was nearly suffocating. After scrolling for a while, when Xian noticed an abundance of comments praising Lin Chen, which she found rather tedious, and thus set her phone down, she glanced at Shidi. May I see the information you have in hand? Of course, Shidi promptly handed over the documents. This is our compiled information. When Xian took the documents, reclined on the sofa, and began to search for Lin Chen's name. Second page. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shidi. Shidi's heart raced. Is there an issue? I assure you, we verified the companies listed next to his name. There is no inaccuracy here. His ranking should be credible. However, when Xian shook her head, that is not my concern. I believe his standing is likely even higher. Shidi felt a jolt of surprise at her words. Having calculated the rankings, they had already been astonished by Lin Chen's accomplishments, considering he was merely a freshman. He had shattered records, becoming the youngest individual on the rich list, and his position was notably high. Words eluded him. At that moment, she raised her wrist to check the time. They should be arriving shortly. Let's step outside to greet them. Shidi was taken aback by her initiative to welcome a newcomer to Donghai. This was not typical behavior for someone of her stature. Noticing his surprise, when Xian frowned slightly, is there a problem? Shidi quickly shook his head. No, not at all. With that, the two rose and exited the private room. As they walked into the hall, many wealthy patrons turned their attention towards them. Isn't that Miss Wen from Kyoto? And the gentleman beside her, isn't he Shidi, the head of the rich list? Indeed, how did they come to be here without any prior notice? It seems they are awaiting someone. Who could possibly command such attention to warrant a welcome from Miss Wen and Mr. Shidi? Not even the wealthiest person in Donghai could boast such privilege. At that moment, several individuals approached to greet them. When Xian merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further response, while the others dared not express any discontent. Their demeanor tinged with reverence. Thus, they turned to converse with Shidi instead. Mr. Shidi, may I inquire whom you and Miss Wen are awaiting? In response, Shidi nodded, yes. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had merely speculated moments ago, yet now Shidi had confirmed their suspicions. When had Donghai City produced such a figure? Who could it be that warrants such anticipation from both of you? They were uncertain, if indeed such a person existed and they were unaware. The implications of offending them were unthinkable. Shidi smiled lightly, a rising star from Donghai City. He revealed only a hint, saying nothing more, though curiosity lingered in the air. They dared not pry further. After exchanging pleasantries, they dispersed. A Koenig said one roared into view, stopping before the Donghai Rich Club. Lin Chen gazed at the club's sign. Taken aback, the venue they had chosen was, unexpectedly, his territory. Beside him, Zhao Yuanhang explained, this is a gathering place for the affluent of Donghai City. The entry threshold is exceptionally high. Only those whose fortunes are measured in billions can be found here. It seems you have never been here before? Lin Chen met his gaze and nodded. Indeed, I have not. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. Well, today is the perfect opportunity for you to explore. Lin Chen smiled, but remained silent, pondering how Zhao Yuanhang would react if he discovered that this club now belonged to him. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang remarked, however, I heard the club has recently changed ownership. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Zhao Yuanhang nodded, his expression becoming serious. Yes. The atmosphere in Donghai City has been somewhat turbulent lately. The waters are growing deeper. He sighed. Let's head inside. Those two are likely growing impatient. Agreed. After parking the car, the two entered the club. As they stepped inside, Zhao Yuanhang immediately spotted Wen Xian and Shidi, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Weren't they supposed to be waiting in the private room? Why had they come out? At that moment, Wen Xian and Shidi also noticed them. And when Xian swiftly approached, Sister One, Mr. Shidi, Zhao Yuanhang inclined his head slightly, his tone respectful. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The deference Zhao Yuanhang showed suggested that these two held significant influence. When Xin appraised Lin Chen from head to toe before turning her gaze to Zhao Yuanhang, a slight smile gracing her lips, "You two have finally arrived." Zhao Yuanhang was taken aback once more. He had initially assumed that they had come out for some business, but it seemed they were here to welcome him and Lin Chen. No, more specifically, they were here to welcome Lin Chen. Chapter 170. Ranked 8th, he did not believe he had the qualifications to be welcomed by both Wenxin and Shidi. The wealthy onlookers around were equally astonished. They had anticipated an illustrious figure to be greeted, but instead, it was the scion of the Zhao group and a young man. Those with a discerning eye could discern that this young man was, indeed, the one for whom Wenxin and Shidi had come out to greet. Yet, this young man appeared to be merely in his 20s. In fact, he was likely younger than their own sons or grandsons. Curiosity swelled among the crowd about the background of this young man. Could he possibly be the heir of a prominent family? At this moment, Zhao Yuanhang, coming to his senses, hastily introduced Sister Wenxin. "Mr. Shidi, this is my junior, the foremost figure at Donghai University, Lin Chen." He then turned to Lin Chen. "This is Miss Wenxin, the head of the Wen group in Kyoto. And this is Mr. Shidi, the head of the rich list." Lin Chen nodded and greeted the two. Simultaneously, he began to appraise Miss Wenxin. She was clad in an elegant black business suit, her figure striking, with her hair tied back in a low ponytail. Her features were exquisite, and the slight elevation of her brows conveyed an air of authority, exuding a formidable presence that surpassed even Jiang Huli. Furthermore, the evident respect shown toward her by Zhao Yuanhang and Mr. Shidi underscored her significance. Wenxin smiled upon seeing him. "So, you are Lin Chen, the celebrated figure escorted to school by 7 top-tier supercars?" Faced with Wenxin's teasing gaze, Lin Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I apologize for the laughter, Miss Wen." He wished he could say that he had not sought such attention. He had always preferred a low profile, eschewing ostentation, yet the system had assigned him such a task. Noticing the awkwardness, Shidi quickly suggested, "Shall we head inside?" "Certainly," they agreed, conversing as they walked. Wenxin could not contain her curiosity. "I heard you acquired 3 Pagani Huayra?" Lin Chen replied, "Miss Wen, your information is rather astute." Wenxin couldn't help but chuckle. "You truly are impressive. Leaving no soup for others." "Oh." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Might it be that Miss Wen has an interest in the Huayras?" "What if I do?" Wenxin stated candidly. "In fact, I came to discuss this matter with you. I wish to purchase your 3 cars for 500 million. Are you considering parting with them?" The words startled both Shidi and Zhao Yuanhang. The trio of cars was collectively worth merely over 300 million, yet Wenxin had offered 500 million outright. Zhao Yuanhang had heard of Wenxin's desire to acquire Lin Chen's vehicles, but was unaware of the exorbitant sum she was willing to pay. Wenxin was resolute. Her admiration for the Pagani Huayra was profound, and she would not hesitate to invest significantly to obtain them. Moreover, her status suggested that Lin Chen would not refuse her. However, was her generous offer truly a case of leveraging her position? The ensuing statement left all 3 present in a state of shock. "I'm afraid I do not currently wish to part with the cars." Shidi and Zhao Yuanhang gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief, while a look of astonishment briefly crossed Wenxin's face. She had been rejected? "Could you provide me with a reason?" Wenxin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Was her offer insufficient? Contemplating the 3 cars she longed for, Wenxin clenched her teeth. "If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. I genuinely desire these vehicles." Zhao Yuanhang chimed in. "Lin Chen, 500 million is a considerable offer for those 3 cars, and Sister Wen has already indicated that the price is negotiable. Would you not reconsider?" Yet Lin Chen smiled and responded, "Miss Wen, Zhao, I regret to inform you that these 3 cars hold great sentimental value for me. I have invested considerable time and resources to acquire them." He then turned to Wenxin. "I trust that Miss Wen would not wish to deprive someone of their cherished possessions?" Wenxin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this outcome. However, if he was unwilling to sell, she would not impose. Even Shidi and Zhao Yuanhang were startled by Lin Chen's words, glancing at Wenxin, fearing her anger. Yet, Wenxin merely smiled faintly. "Of course, I would not do that. It is indeed a pity." With a sigh of regret, she continued, "However, should you ever reconsider selling, please contact me first." Lin Chen nodded, understood. This was the hallmark of a true heir. Individuals of such stature typically possessed exceptional cultural refinement and upbringing. Those depicted in novels who resorted to violence over trivial disputes were merely fools. Upon entering the private room, once seated, Wenxin turned to Shidi. "It is time for you to discuss the matter at hand." Acknowledging her request, Shidi turned to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, we are in the process of refreshing the list of personnel for the rich list. We initially drafted a list, but the emergence of a new talent in Donghai City, namely you, has led us to invalidate the previous one. This new list has been carefully deliberated. Would you like to review it and express your interest in being included? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. May I see the list first? Of course, Shidi replied, swiftly retrieving a folder from his bag and handing it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen accepted the document and began to scrutinize it meticulously from the back. The final entry on the list indicated a net worth of 11 billion. As he flipped through, he discovered the name of Zhao Yuanhong's father, Zhao Yuhui, ranked 15th among the list. Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion. Why had he not yet found his own name? He continued flipping through the pages and, indeed, soon found it. Lin Chen, a rising star from Donghai City. A freshman at Donghai University. Businesses owned include Hongda Shopping Mall, Runha Law Firm, Earl Boutique Hotel, 30 of Jiaqing Company, Lucking Beverages, and Chintzy Entertainment. Owns 7 top-tier supercars. Estimated net worth, 330 billion. Ranked 8th. Chapter 171. Misplaced rankings. Upon reviewing the documents, he merely smiled, closing the files without uttering a word. Noticing this, Shidi inquired, Mr. Lin, do you have any desire to be listed? Lin Chen shook his head, not at the moment. Shidi, slightly surprised, asked why. Many aspire to be on the rich list, yet lack the means. You, however, possess the capability to be in the top 10. Why do you not wish to be recognized? At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang began perusing the list as well. Upon seeing Lin Chen's name ranked 8th, he was utterly astounded. 8th? Wow, 8th. Zhao Yuanhang gazed at Lin Chen in shock, his mouth agape. He had previously assumed Lin Chen would merely be on the list's tail end. But to his astonishment, Lin Chen had surged into the top 10, even surpassing his father's rank. Lin Chen simply smiled at him. Calm down, senior. He then turned to Shidi. I have never been fond of ostentation. Hearing Lin Chen's claim of disliking flamboyance, Zhao Yuanhang's lips twitched slightly. And even when Xin's expression revealed a hint of irony. She was somewhat aware of Lin Chen's exploits. Arriving on campus via helicopter had indeed created quite a stir. Moreover, he had flaunted 6 luxury sports cars within a month, even organizing a convoy of luxury vehicles for his arrival. To assert that he disliked attention, well, she believed it, truly. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Lin Chen continued, Moreover, I am still a student. I do not require such high visibility or notoriety. Should those who ought not to know of my wealth become aware, it would likely invite considerable trouble. After all, the tallest tree attracts the wind. Hence, it is best that I refrain from entering this wealthy list. When Xin was quite taken aback by Lin Chen's insight. If her memory served her right, he was only around 20 years old. His ability to perceive such matters indicated a far-reaching vision, suggesting that the small city of Donghai was not his ultimate ambition. Zhao Yuanhang, too, was surprised. Though older than Lin Chen, he had not considered this perspective, while Lin Chen had. Indeed, the tallest tree attracts the wind held true. Shidi paused momentarily, reflecting on Lin Chen's words, which made considerable sense upon further contemplation. Just then, a knock resounded at the door of the private room. Come in, Shidi called. The door swung open, revealing Zhao Yuhui. Zhao Yuanhang, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, Dad, what brings you here? Zhao Yuhui greeted Wenxin, Shidi, and Lin Chen before addressing his son. While I was outside, I overheard a discussion regarding Miss Wen and Mr. Shidi hosting a distinguished guest, a remarkably young individual, around 20 years of age. He then turned to Lin Chen, and I deduced it must be Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and stood to greet him. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Lin, you truly deserve acclaim for your accomplishments at such a young age, having qualified for the rich list. Zhao Yuhui couldn't help but commend. Before Lin Chen's appearance, he had thought highly of his son Zhao Yuanhang. But now, the comparison was stark. Lin Chen smiled. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yuanhang interjected. Lin Chen, my dad often speaks of you, urging me to learn from you. Zhao Senior, it should be I who learns from you. Lin Chen maintained his humble demeanor, prompting Zhao Yuhui to nod in agreement. At this juncture, he turned to Shidi and asked, Mr. Shidi, shall we review the list? Shidi promptly handed the list to Zhao Yuhui. Here you go, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yuhui took the list and settled onto a nearby sofa to scrutinize it. Upon spotting his own name, he nodded. Our Zhao Group has just acquired a company, resulting in an upward shift in ranking. I must say, Mr. Shidi's information is remarkably accurate. As he continued to peruse the list, he spotted Lin Chen's name and furrowed his brow. After a few moments, he shook his head repeatedly. No, this is incorrect. At his words, the others in the room perked up. Shidi, intrigued, asked, what seems to be the issue? Zhao Yuhui approached Shidi. Pointing at Lin Chen's entry on the list, the industries under Mr. Lin's name are misrepresented. Shidi still wore a puzzled expression. And even Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but walk over, asking, Dad, what is the problem? Wenxin also leaned in, Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Zhao Yuhui. Zhao Yuhui explained, "The industries under Mr. Lin's name are not fully documented. From the information I received yesterday, Mr. Lin made a lump sum acquisition of Longda Technology, Shanghai Advertising, and this luxury club." At this revelation, both Shidi and Zhao Yuanhang were left speechless. Wenxin was equally astonished. Longda Technology and Shanghai Advertising were impressive enough, but the acquisition of this club was particularly noteworthy, and the fact that it was a single payment. What immense liquidity must Lin Chen possess? Zhao Yuanhang recalled their earlier conversation at the entrance, where he had attempted to enlighten Lin Chen about the Donghai Luxury Club, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Enlightenment? The man had outright purchased the entire luxury club. Wenxin regained her composure, her gaze towards Lin Chen imbued with complexity. "You truly are a hidden dragon in Donghai City." Indeed, in such a short span, he had discreetly expanded his enterprises to this extent. Was he anything but a hidden dragon? Lin Chen, however, was puzzled. He had yet to finalize the Donghai Luxury Club's acquisition. How did Zhao Yuhui know about it? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Zhao Yuhui chuckled. "The owner of the club is an old friend of mine. While we were drinking together yesterday, he let slip this information after a few too many." Upon hearing Zhao Yuhui's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood the situation. At that moment, Shidi's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he cast an apologetic look at those present. "Pardon me, I must take this call." As he reached the door, just as he pressed the answer button, a frantic voice came through. "There's trouble, trouble." "What happened?" Shidi inquired. The voice on the other end hurriedly responded, "Do you remember the rising star of Donghai City? Lin Chen. There's an error in his documentation. We have just received news that he has acquired several more industries recently, all with a single payment. After a rough estimate, we believe Mr. Lin's assets have reached at least 1,000 billion, a conservative figure. Currently, the richest individual in Donghai only has around 600 billion, meaning that Mr. Lin is undoubtedly the wealthiest in Donghai." Chapter 172. The wealthiest. Shiti was momentarily dumbfounded, nearly dropping his phone. The wealthiest? A 20-year-old billionaire? Who would dare believe it? The voice on the other end continued. "You haven't met Mr. Lin yet, have you? Immediately revise that list, if this information leaks. The credibility and accuracy of our wealth rankings will be questioned." Shiti hesitated for a moment before he sighed and replied, "It's too late. He has already seen the list." "What?" The voice on the other end was astonished. Shiti continued, "Moreover, Zhao Yuhui and Sister Wenxin were also present. It was Zhao Yuhui who pointed out the inaccuracies in the list." Upon hearing this, the other party was filled with discontent. Fine. Let us leave it at that for now. We will think of a way to remedy this." After hanging up, the shock within Shiti lingered for quite some time. Eventually, he returned to the private room, phone in hand. Wenxin raised an eyebrow. "Why did you take so long?" Shiti sighed softly. It was a call from the wealth rankings. He then cast a complex gaze toward Lin Chen. They have also received the news and claim there is an error in Mr. Lin's ranking. Furthermore, they roughly estimated Mr. Lin's assets to be no less than 100 billion. The title of the wealthiest in Donghai undoubtedly belongs to him. Gasped. The others present, save for Wenxin, collectively inhaled sharply. Even Wenxin was taken aback. As a member of the Wenxin group, she had seen much of the world. Yet she had never encountered someone as young as Lin Chen with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. She couldn't help but smile, her gaze toward Lin Chen brimming with admiration. "It seems I underestimated you once again." Lin Chen merely smiled in response, remaining silent. At that moment, Zhao Yuhui spoke up. "Mr. Lin, if this wealth ranking is made public, it will undoubtedly stir waves and provoke significant reactions, both positive and negative." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Zhao Yuhui glanced at Shiti. "Mr. Shi, I would like to express some thoughts. I hope you do not mind." Shiti replied, "Please, Mr. Zhao, speak freely." Zhao Yuhui turned his attention back to Lin Chen. "Once this list is released, many will know that you, at such a young age, have reached the pinnacle of wealth, which will certainly open numerous doors for you in terms of connections and resources. However, it is inevitable that some may have ulterior motives. In my opinion, there is no need for you to be on this wealth ranking. You possess the background in wealth. Those who need to know will know, and resources and connections will come to you, albeit in fewer numbers, yet ultimately more secure." Listening to Zhao Yuhui's words, Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but interject. "Dad, Lin Chen thinks the same. Before you arrived, he expressed similar sentiments. A tree that stands out invites the wind." Zhao Yuhui paused for several seconds, gazing at Lin Chen with even greater admiration. "Impressive. It's remarkable that you, at such a young age, can perceive this. No wonder you have ascended to the throne of wealth. When I was your age, I was utterly clueless. Today's youth are truly extraordinary, living up to the saying, 'When the youth are strong, the nation is strong.' Your journey ahead is still long." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen straightened in his seat and addressed Zhao Yuhui. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhao. He then turned to Shi Ti. Mr. Shi, I'm afraid I must decline to appear on this ranking. Shi Ti nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhao make compelling points. It was a lapse on our part. Wenxin couldn't help but add, this visit has indeed been worthwhile, although I did not acquire those 3 luxury cars. Learning about Mr. Lin is invaluable. She then shifted her tone and asked, Mr. Lin, is there truly no room for negotiation? If 3 cars are out of the question, perhaps 2 would suffice. If not, I would settle for 1. My offer is undoubtedly the highest. Would you consider it? Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, I have no plans to part with the cars at this time, and each of these 3 vehicles is truly unique. However, what? Wenxin inquired eagerly. However, if you wish to borrow a car for a spin, you are most welcome to do so at any time. Upon hearing this, Wenxin let out a resigned sigh. Well, if I can't possess them, at least I can experience them. By the way, Wenxin continued, I heard from Zhao Yuanhang that your driving skills are impressive. You broke the record at the supercar party, didn't you? Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Yuanhang and nodded. That is indeed the case. Zhao Yuanhang hurriedly added, you have no idea. Lin Chen launched off the line with such force, it left me breathless. Eventually, I gave up completely. Everyone laughed, and Zhao Yuhui teased. Look at you, what a character. Wenxin turned to Lin Chen. Coincidentally, I am also a car enthusiast. Would you care to join me for a race? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yuanhang was also slightly stunned. Sister Wenxin, what's wrong? I believe I only mentioned that Lin Chen is an excellent driver. I didn't tell you about his achievements. Wenxin nodded. That's true. Zhao Yuanhang then stated, his record is 6 minutes and 43 seconds, 56 seconds. Not only did he break the record, but he also beat me by 2 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wenxin was momentarily stunned. Such a time rivals that of professional race car drivers, doesn't he? Before she could fully comprehend, Zhao Yuanhang continued, and that was his first time racing on that track, achieving such a time without any prior knowledge of the course. Wenxin was utterly astonished. Racing on an unfamiliar track at such speeds? Is Lin Chen reckless? It seems Donghai City is indeed a place of hidden talents. Shi Ti couldn't help but muse. At that moment, Zhao Yuhui checked the time and stood up. I have an appointment with some old friends, so I must take my leave. You young folks can continue your conversation. After bidding farewell, Zhao Yuhui exited the private room, and Shi Ti soon followed suit. Zhao Yuanhang then proposed, how about a round of golf? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He did not play golf. Just as he was about to decline, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for triggering a storyline task. Accept Zhao Yuanhang's invitation. Reward, top-tier golf skills. Top-tier golf skills? Well, why not? Skills are never burdensome. Golf, as a pastime of the affluent, will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. At that moment, Wenxin also agreed. They both turned to Lin Chen, and Zhao Yuanhang asked, Lin Chen, what do you think? Chapter 173. A humbling experience subsequently. He remarked, if you are unsure, we can certainly teach you on-site. While I may not match your prowess in racing, I am confident that I can impart some knowledge regarding golf. Lin Chen suppressed a smile and turned to Zhao Yuanhang. Are you certain you can teach me? Zhao Yuanhang assured him with a pat on his chest. Absolutely. No doubt about it. However, recalling his previous misstep in racing, he hesitated, realizing he should temper his words to avoid future embarrassment, especially in the presence of Lin Chen, who might retaliate fiercely. He glanced at Wen Xian beside him. If I falter, we still have sister Wen Xian, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have been awarded top-tier golfing skills. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as a wealth of golf knowledge flooded his mind, as if he were a seasoned player with decades of experience. Noticing Lin Chen's dazed expression, Zhao Yuanhang inquired, Lin Chen, are you all right? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm fine. The 3 of them then entered the VIP area of the golf course. Zhao Yuanhang picked up a nearby club and introduced. The golf course at the Donghai Ridge Club is quite renowned, even ranking among the best in all of Xia country. When Xin surveyed her surroundings and remarked, indeed, I have heard of the Donghai City Ridge Club while in Kyoto, and I am finally here to play a few holes. Previously, Lin Chen might have been oblivious to their comments, merely appreciating the pleasant environment. However, now, as he surveyed the expansive course with its beautiful scenery and comprehensive high-end facilities, he recognized it as an excellent venue for the game. At that moment, when Xian glanced at the two and smiled brightly, shall we establish the rules? Both men nodded in agreement. When Xian continued, since we're playing for fun, there's no need for the formal 18 holes. How about we use a more auspicious number, 6 holes? The player with the fewest strokes wins. Naturally, both men had no objections to her suggestion, considering that completing 18 holes would require a considerable amount of time, especially as mealtime approached. Seeing no dissent, when Xian picked up her club with a playful smile, "Allow me to demonstrate my skills first." Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanhang nodded and moved to the lounge area to watch. Soon, when Xian completed her turn, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Her technique appeared somewhat off. However, since she did not invite criticism, he refrained from commenting. It is considered extremely impolite to offer unsolicited advice on someone's swing or putt on the golf course, far more so than mocking them. This is one of the fundamental etiquettes of golfing, unless the other party actively seeks input. Otherwise, silence is the best policy. Moreover, a score of 21 strokes across 6 holes was commendable, placing her among the top amateur players. Zhao Yuanhang, however, seemed increasingly anxious. This score placed considerable pressure upon him. He glanced at Lin Chen, relieved that he likely would not finish last. At that moment, when Xian approached them, a hint of pride in her expression and a smile gracing her lips, clearly satisfied with her performance. "Apologies for my earlier performance," she said. Zhao Yuanhang responded. "That was hardly a poor showing. Your score has put significant pressure on me. I've never achieved such a result before, so I must excel to surpass Sister Wen Xian." When Xian smiled and remarked, "I just remembered that it's nearly mealtime. How about we all go out for dinner afterward? The loser treats, what do you say?" Zhao Yuanhang glanced at Lin Chen. "I have no objections, but what about Lin Chen?" Lin Chen raised his hands in mock surrender. "I wholeheartedly agree." Seeing this, Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. "Lin Chen, it seems you're destined to pay for dinner." He then turned to Wen Xian. "Sister Wen Xian, let's ensure we make Lin the host." Wen Xian playfully blinked. "I think that sounds delightful." Lin Chen chuckled. "I hope you both get your wish. However, I must inform you that I've been playing on the course for over 2 years now, so you'll need to bring your A game." After Zhao Yuanhang heard this, he nodded with a smile, saying nothing further. With unwavering confidence, he picked up his club and took his turn. Ultimately, he recorded a score of 22 strokes across 6 holes. While it did not surpass Wen Xian's score, it was still respectable. Wen Xian glanced at the two. "It seems one of you will be treating us to dinner." Zhao Yuanhang laughed. "I suspect it will be Lin Chen." Lin Chen, with a resigned smile, retrieved a club and twirled it in his hands. "Lin Chen, that looks like you're wielding a golden staff," Zhao Yuanhang commented. Feeling confident after his previous victory, he was unprepared for what came next. In the next moment, Lin Chen approached the teeing area, initially gesturing a few times before firmly establishing his stance. In that instant, an aura of confidence enveloped him. Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback, sensing that he might once again be outmatched by Lin Chen. A chill crept over him as he foresaw a painful defeat. At that moment, Lin Chen began his swing, his movements fluid and precise. The white ball soared in a perfect arc, landing just short of the hole, rolling effortlessly into the cup. Zhao Yuanhang was so astonished that he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Wen Xian straightened in her seat, equally shocked. Initially, they assumed Lin Chen was a novice, but witnessing his skill made it clear he was no amateur. He was, without doubt, a concealed expert. Zhao Yuanhang, defeated, sank back into his seat. It was evident that his earlier instinct had been correct. This time, he would not emerge victorious. Oblivious to the astonishment of his companions, Lin Chen continued to play with steady precision. His second and third strokes followed suit, each resulting in a successful hole-in-one. By the time he completed all 6 holes, he had achieved a perfect score, finishing with a mere 6 strokes. Chapter 174. Acknowledging you over the walls at this moment, Lin Chen had returned to the resting area, placing the club back in its original position. With a hint of amusement, he glanced at Zhao Yuanhang and remarked, "Senior Zhao, it seems this meal is on you." Zhao Yuanhang chuckled helplessly. "Indeed, how could I be so forgetful? You have always played the role of the unsuspecting underdog. Nevertheless, I do not mind treating you this time." He then inquired, "Lin Chen, to be honest, how many years have you been playing golf?" Lin Chen replied, "Not long." He dared not confess that it was his first time, fearing they would perceive him as extraordinary. The revelation that he had only recently started astonished them. Zhao Yuanhang even expressed disbelief. "Lin Chen, tell me the truth. Have you been playing for over a decade? Your posture and movements clearly indicate that you are quite experienced." Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, choosing silence. Zhao Yuanhang persisted. "I have played for quite some time, yet I have made little progress in the past year, remaining stagnant. Do you have any insight into this?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Having observed Zhao Yuanhang's swing earlier, he had identified certain issues. "After you play, do you often find your neck in pain?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "How did you know?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. "When you swing, Do you predominantly exert force with your left arm, often extending it straight? Zhao Yuanhang stood there, astonished. Observing his expression, Lin Chen continued. You tend to keep your head down while playing, which can easily lead to neck strain. Your head should rise with the rotation of your shoulders, rather than fixating on the ball. Furthermore, your power should derive from your body, not just your arms. It is best to keep your left arm relaxed. A slight bend is entirely natural. Zhao Yuanhang was speechless, unable to contain his admiration for Lin Chen. Incredible. I will try that immediately. With that, he eagerly picked up his club and rushed back to the teeing area. Meanwhile, when Xian hesitated, clearly wanting to speak, Lin Chen, amused, encouraged her, Miss One. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. He suspected her inquiry would pertain to golfing. As anticipated, when Xian inquired, can you identify my issues as well? Lin Chen paused before responding. Naturally, you have your own concerns. What are they? When Xian asked eagerly, Lin Chen explained, when you strike the ball. Do you not often exert your full strength? When Xian nodded, yes, perhaps due to my smaller stature, I often find my shots lacking distance. Lin Chen shook his head in disagreement. On the contrary, the limited distance may stem from overexertion. How can that be? Isn't strength essential for distance? When Xian exclaimed in surprise, Lin Chen smiled. Swinging does not equate to hitting harder for greater distance. In fact, excessive force can reduce it. Additionally, exerting maximum effort increases the likelihood of mistakes, and 80 effort is optimal. If you observe professional matches, players rarely swing with full force. Yet, do not solely chase distance. Precision is far more valuable than range. When Xian, enlightened, nodded in understanding, I see now. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang returned, radiating enthusiasm. Lin Chen, you were indeed right. Initially, when I followed your advice, I struggled to find my rhythm. After a few more attempts, it improved significantly. Lin Chen smiled softly. That is great to hear. When Xian then picked up a club, declaring, I shall try as well. Zhao Yuanhang, just back from the tee, queried in confusion. Didn't you finish already? However, when Xian was eager to experiment and had already walked away, Zhao Yuanhang turned to Lin Chen, puzzled. What just happened? She sought my guidance for a moment. Lin Chen shrugged. Zhao Yuanhang was taken aback. What? Sister Wen asked for your advice? This is not the Wen Xian I know. Isn't she usually so proud? Why would she seek your counsel? He felt as though the world had turned upside down and could not help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. I'm in awe of you. Lin Chen was bewildered, entirely unaware of the commotion. He merely offered some casual advice to Wen Xian. Why was Zhao Yuanhang so astonished? When Xian returned, her expression brimming with excitement. Lin Chen, I consciously adjusted my strength as you suggested, and not only was it less exhausting, but I also hit the ball further. Lin Chen simply smiled. That's wonderful. After their game, they all felt a pang of hunger and prepared to dine. When Xian raised an eyebrow and proposed, I've heard that there is an upscale restaurant in Donghai that serves only one table of guests per day. Shall we go there? As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Yuanhang, mindful that he was treating today and wished to gauge his opinion. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. A restaurant that only served one table per day must be quite expensive. Zhao Yuanhang hesitated slightly, stammering, there is indeed such a place, called Fifth Floor. However, as you mentioned, reservations are required, and our sudden visit. When Xian smiled sweetly, do not worry, I have already made a reservation. You only need to settle the bill. Zhao Yuanhang was taken aback. Oh, so the trap has already been set, waiting for me to fall in. Yet, he thought, spending a few $100,000 was worthwhile. After changing in the locker room, they exited the club. At the entrance, Lin Chen revealed his keys, and the nearby Koenigsegg one roared to life like a beast. When Xian, holding her Lamborghini key, froze in place. Is this your car? Lin Chen nodded, regaining her composure, when Xian smiled at him. May I take your car for a spin? You can be the passenger. Of course, Lin Chen readily agreed, feeling lazy and preferring not to drive. Zhao Yuanhang interjected. Sister One, Lin Chen, I didn't drive here. He had come along in Lin Chen's car. At that moment, when Xian tossed her Lamborghini key to Zhao Yuanhang, you drive mine. Zhao Yuanhang stared at the Lamborghini key in his hand, bewildered. All right, the Lamborghini is also a fine car. Chapter 175, Sharing Experiences. A group of individuals drove to the fifth floor. It must be said that the name is rather unique. Although it is called the fifth floor, it encompasses the entire building. Why is it named the fifth floor? Lin Chen couldn't help but inquire. At that moment, when Xian also glanced at Zhao Yuanhang, as she was not privy to the origins of the name, Zhao Yuanhang explained, I once heard from a friend that it is named after the owner, known as Fifth Master. What a peculiar yet somewhat haphazard name. It seems that Fifth Master is quite an interesting character, Lin Chen remarked. Zhao Yuanhang cast a glance at the two. Let us enter. Dining here carries a certain significance. As they walked, Zhao Yuanhang continued. Indeed, I have also heard that when dining at the 5th floor, one must adhere to its customs. You must first bathe and change before commencing the meal. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Is it really that complicated? According to their explanation, it is intended to allow us to savor the true flavors of the food, free from external distractions, when Xian elaborated. As they spoke, they arrived at the reception. True to its status as a high-end restaurant, even the receptionist was a beauty rated above 80. The moment she noticed their arrival, a smile adorned her face, and her gaze fixed on Xian. Excuse me, are you Miss Xian? Xian nodded. The receptionist slightly bowed and gestured. Please follow me for bathing and changing. At that moment, Lin Chen received a call from Yi Qinxue. What is the matter? She asked. Are you free tonight? Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Yi Qinxue hurriedly continued. Well, thanks to you last time, our family's company is safe. My father asked me to call and see if you are available for dinner at our home tonight. Lin Chen glanced at the time. I'm afraid I won't be free tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon? Yi Qinxue inquired eagerly. I should be available tomorrow afternoon. Then could you come by tomorrow afternoon? Sure. After hanging up, Yi Qinxue sighed in relief. Seated across from her, Ye's mother immediately asked, How did it go? Did Mr. Lin agree? Yi Qinxue replied helplessly. He agreed, but only for tomorrow. He is not free today. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother beamed with joy. Tomorrow works too. A successful man like Mr. Lin must be very busy. We should be understanding of him. Observing her mother's delight, Yi Qinxue couldn't help but twitch her lips. Initially, her mother had opposed her relationship with Lin Chen, but upon learning that he was the investor in her father's company, her attitude transformed, and she began to impart various experiences to her. Although Yi Qinxue found these so-called experiences somewhat dubious, at that moment, Ye's mother sat beside her, grasping her hand earnestly. You must seize the opportunity while Mr. Lin is still in university. He is such an exceptional young man. Yi Qinxue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Mom, weren't you against this before? What has changed? Hearing this, Ye's mother chuckled awkwardly. Well, I didn't know then, but now I wholeheartedly support it. Returning to the topic, she added, You are truly remarkable, my daughter. You recognize that Lin Chen was extraordinary from the beginning. Yi Qinxue shot her mother an annoyed look. Mom, don't say such things. When I liked him, I had no idea about his identity or that he was the one investing in my father's company. All right. My daughter is truly impressive. Ye's mother quickly interjected, patting her hand. When Mr. Lin visits tomorrow, you must make the most of this opportunity. Yet, Yi Qinxue appeared bewildered. Opportunity? Isn't just a dinner? You silly girl. Ye's mother lightly tapped her head and whispered something into her ear. Initially taken aback, Yi Qinxue's face turned slightly red upon comprehension. Mom, what a ridiculous idea. Her mother seemed to suggest keeping Lin Chen overnight, leading to. Shaking her head vigorously, Yi Qinxue insisted. No, why not? Such things happen naturally when the time and atmosphere are right. You can't just say no. Faced with her daughter's stubbornness, Ye's mother relented. However, she was determined to find a way to keep Lin Chen overnight, hoping to foster their budding relationship. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained oblivious to their thoughts. After leaving the 5th floor, the trio returned to their respective homes. It was now 6 in the evening, and with no evening classes, Lin Chen assumed Su Mo likely had nothing planned. Thus, he grasped the steering wheel with one hand and dialed Su Mo's number with the other. Hello, are you busy? No. Then I'll come pick you up. Wait for me at the school gate. After ending the call, Lin Chen made a U-turn and headed towards Donghai University. Upon reaching the school gate, he parked his car aside, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that the freshman who arrived by helicopter? And he has swapped 6 or 7 top-tier sports cars in just a month. Plus, he is incredibly handsome. I'm utterly smitten. Can we have a dozen of such freshmen? It seemed he was waiting for someone. Could it be a girlfriend? Just then, Su Mo hurriedly arrived and slid into the passenger seat. The surrounding girls felt their hearts shatter. So Lin Chen truly has a girlfriend. Let us retreat. Now they realized Lin Chen preferred the younger, cuter type. Oh, how I wish I could just sit in the passenger seat once. Noticing her breathless state, it was evident she had rushed over. Sorry, I'm late. Su Mo immediately apologized upon entering. Lin Chen shook his head in mild exasperation. Why were you rushing? I wouldn't have minded waiting a bit longer. Hearing this, Su Mo felt a touch embarrassed. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. You're silly. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg one roared to life, speeding away. Where are we going? Su Mo inquired. Lin Chen glanced at her. To buy you some clothes. Chapter 176. Clothing acquisition. It seemed that Su Mo had very few outfits, always cycling through the same few ensembles. Before encountering Suemo, he had assumed that every girl at least possessed a couple of wardrobes full of clothing. Yet, it appeared that Suemo had merely a handful of outfits. Buying clothes? Why the sudden desire to purchase them for me? Suemo asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen glanced at her and responded, is it not permissible for me to buy you something? Suemo, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. She had just entertained the whimsical notion of planting a kiss on him, but with Lin Chen driving, she dismissed the idea. It would be unwise to risk any mishap. At the Guajin Center, Lin Chen's car roared into the vicinity, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Goodness, is that a Koenigsegg one? Incredible. This is a Phantom vehicle, capable of reaching speeds of 450 km/h, accelerating from 0 to 400 km/h in an astonishing 20 seconds. Truly a dream car. The vehicle exuded opulence, undoubtedly worth several million. Instantly, all eyes were on the individual behind the wheel. The owner felt slightly intimidated. Why are you all staring at me? Did I say something wrong? Several million? Huh. This car is worth at least 100 million. You'd be lucky to buy a tire for that price, someone scoffed, leaving the crowd in astonishment. They knew the car was expensive, but they had not anticipated such a staggering figure. At that moment, Lin Chen's car came to a halt. As the door opened, the crowd gasped once more. Suemo was the first to emerge from the vehicle. Wow, the affluent are truly fortunate to attract such beautiful companions. If only I could have a girlfriend as stunning as that, one bystander mused. Wake up. If you buy a luxury car, perhaps you too could have a lovely girlfriend like her. The crowd was left in a quandary, unsure whether to envy the Koenigsegg owner or the alluring young lady. Hearing the remarks, Suemo felt her cheeks flush, while Lin Chen appeared unfazed, casually draping his arm around her shoulder. Let us go. Once they had distanced themselves, Suemo quietly inquired, did you hear what they just said? I did. Why should I react? Lin Chen chuckled. What does it matter what strangers say? They will say whatever they wish, and I cannot control their words. Suemo pondered for a moment. I suppose you're right. Lin Chen smiled resignedly. You're quite naive. Together, they entered the Guajin Center, a veritable shopping haven in Donghai City. Despite it not being a holiday, the place was bustling with people. As Suemo surveyed the array of high-end clothing stores, she felt a twinge of anxiety, gently tugging at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen. The clothes here must be quite expensive, right? Lin Chen regarded her with an exasperated expression. Do I look like someone who lacks money? If you see something you like, feel free to choose. Suemo hesitated but silently nodded in agreement. Lin Chen led her into a Dior women's boutique. Upon entering, several sales associates immediately set aside their tasks and approached them. Mr. Lin, welcome. How may we assist you today? One of them inquired, glancing at Suemo beside him. The girl he had brought previously was not the same. However, affluent individuals often change their companions, and such occurrences were not uncommon in their line of work. Yet, these two young women were distinctly different. One exuded sensuality, while the other radiated charm. Lin Chen recalled the previous time he had accompanied Shunmingqi to shop here. Suemo, too, was curious how they knew his surname. The sales associate quickly clarified. Mr. Lin is considered a distinguished guest of our center. We have received directives to ensure he is treated with utmost care. Suemo finally understood, casting a surprised glance at Lin Chen. He merely smiled lightly. Thank you. We appreciate your assistance. No need for formality, Mr. Lin. It is our duty, the sales associate replied promptly. Lin Chen turned to Suemo. Why don't you browse a bit? Suemo bit her lip and nodded. All right. She then moved aside to carefully select items, while Lin Chen settled into a nearby chair. The sales associate promptly arranged for exquisite tea to be served to Lin Chen. Sipping the tea, he observed Suemo as she perused the clothing. After about 10 minutes, she finally emerged with a long-sleeved autumn-winter dress. Holding it up to Lin Chen, she asked, what do you think of this? Lin Chen smiled gently. How can I know unless you try it on? Head to the fitting room. Suemo hesitated for a few moments, glancing at the price tag, feeling a pang of anxiety. The dress was priced at 74,000, and being white, she worried about staining it during the fitting. Is there an issue with trying it on? Lin Chen urged, noticing her hesitation. She shook her head, glanced at Lin Chen, steeled herself, and took the white dress into the fitting room. Lin Chen sighed, realizing she might be trying to spare him expenses. As Suemo changed, she was exceedingly cautious, fearful of smudging her makeup on the dress. Initially, she planned to wear it and claim it was unflattering or unsuitable if she didn't like it. But the thought of ruining it loomed large. Finally, she stepped out in the dress, asking timidly, how does it look? As she twirled before Lin Chen. I believe. Just as Suemo was about to speak, Lin Chen interjected, it looks wonderful. Wrap it up. Suemo was taken aback, speechless at his decision. Go ahead and select more, Lin Chen encouraged. Suemo felt a wave of uncertainty. Though the garments were exquisite, they were prohibitively expensive. She worried that Lin Chen might think she was with him for his wealth. Surrounded by a plethora of beautiful clothing, Suemo found herself in a dilemma. Lin Chen, noticing her distress, turned to the sales associate. Could you recommend something suitable for her? The associate understood the cue and eagerly agreed, recognizing the potential for a lucrative sale. She sensed that they were on the verge of a profitable transaction. Chapter 177. Suemo was deeply moved. Yet even so, she dared not take it lightly and merely recommended what she deemed appropriate to Suemo. This young lady, are you still a student? The sales assistant inquired gently. Suemo glanced at Lin Chen and nodded. The assistant immediately took a navy blue short coat from the side and meticulously introduced it. This double-faced wool coat, lined with a silk blend, features exquisite print details. It is both elegant and understated, making it perfect for school wear. Suemo bit her lip. It was indeed beautiful. However, this garment cost a staggering 120,000. Such an amount could exceed the annual salary of many, making the purchase of a single piece of clothing seem excessively extravagant. Embarrassed to refuse, she cast a pleading look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, it's lovely. I like it too. Please wrap it up. Suemo sighed, conceding to the situation. Yet, contemplating it differently, she mused that if she dressed beautifully, Lin Chen would also appear more pleasing to the eye. Perhaps he would appreciate her even more? Subsequently, the sales assistant presented her with a polka-dot chiffon skirt. This skirt is a new arrival, crafted from a comfortable cotton blend with sheer fabric in an off-white shade. The polka-dot pattern is playful and charming. Suemo nodded. All right, I'll take this. From that point onward, she became somewhat numb. She tried her best to avoid glancing at the price tags, occasionally stealing a glance at Lin Chen. Each time, he offered her a reassuring look, encouraging her to take her time in choosing. Eventually, when Suemo looked at the pile of garments and felt it was overwhelming, she informed Lin Chen that she had enough. He nodded in agreement. The sales assistant was practically beaming with joy. The clothes were all neatly packaged in large and small bags. Upon seeing the total amount at payment, Suemo was astounded. Over 2 million. She anxiously turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, perhaps I should choose a few to return? Return what? They all look wonderful, Lin Chen replied, already handing over his bank card. Beep. The transaction was successful. Hearing those words sent a shiver down Suemo's spine. Over 2 million for a heap of clothes. In the past, she would have deemed herself insane for such an expenditure. Lin Chen, thank you. Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The fact that Lin Chen would spend such a significant sum on her indicated that she held a very important place in his heart. Moreover, it was rare for a man to spend so lavishly on a woman. Lin Chen smiled. Thank me? Then how about a little reward? What kind of reward? Suemo inquired eagerly. Lin Chen chuckled softly, glancing at the nearby sales assistants before saying, I'll tell you when we get back. The sales assistants exchanged knowing smiles, but said nothing. Suemo was left bewildered. However, since Lin Chen mentioned discussing it later, she decided to wait. He treated her so well. Whatever reward he desired, she would surely comply. After all, she was already his. With that thought, Suemo felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. At that moment, a sales assistant approached with a black and gold card, handing it to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you have met our conditions. Here is our store's SVIP membership card. From now on, Mr. Lin will enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases at our store. Good. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, accepting the card. For him, the discount was inconsequential, as money was not an issue. Suddenly, he recalled the delightful private dining experience at Wangfu, which Jiang Li had introduced him to. He thought Suemo likely hadn't eaten yet, and asked, by the way, have you had dinner? Suemo shook her head, her expression a bit dazed. Then let us go eat something delicious, Lin Chen proposed. Looking at the mountain of bags, Suemo hesitated. Lin Chen, how are we going to carry all these clothes? It seems we need 4 hands to manage. She then recalled Lin Chen's Koenigsegg 1, adding, the trunk probably can't accommodate them. How will we get to dinner? Hearing this, the sales assistant chimed in, Miss, there's no need to worry. For customers like Mr. Lin, who purchase so much, we offer a delivery service. Realizing this, Suemo felt a bit slow on the uptake, so that is how it works. Should we use the school address or yours? Lin Chen asked. Suemo considered it. Let us use your address. It might be a hassle, but sending them directly to school would attract too much attention. She disliked drawing attention. That makes sense, Lin Chen nodded, providing the address of Yunshuijian. After leaving the store, Lin Chen intended to buy Suemo a few more items. But she resolutely declined, insisting she had already spent too much of his money. Thus, after their shopping spree, Lin Chen drove her directly to dinner. Arriving at Wangfu, Lin Chen reserved the same private room, Tingfeng Xiaozhu, that Zhang Li had previously booked. As they entered the courtyard of Wangfu, Su Mo, brimming with curiosity, looked around in awe. Lin Chen, this place is stunning, she marveled. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, which indeed were quite beautiful. The environment was exceptional, featuring rockeries and ponds, reminiscent of a Su-style garden. Once seated at Tingfeng Xiaozhu, Su Mo asked, Lin Chen, do you come here often? Not really. This is only my second time, he replied. How did you discover this place? It's so beautiful, Su Mo exclaimed. Lin Chen smiled lightly. A friend brought me here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found such a secluded gem. As they spoke, an array of exquisite dishes was served before them. Having not eaten since class and wandering around the Guojin Center, Su Mo was already ravenous. While eating, she couldn't help but comment, this is delicious. But it's not as good as what you make. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is that so? They say to capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Yet, I feel as though I have captured yours instead. At that moment, Su Mo remembered the promised reward and asked, by the way, Lin Chen, what kind of reward did you want when we were at the Guojin Center? Now that they were alone, surely he could share it. Lin Chen paused momentarily, a teasing glint in his eyes as he looked at Su Mo. Do you really want to know? Su Mo nodded, her expression earnest. Of course. How can I give you a reward if I don't know what it is? Lin Chen replied, I would like jelly and popping candy as my reward. If that's all right? Chapter 178. Jelly jumping candy. Su Mo was taken aback. Her large eyes gradually filled with confusion. Is it really that simple? Is there nothing else? Lin Chen, who was in the midst of eating, nearly choked. Simple? However, he reflected that her use of the word simple perhaps indicated her lack of understanding of its meaning. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Little sister, you are still too naive. Su Mo tilted her head, looking completely bewildered. Isn't it? She then added, it's quite strange. If you wanted jumping candy and jelly, why not just go buy them yourself at the supermarket? Lin Chen almost choked again. This Su Mo truly had a knack for unexpected remarks. It's not for me. It's for you. Su Mo's confusion deepened. Wasn't it a reward for you? How did it become mine? Lin Chen suppressed a laugh, shaking his head in exasperation. Forget it. You're too innocent. I wouldn't want to corrupt you. Su Mo pouted, looking annoyed. What is this? So annoying. Just to tease me. She appeared quite adorable in her petulance, reminiscent of Su Tao. Lin Chen mused to himself that such liveliness suited her well. Seeing that Lin Chen was unwilling to elaborate, Su Mo decided not to press the issue further. However, recalling how Lin Chen had bought her so many clothes and treated her to such delicious food, she began to reflect on her own behavior. Had she been too harsh just now? With a guilty heart, she lowered her head and stole a glance at Lin Chen. Noticing that his expression remained unchanged, she gradually felt relieved. What's the matter? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mo, a bit shy, confessed. I think I was too harsh with you earlier. And how do you plan to compensate me? Compensate again? Lin Chen looked at Su Mo, who appeared utterly dazed and could only shake his head. Oh dear, you were quite fierce just now. It really hurt my feelings. I'll make it up to you. At that moment, Lin Chen wore a triumphant smile, pointing to his own face. Then come give me a kiss? Upon seeing the triumphant look on Lin Chen's face, Su Mo finally realized he had been teasing her. Pouting in indignation, she reluctantly stood up and approached Lin Chen. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes, mustering her courage to lean in. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen turned his head, deftly clasping her while spinning her around. Before she could register what was happening, she found herself in a dizzying whirl. A minute later, with a flushed face, Su Mo struggled to sit up from Lin Chen's lap. Pouting her swollen lips, she shot him an irritated glare before returning to her seat. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He discovered one of the joys of life. Teasing Su Mo, normally reserved and sensitive, her shyness and anger made her exceptionally charming. Reflecting on what had just transpired, Su Mo looked around, ensuring no one was watching, before turning to Lin Chen. Su Tao was right. You are a big bad guy. We agreed it would just be a quick peck on the cheek. That minute felt like an eternity. Thankfully, I learned to breathe. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Compared to last time, you've improved significantly. You even learned to breathe. Su Mo covered her face. A few seconds later, she lowered her hands. Stop it. Lin Chen laughed, shaking his head. All right, no more. Otherwise, your face might just turn crimson. Though he could tease her, he knew when to draw the line. Following that, they chatted casually about school matters. Once they finished their meals, they prepared to leave. Lin Chen was scrolling through his phone, while Su Mo recalled the jelly and jumping candy. She promptly took out her phone and opened a search engine. Moments later, with a flushed face, Su Mo hurriedly pressed the back button, deleting her browsing history before shutting off her phone, feeling anxious and restless. Lin Chen noticed her unusual behavior and cast a suspicious glance her way. What's wrong? Su Mo quickly shook her head. Nothing. She assessed Lin Chen from top to bottom, surprised to discover this side of him. The city is full of tricks. I want to return to the countryside. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mo and her tightly clenched phone, unable to suppress a laugh. Her reaction likely stemmed from discovering the true nature of jelly and jumping candy. Su Mo glared at him in a mix of embarrassment and anger. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen feigned innocence, shrugging. I'm not laughing at anything. This child was still too naive. As the time drew near, they both stood up to leave Wang Fu private kitchen. In the car, Lin Chen glanced at Su Mo beside him. Shall I take you back to school, or to my place? Back to my place. Su Mo blushed, reminded of the jumping candy and jelly, and ultimately decided, let us go back to school. Tomorrow, I have an early class, and I want to reserve a seat for you. The early class and reserving a seat was merely an excuse. Lin Chen understood her intent. All right then, I'll take you back to school. The atmosphere in the car felt somewhat tense as the heat rose. Lin Chen turned on the air conditioning slightly. As they neared the school, he asked, should I drop you off at the dormitory entrance? Su Mo quickly shook her head. No, I can get off at the entrance. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. After Su Mo exited the car and entered the school, he drove away. However, instead of heading straight to her dormitory, she went to the school's convenience store. Upon entering, her first task was to find jelly. Once she found it, she immediately weighed 2 pounds, selecting a little of each flavor. I wonder if this is enough, but it seems like it might be too much. After searching high and low, she still couldn't find the jumping candy. Approaching the cashier, she casually asked, do you have any jumping candy here? The cashier, a young man, paused for a moment upon hearing her question. He glanced at the jelly in his hand, then back at Su Mo, connecting the dots. His gaze toward her became somewhat peculiar. Su Mo, sensing the shift, quickly added, my roommate asked me to buy some. Do you have any? Oh, the cashier nodded, understanding. He pointed to a location. Over there is some. Su Mo hurried over, grabbed 2 bags, and paid. Once outside the store, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Life truly is a performance, relying entirely on skills. Opening the bag, she gazed at the jumping candy and jelly, lost in thought. She had tasted jelly before, but was still unaware of the flavor of jumping candy. With that thought, she tore open the packaging and popped a piece of jumping candy into her mouth. As it hit her tongue, it crackled and popped. Su Mo couldn't help but widen her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. This sensation was utterly peculiar. Chapter 179. The stalwart Lin Chen. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be that Lin Chen was fond of this? Su Mo felt her cheeks flush anew, overwhelmed by embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Chen, initially intending to return, suddenly craved a drink at a bar. He promptly turned his car around and headed towards the Nightshade bar. Upon parking at the entrance, a considerable stir ensued. However, Lin Chen paid it no mind. He was accustomed to such attention. The moment the bar manager spotted Lin Chen, he was taken aback, quickly straightening his tie before approaching him. Mr. Lin, welcome. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his gaze. You know me? The manager, sensing the gravity of the moment, smiled and explained, indeed, young Master Zhao is a regular here. He specifically instructed us to ensure you receive exceptional treatment should you choose to visit. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. This last remark remained unspoken, yet it was clear Zhao Yuanhang held a significant respect for this Mr. Lin. After all, Zhao Yuanhang was the heir to the Zhao group, and anyone deserving such deference must surely be a person of great stature. Furthermore, Lin Chen's youth only added to the enigma surrounding him. Lin Chen nodded slightly, understanding. Ah, I see. The manager continued, Mr. Lin, young Master Zhao and his friends are currently in a private room. Would you like to? The unvoiced suggestion was unmistakable. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No, I prefer to enjoy a drink alone. If I were to join Zhao Yuanhang and the others, I fear I wouldn't leave sober tonight. I have classes tomorrow, and besides, Su Mo is saving a spot for me. It wouldn't be right to skip. Acknowledging Lin Chen's decision, the manager refrained from pressing the matter further and inquired instead, would you prefer a private room or a table outside? Outside, please, Lin Chen replied. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the manager arranged a prime position for Lin Chen. He ordered a drink and began to savor it. Just then, a few individuals entered the bar, drawing attention. The vehicle outside was a Koenigsegg 1, a dream car for many. That's my dream car too, but I doubt I'll ever afford one. Don't even think about it. You'll never be able to buy it in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, engrossed in her drink, lifted her gaze, a hint of curiosity and color gracing her cheeks. Wait, isn't that Lin Chen's car? She scanned the room but found no sign of him. A wry smile crossed her lips. Perhaps she had misheard. What were the chances Lin Chen would be here? She shook her head and continued sipping her drink. Nearby, several women, eager to attract affluent companions, perked up at the mention of the car. Though they were unfamiliar with the Koenigsegg brand, they instinctively began searching their phones. Moments later, astonished expressions appeared on their faces as they closed their devices. My goodness, a car worth over 100 million, definitely a prime catch. No, a gold-digging benefactor. At that moment, their gazes shifted to Lin Chen, their interest piqued. The young man had been greeted by the manager upon entering. Could that car truly belong to him? Yet, after a moment of scrutiny, doubts crept in. He appeared too youthful to be affluent. Nevertheless, his handsome features stirred a sense of intrigue among them. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he was the subject of their speculation. Just then, a striking woman approached, leaning against his table and tilting her body forward, offering a flirtatious smile. Hey, handsome, do you have a light? She winked suggestively. The overpowering scent of her perfume wafted towards him, causing Lin Chen to wrinkle his nose in confusion. Her makeup was heavy, and while she bore a semblance of beauty, the fine lines at her eyes hinted she was nearing her 30s. No, I don't. Lin Chen replied coolly, averting his gaze. The woman giggled. Then how did you ignite my heart? Lin Chen blinked, momentarily taken aback. So, she was trying to flirt. He shook his head. Your pickup line is rather outdated. I stopped using that centuries ago. The woman's expression faltered slightly at his response. Is this what they call a stalwart man? Then do share something more modern to enlighten me, she urged, inching closer. Lin Chen immediately shifted away, covering his nose. Please, don't come too close. Your scent is overwhelming. At that, her smile vanished, replaced by a huff of indignation as she turned on her heel. Laughter erupted from nearby women, only for more to approach, each meeting the same fate. Lin Chen sighed, bemused by the incessant distractions. It seemed that these women were seasoned in nightlife, and he had no interest in their overtures. Meanwhile, Zhang Li found herself confronted by a lecherous middle-aged man who approached with 2 drinks. He placed one before her. Beautiful lady, enjoying a drink alone? Care to share a toast? He had noticed her earlier. She was captivating, with a figure that turned heads, truly a gem among the ordinary women in the bar. Moreover, he had observed she was alone, making her an easier target. Thus, he had waited for her to indulge a little more before making his move. However, Zhang Li didn't even glance at him, pushing the drink away. No, go away. Unfortunately, she pushed too hard, sending the glass toppling and spilling wine on his trousers. He sprang up, angrily wiping at the stain while cursing. Damn it, how rude. Hearing this, Zhang Li frowned, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Leave. The man, emboldened by alcohol, retorted. What is the act? You come to a bar to drink. Isn't to mingle? Despite the bar's raucous atmosphere, their altercation drew the attention of several patrons. Lin Chen, who had just risen to leave, turned to observe the commotion, recognizing a familiar figure. Zhang Fox. What is she doing here? Chapter 180. The reluctant bride Zhang Li, disinterested, averted her gaze. The middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated, akin to striking a fist into cotton. Unable to contain himself, he raised his hand towards Zhang Li's face. However, before his hand could land, it was seized. Zhang Li paused, looking up at the newcomer. Lin Chen. Zhang Li's expression was one of astonishment. How could he possibly be here? Lin Chen regarded the man with a cold stare. Hitting a woman isn't quite honorable, is it? The middle-aged man faltered momentarily. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business, he began, but his words were cut short by his own cries of distress. Let go, let go. With a forceful motion, Lin Chen released his grip, causing the man to stumble back several steps. As he steadied himself, he was about to unleash a torrent of insults when the bar manager arrived. What is going on? Upon seeing Lin Chen, the manager quickly bowed slightly, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Lin, may I ask what transpired? Lin Chen cast a brief glance at the middle-aged man, remaining silent. The manager, grasping the situation, turned to the man with a frosty demeanor. Mr. Lin is a friend of young Master Zhao. Even Zhao himself treats Mr. Lin with utmost respect. What are you then? With just that one statement, the man's face turned pale, illustrating the immense influence of Zhao Yuanhang. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were a friend of young Master Zhao. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have dared to offend you. Lin Chen dismissed him with a wave of his hand, and the man hurriedly expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. Familiar with the bar's crowd, he knew all too well who Zhao Yuanhang was, having attempted to curry favor with him on multiple occasions, only to be met with indifference. Zhao Yuanhang. The heir of the Zhao group was well known, and it was said that people of similar status congregate, meaning his acquaintances were likely to be exceptional individuals as well. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down his back, prompting him to leave the bar without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Li continued to gaze at Lin Chen in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. How are you here? Just moments ago, she had been contemplating Lin Chen, and now he stood before her. An occurrence too incredible to fathom. Lin Chen settled into the seat opposite her. If you can be here, why can't I? Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, clearly a sign of intoxication. Jiang Li let out a bitter laugh, draining her glass in one go, a heavy sorrow evident in her brow. Lin Chen frowned slightly, this being the first time he witnessed such a state in Jiang Li. What could possibly be troubling her? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Li spoke up. Will you drink with me? Lin Chen paused for a few seconds before nodding. Very well. At worst, I can carry you home. He then requested a glass from the waiter, and the two began to drink. However, every time Jiang Li filled her glass, Lin Chen would pour most of her drink into his own, leaving only a small amount in hers. Jiang Li blinked in surprise and teased. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire. Has something happened? After a moment of silence, Jiang Li revealed. My family arranged a marriage for me, and that person is a scoundrel. I fled to Donghai City to avoid marrying him and started Jiaqing Company. We had agreed that if my company didn't go bankrupt within 3 years, I could decide my own fate. Yet, as the deadline approaches, my family has gone back on their word, forcing me to return and marry him. Listening to her plight, Lin Chen began to piece together the situation. It was merely a case of familial coercion, with Jiang Li unwilling to comply, seeking solace in drink. Aren't you from Donghai? He asked. Jiang Li shook her head. My family is from Modu. She sighed, adding, I didn't intend to return, but I received news that my grandfather is gravely ill. They want me back urgently. Lin Chen regarded her with concern. Isn't there a 3-year agreement? Why the sudden insistence on your return? Jiang Li, feeling helpless, explained. The Yunxing group at home is facing difficulties and requires a substantial sum. They need me to enter a marriage alliance to secure the funds. At that moment, Lin Chen's mind was interrupted by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a storyline mission. Agree to assist Jiang Li's Yunxing group. Reward. One of Modu's leading enterprises, Longxi Group. Lin Chen was taken aback. A system mission? It seemed the system was inclined to assist Jiang Li. How much funding does your family require? He inquired. Jiang Li blinked, meeting Lin Chen's earnest gaze. Approximately 800 million. She responded. Why do you ask? Lin Chen smiled confidently. Isn't it merely a matter of money? I assure you, problems solvable with money are not problems at all. Jiang Li's mouth fell open in astonishment. While his words were reassuring, 800 million was no trifling sum. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. 800 million? Just tell your family that I'll invest. Jiang Li froze, her hand holding the glass suspended in midair, utterly astounded. The realization began to sober her up. If Lin Chen truly intended to help her, it could mean she would not have to marry that man after all. Taking a deep breath, she forced her shock down. After all, 800 million was no small matter. Lin Chen lifted his glass and took a sip. What? Do you not believe me? He raised an eyebrow playfully at Jiang Li, eliciting a smile from him. In that instant, Jiang Li's heart raced. No, it couldn't be. The phrase a gentleman as flawless as jade, unmatched in the world suddenly came to her mind. What are you worried about? Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Lin Chen had numerous enterprises under his command, and rumors suggested he was the wealthiest in Donghai. Since he was willing to assist her, and she required help, Jiang Li bit her lip, deciding to accept his kindness. Then, I thank you. With that, she filled Lin Chen's glass to the brim and poured herself another. Lin Chen attempted to stop her, but she insisted, You've already done me such a great favor, I must toast you. Seeing the earnestness in Jiang Li's eyes, Lin Chen relented. As they clinked glasses, Jiang Li's complexion grew noticeably more flushed. Chapter 181. The Tipsy Fox, Jiang Li, and Lin Chen's helplessness. She truly had indulged too much. At this moment, Jiang Li's heart was a tumultuous mix of joy and sorrow. She had no doubt about Lin Chen's integrity. However, if Lin Chen had genuinely assisted her this time, she would owe him a significant debt of gratitude. Previously, he had resolved a pressing crisis for her company, and she had yet to adequately repay him. Now, with an additional favor, she feared that her debts might become insurmountable. Perhaps, she would have to offer herself in return. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Li glanced at Lin Chen, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Her flushed face, exacerbated by the alcohol, went unnoticed by Lin Chen. Typically, he would have quipped about the rare sight of the proud Jiang Fox blushing, but he failed to perceive her state. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, unable to suppress the notion that had her betrothed been Lin Chen, she might not have opposed the arrangement. After taking another large sip, she attempted to suppress her chaotic thoughts. When they finally departed, the hour was quite late, and Jiang Li was completely disoriented from the alcohol. Lin Chen, draping his arm around her shoulder, wore an expression of exasperation. You dare to venture out alone for drinks. Look at you now. Jiang Li, in her stupor, heard his words and muttered softly, "I actually wanted to find you, but—" As she trailed off, her voice dwindled to silence. Lin Chen could not help but inquire, "But what?" Yet, Jiangli remained mute. Resigned, he ushered her into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Nearby, a group of women witnessed this scene, frozen in shock. So this luxurious car belonged to that charming young man? They were the same group who had previously attempted to engage Lin Chen in conversation. After their failed attempts, they had come to this spot, hoping to catch a glimpse of the owner of the Koenigsegg one. After waiting for over an hour, they were astonished to discover that the captivating young man they had approached was indeed the car's owner. By the time they regained their composure, the Koenigsegg one had already sped away. "Ah, this young man is both handsome and wealthy. If only I had held on a little longer," they lamented. "He must have been testing us, and we failed to withstand the challenge, allowing that woman to seize the opportunity. How envious I am of her. She is so cunning, pretending to be drunk just to have the supercar gentleman escort her home. That supercar gentleman has been deceived by a scheming woman. How disheartening." At that moment, Lin Chen had parked in front of Jiang Li's house. "Where are the keys?" he inquired, looking down. Jiang Li frowned slightly, dazedly replying that they were in her bag. Lin Chen freed one hand to rummage through her bag, searching fruitlessly until he stumbled upon a sanitary napkin. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily returned it, glancing at the oblivious Jiang Li. Relieved that she hadn't noticed, he resumed his search. Finally, he found the keys. Unlocking the door, he guided Jiang Li into her bedroom. Weighing under 100 pounds, she was light, and with Lin Chen's robust physique, he exerted little effort. As he looked at Jiang Li lying on the bed, he shook his head in resignation. Just as he intended to leave, Jiang Li reached out and grasped his hand. Their eyes met, and Lin Chen felt a slight stiffness in his body. Jiang Li lifted her gaze slightly, playfully poked him, smiled, and then flopped back down to continue her slumber. Lin Chen was left at a loss. Had he not witnessed her excessive drinking and the unmistakable flush on her cheeks, he might have believed that the Jiang Fox was merely pretending to be tipsy. How could someone so intoxicated still be so alluring? With unsteady steps, she could still him. Nevertheless, he was not one to take advantage of her vulnerability. After tucking Jiang Li in, Lin Chen quietly exited. Upon returning to his villa, he took a shower and went straight to bed. The following day, Lin Chen arrived in class to find Su Mo had already saved him a seat. However, as he settled down, Su Mo became increasingly anxious, unsure of how to position her limbs. Noticing her distress, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Is your chair uncomfortable?" Su Mo blinked, momentarily puzzled by his question. "No. Why?" "Then why are you fidgeting?" he pressed. I just feel like it. What of it?" she retorted. Lin Chen smirked slyly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "We'll discuss it tonight." Su Mo's face turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripe shrimp. She glanced at her bag, which contained popping candy and jelly. Her cheeks felt even hotter. In a flurry, Su Mo grabbed her water cup and gulped down some water, only to sputter and cough. Lin Chen, ever the gentleman, gently patted her back. "See, you're all flustered." Su Mo dared not meet his gaze. At that moment, their modern Chinese teacher entered the room. Su Mo quickly nudged Lin Chen, signaling him to sit up straight. She vividly recalled how they had been reprimanded during their last exchange. From that point on, she refrained from speaking in class. The teacher, upon entering, cast a glance at Lin Chen and Su Mo, and upon seeing no peculiar behavior, commenced the lesson. During high school, she had heard that university classes were twice as long as high school ones. 2 full blocks of instruction consumed the entire morning. Given the strictness of the teacher and Su Mo's timid nature, Lin Chen did not utter a single word to her throughout the 2 lengthy sessions. It felt rather tedious. Finally, when class concluded, Lin Chen turned to Su Mo. "Do you have plans later?" Su Mo nodded. "I do." She recalled a recipe for a soup she had inquired about on Jihu and was planning to buy the ingredients to prepare it for Lin Chen. It was meant to be a surprise, so she could not reveal it to him. Seeing her determination, Lin Chen sighed. "All right then. I had hoped to take you out for lunch since I will be busy this afternoon." "What do you have planned this afternoon?" Su Mo asked curiously. "I'm going to a friend's house for lunch. Shall I come find you tonight?" Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. "How about I pick you up instead?" Su Mo nodded in agreement. "That works." After the crowd dispersed, Lin Chen exited the classroom, while Su Mo quietly made her way to a nearby mall. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen drove away from the school, he received a phone call. Chapter 182. The banquet at the Yi family. Yi Qinxue inquired about Lin Chen's arrival time, to which Lin Chen replied that he was en route. Yi Qinxue paused momentarily, then cautioned him to drive safely before they ended the call. After hanging up, both Ye's mother and Yi Qinxue felt a surge of tension. Yu Zhanghua glanced at them in bewilderment and remarked, "What are you so anxious about?" "Mr. Lin isn't going to eat you." He then instructed, make sure the house is spotless. Every nook and cranny must be thoroughly checked. And what about the potted plants at the entrance? Have they been trimmed? Are the Michelin chefs ready? Inform them that they can commence. Yi Qinxue exchanged a glance with her mother, her temples twitching slightly. Who was it that had just said there was no reason to be nervous? Now, it was they who were flustered. Once everything was arranged, the 3 members of the Yi family proceeded to the entrance to await Lin Chen's arrival. After about 10 minutes, a Koenigsegg one roared to a stop in front of their home. Yi Zhonghua's breath caught in his throat upon seeing it. The last time he met Mr. Lin, he drove a Lamborghini Veneno. Had he acquired another new vehicle? This was the renowned Koenigsegg one, known as the Ghost. As the door of the Koenigsegg one slowly opened, Lin Chen stepped out. Lin Chen, you've arrived, Yi Qinxue exclaimed, while her parents shot her an admonishing look. Mr. Lin, they greeted respectfully. Lin Chen smiled and replied, it's fine, just call me Lin Chen, I'm not particular about titles. Of course, they responded with cheerful smiles. While Yi Qinxue felt somewhat at a loss for words, they then ushered Lin Chen inside. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. The Yi family's villa was modest, but not small, adorned with vintage decor, and even the furniture was entirely wooden, a reflection of Yi Zhonghua's taste. Lin Chen settled onto the sofa, and Yu Zhonghua promptly requested that a fine long Jing tea be brewed. Yu Zhonghua began to brief Lin Chen on the company's current situation, which Lin Chen found quite satisfactory. After collaborating with Hongda Mall, Lucking Beverages had made a significant breakthrough, greatly enhancing its visibility. Subsequently, orders from various merchants began to flood in. Lucking had finally carved out a niche in Donghai City, even siphoning off a considerable portion of Huan Yin's customer base. Despite Huan Yin's frustration, it found itself unable to counter the increasingly formidable Lucking. As Lin Chen perused the documents in his hand, he listened to Yi Zhonghua's account. Once he finished speaking, Lin Chen closed the documents and placed them on the nearby table. Excellent, Mr. Yi, you are indeed a seasoned veteran in the business world, adept at navigating the future market's trajectory. Yi Zhonghua humbly replied, oh, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. If it weren't for your assistance during those 2 critical junctures, Lucking might have already faced bankruptcy. You are the one with great promise, Mr. Lin. The younger generation surpasses the older. Lin Chen smiled dismissively, disinterested in such mutual flattery. Finally, the moment for dining arrived. They sat down at the table, where the dishes prepared by the Michelin 2-star chefs awaited. I wonder if the food will suit Mr. Lin's palate, Yi Zhonghua pondered aloud. Lin Chen nodded, it's good. He had heard of Michelin restaurants, known for their rigorous rating system based on the Michelin Guide. Only the finest establishments could achieve such acclaim, offering extraordinary dining experiences and environments. Yi Zhonghua must have invested a considerable sum to invite Michelin chefs to prepare a meal for guests in his home. Meanwhile, Ye's mother discreetly nudged Yi Qinxue with her foot, signaling her to serve Lin Chen some food. Reluctantly, Yi Qinxue picked up the serving chopsticks and offered Lin Chen a piece of M9 and chicken. This is delicious, you should try it. Lin Chen thanked her and tasted the chicken. Throughout the meal, Yi Qinxue continued to serve Lin Chen various dishes, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. In the midst of this, as Lin Chen reached for more food, his hand accidentally brushed against a nearby wine glass, causing it to topple and spill red wine all over his clothes. Although his pants were slightly damp, it was manageable. Lin Chen quickly stood up, and Yi Qinxue frantically handed him a tissue. Are you all right, Mr. Lin? Yi Zhonghua asked with concern. Initially worried, Ye's mother's gaze gradually shifted as she recognized a golden opportunity. Observing the large stain on Lin Chen's attire, Yi Qinxue wanted to help clean it, but found the situation rather awkward. Shall I fetch one of my father's shirts for you to change into? She suggested anxiously. Lin Chen glanced at Yu Zhonghua, replying, I probably won't fit into it. He was tall and robust, while Yu Zhonghua was only about 1.7 meters tall and rather slender. Lin Chen doubted his clothes would be suitable. Yi Qinxue began to feel troubled as well, remembering she had a few loose-fitting garments. She proposed, how about you try wearing one of mine? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen agreed, let's give it a try. It appears there's no other option. Following this, Lin Chen accompanied Yi Qinxue to her room. Initially, he felt somewhat shy and lingered at the door. You can come in, it's fine, Yi Qinxue reassured him. Nodding, Lin Chen stepped into her room, which was awash in dreamy pink hues and filled with various plush toys. The air was infused with a faint scent of gardenias, reminiscent of the fragrance that lingered on Yi Qinxue. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Yi Qinxue felt a flush of embarrassment. Is it too childish? She asked. Lin Chen smiled, not at all. It's quite charming. Yi Qinxue chuckled and soon retrieved a loose-fitting T-shirt from her wardrobe. This shirt was spacious enough to cover her figure entirely. She hoped it would fit Lin Chen appropriately as well. At that moment, Lin Chen removed his own T-shirt. revealing his powerful muscles and well-defined waist. Just one glance caused Yi Qinshue's cheeks to redden. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Chen would possess such an impressive physique. He was certainly comparable to the stars and male models on television. As Lin Chen turned, he caught sight of Yi Qinshue's flushed face. He chuckled. "What is this? Are you mesmerized?" Chapter 183, Watering You. Yi Qinshu felt her mind explode with confusion, utterly at a loss for words. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she stammered, "It's not." But her gaze once again fell upon Lin Chen, marveling at his impressive physique. The loose clothing she wore appeared somewhat snug on him, accentuating his already well-defined muscles. How she longed to touch. Yi Qinshu coughed lightly, embarrassed, and averted her gaze. Lin Chen smiled subtly, his expression enigmatic. Unspoken understanding lingered in the air. After changing into fresh clothes, Lin Chen accompanied Yi Qinshu to continue their meal. At that moment, Ye's mother remarked, "Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for your clothes to be washed, but unfortunately, the washing machine is broken, so they can only be hand-washed and air-dried." Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Understood." After finishing their meal, it was already afternoon. Lin Chen checked on his clothes, which were still damp, and called Pang Dehai to send over a change of clothes. After hanging up, he headed to the guest room. Not long after he entered, as Lin Chen contemplated playing a couple of games, there was a knock at the door. It was Yi Qinshu. "Is something the matter?" Lin Chen inquired. Yi Qinshu appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say. Upon noticing Lin Chen's phone screen, she exclaimed, "You play this game too?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you also play?" Yi Qinshu nodded emphatically. "Shall we play a few rounds?" "Absolutely." The two quickly settled onto the bed, engrossed in their game. "Ah, you're so annoying, always picking on me." "That's just too mean." Their lively banter echoed through the room. Just as Ye's mother and Yi Zhonghua ascended the stairs, momentarily taken aback, they exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Ye's mother stealthily approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. Although Yi Zhonghua felt uneasy about this, his curiosity got the better of him, and he followed suit. "Ah, don't treat me like this. Lin Chen, you're too wicked. You promised you wouldn't use that skill." Simultaneously, Lin Chen's hearty laughter resonated. Ye's mother was eager to hear more, but Yi Zhonghua pulled her away. Inside the room, Yi Qinshu looked at Lin Chen with a hint of frustration. "I refuse to solo with you anymore. I simply can't compete." Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. "I've already gone easy on you, yet your skills are so engaging." "Huh?" Yi Qinshu furrowed her brow, pondering. "What do you mean by engaging?" Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "Take a guess." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qinshu finally grasped his meaning, and her irritation flared. "I'm just unfamiliar with this hero. That doesn't make me a novice. Come on, let's play another round. This time, I'll definitely choose a hero I excel with." All right. Though she harbored some grievances, she refrained from voicing them. Only after returning to her room did she glare at Yi Zhonghua. "Why were you so eager to pull me away? I wanted to stay a little longer." "What are you looking at? If they hear us, how awkward would that be?" Yi Zhonghua sighed in exasperation. Ye's mother pondered this and realized he had a point. Disturbing them would indeed be undesirable. "You're right," she conceded. Just then, Yi Zhonghua suggested, "How about we go out for a stroll, giving Mr. Lin and Qinshu some privacy?" Ye's mother hesitated, quickly shaking her head. "I don't want to go out. If we stay here, we won't disturb them. Besides, I have important matters to attend to." Yi Zhonghua's curiosity piqued. "What important matters?" Ye's mother opened her mouth to respond, but thought better of it and decided to keep it to herself. "I want to tell you." Yi Zhonghua sighed in resignation. A few minutes later, Ye's mother abruptly stood up. "I'll step out for a bit." Yi Zhonghua contemplated following her, but ultimately decided against it. Once outside, Ye's mother made her way to the balcony, smiling as she retrieved a water gun filled with water from behind a potted plant. It had been left behind by relatives who brought their child to play, and now it would serve its purpose once more. She pressed the trigger, and a small stream of water shot out. "If this works, I'll have to invite them over for a meal." With that thought, she aimed the water gun at Lin Chen's clothes hanging on the balcony and began to spray. She periodically glanced around, relieved to see no one approaching. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just finished a game and intended to grab a drink. As he walked into the living room, he heard a hissing sound from the balcony. Instinctively, he looked up and was taken aback. There stood Ye's mother, playfully spraying water onto his clothes with a toy gun, humming a tune. What on earth? He thought, bewildered. No wonder his clothes had remained damp despite hanging for a while. At that moment, Ye's mother glanced over, and the atmosphere froze. Her actions halted, and the melody on her lips abruptly ceased. Chapter 184, Receiving Suimo Madame Yi. What is this? Upon hearing the words, Mother Yi felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. I was just watering the flowers, she stammered, symbolically sprinkling a couple of drops into a nearby potted plant. Lin Chen also found himself in an awkward situation. Initially, he was utterly bewildered, but as he pondered, he began to grasp her intentions. She merely wished to ensure her clothes remained damp, allowing her to stay the night while keeping Yi Qinxue. Little did she know, he had already arranged for Peng Dehai to send over a change of clothes. He had initially decided to discard them. At that moment, Yi Qinxue appeared, noticing Lin Chen's prolonged silence. Lin Chen, why are you taking so long? Spotting her daughter, Mother Yi cast a desperate glance towards Yi Qinxue. Yi Qinxue was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Lin Chen, then at her mother, her gaze falling upon the toy water gun in Mother Ye's hand. Mom, you? Realizing what had transpired, Yi Qinxue's face flushed crimson. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang, displaying Peng Dehai's number. Mr. Lin. The clothes you requested have arrived. We are waiting at the entrance. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I understand. After hanging up, he promptly went to open the door. Meanwhile, Mother Yi, observing Lin Chen's retreating figure, hastily discarded the water gun. As she lifted her gaze, she met her daughter's reproachful stare. You could have just done it without being caught. What on earth is this? Peng Dehai entered, followed by 3 individuals carrying several boxes. Upon seeing Peng Dehai, Mother Yi was momentarily dazed. This is. Peng Dehai smiled slightly. I am the general manager of Hongda Mall, here to deliver clothes for Mr. Lin. The mention of clothes made Mother Yi feel even more awkward. Just moments ago, she had contemplated splashing water on his attire to keep him here, yet he had already purchased clothes to be sent over. As realization dawned on her, Mother Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this man just say he is the general manager of Hongda Supermarket, personally delivering clothes to Lin Chen? She directed her incredulous gaze at Lin Chen. Yi Qinxue shook her head helplessly, stepping closer to whisper in her mother's ear, Mom, Lin Chen is the owner behind Hongda Mall. Stunned, Mother Yi instinctively took a couple of steps back, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Chen, the very owner of the Hongda Mall she frequented? But he appeared to be no older than 20, still a freshman. Peng Dehai then addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I hope these clothes meet your expectations. He gestured for the boxes to be opened. Lin Chen glanced at them and found them acceptable. As long as they were not excessively peculiar, he could accept them. However, why did you bring so many clothes? Peng Dehai replied sheepishly, we weren't sure of your size, and given that sizes can vary, we brought several options to ensure you find a suitable fit. Lin Chen noticed that indeed, each style came in multiple sizes. He nodded appreciatively. That's considerate of you. Thank you for your efforts. Peng Dehai quickly responded, it's no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve Mr. Lin. Lin Chen smiled faintly, casually selecting an outfit to change into. It fit perfectly. When he emerged, he found Peng Dehai and his team still waiting outside. You may return now. Yes. After bidding farewell to Lin Chen, they departed together. At that moment, Mother Yi finally gathered her wits, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Lin, She attempted to speak several times but faltered, her heart racing with anxiety. She regretted her earlier actions. If Mr. Lin held a grudge against them for this incident, the consequences could be dire. As her thoughts spiraled, her unease only deepened. Yet Lin Chen merely smiled gently. I didn't witness anything. He understood the intentions of a caring mother. She simply wished to unite him with Yi Qinxue. Since there was no malice, he would not take it to heart. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Mother Yi and Yi Qinxue breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen then glanced at the time. It was getting late. He needed to fetch Su Imo Madame Yi. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yi Qinxue and Mother Yi exchanged bewildered glances. You're leaving just like that? Mother Yi inquired. However, she no longer dared to suggest that Lin Chen stay the night. At that moment, Yi Zhonghua's voice echoed. Mr. Lin, are you leaving already? He was unaware of the earlier events. Lin Chen smiled. I have some matters to attend to. Consequently, Yi Zhonghua felt it inappropriate to insist he stay. The family accompanied Lin Chen to the door. In the car, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Su Imo. Are you at school now? No, I'm at Hongdao Mall, Su Imo replied. Shall I come to pick you up? After a moment's hesitation, Su Imo agreed. All right. After ending the call, Lin Chen turned the car around, heading toward Hongdao Mall. Upon arriving, he found Su Imo waiting with a large shopping bag in her hand. Lin Chen exited the vehicle and took the bag from her. What did you buy that so heavy? Su Imo smiled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. I want to tell you. Curiosity piqued. Lin Chen pretended to open the bag, prompting Su Imo to panic. No, you can't look. She attempted to snatch the bag back. All right, just tell me what's inside, and I want to peek, okay? Only then did Su Imo relent. I bought some ingredients. I thought I might make you a soup. According to what Su Tao taught me, Making soup seems to be the simplest. Just prepare the ingredients and throw them all into the pot. Lin Chen was rendered speechless. Is that all? Suemo nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. The reason she didn't want Lin Chen to see was that during her shopping spree, she had also bought a bag of popping candy, strawberry flavored. Chapter 185. Trouble awaits. This, of course, was something he could not let him see. Lin Chen felt helpless. Was it really necessary to conceal the ingredients for the soup so meticulously? He didn't dwell on it too much. Once Suemo got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, Lin Chen drove straight home. Upon arriving, Suemo hurried into the kitchen, bustling about. Lin Chen contemplated sneaking a glance, but was promptly stopped by Suemo, who firmly refused to let him pass. Resigned, he settled on the couch, absorbed in a game while waiting for her to finish. After about half an hour, Suemo finally joined him on the sofa, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm exhausted. It's almost done now. Everything is ready, just awaiting the final touch." Lin Chen chuckled. "Everything is ready, just awaiting the final touch? What is that final touch?" Suemo replied, "Time. It needs to simmer for 2 hours." "You mean the soup?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden desire to make soup for him. "Of course. I can't always make egg tarts, can I?" Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable. I look forward to tasting your culinary skills." Suemo smiled brightly, her lovely eyes narrowing in delight, even revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Unable to resist, Lin Chen reached out to ruffle her hair, playfully teasing. "You silly." Suemo had grown accustomed to his affectionate gestures. Although her heart still fluttered, she no longer blushed at every little thing. In the living room, Suemo scrolled through short videos while Lin Chen rested his head on her lap, engrossed in his game. They enjoyed each other's company without interrupting one another. Before long, the 2 hours passed swiftly. A faint, delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Lin Chen to furrow his brow. What a peculiar scent, he thought. Just then, Suemo sprang up from the sofa, joyfully racing to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a bowl of dark soup. Lin Chen gazed at the bowl in trepidation. Swallowing hard, with his master-level culinary skills awarded by the system, he could discern the peculiar ingredients just by the aroma. Ginseng, deer antler, Cotinopsis, goji berries, and even tiger bones. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, Suemo urged, "Lin Chen, why aren't you drinking it? I tasted it earlier, and I thought it was quite good." Lin Chen's expression turned slightly ambiguous as he looked at her. "You tasted it? Are you trying to poison me?" Suemo, feeling a bit offended, retorted, "What are you talking about? This is a nourishing soup. How could it be poison? I only checked the seasoning." Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. Nourishing soup. Indeed, it was quite nourishing. However, he couldn't comprehend why a vigorous young man in his 20s would need such nourishment. With a forced smile, he said, "Can I not drink it?" Suemo paused, her expression turning hurt, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Is it not good?" Seeing her distress, Lin Chen felt anxious. "It's not that. It smells nice. It's just... How do I explain this to you?" Suemo sighed. "It's okay. I know I'm useless and can't do anything right, even making soup." As she spoke, she reached for the bowl, presumably to dispose of it. Lin Chen swiftly snatched it from her hands, taking a deep breath. "It would be a shame to waste it. It smells delightful." He took a couple of sips. Surprisingly, it wasn't bad at all. After a short while, he had consumed half the bowl. "Is that satisfactory?" he inquired. Suemo wiped her eyes and nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. "Honestly, if it were truly terrible, you wouldn't have to drink it. I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with myself for feeling inadequate." Lin Chen gently rubbed her head and asked, "What made you think to make this soup for me? I read on Jihu that this recipe is beneficial for men's health, so I thought I'd give it a try," she explained. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Am I not already fine?" Suemo was confused. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Do you remember that day? You didn't get up until nearly noon, and I had to ask your instructor for an excuse?" Suemo took a moment to process his words, then exclaimed, "Lin Chen, you scoundrel. Are you trying to make me more reckless by giving me this soup?" She became even more perplexed. "What is wrong with this soup?" Lin Chen arched an eyebrow. "Don't you know the effects of the soup you made?" Suemo stared blankly for several moments before pulling out her phone to search for the benefits of the nourishing soup. Isn't it meant to replenish the body? Something about insufficient blood and energy. Upon reading the last line, Suemo's words faltered. How embarrassing, she thought. Why had she made such a soup for Lin Chen? Seeing her face turn as red as a ripe shrimp, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Insufficient energy? Do I look like someone who lacks vitality? At the same time, he felt a warm sensation coursing through him. Oh no, I must have overdone it. Suemo was on the verge of tears. Will you be all right after drinking it? Lin Chen shook his head. It's not me who's in trouble. It's you who might be. Suemo pouted, her long eyelashes glistening with tears. You're the one drinking the soup. Why would I be in trouble? As long as you're fine, I can handle anything, she insisted. Really? Lin Chen asked with a smirk. Yes, I feel even warmer now, she admitted. Suemo sniffed and nodded. This is all my fault. I'll take responsibility. Lin Chen chuckled, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Don't worry, you'll manage. But it might come with some discomfort. Suemo's big eyes were filled with confusion. What kind of discomfort? Well, you might need to take another day off tomorrow, Lin Chen replied with a smirk. Why do I need to take a day off? She asked, bewildered. Lin Chen grinned. Because you might find it difficult to get up. Before Suemo could react, Lin Chen effortlessly lifted her up and carried her upstairs. Chapter 186. Zhao Yuanhong's invitation the following day. As expected, Suemo remained in a deep slumber. Lin Chen felt a mix of pity and amusement. Perhaps this was the so-called consequence of one's own actions? After all, he had prepared a nourishing tonic for her. Yet now she had exhausted herself to the point of collapse. As the time for class approached, and with Suemo showing no signs of awakening, Lin Chen had no choice but to call their instructor once more to request a leave of absence. The instructor, resigned to the frequent occurrences of Lin Chen's absences, responded with indifference. When Suemo finally roused, it was well past noon. The look in her eyes as she regarded Lin Chen was filled with reproach. At last, she understood why Lin Chen had claimed that she would be the one to suffer. Unable to resist, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, prompting her to show her displeasure by revealing her little tiger teeth in a playful snarl. By then, it was lunchtime, and Lin Chen took her to a private restaurant, Wangfu, for a meal before escorting her back to school. Just as they parted ways, Suemo recalled something that sent her into a frenzy. She had intended to experiment with popping candy the previous day, but Lin Chen had completely derailed her plans, causing her to sleep in until noon and forget all about it. Moreover, the popping candy and jelly were left at Lin Chen's house. Panic-stricken, Suemo felt as if she might lose her mind. She contemplated calling Lin Chen to instruct him not to touch the bag, but that seemed too obvious and suspicious. After much internal conflict, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had only just left the school when he received a call from Zhao Yuanhang. To be frank, he was quite surprised that Zhao had reached out to him. Hello, Senior Zhao. What can I do for you? On the other end, Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. What? Can't I just check in on our wealthy Lin? Lin Chen laughed and replied, spare me the flattery, just get to the point. Zhao Yuanhang then explained, my father would like to invite you to dinner, primarily to congratulate you on becoming the richest person in Donghai. Rest assured, only the few of us present that day are privy to this information, and my father and I have kept it confidential from others. You can also trust Shi Ti and Sister Wenxin to remain discreet. Given Lin Chen's youth, if word got out about his wealth, it could attract those with ulterior motives who might try to undermine him. After all, it is rare to encounter a 20-year-old billionaire without inciting envy. Fortunately, Lin Chen was wise enough to bide his time. Eventually, when he matured, those envious souls would likely find themselves powerless to act against him. Lin Chen nodded, thank you for that. And what is the second matter? He clearly remembered Zhao mentioning a first and therefore expected a second. As anticipated, Zhao continued, additionally, my father wishes to discuss a business opportunity with you. I am merely here to facilitate the introduction. Lin Chen nodded again. All right, when and where? We can arrange it according to your schedule. How about this afternoon? I noticed from your class timetable that you have no classes. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems Senior Zhao has done his homework, even checking my schedule. Zhao Yuanhang laughed. With my connections at the school, acquiring your class timetable is a trivial matter. If necessary, I could even visit your study room in person. You win, Lin Chen conceded. But I truly have no engagements this afternoon. Great, let's meet at the Donghai Mingzhu Hotel at 4 o'clock. Does that work for you? Sounds good, Lin Chen agreed. Looking at the time, which was still not even 2 o'clock, he realized he had 2 hours until their meeting. Suddenly, he felt a desire to visit Chintzy Entertainment, having not seen Lu Tianho in quite some time and missing her presence. As he drove, his phone rang again. He typically disliked answering calls while driving, but upon glancing at the screen and seeing Suemo's name, he decided to answer. What's up? Missing me already after just a few minutes apart? He teased. Sumo's face flushed at his playful tone. Who misses you, you big bad guy? Lin Chen laughed. Then why are you calling? Suemo hesitated before saying, Lin Chen, are you at home right now? I'm on my way to the company. Why? Suemo felt despair wash over her. She had hoped to have Lin Chen pick her up so she could retrieve the jelly and candy she had left behind. But now, he had obligations. What time will you be back? Do you have anything else planned? Suemo inquired. Lin Chen replied, I have a dinner to attend later to discuss some matters. Suemo felt like crying. She couldn't believe she had been so forgetful as to leave those items behind. She wasn't usually absent-minded. It's all your fault. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, sensing her distress. Ugh, Suemo sighed. It's nothing. Just go ahead with your plans. It seemed she would have to endure some embarrassment and perhaps a bit of hardship, but it was only a matter of getting out of bed. The thought made her cheeks warm again. After hanging up, Lin Chen felt perplexed, as if Su Mo was hiding something from him. However, he respected her silence and did not press further. Soon after, a Koenigsegg 1 pulled up at the entrance of Chintzy Entertainment. After parking, Lin Chen approached the entrance, where he encountered a group of people. Why do we have to register with our ID cards just to go in? One of them complained. Yes, we forgot our IDs. We all received the notice to come for interviews, another added. Despite their protests, the security personnel remained unmoved. It was company policy, and they were simply fulfilling their duties. As Lin Chen approached, one of the young women, perhaps charmed by his looks, asked, "Hey there, are you here for an interview too? Did you bring your ID?" Lin Chen paused, assessing the two young women. They were quite attractive, perhaps scoring above 80 on his scale. He shook his head. "I didn't bring it." She sighed. "Oh no, that means we can't get in. Chintzy Entertainment requires ID registration to enter." The security guard glanced at Lin Chen, and for a brief moment, he looked startled. Why did this face seem so familiar? Chapter 187. Chairman, how did you arrive here? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached, flanked by several companions. His presence was so commanding that it was impossible for anyone present to overlook him. One individual whispered, "That seems to be General Manager Chen Hao from Morning Light Media." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The general manager of Morning Light Media? Their gazes quickly shifted towards the impeccably dressed young man, adorned in an exquisite suit. With neatly combed hair and not a single wrinkle on his attire, he epitomized the image of a successful individual. Chen Hao raised his left hand, glancing at his watch. "The meeting is in half an hour. Is everything prepared?" "All set," came the reply. Chen Hao nodded. As he reached the entrance, his gaze casually swept over the few individuals waiting there. They held their breath, afraid to make a sound. What an overwhelming aura. Is this truly the general manager of Morning Light Media? However, as Chen Hao's eyes landed on Lin Chen, he stumbled slightly. "General Manager, are you all right?" The individuals behind him rushed forward to steady him. Yet, he was too preoccupied to care about his stumble, his focus now locked onto Lin Chen. "Chairman, what brings you here?" A profound silence engulfed the room, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was taken aback. The people accompanying Chen Hao turned to Lin Chen as well. This appeared to be the chairman who had visited their company for a meeting earlier. "Chairman." Lin Chen, however, remained composed, simply responding with a nod. Yet, those around him erupted in astonishment. Is this really the chairman of Morning Light Media? He looks so young. He seems to be even younger than I am. They could hardly believe they had encountered the chairman of Morning Light Media. Even the young woman who had just tried to discreetly warn Lin Chen stood there, stunned, unable to utter a word. She had just spoken with the chairman? The realization that she had mistaken him for another job applicant filled her with embarrassment. After all, he was the owner of the entire company. Chen Hao was the first to regain his composure and stepped forward. "Chairman, what brings you here today?" Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just passing by to take a look." Chen Hao forced a smile while turning his attention to the nervously trembling security personnel. "What is going on here? You dare to stop the chairman?" The security personnel looked innocent. He hadn't actually stopped him, but given the situation, he could only apologize. "General Manager, I didn't mean to. I promise to be more vigilant in the future, and one makes such a mistake again." Chen Hao scoffed. "In the future? Do you even expect there to be a future? You'll be heading to finance to collect your paycheck and leave." Hearing this, the security personnel turned pale, dropping to his knees. "General Manager, I didn't mean it. Please don't fire me." Lin Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, the security personnel had done nothing wrong. "Let it go. He has done anything wrong and didn't stop me," Lin Chen interjected. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Hao's anger dissipated somewhat, and the security personnel looked at Lin Chen with gratitude. "You should thank the chairman." "Thank you, chairman." "Thank you." Lin Chen acknowledged them with a nod. At that moment, Chen Hao turned to his companions. "Postpone the meeting. I want to properly host the chairman. They can wait a little longer." Lin Chen waved his hand. "If General Manager Chen has matters to attend to, please feel free to go about your business. I merely came to have a look." Chen Hao quickly responded, "That cannot be. Besides, they have already been kept waiting for quite some time. A little longer won't hurt." Lin Chen relented. "All right then. Chairman, would you like to sit in my office?" Chen Hao inquired cautiously. Lin Chen nodded. Just as he was about to follow Chen Hao, he paused and turned to the group at the door. "Are you all here for interviews?" The group exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Chairman. We are here for interviews at your esteemed company." Lin Chen nodded and addressed the security personnel. "Let them in. They are all just in their 20s. It's not easy for them." "Yes, Chairman. Although company policies were strict, rules are rigid while talent is dynamic, right?" with the chairman's directive. The security personnel had no reason to refuse entry. The group looked at Lin Chen with expressions of gratitude. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. The approachable demeanor of the chairman of Morning Light Media reassured them that those under his command would surely be exceptional as well. This only strengthened their resolve to secure a position within the company. After all, the entertainment industry was fraught with challenges, and finding a reputable company was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had followed Chen Hao to the top floor. Reflecting on the meeting mentioned earlier, he grew curious. Which company have you kept waiting repeatedly? Chen Hao casually replied, Oh, it's Jiaqing Beverages. They want to collaborate with us. Upon hearing the name, Lin Chen's expression subtly shifted. Jiaqing? Chen Hao had kept Yi Zhonghua waiting multiple times. Unaware of Lin Chen's sudden change, Chen Hao continued, Our valuable artists currently have packed schedules. And since Jiaqing is just an emerging company, we don't plan on collaborating at the moment. However, they seem quite persistent, so I agreed to meet with them. Though I don't have much inclination towards collaboration. At that moment, Chen Hao felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin. He looked up and met Lin Chen's piercing gaze, freezing for a few seconds before feeling a rush of anxiety. Chairman, what's wrong? Lin Chen smiled lightly. I hold significant shares in Jiaqing, and the owner is a friend of mine. Boom. Chen Hao's expression froze. What does this imply? Is this akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple? He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chairman, I was unaware. Although Lin Chen did not articulate it, the implication was unmistakable. I'll have them return and merely postpone the meeting, not cancel it, Chen Hao said cautiously. Lin Chen glanced at his watch. You can directly attend the meeting. And you, Chairman? I'll just be observing. All right. With Lin Chen's assurance, Chen Hao had no choice but to proceed with the meeting. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Lin Chen nodded. Understood. Then, Lin Chen inquired, by the way, does Lu Yuxing have any availability recently? Chapter 188. Lai Mao Wine Lu Yuxing? Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. She should be available. Lin Chen nodded. If possible, I would like her to endorse Jiaqing Beverages. Her prominence would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to our promotion efforts. All right, Chairman, I understand, Chen Hao replied before leaving. Afterward, Lin Chen summoned the finance personnel to bring the account books for review. Upon confirming there were no discrepancies, he allowed them to depart. After sitting in the office for a while, he stood up to leave. Upon exiting, he encountered Lu Yuxing. With a charming smile, Lu Yuxing greeted, Chairman. Lin Chen responded with a smile, I was just about to look for you. Lu Yuxing raised her elegantly arched brow slightly. Oh, what a coincidence. I was also here to find the chairman. Lin Chen closed the door and reopened it, inviting her in. Would you care to sit? My pleasure. They entered the office and took their seats on the sofa facing each other. What brings you here? Lin Chen inquired. Lu Yuxing smiled gently. I missed you. Is that permissible? Lin Chen paused for a moment, then chuckled. In this office, it's just the two of us, a solitary man and woman. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Lu Yuxing leisurely sipped tea from the table and regarded Lin Chen. I trust that the chairman is not that kind of person. You have faith in me, Lin Chen remarked. By the way, I would like to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? To endorse a beverage, Leking. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. That is certainly feasible. But it must first be approved by the general manager. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I'm aware. Arrangements are already in progress. After conversing with Lu Yuxing for a while, Lin Chen raised his hand to check his watch. It was nearly time. Concurrently, a system notification chimed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have activated the plot task. Attend the appointment at Donghai Pearl Hotel. Reward. 12 bottles of 1935 Lai Mao wine. 1935 Lai Mao wine. This is a remarkable item. The 1935 Lai Mao wine ranks among the top 10 renowned wines of Xia country, highly sought after yet scarcely available. He recalled that there seemed to be only one bottle in existence. The system granted him a full dozen. Impressive, my system. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuxing, Lin Chen departed from Chintzy Media and headed to Donghai Pearl Hotel. This was the meeting place agreed upon with Zhao Yuhui and his son. Lin Chen parked his car at the entrance of Donghai Pearl Hotel. As he stepped out, he spotted Zhao Yuhui and Zhao Yuanheng approaching him. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind again. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 12 bottles of 1935 Lai Mao wine. Note, the wine is in the trunk of the host's Koenigsegg 1. Lin Chen turned to glance at his trunk, a look of ambiguity in his eyes. After several seconds, he redirected his gaze towards Zhao Yuhui and Zhao Yuanheng. Mr. Zhao, Senior Zhao. Zhao Yuhui responded with a cheerful smile. Lin General. Zhao Yuanheng added. Just now in the private room, my grandfather insisted on coming out to welcome you, thinking you would arrive soon. having become friends with Lin Chen. Their conversations were relatively casual. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Zhao, you flatter me. I am merely a junior, and as a friend of Senior Zhao, I should refer to you as uncle. There's no need for you to come out to greet me. Lin Chen held a favorable impression of the elder Zhao Yuhui. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Yuhui beamed. Then I shall take advantage of my seniority. How about you call me uncle from now on? Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Zhao? You certainly have a way with words. Observing the two men with their arms around each other, Zhao Yuanhang appeared somewhat dumbfounded. He scratched his nose. So, I have gained an extra younger brother? Inside the private room, Zhao Yuhui had ordered a sumptuous feast along with several bottles of fine wine. Zhao Yuhui first congratulated Lin Chen on becoming the richest, and they exchanged pleasantries. This is a 1982 Lafite red wine, quite delightful, Zhao Yuhui said while pouring wine for Lin Chen. Thank you, uncle, Lin Chen replied. Recalling the Lai Mao wine in his trunk, Lin Chen smiled. Coincidentally, I also have a few bottles of fine wine. Let me have someone bring them. He called over a server and handed them the key, instructing them to retrieve 2 bottles from his trunk. He wasn't particularly attached to wine, nor did he have a penchant for collecting it. Besides, he had a dozen bottles, so taking 2 wasn't a big deal. Moreover, he held a favorable view of the Zhao family. Oh, Uncle Zhao laughed. Then I shall be in for a treat. When the server brought over 2 bottles of the old-fashioned wine, Zhao Yuhui was instantly taken aback. This is 1935 Lai Mao wine? After exclaiming, Zhao Yuhui hurried forward, carefully examining the 2 bottles of Lai Mao wine. This wine is rich and clear. It's authentic. Zhao Yuanhang was also astonished. He had heard of the 1935 Lai Mao wine. Wasn't there only 1 bottle left in existence? He glanced at his father, Zhao Yuhui. My father has always wanted to acquire that last remaining bottle but had no means. Yet Lin Chen, you've presented 2 bottles. You truly have opened my eyes. The server stood by, bewildered. Was this wine that precious? Just moments ago, they had seen a dozen bottles in the trunk. Zhao Yuhui returned to his seat, still in shock. Lin Chen, you should take this wine back. It's far too precious. In response, Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Zhao? You jest. It's merely 2 bottles of wine. Besides, isn't wine meant to be consumed? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Yuhui felt it was inappropriate to decline further. Moreover, the 2 bottles of wine were undeniably enticing. He summoned the server to fill their glasses. The server trembled while pouring, now acutely aware of the wine's value. They felt immense pressure to avoid spilling even a single drop. Looking at the wine in his glass, he felt a twinge of reluctance to drink. Shaolin, this wine is something to be cherished. Lin Chen smiled. Uncle, please enjoy. Zhao Yuhui felt a mix of emotions. This wine was indeed precious. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to offer it to guests. Yet Lin Chen, he had indeed earned a favor today. Thinking about his primary purpose for being there, Zhao Yuhui said, Shaolin, I would like to discuss a business opportunity with you. Chapter 189. A 20% discount. Lin Chen nodded, saying, Uncle Zhao, please feel free to speak. Zhao Yuhui also nodded and replied, Indeed. We have a batch of skincare products and wish to collaborate with Hongda Supermarket. This venture promises considerable profits with minimal risk. Moreover, we are willing to offer a 20% discount. A 20% discount. This was quite a substantial amount. Zhao Yuanhang looked at Zhao Yuhui in astonishment. They initially intended to offer a 10% discount, considering Lin Chen's status as the wealthiest individual in Donghai City. However, now his father had proposed a 20% discount, which implied they would hardly make any profit. Zhao Yuhui gave Zhao Yuanhang a reassuring glance, indicating that he should remain calm. Of course, this 20% discount was in consideration of the precious Lai Mao wine. Given its rarity and high value, Lin Chen was gracious enough to offer it to him. As an elder, he felt it inappropriate to take advantage of the situation, especially since the other party was merely a younger individual, even younger than his own son. Thinking of Lin Chen, Zhao Yuhui glanced at his son, feeling a pang of disappointment. Noticing his father's gaze, Zhao Yuanhang felt helpless. It was not that he was lacking. Rather, Lin Chen was simply too exceptional. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. Uncle Zhao, a 20% discount seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Zhao Yuhui chuckled lightly. Well, I am also benefiting from the Lai Mao wine. Otherwise, I would feel quite uneasy. Lin Chen replied, I feel undeserving of this 20% discount. Zhao Yuhui waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for further modesty. Lin Chen contemplated the wine before him and suggested, how about we settle on a 15% discount? It wouldn't be fair if I indulged while Uncle Zhao receives nothing. If you persist in declining, I may have to seek another partner for this collaboration. Collaboration implies a mutually beneficial arrangement. Such partnerships can endure only when both parties profit. If one side consistently gains, The other will inevitably harbor grievances over time. Moreover, the Zhao father and son are trustworthy individuals. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Yuhui had no choice but to concede. Very well, we shall adhere to Mr. Lin's suggestion. He then cast a glance at Zhao Yuanhang, his expression seemingly conveying, "Do you see this?" Take note. Zhao Yuanhang felt a sense of resignation. He had grown accustomed to being compared to Lin Chen by Zhao Yuhui. However, he harbored no jealousy towards Lin Chen. Instead, he felt a deep admiration. After all, it was unprecedented for someone so young to achieve such heights in Donghai City, perhaps even surpassing anything seen in the capital. Moreover, he had accompanied Lin Chen to Nanwan City and was aware of his humble beginnings. This meant that Lin Chen lacked a formidable family background and had risen solely through his own efforts, claiming the title of Donghai City's wealthiest individual in just a month or two. This was the true terror of Lin Chen. Such a business acumen was likely unparalleled in history. Therefore, he chose not to compete with Lin Chen, as doing so would be a futile endeavor. With this in mind, Zhao Yuanhang shook his head in resignation, slowly savoring the excellent Limao wine in his glass. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remarked, "By the way, I have another proposal regarding our collaboration." Zhao Yui's interest was piqued. "Oh, do share." Lin Chen continued. The Zhao Group and Hongda Supermarket could join forces to create a renowned skincare brand. If we execute this step effectively, it could yield significant benefits for both parties. Upon hearing Lin Chen's suggestion, Zhao Yuhui and Zhao Yuanhang exchanged astonished glances. Particularly, Zhao Yuhui, a seasoned businessman, had only considered a simple collaboration. But Lin Chen had proposed building a brand. Instantly, Zhao Yuhui regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect. This idea was indeed promising. Zhao Yuhui replied, "If we can establish this brand's reputation, the resulting brand effect would be quite substantial." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, indeed. However, setting aside everything else, the product quality must be impeccable. Otherwise, all discussions are in vain. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised a glass of wine and took a sip. Zhao Yuhui assured him, "You need not worry. The Zhao Group maintains rigorous quality control. Furthermore, we have established ourselves as a reputable brand in Donghai City. We cannot afford to tarnish our own name." Lin Chen acknowledged him, continuing, "Nonetheless, I will still assign personnel to conduct random inspections to ensure everything is flawless." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhui was not offended, but rather surprised by Lin Chen's meticulousness at such a young age. "Very well, it is settled then," Lin Chen affirmed. "I will arrange for someone to visit soon, and if everything checks out, we will proceed as planned. I usually refrain from involving myself in matters at Hongda Supermarket. You may contact Pang Dehai directly for anything you need." Zhao Yuhui nodded, understood. He then turned to Zhao Yuanhang. "Do you see this? Lin Chen is younger than you, yet you failed to learn from him." Zhao Yuanhang sighed in exasperation. "Dad, must you always use Lin Chen to criticize me?" Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Zhao? That statement is rather unjust. I still aspire to learn from Senior Zhao." Zhao Yuanhang sighed helplessly. "Lin Chen, you have no idea. My father feels uneasy unless he can use you to criticize me daily. You little rascal." Zhao Yuhui laughed, and the room was filled with hearty laughter. After the meal, Lin Chen drove directly back to the villa. He retrieved a drink from the refrigerator, and just as he closed the door, he noticed a shopping bag nearby. Inside, it seemed something was tucked away. Could this be from Suemo? He recalled the nourishing soup that had caused her quite a bit of trouble. Compelled by curiosity, Lin Chen approached and opened the shopping bag. In the next moment, he was taken aback. This is popping candy? Strawberry flavor, no less. Furthermore, it was purchased by Suemo. Suddenly, he recalled the reward he had casually mentioned. He hadn't anticipated that Suemo would take it seriously. It seemed she had intended to use it last night, but ended up in quite a predicament and likely forgot about it. Lin Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. He never imagined Suemo could be so adorably endearing. He took out his phone and sent Suemo a message. "I've discovered your secret." Chapter 190. Wealth breeds indulgence. On the other end of the phone, Suemo had just returned to her dormitory. Upon seeing the message, her mind went blank with a resounding thud. This is it, it's over. Has Lin Chen discovered the popping candy in the bag? With trembling fingers, Suemo typed and deleted her response several times, unsure of what to say. Noticing Suemo's continuous typing status without any messages being sent, Lin Chen could surmise her predicament. Unable to contain his amusement, he picked up the package of pink strawberry-flavored popping candy and snapped a photo to send to Suemo. What is this? It's a game changer. He could almost envision Suemo's reaction on the other side of the phone. Suemo buried her face in her hands, nearly in tears from her own folly. Never mind, she thought. She could only play dumb from here on out. It's popping candy, remember? You wanted it last time, so I bought it for you. Seeing this message, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, A child who tells lies will face severe consequences. Make sure to use it next time. Don't forget again, or I'll have to give you another day off. Suemo pouted and sent an O emoji. At that moment, another message arrived from Yi Qinxue. Lin Chen, I've thought about it, and I should apologize to you. My mother was in the wrong, and I'm expressing her apology on her behalf. Lin Chen replied, it's fine. I don't mind. By the way, regarding your clothes, should I find a time to deliver them to you? Yi Qinxue inquired. It's just a piece of clothing. It doesn't matter whether you deliver it or not. There's no need to trouble you with another trip, Lin Chen replied. Immediately afterward, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Find a private trader for wealth management. Reward, Wangfu Private Kitchen. Wangfu Private Kitchen? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The dishes there are quite to my taste. Moreover, it seems that the restaurant has considerable revenue. However, he didn't know any traders. Looking at Yi Qinshue's chat box, Lin Chen asked, by the way, do you know of any reliable traders? He hadn't expected much, as there were many traders, but very few possessed genuine capability. To his surprise, Yi Qinxue replied almost instantaneously. I should qualify, as I previously worked as a manager at a fairly large financial company. Lin Chen was taken aback. What a coincidence. Why did you leave? After all, she mentioned it was in the past, so she must not be there now. Yi Qinxue explained. Well, I encountered some unsavory practices there, and my character wouldn't allow me to yield. Besides, my father can support me without me working. Lin Chen understood. After all, under Yi Zhonghua's management, Leking was significant, and even though it had faced difficulties recently, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Furthermore, with his investment, Leking had reached a new level. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and decided to make a voice call. Lin Chen, are you considering looking for a job? He asked. Yi Qinxue was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Lin Chen inquired so suddenly. I am, but I haven't found a suitable opportunity yet. Then Lin Chen continued, here's the thing. I'm looking for a private trader to help manage a portion of my assets. Are you interested and confident? A private trader? Yi Qinxue was somewhat astonished. However, upon reflection, if she became Lin Chen's private trader, their interaction time would likely increase substantially. I can do it, Yi Qinxue replied decisively. When I was at the company, my abilities were among the best, and I am passionate about this profession. If it weren't for the dirty dealings there, I wouldn't have left. She paused, took a deep breath, and continued, I believe I can still meet the requirements. I've always been sensitive to finance. Regardless, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Lin Chen nodded. Good. Please send me your account details shortly. I'll transfer some funds for you to practice with. Practice? Upon hearing those words, Yi Qinxue was somewhat dumbfounded. He trusting her with his own money for practice? Although with her abilities, the notion of practice was somewhat absurd. After hanging up, Yi Qinxue promptly sent her account details to Lin Chen. Soon enough, she received a text message from the bank confirming a deposit. When she saw the amount, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her phone slipped from her grasp. Did she see that correctly? Surely, she must have misread. She hurriedly picked up her phone and counted the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 8. Yi Qinxue gasped, her mind blank, overwhelmed. 8 whole zeros, 100 million. Lin Chen had directly deposited 100 million into her account. With trembling fingers, she opened WeChat and found Lin Chen's chat. Lin Chen, did you really just transfer 100 million to me? Moments later, Lin Chen replied without missing a beat. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Reading those messages, Yi Qinxue felt speechless. How could it seem so ordinary for Lin Chen to transfer 100 million to her account? As if it were merely a matter of drinking water? Indeed, the wealthy are rather indulgent. She took a moment to calm her emotions before messaging Lin Chen. 100 million is a bit excessive, I sent it? Just moments ago, she had thought practicing would involve a few million at most. Lin Chen, it's just 100 million. As I mentioned earlier, this is for you to practice with. If you do well, I'll transfer several more billions to you. Stay calm. JPG, don't panic. JPG Yi Qinxue, I'm at a loss for words regarding you. However, I will certainly work hard and will not betray your trust. Lin Chen, go for it. After sending that message, Lin Chen tossed his phone aside and headed for the shower. In the luxurious villa in the Magic City, in a study, a powerful middle-aged man looked at Jiang Li with skepticism. What you just said, is it true? The speaker was none other than Jiang Li's father, Jiang Hong, the chairman of Yinshin Group. Jiang Li nodded. What I said is true. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong sneered. How could there be such a person in a small place like Donghai City? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 191. A trip to Donghai City. Jiang Li furrowed her brows slightly. She had not anticipated that after all these years, her father would still be so irritable. Before her return, she had already contemplated this moment. Yet, she knew she had to come back. This matter required a face-to-face discussion. No matter what, she had to take a gamble. With this thought, Zhongli lifted her head to meet Jiang Heng's piercing gaze, yet she felt not an ounce of retreat in her heart. Father, just because you have not seen him does not mean he does not exist. You can send someone to investigate Lin Chen. She had returned in haste and had not prepared any information on Lin Chen. Moreover, even her preparations might not convince Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. How old is this friend of yours? Jiang Li, her hands clenched tightly, answered truthfully, 20 years old. A freshman at Donghai University. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng scoffed. A mere boy, you expect him to come up with 800 million? Even if he hails from a prominent family, it is implausible for him to produce such a sum casually. His skepticism stemmed not from disbelief, but rather from an inability to accept the absurdity of Jiang Li's claims. His company was in crisis, and he was at a loss for solutions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought assistance from the Su family, hoping to leverage a marriage alliance. In his view, Jiang Li was simply reluctant to enter into this union, fabricating a lie to evade it. I advise you to reconsider this marriage. Do not engage in futile struggles to buy time. In the end, you will still have to marry. After all these years, you have enjoyed the privileges of our family, and it is time for you to repay that debt. Jiang Li's brow furrowed, her teeth clenched. Why can't you just believe me this once? Jiang Heng merely snorted in response. A silence enveloped them for a few seconds before Jiang Li broke it. Father, how about a wager? Jiang Heng, slightly impatient, replied, What wager? Accompany me to Donghai City. If I am lying, I will willingly marry into the Su family and wed Su Zimo, Jiang Li declared. After contemplating for a few moments, Jiang Heng called his secretary to confirm that he had no prior engagements in the coming days before turning his attention back to his daughter. Very well. I will accompany you, allowing you this final indulgence. But I hope you will not make excuses to delay further. After all, while you may afford to stall, our Yunshin group cannot. We desperately need the Su family's funds. Jiang Li clenched her fists, closing her eyes. All right. After leaving Jiang Heng's office, she immediately called Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen had just finished showering and emerged in a loose bathrobe, his phone ringing urgently. Seeing the caller ID, he paused. Jiang Li. Since the incident at the bar, he had not seen her. He pressed the answer button, and Jiang Li's voice came through. Lin Chen, do you remember the promise you made to help me? Though she had been slightly inebriated at the time, she recalled it vividly. Of course, what's the matter? Lin Chen replied. Jiang Li took a deep breath and asked, Does that promise still stand? Lin Chen chuckled. What sort of question is that? Do you think I would deceive you? I have always kept my word. Tears welled in Jiang Li's eyes as she sniffed, two streams cascading down her cheeks. Lin Chen, sensing her distress, inquired, What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Li composed herself, suppressing her sobs. I have returned home, and my father has agreed to accompany me to Donghai City. You two might meet. All right, just let me know in advance so I can free up some time. Lin Chen responded. Jiang Li answered firmly before hanging up. She wiped her tears and was about to retreat to her room when she encountered the housekeeper. Miss, young Master Su has arrived. He heard you were back and wishes to see you. At these words, Jiang Li's expression immediately turned cold. Send him away. I want to see him. With that, she brushed past the housekeeper, returned to her room, locked the door, and began to cry silently. The next day, Lin Chen awoke to a message from Jiang Li, informing him that her father would be in Donghai that day, and she had booked a room at the Donghai Mingzhu Hotel for 5 in the afternoon. Lin Chen replied with a simple acknowledgement before preparing for his morning classes. Before leaving, he spotted the popping candy that Su Mo had purchased and felt a surge of mischief. He grabbed a few packets and headed to the garage to take out the Lycan, tired of driving the Koenigsegg 1. Upon arriving at class, Lin Chen quickly spotted Su Mo and sat beside her. Su Mo opened her mouth, intending to strike up a conversation, but recalling the events of the previous day, she swallowed her words, her ears flushing. Lin Chen teased, What's wrong? Don't you want to talk to me anymore? Su Mo shook her head. No. How could she not want to speak to Lin Chen? It was just she slightly raised her head, stealing a glance at him. The embarrassment from the previous day lingered. Lin Chen smiled, pulling out 2 small packets of strawberry-flavored popping candy. The moment Su Mo saw them, her mind went blank and her face turned crimson. Lin Chen had actually brought this candy to class. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chen couldn't resist laughing, tearing open one packet and pouring it into Su Mo's palm. Here, eat it and show me. Chapter 192. The unwarranted intimidation. Su Mo was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly embarrassed about eating now. At that moment, Lin Chen leaned in close and whispered, If you don't eat, I'll tell everyone this was bought. Suemo pouted and promptly popped the popping candy from her palm into her mouth. You big bully, always picking on me, she thought, her expression a picture of grievance. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian, who was behind them, poked Lin Chen. Is there anything tasty? Lin Chen, slightly taken aback, raised the popping candy in his hand. There's this. Popping candy. Would you like some? Chu Qianqian immediately extended her hand. Yes. Seeing this, Sumo's face flushed deeper, feeling so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into a crack in the ground. This was something she had bought. She covered her face. Chu Qianqian popped the candy into her mouth. The strawberry flavor is quite delicious. Lin Chen smiled and handed all the candy to Chu Qianqian. If it's good, have more. Thanks. Suemo felt a wave of exasperation, casting Lin Chen a playful glare. At that moment, Lin Chen leaned closer to her ear and said, In a few days, I'll let you indulge properly. How about that? Being as clever as she was, Suemo understood the implication. You're such a rogue. She huffed, turning away and ignoring him. Just then, the teacher arrived. Today's lesson was on writing, and the teacher was rather lenient. With many students engrossed in their phones, Suemo glanced at the teacher and then leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, Have you been busy these past few days? Yes, a bit, Lin Chen replied. Then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at Suemo with a slight smile. What? Can't wait for something? Wait for what? Suemo stammered. Can't wait to use the popping candy. Suemo was momentarily stunned, then playfully thumped Lin Chen's chest. You're such a rascal. I'm not. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The class soon concluded. After taking Suemo out for a meal and a stroll, Lin Chen escorted her back to school. After watching Suemo enter the school, Lin Chen checked the time. It was 4 o'clock. The distance to Donghai Mingzhu Hotel wasn't far, but at this hour, it was precisely the peak time for getting off work. Whether the roads would be congested was uncertain. Putting his phone away, Lin Chen headed for the Donghai Mingzhu Hotel. As he had anticipated, the roads were indeed jammed. What should have been a 20-minute drive stretched to nearly 40 minutes. Fortunately, he arrived without being late, or it would have left a poor impression. After parking, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and saw a message from Jiangli. Lin Chen, we're waiting for you in the Zijing Hall. Lin Chen's fingers moved slightly as he replied with a simple okay. He then made his way to the Zijing Hall. The door to the private room was open, and Lin Chen walked in directly. Inside were only 2 people, one of whom was Jiangli. Today, she was dressed rather formally in a blue-gray business suit. Her long, wavy hair elegantly styled, presenting an image of sophistication and competence. Beside her sat a stern-looking middle-aged man, clad in a black suit, with a square face radiating an air of authority. However, this demeanor held little sway over Lin Chen. You must be Director Jiang, Lin Chen said. Jiang Heng scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, his brows furrowing slightly upon seeing Lin Chen's casual attire. Does this person not understand basic etiquette? Attending such a dinner in casual wear? You are Lin Chen? Jiang Heng regarded Lin Chen without inviting him to sit, seemingly curious about how Lin Chen would respond. Jiang Li noticed her father's intent and displayed a flicker of displeasure on her face, just as she was about to urge Lin Chen to take a seat. Lin Chen nodded. That's me, and without waiting for Jiang Heng's invitation, he seated himself. Lin Chen found it puzzling that there were 4 seats for just the 3 of them. Was someone else joining? Jiang Heng's brow tightened, initially poised to reprimand Lin Chen for his lack of manners, but he reconsidered, realizing it was he who had been rude first. Without further ado, Jiang Heng cut to the chase. I hear you intend to invest 800 million in our Yuxing group? Lin Chen shook his head. No, Director Jiang, you're mistaken. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lin Chen, while Jiang Heng felt a surge of anger. Was he toying with them? Just as Jiang Heng was about to explode, Lin Chen interjected. I'm not investing 800 million, but 1 billion. What? Jiang Li gasped, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. 1 billion? Wasn't it agreed upon as 800 million? Jiang Heng was equally taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. 1 billion? Do you think money is merely a number? Lin Chen smiled, but remained silent. To him, money had indeed become just a string of numbers. Humph. Jiang Heng scoffed, slamming his teacup onto the table, directing a fiery gaze at Lin Chen. Are you playing games with us? I'm quite busy and have no time for frivolity. This young man, appearing no older than 20, claimed he would invest 1 billion in his Yinxing group. It was utterly incredulous. As Jiang Heng's expression turned colder, Jiang Li interjected, Father, please mind your tone and choice of words. We are the ones asking Lin Chen for assistance. He owes us nothing. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Quite frankly, had it not been for Jiang Li and the grand scheme at play, he would have had little interest in dealing with such a self-important individual. Lin Chen cast a calm glance at Jiang Heng without uttering a word. Yet Jiang Heng was now thoroughly enraged. He slammed his fist on the table, standing up, and glared at Jiang Li. Jiang Li, do you even recognize me as your father? Jiang Li frowned slightly, about to speak, when a hearty laugh echoed from the entrance. Ha ha ha, old friend, it's been too long. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice. Upon seeing the newcomer, he was astonished. It was him. Chapter 193. Jiang Heng apologizes. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yuhui. Upon seeing Lin Chen present, Zhao Yuhui's face registered a flicker of surprise. Mr. Lin? You are here as well? Lin Chen rose slightly and greeted Uncle Zhao. Witnessing this interaction, Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. You know each other? Moreover, Zhao Yuhui referred to Lin Chen as Mr. Lin. To Jiang Heng's knowledge, Zhao Yuhui held a prominent position on the rich list, currently ranked 15th. What could possibly make him address Lin Chen with such respect? A sudden premonition struck Jiang Heng. He might have underestimated Lin Chen. Jiang Li was equally astonished. Having resided in Donghai City for years, she was familiar with Zhao Yuhui, though she was unaware of his connection to her father. Yet, Zhao Yuhui, ranked 15th, treated Lin Chen with such deference, calling him Mr. Lin. Lin Chen's name was conspicuously absent from the latest rich list, and she had thought he should at least have made the cut, given his evident prowess. Rumors had circulated that those on the rich list sought out Lin Chen. However, when the list was revealed, Lin Chen was nowhere to be found. Initially, she thought he had simply not made the list, but it seemed that was not the case. Lin Chen might very well be concealing his true potential. Noticing Jiang Li's astonished gaze, Lin Chen smiled and shifted his focus. Haraha. Zhao Yuhui chuckled lightly. We are more than mere acquaintances. I consider this young Mr. Lin a dear friend across generations. Lin Chen smiled but remained silent. Jiang Heng, however, was even more astonished by Zhao Yuhui's words. To be regarded as a lifelong friend by Zhao Yuhui was no small matter. Zhao Yuanheng took his seat and looked at Jiang Heng, inquiring, So, the person you came to meet is young Mr. Lin? Jiang Heng's face flickered with embarrassment at the remark. Reflecting on his recent behavior, he felt a twinge of regret. Jiang Li was right. Lin Chen owed them nothing. Rather, it was they who sought Lin Chen's assistance. Contemplating this, he poured himself a glass of wine. He raised his glass toward Lin Chen, stating, Mr. Lin, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize for my offense. I hope you can forgive me. This drink is my self-punishment. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one go. Jiang Li gasped in surprise. This was the first time she had witnessed her father apologize to anyone. And the recipient was merely a 20-year-old Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. He too finished his drink. Jiang Heng proved to be quite an intriguing character, acknowledging his faults. Lin Chen found himself reassessing his opinion of him. The earlier incident could be set aside. What transpired just now? Zhao Yuhui inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. Nothing, merely a misunderstanding. He then turned to Jiang Heng. Shall we get down to business? Very well. Jiang Heng responded, momentarily taken aback. He felt an unexpected sense of being led by Lin Chen. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved several documents from his briefcase. At that moment, Zhao Yuhui suddenly asked, Old Jiang, could it be that young Mr. Lin is the investor you mentioned? Jiang Heng nodded. Mr. Lin stated he intends to invest 10 billion in our Yunxin group. He glanced at Lin Chen. It wasn't that he doubted Lin Chen. The sum was simply staggering, an amount most would struggle to procure. If it were otherwise, their Yunxin group would not have found itself in its current predicament. Besides, Lin Chen was still so young. Zhao Yuhui paused for a moment, contemplating Jiang Heng's words. If it were anyone else, he might have doubted, but this was Lin Chen. Moreover, Jiang Heng did not seem entirely convinced. Zhao Yuhui mused, Young Mr. Lin, you surpass my expectations. Lin Chen humbly replied, Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. Jiang Heng, however, found the interaction between them bewildering. He knew Zhao Yuhui's character well. Zhao Yuhui then turned to Jiang Heng, saying, Old Jiang, there is no need for curiosity, young Mr. Lin is the most capable young person I have ever encountered. To be frank, even my son, whom I have always been proud of, pales in comparison. What? Jiang Heng was astonished. He had met Zhao Yuhui's son, Zhao Yuanheng, a bright young man who had earned his admiration. Zhao Yuhui continued, You know about Hongdao Mall, correct? Jiang Heng nodded. Yes, isn't that one of your properties? Zhao Yuhui shook his head. To be frank, Hongdao Mall was sold to young Mr. Lin back in September. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. I recall that Hongdao Mall in Donghai City was performing quite well. Why the sudden sale? After all, Zhao Yuhui had invested substantial effort into the mall, and now was the opportune moment to reap the rewards. It puzzled Jiang Heng that he would choose to sell at such a time. Zhao Yuhui spoke, because Mr. Lin offered me an irresistible price, 5 billion, all paid in one lump sum. What? Jiang Heng was utterly flabbergasted. 5 billion, and all at once. Even his Yunxin group would find it challenging to produce such a sum in one go. At this moment, Jiang Li interjected, "Dad, do you remember when my Jiaqing faced a crisis?" Jiang Heng nodded. He recalled the incident well, as Jiang Li had sought his assistance. However, he had refrained from intervening, thinking she would eventually return after facing hardship. Yet, she not only persevered but emerged unscathed. Rumor had it that someone had assisted her. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Lin Chen. Jiang Li continued, "Yes, Dad, you guessed correctly. The one who helped me was Lin Chen." She glanced at Lin Chen and added, "At that time, Lin Chen provided me with a one-time investment of 3 billion, directly aiding me through the crisis." Once again, it was a lump sum. Jiang Heng was at a loss for words. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon Lin Chen. How had he never heard of such a remarkable figure in Donghai City before? Chapter 194. Nearly made a grave mistake. Zhao Yuhui seemed to have discerned his confusion and continued, "Mr. Lin is a rising star in Donghai City. His name should have appeared on the newly released billionaire list. However, for certain reasons, Mr. Lin prefers not to be included. Thus, this list may not be entirely accurate." Upon hearing Zhao Yuhui's words, Jiang Li subtly pressed her lips together. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's capabilities, how could he possibly be excluded from such a list? Subsequently, Jiang Heng turned to Lin Chen and tentatively inquired, "Mr. Lin, what position would you have held on the billionaire list?" At this question, Lin Chen paused briefly in his tea drinking, gently placing the cup back on the table. He smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a title of no real significance." Jiang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that Lin Chen was reluctant to divulge further information. He then looked toward Zhao Yuhui, who simply shook his head in response. Since Lin Chen was unwilling to speak, Jiang Heng would naturally refrain from pressing the matter. After all, it was wise to maintain good relations with someone of Lin Chen's caliber. Even if they could not become close allies, it was crucial not to offend him. One must never underestimate him due to his youth. Lin Chen was undoubtedly destined for a remarkable future. The conversation did not linger on pleasantries. Jiang Heng directly presented the materials from his company to Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually flipped through them before returning them to Jiang Heng. It was all merely a formality. His true intention was to assist Jiang Li. Observing Lin Chen's nonchalance, Jiang Heng found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to Jiang Heng and asked, "Director Jiang, is the contract prepared?" Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. "So soon?" He then produced a contract, which Lin Chen perused briefly before signing it. "The sum is quite substantial. I suspect Director Jiang will need to accompany me to the bank shortly," Lin Chen remarked as he handed the contract back to Jiang Heng. "What?" Jiang Heng was once again stunned. What did this mean? "Mr. Lin, are you planning to transfer 10 billion in one go?" Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Gasp. Jiang Heng inhaled sharply, rendered speechless. Even the Su family could not manage such a transaction in one swift motion. Yet here was the young Lin Chen. Jiang Li and Zhao Yuhui were astonished as well, but their surprise did not reach Jiang Heng's level. They had become somewhat desensitized to Lin Chen's astonishing feats. Jiang Heng worked to steady his emotions and looked at Lin Chen with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Lin, are you truly sincere?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Zhao Yuhui and Jiang Li, responding, "You may inquire with them. I have never gone back on my word. Besides, we have already signed the contract." With this reassurance, Jiang Heng finally felt at ease. "In that case, I am deeply grateful to you, Mr. Lin." Reflecting on his role as an elder and the challenges he had posed to Lin Chen, who bore no grudges and was still willing to assist them, Jiang Heng felt a pang of guilt. He looked at his daughter, Jiang Li, and realized that Lin Chen's willingness to help was likely due to his regard for her. Then, Lin Chen turned to Zhao Yuhui and asked, "Regarding our previous discussion, how are things progressing? Have you made contact with Pang Dehai?" Zhao Yuhui replied, "Rest assured, after returning that day, I immediately reached out to Pang Dehai. I believe this plan will soon move into the implementation phase." Jiang Heng's curiosity was piqued by the exchange between Lin Chen and Zhao Yuhui. "Oh, what are you two discussing?" Zhao Yuhui elaborated, "Recently, I had a surplus of skincare products and was considering a collaboration with Mr. Lin's Hongda. Mr. Lin proposed a partnership between our two companies to create a renowned skincare brand." Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. This was proposed by Lin Chen. Zhao Yuhui nodded. An admiration for Lin Chen was evident in his gaze. Lin Chen then turned to Jiang Li and smiled. "Actually, our two companies could work together. Previously, Hongda's performance in women's apparel was lacking. However, since collaborating with Jiaqing, that gap has been filled. Now is the opportune moment." Jiaqing lacks its own brand and has found a suitable partner in skincare, which is you, Uncle Zhao. He then glanced at Zhao Yuhui before continuing to Zhongli. However, we still have a void in women's clothing. Moreover, the primary customers at Hongda are predominantly female, so leaving this segment unattended would be quite a loss. I wonder if Director Jiang has any interest in this? Zhongli inhaled sharply. This collaboration would be immensely beneficial for Jiaqing. I am wholeheartedly willing. It was indeed an advantageous opportunity for her, and how could she possibly turn it down? Especially since the partner was Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Good. For matters concerning this, you can directly liaise with Peng Dehai. I will inform him in advance. Zhongli nodded slightly in agreement. Although they appeared calm on the surface, her heart was tumultuous. Zhongli could not help but glance at Lin Chen. Realizing the considerable debt of gratitude she owed him, one that she might never be able to repay. Thinking thus, she poured herself a glass of wine and filled Lin Chen's as well. Mr. Lin, this toast is to you. Lin Chen raised his glass slightly, and they both downed it in one gulp. After half an hour of conversation, feeling somewhat disinterested, Lin Chen decided to take his leave early. The other three intended to accompany him but were gently declined. He left only with Zhongli. Jiang Heng and Zhao Yuhui exchanged glances but said nothing further. In Jiang Heng's heart, however, he harbored his own thoughts. After this evening, he had gained a clearer understanding of Lin Chen. Su Zimo from the Su family might not even compare to him. Furthermore, he had noticed the way his daughter looked at Lin Chen, filled with affection. If these two were to be together, he would not oppose it. Although Lin Chen was somewhat younger, that did not pose a significant issue. Sighing, Jiang Heng watched the two departing figures, reflecting on how he had grown old, his judgment no longer as keen as it once was. At that moment, Zhao Yuhui suddenly remarked, Old Jiang, you nearly made a grave mistake this time. Chapter 195. He is actually the wealthiest man in Donghai. Upon hearing Zhao Yuhui's words, Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the reason behind such a statement. Zhao Yuhui shook his head in resignation. When he first arrived, he could sense the palpable tension in the private room, coupled with Jiang Heng's subsequent apology. It was evident that some unpleasantness had transpired between Jiang Heng and Lin Chen prior to his arrival. Had he not intervened in time, Jiang Heng might have already offended Lin Chen. Despite being far from Donghai City, he and Jiang Heng had been old friends for many years, and he was somewhat aware of the matters concerning Yinxin Group. Jiang Heng had indeed sought his assistance, but his capabilities were limited, and he could offer little help. The real purpose behind Jiang Heng inviting him to this banquet was not merely to reminisce but rather to seek aid. Should Lin Chen renege on his word, he would likely turn to Zhao Yuhui for assistance, positioning Zhao as Jiang Heng's contingency plan. Old Zhao, what do you mean by that? Jiang Heng inquired. Though he had a vague inkling of the answer, he was hesitant to admit it. Zhao Yuhui regarded Jiang Heng with a sigh, stating, deep down, you already suspect the truth, don't you? Old Jiang, you are far too arrogant. Lin Chen is not someone you can afford to offend. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. Why? Who exactly is Lin Chen? The scale of Lin Chen's endeavors suggested he hailed from a prestigious lineage. Yet Jiang Heng could not recall a prominent family bearing the surname Lin within the entire Xia nation, which only added to his confusion. Zhao Yuhui shook his head. We are unaware of Lin Chen's background. He appears to have materialized in Donghai City without any forewarning. However, according to Yuan Heng, Lin Chen does not possess any notable lineage. He originates from an ordinary family in Nanwan City, barely even reaching the status of a well-off household. With a loud crash, Jiang Heng's wine glass slipped from his grasp and shattered on the table. What? An ordinary family? How could this be possible? Zhao Yuhui glanced at him. I find it hard to believe as well. He purchased the towering Water's Edge residence in Donghai City outright. He owns no less than 7 luxury supercars, valued at over 500 million. As Zhao Yuhui continued, Jiang Heng's astonishment only deepened. Zhao Yuhui's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover what? Jiang Heng pressed. Moreover, Lin Chen has even acquired the Donghai Rich Club, Zhao Yuhui revealed. Jiang Heng gasped in disbelief, unable to regain his composure. He had heard of the Donghai Rich Club even from afar in the bustling metropolis. It served as a social venue and a place for business discussions, renowned for its exclusivity, drawing wealthy individuals from across Donghai City. It was said that affluent patrons would drive from afar just to conduct business at the club. The owner wielded considerable influence, with no one daring to cause a stir within its confines. He recalled hearing of an incident where someone had caused trouble at the club, resulting in their company folding within a week, leaving them deeply in debt and with no opportunity for recovery. Now, to learn that Lin Chen had become the owner of the Donghai Rich Club was a revelation that left Jiang Heng reeling. He finally understood why Zhao Yuhui had warned him that Lin Chen was not someone he could afford to offend. Jiang Hung took a moment to steady his emotions before speaking. Lin Chen must rank high on the Donghai rich list, correct? If he were to choose to be listed, he would undoubtedly be the youngest billionaire in history. Based on Zhao Yuhui's account of Lin Chen's extensive enterprises and his collection of luxury vehicles, it was indeed plausible that he could secure a place on the list, and his ranking would likely be quite favorable. However, Zhao Yuhui merely smiled and shook his head in resignation. What are you smiling about? Jiang Hung asked, puzzled. Zhao Yuhui replied, if Lin Chen chose to be listed, the title of Donghai's wealthiest individual would likely change hands. What? Jiang Hung was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Zhao Yuhui had mentioned the wealthiest individual, implying that Lin Chen was indeed the wealthiest man in Donghai City. How could this be? Lin Chen was probably only around 20 years old. The thought of a 20-year-old billionaire was unfathomable and utterly terrifying. Zhao Yuhui turned to Jiang Hung, chuckling, surprised, are you? When I first learned of this, I was not much different from your current state of disbelief, yet it is the truth. Lin Chen is indeed the wealthiest man in Donghai City. Moreover, given his aspirations to establish a well-known brand through Hongda Mall, his ambitions likely extend beyond Donghai City, possibly encompassing the entire province or even the nation, or abroad. Lin Chen is no ordinary figure. His potential is limitless. Even if you cannot foster a friendship with him, you must not make an enemy of him. With that, he glanced at Jiang Hung and sighed. Old Jiang, judging a person by their appearance is truly foolish. Jiang Hung sighed in resignation. I admit my mistake. My impulsiveness was unwarranted. Zhao Yuhui continued. I advise you to find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Lin Chen. Jiang Hung nodded in agreement. Merely pouring himself another drink at the table would not suffice. Although Lin Chen seemed disinclined to hold a grudge, this thought only deepened Jiang Hang's frustration. As the chairman of Yunxin Group, who had navigated the business world for decades, he felt utterly humiliated to find himself outdone by a mere 20-year-old. Fortunately, the situation had not yet reached an irretrievable state. In due time, he could offer a proper apology. Zhao Yuhui nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was driving attentively, with Jiang Li seated in the passenger seat. Reflecting on the earlier events in the private room, Jiang Li felt a pang of guilt. Lin Chen had offered his assistance to her, to Yunxin Group, yet her father had chosen to confront Lin Chen with hostility from the outset. Such behavior was indeed ungrateful. Jiang Li wrestled with her conflicting emotions before finally turning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at her briefly before returning his gaze to the road. What is it? He suspected Jiang Li wished to apologize for her father's earlier demeanor. As anticipated, Jiang Li spoke up. I want to apologize for my father's attitude in the private room. I'm truly sorry. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. There's no need for you to apologize. I did not take it to heart. Besides, it's quite understandable. Jiang Li sighed. The more Lin Chen dismissed the matter, the deeper her feelings of guilt became. Just then, they reached a red light. Lin Chen took a moment to observe Jiang Li's worried expression, noticing the guilt etched on her face. He smiled. If you truly feel guilty, how about giving me a kiss? Then we can consider this matter settled. What do you say? Chapter 196. Retrieving the bargain. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Li's body shuddered slightly. She bit her lip, contemplating leaning in closer. But a glance at the red light made her hesitate. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. We'll put that on hold. I'm more worried about being photographed. Jiang Li felt her cheeks flush. Lin Chen's words made her feel as though she were impatiently yearning to kiss him. She cast a resentful glance at Lin Chen, realizing that he was becoming increasingly mischievous. Lin Chen, barely able to contain his laughter, pressed down on the accelerator as the light turned green. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to tease the cunning fox further. Reflecting on the times Jiang Li had playfully provoked him, he now felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction watching her flustered. Observing the smile on Lin Chen's face, Jiang Li quickly understood. Oh, so you're deliberately toying with me? Lin Chen replied with a grin. What's this? Is it the day Jiang Fox falls into a trap? Where's your millennia of wisdom? He mused. Seeing you blush is quite a rarity. One might think the sun is rising in the west tomorrow. Jiang Li retorted. Blushing is nothing unusual. Lin Chen turned to her, raising an eyebrow without speaking. This only added to Jiang Li's vexation. Propping her chin on one hand, she gazed at him. She had to admit, Lin Chen was quite handsome. His sharp brows, bright eyes, and well-defined nose complemented his impressive physique, though he was a bit too young for her taste. The thought of such tender grass made her hesitate. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the car arrived at the foot of Jiang Li's villa. Jiang Fox, you've reached home, Lin Chen announced. Jiang Li snapped back to reality. What? We've arrived so soon? In response, Lin Chen turned his head, his interest piqued. What's wrong? Do you think it's too quick and are reluctant to get out? Jiang Li smiled, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Lin Chen, I've noticed you've become quite adept at charming girls lately. Lin Chen replied with a casual smile. To earn such high praise from Jiang Fox is indeed rare. You little rascal, Jiang Li playfully chided, giving him a mock glare before stepping out of the car. Just as she reached to close the door, Lin Chen called out. What? Have you forgotten to give me my compensation? Jiang Li paused, momentarily taken aback, remembering Lin Chen's earlier remark about a kiss. Suddenly, she was at a loss for how to position her hands and feet. Despite frequently driving with Lin Chen, she had no practical experience in such intimate encounters. She was merely fond of playful banter. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What's this? Am I left waiting until the flowers wither? Seeing Jiang Li's expression, he was quite surprised. She seemed rather innocent, which was quite rare. Jiang Li bit her lip, steeling herself, and returned to the passenger seat. Gazing at Lin Chen's face, she leaned in closer. A faint scent of perfume wafted into Lin Chen's nostrils, startling him. A minute later, Jiang Li pulled back, her mind swirling in a daze. Lin Chen's scent was intoxicating, and she had momentarily lost control. Having relied on a bit of liquid courage, she now felt shy. Her cheeks burned, and she couldn't even dare to glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, equally bewildered, finally asked, Didn't we agree on just one? Jiang Li's face heated further at his words. However, recalling how she had previously teased Lin Chen, she felt a surge of defiance. Taking a deep breath, she looked at him. Feeling bold, are we? Even daring to tease me? I must show you some consequences for calling me Jiang Fox. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. It's not about boldness. A few seconds passed before Jiang Li grasped his meaning. She playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, You rascal. I scold you, and you don't even flinch. Lin Chen laughed, reminiscing about their earlier exchange. Jiang Li, feeling a bit bashful, admitted, That was my first time. Her voice dwindled as she spoke. Lin Chen was taken aback. Although he had previously guessed it, hearing Jiang Li acknowledge it made it feel different. Oh, really? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Jiang Li nodded shyly. Despite her usual openness, she had never had a boyfriend, and her so-called fiancé, Su Zimo, was someone she found utterly disagreeable. No chance of any intimacy there. Lin Chen was the first person she felt comfortable enough to treat this way. However, Lin Chen's next comment infuriated Jiang Li. Why do I find that hard to believe? You, Jiang Li exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Chen, you big rascal, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at her flustered demeanor. It was a rare and charming sight. You promised a kiss, yet it's you who took advantage of me. He teased. Jiang Li's face flushed crimson, and in her frustration, she shot him a glare before attempting to exit the vehicle. But Lin Chen swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Since you've taken advantage of me, shouldn't I reclaim what's mine? Jiang Li stared at Lin Chen's increasingly close face, stunned. What are you planning to do? Lin Chen smiled, leaning closer while gently gripping the back of her head. 2 minutes later, Jiang Li stepped out of the car, covering her face and casting a forlorn glance at Lin Chen as she straightened her somewhat disheveled attire. Lin Chen sat back, leisurely observing her. Once she turned around, he noticed the disarray at her waist and remarked, You might want to tidy up a bit in the back. As memories of their earlier encounter flooded her mind, Jiang Li felt her brain explode. Without a moment's thought, she knew it was Lin Chen's doing. At first, things had been fine in the car, but soon spiraled out of control. Casting Lin Chen a sulky glance, she hurriedly retreated into the villa, watching Jiang Li flee in a panic. Lin Chen chuckled before driving back to his own villa. It wasn't until Lin Chen had left that a figure nearby smiled knowingly. Chapter 197 I have seen everything. It seems that this matter no longer requires his mediation. The secretary beside him inquired, Chairman, shall we still visit Miss Jiang? Jiang Heng nodded, let us proceed. Some matters need to be clarified. The secretary went to drive, while Jiang Heng made his way directly to Jiang Li's villa. At that moment, Jiang Li had just returned to her villa, closing the door behind her and leaning against it. Recalling the events that had transpired in the car, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush and her heart race. Was the progression of her relationship with Lin Chen advancing too swiftly? Although Lin Chen had assisted her immensely, and she did harbor intentions of devotion, the pace of development had taken her by surprise. Having known Lin Chen for several months, albeit briefly, there was one thing she had come to realize. She had developed feelings for him. She could not pinpoint the exact moment it began, but she was taken aback, considering that Lin Chen was 4 to 5 years her junior. Yet, despite his youth, he possessed all the qualities of an ideal man. Jiang Li felt a sense of helplessness, her heart in disarray. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, causing Jiang Li to perk up her ears. Could it be Lin Chen? If he were to arrive now, alone in a room together, coupled with the recent events, it was likely they would find themselves in an indescribable situation. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell chimed. Her heart raced, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. When she mustered the courage to peek through the peephole, she was taken aback. Her father, Jiang Hong, stood on the other side. After a moment of tidying herself, she opened the door to welcome him in. "Dad, what brings you here?" Jiang Hong replied coolly. "What? Am I not welcome?" Jiang Li shook her head. "No, it's just... Are you worried about interrupting something?" Jiang Hong smiled, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on her. Jiang Li felt momentarily stunned. Why would her father say such a thing? Had he witnessed something he shouldn't have? "Dad, I don't know what you mean," she stammered, resolutely refusing to acknowledge the implications. The embarrassment was far too great to admit. However, Jiang Heng's next words left her utterly speechless. "I saw everything." "What?" Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock, her embarrassment intensifying as she wished for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. Was there anything more humiliating than having her father stumble upon such a scene? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li urged, "Dad, please just say what you want to say." Jiang Hong, her father, settled into a nearby sofa. "Are you and Lin Chen neighbors?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, he lives across from me." They fell into a silence that lingered for several seconds before Jiang Hong spoke again. "As for your relationship with Lin Chen, I shall not oppose it any longer." "What?" Jiang Li felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Recalling the earlier incident, she realized he must have assumed she was already with Lin Chen. Yet, one could understand such a misunderstanding after witnessing that scene, especially coming from her father. "Dad, you've misunderstood. Lin Chen and I are not." She began to explain, but Jiang Hong interrupted her. "Do you think you can hide this from me? Remember, you are my daughter. Your thoughts cannot escape my discerning eye." Jiang Hong spoke dismissively. "I sensed something was amiss between you two at the hotel, the lingering glances and exchanges. Moreover, if your relationship with Lin Chen were purely platonic, how could he have made such substantial sacrifices to assist us?" Jiang Li felt helpless. While she and Lin Chen were indeed not involved in that manner, it appeared he had already made his assumptions. So be it. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng's words stirred a flicker of emotion within her. From the very beginning, Lin Chen had offered 300 million to help her company through a crisis. Later, when issues arose with the lease, Lin Chen purchased the entire building. Then came the matter with Yunxin Group. She found herself puzzled as to why Lin Chen would repeatedly extend such significant aid to her. Did he harbor feelings for her? The thought sent her heart racing. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of wonderful. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Li looked up at her father, Jiang Hong. "Dad, what about Su Zimo from the Su family?" The Su family had long been connected with the Jiang family, and Su Zimo was her childhood acquaintance. However, Jiang Li had never held them in high regard. After Su Zimo went abroad for studies, they lost touch. The marriage agreement between them had merely been a jest from their childhood. Upon returning, Su Zimo revived the topic of their engagement, and the Jiang family, seeing potential for a union, had acquiesced. Yet, Jiang Li had always been aware of Su Zimo's character and had no desire to marry him, even going so far as to run away in defiance of her family's wishes. It was only after meeting Lin Chen that she truly understood what it meant to genuinely like someone. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow, recalling the Su family's reaction when they had sought their assistance during the crisis with Yunxin Group, akin to taking advantage of a misfortune. How disappointing, considering their long-standing friendship. Were it not for Lin Chen's intervention, he might have indeed forced Jiang Li into that marriage. Sighing heavily, Jiang Hong remarked, "As the saying goes, time reveals true intentions. Adversity reveals true character. After this incident, we have come to see the Su family's true nature. As for your relationship with Su Zimo, we will no longer impose it upon you. If you do not wish to marry him, then do not." Jiang Li was taken aback, her eyes misting with emotion. After all these years, this was the first time her father had relented on the matter. Of course, she would not forget that it was Lin Chen's influence that had made this possible. Without him, she would have had no choice but to pursue the path of marriage, as she could not bear to witness her family's company collapse. She owed Lin Chen a considerable debt of gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Hong suddenly said, "Lin Chen is quite a remarkable young man. His capabilities are commendable, and he possesses a likable character. Though he is younger, that is inconsequential. Youth often correlates with obedience. If possible, I would hope for the two of you to eventually find your way together." Chapter 198. Yi Qinshua's Self-Doubt. Jiang Li. "All right, Dad, I understand. It seems this matter cannot be clarified. However, she truly ought to make an effort regarding Lin Chen." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just returned to the villa and headed straight for a shower. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol at the hotel today, he was reeking of it. After his shower, he emerged draped in a bathrobe. Upon unlocking his phone, he noticed several messages awaiting him, along with numerous friend requests. Curiously, He perused the friend requests and found they were predominantly from unfamiliar faces, alongside some from former classmates from elementary, middle, and high school, even including a few from kindergarten. Most of these individuals had presumably heard of his newfound wealth and were merely probing for their own benefit. Naturally, Lin Chen had no desire to squander his time on them, so he promptly dismissed them and focused on the new messages. Su Mo had sent a staggering 99 messages, which left Lin Chen astounded. "What are you doing? I've been thinking about you all day. Have you been busy lately?" As Lin Chen scrolled through, he noticed they were filled with trivial exchanges and emoticons. It was indeed impressive that she could send so many messages. After responding a few times, he exited the chat. Another message came from Yi Qinxue. "Lin Chen, I've got great news. Your 100 million has increased by a whopping 6 million. 6 million. I'm quite impressed with myself. Are you happy, Lin Chen? Oh, are you busy? Curious?" JPG, a smirk crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Just reading these messages allowed him to vividly picture Yi Qinxue's exuberant demeanor when she discovered the news. In such a short time, she had managed to earn 6 million, which spoke volumes about her capabilities. The loss of her job due to her superior's unethical practices was indeed a detriment to the company. Fortunately, she now had the opportunity to showcase her talents. With a slight movement of his fingers, Lin Chen typed out a message and sent it. "Yes, I am quite happy. 6 million is, to be honest, not substantial for me. Nevertheless, it does not diminish Yi Qinxue's capabilities." On the other end, while diligently working, Yi Qinxue paused upon receiving Lin Chen's message. Although he expressed happiness, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was rather nonchalant. A fleeting moment of self-doubt washed over her. Was it truly insignificant to earn 6 million in a day? Yet, she knew her professional skills were among the best in the industry. After resigning, several former clients had sought her out to be their private trader, but she had declined, wary of the hidden rules of the industry. However, if it were Lin Chen, she mused that she would willingly offer her services. After all, he was young, handsome, and her benefactor. Shaking off her thoughts, Yi Qinxue swiftly grabbed her phone to respond to Lin Chen. "So how impressive am I?" Upon reading her message, Lin Chen chuckled. "Truly impressive. To reward you, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Yi Qinxue almost instantaneously replied, "Sure." Lin Chen added, "It's getting late. You should rest early." Yi Qinxue quickly replied with a good night message, accompanied by an adorable emoticon. Exiting the chat with her, Lin Chen noticed that Su Mo had yet to respond. She must have fallen asleep, he thought. After setting his phone aside, he climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue, clutching her phone, grinned like a fool. Remembering her responsibilities, she sat up straight and meticulously scrutinized every piece of data on her computer screen, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Typically, she wouldn't pay such close attention to an ordinary client, but since it was Lin Chen, she was determined to create greater value for him. Just then, a knock sounded at her door, followed by the sound of it opening. Instinctively, she looked up to find her mother standing there. "Mom, why are you still awake?" she asked, her focus quickly returning to the screen. Her mother held a bowl of chicken soup and, seeing her daughter's preoccupation, wore a resigned expression. She was aware that her daughter had become Lin Chen's private trader. While it was a positive development, after all, Lin Chen's trust in Yi Qinxue was a compliment. Her daughter had transformed into a workaholic, obsessively wanting to earn more money for him. As a mother, she could only watch with concern, knowing that neglecting her health could only last so long. With a sigh, Yi's mother placed the bowl of soup beside her and advised, "You need to take better care of yourself. Don't wear yourself out." In response, Yi Qinxue waved her hand dismissively. "I know, Mom." She took a sip of the soup before setting it down, redirecting her attention back to her computer. Recalling Lin Chen's earlier words, she couldn't help but glance at her mother and say, "Mom, Lin Chen's investments in my hands have increased by 6 million. And he said he would treat me to dinner tomorrow." Her mother smiled. "That's wonderful news. But what?" Her mother glanced at the time before continuing. "It's nearly 1 o'clock. Are you planning to meet him tomorrow looking like a raccoon?" Struck by her mother's words, Yi Qinxue froze. She had been so focused on finding ways to provide value to Lin Chen that she had overlooked her appearance. What if he disliked her for looking unkempt? With that thought, Yi Qinxue hurriedly organized her data and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Her mother watched with a mix of exasperation and tenderness, knowing that her admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. Indeed, girls were often so outwardly focused. The next day, Lin Chen awoke at 7 o'clock. With no classes scheduled for the morning, he promptly got out of bed and went for a run. Unbeknownst to him, as he jogged, Jiangli was observing him from the second-floor window. After a moment's hesitation, she donned her sports attire and descended the stairs. While Lin Chen was jogging, he suddenly heard Jiang Li's voice calling out, "Lin Chen." She quickened her pace and matched his stride. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you again. Lin Chen smiled. It is quite a coincidence. However, he regarded Jiang Li with a hint of confusion. She had adorned her face with makeup, as if she were headed out. Previously, whenever he encountered her during runs, she had always been barefaced. Are you wearing makeup to go jogging? He inquired, puzzled. Jiang Li stumbled slightly at his question. How could she explain that she had intended to go out for breakfast? Chapter 199. The mother tree to Hong Pao. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Jiang Li raised her gaze and retorted. Lin Chen shook his head. No problem. Yet. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Li seemed unusually irritable today. Perhaps sensing his less than pleasant demeanor, they fell into a brief silence before Jiang Li shifted the topic. Asking, have you had breakfast? Lin Chen replied, not yet. Shall we go eat something together? Jiang Li inquired. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen declined. I think I'll pass. I have some ingredients at home and plan to cook for myself. Oh, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, her face broke into a radiant smile. Would you mind if I joined you for breakfast? At that instant, Lin Chen's mind echoed with the mechanical voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the storyline task. Invite Jiang Li to your home for breakfast. Reward, 10 packs of Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao, totaling 5 kilograms. Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao? Although Lin Chen was not fond of tea, his father, Linen, was. He had heard his father mention this tea countless times, piquing his curiosity enough to search for it online. What he discovered left him astounded. This mother tree de Hong Pao boasts a history of over 350 years and has been classified as a national protected cultural relic, ceasing any further harvesting over a decade ago. In essence, every gram consumed is one less available. Moreover, its price has soared to over 5 million per pound. Thus, with 10,000 yuan, one could purchase merely a gram. Of course, this was data from a few years back. He had no idea how much it had escalated since then. However, if he were to acquire 10 kilograms, it would surely create a nationwide sensation. At that moment, Jiang Li called out several times before Lin Chen snapped back to reality. With her arms crossed, Jiang Li teased. Could it be that you don't want me to come over? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Jiang Li cast a mysterious glance towards the Yun Shui, Jian, before leaning closer to Lin Chen and whispering, are you hiding a lover in your golden chamber? Hence your reluctance for me to visit? Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. While he wasn't hiding anyone, if she came over, that might very well change. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Is it a golden chamber for me? I don't believe that. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. You're welcome to take a look. Jiang Li, still skeptical, finally relented. Really? She felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared Lin Chen might have a woman hidden in his villa. So, I can really come over for breakfast? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Of course, I would gladly welcome you. Jiang Li playfully punched Lin Chen's chest, affectionately scolding him for being annoying. They continued their run, the sound of Jiang Li's breath creating an indescribable allure. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Jiang Li beside him. Beads of sweat were beginning to form on her forehead, and her skin glowed with a delicate blush. Jiang Li had a captivating figure, and with her slightly damp clothing, Lin Chen could vaguely discern the color of her undergarments. Was it black? He felt a sudden dryness in his throat and regretted his decision to run this morning. This was quite a sensory overload so early in the day. Meanwhile, Jiang Li remained oblivious to Lin Chen's thoughts, merely sensing a slight peculiarity in his demeanor. What is wrong with you? She asked. Lin Chen lowered his gaze to her, and from this angle, he caught sight of a stunning view. Ahem, nothing, he replied, feeling slightly awkward. This Jiang Fox was truly something else. Although he had already experienced it for a while the previous night, he glanced over again. Aren't you afraid of it swaying? Jiang Li blinked in surprise, taking several seconds to comprehend. Her face flushed, and she instinctively raised a hand to cover herself, realizing it only drew more attention. She eventually lowered it. Recalling the events of last night, a sense of vengeance bubbled within her. Thankfully, wearing sports attire, the motion was still bearable. She shot a glance at Lin Chen. What? Are you envious? Lin Chen hadn't expected Jiang Li to be so audacious, but upon reflection, such boldness was in line with her Jiang Fox nature. You win, Lin Chen chuckled. A smirk crept onto Jiang Li's lips as she lightly huffed at Lin Chen, her tail almost wagging with delight. Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation. Aren't you a bit too old for such childish antics? Jiang Li, hearing Lin Chen's teasing, instantly retorted, her almond eyes narrowing. What's that supposed to mean? Suddenly recalling something, she became a tad bashful. Lin Chen, what is it? Lin Chen asked. Would you mind if I brought my family over for breakfast? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp her meaning. Jiang Li continued, last night, my dad stayed over at my place. If that's inconvenient, I can take him out to eat. Lin Chen quickly replied, not at all. Just bring your uncle along. It's not far, just a short walk. Besides, after breakfast, you can accompany him to the bank. Da Hong Pao, though he himself didn't drink tea much, his father enjoyed it. He figured he could keep some for himself and send the rest home. He had a hunch his father would be moved to tears. Just imagining that scene was thrilling. Jiang Li nodded, a bit shyly saying, thank you so much. Not a problem, he replied. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly leaned closer, and Lin Chen felt a warm rush on his cheek. Before he could process it, she had pulled back. You. Lin Chen was momentarily dazed. Jiang Li averted her gaze, feeling bashful. This is your reward. Before Lin Chen could respond, she hurriedly added, I'll head back to change and shower, then come over with my dad. With that, she dashed home. Lin Chen sighed in frustration. This early in the morning, he feared he might combust. Perhaps a cooling shower was in order. After finishing his shower and changing clothes, Lin Chen emerged to prepare the ingredients in the kitchen. Just then, the doorbell rang. As expected, it was Jiang Heng and Jiang Li. Jiang Heng was still dressed in formal attire, his demeanor serious, while Jiang Li had changed into a casual hoodie and pleated skirt, exuding a youthful and lively aura. Resembling someone fresh from university, she bore no resemblance to a domineering businesswoman or a tyrannical CEO. Jiang Heng awkwardly said, Mr. Lin, sorry to intrude. Lin Chen greeted them courteously and welcomed them inside. At the same moment, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 201, The Astonished Fox. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving a reward of 5 kilograms of mother tree Da Hong Pao. Note, the reward is located in the third drawer of the host's kitchen storage cabinet. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement within, though he displayed not a hint of it outwardly. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, I happen to have some fine tea here. Allow me to prepare a pot. He proceeded to the kitchen and opened the third drawer of the storage cabinet, where he discovered 5 exquisitely packaged bags of mother tree Da Hong Pao, resting quietly within. He took out 2 small packages, brewing one into a pot of tea. Despite the tea's rarity and value, Lin Chen felt no reluctance to serve it to the father-daughter duo, as it was a gift from Jiang Li. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng sat uneasily on the sofa, still reeling from the grandeur of the villa. Upon entering, he was genuinely taken aback. This villa, undoubtedly the crown jewel of East Sea City, dwarfed even the residence of the Jiang family in the Magic City. Moreover, Jiang Li had informed him that Lin Chen had purchased this entire villa outright, living there alone. While buying a villa was not particularly astonishing, paying in full was indeed remarkable, especially for the most luxurious villa in East Sea City. As Jiang Heng's thoughts swirled, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, causing him to spring to his feet in astonishment. This was Mother Tree Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. The scent was unmistakable. Overwhelmed with excitement, he followed the aroma, just in time to encounter Lin Chen emerging with a teapot. Mr. Jiang, is something the matter? Lin Chen inquired. Jiang Heng's gaze was fixated on the teapot in Lin Chen's hands, his eyes almost glued to it. The fragrance emanated from that very vessel. He raised his gaze to Lin Chen, his voice trembling. Mr. Lin, is this Mother Tree Da Hong Pao? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Indeed, Mr. Jiang possesses a discerning palate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng gasped in awe. It was truly Mother Tree Da Hong Pao, a fervent tea enthusiast. His singular dream had been to savor this exquisite tea. Yet, with only 6 mother trees in existence, the tea was a rarity, often snatched up at the slightest availability. Furthermore, the mother trees were protected from harvesting, making each gram immensely precious. He had only had the fortune to taste the residual water from the Mother Tree Da Hong Pao once, an experience he would never forget, as its flavor matched the enchanting aroma now filling the air. At that moment, Lin Chen approached with the teapot, pouring a cup for both Jiang Heng and Jiang Li. Jiang Li brought the cup close to her nose, instantly enveloped in a sense of tranquility. This tea smells delightful, she exclaimed, glancing at her father. Dad, what kind of Da Hong Pao is this? Not one to indulge in tea often, Jiang Li was largely unfamiliar with its nuances. Yet, the fragrance brought her immense comfort. Jiang Heng nodded, adjusting his glasses before responding. This is Mother Tree Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, worth at least 600,000 per pound. Gasping, Jiang Li nearly spilled tea from her trembling hands. Jiang Heng's heart ached at the sight. Be careful. This tea diminishes with each sip. It may never be harvested again. Jiang Li took a moment to steady her emotions, gently placing the cup on the table, still astounded. It wasn't that she lacked worldly experience. Rather, the notion of tea costing millions per pound was simply unfathomable. Each sip could amount to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. What kind of family could afford such extravagance? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she glanced at Lin Chen, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Mr. Lin, it is truly an honor to be served such precious tea. Jiang Heng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, to be frank, if I possessed even a morsel of this mother tree to Hong Pao, I would hoard it for myself rather than serve guests. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It is merely a bit of tea, Mr. Jiang. There is no need for concern. Merely a bit of tea? Jiang Heng was taken aback by Lin Chen's nonchalance. This was no trivial matter. Even if he chose not to drink it, the tea would fetch an astronomical price on the market, vanishing in an instant. As they engaged in conversation, Lin Chen returned to the kitchen, with Jiang Li offering her assistance. What do you plan to make? I can help, she offered. Confident in her culinary skills, Lin Chen tied on an apron, casting her a glance before playfully whispering, I'll make something special for you. Jiang Li's face flushed crimson, playfully punching Lin Chen's chest and scolding, You're incorrigible. Unbeknownst to Jiang Heng, who could only observe their intimate banter, he noted their closeness. They resembled a young couple. Yet, Lin Chen was still quite young, still in school. Otherwise, he might have urged them to consider marriage. As several bowls of noodles emerged from the stove, the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, her stomach growling in response. Why do your noodles smell so divine? They seem no different from my usual recipe, yet they look and smell so much better. At that moment, Lin Chen offered her a pair of chopsticks. Care for a taste? Jiang Li eagerly nodded, using the chopsticks to lift a few strands to her mouth. The texture was smooth and fragrant, the broth rich and flavorful. Delicious, she exclaimed, unable to resist devouring another mouthful. Lin Chen chuckled at her enthusiasm. Next time you come over, perhaps you could teach me? Jiang Li had always enjoyed experimenting with cooking, believing her creations, while not on par with those from five-star restaurants, were commendable. Today, however, she realized the error of her assumptions. Lin Chen, with a mischievous grin, remarked, I'd be happy to teach you, but I must charge a fee. Fee? Jiang Li paused, sensing the playful intent behind Lin Chen's expression. How insufferable, she retorted, playfully pouting. Chapter 200. Over 200 billion in deposits shocks the young teller. Two individuals emerged, carrying bowls of noodles. Upon gazing at the bowl before him, Jiang Heng felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Mr. Lin possessed such culinary prowess, rivaling that of a five-star hotel chef. Lin Chen chuckled. You flatter me, Chairman Jiang. After enjoying their meal and exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Chen promptly escorted Jiang Heng to the bank. A transfer of 10 billion required a personal visit to the bank. The establishment was relatively quiet that day, and after a brief wait, Lin Chen approached the counter. Good day, how may I assist you? The teller, a woman in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup and long false eyelashes, greeted them. Lin Chen presented his bank card. A transfer, he stated. Upon hearing this, the teller's demeanor shifted to one of impatience as she took Lin Chen's card and placed it on the machine. She thought to herself that such transactions could easily be handled at an ATM outside, and that she was too busy for such trivial matters. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, she interrupted, Please enter your password. With a subtle movement, Lin Chen input his password. While one hand held a cup of coffee, the other operated the machine on his behalf. However, in a moment of distraction, she spilled the coffee onto her uniform. Regardless, her focus remained fixed on the screen displaying the account balance. Units cascaded in her sight. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, 100 million, billion. Over 200 billion. Fearing her eyes deceived her, she rubbed them and counted again. Indeed, it was over 200 billion in deposits. Excuse me, sir. I must report this to our bank president. She struggled to steady her voice, but Lin Chen detected a tremor. Go ahead, he replied nonchalantly. Please hold on. Without a second thought for the coffee stain on her skirt, she rushed into the adjacent office. Shortly, a portly middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by the teller. Are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chen nodded, I am. The bank president, exuding respect, inquired, Mr. Lin, may I invite you to our VIP room for a brief discussion? Lin Chen glanced at his watch and politely declined. Thank you for the offer, but I have other matters to attend to shortly. The president quickly responded, Very well. We will arrange for someone to assist you immediately. A male manager promptly took the teller's place and respectfully asked Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, how much would you like to transfer? 10 billion, to this account. Lin Chen handed over his phone, displaying the account details of Yinxin Group. At that moment, others waiting in line began to murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Who is this person that even the bank president personally attends to him? Did you hear? He's transferring 10 billion. 10 billion? Surely, this must be a jest. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Chen shifted to a mix of awe and envy. Once the transfer was completed, the manager returned Lin Chen's bank card. After exchanging a few courteous remarks with the bank president, Lin Chen departed with Jiang Heng. In the car, Jiang Heng received a notification of the transaction. Only then did he feel a profound sense of relief. With this 10 billion, Yunxin Group will undoubtedly overcome its challenges. We shall create even greater value for you, he declared enthusiastically. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. I shall look forward to receiving the profits. He pondered how Jiang Li's so-called fiancé's family would react upon learning this news. A thought that filled him with a subtle anticipation. Lin Chen drove Jiang Heng back to Jiang Li's villa. Shortly after arriving home, he received a call from her. Lin Chen, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude this time. Sipping water, Lin Chen replied, no need for thanks. Simply pledge yourself to me. Jiang Li playfully retorted, you are quite the rascal. After a brief silence, Jiang Li continued, Lin Chen. Do you truly desire this? Caught off guard while drinking, Lin Chen nearly choked. Was Jiang Li serious? Did she truly intend to make such a proposition? Although he found the idea enticing, he could also discern that her feelings were more rooted in gratitude than genuine affection. With a resigned smile, he replied, I was merely jesting. Do you truly believe I would resort to such tactics? Jiang Li was momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. She found herself perplexed by Lin Chen's intentions. Did he genuinely want her, or not? Resolving to voice her thoughts, Jiang Li asked, what are your intentions? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen answered, well, let's discuss this when you have fully accepted me in your heart. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Li fell silent. She had anticipated Lin Chen would propose some request, and while he occasionally hinted at such desires, he had once again bewildered her, caught in a whirlwind of mixed emotions. She felt joy at Lin Chen's integrity and disappointment at his refusal of her. Jiang Li approached the mirror, scrutinizing her appearance and figure. Was her allure waning? Why would Lin Chen reject her? She touched her delicate face, adjusted her enviable curves, and measured her slender waist. Surely, she was not lacking. Confusion reigned as Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words. Why the sudden silence? Lin Chen inquired. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Li stammered, actually, I. Yet the words remained unvoiced. Jiang Li was not typically shy, but before Lin Chen, she found herself faltering. What is it? Lin Chen urged gently. After a moment's hesitation, she opted to remain silent. Oh, never mind. I must head to the office. I have a meeting regarding the brand establishment you suggested yesterday. Very well, he replied. After disconnecting, Jiang Li found herself squatting on the floor, feeling a sense of loss. She had failed to articulate her feelings, an uncharacteristic behavior for her. Perhaps it was only in Lin Chen's presence that she felt such vulnerability. Meanwhile, Lin Chen checked the time, realizing it was nearing noon, and recalled his intention to invite Yi Qinxue for lunch. He retrieved his phone, scrolling to her contact and dialing her number directly. Are you free at the moment? Chapter 201. The nouveau riche uncle's manipulation. Yi Qinxue responded promptly. Of course I'm free. In truth, she had been prepared 2 hours prior, fearing that Lin Chen might call unexpectedly, leaving her unready. Shall I come pick you up now? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, I'm all set. Just come over, she replied. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. In his experience, girls usually took their time to get ready. He recalled an occasion when he had to wait downstairs for Song Qingwan for a good 20 minutes. However, the thought of Song Qingwan made him pause. It had been some time since he had heard from her, and he wondered what she was preoccupied with. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lin Chen stepped out. When he arrived at Yi Qinxue's residence, she was already waiting at the door. Yi Qinxue had also dressed thoughtfully, donning an elegant white skirt paired with a relaxed sweater, embodying a demure style. As he beheld her, Lin Chen could only think of one word: elegance. Raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement, Lin Chen teased, so eager, are we? As Yi Qinxue settled into the passenger seat. She felt a bit shy from his comment. I just didn't want to keep you waiting. After all, you are my boss, she explained. Lin Chen chuckled. Is it solely because I am your boss? Yi Qinxue found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, not really. Lin Chen, amused, decided not to press further. Noticing the compact laptop she held, he inquired curiously, why bring a computer to dinner? Yi Qinxue replied, because I have work to do. I need to monitor some data closely. Missing a moment could mean losing the best opportunity. Lin Chen was astonished. Is it truly that demanding? Even during meals? Yi Qinxue smiled. For ordinary clients, it wouldn't be necessary, but for you, it's different. I aim to create maximum value for you. Unable to resist, Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up, truly a diligent little bee. Since he had invited Yi Qinxue to dinner, he let her choose the restaurant. By coincidence, she suggested Wangfu Private Kitchen, which was a bit of a drive away, and traffic was heavy. Realizing they would be delayed, Yi Qinxue pulled out her laptop and focused intently on the screen. Lin Chen glanced over, noticing a myriad of numbers he couldn't decipher, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Should he consider raising her salary? It struck him that he hadn't even discussed her compensation yet. How awkward. Have I not mentioned your salary yet? Lin Chen asked. Yi Qingxue looked slightly surprised. It seems so. In truth, she didn't mind. Lin Chen's support for Leking was enough for her to feel content even without a salary. Lin Chen found it amusing. I forgot. But you could have reminded me. Yi Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed. I forgot too. I checked, and typically, it's a 5% profit share for you. But considering your hard work, I'll give you 10%. How does that sound? Of course, the additional 3% was due to Yi Qingxue's capabilities, while the remaining 2% was her own effort. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Qingxue nearly dropped her laptop. So much. I feel somewhat undeserving. 10% of the profits was indeed substantial. Lin Chen, focused on driving, replied earnestly, just accept it. I assure you it is well deserved. Thank you. Yi Qingxue was at a loss for words. Soon, they arrived at Wangfu Private Kitchen. After parking, Lin Chen and Yi Qingxue entered together. They found no private rooms available and settled at a casual spot outside. Before long, a waiter brought the menu. Meanwhile, a nouveau riche uncle nearby noticed Yi Qingxue. His eyes glued to her. Wherever Yi Qingxue went, she drew attention, her exquisite features and fair complexion embodying the ideal of beauty for many men. The uncle scrutinized Lin Chen with disdain after assessing him. It seemed the uncle was intent on capturing Yi Qingxue's attention, frequently checking his wrist to flaunt his Rolex and casually playing with the extravagant gold chain around his neck, all while showcasing his latest model smartphone. Yet, Yi Qingxue remained absorbed in her laptop, leaving the eager uncle feeling frustrated. Lin Chen struggled to suppress a laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Soon after, the uncle took out his phone and began a loud conversation. Hello, Xiaoli. When can I pick up my Land Rover? I've been waiting ages. Xiaoxiu. When can I move into my house at Jinxiurongyuan? I'm ready to move in now. He spoke loudly, his peripheral vision continuously darting toward them. At that moment, Yi Qingxue frowned and glanced in his direction. The nouveau riche uncle beamed with delight, his phone conversation becoming even more boisterous. Yi Qingxue leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, Boss, don't you think this person is quite loud? Lin Chen, suppressing laughter, nodded. Indeed, he is rather noisy. But do you not wonder why he is so loud? Yi Qingxue looked puzzled, having focused primarily on her laptop. Lin Chen chose not to elaborate. After placing their order, he signaled for the waiter. However, at that moment, his watch inadvertently became visible. Upon seeing it, the nouveau riche uncle's jaw dropped, and his phone slipped from his grip. Is that a Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon? Chapter 202. Your existence is meant to diminish others. A nearly $4 million Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch. The nouveau riche uncle was utterly bewildered. He shifted his sleeve to conceal the green submariner on his wrist, reluctant to reveal it any further. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at Yi Qingxue, then at Lin Chen. Yet, he was soon struck dumb once more. On their table lay a car key, one that belonged to a Lamborghini. Although he was not particularly well-versed in luxury automobiles, the emblem was unmistakably Lamborghini. It dawned on him why the enchanting lady had completely disregarded him. She was seated across from someone far wealthier. Recalling his earlier display of ostentation, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wondered if the two had noticed his actions. If they had, he would have preferred to vanish on the spot. Lin Chen, however, was oblivious to this minor detail and remained unaware of the uncle's inner turmoil. He pondered why the older man's attention had shifted from Yi Qingxue to himself. Why would he, with a beautiful woman present, choose to focus on him? A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. At that moment, even Yi Qingxue sensed something amiss and leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, Boss, why does that uncle next to us keep staring at you? His gaze seems rather ambiguous. Lin Chen playfully flicked her forehead. Ambiguous, my foot. Yi Qingxue retreated, cradling her forehead with a pout of feigned indignation. Nonetheless, the uncle's gaze was intolerable to Lin Chen. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the manager of Wangfu Private Kitchen. As soon as the line connected, a respectful voice greeted him. Boss, how may I assist you? Are you at Wangfu Private Kitchen? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Could you arrange a private room for me, please? Of course. When will you be arriving? I'm already here. A few seconds of silence followed, during which Lin Chen could faintly hear the sound of a glass shattering. The manager quickly responded. I'm on my way, boss. After hanging up, Lin Chen casually set his phone aside. Minutes later, a middle-aged man rushed out, accompanied by several suit-clad managers. Upon spotting Lin Chen, he hurried over, bowing slightly, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. Boss. A hush fell over the crowd. Yi Qingxue stared, astonished, at Lin Chen. Was she dreaming? Lin Chen was the owner of this establishment? After a few seconds, someone in the vicinity finally spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, that man should be the manager here. Is the young man in front of him truly the owner of Wangfu Private Kitchen? Wangfu Private Kitchen was valued at no less than $1 billion, and she had heard rumors of a change in ownership. But she never imagined the new proprietor would be such a young man. This is the epitome of a true rich second generation. The nouveau riche uncle was so shocked that his chopsticks clattered to the floor. His family had merely profited from the demolition of a few houses, whereas Lin Chen was the owner of Wangfu Private Kitchen. The thought of having flaunted his wealth before such a person made him wish he could slap himself into oblivion. Lin Chen nodded and inquired of the manager, "Are there any private rooms available?" "Absolutely, it's already prepared for you," the manager replied eagerly. "Shall I escort you and this young lady there now?" "Very well." Lin Chen rose, leading Yi Qinxue and the manager away. He had not intended to draw attention to himself. He merely wished to enjoy a meal, but fate had other plans. The uncle, now devoid of any appetite, slinked away in embarrassment. Who could remain composed under such circumstances? Once in a private room, Lin Chen and Yi Qinxue settled down. At last, peace enveloped them. Observing the manager and several staff members standing by, Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Is this room available?" One of the male managers quickly stepped forward. "No, boss. A guest had reserved it, but he just called to postpone." Lin Chen nodded, understanding now. Feeling somewhat constricted by their presence, he requested they leave. When the room was finally theirs alone, Yi Qinxue could no longer contain her thoughts. "Lin Chen, I can't believe even Wangfu Private Kitchen belongs to you," Lin Chen affirmed. "I just acquired it a few days ago." Yi Qinxue was taken aback. To purchase a restaurant valued at a minimum of $1 billion seemed to Lin Chen as trivial as buying a cabbage. She glanced at her computer screen, displaying her modest earnings of a few million, and felt utterly disheartened. How disheartening. How is one expected to live in such a world? Lin Chen chuckled at Yi Qinxue, who resembled a deflated balloon. "What's wrong?" She sighed and replied, "Boss, I've realized your existence is solely to undermine others." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Have I truly diminished your spirits?" "Completely," Yi Qinxue exclaimed. "You're merely a freshman, younger than I am, yet." She poured herself a glass of water and gulped it down in one go. At that moment, a beautiful waitress in a high-slit cheongsam entered, bringing several dishes to the table. The manager also delivered a few bottles of fine wine, though they remained unopened. After their meal, Lin Chen escorted Yi Qinxue back, reminding her to take care of her health before departing. However, as soon as he returned home, he received a phone call. The caller was his academic advisor? Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion. Aside from requesting leave, he had no other communication with this individual. Why was the advisor calling him out of the blue? Chapter 203. The student's psychological imbalance. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before pressing the call button. Lin Chen speaking. The counselor's tone was surprisingly polite. "Do you need something, counselor?" After a brief hesitation, the counselor adjusted his glasses and replied, "Recently, our department conducted a psychological assessment and discovered that many students are experiencing varying degrees of psychological imbalance, particularly among the male students. Your class, Lin Chen, is almost entirely affected." Lin Chen was taken aback. "What does this have to do with me?" He stated bluntly. "If you have something to say, please speak directly." The counselor, wary of offending Lin Chen, felt compelled to address the situation due to his position as the advisor for all first-year students in the literature department. "It appears that the root cause of these psychological imbalances is somehow linked to you, Lin Chen." "Me?" Lin Chen was taken aback. How could this possibly relate to me? He felt as though he was being unjustly accused. The counselor quickly clarified, "That's not my intention. I simply wish for you to come to my office so we can better understand the situation." "Right now?" Lin Chen inquired. "If you have the time." "That would be ideal," the counselor replied. "After all, the students are facing a collective psychological issue, and it is prudent to address this promptly." Upon finishing his statement, the counselor added, "However, if you are unavailable, we can arrange for another time." Lin Chen felt somewhat exasperated. This conversation seemed to place him in the role of the counselor. "I happen to be free shortly. I will head over now." "Great." After hanging up, Lin Chen donned his jacket and drove his Lamborghini Poison to the university. Before long, he arrived at the literature department building. After parking, he ascended to the counselor's office. Each counselor at Donghai University has their own private office. Typically, one would expect only the counselor to be present. However, seated next to him were two young women. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the counselor promptly welcomed him in and poured him a cup of tea. This gesture took Lin Chen by surprise, considering he was merely a student. After taking a seat, the counselor introduced him. "This is Ms. Zhou Qian from the School of Psychology. She has come to gain insight into the situation." Lin Chen nodded, slightly astonished. The instructor appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in her early 20s, and possessed an appealing appearance that could easily be deemed the pinnacle of beauty within Donghai City's academic realm. "Shall we begin?" the counselor inquired. Yes. One of the psychology instructors responded. Hello, Lin Chen. Hello, teacher. Following the brief exchange, Zhou Qian proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Recently, our department conducted a psychological assessment for the students and discovered that many of the literature students are exhibiting signs of psychological imbalance. Lin Chen acknowledged this, as the counselor had already informed him of the findings. Zhou Qian continued, psychological imbalance refers to a localized abnormal state within normal psychological functioning, characterized by its episodic and transient nature, often linked to specific circumstances that trigger it. She paused, appearing somewhat awkward, before adding, in simpler terms, it seems that your considerable wealth has led many students to experience feelings of inadequacy. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Is that even a valid conclusion? He couldn't recall ever flaunting his wealth. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, the counselor became anxious. It may not solely be Lin Chen's issue. Perhaps the student's psychological resilience is simply too fragile. After all, they are still students, and their psychological development is not fully matured, making them susceptible to external influences. Lin Chen glanced at the counselor, realizing he was attempting to defend him. Even Zhou Qian appeared surprised by the counselor's remarks. The counselor himself felt troubled. He had heard numerous rumors about Lin Chen. Although he had never witnessed them firsthand, he understood that such tales could not be entirely baseless. First came the helicopter, followed by several top-tier luxury sports cars. Even more alarming, the principal had publicly declared that Lin Chen was his protege. There were also whispers of Lin Chen's amicable relationship with the retired principal. It was wise not to offend someone of such status. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the conversation. The visitor was Shen Mingqi, who appeared anxious, her eyes filled with concern for Lin Chen. Clearly, she had come to support him. President Shen, is there something you need? I'm quite busy at the moment. The counselor began to suggest that Shen Mingqi leave, but she interjected, Counselor, I'm here regarding Lin Chen. Oh? She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and her hurried pace left her slightly breathless. Once she regained her composure, she continued, Counselor, I heard about the psychological imbalance affecting many students in our department, but I assure you, this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. While he may be affluent, he has always conducted himself with humility and has never flaunted his wealth in front of his peers. The counselor chuckled, why the urgency? We merely called Lin Chen in to understand the situation better. But, Shen Mingqi hesitated, wanting to say more, but the counselor interjected again. You should head back for now. We will ensure that Lin Chen is treated fairly, so do not worry. Sighing, Shen Mingqi felt a lingering concern. She had intended to stay longer, but suddenly recalled her responsibilities within the literature club. Lin Chen also looked at her. You should go back. I'm fine. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Mingqi nodded. All right. She exited the office, glancing back frequently. Once she had left, Zhou Qian couldn't help but tease. I didn't realize Lin Chen was so popular among his peers. Women understand women best. Shen Mingqi's lingering glances as she departed spoke volumes about her feelings. Anyone with perception could discern her affections. Lin Chen sighed. You jest, teacher. Let us continue, the instructor replied. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. As I was saying. Just then, another knock sounded at the door. Chapter 204. Fragile Minds. The visitor this time was Song Qingwan. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to see her, as it had been quite a while since their last encounter, and he was unaware of her recent activities. Observing the anxious expression on her face, both the counselor and Zhou Qian immediately understood the reason for her visit. Are you here regarding Lin Chen? The counselor inquired. Song Qingwan paused momentarily. How did you know? Counselor? Moreover, she recalled catching a glimpse of Shen Mingqi leaving just before she arrived. Could it be that Mingqi was also here to speak on Lin Chen's behalf? The counselor and Zhou Qian exchanged astonished glances. After all, Song Qingwan was undoubtedly the belle of Donghai University. It was unexpected that Lin Chen had managed to captivate her. The counselor nodded. We likely know what you wish to convey. However, I cannot fathom why everyone is so tense. We are merely calling Lin Chen in to clarify matters, not to reprimand him. He gestured towards an adjacent seat beside Lin Chen. Please, take a seat for a moment. We will ask just a few questions. Song Qingwan bit her lip. She had yet to say anything, but since the counselor had spoken, she reluctantly settled next to Lin Chen. Zhou Qian then turned her attention to Lin Chen, continuing the prior discussion. Lin Chen, let me provide a few examples regarding the symptoms exhibited by your classmates. Many male students have lost their aspirations and daydream about being heirs to vast fortunes, waiting for the day someone will summon them to claim their billion-dollar inheritance. Others are obsessively fixated on supercars, even dreaming about acquiring them at night. These symptoms are quite common among the male students, while the female students often fantasize about being noticed by a domineering CEO and becoming part of a wealthy family, becoming engrossed in novels featuring such characters. It is said that all this stems from the influence of you, Lin Chen. As she spoke, Zhou Qian glanced at Lin Chen, who appeared utterly bewildered. Influenced by me? Zhou Qian nodded yes. She then asked, Lin Chen, have you done anything recently that might have significantly impacted their mental states? Upon hearing her inquiry, the counselor grew anxious. This young teacher was rather blunt in her approach, lacking the subtlety necessary. What if she offended Lin Chen? Seeing that Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with concern. She had initially intended to clarify matters for him, but reconsidered, recognizing that he was the one directly involved and would express himself more appropriately. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding. I don't think I've done anything out of the ordinary lately. Let me think. At the beginning of the semester, I did arrive by helicopter. But that seems inconsequential. Then, over the course of a month, I purchased several supercars and brought them to school. Perhaps that contributed to the situation. However, in the recent short span of time, I've only been driving my previous supercars without acquiring new ones. Hearing this, both the counselor and Zhou Qian gasped in disbelief. A helicopter? Several supercars within a month? And he spoke of it so nonchalantly. Song Qingwan displayed little surprise, as she had been present when he arrived by helicopter and had even assisted him with his enrollment procedures. Initially shocked by his car purchases, she had since grown desensitized due to their frequency. Lin Chen, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the counselor and Zhou Qian, continued, Oh, and I recalled a couple more things. What is it? Zhou Qian asked instinctively. I acquired the Jinlin International building, and some classmates witnessed tenants paying their rent to me, which eventually spread. The counselor and Zhou Qian were rendered speechless. Jinlin International building? They were aware of it as the tallest structure in Donghai City, boasting over 60 floors. They had not anticipated that Lin Chen was now its owner. How much rent could such a colossal building generate in a year? Their minds struggled to fathom it, as their poverty limited their imagination. Now, they understood why so many students were experiencing mental instability. They themselves felt unbalanced. Lin Chen continued. Additionally, Senior Zhao Yuanhang approached me, saying that representatives from the Huruan Rich List Donghai Division believed I deserved a spot on the list and wished to meet with me. Clang. Zhou Qian's hand trembled, causing her teacup to crash to the floor, spilling tea everywhere. The counselor's jaw nearly dropped in shock. The Huruan Rich List. What did that signify? Lin Chen was merely a 20-year-old freshman. They were at a loss for words. At that moment, Song Qingwan interjected, Counselor, this matter truly has nothing to do with Lin Chen. He is generally low-key and helpful, and his classmates hold him in high regard. The counselor composed himself and nodded. Yes, we understand. This situation is indeed unrelated to Lin Chen. It is simply a matter of their fragile mental states. Zhou Qian chimed in. It appears we must consider enhancing the psychological support for this cohort of freshmen, helping them to build resilience, or they will struggle when faced with societal pressures. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. To everyone's surprise, it was the principal who entered. The group promptly stood to greet him. The principal acknowledged them with a nod, casting a glance at Lin Chen before addressing the counselor. Shaoli, how is this matter progressing? The counselor quickly responded, Principal, we have thoroughly investigated the issue regarding the students from the College of Arts. Their collective psychological imbalance is unrelated to Lin Chen. It is merely a reflection of their own frailty. Much better, the principal replied with satisfaction. Both the counselor and Zhou Qian were taken aback. Was this favoritism not a bit too conspicuous? The counselor sighed helplessly. The principal continued, those who come to university are mostly adults. As adults, having such fragile psyches reflects poorly on university students. We should organize a mental health seminar, offering individual counseling for those students. Zhou Qian nodded vigorously. We share that perspective. It seemed there was little for her to contribute further. Principal, I shall take my leave now. Very well. The principal's gaze then focused intently on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I have recently composed a few calligraphic pieces. Would you care to come and review them for me? His tone was imbued with deference, leaving both the counselor and Song Qingwan astonished. Chapter 205. Lin Chen, the junior, pretends to be my boyfriend. Upon hearing those words, Lin Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. The moment he laid eyes on the principal, he sensed that such an outcome was inevitable. Well, principal, I was actually planning to have lunch. The principal, upon hearing this, joyfully clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Perfect. After we finish, I shall treat you to a meal. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. How could he accept a meal from the principal? He glanced at Song Qingwan beside him and asked, Are you going? Song Qingwan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I think I'll pass. I have a tutoring class later, and I'm currently preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, Principal, perhaps another time? Seeing their reluctance, the principal sighed in disappointment. Very well then. After leaving the counselor's office, Lin Chen and Song Qingwan descended the stairs together. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been busy with? Lin Chen inquired, directing his gaze at Song Qingwan. With a sigh, she responded, my father wants me to pursue a master's degree. So I've been occupied with that. Truth be told, I'm not keen on it, but he insists. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Isn't it customary to start preparing for the exam in your third year? You're only in your second year now. Song Qingwan nodded. That is true. But preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam is not as simple as the college entrance examination. To be honest, I lack confidence, which is why I started my preparations early. I see. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Escort Song Qingwan to her tutoring class. Reward. The nation's top educational institution, Waterside Education. Escort Song Qingwan to her tutoring class. Isn't that a trivial matter? Lin Chen pondered, turning to Song Qingwan. Shall we grab a bite before you go? He hesitated to ask outright when she was headed to her tutoring class. Song Qingwan seemed uncertain. But I have to attend class later at what time? After a moment of thought, Song Qingwan glanced at her watch. In about 2 hours. Then what's the rush? Let us eat first. As he spoke, Lin Chen took her hand and led her towards the car, assuming they would leave soon. With nearly 2 hours at their disposal, a meal would be ample time. Besides, she seemed to have just finished her class and likely hadn't eaten yet. Feeling Lin Chen's hand in hers, Song Qingwan was taken aback. A warm sensation blossomed within her. Lin Chen glanced back at her. I'll take you after we finish eating. Her lips curled into a subtle smile. All right. They chose a nearby eatery and enjoyed a simple meal before heading to Song Qingwan's tutoring class. In the car, Lin Chen asked, where is your class located? Waterside Education. Lin Chen paused for a moment. Waterside Education was the very institution he was set to receive as a reward upon completing his task. No wonder I haven't seen you lately. You've been busy preparing for the entrance exam. Song Qingwan smiled gently. Indeed, I've been quite occupied. I rush over here immediately after class. So it's understandable that you haven't seen me. However, I've been keeping tabs on you. Lin Chen looked at her in surprise. Oh, really? Yes. She replied with a smile. I'm quite curious. Did you really make it onto the rich list of Donghai City? Lin Chen hesitated, contemplating his response. Not exactly. Some truths are best left unsaid. If she were to discover he was the richest man in Donghai City, it would surely astonish her. You're still so modest. Song Qingwan remarked. Lin Chen chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Waterside Education, a young man in a suit held a large bouquet of roses in his hands. His name was Tang Cheng, a student from Donghai Finance Academy. The bouquet contained 101 roses, symbolizing undivided devotion. Around him, friends began to cheer him on. Go for it, Brother Tang. When you win her heart, you must treat us to a grand feast. Brother Tang, I heard that Song Qingwan is quite the beauty at Donghai University. Song Qingwan, you should be calling her sister-in-law. Do you understand? Tang Cheng's confidence swelled as he grinned at the roses and the diamond ring hidden within. Today, he intended to confess to Song Qingwan, a junior at Donghai University. Having shared classes together, he had been captivated by her from the very first moment. They had often studied together, and he felt that she had developed a favorable impression of him. Everything was in place. All that was left was for Song Qingwan to arrive. Just then, the roar of a sports car echoed from afar, growing nearer. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent in an instant. What is happening? Look at that car. Is it a Lamborghini Veneno? Goodness, it truly is a Veneno. Instantly, all eyes shifted toward the luxury supercar, including Tang Cheng, who was also drawn to its allure. After all, what man doesn't he appreciate a supercar? At that moment, the car slowed down and came to a stop nearby. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward, Waterside Education Group. Waterside Education Group is the top educational institution in the entire nation. Lin Chen found this reward quite gratifying. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan, seated in the passenger seat, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she observed the scene outside, unsure whether to exit the car. Tang Cheng, a third-year student from Donghai Finance Academy, had frequently pursued her, despite her polite refusals. The grand gesture unfolding before her eyes was likely orchestrated for her sake. She couldn't help but hope she was merely overthinking it. Lin Chen, noticing her hesitation, asked, What's wrong? Aren't you heading to class? Song Qingwan nodded, casting a conflicted glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I might need your assistance with something. What is it? Just say the word. With utmost seriousness, Song Qingwan replied, Please pretend to be my boyfriend. Chapter 206. The wall push Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback for several seconds before he grasped the situation. Pretending to be your boyfriend? Song Qingwan hesitantly nodded. This. Lin Chen initially intended to inquire about the reason, but upon observing the scene ahead, he instantly understood. So that was it. Song Qingwan, the belle of Donghai University, was indeed as sought after as he had heard. Lin Chen, is that all right? Song Qingwan looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. Of course it is. However, he glanced at Song Qingwan and added with a playful tone, it seems that your charm with the opposite sex remains as strong as ever. He recalled the first time he met Song Qingwan, under similar circumstances. As expected of the campus goddess, her admirers seemed never-ending. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Song Qingwan's face. You know, I've been quite troubled by this situation. Could you help me? Lin Chen chuckled, of course. Let's get out of the car first. At that moment, the door of the luxurious car opened slowly, akin to the delicate wings of a cicada, and the two stepped out. Not far away, Tang Cheng's expression froze the instant he laid eyes on Song Qingwan. The bouquet of roses he was holding fell to the ground. Yet, those around him remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor. Is that the owner of the luxury car? I can't help but feel envious. Indeed, just look at the woman by his side. She resembles a celestial being. Wealth certainly has its advantages. That's rather obvious. Once you drive such a luxury car, countless beauties will flock to you. Tang Cheng's expression grew increasingly grim. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Chen approached Song Qingwan and wrapped his arm around her waist. Wow, how slender. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel internally. Song Qingwan stiffened momentarily, instinctively glancing at Lin Chen. What are you? Lin Chen inquired. What's wrong? Doesn't this appear more authentic? Song Qingwan pondered for a moment and then nodded. That does seem to be the case. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't suppress a smile, tightening his embrace. At that moment, someone seemed to have noticed something amiss. Wait, isn't that girl the one Tang Gu intends to confess to today, Song Qingwan? No way. Instantly, the gazes of those present shifted to Tang Chong, filled with sympathy and confusion. Brother Chong, she already has a boyfriend, and he's not someone we can afford to provoke. Perhaps you should just let this go? Yeah. Brother Chong, her boyfriend drives a luxury car. We simply cannot compare. Brother Chong, do you still wish to continue? Tang Cheng shot them a fierce glare. Continue what? At this moment, Lin Chen and Song Qingwan approached. Tang Cheng wore an expression more painful than tears. Greeting, Qingwan. Hello, senior. Song Qingwan replied with a smile. Tang Cheng then glanced at Lin Chen. Is this your boyfriend? Yes, Song Qingwan shyly nodded, leaning into Lin Chen's side. Tang Cheng inhaled sharply, as if he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. He desired to compete with the man before him, yet he felt utterly powerless. How could he compete? He couldn't. Even a single Lamborghini would crush him. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, extending a greeting. Hello. Hello. Lin Chen glanced at the roses scattered on the ground, reminding, your flowers fell. Tang Cheng paused, feeling awkward, and bent down to retrieve the bouquet. Thank you. Let us head inside, Song Qingwan said with a smile. Together with Lin Chen, she entered the building. Watching their departing figures, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Tang Cheng. Brother Cheng, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over just one flower? Yes, Brother Cheng, with your qualities, you can certainly find someone better. Tang Cheng clutched the roses in his hand, feeling utterly frustrated. He could never have imagined such a conclusion. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Chen's hand resting on her waist and remarked, Lin Chen, they can't see us anymore. Lin Chen chuckled and withdrew his hand. The sudden absence made her feel a pang of disappointment. She began to regret her earlier reminder. At that moment, Lin Chen casually surveyed the surroundings. Sensing that no one would arrive soon, he pushed Song Qingwan against the wall, bracing himself with one hand beside her. Song Qingwan gasped in surprise. Letting out a small exclamation, Lin Chen. Her hands instinctively clutched the fabric of his shirt, her breathing quickening, her mind blank. Was she being wall-pushed? Lin Chen lowered his gaze to her. Have you missed me after all these days? Song Qingwan shyly averted her gaze, murmuring, Of course I have. But you haven't contacted me. Look up. Song Qingwan instinctively lifted her gaze. A minute later, as footsteps approached, Lin Chen finally released her. Flushed with embarrassment, she turned away, her cheeks glowing. At that moment, two female classmates walked over. They greeted Song Qingwan before entering the building. Feeling bashful, Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Chen, reproaching, Aren't you afraid of being seen? Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. What of it? Besides, isn't it already known by quite a few that I am your boyfriend? Song Qingwan found herself at a loss for words. As the class time approached, she said, I should head in now. Drive safely on your way. All right. After watching Song Qingwan enter, Lin Chen turned to leave. Upon reaching downstairs, the group had already dispersed. Shortly after arriving home, an urgent phone call rang out. Lin Chen picked up the phone to find an unfamiliar number. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes. Who is this? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the caller's tone became markedly respectful. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Chen from Waterside Education Group's legal department. You may call me Xiao Chen. The purpose of this call is to discuss the handover process with you. Our headquarters is located in Kyoto. Do you prefer us to send someone over directly? Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. Kyoto was indeed quite far from here. I have classes and cannot travel to Kyoto. So please come here instead. Chapter 207. The sensation of the Waterside Education Group. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Class. Could it be that this Mr. Lin Chen is a teacher? Very well. We will dispatch someone immediately. After hanging up, just as Lin Chen was about to set his phone down, a notification tone from WeChat sounded. It was a message from Song Qingwan, likely a note of gratitude regarding today's events. Lin Chen replied briefly before placing his phone aside. The following day, after completing his class, Lin Chen received word from the legal department of Waterside Education, informing him that they had arrived in Donghai City and were currently at the Waterside Education Donghai branch. They also requested that Lin Chen notify them in advance when he was on his way. After making a quick call to give them a heads up, Lin Chen hurried over. The Waterside Education Donghai branch is located in the city center. It was now just past 4 in the afternoon, coinciding with the evening rush hour, resulting in some traffic congestion. However, beside Lin Chen's Koenigsegg 1, the road appeared rather desolate, as no vehicle dared to approach it. During the red lights interlude, many people rolled down their windows to catch a glimpse of the affluent individual capable of driving such a luxury car. Meanwhile, in the Waterside Education conference room, nearly all senior executives from the headquarters had gathered at the Donghai branch. General Manager Xie Diyun was surrounded by a throng of people, engaging in pleasantries with the senior management. Many attendees were filled with both anticipation and apprehension regarding the arrival of their new boss. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this new owner had purchased the entire Waterside Education Group outright, indicating immense wealth, likely ranking among the top 3 on Donghai City's rich list. However, the uncertainty lay in how this new boss might exert their influence and whom it might affect. At that moment, in the third row from the back, Xiaohi cast a discontented glance at her mother, Li Tong. Mom, you asked me to take a leave just to bring me here for this meeting? I have important classes. Xiaohi sighed in frustration. Yet, Li Tong replied, I specifically brought you out to broaden your horizons. You know, our Waterside group has a new owner. And this new boss has acquired the entire Waterside Education with a single payment. The Waterside Education Group is the largest educational enterprise in the country, valued at over 20 billion. I can hardly imagine what kind of person this owner is. Xiaohi shook her head helplessly, pulling out her vocabulary notebook to study. While acquiring the entire Waterside Education Group was undoubtedly impressive, it had no direct bearing on her. Besides, someone else was equally remarkable. The image of Lin Chen surfaced in her mind. At just 20 years old, he drove a car worth tens of millions and covered all medical expenses for the head teacher, even donating a teaching building to the school. If Lin Chen were of that age, he might surpass her mother's new boss in prowess. Li Tong continued, It seems this new owner is from Donghai City. Otherwise, the senior executives Wu and Ti have made the trip here. Hearing this, Xiaohi felt a flicker of curiosity. Li Tong had already taken out her phone, searching for Donghai City's wealthy rankings. I suspect this new owner belongs to one of the top 3. Xiaohi leaned in, taking her phone to scrutinize the list, hoping to find a familiar name. She scrolled down to the 100th position, frowning slightly as a look of surprise crossed her face. Not there. Undeterred, she scrolled back up, but still found nothing. It quickly dawned on her that it was improbable for someone as young as Lin Chen to appear on the rich list. The youngest on the list seemed to be in their 30s, with some even in their 60s or 70s. Nevertheless, achieving such success at his age was already remarkable compared to many of his peers. Meanwhile, Xie Diyun ceased his conversation upon receiving Lin Chen's call, signaling to the senior executives to prepare to welcome him. A crowd had gathered outside the Waterside Education Donghai branch, where a red carpet had been rolled out and numerous flower baskets displayed, indicating their high regard for the new owner. The individual who could afford to purchase the Waterside Group outright, valued at nearly 200 billion, surely ranked among Donghai City's top 10 wealthy individuals, if not higher. Just then, the roar of a supercar's engine pierced the air, silencing the previously bustling scene. The beastly growl grew nearer until a Koenigsegg 1 entered the crowd's view. Instantly, excitement surged among the onlookers. Is that the Koenigsegg 1? The legendary ghost car, known for its spectral speed? The Koenigsegg 1, of which only 6 were produced worldwide, was a rare sight indeed in Donghai City. This car must cost at least over 100 million. What sort of person can afford such a vehicle? Someone speculated. Could this Koenigsegg one owner be our new boss? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their gazes towards the speaker, who quickly added, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yet, whispers began to circulate. Spending 200 billion to acquire the entire Waterside group made it plausible that driving a 100 million supercar was not extraordinary for the new owner. At that moment, the Koenigsegg one slowed and came to a stop at the entrance of Waterside Education. Xie and the other executives exchanged glances, wondering if this was indeed the new boss. The car door opened slowly, and Lin Chen emerged. Everyone was taken aback. He appeared extraordinarily youthful, seemingly in his early 20s. How could someone so young afford such a high-end luxury car? Was he perhaps a super-rich heir? Xie struggled to reconcile this young man with their expectations of the new owner, but realized the timing aligned with their boss's arrival. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward with the others. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chen cast a casual glance over the crowd and nodded. I am Lin Chen. A hushed silence enveloped the gathering. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Chapter 208 features Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to the leader, Xie, and inquired, You must be Mr. Xie, correct? It appeared that everyone was gathered around him. Previously, the legal department had informed him that their general manager, Xie, would also be present. This middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, was undoubtedly Xie. At that moment, Xie regained his composure and replied, Yes, Mr. Lin. I am indeed Xie. Lin Chen nodded and said, Please, let us proceed inside. Certainly, Mr. Lin, Xie gestured invitingly. Subsequently, a group of senior executives surrounded Lin Chen as they entered. Once Lin Chen departed, the entrance of Waterside Education erupted in chatter. Well, it turns out that person was right. This Koenigsegg one is indeed our new boss. But isn't he rather young? He looks barely 20, even younger than my son. Indeed, our new boss must be a super-rich second generation. Meanwhile, as Xie escorted Lin Chen toward the conference room, he introduced him to various senior executives. Many female leaders were captivated by Lin Chen's striking appearance and wealth. At this moment, Xie couldn't help but exclaim, When I spoke to you on the phone yesterday, I suspected you were quite young, but I never imagined you were this youthful. One female executive chimed in, Yes. During an impromptu meeting at our headquarters last night, Mr. Xie mentioned your youthfulness. I assumed you were in your 30s. Seeing you in person today has truly astonished us. You embody the essence of youthful success. Xie chuckled. Indeed, it makes me feel quite embarrassed. Their essay saying, The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. With the boss in his 20s achieving such accomplishments, I, an old fellow in my 50s, hardly know what to say. His words elicited laughter from those around, and Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Mr. Xie was quite humorous, and the atmosphere among the senior executives of Waterside Education appeared to be harmonious. In the conference room, Xie grew impatient after waiting for a while. Just as she contemplated stepping out for some fresh air, her mother, Li Tong, caught her. Where do you think you're going? Reluctantly, Xie sat back down. Mom, I have exams coming up. Li Tong replied earnestly, Studying can be done at any time. Today, I simply wanted to expose you to new experiences. Do you not understand my good intentions, you stubborn girl? Xie sighed in resignation. I understand, Mom. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. The new boss has arrived. Everyone, quiet down and keep your voices down. Look, is that the new boss? Why is he so young? Li Tong and Xie instinctively turned toward the door. But the crowd surrounding the new boss was so dense that they could barely catch a glimpse of even a corner of his attire, let alone his face. Xie glanced a few times before returning her focus to her vocabulary book. However, Li Tong, driven by curiosity, stood up and tiptoed to see better. Xie shook her head helplessly. Mom, it's too far away. The crowd is blocking the view. You want to see anything? Just wait a moment. You'll get a glimpse soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Yet Li Tong continued to stretch on her toes to peer into the crowd. I just want to take a look. Xie, exasperated by her mother's behavior, resumed studying her vocabulary. Suddenly, Li Tong gave Xie a firm tap on the shoulder, startling her. As she was about to speak, Li Tong exclaimed, Xiaohe, I must tell you, this new boss is incredibly young. Xie facepalmed. Mom, I know. Li Tong paused, confused. What do you know? This new boss looks to be in his 20s and is quite handsome. He seems somewhat familiar, like a student I once taught. What was his name again? Suddenly, she grasped Xiaohe's hand. Oh right, he seems to be one of your classmates. Xiaohe frowned slightly. A classmate of mine? The image of Lin Chen suddenly surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? In an instant, she dismissed the thought. How could it be so coincidental? Lin Chen was wealthy, but as her mother mentioned, This new boss had outright purchased the entire Waterside Education Group. Waterside Education Group is the largest educational institution in the nation, and to acquire it outright would require at least several hundred billion. How could it possibly be? Lin Chen. Xiaohe looked at Li Tong incredulously. Mom, do you really think any of your students could buy the entire Waterside Education Group? Li Tong pondered for a moment. Well, that does seem unlikely. But this new boss does bear a striking resemblance to that classmate of yours. I just can't recall their name. Just then, Li Tong caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's face through the crowd and gasped. Xiaohe. He really looks like your classmate. What was their name? I think it was something like Lin. Xiaohe instinctively looked forward. But the new boss was still obscured by the crowd. She tilted her head and asked her mother, Are you talking about Lin Chen? Yes, that's him. Xiaohe frowned slightly, glanced at her vocabulary book, then closed it and turned to the direction of the new boss. Based on her mother's description, this new boss was in his 20s, handsome, and bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chen. Could it be that this individual, who spent hundreds of billions to acquire the Waterside Education Group, was truly Lin Chen? Xiaohe remained skeptical, but in the next moment, she stood up in shock, her expression turning blank. Lin Chen, that familiar face, who else could it be? Li Tong was equally astonished. Xiaohe, what do you mean? While she might misidentify someone, Xiaohe surely wouldn't be mistaken. Finally, recovering from her shock, Xiaohe took a deep breath. Mom, that's Lin Chen. She added emphatically. I wouldn't mistake him. What? Chapter 209. The meeting of Xiaohe and her mother Li Tong was utterly bewildered. Her new boss was actually Xiaohe's former classmate? Was there anything more surreal than this? Xiaohe managed to calm her emotions slightly, returning to her seat with a complex gaze fixed upon Lin Chen on the stage. What further surprises could Lin Chen possibly bring her? Li Tong said with a trembling voice. Xiaohe, I remember you mentioned a classmate who covered all the medical expenses for the homeroom teacher suffering from renal failure, including the surgery costs. Xiaohe nodded in affirmation. Yes, that was Lin Chen. Moreover, he donated an entire teaching building to Nanhai No. 1 High School. An entire teaching building? Li Tong was left speechless, her face reflecting sheer astonishment as she stared at Lin Chen on the stage. Xiaohe's gaze returned to Lin Chen, who radiated brilliance, engaging effortlessly with the senior executives of the nation's leading educational group. He possessed a maturity and composure that belied his age. In that moment, Xiaohe could see no one but Lin Chen. Lin Chen, sensing a familiar gaze, instinctively glanced toward the back and immediately recognized that familiar figure. Xiaohe? What was she doing here? And beside her was her mother, Li Tong? Xiaohe's mother, who ran a tutoring center, had previously been his instructor. Their presence here must indicate a partnership with Waterside Education. Upon reflection, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Lin Chen raised his head, offering Xiaohe a smile and a slight nod. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by something, becoming soft and warm. Aside from Li Tong and Xiaohe, nearly all attention in the conference room was focused on Lin Chen. After the customary speeches, they transitioned into the handover phase. Both parties signed the contract, projecting the signed sections onto the large screen. Upon seeing Lin Chen's name on the screen, Li Tong's pupils constricted. It was indeed Lin Chen. The student she once taught had now transformed into her employer. Her emotions were undoubtedly complex. After further discussions with senior executives like Xie Diyun regarding the future development of the company, the handover meeting finally concluded. Lin Chen was surrounded by senior executives as he departed. In the office, Xie Diyun produced a small stack of documents. Boss, as mentioned in the meeting, we plan to appoint a regional manager for Donghai City. Here are the candidates' profiles. Would you like to see if any are suitable? Lin Chen glanced at the materials in his hand, taking them and perusing them carefully. Among them was Li Tong's profile. Li Tong, female, age 53. A master's degree in education from Moda University, previously taught at Nanhai No. 1 High School, and had published numerous papers during her tenure, 12 of which garnered significant attention. She received the title of excellent teacher before establishing her tutoring center, earning high praise from both parents and students. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that the often boisterous teacher Li was a master's graduate from Moda University. Nevertheless, her teaching abilities were undeniable. After reviewing Li Tong's profile, he examined the profiles of the other candidates. In terms of capability and qualifications, none could rival Li Tong. Lin Chen extracted Li Tong's profile, declaring, "This one will do." Xie Diyun glanced at it and chuckled. "I didn't expect our judgments to align, boss." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, did you also select this candidate?" Xie Diyun nodded. "Indeed. While the other candidates are commendable, they pale in comparison to teacher Li, given her qualifications. Furthermore, she already runs a tutoring center, making her the most suitable for the regional manager position." Lin Chen smiled, indeed. He then checked the time, noting it was getting late. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Xiaoyun quickly replied. Boss, shall we see you off? Lin Chen waved his hand. No need. I can manage on my own. I am not unfamiliar with the route. Please focus on arranging the appointment for the regional manager. He did not relish the sensation of being the center of attention. He preferred to walk alone. Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, unable to decipher Lin Chen's thoughts. Lin Chen, sensing his hesitation, said, There's no need for concern, Xia. Just go ahead. Seeing no hint of jest or unusual emotion on Lin Chen's face, Xiaoyun finally replied, Understood, boss. I will go right away. After leaving the office, Lin Chen made his way to the parking lot. Just as he retrieved his car keys, his phone rang urgently. Upon seeing the caller, a subtle smile graced his lips. Xiaohi. It seemed the mother and daughter duo had received the news. As soon as he answered the call, Xiaohi's anxious voice came through. Lin Chen, where are you right now? I'm in the parking lot. What's the matter? Xiaohi hurriedly replied. Can you please wait for us there? We'll be there shortly. All right. After hanging up, Lin Chen leaned against his car, idly scrolling through his phone. A few minutes later, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was Xiaohi and Li Tong, both jogging toward him, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Lin Chen smiled at them. Teacherly, why are you both in such a rush? Li Tong took a few deep breaths before responding. I just received a call from Xiaoyun, stating that I am to be appointed as the regional manager for Donghai City. She then looked at Lin Chen, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Moreover, he mentioned that it was you who recommended me. She could hardly fathom that one day she would be elevated by a former student. Xiaohi gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling. Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen smiled modestly. No need to thank me. In truth, even without my recommendation, Teacher Li would have become the regional manager, as Xiaoyun initially intended her for the role. After all, her capabilities speak for themselves. Li Tong chimed in. Even so, we still owe you our gratitude. I never imagined I would ascend to the position of regional manager in Donghai City. After all, Yutsai Group has an abundance of talent. I was merely a franchise store manager. Transitioning from a store manager to a regional manager is indeed a significant leap. This position is highly coveted, with many vying for it. The advantages and conveniences that come with being a regional manager are immense. Truly, thank you for this. Chapter 210. Reward. The silvery Tuatara Lin Chen displayed little reaction, merely offering a faint smile. Teacher Li, I reiterate, this achievement is entirely attributable to your own abilities. Xiaohi stood quietly beside him, saying nothing, yet her gaze towards Lin Chen was imbued with profound affection. Just moments ago in the conference room, Lin Chen had undoubtedly noticed her presence. Shortly thereafter, his mother received a call from President Xia, appointing her as the regional manager. The envious and jealous glances from those around were still vividly etched in her memory. Her mother's ascension to the position of regional manager was undoubtedly linked to Lin Chen. After all, such coincidences are rare in this world. Xiaohi's expression softened gradually. Lin Chen, regardless of everything, I must thank you. Li Tong added, Are you free now? We would like to treat you to a meal. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to express our gratitude. Lin Chen raised his hand to check the time before responding. Unfortunately, I might not have time today. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Li Tong offered, Then how about another day? When will you be free for a meal? Lin Chen nodded. All right. After a brief conversation, Lin Chen departed in his car. While waiting at a red light, he received a message from Xiaohi. Lin Chen, I just realized I forgot to mention that my birthday is in 2 days. Will you come? Glancing at the red light with still over 20 seconds remaining, Lin Chen replied, Who else is coming? After sending the message, he set his phone aside, focusing intently on driving. Once parked, he took out his phone to read Xiaohi's reply. Just 3 close friends. You know my personality. I generally prefer quieter gatherings. Will you come? As soon as Xiaohi finished speaking, Lin Chen's expression shifted subtly. The system had sent him a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a storyline task. Reward, 1 silvery Tuatara, with the car keys located in your pocket. Note, due to the parking constraints at Yushui residence, the vehicle has been parked in the villa's parking lot across the street. Instinctively, Lin Chen reached into his pocket, where he indeed found a set of car keys. Despite his usual composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The silvery Tuatara. This brand represents a burgeoning luxury sports car line, and the Tuatara is its flagship model. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Why have you suddenly gone silent? Xiaohi's voice snapped him back to reality. He countered. Do you want me to come? Xiaohi responded almost instantly, Of course. If you can come, it would be the greatest gift for me. Lin Chen smiled. Then I shall oblige. Please send me the time and place later. Okay. After concluding the conversation with Xiaohi, Lin Chen eagerly made his way to the parking lot of the villa across the street. There, he found the silvery Tuatara parked majestically in the center. Truly deserving of its reputation as the Bugatti Slayer, the Tuatara's exterior panels and monocoque body are crafted from carbon fiber, presenting an aesthetic that is both futuristic and aggressive. As one of the most expensive sports car brands in the world, the lowest price for a vehicle under this label starts at $50 million. This particular Tuatara is valued at an astonishing $300 million. Lin Chen extracted the car keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and settled into the driver's seat. Immediately captivated by the interior, the Tuatara boasts luxurious features, including a high-end audio system, a touchscreen infotainment system, and a tilting and telescopic steering wheel. The gear lever is discreetly concealed behind the steering wheel, which also features a gear shift indicator. For someone of Lin Chen's height, the car felt remarkably spacious. After all, the manufacturer claims even someone 2 meters tall can sit comfortably inside while wearing a racing helmet. Upon exiting the Ushuaia residence, Lin Chen pressed the accelerator with enthusiasm. Indeed, luxury vehicles offer a unique allure to men. After taking a leisurely drive and enjoying the admiring gazes of passers-by, he returned the car to Ushuaia residence. Soon, the day of Xiaohe's birthday arrived. Lin Chen contemplated giving her an unforgettable celebration, especially since his acquisition of the silvery Tuatara was inspired by her. He sought out Donghai City's premier birthday party planning company, Jumeng, online. After acquiring their contact information and adding them on WeChat, he called to discuss the details. Lin Chen conveyed all he knew about Xiaohe, concluding with, "What do you think would be the best arrangement for this birthday celebration? Money is not an issue." The representative on the other end of the line displayed no surprise at the latter statement, as such sentiments were common in their line of work. Many clients mistakenly believed that hiring a birthday planner would not incur significant costs, yet they often found themselves taken aback by the final numbers. "Mr. Lin, based on the information you provided, the birthday girl, Miss Xia, is approximately 20 years old, with a calm and steady personality, often perceived as a well-behaved young lady, correct?" "Yes. In that case, we recommend centering the celebration around the element of surprise." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Surprise?" "Indeed. While the 3 most crucial aspects of a successful birthday celebration are venue, surprise, and entertainment, given the information provided, we can only focus on surprise and entertainment. The most critical element of surprise is, of course, the birthday gift. Based on Miss Xia's personality, we suggest you select a discreet yet exquisite necklace, which is sure to delight her. We can arrange for a live band and, if the venue permits, a fireworks display to enhance the effect." Lin Chen nodded. "Very well. Let's proceed with your plan." After a brief hesitation, the representative added, "Mr. Lin, we will need you to transfer the payment in advance before we can proceed with the arrangements." "How much?" "The total comes to 1,980,000. Lin Chen muttered under his breath. "So inexpensive?" Though he spoke softly, she caught his words clearly, her lips twitching slightly in disbelief. Nearly 2 million for a birthday celebration was considered inexpensive? Chapter 211. Beauty in the eyes of the lover. Lin Chen did not procrastinate. He directly requested, "Please send over your account details. I shall transfer the funds immediately." "Certainly, Mr. Lin." Indeed, shortly after hanging up, they received a transfer of 1.98 million. At that moment, she recalled her earlier thoughts when Mr. Lin had casually mentioned that money was no issue, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen was oblivious to her inner musings. After ending the call, he reached out to Pang Dahai from Hongdao Mall, requesting his assistance in preparing a birthday gift, neatly packaged for delivery. Lin Chen intended to create a distinct look, but he lacked acquaintances in that field. He figured he could seek the help of Zhongli, given that she had previously assisted him with his appearance for a charity gala. After acquiring the contact information of the stylist named Linda, Lin Chen invited her entire team to his location. Once his look was perfected, Lin Chen, accompanied by the gift from Pang Dahai, drove the newly awarded Silby Tuatara to the venue of the birthday celebration, Lemon Music Restaurant. Meanwhile, Xiaohe and several friends were already waiting at Lemon Music Restaurant. Nestled by the sea, the restaurant boasted a breathtaking environment and picturesque views. Xiaohe had reserved a spot on a terrace, allowing them to enjoy the gentle sea breeze and the soothing sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Unable to contain their curiosity, her friends began to gossip. "Xiaohe, you mentioned another friend is coming. Is this friend male or female?" "I bet it's a male friend. Look at Xiaohe today. She's all dressed up and even hired a stylist." Indeed, it's unusual for Xiaohe to make such an effort. It must be more than just a birthday celebration, right? As they gazed at Xiaohe, they could not help but express their admiration. Typically, Xiaohe embodied a demure image, either with loose hair or a high ponytail, her makeup often minimal, and she frequently appeared barefaced. Yet today, she was strikingly different. Dressed in a daring strapless gown and styled hair, Her enchanting features coupled with exquisite makeup made her resemble a princess straight out of a Disney fairy tale. Many men in the vicinity cast their eyes her way, some even appearing eager to approach. Xiaohe noticed the attention and felt a bit self-conscious, faced with her friend's teasing. She felt slightly embarrassed. However, as they were close friends, she candidly confessed, "I did dress up intentionally today, likely in accordance with someone's preferences." Her friends gasped in surprise, followed by a chorus of admiration. "So that's how it is. We've never seen Xiaohe show such interest in a guy before. So, there's someone she likes. Xiaohe, that is quite sneaky of you. You've been dating and kept it under wraps. Yes, do tell us honestly. Who has captured our Xiaohe's heart?" Xiaohe felt a mix of helplessness and delight. Thinking of a certain someone, her lips curled into a shy smile. "His name is Lin Chen, as I mentioned before." "Lin Chen?" Her friends exchanged glances. "Is he the one you've liked since high school? The same Lin Chen who covered all your homeroom teacher's medical expenses and donated a building to the school? He seems quite wealthy. Have you two become a couple?" Xiaohe shook her head with a smile. "Not quite. Our relationship is still in the early stages. I like him, but he only seems to have a slight fondness for me." A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Although her relationship with Lin Chen had improved since the past, she felt increasingly uncertain about her place beside him. He had risen to a height she could not reach, leaving her to admire him from afar. Her friends were taken aback. "Xiaohe, really? Even without dressing up? You're one of the most beautiful girls at Donghai University of Finance. Since the start of the semester, you've had countless admirers, yet you've ignored them all for Lin Chen. Does he not see your worth? You mentioned he has some wealth, but surely it's not that significant? Or is he just playing hard to get?" Xiaohe shook her head. "It's not as you think." Just then, the roar of a supercar echoed nearby. A primal growl filled with ferocity and aggression, captivating the attention of patrons from nearby establishments who rushed to the railing to look down. A white lightning bolt dashed through the inky night. "What car is that? It looks incredibly powerful and undoubtedly expensive, though I don't recognize the brand." Xiaohe narrowed her gaze, realizing that Lin Chen must be arriving soon. As the car came to a halt beneath the Lemon Music Restaurant, a nearby patron exclaimed, "Wow, that's a Silby Tuatara." "Silby, oh my." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, while most were familiar only with brands like Lamborghini, Porsche, and Pagani. Many could not identify rarer models, as only a select few had access to such luxury. The man who recognized the car noticed the attention and patiently explained, "Silby is a young supercar brand, yet it ranks as one of the most expensive in the world, with prices starting at 50 million. Upon hearing this, many gasped in astonishment. "Is that the starting price for Silby's cars? That's exorbitantly high. And how much is this one worth?" The man continued, "If I'm not mistaken, this model is the Silby Tuatara, their flagship, known as the Bugatti Killer, with a price tag exceeding 300 million. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 212. A dazzling entrance. He was moved to tears. Given their status, they could hardly fathom the existence of a vehicle that could surpass 300 million. Meanwhile, Xiaohe listened intently. A car worth over 300 million. Could it be Lin Chen? At that moment, the hydraulic doors of the exquisite Sarab Tuatara opened slowly like the wings of a cicada, and a figure emerged from within. Cradling a bouquet of roses in one arm and a delicate gift box in the other, the scene stirred an immediate commotion. "Oh my goodness, he is so handsome," they exclaimed. "Rich and handsome, truly the winner of life. I wonder who this young man is here to see? I can hardly contain my envy." Xiaohe's mind echoed with a thunderous realization, rendering her momentarily motionless. The radiant figure downstairs could only be Lin Chen. Observing her reaction, her companions inquired, "Xiaohe, do you know the dashing young man in the luxury car?" Xiaohe was at a loss for words, still in a daze. One friend, almost instinctively, asked, "Could he be Lin Chen?" Xiaohe nodded slowly. Instantly, a hush fell over the group as they exchanged glances, each wearing a different expression. Their understanding of Lin Chen had been shaped entirely by Xiaohe's accounts, which they had taken lightly, dismissing her praise as mere infatuation. However, witnessing Lin Chen in person, they comprehended that Xiaohe's admiration was not exaggerated. A man who drove a multi-million-dollar supercar and covered all medical expenses for his teacher, along with donating millions to his alma mater for a new academic building, faced no pressure at all. After all, a single car of his was worth 300 million, not to mention the possibility of him owning more than one supercar. As their thoughts raced, Lin Chen had already ascended the stairs. Holding the bouquet of roses, he scanned the restaurant quickly and headed directly towards Xiaohe and her friends. Many patrons turned their heads, and upon realizing Lin Chen was approaching Xiaohe's table, envy flickered across their faces. Standing before Xiaohe, Lin Chen presented the bouquet, saying, "Happy birthday, Xiaohe." As she gazed at the vibrant roses, tears welled in her eyes. Embracing the flowers, she looked up at Lin Chen, her gaze filled with warmth. Thank you, Lin Chen. He chuckled. What is there to thank? Meanwhile, Xiaohe's friends watched with envy. Wow, roses. How romantic. If someone were to gift me such roses in this setting, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life for it. Hold on. Today is Xiaohe's birthday. Let us not utter such inauspicious words, another chimed in. Xiaohe smiled, maintaining her composure as she introduced her friends to Lin Chen. After exchanging greetings, they all took their seats. At that moment, someone noticed a small box nestled within the bouquet and exclaimed, Hey, Xiaohe, there is something inside. Startled, Xiaohe glanced at Lin Chen and gently sifted through the flowers, discovering a small box, approximately the size of her palm. Lin Chen, what is this? She asked, surprise evident in her voice. Lin Chen smiled. You can open it and see. Driven by curiosity, her friends urged her, Xiaohe, open it. We want to see what gift it is. Xiaohe bit her lip and, after a fleeting glance at Lin Chen, carefully retrieved the small box from the bouquet, gently untying the ribbon and opening it. This, a Cartier bracelet? Her friends gasped in astonishment. While they might not be well-versed in luxury cars, they were experts in jewelry. The bracelet was the Ligna's Essentiels diamond bangle, crafted in 18K white gold, adorned with 52 diamonds, totaling a weight of 4.68 carats, with a retail price nearing 240,000. Xiaohe, you are so fortunate, they exclaimed. I'm turning into a lemon over here. I'm so envious. How about you all? I am too. I can't help but be envious. Xiaohe stared at the exquisite bracelet, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Lost in a daze. Before Lin Chen could respond, Xiaohe had already enveloped him in a warm embrace. Lin Chen, this is the happiest birthday I've had in 20 years, and this is by far my most cherished gift. Her voice quivered as she spoke. Her friends couldn't help but show their envy, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Even though Xiaohe was one of them, who could deny feeling envious at this moment? Lin Chen patted Xiaohe's shoulder. Are you already in tears? Just wait until the next surprise. There'll be more for you to cry over. The group gasped. Another surprise? Xiaohe, with tearful eyes, looked up at Lin Chen, bewildered and surprised. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the distant roar of engines filled the air. A convoy of 5 or 6 supercars raced into view. The patrons from nearby establishments erupted in excitement, many rushing to the railing to witness the spectacle. What is going on today? Why are there so many luxury cars? Ferraris, Pagani, Porsches, and Lamborghinis. Just moments ago, a Sierra had arrived, and now this procession of supercars was truly astonishing. However, collectively, these cars paled in comparison to the value of the Sierra Tuatara parked below. Once again, numerous eyes turned towards Lin Chen's Sierra Tuatara, undeniably a stunning vehicle. The supercars screeched to a halt in front of the Lemon Music Restaurant, the scene so magnificent that it left everyone in awe. As if on cue, the doors swung open, and a throng of young men and women adorned in luxury brands spilled out, immediately gravitating towards Lin Chen's Sierra Tuatara. Before long, nearly 10 people had gathered around the car, merely admiring it, hesitant even to touch it. Oh my goodness, I thought I was mistaken earlier. But it truly is a Sierra Tuatara. Chapter 213. An unexpected encounter. It seems that this model of the Silby car is making its debut in China. A vehicle valued at 300 million. When did such a magnate emerge in Dahai City? It's simply astonishing. As they spoke, several individuals eagerly took out their phones, snapping photos while expressing their awe. After a few minutes, they finally glanced up at the Lemon Music Restaurant, exchanged knowing looks, and proceeded upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, one of them surveyed the crowd and politely inquired, May I ask who owns the Silby Tuatara park downstairs? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Chen. He paused briefly and then raised his hand, stating, That would be me. The young man with blonde hair appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon exclaimed, Brother Chen? It's you. Lin Chen was slightly bewildered. The young man looked familiar, yet he couldn't quite place him. Xiaohe and her companions turned to Lin Chen, asking, Lin Chen, do you know him? Lin Chen remained puzzled. He must have recognized him, but the details eluded him. Observing his confusion, the young man quickly added, Brother Chen, have you forgotten me? I'm the one with the blonde hair from the Supercar Club. Remember when you took your luxury cars to the 4S shop for maintenance? I was fortunate enough to drive one. Also, I was with you when we went to Nanwan City. Do you recall? At that moment, Lin Chen finally remembered the young man from the Supercar Club and acknowledged, I recall you now. The blonde youth was evidently excited. Brother Chen, you've bought a new car. The Silby Tuatara is making its first appearance in Xia country. I never imagined it would be you to break that record. By my count, you must have acquired 8 supercars by now, right? When we returned to Nanwan City, you already had 6. And then I heard you added a Koenigsegg one. Plus the Silby. The surrounding crowd was left speechless, especially Xiaohe's friends. 8 luxury supercars? What does that even mean? Most ordinary individuals would struggle their entire lives to afford just one. And considering that the Silby alone costs 300 million, it stands to reason that the rest of his collection is equally extravagant. Xiaohe's friends looked at Lin Chen with a glimmer of something unusual in their eyes. It appeared that their Xiaohe had indeed landed a golden son-in-law. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the loquacious blonde, merely nodded. He wished to remain low-key. Was that too much to ask? The blonde continued unabated. When I first saw the Silby Tuatura, I was completely awestruck. I intended to come upstairs to see which magnate owned it, hoping to make an acquaintance, but I never expected it would be you, Brother Chen. Then, noticing the girls beside Lin Chen, he turned to Xiaohe and asked, "Are you celebrating a birthday?" Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Yes. We're celebrating a friend's birthday." The blonde nodded in understanding, then glanced around at the somewhat noisy environment before addressing Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, it seems quite lively here. I happen to know the owner of this place. Would you like me to have her arrange a quieter setting for you?" Lin Chen looked at the girls, saw their affirmative responses, and said, "If it can be changed, that would be ideal." They had attracted quite a bit of attention, and he didn't want to be observed while dining. Moreover, the noise was indeed excessive. The blonde quickly pulled out his phone and made a call. Before long, a striking woman in a black, fitted dress with heavy makeup emerged. The blonde promptly introduced, "This is the owner of the restaurant, Zhuo Chunchun." Lin Chen appraised the restaurant owner. Though her name suggested purity, her appearance and attire were anything but innocent, exuding a captivating allure yet maintaining a refined elegance. Aware that it was impolite to stare at a stranger for too long, Lin Chen merely glanced at her before averting his gaze. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuo Chunchun smiled and said, "I just learned about the excitement here and was on my way to check it out when I received Huang Mao's call." Lin Chen courteously inquired, "May I ask, do you have a quieter area available?" Zhuo Chunchun covered her mouth with a playful smile. "Of course. I had already prepared a special area for you when I arrived. Please, follow me." Lin Chen nodded, "Thank you." At this moment, the blonde, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "Brother Chen, I won't disturb you any longer. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." "All right," Lin Chen replied. "Thank you for arranging the new location." The blonde scratched his head. "Brother Chen, you're too polite." After exchanging a few more words, the blonde departed, and Lin Chen's group followed Zhuo Chunchun to the top floor. Upon seeing the surroundings, they were all pleasantly surprised. The rooftop was designed like a garden, adorned with numerous flowers yet devoid of any insects. The combination of the sky garden and soft lighting created an indescribably romantic and dreamlike atmosphere. Zhuo Chunchun, with a charming smile, introduced, "This area is usually not open to the public. We only accommodate acquaintances. I hope it meets your approval, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen smiled back. "You're too kind, Zhuo boss. This place is wonderful. We are all quite satisfied." "Then I hope Mr. Lin and your friends enjoy your meal," Zhuo Chunchun said before departing. Lin Chen and his companions took their seats, still reeling from the blonde's revelations. Lin Chen remarked, "What is the matter with all of you? You look as if you've lost your spirits." Xiaohe gazed at Lin Chen. "Isn't it because you've surprised us too much?" One of her friends chimed in, "For Xiaohe, it's a surprise, but for us, it's pure astonishment. Indeed, when we first heard Xiaohe speak of you, we thought she was merely seeing you through rose-colored glasses. But now it's evident that she wasn't exaggerating at all." The shock in their expressions was unmistakable, and Xiaohe's gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with warmth. Lin Chen chuckled and turned to Xiaohe. "It seems you mention me quite often. Pray tell, how do you usually describe me?" Chapter 214. The fireworks extravaganza. The atmosphere became electric as the fireworks extravaganza commenced. Xiaohe felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks as she playfully glared at her close friends, her bashfulness evident. However, her friends were in high spirits, especially as a few beautiful waitresses began to serve an array of delectable dishes. Amidst their feasting, the friends animatedly recounted tales Xiaohe had shared about Lin Chen, tracing back to their high school days and a recent gathering shortly after the semester began, including their return to Nanwan City. The Lin Chen she described was nothing short of exemplary, almost flawless in every respect. During this lively exchange, Lin Chen discreetly took hold of Xiaohe's hand beneath the table, causing her to shiver slightly in surprise as she turned to him. Her expression a mix of astonishment and warmth. Lin Chen offered her a subtle smile, lightly tracing her palm with his fingers. Xiaohe felt her face flush, momentarily at a loss for words. Once her friends finished their teasing, Lin Chen turned to Xiaohe. "I didn't realize you had shared so much about me." He discovered that in Xiaohe's eyes, he held the status of a veritable idol. Beneath her demure exterior lay a hidden exuberance, hinting that perhaps she could be coaxed out of her shell. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiaohi shot a mock glare at her friends. You all just love to exaggerate. They couldn't help but tease her further. Xiaohi, look at how red your face is. Are we really exaggerating? Deep down, you know the truth. One friend chimed in, recalling how Xiaohi once declared, Lin Chen is my ideal man. I could never marry anyone else overwhelmed with shyness. Xiaohi quickly interrupted. All right, I admit it. Can you all just let it go? She then turned to Lin Chen, her cheeks still flushed. Lin Chen, please don't mind them. They're just like this. Lin Chen shook his head, reassuring her. Don't worry, I don't mind. In fact, I find their spirited nature quite charming. It's no wonder you all get along so well. Laughter ensued among the group. They understood that their intentions were well-meaning, knowing Xiaohi's reserved nature. They sought to help her break free from her shell. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take her to express her feelings. Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Realizing it was nearly time for the fireworks display, an appointment he had nearly forgotten. He instinctively looked at Xiaohi, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. She had been so touched by the earlier gift that he wondered what else might unfold. Speaking of gifts, Lin Chen suddenly remembered another surprise he had brought along. He retrieved a small gift box and handed it to Xiaohi. I almost forgot about this. Xiaohi's eyes widened in astonishment. There's more? Lin Chen smiled gently. I intended to include it with the roses, but it wouldn't fit, so I just held on to it and nearly overlooked it. Having already been dazzled by the Cartier bracelet, the small gift box piqued everyone's curiosity. Xiaohi stared at the box, her emotions a whirlwind. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to open it? Xiaohi met his gaze and nodded. All right. Carefully, she began to unwrap the box, revealing a stunning diamond necklace that shimmered with understated elegance. Gasps of awe escaped the lips of her friends, who covered their mouths in disbelief. Is this another Cartier piece? The Pluie de Cartier, a necklace worth 300,000. Xiaohi's hands trembled as she held the gift. Her friends looked at her with envy in their eyes. Xiaohi, we're utterly envious of you. What a remarkable boyfriend you have. One exclaimed. No wonder you call Lin Chen your ideal man. If I were you, I would revere him as a deity. Such fervent praise left Xiaohi momentarily speechless, her heart swelling with gratitude. She never anticipated Lin Chen would go to such lengths for her. The total value of the two gifts was over 500,000, a sum she had never dared to dream of receiving. As reality set back in, Xiaohi realized her cheeks were damp with tears. Lin Chen, noticing her emotional state, handed her a few tissues with a resigned smile. Why are you crying again? There's more to come. More? Her friends were taken aback. They had finally grasped the essence of continuous surprises, although the spotlight was firmly on Xiaohi. Just as Lin Chen was about to elaborate, a sudden loud bang echoed nearby, followed by a magnificent explosion of colors lighting up the sky, forming the words Happy Birthday, Xiaohi. Xiaohi gasped, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in shock, while her friends were on the verge of tears from excitement. What followed was an extravagant display of fireworks. The once ink-black sky was now adorned with brilliant bursts of color. At that moment, everyone was utterly mesmerized. Soon, the streets filled with onlookers, drawn to the spectacle. Quick to react, many pulled out their phones to capture the moment, and whispers of amazement spread through the crowd. Who is the Xiaohi? This is the most romantic display I've ever witnessed. If it were me, I would be overjoyed. Someone remarked. Indeed, this is the most romantic birthday celebration I've ever seen. I wonder when I'll find a boyfriend capable of such grand gestures. Another mused. Good luck with that. This fireworks show must have cost a fortune. Just 10 minutes alone likely ran over $1 million, meaning each second is worth its weight in gold. Well, I'll have to keep my eyes wide open to cherish every second. The entire fireworks display lasted a full 15 minutes before gradually coming to a close. Before Lin Chen could fully process the event, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as he suddenly found herself nestled in his embrace. Lin Chen couldn't help but lean down, whispering playfully, You're throwing yourself at me like this. It's quite overwhelming for a young man like me. Chapter 215. A mountain full of monkey butts. Your face is the reddest. He was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her senses, her entire being shuddered. You. She glanced at her several female companions, relieved to find them engrossed in discussions about the recent fireworks, oblivious to the two of them. Recalling Lin Chen's earlier words, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she feigned an attempt to extricate herself from his embrace. Yet, at that moment, Lin Chen tightened his hold even more. Lin Chen, you. They are still here. Xiaohi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her response. What have I done to warrant your nervousness? Besides, they are unlikely to notice us here. Lin Chen. Xiaohi's voice was soft, almost fluid. However, a twinge of anxiety crept into her heart. If they were to catch sight of them, she would undoubtedly become the subject of their teasing. Just then, Lin Chen leaned closer, lowering his voice. But it seems that if I do not act, I might be remiss in regard to your earlier statement. Xiaohe was bewildered. Lin Chen, what are you planning to do? As she watched Lin Chen's face draw nearer, a knot of apprehension tightened within her. Her hand resting on his chest instinctively clenched and then relaxed in a nervous rhythm. Lin Chen merely brushed against her lips, a fleeting moment, before hastily pulling away. Xiaohe quickly scanned her friends to ensure they had not witnessed the incident, letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, you are rather bold. He smiled in response. Likewise. Xiaohe blinked in confusion. What do you mean, likewise? Have I done something? Did you forget your 2 public displays of affection towards me? Realization struck Xiaohe, and her face flushed crimson. You know that wasn't my intention. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, oh, then please enlighten me as to what you meant. Moreover, have you not frequently declared that you would marry no one but me? Xiaohe was left utterly speechless, simultaneously regretting her friends for revealing her feelings. Had they not exposed her secret, Lin Chen would not have had the opportunity to tease her so. At that moment, their friends turned their attention to the pair. One exclaimed, Xiaohe, what happened? Why is your face so red? Xiaohe blinked, instinctively touching her face. Is it really? Of course it is. Look at her. A mountain full of monkey butts. Your face is the reddest. At this, laughter erupted among them. Xiaohe, did you two do something naughty behind our backs? Xiaohe felt flustered, glancing at Lin Chen for support. He chuckled. All right, Xiaohe is shy. Perhaps you should spare her some teasing. Oh my. Is this the start of a husband defending his wife? How enviable. Laughter followed once more. Soon, the cake arrived, and after indulging in it, the birthday celebration began to wind down. As they prepared to leave, Xiaohe's friends announced they had ordered rides and requested Lin Chen to escort Xiaohe home. Once the group departed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Xiaohe hesitated. Lin Chen, shall we also take our leave? Lin Chen nodded. Certainly. I will take you to an exciting place. Xiaohe was momentarily startled. An exciting place? It wouldn't happen to be a hotel, would it? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks burned once more. This seemed to be progressing too quickly. Although she had harbored feelings for Lin Chen for quite some time, she was not yet prepared to fully surrender herself. Lin Chen, oblivious to Xiaohe's convoluted thoughts, instinctively took her hand as they descended the stairs. Xiaohe felt a shiver run through her, yet she reciprocated the grip. Lin Chen shot her a surprised glance, then smiled. It seemed Xiaohe was gradually growing bolder. As they made their way downstairs, the attractive couple garnered considerable attention. Look, that girl appears to be Xiaohe. The fireworks earlier were launched for her by that handsome guy. How enviable. That display must have cost over $1 million, truly a lavish expenditure. If someone were willing to set off such fireworks for me, I would gladly offer myself in return. Hey, you should head home early and get some rest. Dreamland holds everything. Listening to the envious murmurs, Xiaohe felt warmth spread through her heart, unable to resist glancing at Lin Chen's profile beside her. Truly, this was the best birthday she had ever experienced, all thanks to Lin Chen. With a smile of happiness blooming on her lips, they descended the stairs and climbed into the sleek Silverbird Tuatura, driving off into the night. In the car, as Xiaohe contemplated what might transpire, her cheeks flushed once again, curiosity piqued. Would Lin Chen genuinely take her to a hotel? Typically, that would be the case. Yet Lin Chen was known for his unpredictability and did not appear to be that sort of person. After some contemplation, Xiaohe couldn't help but ask, Lin Chen, where are we headed? The dock. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. The dock? What are we going there for? To see the sea? Lin Chen paused. Something like that. Xiaohe responded with a faint, oh, and then quietly murmured, so we are just going to the dock to see the sea. Lin Chen chuckled, glancing at her teasingly. What? If we're not looking at the sea, what else do you wish to do? Xiaohe was at a loss for words. How was she to respond? Lin Chen then feigned a sorrowful sigh. It seems that boys must protect themselves when out in public. Xiaohe was flustered. I didn't mean that. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Of course, you didn't mean that. Xiaohe felt deflated. No matter how she explained, it seemed futile. Fortunately, they had arrived at the dock. Lin Chen parked the car and led Xiaohe along the path. Where are we going? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Lin Chen pointed toward a nearby yacht. We are going to have some fun aboard. Xiaohe was taken aback, her gaze drawn to the enormous yacht. Were they allowed to board? A wave of concern washed over her. Lin Chen reassured her, others cannot, but we can. Why? He glanced at her, because that yacht is mine. Boom. Xiaohe stumbled slightly, her mind blank, staring incredulously at Lin Chen. Chapter 216. The door of the pavilion opens for you. Xiaohe's gaze shifted once more to the grand yacht, its LC logo distinctly visible even in the night. Was this yacht truly Lin Chen's? Xiaohe found herself momentarily lost in thought. What further surprises could Lin Chen possibly bestow upon her? Noticing her daze, Lin Chen chuckled softly and affectionately ruffled her hair. Come, let me show you around. With that, he took her hand and led her towards the magnificent vessel. This spontaneous arrangement was conceived earlier that day, surely destined to grant Xiaohe an unforgettable birthday. Xiaohe stared at their interlaced fingers, her heart fluttering as she followed Lin Chen toward the colossal creation. The yacht was lavishly equipped with areas for entertainment, relaxation, and repose. However, with just the two of them aboard, there was little in the way of amusement. Lin Chen guided her straight to the terrace, where several barbecue grills awaited, accompanied by a box of ingredients. Confused, she looked at Lin Chen. Are we barbecuing? Lin Chen smiled gently. What's wrong? Do you like it? Xiaohe nodded, yet added, but I don't know how to barbecue. At that moment, Lin Chen had already donned an apron, grilling skewers of beef and various vegetables. No worries, just sit back and relax. With my culinary skills, it's unnecessary for you to know how, right? Seeing his diligent efforts, Xiaohe obediently settled into a nearby chair, watching him busily at work. The yacht was indeed vast, equipped with every imaginable amenity. Moreover, considering the cost of renting such a yacht, Lin Chen had actually purchased it, an idea that left her utterly astounded. As she gazed at the stars and the sea while stealing glances at Lin Chen, an indescribable tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. If only time could freeze at this very moment. Just as Xiaohe began to drift into her thoughts, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply. Was this Lin Chen's barbecue? Her legs moved of their own accord towards him, drawn in by the delectable scent of beef. Lin Chen, amused, cast a glance her way. Your nose is quite discerning. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiaohe replied, that's because your cooking smells amazing. Lin Chen casually picked up a few skewers from the grill, sprinkled on some seasoning, and offered them to her. Here, try this. Xiaohe eagerly accepted a skewer, taking a bite of the beef, her eyes lighting up instantly. The exterior was perfectly charred while the interior remained tender and juicy. This is so delicious. How do you manage to get it just right? It's absolutely exquisite. Lin Chen chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he continued grilling. Can you teach me? Xiaohe asked earnestly. Lin Chen met her hopeful gaze, and she explained. Our school seems to be organizing a club social event soon, and outdoor barbecuing is one of the activities. As she tugged at his shirt playfully, she added, Please help me out, one to you? With a teasing glance, Lin Chen pointed to his cheek. Kiss me, and I'll teach you. Consider it your tuition fee. Before he could finish, he felt a warm sensation on his cheek, a fleeting kiss. Lin Chen looked at Xiaohe in surprise, causing her to blush. There. Tuition has been paid, he smiled. Soon after, he began instructing her in the art of barbecuing. 10 minutes later, Xiaohe gazed at her creations with a sigh. Alas, she lacked the innate talent for culinary mastery. Lin Chen, equally exasperated, noted that the food was nearly ready and carried the platter to the dining table. Spotting a bottle of red wine nearby, he raised an eyebrow. Care for a drink? Xiaohe's cheeks flushed, and she nodded shyly. Lin Chen opened the bottle and poured each of them a glass. An hour later, he supported the unsteady Xiaohe as they made their way to the guest room in the resting area. Uncertain if it was deliberate or accidental, Xiaohe leaned against him, prompting Lin Chen to wrap his arm tightly around her waist. Don't be foolish. You'll get hurt. Yet in the next instant, Xiaohe stumbled and fell into his embrace. You. Lin Chen sighed, at a loss for words. This was undeniably dangerous behavior. Xiaohe lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with affection. Could you hold me? Her tone carried a hint of coaxing that was utterly disarming. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he effortlessly lifted her in his arms. The world spun for Xiaohe as she instinctively nestled her head against his chest. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. The distance to the guest room seemed interminable. It was not that Xiaohe was heavy. She barely weighed over 90 pounds, but rather, she was simply too enchanting to resist. Finally reaching the guest room, Lin Chen gently set her down, intending to leave, but Xiaohe grasped his hand. Don't go. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, replied, Stop being difficult and rest well. However, at that moment, Xiaohe rose and leaned closer. Through the flower path. Never swept for guests. The door of the pavilion opens for you today. The next day, Lin Chen awoke first, feeling invigorated. Xiaohe, on the other hand, slept in until nearly noon. After she finally stirred, Lin Chen took her out for a meal before returning her to the School of Finance. Subsequently, Lin Chen headed home, relishing a day of leisure as he had no classes until the following day. On his return to class, Su Mo had saved him a seat. As soon as Lin Chen settled in, the class monitor, Chu Qianqian, approached and sat in front of him. Lin Chen, the captain of the school basketball team wants to meet you. Meet me? The captain of the basketball team? Why? Lin Chen was perplexed. Chu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. I'm merely the messenger. However, she glanced around before continuing. I heard there is going to be a basketball tournament in Donghai City soon, and I suspect that's why they're seeking you out. Lin Chen remained bewildered. But why me? Chu Tianqian appeared slightly surprised. You don't know about the tournament? He shook his head. She then explained, every year, Donghai City hosts a basketball tournament featuring major universities, including our Donghai University, the School of Finance, the Art Institute, and the Sports Academy. I've heard that our university has typically been the champion, but a few years ago, a player nicknamed Little Giant from the Sports Academy emerged, and they have claimed the championship for 3 consecutive years. I assume the basketball team captain is seeking you because of your remarkable performance in the last tournament, hoping you'll join the team and help Donghai University reclaim its glory. Chapter 217. The Learning Badge. Lin Chen nodded, realizing the situation through Chu Tianqian's words. Chu Tianqian quickly whispered, I'm merely speculating. How about I share your contact information with him, so he can reach out to you? Lin Chen readily agreed. That sounds good. Shortly after, he received a friend request. Just as he accepted it, the teacher arrived, prompting Lin Chen to set aside his phone and focus on the class. During the 10-minute break, Lin Chen finally picked up his phone. At that moment, the basketball team captain, Qi Ming, had sent him several messages. Junior Lin Chen, I wonder if you could assist me with something? This would also serve to redeem our entire Donghai University. Junior Lin Chen, are you there? These messages were sent earlier in class. Sorry, senior, I was in class. Lin Chen replied. Just as he intended to put his phone down, Qi Ming responded almost instantaneously. Haha, my apologies for interrupting your class. Lin Chen replied. It's quite all right. By the way, is there something you need from me? Qi Ming replied. This is not something that can be explained in a moment. How about I meet you after this class to elaborate? All right. After sending this brief response, Lin Chen set his phone down. Finally, class concluded. As Lin Chen began to pack his books, a faint sound of footsteps echoed at the door. It was Qi Ming from the basketball team. What brings him to our class? Generally, those who play basketball tend to be tall and handsome. Just look at Qi Ming and then at Lin Chen to see the contrast. Curious about Qi Ming's visit, Lin Chen instinctively looked up and saw Qi Ming smiling at him while waving. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Su Imo beside him. You'll have to make your own way home today. All right. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Be good. He then picked up his books and walked towards Qi Ming. Senior, Lin Chen greeted politely. Qi Ming nodded and said, let us head to the student council office. I've already spoken with your college president. Sure. Lin Chen had a favorable impression of Qi Ming. He didn't come across as domineering, but rather polite. However, he was unlike the typical basketball players, possessing a scholarly demeanor that seemed rather gentle. If judged solely by appearance, Lin Chen would never guess Qi Ming was the captain of the basketball team. Before long, Lin Chen followed him to the student council office. Lin Chen took a seat first, while Qi Ming poured him a cup of tea. Senior, please feel free to speak directly about what you need, Lin Chen said. Cutting to the chase, Qi Ming nodded and settled down. There is going to be a basketball tournament in Donghai City soon. I trust you've heard about it? Lin Chen nodded. He had only just learned about it from Chu Tianqian today, having been previously unaware since he lived off campus and spent little time at school, making him somewhat out of the loop. Qi Ming continued. The sports college has been the reigning champion for 3 consecutive years, basking in glory while mocking us. Last time, not only did they injure our players, but they didn't even apologize. After that match, tensions nearly escalated into a fight. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Senior, please just tell me what you wish to say. After a brief pause, Qi Ming said, I would like to invite you to be the new captain of the Donghai University basketball team. Lin Chen was taken aback. Why me? Qi Ming sighed. I was injured in last year's match, and those players were incredibly ruthless, making it nearly impossible to defend against them. Additionally, my eagerness to win led to overtraining recently, aggravating an old back injury. The doctor has issued a final warning against any intense physical activity. I've also heard about your stellar performance in our school's basketball tournament. Unfortunately, I was away competing and missed it, which I regret. After much consideration, I've decided to ask you to lead our team. Lin Chen hesitated. Competing was one thing, but being the captain was another matter entirely. After some thought, he replied, I understand your intention. I can participate in the competition as a team member, but being the captain is a bit much for me. I tend to avoid trouble. Qi Ming chuckled. The illustrious Lin Chen is afraid of trouble? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Please excuse me, senior. Qi Ming laughed. Just a jest, don't take it to heart. He continued, I still strongly recommend you take the captaincy. Otherwise, it seems we have no one else capable of fulfilling that role. If it weren't for my injury, we wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament. It's quite regrettable. I prepared for a year for this competition, only to be sidelined at such a crucial moment. Sigh. Truthfully, Lin Chen shared in that regret. However, ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the plot task, agree to be the captain of the basketball team and lead them to victory in the tournament to earn the learning badge. Learning badge. Once worn, the host will possess an extraordinary ability to retain information and learn, effective for 4 hours. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he inquired inwardly, can I step down from the captaincy after the tournament? System, naturally, that is permissible. Lin Chen, okay. At that moment, Qi Ming's voice pulled Lin Chen back from his thoughts. Junior Lin Chen, what is your decision? Our Donghai University basketball team truly needs you. Qi Ming sighed, adding, I really hope you'll consider this. Lin Chen sighed in response. I can be the captain, but after the tournament, you must take the position back. Qi Ming pondered for a moment. I suppose that's the only option for now. Are you free at the moment? How about I take you to meet the basketball team so you can get acquainted? Lin Chen nodded. All right. Together. They headed downstairs towards the gym, the training ground for the school's basketball team. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Chen said, Senior, wait for me a moment. I'll go fetch my car. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Go ahead. I'll wait here. Having driven several top-tier luxury sports cars to school within a month of the semester's start, Lin Chen's reputation had preceded him. Soon, a supercar pulled up beside Qi Ming, whose pupils constricted. Is that a SSC Tuatara? Chapter 218. The shocked basketball team. The entire vehicle radiated an aura of advanced technology, exuding a potent mix of wildness and aggression. Simply gazing upon it stirred the blood. At that moment, the hydraulic doors opened slowly like the wings of a cicada. Lin Chen turned to Qi Ming, inviting him, Come aboard, senior. Qi Ming nodded in agreement, as the rumors appeared to hold some truth. Soon, the two arrived at the gymnasium. The gym at Donghai University was modest in size, barely accommodating a small basketball court, making it a fitting training base for the university's basketball team. At that moment, there were a dozen individuals engaged in a spirited game of basketball, clad in uniforms emblazoned with the name of Donghai University. Lin Chen counted them. 11 players, plus Qi Ming, made exactly 12, a full basketball team. Excellent. Nearly everyone was present. Upon seeing Qi Ming, the players paused their training and approached him eagerly. Captain, what brings you here? How's your injury? Please don't let it affect the game. You're the core of our team, and we can't manage without you. Indeed, Captain, you should still be able to participate in this match, right? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. This basketball team seemed to possess an extraordinary camaraderie. Clearly, Qi Ming held significant prestige among them. At that moment, one player noticed Lin Chen standing nearby. Captain, who is this? Qi Ming smiled and replied, Allow me to introduce my new assistant, Lin Chen from the College of Arts. Lin Chen. The name prompted a series of exchanged glances among the players, who began to scrutinize Lin Chen. Are you the famed freshman from the College of Arts? Lin Chen? The one who arrived by helicopter and has already brought 6 luxury sports cars to campus in less than a month? In response, Lin Chen nodded. That would be me. But can you play basketball? One player inquired. As the question hung in the air, the others turned their gazes toward the speaker. Even Qi Ming added, Have you forgotten? Lin Chen single-handedly defeated the College of Sports in the last basketball tournament. The player faltered, scratching his head. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Another chimed in, however, we already have 12 players, and it seems there is no room for anyone extra. They had been training together for quite some time, and it would be inappropriate to oust anyone, potentially inciting discontent among the team. Qi Ming interjected. You needn't worry about that. I will step down. What? Everyone was taken aback. Qi Ming quickly clarified. Due to my back injury, I cannot play, which is why I recruited Lin Chen. This explanation was begrudgingly accepted by the group. Captain, it's such a pity you can't play, after all. We've been preparing for nearly a year to defeat those rascals from the College of Sports. Yes, without a captain, it feels like something is missing. Well, Lin Chen can stay. He does have some skill. Let us have him as a substitute. Substitute? Qi Ming frowned slightly. I didn't bring Lin Chen here to be a substitute. I want him as a starter, even to take my place as captain. What? The players were astonished, scrutinizing Lin Chen once more. Captain, do you really think Lin Chen is capable? One player questioned. While there are rumors of his exceptional basketball skills and his impressive performance in the last match, we have yet to see it for ourselves, haven't we? Yes, Captain. Please don't act impulsively. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, standing to the side as if watching a play unfold. He had merely agreed to assist, leaving the internal conflicts for them to resolve. Qi Ming's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. I have my reasons for this decision. If you wish to win, you will follow my lead. The others still appeared reluctant. Captain, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that we don't believe Lin Chen possesses the necessary skills. At that moment, Lin Chen turned toward one of the players who held a basketball. "Excuse me, could I borrow that ball?" he asked. The player pointed to himself. "You mean me?" Looking around, it seemed he was indeed the only one holding a ball. Lin Chen nodded. The player hesitated, glancing between the ball and Lin Chen before tossing it to him. The ball arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in Lin Chen's hands. He was curious to see what Lin Chen would do next. They were all upperclassmen, and having a freshman as captain seemed ludicrous. After all, they had trained rigorously under their coach, dedicating almost all their time to practicing basketball. What business did a student from the College of Arts have in this realm? Lin Chen tossed the basketball into the air, then with a powerful motion, he shot it towards the hoop with one hand. The casual manner in which he did so elicited laughter from the others. However, in the next heartbeat, their amusement froze in shock as the ball swished through the net. The players exchanged bewildered glances. From the astonished expressions of his teammates, they could ascertain one undeniable truth. They had not misjudged him. It was almost miraculous. All eyes turned toward Lin Chen. How had he accomplished this? They were not on the court, and the distance exceeded that of a standard three-point shot, with an angle that was particularly challenging. Was this merely a stroke of luck? Qi Ming managed to regain his composure, observing Lin Chen with a gaze that grew increasingly complex. Lin Chen's abilities surpass my expectations. It seems I have indeed chosen the right person. Lin Chen offered a nonchalant smile. It's just this. The player's expressions darkened, with one questioning. Could that have been mere coincidence? Even he seemed to doubt his own words. If it were merely chance, it was an astonishingly improbable one. Lin Chen remained silent, merely casting a composed glance at him before retrieving the ball. Returning to his previous position, he cradled the ball in his arms. Everyone was astounded. What? Is he really going to attempt a shot from there? They wondered. How could he possibly make that? As the group remained in a state of incredulity, Lin Chen released the ball, sending it soaring in an elegant parabolic arc toward the hoop. Chapter 219. I am completely bewildered. All eyes were fixated on the ball, not daring to blink or even breathe, fearful of missing this moment. Thud. It went in. Everyone stood frozen, dumbfounded. Qi Ming was the first to regain his composure, casting a complex look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you even human? The first time could be attributed to luck, but the second time? Especially considering it was a blind shot behind the basket. Lin Chen had truly astonished him today. With such prowess, their chances of defeating the sports academy were looking quite promising. As Qi Ming spoke, others began to snap out of their daze. I can't believe it. Lin Chen is simply a prodigy. Did your occipital lobe develop eyes? I have no qualms against the wall, but I bow to you. With this, it seemed that the strategy on the court was simply to pass the ball to Lin Chen. Being spirited students, the team was now entirely in awe of Lin Chen's abilities, and no one dared to voice opposition against his captaincy. Even the senior who had earlier questioned Lin Chen sheepishly scratched his head and began to apologize. Lin Chen, I can be rather impulsive. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. This apology opened the floodgates, and many others began to express their contrition. Lin Chen simply smiled in response. Soon after, he joined them in their training, from strategizing to guiding each individual on how to leverage their strengths while mitigating weaknesses. In just one afternoon, the entire basketball team was thoroughly impressed by Lin Chen. As Lin Chen prepared to head home, Qi Ming caught up with him. Senior, is there something else? Lin Chen inquired. If it weren't for the system's encouragement, he would have been reluctant to participate in such a competition. However, he found these individuals to be quite engaging. Moreover, having committed to the tournament, it felt imperative to secure a championship title, especially as it reflected on the reputation of Donghai University. Students generally held a double standard. They could critique their own school, but any disparagement from outsiders was intolerable. Qi Ming said, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, we might have contemplated forfeiting the match. Lin Chen was taken aback. Forfeit? Surely it wouldn't come to that. After spending the afternoon with the team, Lin Chen had gained some understanding of their capabilities. Being part of the university-level basketball team indicated they possessed commendable skills. Even if Qi Ming were injured, they should still have the capability to compete. However, Qi Ming shook his head. You don't understand. Their team is formidable. One player, nicknamed Little Giant, stands nearly 2 meters tall, which gives them a significant advantage. Moreover, they often resort to underhanded tactics, and the referees tend to turn a blind eye. Teams competing against them often sustain injuries. Lin Chen nodded, I see. Qi Ming sighed, expressing his concern. Make sure to be extra cautious when you play. Understood. Lin Chen replied, you all should be careful too. Once we secure the championship, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Upon hearing this, the team members felt a bit bashful. How can we let you treat us? You're our recruited aide. One protested. Indeed, as seniors, it should be our treat. Even Qi Ming chimed in. That's right, Lin Chen, let me cover this meal. Lin Chen chuckled. If that's the case, I guess I'll just have to mooch off you all. Laughter erupted among the group. As the match approached, many began to feel anxious, yet Lin Chen remained composed, not even daring to exhale. His teammates exchanged glances, surprised. Aren't you nervous? Asked a senior named Shin Kong, who had often looked out for Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave him a nonchalant glance. What is there to be nervous about? Shin Kong was taken aback, then raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. You truly are a big shot. The term big shot originated as a simplification of helicopter big shot. Initially, everyone used this title for Lin Chen, but he eventually turned the tide. Nonetheless, every now and then, someone would still refer to him as such. Being called big shot by seniors had its humorous moments, and Lin Chen had come to accept it. Before stepping onto the court, Lin Chen simply instructed, when the opportunity arises, pass the ball to me. Everyone nodded. They had witnessed his shooting prowess. If he received the ball, scoring was guaranteed. Soon, the match commenced, and the crowd erupted with cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 220. This kid is unstoppable. Initially, the number 5 player from the sports academy seized the ball and passed it directly to his towering teammate. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen intercepted the pass. He leapt into the air and made a 3-point shot. The audience erupted in cheers. Even Chi Ming was astonished, standing up and gripping his mineral water bottle tightly. How audacious to shoot from such a distance, truly deserving of his reputation. That young man making 3-pointers is simply too charming. Ah, he is my type. I adore him. Who claimed that the sports academy was guaranteed to win this year? Look, Dahai University has produced a dark horse. Following that 3-pointer, the sports academy's giant, Peng Long, finally took notice of Lin Chen. He had heard that their captain was injured and that a new player had joined the team. Initially, he dismissed the newcomer, but now it appeared that this could be a significant variable. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Chen scored another 3-pointer, bringing the score to 6 o'clock. The entire arena erupted in jubilation. Almost everyone's attention was now focused on Lin Chen. For the first time, the players from the sports academy felt the pressure. An unprecedented situation for them. Finally, the sports academy managed to secure a ball and passed it to Peng Long. At that moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Given the distance, along with Peng Long's height advantage and shooting skills, they believed this score was assured. But in the next second, everyone was stunned as Lin Chen intercepted Peng Long's jump shot midair. Lin Chen swiftly dribbled the ball towards the opposing basket and made another stunning 3-pointer. The crowd went wild. Another 3-pointer. I can hardly believe it. Does that ball have a homing device? This is sheer domination. Indeed, 9 o'clock. When has the sports academy ever faced such a dismal scoreline? It seems that the 3-time reigning champions are up against a formidable rival this time. That exceptional player from Donghai University appears to be a new face. Could he be an imported talent? Peng Long's expression darkened, and the pressure around him seemed to drop several degrees. More than 10 minutes had passed since the game began, and their team had yet to score a single point. This was an unprecedented situation for them. Donghai University was truly overwhelming. He couldn't fathom how Lin Chen managed to hit every shot. Quickly, they mustn't let the ball get into that kid's hands. Only then would they have a chance to win. From that moment on, everyone's focus shifted to Lin Chen. Each player exerted themselves, desperately trying to prevent the Donghai University players from passing the ball to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was well aware of this. Was he anxious? Not in the slightest. He actually wanted the sports academy to fail to score at all, but that would be too conspicuous. It was better to remain low-key. At that moment, several players from the sports academy managed to surround him, allowing Peng Long to finally score a point. They felt a slight relief. They thought they had figured out how to deal with that kid. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It seemed they had truly invested considerable effort to contain him. But in the next second, he burst through the encirclement and blocked Peng Long's attempt to score. Damn! Peng Long cursed under his breath. The crowd erupted in excitement, with many girls standing and fervently chanting Lin Chen's name. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. The score had escalated to 32-2 in favor of Donghai University. Damn, boss, this kid is incredibly fierce. He is simply unstoppable. Peng Long was infuriated. His hands clenched so tightly that they creaked. On the other side, Donghai University had only this one standout player. They would ensure that everyone focused on him, ready to take him out of the game at the slightest opportunity. Peng Long's gaze fell on Lin Chen, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Meanwhile, Donghai University was exhilarated. Lin Chen was remarkable. The sports academy had only scored 2 points. This was a significant blow to their morale. It seemed that they would no longer be so arrogant in the future. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. As the break concluded, apprehensions began to creep in. Lin Chen, you must be cautious. I can see the murderous intent in Peng Long's eyes. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I understand. As the second half commenced, It was evident that all the opposing players were fixated on Lin Chen. When Lin Chen secured the ball, they swarmed him. He leapt again and scored. The speed was so swift that several players failed to react. In the next moment, Pang Long signaled to one of his teammates. The player understood immediately. As Lin Chen dribbled the ball, a towering figure charged toward him. Just as the collision was imminent, Lin Chen sidestepped gracefully, evading the impact. Unfortunately, the large player fell heavily, sustaining scrapes on his arms and legs, wincing in pain. The referee's whistle blew. Substitution. Pang Long pointed at Lin Chen. Referee. He committed a foul. Lin Chen frowned slightly. How did I commit a foul? Pang Long glanced at the fallen player and replied, You clearly pushed him. The injured player shouted in agreement. Yes. He pushed me. Before Lin Chen could retort, all the Donghai University players positioned themselves defensively in front of him. The audience erupted in jeers. Facial features are quite lovely, but unfortunately, the sports academy's players lack them. Are you asserting that my idol collided with you? How audacious. If I'm not mistaken, it was he who evaded you. He didn't even graze your clothing. Indeed. Should he act as a human shield to avoid being accused of pushing you? Everyone understood the sports academy's tricks. When they couldn't win, they resorted to underhanded tactics. The audience comprised students from the 3 major academies, who had long grown weary of the sports academy's antics. Hearing the crowd's outcry, Pang Long was seething with rage. Unfortunately, the public's eyes are sharp, and the referee could not make an unjust ruling. This incident faded into obscurity. The match continued. Having learned from the previous encounter, the sports academy players dared not act recklessly again. As the score gap widened, their despair deepened. How could they possibly catch up? Many contemplated giving up. The ball was again passed to Lin Chen. Facing several adversaries eyeing him menacingly, Lin Chen smiled and turned to shoot into his own basket. Another three-pointer. However, this time, it was the sports academy's score that increased by 3. What? Everyone was baffled. What was happening? Chapter 221. Song School Bell's shyness. Could it be that the match was so intense that Lin Chen misremembered the position of the hoop? Just then, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the game. At that moment, everyone finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was no mere mistake. It was a blatant humiliation. Instantly, a crowd gathered around Lin Chen, who now stood as the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by adoring admirers. Numerous girls from the other 3 academies had transformed into devoted fans of Lin Chen. Witnessing this, Pang Long's face turned a shade of green with rage as he strode towards Lin Chen, pushing aside anyone in his path. In a swift motion, he placed a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, prompting Lin Chen to instinctively execute a shoulder throw. The nearly 2-meter-tall Pang Long was sent crashing to the ground. Wincing in pain, everyone was left astounded. The athletes from the sports academy, who had initially intended to assist, stood frozen in disbelief. How could Lin Chen, who appeared rather slender compared to Pang Long, manage to throw him down so effortlessly? Looking at the grimacing figure on the ground, Lin Chen realized his reaction had been purely instinctual. Nonetheless, it was quite the fall. He chuckled, "What's wrong? Can't your East Sea Sports Academy handle a loss?" At this moment, the East Sea Academy members finally came to their senses and hurried to help Pang Long up. Pang Long was so enraged he could hardly form words. Lin Chen, uninterested in further dialogue, turned away to celebrate with his teammates. The greatest humiliation, after all, is to be ignored. Pang Long's vision blurred with fury. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the sports academy, Lin Chen's group was filled with exuberance. After all, everyone had vented their frustrations today. Once Lin Chen, as the captain, ascended the stage to accept the championship trophy, he was hoisted into the air amidst cheers. Feeling only a rush of exhilaration, fortunately, he was not afraid of heights. After a brief interlude of 1 or 2 minutes, Lin Chen was finally set down. At the same time, a notification from the system chimed in. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a learning badge, now within your pocket. Note, the learning badge activates upon being worn and lasts for 4 hours. Lin Chen reached into his pocket and indeed felt a small badge. He took it out for a moment, only to quickly shove it back into his pocket. What in the world? A pink Peppa Pig badge? It resembled one of those trinkets sold for 50 cents in elementary school. What kind of joke was the system playing? Beep. The system does not accept complaints. Lin Chen. Fine, I'll keep quiet. At that moment, Qi Ming approached. I'll treat tonight at the celebration banquet. Where do you want to go? All eyes turned to Lin Chen. As the captain, he was to make the decision. The victory was largely thanks to Lin Chen. So wherever he chose, they would follow happily. I second that. Qi Ming added, glancing at Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen, it's up to you. Lin Chen, indifferent, replied, let us go to the Earl Hotel. After all, it is part of my family's business. All right, With Lin Chen's word, there were no objections. The celebration banquet was set for the Earl Hotel. Just then, Lin Chen spotted a familiar figure. It was Song Qingwan. She stood a short distance away, watching him with a bottle of mineral water in hand. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled, and walked over to her. What brings you here? Instantly, all eyes shifted to Song Qingwan. Oh, isn't that Song Qingwan, the school bell? Indeed, she is the bell of East Sea University. Could it be that Lin Chen and Song Qingwan? The gaze of the crowd lingered on Lin Chen and Song Qingwan, gradually taking on an ambiguous tone, exchanging knowing glances. As Lin Chen approached, Song Qingwan recalled their previous encounter in the hallway, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness. When did you arrive? He inquired. Surprised to see her here. I just got here, she replied with a smile. I heard you had a match today, so as soon as class ended, I rushed over. I didn't expect to arrive late. By the time I got here, the game was already over. Not to worry, I'm still around, Lin Chen reassured her. Song Qingwan shyly bit her lip and extended the mineral water towards him. Lin Chen gratefully accepted the water and took a sip, which attracted envious glances from many onlookers. Who is that girl? She is absolutely stunning. Don't you know? That is the school bell of East Sea University, Song Qingwan, with the school bell delivering water. I'm feeling jealous. If only I had a school bell to support me during basketball games, I could surely sink a few three-pointers. Please, dream on. Hearing the comments around her, Song Qingwan felt a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, several of Lin Chen's teammates approached. Hey, Captain, aren't you going to introduce us? What is there to introduce? It's clear she is the captainess lady. One teased. Lin Chen, you've really secured the famous Song school bell. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan, slightly bashful, tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen noticing her flushed cheeks. Lin Chen understood she was shy and promptly clarified. Please spare me. Song school bell and I are just friends for now. The group erupted with playful teasing. Oh, just friends for now? Sounds like good news is on the horizon for our captain. Lin Chen could only sigh in exasperation. Why were they so determined to read into everything? At that moment, Qiming chuckled. All right, everyone, take it easy. Hearing his words, the group finally quieted down. Lin Chen turned to Song Qingwan. Do you have any plans later? She shook her head. Perfect. We're having a celebration banquet tonight. Would you like to join us? He asked. Song Qingwan hesitated, glancing around at the crowd. Is it appropriate for me to attend such an occasion? Before Lin Chen could respond, several voices chimed in. Of course. We would love for you to come. Hey, what are you saying? It's clearly Lin Chen who wants you to come. Another corrected. Song Qingwan then looked at Lin Chen. Is it really okay? Lin Chen nodded, absolutely. Seeing this, Song Qingwan agreed to join. Lin Chen headed back to his villa first, intending to shower before heading out. He initially planned to bring Song Qingwan with him, but she needed to return to her dormitory to prepare. Lin Chen understood. In such situations, it was common for girls to want to freshen up before attending. Thus, he escorted her back to her dormitory before returning home. After showering, Lin Chen sent a message to Song Qingwan and then made his way to the East Sea University girls' dormitory. His silver tuatara drew quite a bit of attention once again. Soon after, Song Qingwan appeared, dressed in a black long-sleeved velvet dress that reached her ankles, complemented by a pair of black high-heeled boots. Her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully down her back, adorned with a black bow nestled at the nape of her neck. Her makeup was meticulously applied, exuding a distinct French charm. This ensemble was so striking that it could easily overshadow all others. For a moment, Lin Chen found himself utterly entranced. Chapter 222, Song Qingwan. Truly a refined rogue, Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. Song Qingwan had always presented a pure and innocent image, her attire predominantly in soft hues. Today, however, she donned a black dress that exuded an aura of dominance and sophistication. He suddenly recalled the day when the elegant Jiang Huzi had sported a schoolgirl JK outfit. A stark contrast indeed. As the car door swung open, Song Qingwan gracefully settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chen glanced at her, taking in her appearance. Today, she appeared rather uncharacteristic. Song Qingwan gently nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. This dress was a birthday gift from my mother. I initially hesitated to wear it as it doesn't quite align with my usual style. However, my roommates unanimously insisted it looked lovely. What do you think? She turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled softly. You are inherently beautiful. You would look stunning in anything. Song Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed slightly. You flatter me, she replied, a hint of playful indignation in her voice. Lin Chen chuckled, teasingly looking at her. What? Would you like to try again? You. Song Qingwan shot him a mock glare, feigning anger. Lin Chen found her reaction quite amusing. The time we agreed upon was 7 o'clock, wasn't it? It's already 6:40, Song Qingwan said, deftly changing the subject. Discussing that matter in such an atmosphere felt somewhat ambiguous. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, noting that the weather had turned chilly and darkness fell earlier now. He drove off. You certainly arrived early today, Lin Chen remarked. Previously, he had waited over 20 minutes for her. Song Qingwan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his comment. I admit, it was my fault for making you wait so long last time. Just a casual remark. No need to dwell on it, Lin Chen replied. Song Qingwan glanced at him and nodded. It is quite regrettable that I missed the last basketball game due to time constraints. And it appears this time will be no different. However, I have heard quite a bit about your achievements, despite my absence. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, what achievements? Song Qingwan paused before responding. I heard that our Donghai Academy's victory relied heavily on your efforts. Lin Chen chuckled wryly. That statement is somewhat exaggerated. It was a collective endeavor. I merely fulfilled my role as part of the team. Everyone contributed significantly. How could he take all the credit for himself? Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen again, her eyes reflecting surprise. She hadn't anticipated him to respond in such a modest manner. Upon arriving at the Donghai Sports Center, she had overheard numerous discussions about Lin Chen, praising his precision and the considerable advantage he created single-handedly. Deep down, she recognized that he was being humble. She also marveled at his maturity at such a young age. It was indeed a rare quality. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, considering Lin Chen occupied a position that few peers could attain. The higher one stands, the further one sees. The evening rush hour was in full swing, but fortunately, traffic was manageable. Before long, they arrived at the Earl Hotel. After parking the car, Lin Chen led Song Qingwan inside. She recognized this place as it was where her father, Song Jiaming, had once treated Lin Chen to a meal. It was, after all, Lin Chen's establishment. Lin Chen was familiar with the venue and headed directly to the Zhuke Hall reserved by Qi Ming. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Chen's profile, a nearby waitress was momentarily stunned. "Isn't that the boss?" she exclaimed, quickly halting her task to make a phone call. As Lin Chen and Song Qingwan entered, the atmosphere inside was lively. Upon seeing Lin Chen, several individuals rose to greet him. "Lin Chen is here. Come have a seat." Observing the camaraderie among the group, Song Qingwan felt a sense of surprise. She hadn't realized Lin Chen had such close relationships with these seniors. Qi Ming also noticed Song Qingwan and smiled. "Song Jr. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Senior," Song Qingwan replied, nodding. With everyone present, 2 seats were perfectly reserved for Lin Chen and Song Qingwan, one directly facing the entrance. Lin Chen looked at Qi Ming with surprise. Qi Ming merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Chen had no choice but to take a seat alongside Song Qingwan. Many eyes in the room turned toward them with a hint of mischief. To them, it was evident that Lin Chen and the beautiful Song Qingwan were involved. Song Qingwan sensed their thoughts. Initially flustered, she gradually acclimated to their assumptions. Let them think as they wish, she mused, finding a peculiar sweetness in the notion. In the gathering, she was the sole female present, inevitably feeling somewhat sidelined. Just as the awkwardness began to set in, Lin Chen unexpectedly took her hand beneath the table. Song Qingwan jolted slightly, caught off guard, while Lin Chen maintained a casual demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with the seniors. Under the table, he held her hand firmly, his fingers lightly tracing her palm. Song Qingwan felt her cheeks heat up. If anyone were to see this, there would be no escaping the consequences. She shot Lin Chen a glare, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. After several attempts to withdraw her hand to no avail, she resigned herself to the situation, allowing his hand to roam freely. To ease her discomfort, she focused on her meal, her ears tinged with a delicate blush. Unable to resist, she glanced at Lin Chen again, astonished to discover this mischievous side of him. Though he appeared a gentleman outwardly, beneath the surface, there was a hint of refined roguishness. Did he revel in such thrill? The thought of excitement brought her back to that moment in the hallway, which had indeed been quite stimulating. Just then, Lin Chen's hand beneath the table suddenly released hers. Stealing a glance around the table, she sighed in relief upon noticing that no one had detected their secret. However, her relief was short-lived. She was utterly stunned as his hand boldly ventured further, resting upon her thigh. Chapter 223. Help! A dog has been killed. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Chen happened to glance over, and their eyes met. With a sly smile, Lin Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Song Qingwan shook her head initially, then shot him an indignant glare. To her astonishment, she realized she felt no aversion to Lin Chen's playful gestures. In fact, she found them quite exhilarating. The realization startled her. Fortunately, his hand merely rested on her thigh without crossing any boundaries. The onlookers observed the flirtation between Lin Chen and Song Qingwan, their gazes growing increasingly suggestive. and a few bold individuals began to tease them. One person dramatically clutched his heart and exclaimed, "Help! A dog has been killed." This elicited a wave of laughter around the table. Indeed, we singletons felt as if we had been struck by 1,000 arrows. And let me tell you, it was a piercing blow, a true emotional wound. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. "You lot have played too many games, haven't you?" Although Song Qingwan didn't fully grasp the reference, she could infer their meaning from the context. Amidst her embarrassment, she felt a spark of excitement. Perhaps this was what one might call a sweet dilemma? Lin Chen glanced at Song Qingwan and, seeing no sign of her discomfort, chose not to elaborate. After all, if the young lady herself was unbothered, what reason did he, as a man, have to be concerned? At that moment, Shen Kong chimed in. "As a poor soul in a long-distance relationship, I too feel as though I've been struck by 1,000 arrows." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang, prompting more teasing from the group. "What's the matter? Is your girlfriend checking up on you?" Shen Kong humorously cursed. "Damn it, my family." He then stood up, phone in hand, and said, "Sorry, brothers, I need to take this call." "Go on," they urged him as he left the room. Lin Chen couldn't resist leaning closer to Song Qingwan and whispered, "Will you check up on me like that in the future?" Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "I wouldn't do that." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Really?" She responded, "In a relationship, it's essential to give each other enough space. Otherwise, it becomes suffocating. Often, the tighter the grip, the quicker you lose what you hold dear. Besides, someone like Lin Chen holds too high a status. She lacked confidence in keeping him by her side. All she could do was strive to become a better version of herself to stand alongside him." Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected her to be so different from other girls. Song Qingwan lifted her chin slightly, casting a proud glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Shen Kong was at the elevator, engaged in a phone call. Indeed, it was his girlfriend checking in on him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he had moved away to take the call. In the elevator, a group of young men seethed with indignation. Reflecting on the day's basketball match, they were filled with frustration. When had the physical education college ever suffered such humiliation? Especially that three-pointer thrown into their hoop just before the game ended. It felt like a blatant insult. Among them was Pang Long, whose expression darkened even further. Today should have been a celebration for them, but suddenly, a monstrous talent from Donghai University had emerged. Even the national team might struggle against that player. As they exited the elevator, they intended to head to their private room, but one person suddenly grabbed Pang Long's arm. "Look, isn't that guy from the Donghai University basketball team?" Upon hearing this, everyone stopped and turned their gaze toward Shen Kong, who was still on the phone. "Damn, it really is. Can't we even enjoy a meal without encountering them? Such an appetite killer. I bet they're here for a victory banquet." At the mention of a victory banquet, their eyes burned with fury. They had been hosting their victory banquet for 3 years. Today's championship should have been theirs. Though they knew full well it was their lack of skill that led to their defeat, they were youthful and hot-blooded, unable to contain their anger. Shen Kong, still on the phone, noticed the group and felt a jolt of alarm. Ending the call in haste, he turned to head back. After all, these were all students from the physical education college, and if a confrontation broke out, it would be his side that suffered. Thus, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. However, the group wouldn't let him pass. They stepped forward to block his way. Shen Kang's expression hardened. "What do you want?" Pang Long sneered. "Looks like you're quite pleased with yourselves." Shen Kong retorted coldly. "Of course we are. We won." Pang Long's anger flared, and he punched Shen Kong in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. The moment he threw the punch, Pang Long regretted it. He knew causing a scene here wasn't wise. His impulsive nature had gotten the better of him, but now that he had struck, there was no going back. Back in the private room, Qi Ming began to worry. Why hasn't Shen Kong returned yet? Can someone check on him? Lin Chen stood up, but before he could move, someone beside him pressed him back down. "You can't go, I'll go." Reluctantly, Lin Chen let him go. However, just minutes later, the person rushed back in, panic written all over his face. Not good. The Donghai Sports College guys are looking for trouble. Shen Kong has been stopped. What? The others in the room sprang to their feet. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with concern. "I'll go check. You stay here." She immediately shook her head. "I'm coming with you." She was aware of the tensions between the basketball teams of Donghai Sports College and Donghai University, and her worry for Lin Chen was palpable. Lin Chen nodded. "Then you come along." The entire group made their way out, coincidentally stumbling upon the sight of Shen Kong, surrounded by several individuals. "What are you doing?" Qi Ming shouted angrily. Instantly, all eyes from the physical education college fell upon the group. They quickly zeroed in on Lin Chen. Pang Long narrowed his eyes, his hands tightening into fists, creaking ominously. "It's you." Chapter 224. Awaiting the lawyer's letter, Lin Chen spoke with a stoic expression, We are all adults here. What's the matter? Can't you handle losing a match? Pang Long was infuriated. This was clearly an act of humiliation. In truth, he later realized he was in the wrong, but given the altercation that had transpired and the fraught relationship between both parties, he found it impossible to lower his pride and apologize. Thus, they found themselves in this predicament. Ironically, he was at a loss for words to retort. At that moment, the manager arrived. When the commotion began, the server, fearing a brawl might ensue, rushed to summon the manager. The manager, accompanied by 5 or 6 security personnel, approached with the intention of diffusing the situation, but upon spotting Lin Chen, he was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that our boss? What on earth is happening here?" A commanding voice rang out, belonging to the general manager, Tan Guang. He had just received word that the boss was present and hurried over, only to stumble upon this chaotic scene. Were they about to engage in a brawl? If the boss witnessed this, would he not chastise him for poor management? As Tan Guang contemplated instructing the security personnel to escort these individuals out, he suddenly caught sight of Lin Chen, causing him to falter and swallow the words he had intended to utter. "Be boss." Everyone was bewildered. Boss? Who was he referring to? It was then they realized that Tan Guang was addressing Lin Chen, thus implying that Lin Chen was indeed the boss. The manager quickly approached Tan Guang, exclaiming, "General Manager, you've finally arrived." General Manager? The onlookers were astounded. If the lobby manager referred to this man as the general manager, then he must be the overall manager of the entire Earl Hotel, and he called Lin Chen boss. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally grasped the implications and collectively gasped in astonishment. Lin Chen was the owner of the Earl Hotel. Instantly, the gaze of everyone present shifted to Lin Chen. Filled with shock, Pang Long too found himself at a loss. He had merely invited his team for a meal, unaware that Lin Chen would be here. How could he have known that Lin Chen was the proprietor of this establishment? Lin Chen glanced at Tan Guang and nodded slightly. He then turned to Pang Long and the others, commanding, "Evict these individuals, refund their money, and permanently blacklist them." This directive was aimed at Tan Guang, who promptly nodded. "Yes, boss." "You." Pang Long fumed, pointing at Lin Chen, unable to articulate a single word. With so many witnesses present, being expelled like this was utterly humiliating. Several security personnel immediately closed in. "Will you leave on your own, or should we assist you?" With the boss having spoken, they felt emboldened. Pang Long, seething with anger, flung his hand in frustration. "We'll leave." Choosing to depart voluntarily rather than being thrown out was, of course, preferable. However, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and called out to them. "By the way, you assaulted our people. Expect a lawyer's letter." Having said that, he departed with his companions. This was indeed the manner in which adults resolved matters. As for brawling, that was the folly of children. Tan Guang hastily followed suit. Casting a knowing glance at the security personnel, Pang Long was livid. Meanwhile, Lin Chen turned to Shin Kong. "Are you all right, senior?" Shin Kong shook his head. "I'm fine. It hurt a bit at first, but it's much better now. Besides, I'm a young and strong fellow. I can take it." Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to comment further. Upon returning to the private room, the expressions of everyone toward Lin Chen became increasingly complex. Tan Guang presented the finest wines of the hotel and, taking the initiative, served several signature dishes before retreating. Now, only those familiar to him remained in the private room. Qi Ming, with a complicated expression, remarked, "Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be the owner here." Indeed, it was well known that Lin Chen was wealthy, having swapped out numerous supercars. But this revelation was astonishing. Lin Chen smiled gently. "Seniors, please remain calm." "Calm? How can we possibly be calm?" Qi Ming's gaze fell upon Song Qingwan. Why is Song Jr. not surprised at all? Did you already know? In an instant, all eyes turned to Song Qingwan. She shyly smiled. Well, I did know." A chorus of complaints arose. "Oh, so we've been left in the dark." "Of course. They're a couple. Doesn't it make sense for her to know?" "Right." Lin Chen even explained before, saying they were just friends. Anyone with eyes could see through that. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Had they truly been that obvious? Song Qingwan felt somewhat bashful, her cheeks reddening. Lin Chen looked at her with a smile. "They speak rather bluntly. Don't take offense." Song Qingwan nodded. "I understand. These seniors are all quite good." Yet, she felt a peculiar sensation, as though Lin Chen were the senior and she the junior. After all, she was the senior. The group erupted into playful banter. "Look at Lin Chen. When has he ever been this gentle? So warm toward Song Jr., yet so harsh toward us." Their gazes shifted to Qi Ming. "Captain, look at Lin Chen. Still a junior, yet thriving. Why haven't you made any moves?" Qi Ming laughed and scolded. "Oh, come on. Wasn't this about teasing Lin Chen? Why is it suddenly about me?" Song Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle. Despite their light-hearted jabs, the atmosphere was exceedingly warm. This must be the essence of camaraderie among men, she thought. Then, Lin Chen turned to Shen Kong. Senior, if you have time, visit the hospital to get your injuries checked. Shen Kong, puzzled, replied, I'm fine. Do I really need to go to the hospital? Lin Chen insisted. But we can't let this go unaddressed, can we? When I mentioned the lawyer's letter earlier, I was serious. The group exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Shen Kong was one of their own. It didn't sit well with anyone to let him suffer in vain. Additionally, they were not saints either. Lin Chen stated calmly, we are all adults. We must bear the consequences of our actions, no? The group fell silent. Indeed, they were adults and ought to face the repercussions of their deeds. No wonder Lin Chen hadn't pursued the matter further. He was waiting for them to come around. Shen Kong nodded solemnly, understood. I'll head to the hospital shortly. Good, Lin Chen affirmed. Just provide me with the injury report. I will handle the legal side. After all, he had an entire law firm at his disposal. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with newfound admiration. He had once again redefined her perception of him. His calm demeanor in the face of adversity was indeed rare for someone of his age. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, he was truly worthy of her affections. She found herself becoming increasingly enchanted by him. Chapter 225. The car is too expensive to smash. The celebratory banquet gradually approached its conclusion. As the attendees began to disperse, Lin Chen, being the owner of the venue, graciously covered the meal. One by one, the guests departed, and Lin Chen along with Song Qingwan made their way to the parking lot. As Lin Chen retrieved his keys, preparing to unlock the car door, they were suddenly encircled by a few individuals from the sports academy. Song Qingwan felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively clutched at Lin Chen's sleeve. He gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance before addressing the group. What do you want? Pang Long let out a derisive laugh. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let us see you act tough again. Lin Chen crossed his arms and silently observed his bravado. He glanced at the others behind him. Smash his car. Yet, they hesitated to act. Pang Long, growing increasingly agitated, glared at his companions. What are you waiting for? Smash it. I'll cover the damages. Lin Chen chuckled. The group suddenly faltered. Brother Long, we can't smash this car. It seems you can't afford to pay for it either. It's a Sierra Tuatara, if I recall correctly. It made its debut in Summer Country. Upon hearing the name Sierra Tuatara, Pang Long's gaze shifted to Lin Chen's vehicle, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, it was the Sierra Tuatara. His expression fluctuated between green and white. An oblivious person turned to Pang Long. Brother Long, are we still smashing it? Pang Long shot a fierce glare at him. Smash it? Are you out of your mind? He may be impulsive, but he is not foolish. If this car gets damaged, his father would undoubtedly break his legs. They truly cannot afford the cost. Even if they did, it would bankrupt them. Pang Long felt a surge of frustration. Lin Chen, with a smirk, inquired, So, are you going to smash it or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Pang Long's face turned pale, and he remained speechless for quite a while, growing weary of their antics. Lin Chen took Song Qingwan's hand and led her to the car. As they approached the obstructing figures, Lin Chen pressed the horn. The group instinctively parted, watching as Lin Chen's car drove away, leaving them in a cloud of dust. Turning to the now flustered Pang Long, one of his companions asked, Brother Long, what shall we do now? Pang Long wiped his face in exasperation and snapped, What do you mean? Each to their own. Go back home. Inside the car. Song Qingwan let out a heavy sigh. You scared me to death. Thankfully, they didn't make a move. Lin Chen chuckled at her reaction. Were you worried I wouldn't be able to protect you? Irritated, Song Qingwan shot him an incredulous look. Do you think I'm that kind of person? In that situation, how could I only worry about myself? They outnumbered us, and the one in peril would undoubtedly be you. She then showed him her phone screen. I was just about to call the security bureau. I almost dialed. Lin Chen laughed. I didn't expect you to be so attentive. By the way, they mentioned they didn't dare to smash your car. Is your car that expensive? Song Qingwan inquired. Lin Chen paused momentarily. It's not too bad. Song Qingwan tilted her head. But how come I feel that what you consider not too bad is on a completely different level than ours? Lin Chen grinned, extending 3 fingers. Just this number. Song Qingwan gasped. 30 million. That's exorbitant. No wonder they said they couldn't afford it. Lin Chen shook his head. You've missed a zero. Song Qingwan was taken aback. Missed a zero? Does that mean 300 million? She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Left utterly speechless, the thought of such an astronomical price for a sports car made her feel as if she wouldn't dare even touch it. Amused, Lin Chen observed her. Why are you so tense? Just relax. It's merely a vehicle, a means of transportation. Song Qingwan remained speechless. A 300 million vehicle seemed excessively lavish. Before long, they arrived at Donghai University. As Song Qingwan was about to open the door to exit, Lin Chen stopped her. Is something the matter? She turned back, puzzled. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to give me a kiss before you leave? Song Qingwan froze momentarily, glancing around. Although it was late and many students had returned to their dorms, there were still some couples lingering below the building. While she expressed her reluctance, she still leaned in, giving Lin Chen a fleeting peck on the cheek. Is that sufficient? She said, her face flushed. Just barely. Lin Chen chuckled, releasing her hand. Song Qingwan shot him an annoyed glare. You're getting greedy. Lin Chen laughed. Next time, I'll show you what true greed looks like. You. Song Qingwan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, promptly opened the car door and fled. After watching her ascend the building, Lin Chen drove away. Upon arriving home, he received a medical report regarding Shin Kong's injuries and promptly contacted the run law firm to handle the matter. Then, he glanced at the study badge resting on the table, letting out a resigned sigh. The ability to remember everything and a stellar learning capacity were indeed admirable traits. But unfortunately, their effectiveness lasted only an hour. This hour required careful consideration on how to utilize it. It seemed he needed to spend some time in the library. At that moment, a vivid image flashed in his mind. A tall man in his 20s, standing at around 6 feet, diligently reading in the library. Adorned with a pink Peppa Pig badge on his chest, he buried his face in his hands. The image was too enchanting to bear. System. Is it possible to wear this badge in a less conspicuous location? Yes. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. After all, he had many admirers at school. If rumors spread that a vigorous young man was sporting a badge with a childlike motif, it would not bode well for him. Just then, a rapid ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Chen was puzzled. Him? Why is he calling me? Chapter 226. Pang Long is the son of Pang Dehai. The caller was none other than Pang Dehai himself. However, Lin Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Pang Dehai rarely called unless it was to report matters concerning Honda Supermarket. Just a few days prior, Lin Chen had received a report call from him. Why was he calling again so soon? In his perplexity, Lin Chen pressed the answer button. Boss. Yes, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What brings you to call me, Mr. Pang? On the other end, Pang Dehai hesitated, and after several seconds, he finally spoke. Boss, I am here to apologize. Apologize? Lin Chen was taken aback. Well, it's like this. Pang Long is my son, Pang Dehai lamented. Today, he returned home injured, saying he had encountered some trouble and needed a lawyer. After he recounted the whole incident, I realized he had offended his own boss, Lin Chen. Pang Long's usual carefree demeanor was one thing. But now he had directly crossed paths with a formidable figure. Furious, Pang Dehai had immediately given him a good thrashing. He then promptly called Lin Chen, hoping to salvage the situation. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished. What a coincidence it was. Oh, Lin Chen replied coolly. Such a brief response made Pang Dehai's heart race with anxiety. What could it possibly mean? Pang Long could not decipher his new boss's thoughts either. Although young, Lin Chen was no simple character, and Pang Long dared not underestimate him. Boss, as a father, I must take responsibility for my son's misdeeds. I will bring this wayward child to your doorstep to apologize. What do you think? Pang Dehai said, bowing deeply, his demeanor extremely respectful. He felt quite resentful towards his son for this incident. Their relationship had been amicable, yet Pang Long had to go and insult Lin Chen. What a calamity over a mere basketball game. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. You should apologize to my friend who was struck. Pang Dehai quickly replied, of course. That is essential. But since Pang Long has offended both you and your friend, he must also offer an apology to you. Lin Chen said nothing further. Over time, he had recognized Pang Dehai's capabilities. Under his management, Honda Supermarket was thriving and orderly. As long as he handled this matter well, Lin Chen would not hold it against him. There's no need for you to come here to apologize. Just go directly to Shinkong, Lin Chen instructed. Pang Dehai was momentarily at a loss regarding Lin Chen's intentions. Yet, seeing the latter's insistence, he could only take Pang Long there first. After hanging up, Lin Chen tossed his phone aside and went to freshen up. The following day, with no classes, Lin Chen indulged in a rare lie-in, waking up past 10. Upon awakening, he received a message from Shinkong. Oh dear, Pang Long's father has come to apologize on his behalf. His attitude is so deferential that it makes me uneasy. Wait a moment, Lin Chen, are you Pang Long's father's superior? You are the owner of Honda Supermarket? Lin Chen, glancing at the flood of messages, felt unsurprised. He had confidence in Pang Dehai's competence. As the primary victim of this incident, the decision lies with you. Shinkong quickly responded, honestly, I'm fine. I only received a punch. Since they have come to apologize with a good attitude, let us just let this matter rest. Seeing this, Lin Chen replied affirmatively and informed Run law firm accordingly. Stretching languorously in bed, He caught a glimpse of a pink medal nearby. I should find a time to use this little trinket, he mused. Today was a free day. Spending 4 hours at the library sounded delightful. After a light lunch, Lin Chen proceeded to the school library. Upon arrival, he unexpectedly encountered a graceful figure, Song Qingwan. She wore a relaxed sweater paired with a floral skirt, exuding a gentle aura. In her arms, she cradled several books. Lin Chen, what brings you here? Song Qingwan asked, clearly surprised. Lin Chen smiled. Why can't I be here? That S nodded. Song Qingwan replied, her astonishment subsiding. It's just that I'm surprised to see you here. Why is that? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, Song Qingwan tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. Let me put it this way. Normally, if a student achieves your level of success, would they still focus on their studies? Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Are you implying that I am an anomaly? Not quite. I would say. Song Qingwan suddenly stopped in her tracks, gazing intently at Lin Chen. You are quite exceptional. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. You really are special, Song Qingwan reiterated. Learning has no bounds, does it? Lin Chen replied with a smile. Song Qingwan returned a sweet smile, and the two walked side by side. Lin Chen glanced at the book she held. Are you here to study as well? She nodded, adding, Didn't I mention? I'm preparing for graduate school. So I've been coming here frequently. I almost forgot about that, he said. They entered a reading room together. Song Qingwan's influence was palpable upon her entrance. Several male students in the reading room unconsciously paused their work, their gazes drawn to the campus bell. Yet, upon noticing Lin Chen beside her, their interest quickly waned. While Song Qingwan was indeed renowned, Lin Chen was even more so, the celebrated figure of Donghai University, second to none. Song Qingwan chose a table and placed her books down. Shall we sit together? Lin Chen chuckled. I suggest against it. I fear I might disturb you later. Song Qingwan hesitated, seemingly taken aback by Lin Chen's refusal. Eventually, she nodded. All right then. Lin Chen casually selected several books from a nearby shelf, placing them on the table to reserve his seat. He then ventured into the theoretical section, seeking various theoretical texts. After several trips back and forth, Lin Chen's table had accumulated quite a stack of books. While studying, Song Qingwan inadvertently glanced up at Lin Chen's side, her expression frozen in surprise. So many books? What on earth is Lin Chen planning to do? Chapter 227. The academic prodigy. Before her lay Lin Chen's desk, which was nearly overflowing with an array of books. What was his purpose in acquiring such a multitude? Could he possibly read them all? Song Qingwan was utterly bewildered. Many others had also taken notice, whispering amongst themselves. Look, isn't that Lin Chen? What on earth is he planning to do? Is he intending to purchase all those books? He does seem rather affluent. Observe his reading speed. Is he merely putting on a show? Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Qingwan lifted her gaze toward Lin Chen, who was engrossed among the stacks of books, finishing one in mere minutes. She stood there, astonished. Was it truly possible to read in such a manner? Compared to his speed, even skimming seemed slow. Many students abandoned their own tasks to watch Lin Chen, including the library attendant at the entrance, who noted the spectacle. Initially considering reprimanding him, the attendant reconsidered, recognizing that the library had no rule against borrowing numerous books. However, the sheer quantity was quite astonishing. He then picked up his phone and sent a message to the former principal. Today, a student came in, quite extraordinary, and is currently reading hundreds of books. He finishes one every few minutes. Remarkable, isn't it? Upon receiving the message, the former principal snorted softly, intrigued to discover which student possessed such extraordinary abilities. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the world around him was oblivious to his presence. The small pink badge he had pinned to the inconspicuous corner of his clothing was a reminder of his complete immersion in his studies. This sensation was anything but tedious. Instead, it invigorated him. After all, the badge's efficacy lasted a mere 4 hours, rendering each moment precious. The more he learned, the better equipped he would be for a future where the system might no longer be available, allowing him to live the life he desired. After all, knowledge is never a burden. Initially intending to study, Song Qingwan found her attention irresistibly drawn to Lin Chen. At that moment, another figure approached. The library attendant gestured toward Lin Chen. The former principal, upon glancing over, recognized him instantly. However, he pondered whether Lin Chen could truly absorb the material he was consuming so rapidly. Although he held high hopes for Lin Chen, he found himself perplexed by the young man's peculiar approach. Time passed, for hours to be precise. It was neither an unhurried nor a rushed interval. The effectiveness of the learning badge had concluded. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, rubbing his aching temples and weary eyes. He realized that his mind was brimming with information, yet he felt no sense of being overwhelmed. Each book he had just read was etched clearly in his memory. Stretching, He noticed that the majority of the reading room's gaze was fixed upon him. Turning, he met Song Qingwan's complex stare. Lin Chen glanced down at the volumes before him, beginning to understand why he had become the center of attention. However, he had no alternative. Taking time to read each book sequentially would have been an extravagant waste. At that moment, Song Qingwan approached him. "Have you truly finished all these books?" she inquired, her expression a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. "Really?" Her incredulity was palpable. She was not alone. Nearby students shared similar sentiments, casting skeptical glances. Did he really read all those books in just a few hours? I find that hard to believe. Of course he did. He must have flipped through the covers, which counts as reading, right? In truth, reading in such a manner seemed futile. It was nothing short of a display. Had he not previously established an image as a wealthy individual? Was he now attempting to create a persona as an academic genius? If he were truly such a prodigy, surely he would be courted by the academicians of prestigious universities. Not attending our Donghai University. Hearing the murmurs around her, Song Qingwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did she inadvertently instigate the skepticism? Yet, she too found it hard to believe. At that moment, the former principal approached, leaning on his cane, and the students fell silent. Most were regulars in the library. Well aware of his identity as the former principal, did Lin Chen's peculiar behavior even attract the attention of the former principal? As Lin Chen noticed the principal's arrival, he promptly stood, exchanging greetings with him. The principal nodded, his murky eyes scanning the towering stack of books before settling back on Lin Chen. "Reading. I see. I recall you claiming to have finished them all," he remarked. Lin Chen nodded once more. The principal took a seat across from him, casually flipping through one of the books. "Reading is indeed commendable. However, it is essential that the knowledge is absorbed for it to be truly valuable." Lin Chen replied. "You are absolutely correct, sir." The principal narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Chen, before glancing at the book in his hands. "I recall you are from the School of Literature. Yet you are perusing management texts?" Lin Chen smiled gently, "Just browsing." The principal chuckled, closing the book, and turned his attention back to Lin Chen. "Very well. I shall quiz you. Are you ready?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with concern. Furrowing his brow for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately nodded. "All right." The principal stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The book I hold pertains to management. Discuss the application of human-centric principles in modern enterprise management." Lin Chen began. Human-centric principles are management philosophies that prioritize employees' perspectives. He reiterated the concept of human-centric principles as outlined in the text, then continued. However, the application of these principles in contemporary enterprise management often presents several challenges. The principal raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what challenges?" His interest in the student named Lin Chen was steadily growing. Chapter 228. "Lin Chen, you are famous again." Lin Chen smiled faintly. In response to the old principal's inquiry, he continued. The application of the human-centered philosophy tends to present several issues, such as a lack of a comprehensive human-centered management system within enterprises, a misunderstanding among management personnel, and an unreasonable reward and punishment system. These issues warrant particular attention. After hearing Lin Chen's account, the old principal nodded in satisfaction, taken aback by Lin Chen's awareness of such nuances. To his astonishment, Lin Chen's theoretical insights were impeccably aligned with the texts, even offering his own perspectives. Could it be that he had truly absorbed all those books? The old principal remained skeptical. "I have another question for you. What is the distinction between economics and finance?" Lin Chen paused momentarily as relevant knowledge flooded his mind. In those 4 hours, he had not only memorized the content he had encountered, but could also apply it in different contexts. Finance and economics are complementary. They merely emphasize different aspects. Economics is typically classified as a social science, primarily focused on macro-level issues such as production, consumption, and the distribution of goods, services, and resources. While finance is generally categorized under business studies, it still possesses attributes of social science, concentrating on the study and analysis of financial markets, the pricing of financial assets traded within those markets, and the operation and governance of corporate finance. The old principal was taken aback. The expressions of those around him shifted to one of incredulity. How could Lin Chen, a student of the liberal arts, possess such knowledge? The old principal, unwilling to relent, posed several more questions, delving into physics, chemistry, biology, and beyond. Lin Chen continued to respond effortlessly. The old principal was left speechless, while Song Qingwan regarded Lin Chen as if he were some sort of marvel. Had Lin Chen truly memorized all that information? In just a few hours. It seemed impossible to even memorize a single book, and yet here he was. Was he even human? The crowd erupted in astonishment. "This is simply too extraordinary. I feel as if I've been slapped in the face. I feel the same. This is unbelievable. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it." Many even pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Thus, Lin Chen once again gained notoriety, his fame spreading beyond the campus network. He became the academic deity of Donghai University, revered by students in times of examination. However, that was a tale for another day. Kid, you are something else. The old principal regarded Lin Chen with eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Chen smiled modestly. You flatter me. It was merely good fortune that I happened to draw the questions I could answer. At this remark, the old principal paused, observing the calm smile on Lin Chen's face. He suddenly understood. This young man did not seek to boast. The old principal nodded in approval. After chatting for a while and returning the books to their rightful place, Lin Chen departed the library alongside Song Qingwan. On the campus path, the crisp autumn breeze rustled, sending cascades of maple leaves swirling around them. The recent events lingered vividly in Song Qingwan's mind. Lin Chen, you are simply incredible. How did you memorize so many books? This is practically an unattainable feat. Yet you accomplished it. I am genuinely curious about the structure of your mind. As they walked, the typically gentle and demure Song Qingwan became uncharacteristically loquacious. Lin Chen, reluctant to elaborate, merely shrugged. I don't know. I just memorized it all. In truth, he felt somewhat uncertain. After all, this remarkable ability only lasted 4 hours. He did not wish to be seen as a photographic memory genius. Such a reputation might lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, Song Qingwan remained unconvinced. You answered all of the old principal's questions, didn't he? How could that be mere coincidence? Lin Chen shrugged. It really is just coincidence. At this, Song Qingwan began to grasp Lin Chen's reluctance to acknowledge his skill. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment. They were alone, without outsiders. Yet he remained distant. After escorting Song Qingwan home, Lin Chen returned to his villa. Upon arriving, he received a flurry of messages from several contacts, including one from Song Qingwan. Lin Chen, you must check the campus network. You are famous again. The others from his class echoed similar sentiments. It was clear. He had become a sensation. Lin Chen replied to a few familiar faces before logging into the campus network. Upon entering, he was greeted by several pinned posts. Shocking. Donghai University's top student Lin Chen is also a scholarly genius. Confirmed. Lin Chen came to Donghai University purely to experience life. What is it like to witness Lin Chen memorize an entire table of books in just a few hours? Lin Chen felt a mix of resignation and regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have chosen to study at the library in Donghai City, where he would likely not encounter anyone he knew. He discreetly created a secondary account and commented on one of the posts. Perhaps it is just coincidence? Within minutes, his comment drew a barrage of criticism. Coincidence? Are you kidding me? How can you even say that? I'm utterly baffled. Is your jealousy of my idol's excellence so profound? In this day and age, the number of contrarians is astonishing. Who would dare to challenge this? Coincidence? If your eyes don't serve you, they could be donated to those in need. Thank you. And while you're at it, maybe your brain could be donated too. Just asking, who wants a pig's brain? Lin Chen is my idol. No one can defame him. Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. It seemed he had inadvertently garnered a host of admirers. After exiting the campus network, he clicked on Song Qingwan's profile and sent her an expression of exasperation. Quickly, she replied, I would love to help you downplay this, but I fear being torn to shreds by your fervent fan club. She added a cute sticking out tongue emoji. Before Lin Chen could respond, Song Qingwan continued, honestly, I'm still very curious about how you managed to answer the old principal's questions. Shall I test you? The mention of a test sparked something in Lin Chen, and he suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. How about I quiz you first? Song Qingwan responded, is it difficult? Translate a poem that shouldn't be too hard, right? Lin Chen suggested. Sure, that sounds good. Lin Chen smiled subtly and typed out a line of text. At that moment, Song Qingwan, sipping water while reading the poem Lin Chen sent, suddenly sputtered, spraying water everywhere. Wait a second. A hint of lilac revealing. On the embroidered bed, how can she lean so delicately? Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 229. Arranging for a beautiful woman to pick you up at the airport. With a subtle hint of elegance, she expressed her delicate feelings. How could Lin Chen have her translate such words? The preceding sentence could be somewhat explained, but what about the latter? She contemplated searching for a definition online and sending it over, planning to shift the blame to the search engine. However, even that source did not provide a translation for her phrase. Song Qingwan, feeling helpless, resorted to sending an ellipsis along with an emoticon. On the other end, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He could easily imagine her expression, and it amused him. Lin Chen, please spare me, Song Qingwan pleaded. I came across it in the library and found it rather intriguing, Lin Chen replied. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received several friend requests. Browsing through them, he He recognized none and chose to ignore them, realizing that he had gained some notoriety again. Scrolling through his social media feed, he noticed posts from classmates, as well as from some high-profile individuals and a plethora of stunning, high-quality women. He discerned that his circle had inadvertently ascended in prestige. After exchanging a few casual words with Song Qingwan, Lin Chen exited the messaging app. Upon checking his schedule for the next day, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was Friday, and it happened to be an even week. His class had fewer classes during even weeks, and tomorrow he had no classes at all. Coupled with the weekend, this meant he had 3 days off. Typically, he would spend this time at home or dining out. But this time he yearned to explore. After some contemplation, he decided to visit Kyoto. The journey was not far, a mere hour by flight. Without delay, Lin Chen booked a ticket online and prepared some travel plans. Suddenly, he remembered someone, when Xin, the young lady from the wealthy club where they played golf together. He opened the messaging app, found her contact, and sent a message. "Are you free lately?" After a few minutes, when Xin replied, "I've been quite busy with meetings these days. What is up?" "Nothing much. Just thought I'd mention I'm heading to Kyoto tomorrow and wondered if you could pick me up from the airport," Lin Chen responded. When Xin immediately sent a surprised emoticon and continued, "You're coming to Kyoto? So suddenly? If only you had told me earlier. I can't reschedule my meetings now. How about I send a lovely girl to pick you up?" "A lovely girl?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. When Xin replied, "I suddenly regret saying that. Haha. You regretted too late," Lin Chen teased. Moments later, when Xin sent another message along with a business card, "This is the lovely girl who will pick you up tomorrow. I've already spoken to her, and she'll be at the airport on time." "Great," Lin Chen replied. When Xin then messaged, "Okay, I have to get back to work. I still have several project contracts to review." "Go ahead," Lin Chen said, then added the contact she sent. The profile picture depicted a cute cat with pink rabbit ears. Perhaps she was a little girl? "Hi, I'm Han Yanan. Are you an Xion's friend?" she texted. Lin Chen responded with an affirmative. "When will you arrive?" "I'll come to get you." "About 10:30 in the morning," Lin Chen replied. After a casual exchange, he set his phone down and went to freshen up and rest. The next day, Lin Chen arose early, drove to the airport, and upon boarding the plane, switched his phone to flight mode. He had booked a first-class seat, which was sparsely populated with primarily business executives clad in expensive suits, while Lin Chen appeared as a typical student. Perhaps due to his handsome looks, the elegant flight attendants were especially attentive to him, offering juice and milk, which drew the envy of several passengers. After politely declining their offers, he closed his eyes to rest. The hour-long flight passed swiftly, and soon the plane landed in Kyoto. After disembarking, Lin Chen switched his phone back on and made his way toward the exit, where numerous greeters awaited. Just as he was about to call Han Yanan, he noticed a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails waving at him. Lin Chen paused, taken aback. Was this Han Yanan? She looked like a high school student. Just then, a boy rushed towards her, dragging a suitcase, and embraced her, with her resting her arms around his waist. Lin Chen felt embarrassed. They were a couple, and he had almost mistaken them for acquaintances. He dialed Han Yanan's number, but it went straight to voicemail. "What?" Lin Chen sighed and put his phone away, scanning the crowd for her. After waiting for over 10 minutes without seeing her, he began to doubt Xion's reliability in finding someone to meet him. He decided to wait a little longer, but if she didn't arrive soon, he would leave on his own. At that moment, a red Ferrari LaFerrari pulled up at the airport entrance. A tall, curvaceous beauty stepped out, wearing oversized sunglasses, a sleek black trench coat, and knee-high boots, instantly captivating the attention of all the men present. After parking, she dashed into the airport, only to realize her phone was off. She felt foolish for not checking it earlier. Indeed, she was Han Yanan, the designated greeter when Xin had arranged for Lin Chen. The agreed time was 10:30, and now it was already 10:45, 15 minutes late. Panicking, Han Yanan rushed to the designated meeting area, immediately spotting Lin Chen and jogging over to him. Lin Chen noticed her beauty, but did not expect her to be Han Yanan. "You were Lin Chen?" she asked, having seen his photo from when Xin. So she hoped she wouldn't mistake him. Lin Chen nodded, puzzled. Could she really be Han Yanan? Simultaneously, Han Yanan removed her large sunglasses. "I'm Han Yanan." Lin Chen was taken aback, studying her from head to toe. Wasn't she supposed to be a little girl? How could one so tall, with such a stunning figure and fiery red lips, be that? Chapter 230. The elegant lady with a lowly heart. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. From her manner of speaking and her profile picture, he was convinced that she was a lowly. However, he was taken aback. Women are indeed strange beings. At that moment, Han Yanan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief. "I'm so sorry. I lost track of time while gaming last night, and I woke up late this morning. I happened to hit traffic on the way, which is why I'm late." Her voice trailed off, becoming softer. Yet, she quickly reassured herself. Well, at least I managed to pick you up. Otherwise, if Sister Wenxin found out I made you wait for over 10 minutes, she would have been furious with me. With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The way this beauty spoke and expressed herself was entirely incongruent with her appearance. There was an air of childishness about her. Could this be the embodiment of an elegant lady with a lowly heart? Before Lin Chen could respond, Han Yanin continued, by the way, could I ask you for a favor? As she spoke, her large eyes blinked innocently at Lin Chen. What is it? Han Yanin lowered her voice and said, could you please not tell Sister Wenxin that I was late? Lin Chen chuckled, is that all? I thought it was something serious. He feigned a serious expression. Han Yanin's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. No. You have to make a pinky promise with me first. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Chen extended his pinky, and they completed the promise. Only then did Han Yanin transform back into her cute self. However, Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling of incongruity. She had the face of an aloof beauty, standing at over 7 meters tall, adorned with expertly applied eyeliner and luscious red lips, perfectly embodying the elegant lady look. Yet, with her long legs and confident demeanor, how could she possess a lowly heart? Perhaps it was the enchanting aura of her beauty, for despite the discordance, it was quite delightful, even possessing a unique charm. As they conversed, they arrived at the airport entrance. Han Yanin led Lin Chen to her Ferrari LaFerrari. Due to her presence, many men around them cast envious glances at Lin Chen. With a resigned shrug, he took his seat in the passenger side. Inside the car, Han Yanin said, by the way, Sister Wenxin has been busy these past few days, so I'll take you around Kyoto as your tour guide. How does that sound? Lin Chen smiled lightly. I would be delighted. Han Yanin squinted her eyes slightly. By the way, Lin Chen, are you very good friends with Sister Wenxin? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Well, it's not like we're exceptionally close friends. Han Yanin expressed her confusion with a soft hum, secretly thinking it was odd. What is the matter? Lin Chen inquired. Han Yanin elongated her words. I was just thinking, if you were only ordinary friends, why is Sister Wenxin so concerned about your affairs? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Is she really that concerned about me? He hadn't noticed anything of the sort. Was there something he was unaware of? Of course. Sister Wenxin is exceptionally invested in your matters. I feel that she cares for you more than for me. She remarked with a hint of jealousy as she shot a playful glare at Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. It seemed she was a person who spoke her mind without reservation. Like what? Han Yanin tilted her head in thought for a few seconds before continuing. First, she asked me to pick you up, then insisted I book a hotel for you, and kept reminding me to take you to various dining spots. She repeated herself so many times that my ears nearly developed calluses. I began to suspect you might be someone special to Sister Wenxin. But after meeting you, it seems unlikely? Lin Chen laughed. Why is it unlikely? As they waited for the light to change, Han Yanin glanced at him and scrutinized him for a moment before saying, you look quite young. You must still be a student, right? Sister Wenxin mentioned she prefers those older than her. That is why I thought it was improbable. Lin Chen found it amusing. So that was her reasoning. However, he couldn't believe that Wenxin had feelings for him. But, Sister Wenxin had you book a hotel for me? Yes, Han Yanin nodded. She booked the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton and transferred the payment to me yesterday. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted. Lin Chen was astonished. The presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton costs around $60,000 to $70,000 a night, and staying there for 3 days would amount to about $200,000. That was quite a lavish expenditure. He felt somewhat embarrassed, as he and Wenxin were not particularly close. It felt as though he owed her a favor. Then, Han Yanin leaned in closer and said, I'll let you in on a secret, but you must promise me not to tell Sister Wenxin. Lin Chen nodded, okay. With his assurance, Han Yanin revealed, this is the first time Sister Wenxin has placed such importance on a friend. Lin Chen merely smiled in silence. Yet he was somewhat taken aback. Subsequently, Han Yanin asked, are you planning to go eat now, or would you prefer to rest at the hotel first? Lin Chen considered for a moment, then replied, I think I'd prefer to go to the hotel first. I'd like to rest a bit. Although it was just an hour flight, I'm feeling somewhat fatigued, and I don't have much of an appetite. Thus, Lin Chen decided to head to the hotel. Soon, they arrived at the Ritz-Carlton. Since Han Yanin had made arrangements in advance, 2 rows of staff were waiting to greet them at the entrance. Leading the group was a Caucasian gentleman in a tailcoat, appearing to be in his 40s. Upon seeing Han Yanin and Lin Chen, he immediately approached them. May I ask if you are Ms. Han Yanin and Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. To his surprise, the foreigner spoke decent Mandarin, albeit with a hint of a local Kyoto accent. The gentleman continued, good afternoon to you both. I am your personal concierge, Peter. During your stay at the Ritz-Carlton, I will ensure you receive the most attentive service. As he spoke, he handed each of them a business card. Han Yanin replied, please take us upstairs. She seemed a bit embarrassed. It appeared that Peter had misunderstood their relationship, thinking they were a couple. Han Yanan maintained a stoic expression. It's fine. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness will be on them. Yes, please follow me. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that the onlookers outside began discussing among themselves. Did I see that correctly? Wasn't that the daughter of the Han family? Han Yanan? Indeed, it is her. Who would have thought we'd witnessed the daughter of the Han family checking into a hotel with her boyfriend, especially the presidential suite? How extravagant. However, her boyfriend seems a bit young. Are rich heiresses into this sort of thing these days? Whether he is her boyfriend is still uncertain. Chapter 231. The auction. Unbeknownst to the murmurs surrounding them, Lin Chen and Han Yanan followed Peter directly to a presidential suite on the top floor. Upon arrival, Lin Chen promptly instructed Peter to leave first. He was not accustomed to being attended to by others and preferred the comfort of solitude. At this moment, only Lin Chen and Han Yanan remained in the room. The presence of a solitary man and woman in a hotel room inevitably created a slight awkwardness. Shall I head back first? Once you've rested, I can come to fetch you for dinner, Han Yanan suggested tentatively. Lin Chen nodded. All right. Alternatively, I could just dine alone, and it would spare you the trouble of running around. Upon hearing this, Han Yanan waved her hand dismissively. No. I promised Sister Wenxin to extend her hospitality, so I cannot abandon you. Besides, I felt quite guilty for making you wait earlier. Therefore, I absolutely cannot leave you unattended. With Han Yanan's insistence, Lin Chen relented. Very well then. With a beautiful woman as his guide, Lin Chen was naturally pleased. Han Yanan then picked up her bag. I shall take my leave for now. Remember to call me once you're rested. All right. With Lin Chen's assurance, Han Yanan left with a cheerful demeanor. After her departure, Lin Chen took a shower. Upon emerging, he noticed several messages from Wenxin. I just finished a meeting. Did Yanan find you? Lin Chen replied with a simple and added, your friend is quite spirited. Wenxin responded, she can be rather childish. Then she inquired, did she say anything strange? What do you mean by strange, for instance? Lin Chen asked. Nothing. Wenxin felt a bit embarrassed on the other end of the line. The previous day, during their conversation, Han Yanan had been quite curious, inquiring if Lin Chen was her boyfriend. Thankfully, she had refrained from making any odd remarks in front of him. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Chen set his phone down, intending to take a brief nap. 2 hours later, he awoke and called Han Yanan. When he was ready to head downstairs, he found her waiting at the entrance. Hey, how was your rest? Quite good. Lin Chen nodded, glancing at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so punctual this time. Han Yanan chuckled awkwardly, recalling the airport incident. Oh, I've acknowledged my mistake. Please don't tease me. Little rascal? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Han Yanan had already dashed to the passenger seat, opening the door for Lin Chen with a gesture of invitation. Lin Chen shook his head in amusement and entered the vehicle, with Han Yanan joining him. I'll take you to dinner now. Where to? Lin Chen inquired. Han Yanan glanced at him. How about Yuzelin? Lin Chen nodded. That works for me. I'm not picky. Subsequently, Han Yanan led Lin Chen to Yuzelin for a meal. After settling the bill, Han Yanan checked the time. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Is there anywhere you would like to go? Lin Chen shook his head. Not really. My itinerary focused entirely on culinary delights. I didn't explore any attractions. Han Yanan pondered for a moment. At this hour, it seems too late to visit any scenic spots. However, there is an auction happening at the Kyoto Grand Hotel at 6 this evening. Would you be interested in attending? Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the storyline task. Attend the auction. Reward, a 5-fold cashback card. With a limit of 1 billion. Lin Chen was taken aback. A cashback card with a limit of 1 billion and 5-fold returns? It was astonishing. Since he had no other plans, he readily nodded in agreement. Han Yanan then made a call to secure the tickets. After hanging up, she turned to Lin Chen. Let us wait a moment. The tickets will be here shortly. All right. The Kyoto Grand Hotel was indeed quite renowned. An auction hosted there indicated substantial financial backing or influence from its organizers, especially in a city abundant with prominent figures. The fact that Han Yanan could procure 2 tickets with a mere phone call, along with her rare LaFerrari, hinted at her exceptional circumstances. After approximately 10 minutes, a Bentley roared to a stop beside them. A young man with dyed red hair emerged from the vehicle. Yanan, here are the 2 tickets you requested. Upon noticing Lin Chen, he hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing him. Han Yanan, aware of his gaze, stepped forward and took the tickets from his hand. All right, you may leave now. Wow, how cold. The young man sized up Lin Chen once more before addressing Han Yanan. Yanan, I didn't expect you to have such taste. Han Yanan's expression darkened immediately. What are you talking about? Hurry and get lost. I'll have you know he is a friend of Sister Wenxin. Upon hearing the mention of Wenxin, the young man's demeanor changed dramatically. and he hastily apologized to Lin Chen. Lin Chen responded with a calm smile. It's nothing. Evidently, Wen Xin possessed considerable clout. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have changed his tone upon hearing her name. The young man wasted no time and quickly departed. At the Kyoto Grand Hotel, known for its opulence, the interior boasted lavish decorations reminiscent of a vintage palace. Following the signs, Lin Chen and Han Yanan arrived at the venue for the auction, the egret hall. Staff members were distributing masks and number plates at the entrance to safeguard the guests' privacy. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised by their meticulous consideration. They each received half masks. Lin Chen's resembled a Shura, while Han Yanan's was a charming little rabbit. As they stepped into the auction hall, a notification from the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, a 5-fold cashback card, with a cashback limit of 1 billion. Due to the substantial amount, the host may make the payment first and receive the cashback later. Note, the cashback card is valid for 24 hours. It will expire thereafter. 24 hours? Lin Chen was taken aback. This meant he needed to spend 1 billion within 24 hours, a rather daunting challenge. Meanwhile, Han Yanan continued to speak as they walked. Today's auction promises to be quite intriguing. I've heard they will be auctioning a rare treasure. Lin Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Oh? What kind of rare treasure? If it were indeed referred to as a rare treasure, it must be quite valuable. Chapter 232. The Dragon Crossing the River. It seems that spending 1 billion within 24 hours is indeed a possibility. At the very least, one should be able to make a significant expenditure at this auction. Han Yanan shook her head, saying, I have no idea. They haven't released any information. They simply mentioned that it is a rare treasure, but the specifics remain unknown. Well then, the two found their designated seats according to their paddles and settled down. Soon, the auction commenced. The host and the organizers took to the stage to deliver their speeches, a rather tedious process that Lin Chen chose to ignore. As the auction officially began, Han Yanan nudged Lin Chen's arm with her elbow. Hey, I heard from Sister Wen Xin that you seem to be quite wealthy. Lin Chen hesitated, unsure how to respond, and finally said, I suppose it's manageable. After all, the depths of Kyoto are profound. And he was uncertain of his standing there. It seemed he would need to find a way to check the list of wealthy individuals in Kyoto someday. Han Yanan flashed a grin. Nonsense. You are clearly being modest. Sister Wen Xin mentioned that you own numerous properties, and not to mention, you have at least 6 or 7 top-tier supercars. Now there are 8. Lin Chen thought to himself. In Kyoto, that could be considered average, he replied with a smile, before shifting his gaze to the auction stage. The items being presented were primarily women's jewelry, which held little interest for him. Next, a jade bangle was showcased. My mother adores jade bangles. Lin Chen's attention was instantly captured. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a natural jadeite bangle. This announcement caught the eyes of many enthusiasts in attendance. Several women paused their activities, their focus now on the stage. This particular bangle is a Lao Kong High Ice Emperor Green Round Bangle, a full circle of deep, rich green. It is remarkably rare, featuring a delicate texture and excellent water content, with a glass-like luster that is almost dripping with vibrancy. Its inner diameter measures 55.91 millimeters with a thickness of 10.66 millimeters. The auctioneer passionately detailed the bangle's attributes. Noticing the eager guests below, he grew even more animated, announcing the starting bid. The opening price for this bangle is 20 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1 million. As soon as this price was revealed, many of the previously eager guests fell silent. Nevertheless, a number of affluent attendees raised their paddles in response. 25 million, 28 million, 30 million, 60 million. At this point, some began to sigh, and many women exhibited looks of regret. Clearly, 60 million had exceeded their financial capacity. The 60 million bid came from a lady in her 20s. Glancing around, she wore a smug smile. She was a jewelry enthusiast who had come specifically for this jade bangle. The auctioneer then announced, this lady has bid 60 million. Is there any higher offer? Though 60 million had surpassed Lin Chen's internal price point, he would be pleased if someone called out a greater figure. After all, the higher the final price, the greater his commission would be. Silence enveloped the room, and he raised his small hammer, 60 million once. At that moment, Lin Chen raised his paddle, 100 million. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Lin Chen. Everyone was left speculating about his identity. Who is this person? He seems unfamiliar. From his accent, he does not appear to be from Kyoto. Could he be a dragon crossing the river? Even Han Yanan was taken aback. However, being someone who had seen much of the world, she quickly regained her composure. A dragon crossing the river, indeed. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The term dragon crossing the river felt somewhat. The auctioneer was now overflowing with excitement. This gentleman has bid 100 million. Is there a higher offer? The lady who had previously bid 60 million fell silent, knowing that her maximum offer had already been reached. She shot Lin Chen an irritated glance, thinking to herself that if it weren't for him, the jade bangle would be hers by now. Yet, in Kyoto, one must tread carefully. After all, who knows if he might be someone she cannot afford to offend. The auctioneer, aware that no one else would likely bid higher, swiftly concluded the bidding with a decisive strike of his gavel. The jade bangle was thus secured by Lin Chen. Han Yanan whispered, "You, a young man, spent such a high price on this bangle. Are you planning to gift it to someone?" Lin Chen glanced at her, smiled lightly, and nodded. "My mother likes it. I'm just buying it for her to enjoy." Just buying it for her to enjoy? Such casualness. You spent 100 million on a jade bangle. Surely it deserves to be revered. Even Han Yanan had never encountered such extravagant spending. With that, Lin Chen's interest waned for the subsequent items. Even though he was not short of funds and possessed a cashback card, he had no desire to purchase a plethora of useless items. Moreover, Kyoto is renowned for its opulence. Surely, he wouldn't struggle to spend money here. He turned to Han Yanan. "Do you have anything you wish to bid on?" Han Yanan shrugged and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I have nothing to buy. However, I am quite curious about that mysterious treasure. It should be the grand finale, so we might have to wait a while. If you wish to leave, we can do so at any time." Lin Chen smiled lightly. "No rush. I too desire to see what that treasure is." Han Yanan's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Perfect. I was worried you might be bored." The guests, having witnessed Lin Chen secure the bangle, shifted their attention back to the auction stage. Most attendees had come specifically for the final auction item. While they might not be able to afford it, simply witnessing it would suffice. Finally, the moment for the grand finale, the mysterious treasure, was approaching. A striking woman in a high-slit cheongsam emerged from backstage, gracefully holding an exquisite tray draped with a red cloth. Surely, this must be the mysterious treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone present has come for our final treasure. Now let us auction the last item, simultaneously. The spotlight illuminated the tray, and everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. The auctioneer dramatically lifted the red cloth. Chapter 233. The stunning pink star. The entire auction hall erupted with excitement. "Behold our grand finale treasure, the pink star." As the words fell, a palpable commotion swept through the venue. Simultaneously, a colossal screen displayed the magnificent pink star. Beside Lin Chen, Han Yanan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she fixated on the gem. Curiosity piqued. Lin Chen wondered what made the pink star so special that it elicited such a reaction from Miss Han. Han Yanan shot him a surprised glance. "You mean to say you've never heard of the pink star?" Lin Chen shook his head in response. After scrutinizing him for a moment and realizing he was not jesting, she began to explain, "The pink star is the largest pink diamond in the world, weighing an astounding 59.6 carats. Moreover, it holds the title of the most expensive diamond, with an estimated value of around 200 million. It is the dream of many women, yet its exorbitant price puts it out of reach for most." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Han Yanan. "Do you have a fondness for it as well?" Without hesitation, Han Yanan nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. "I absolutely adore it. It's simply breathtaking." Her repeated exclamations underscored her deep admiration for the pink star. However, almost immediately, her expression shifted to one of heartache. "I love it dearly, but my wallet simply does not permit me to possess it." With that, she sighed dramatically. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The current Han Yanan resembled a starry-eyed fan caught in the presence of her idol, her fervor unmistakable. It was evident she was a true aficionado of the pink star. A smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he redirected his gaze to the auction stage. The pink star displayed on the screen was indeed exquisite. Thus far, he had only spent 100 million, leaving him with 900 million remaining. The pink star appeared to be a splendid option, potentially serving as a wedding ring. At that moment, the auctioneer concluded the introduction of the pink star and announced its starting bid. "I hereby declare that the starting price for the pink star is 200 million. As per tradition, each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, many attendees hesitated, yet several ardent admirers of the pink star remained undeterred, their eyes gleaming with determination. They had come prepared for this moment. For them, a mere 200 million was insignificant. Lin Chen felt a stir of excitement. The starting bid aligned perfectly with Han Yanan's earlier estimate. Soon, the bidding commenced. 200 million, 205 million, 208 million. The stakes escalated rapidly, hitting 300 million. At this juncture, only a handful of bidders remained. Among them was a young woman in her 20s who had previously competed with Lin Chen for a bracelet. She had relinquished that bid to conserve her funds, with the pink star as her true objective. However, as the bidding reached 300 million, she found herself struggling to keep pace. When the bid climbed to 320 million, she was compelled to withdraw, feelings of defeat washing over her. Ultimately, only a middle-aged man remained, a renowned jeweler from Kyoto named Pan Ren. The pink star held immense collectible value for him, and he bid 350 million. Noting the lack of further challengers, Lin Chen raised his paddle. 400 million. The simplicity of his words drew the attention of every guest in the hall. It's that young man again. Whispers fluttered about. Who is he? Does anyone know? I have no idea. He masked. Impossible to tell. He snagged that jade bracelet for 100 million and now bids 400 million. I suddenly feel less wealthy myself. Even Han Yanin clutched Lin Chen's arm tightly. Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? She whispered urgently. Lin Chen shot her a quizzical glance. What? Is there a problem? Momentarily taken aback, Han Yanin considered. Well, it seems there isn't. After all, Sister Wenqing mentioned that Lin Chen is quite affluent. Meanwhile, Pan Ren was visibly taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an unforeseen turn of events. Having already stretched his budget with a bid of over 30 million, he gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. 410 million. A stir swept through the hall. The auctioneer quickly sought to restore order. Quiet, please. This gentleman has bid 410 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? His gaze subtly lingered on Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled softly. He understood the auctioneer's implication. Aside from him, it appeared no one else could compete. Han Yanin's breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling with anticipation. She instinctively leaned closer to Lin Chen, her eyes wide with anxiety. Lin Chen, you're not planning to keep bidding, are you? As she spoke, her collar slightly opened, offering Lin Chen an unintentional glimpse. Feeling a rush of warmth, Lin Chen replied, guess. With those two words, he raised his paddle again. 500 million. The once lively hall fell into an odd silence. Lin Chen had become the focal point of the entire room. Even Han Yanin stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief. Surely, this is an outrageous bid. Pan Ren, too, deflated at the sight. The auctioneer was practically ecstatic, having not anticipated such a remarkable price for the pink star. Now, he regarded Lin Chen with the reverence befitting a titan. This gentleman has bid 500 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 500 million once. 500 million twice. 500 million for the third time. Bang. The gavel struck decisively. The world's largest pink diamond had now been secured by Lin Chen. Soon, several elegantly attired women in kipeos approached, bringing forth Lin Chen's acquisition, along with a POS machine for payment. After completing the transaction, Lin Chen prepared to depart with Han Yanin when a striking figure suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 234. Gaining fame in the Kyoto elite circle. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. The girl before him, adorned in a black sequined slip dress, with her long, sleek black hair cascading down her back and a meticulously crafted visage, could undeniably be classified as a stunning beauty. Yet, when compared to Han Yanin and Wen Xin, she seemed to lack a certain allure. Lin Chen had just acquired a jade bracelet from her, so what was her intent in obstructing him? As Lin Chen pondered this, the young woman spoke first. Good evening, sir. May I introduce myself and perhaps become friends? Lin Chen responded with a faint smile, of course. However, he failed to notice the subtle change in Han Yanin's expression beside him, which grew somewhat peculiar. She had intended to say something, but then remembered that Lin Chen and Wen Xin were not in a romantic relationship, so she refrained from speaking. At that moment, the young beauty handed Lin Chen her business card. My name is Yu Shu. It is a pleasure to meet you. After her introduction, she flashed Lin Chen a charming smile. Han Yanin, standing behind Lin Chen, could not help but roll her eyes, though neither of them noticed. Lin Chen casually accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket. The jewelry magnate, Pan Ren, who had been bidding against him, also presented his card. After adding him on WeChat, Lin Chen and Han Yanin departed together. In the car, Han Yanin recalled the earlier encounter and could not help but remark, that woman is not trustworthy. You should be cautious. Lin Chen shot her a quizzical glance. Why is that? Han Yanin hesitated, then finally said, oh, never mind. Just be careful. Given her insistence, Lin Chen chose not to press further, though he sensed she was concealing something. Feeling a twinge of guilt for her earlier demeanor, Han Yanin decided to shift the topic. It seems you were about to gain fame in the Kyoto elite circle tonight. Lin Chen merely smiled nonchalantly. It matters little. I shall only be here for a few days. At that moment, Han Yanin's phone buzzed with several messages. She glanced at it and handed it to Lin Chen. Look, these are people inquiring about you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. They recognized you? Han Yanin shrugged while driving. Those masks only conceal identities from strangers. Those who know you will recognize you instantly. Lin Chen chuckled. That is true. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the Ritz-Carlton. The clock struck 9 in the evening. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Lin Chen exited the vehicle. By the way, what do you plan to do tomorrow? Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Han Yanan inquired. Tomorrow? Lin Chen paused. With a budget of 10 billion, he had already spent 6 billion on a bracelet and a pink star. This meant he needed to spend another 4 billion before 6 o'clock the following day. Spending such an amount on shopping alone posed a challenge. Perhaps he should consider purchasing property. He had heard that the real estate prices in Kyoto were quite high, which should help him exhaust a significant portion of his budget. Buying property? Han Yanan exclaimed in surprise. You intend to settle here? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If Lin Chen were to reside here, what would that mean for him, and when Xin? At that moment, Han Yanan's imagination conjured a romantic drama. However, Lin Chen shook his head firmly. No. Han Yanan's expression fell. Why not? Lin Chen smiled broadly. I am still in my freshman year of college. I could consider developing here after graduation. A freshman? Han Yanan was taken aback. So, a college freshman spent 6 billion at an auction in one night? If my friends found out, they would surely be astonished. She scrutinized Lin Chen. No wonder when Xin is so attentive to you. You are quite remarkable, little brother. Lin Chen frowned. Little brother? I'm not that young. How amusing, he coughed lightly. I shall head inside now. See you tomorrow. Go ahead, Han Yanan replied. Once Lin Chen's figure vanished, she immediately took out her phone and composed several messages to Wen Xin. Wen Xin, today Lin Chen spent 6 billion at the auction. 6 billion, can you believe it? Also, Yu Shu is making advances toward Lin Chen. Please be cautious. Tomorrow, Lin Chen plans to buy property in the capital. I initially thought he was going to settle here. By the way, what does Lin Chen intend to do with the property he buys? Upon returning to his hotel room, Lin Chen took a refreshing shower and casually donned a bathrobe. He picked up his phone and noticed several messages from Wen Xin and Han Yanan. First came Wen Xin's message. Lin Chen, I heard from Yanan that you spent 6 billion at the auction? Surely, that cannot be true. She added a surprised emoji for emphasis. Lin Chen replied, Indeed, it is true. Remain calm. Next was Han Yanan. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen was about to set his phone down when the doorbell rang. Who is it? A lovely female voice answered from outside. Sir, I am your dedicated service staff. It is time for your late-night snack. Lin Chen recalled that this service had been mentioned upon check-in, yet he had forgotten to cancel it. Nevertheless, since it had arrived, he felt a slight pang of hunger. He opened the door to find 2 women in kipayos, each carrying a tray. However, the length of the kipayos was rather short. Having just emerged from the shower with damp hair, clad only in a bathrobe, Lin Chen's well-defined abs and V-line were subtly visible. The 2 women exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing crimson upon seeing him. Earlier, they had thought him young and handsome, but they had not anticipated his physique would be so impressive. He was the epitome of looking slim in clothes yet fit without them. They bowed slightly towards Lin Chen, presenting their offerings with an air of grace. Sir, is there anything else you require? Lin Chen shook his head. No, thank you. The 2 women exchanged surprised glances, wondering if their hints were not evident enough. This was their first encounter with such a guest. One of them bit her lip and reiterated. We offer any service you desire. Chapter 235. The price should not be too high. 300 to 400 million will suffice. Any service is acceptable, naturally including that particular service. Lin Chen has come to a realization. The late-night snack was merely a ruse, and providing that kind of service was likely their true intent. Although they were not unattractive, Lin Chen was not a man driven by desperation. Moreover, he harbored concerns about potential health risks. Contemplating this, Lin Chen spoke candidly. You may leave now. There is nothing of great importance. Please do not disturb me. His message was unequivocal. They, too, could read the room and grasp his meaning, albeit with a sense of regret. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a young, handsome man with an exceptional physique. However, respecting Lin Chen's wishes, they reluctantly exited. After all, one does not offend someone who can afford the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Once the door was closed, Lin Chen immediately opened the late-night snack they had brought, a seafood porridge accompanied by some fruit. After finishing his meal, he retreated to bed for a restful night. The following day, Lin Chen awoke and enjoyed breakfast at the Ritz-Carlton. During his meal, he received a phone call from Han Yanan. Lin, have you risen yet? She inquired. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin? Yes, I'm having breakfast. Oh, when can I come by? Checking the time, Lin Chen replied, in about 10 minutes. Understood. After finishing his breakfast, he noticed Han Yanan had nearly arrived, prompting him to head downstairs. Sure enough, she was waiting below. Why didn't you call me? Lin Chen asked. Han Yanan smiled. I wanted to let you enjoy your breakfast. I wasn't in a rush. Would she admit that she was actually afraid of being late again? Lin Chen offered a faint smile as he approached the passenger side, opened the door, and took his seat. Are we buying a house today? Han Yanan inquired. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes. You're from Kyoto, So you're familiar with the area. Do you have any recommendations? As she drove, Han Yanan replied, first, share your requirements so I can filter through some options. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen considered his budget. He had 400 million available. Aside from that, he had no specific demands, just that the price range should be around 300 to 400 million. If there was any remainder, perhaps he could indulge in some shopping. However, upon hearing this, Han Yanan instinctively slammed the brakes. Lin Chen was taken aback. Sister, do you know how to drive? Fortunately, traffic was light. Otherwise, a rear-end collision could have occurred. Han Yanan swallowed hard, striving to regain her composure and continue driving. This is not my fault. Seriously, are you speaking in human terms? Your words are astonishing. Lin Chen touched his nose, bemused. Is it really that exaggerated? Han Yanan nodded emphatically. Absolutely. You just spent 600 million yesterday and now intend to purchase a villa for 3 to 400 million? Are you planning to expend 1 billion within 2 days? Lin Chen acknowledged her point with a nod. Pretty much. Actually, it's about spending 1 billion within 24 hours. Han Yanan was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous glance at Lin Chen. She pondered whether it was she who had lost her mind or if Lin Chen was indeed insane. Lin Chen, I must ask, did your money come from the wind? Even Sister Wenqin could not produce 10 billion at once, could she? Just who was Lin Chen? All she knew was that he was a tycoon from Donghai City and a freshman in college. Lin Chen offered a nonchalant smile, refraining from elaborating. In truth, his funds, when rounded, did indeed feel as though they had been blown in by the wind. Han Yanan sighed. To spend 1 billion in 2 days. I cannot fathom the world of the wealthy. Before encountering Lin Chen, she had considered herself relatively affluent, but now she realized her modest wealth was insignificant in comparison. She felt a sense of defeat. By the way, for a villa in the 300 to 400 million range, the Kyoto Rose Garden is quite good. She quickly added, Sister Wenqin also resides there. Not only Sister Wenqin, but many renowned figures from Kyoto live there, including popular international actresses. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. That sounds promising. Consequently, Han Yanan escorted Lin Chen to the property management office at the Kyoto Rose Garden Villa District. They did not recognize Lin Chen, but they were familiar with the Han family heiress, Han Yanan. Thus, they treated Lin Chen with utmost respect. Upon learning that he was there to purchase a house, the staff became even more cordial, ushering in beautiful women to serve tea and refreshments. Lin Chen cut straight to the chase. I intend to buy a villa here. Do you have any available? The manager was taken aback by Lin Chen's directness, but quickly regained composure. Yes, indeed. We happen to have the last available villa. Designed in a vintage European style, complete with a garden crafted by several renowned domestic landscape masters. Lin Chen glanced at the time and interrupted. I don't need the details. Can I see the property? If it's satisfactory, I'll purchase it directly. The manager was momentarily stunned, having never encountered someone so forthright. Once he gathered himself, he eagerly replied, Of course. He promptly summoned someone to bring the keys and led Lin Chen and Han Yanan to view the villa. Han Yanan was equally astonished, realizing that Lin Chen was genuinely intent on acquiring the property. She had never seen anyone so decisive in purchasing a villa. Lin Chen had certainly opened her eyes. Furthermore, since Lin Chen studied in Donghai, it seemed likely that the villa would remain unoccupied. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance. The European-style architecture resembled a castle, and Lin Chen found it quite appealing. The garden was indeed well maintained. The manager led them inside, providing a tour while explaining the villa's features. Lin Chen simply observed, finding it satisfactory, and directed his gaze toward the manager. I'll take this villa. How long will the paperwork take to finalize? The manager was at a loss, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Concerned that she had misheard, he reiterated, Sir, you haven't even asked about the price of this villa. Oh, Lin Chen remembered, realizing he had indeed neglected to inquire about the cost. What is the price of this villa? The manager finally stated, Our villas at the Rose Garden in Kyoto are not merely homes. They symbolize status and prestige. Lin Chen, uninterested in such embellishments, interrupted, Just tell me the price. Fearing that the price might be too high and shock Lin Chen, the manager had initially intended to ease into it. Yet, given Lin Chen's directness, the manager had no choice but to state plainly, This villa costs 300 million. 300 million? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Is it really that inexpensive? Chapter 236. Taking her first time upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the manager stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned. He found himself at a loss for words. The Rose Garden villas, valued at several hundred million, had become a symbol of status and identity in the capital. Countless individuals yearned to secure a place here, but the exorbitant prices kept them at bay. Yet, this seemingly youthful gentleman had the audacity to claim that a 300 million villa was inexpensive. Was this truly a reasonable statement? Beside him, Han Yanin appeared somewhat numb to the situation, having witnessed Lin Chen spend 600 million at the auction just yesterday. The 300 million seemed far less shocking in comparison. Today, she finally understood what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy. No wonder Sister Wenxin regarded him with such admiration. If only she could possess a fraction of that audacity. Observing Han Yanin's somewhat forlorn expression, Lin Chen found her endearing and instinctively reached out to pinch her cheek. It was only when his fingers grazed her delicate skin that he snapped back to reality, confronted by her incredulous gaze. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. The manager, sensing the tension, turned away, pretending to have seen nothing. Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled and withdrew his hand. Han Yanin touched her face, a flurry of thoughts swirling in her mind. Aside from family, this was her first intimate interaction with a man. She cast a somewhat resentful glance at Lin Chen. That scoundrel had taken her first. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen feigned ignorance and redirected the conversation to the manager. By the way, I'm on a tight schedule. When can the paperwork be completed? The manager replied, this can be done swiftly. Once you make the payment, our staff will handle the tedious paperwork, and it can be completed within a day. Lin Chen nodded. That is satisfactory. The manager continued, sir, we have two payment options. The first is a 30 down payment, with the remaining balance paid in 12 months, interest-free. The second option is a 20 down payment, but with an additional 3 points of interest on the remainder. Which option would you prefer? I'll pay in full. It seems too cumbersome otherwise, Lin Chen stated decisively. After all, he had come to spend money, not to engage in lengthy payment plans. The manager was momentarily taken aback. It took him several seconds to process Lin Chen's decision. Sir, are you certain you want to pay the full 300 million? Is there a problem? Lin Chen inquired, producing a bank card and presenting it to the manager. Please process it. The manager swallowed hard, trembling slightly as he accepted the card. Very well, sir. I'll take care of that for you. With that, he hurried away. Han Yanin felt completely desensitized. She believed she was becoming brainwashed by Lin Chen's demeanor, which suggested that the properties here were not particularly expensive. Then, a thought struck her, and she instinctively turned to Lin Chen. By the way, Lin Chen, why aren't you haggling? In such a place, it was customary to negotiate, often resulting in discounts of several million or even tens of millions. Lin Chen smiled faintly. There's no need. A few million is not a substantial sum. Spending time negotiating for such an amount seems rather trivial. Han Yanin opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. All right then. The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered just how affluent Lin Chen truly was. If millions were but trivialities in his eyes. After the manager departed, several female sales representatives flocked to them, offering tea, massages, snacks, and even peeling apples and bananas. Every conceivable service was rendered with utmost attentiveness. One particularly bold saleswoman, while serving tea to Lin Chen, inadvertently brushed her fingers against his palm. This moment went unnoticed by Han Yanin. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at her, and she seized the opportunity to cast him a flirtatious glance, biting her lip. Quite audacious indeed. With so many people around, Lin Chen began to feel uncomfortable and promptly dismissed them, leaving only Han Yanin behind. The air felt significantly fresher, devoid of the overwhelming scent of perfume. Yet, Han Yanin found amusement in the situation. It seems you have quite the charm, she teased with a squint. Fortunately, he remained steadfast, or she might have been compelled to report him to Wenxin. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly as Han Yanin pressed on. I saw how those beautiful women looked at you, their eyes practically shining with desire, as if they would devour you whole. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, Are you suggesting they find me irresistible? Han Yanin was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Lin Chen's directness, and struggled to respond. Lin Chen continued with a smirk. If they find me appealing, what about you? Aye. Her cheeks flushed instantly. I don't feel that way at all. She disdainfully scrutinized Lin Chen. Look at you, so scrawny. Only Sister Wenxin would like someone like you. I certainly wouldn't. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Wenxin likes someone like me? Realizing she had misspoken, Han Yanin quickly backtracked. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me. Lin Chen laughed, pretending to take out his phone. Oh really? Then I suppose I'll just ask Wenxin. At this, Han Yanin immediately capitulated, her expression morphing into one of dismay. No, I was wrong. We're friends. We can talk this out, right? Please don't tell Wenxin. She tugged at Lin Chen's clothing, pouting and attempting to charm him. Lin Chen couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Then tell me, what was that comment you made earlier? Han Yanin hesitated, contemplating her words. Finally, she relented. All right, but you must promise not to tell Wenxin. Intrigued by her mysterious demeanor, Lin Chen nodded. Okay. She glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before whispering, You see, I have a good rapport with Wenxin, but it's the first time I've seen her so invested in a man, despite your youth. I read an article yesterday stating that when a woman truly likes a man, age differences become irrelevant. I believe Wenxin has developed feelings for you. Based on my years of experience, she must be smitten. After hearing Han Yanen's words, Lin Chen could only respond with a resigned chuckle, lightly tapping her on the head. She instinctively covered her head, shooting him a reproachful glance. Why did you hit me? Her expression resembled that of an adorable, agitated creature, utterly charming. Chapter 237. I don't want you to think. I want to think. Lin Chen glanced at her helplessly. No wonder you are reluctant for me to inform Wenxin. If she were to find out, you would undoubtedly face severe consequences. A woman like Wenxin could never possibly harbor feelings for him. Furthermore, refrain from indulging in those insipid self-help and toxic motivational quotes. Han Yanen pouted, casting an annoyed look at Lin Chen. At that moment, the manager returned with Lin Chen's card and several contracts in hand. Mr. Lin, here is the purchase agreement. Once you sign this, we will complete the subsequent procedures within today. What do you think? After returning the bank card to Lin Chen, the manager respectfully inquired. Lin Chen nodded. That sounds fine. He accepted the contract and casually perused it before promptly signing his name. Upon seeing the elegant strokes of his signature, Han Yanen's eyes brightened. Lin Chen, your handwriting is exquisite. The earlier reprimand had been entirely forgotten. Lin Chen found her reaction rather amusing. Han Yanen was indeed quite childish. She then asked, why is your handwriting so beautiful? Did you specifically practice it? Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's not that remarkable, just presentable. I never really practiced. The skills awarded by the system had come naturally to him. Han Yanen looked at Lin Chen with newfound admiration. I truly appreciate individuals with beautiful handwriting. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Like me? Han Yanen's smile faltered, and a noticeable blush crept across her cheeks. Of course not. She huffed lightly and turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. It was not until they prepared to leave that Lin Chen called out to her. Han Yanen held no grudges and cheerfully followed Lin Chen. Once in the car, she asked, where do you plan to go next? Lin Chen replied, isn't Kyoto the gold mine? Are there any recommended shopping centers? I wish to purchase some items. Han Yanen tilted her head in contemplation before responding. Yes, there are quite a few. Lin Chen nodded. Well then, please recommend one. With a budget of 1 billion, having spent 600 million at an auction and 300 million on a villa, he still had 100 million left. In other words, he intended to spend around 100 million in the mall. Han Yanen promptly suggested, let's go to Wangfu Zhongwan. As she spoke, she pressed the accelerator, and the LaFerrari roared to life. Wangfu Zhongwan Shopping Center. Han Yanen parked the car and led Lin Chen inside. True to its reputation as the largest shopping center in Kyoto, it exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. The opulent decor reminded Lin Chen of the term magnificent. Han Yanen explained, people say Kyoto is a gold mine, but Wangfu Zhongwan is the true treasure within that mine. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. That description is indeed fitting. By the way, do you have anything in mind to purchase? Han Yanen inquired. Lin Chen pondered. Not for now. Let's head to the luxury goods section first. To exhaust 100 million, we must start with luxury items. All right. Han Yanen promptly led Lin Chen to the 8th floor, where the luxury goods were displayed. They first entered a Patek Philippe watch store. Lin Chen, uninterested in the sales clerk's elaborate descriptions, chose items to be wrapped without even glancing at the prices. Within minutes, he had picked 3 or 4 watches. The sales staff looked at Lin Chen as if he were a god of wealth. Though Han Yanen was not short of money, she was taken aback by Lin Chen's shopping manner. However, considering his recent expenditures of 300 million on a villa and 600 million at an auction, this amount seemed trivial by comparison. When it came time to pay, the sales clerk calculated the total. Upon seeing the figure, she gasped in shock. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 15 million. Her voice trembled as she uttered the sum. Lin Chen remained unfazed and handed over his bank card. As he did so, he muttered, why is it so cheap? Though his voice was barely audible, the cashier caught every word. She looked at Lin Chen with astonishment, her actions freezing mid-motion. 15 million is considered cheap? Well, the world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. At that moment, the store manager approached, inviting Lin Chen and Han Yanen to the VIP reception room for tea. However, Lin Chen politely declined. He had tasks to attend to. After acquiring the watches, he found himself at a loss for what else to buy. Suddenly, Lin Chen turned to Han Yanen. Do you want to buy anything? Han Yanen paused, quickly shaking her head. No, I'm fine. You go ahead, my wallet is still rather empty. I'll buy it for you. Lin Chen insisted. He could hardly afford to purchase items worth over 80 million solely for himself. Han Yanen was left speechless, pointing incredulously at herself. You want to buy for me? Lin Chen nodded. After all, She had accompanied him tirelessly these past few days. Though she was fulfilling Wenxin's request, he felt a sense of obligation. A gift for her seemed appropriate. Han Yanan felt conflicted. This doesn't seem right. They were merely acquaintances, and accepting gifts felt awkward. At this moment, Lin Chen looked her over. I believe you could use some jewelry. With that, he draped his arm over her shoulder. Come. Let us go buy some jewelry. Han Yanan stiffened, resembling a marionette, as Lin Chen guided her forward. But I think, she hesitated, sensing the impropriety. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Chen interrupted. I don't want your opinion, I want my own. Han Yanan, has the master taken over?